Chapter 1. Yifeng, who is in neutral, buys a Coke and gets a supercar as a reward. Soft and fragrant. Presidential suite in a high-end hotel in Haicheng. Yifeng opened his eyes, his head felt a little dizzy and his waist seemed to be a little painful. He got up from the bed and looked around the room with a puzzled look. Where am I and what am I doing? Yifeng suddenly realized something was wrong. He pulled back the quilt and found himself in a ditch. Fuck! Who took off my underwear? In an instant, a song rang in Yifeng's mind. The chrysanthemums are withered, the ground is full of wounds, the fallen flowers break people's hearts. Just when Yifeng was doubting his life, the bathroom door of the suite opened. A pair of slender and well-proportioned snow-white legs appeared before my eyes, and then a hot girl in an OL suit walked out. Her charming face seemed like it would produce water if pinched. Flaming red lips, big golden waves, 36D, thin black stockings, and stiletto high heels. Yifeng swallowed his saliva helplessly. It turns out that people can be so perfect and breathtaking, just like a precious work of art, making people want to hold it in their hands and play with it. Beautiful, so beautiful. The woman cast a seductive glance with her beautiful eyes filled with water. Little brother, you're awake. I saw you drinking alone in the bar last night, and I couldn't bear it, so I took you back to your room. I didn't realize you're quite capable. The woman stared at Yifeng's crotch teasingly. Bar? Yifeng's head buzzed and he remembered everything. It's all because of that bitch. He is a security guard who likes the owner. The channel is out of tune. He has a beautiful girlfriend named Suya, who was once the recognized campus beauty of Haicheng University. Yifeng had to work hard to win her over. Nature treats us like a treasure. After graduation, Yifeng spent almost all of his 3 years' salary as a security guard on buying gifts. As long as Suya wanted something, Yifeng would rather eat instant noodles for a month to satisfy her. New Apple 17 Pro Max 1TB rose gold phone, buy it. Balenciaga limited edition dress, buy it. Valentino high heels, buy. A high-end large flat in Haicheng New District, I really can't afford it. In the past 3 years, Yifeng was like a humble dog, licking Suya with all his might, but in the end, he had not even kissed her on the mouth a few times. Every time Yifeng was burning with desire. Suya would blush and say that she had strict family education and they had not obtained the marriage certificate. You can't live together, you can't be too intimate, you can't do anything shameful. Yifeng believed it and was glad that he found a pure and good girl. After all, in Haicheng's glamorous world of decadence and debauchery, women as pure as Suya are almost extinct. Until yesterday. After work, Yifeng rode his electric scooter to Suya company. Underground parking lot. He ran into the white lotus of his heart, who was doing piston movements on the hood of a BMW X5 with a fat manager. Her innocent face was extremely wanton, and her high-pitched screams expressed the joy in her heart. The most important thing is, the dress that Suya took off to her waist and the high heels that she lifted in the air were all bought by Yifeng. The fat supervisor is taking the photo with his cell phone. He also gave me the Apple 17 Pro Max 1TB rose gold. It hurts. It hurts so much. At that time, Yifeng really wanted to rush up and kill the adulterous couple, but in the end he couldn't muster up the courage. I came to the bar alone to get drunk. Finally, I met this top-notch lady. Us. Yifeng was about to speak. A jade finger as thin as a scallion pressed against his lips, and the woman's delicate face smiled charmingly and said, "Little brother, didn't we agree on this last night? We met by chance and we don't enter each other's lives. Last night, my sister was yours, but today, we are just strangers on the street." After the woman finished speaking, she gave Yifeng a sweet kiss. She twisted her slender waist, stepped out with her beautiful legs in black stockings and high heels, and left with a click. Before Yifeng could try to persuade him to stay, he received a message on WeChat. Sent from the green tea bitch school beauty Suya. Yifeng, I've thought about this for a long time and I've decided to tell you something. That's just right, I have something to tell you too. Yifeng did not hesitate, immediately typed a line of words and clicked send. Suya, I've fallen in love with someone else. Don't harass me anymore. Remember, I dumped you. Blocking and deleting are as smooth as flowing water, without any trace of nostalgia. Cool. As long as your hands are fast enough, you will never be cheated. On the other side, Suya was holding her phone in a daze, and before she could even send out the text "let's break up," she was blocked by Yifeng. As a former campus belle of Haicheng University, I have never been insulted like this. Yi Feng, you are dead, I will make you pay. Suya Ting's face was as cold as ice. Presidential suite in a high-end hotel. The air still has the scent of a woman. Yi Feng felt somewhat melancholy. Was it really just a chance encounter, just for fun? Why? Along with this sad sigh, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind. Bite. It is detected that the host is unwilling to give in. It meets the conditions for binding to the perfect godly rich system. The system is binding. The progress is 10%. Progress 100%, perfect godly rich system binding successful. F shit. Yi Feng was so happy that he almost cried. Laughing madly. It's actually a system. It's worth all the years I've spent reading novels. It's finally my turn. As an avid online literature enthusiast, Yi Feng is very familiar with the system. After a brief excitement, he calmed down. System, I understand all the rules, don't waste time, just transfer the money directly. I, Yi Feng, want to transfer money. Bite. Remind the host, this system is a consumption rebate model. You can activate the rebate by spending for you and your close ones. The maximum critical hit is 100 million times, and there are also hidden rewards. It is better to act than to be moved. The host should become a perfect rich man as soon as possible. Yi Feng smiled. What kind of magical system is he bound to? It's so easy. Without any tricks, you can get up to 100 million times rebate just by spending. Compared with other protagonists' sign-in system, task system, strategy system, it is much more humane. Of course, no matter how powerful this perfect system of rich people is, it is not as powerful as those book friends who add books to bookshelves, click on urging for updates, and give 5-star reviews. They are the eternal gods. Yi Feng calmed himself down. After getting dressed, I prepared to go to the store downstairs to test its authenticity. When I was looking for my underwear, I lifted the quilt and saw a bright red color on the bedsheet. This. Of course, this couldn't have been left by Yi Feng. There is only one possibility. That shouldn't be the case. Isn't a woman's first time precious? Why should you give it to me? Yi Feng was overwhelmed. Then, without thinking too much, he had more important things to do now. 100 million times, 100 million times, I can never spend it all. Yi Feng took the elevator and left the hotel. He walked into a street shop and casually took out 3 coins. Boss, give me a bottle of iced Coke. This moment. A voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Bite. You spend 3 yuan to buy a bottle of ice cola, successfully activate the rebate, and get a special reward, a domestic supercar worth 200 million yuan Hongqi S1. F shit. Chapter 2, Driving a Sports Car and Eating Street Food, Soft Girl Anchor Tao Bai. Great start. Yi Feng was ecstatic. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop grinning until they reached his ears. Hey boy, do you want some more Coke? The owner of the convenience store looked at Yi Feng with a strange expression. Such a handsome young man went crazy at such a young age. I don't know what kind of stimulation he encountered. What a pity. Otherwise, I could introduce my daughter to him. Yes, thank you, boss. Yi Feng took the ice cola, unscrewed the bottle cap, took a sip, burped, and walked out of the store while rubbing his bloated stomach. As soon as I got outside the door, I saw a group of people gathered in front of me, constantly making exclamations. I don't know what kind of plane they are on. Oh my god. What kind of car is this? It's so cool. Could it be a Lamborghini? Lamborghini? Ha, you are so ignorant. If I'm not mistaken, this car is a top domestic supercar, the Hongqi S1, which is limited to 10 units worldwide. Hongqi S1. Isn't that a concept car? How come it appeared on the street with a license plate of High A00001? As a top domestic supercar, what kind of people can drive it? Think about it carefully. When these words were spoken, everyone around took a deep breath. Hongqi S1? Yi Feng was stunned. Isn't that the top-notch supercar that the system just rewarded him with? Could it be that? Yi Feng reached into his trouser pocket and felt a cold, hard object. He took it out and saw that it was indeed a car key with the Hongqi logo printed on it. The salted fish turns over and sings. Yi Feng squeezed into the crowd with excitement. A man in a suit rolled his eyes and said, "Why are you squeezing? If you damage the car, can you afford the compensation?" Yi Feng didn't explain much. He took out the car key from his trouser pocket and pressed it gently. Ding ding. The simple unlocking sound. The sharp through-type headlights of Hongqi S1 are lit. The man in the suit stumbled. This super sports car worth 200 million is his. The eyes of the people around were all cast on Yi Feng. Shock, astonishment, envy, jealousy, hatred. What is the identity of this young man? At such a young age, he can drive a top-level domestic supercar. A beating heart, trembling hands. Yi Feng ignored everyone and walked straight to the Hongqi S1, opened the cool scissor door, and sat in the driver's seat. The wrapping feeling of the top-level seats is like that of your first love. It's so addictive. Bite. You are currently unable to drive a supercar, so you will be rewarded with god-level driving skills and a 10,000 yuan gas recharge card. Physical rewards are automatically stored in the system space, and you can take them out and use them at any time. That's it. It's so outrageous. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth trembled. The system was so thoughtful that it even gave 10,000 yuan for gas. It is indeed the perfect system for the rich. It feels so good. Yi Feng calmed down. With both hands tightly gripping the steering wheel, he looked ahead with bright eyes, raised the corners of his mouth, stepped on the accelerator, and the W16 turbocharged engine roared. It's like a lion awakening, exuding a strong and domineering aura. The onlookers were all frightened and took a few steps back. The sound of a top supercar starting up is so oppressive. Boom boom boom. The Hongqi S1 turned into a black lightning, rushed out in an instant, and sped along the bustling streets of Haicheng. The cars ahead gave way. After all, if there was a car accident, the injury would be a minor matter. But if the Hongqi S1 only had a small piece of paint chipped off, you would be bankrupt and unable to afford the compensation. That's what you call a car. Yi Feng slapped the steering wheel and exclaimed that it was so exciting. Those Bugatti Veyrons, Lamborghini Venoms, Pagani Huayra, Koenigsegg's, Ferraris, and the like that the protagonists of those online articles drive are almost being mass-produced. Nothing new. His Hongqi S1 is the only domestically produced concept car in the world that is legally allowed on the road. Just tool them, okay? Silent seconds, understand? But compared with the cars of book lovers who have added bookshelves and given 5-star reviews, this Hongqi S1 is not qualified. Buzz. The sound of the W16 engine stalling. The Hongqi S1 slowly stopped beside a street stall selling fried skewers. I'm a little hungry. Although Yi Feng was driving a supercar worth 200 million yuan. But he spent all the money he earned as a security guard on buying gifts for the bitch Suya Ting. He is not afraid of being laughed at for saying that the savings in his pocket never exceeded 4 digits. As soon as the supercar stopped, it caused a big sensation. Wow! Am I seeing things? Driving a sports car to eat at a roadside stall? Hiss! Is this the simple and unpretentious life of the super rich? So down to earth, love it. He's so handsome, and he's just an ordinary guy. How can I complain? I'll just find a piece of tofu and kill myself. Yi Feng shook his head indifferently. Go straight to the kebab stall. At this moment, I bumped into a fluffy thing, soft, sweet, and filled with a scent of nigh. Ah! A sweet girl's scream was heard. Yes, I'm sorry, big brother. I was just focusing on the live broadcast and didn't pay attention to the road. Yi Feng lowered his head. I saw a pure and charming face, so delicate that it seemed as if water would come out if pinched. The girl is wearing a white dress, holding a selfie stick in her slender hands, and is broadcasting live on the internet. The mobile phone camera accidentally captured Yi Feng, and the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Oh my god! This guy is holding the car key of Hongqi S1, which is worth 200 million renminbi. He's wearing something so ordinary, it can't be a lighter. After all, many manufacturers now make lighters look like sports car keys. Ha ha! Regardless of whether it's true or not, this little brother is so handsome, let goddess Tata flirt with him. What little brother? This is my future brother-in-law. Tao Bai was stunned for a moment. Why did the originally deserted live broadcast room become lively after Yi Feng appeared? The number of online viewers has tripled. She studied business administration, but couldn't find a job after graduation, so she could only make money by live streaming. But what matters for female internet anchors is not talent. Instead, it's a competition of who is more daring and wears cooler clothes, which plays a trick on the edge. Tao Bai is very disgusted with this, so he can only be a mediocre store visit host. With her pure and beautiful appearance, she has accumulated some fans, but they are just enough to make ends meet. It doesn't matter, just continue with the live broadcast. Yifeng smiled faintly, turned and left. The popularity of the live broadcast room dropped instantly. Tao Bai immediately realized that this was a traffic password and she must catch it, so she hurriedly followed Yifeng. Big brother, wait a minute, my name is Tao Bai, what's your name? Yifeng, do you have anything else to do? Yifeng stopped and asked in confusion. Tao Bai looked up at Yifeng's handsome face, his deep eyes were full of stories, so charming. A blush appeared on her pink face. Brother Yi, I'm sorry I bumped into you just now. How about I treat you to a meal? What do you want to eat? However, at this moment, a voice sounded in my mind. Bite. The female anchor Tao Bai is successfully bound, and the rebate reward can be activated by consumption. Name, Tao Bai. Height, 159. Appearance, 90. Admiration, 85-100. A soft and cute girl, innocent and romantic, number of base hits, 0, appraisal result, first hand car. If you get punched, you'll probably cry for a long time. Chapter 3 The little anchor gave it away for free, and the critical hit reward was 20 million. Looking at the translucent information panel in front of me, Yifeng was slightly confused. After coming back to his senses, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This perfect rich system is too powerful. Let's have some fried skewers. Just order a few. Yifeng scratched his head and smiled faintly. Handsome. So handsome. Even the way he scratches his head is different. Tao Bai was fascinated by the scene. A blush appeared on her fair face, and she nodded gently, I'll give you whatever brother Yi wants to eat. Puff. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Has Goddess Tata fallen so easily? No. Oh no. Goddess Tao is going to turn into Brother Yi's shape, aw. Y1S1, Brother Yi is very handsome, are you still in need of a girlfriend? I can dress up as a woman. Just came in, this anchor is so cute, let's play with each other first. Looking at the comments from netizens, her rosy cheeks became even redder. Don't say that. I think Brother Yi is a serious person. Then, the two of them came to the fried skewers stall and ordered a few fried skewers at random. After Tao Bai paid the money, the voice rang in Yifeng's mind again. Bite. Female anchor Tao Bai spent 28 yuan for you, triggered a critical hit reward, and rebated 28 million yuan. Has arrived in the host account, please check it carefully. At the same time, Yifeng received a text message about a deposit to his account. China Construction Bank, dear user, your account ending in 12138 has received a transfer of 28 million yuan, and the account balance is 28,900.69 yuan. I lost. Yifeng held the phone in trembling hands. He had just been rewarded with a top-of-the-line domestic supercar worth 200 million yuan, and now another 28 million yuan had been directly credited to his account. Take off directly from the spot. Thai cool spicy. For ordinary people, luxury cars and mansions are not as attractive as real cash. After all, ordinary people probably can't earn 10 million even if they work hard all their lives. Yifeng's mind was full of only one idea. Take out all 28 million, spread them out on a bed, and you will definitely feel very comfortable sleeping on it. With this money, he can even live a carefree life. I lowered my head and looked at Tao Bai's pure face. Yifeng couldn't help but reach out his hand, hold her little head, and kiss her snow-white forehead tenderly. Tao, thank you. Puff. The sudden dog food made netizens in the live broadcast room vomit blood. You're kissing me right now? Brother Yi is too strong. Ha, that's nothing. If you have money, you can do it right away. Goddess Tao gave it to me for nothing, tears welling up in my eyes. Kill the dog, and trick him into coming in to kill him. Tao Bai's face turned red, like a ripe peach. Her slender jade hands pressed against Yifeng's strong chest, her beautiful eyes were flustered, and her heart was numb. Brother Yi, you are a hooligan. I'm sorry, I got impulsive. Yifeng apologized. Looking at Yifeng's tender face, Tao Bai said cutely and shyly. No, Brother Yi, do it again. After saying that, Tao Bai stood on tiptoe and kissed her with her pale pink lips. Bite. Female anchor Tao Bai's admiration value plus 5, currently 90, reward 50 million renminbi. Please consume as soon as possible to unlock more rewards. If Yifeng didn't have a strong mentality, he would probably be crazy with joy at this moment. Exchange basic attack for ultimate skill, you will make a lot of money and get rewards. It feels so good. The owner of the fried skewers stall was speechless. He was just selling fried skewers, but he was fed a lot of dog food. Is this fair? You too, it's ready. Thank you, boss. Tao Bai took the bag. At this time, Yifeng was thinking about where to go to spend money. He definitely couldn't stay in the food street. After all, his current net worth was close to 80 million, making him a genuine wealthy man. IFC Center. An idea popped into Yifeng's mind. The most upscale shopping mall in Haicheng, with 5 floors and an area of 5,000 square meters, luxury brands such as Chanel, Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Hermes, etc. all have direct stores in IFC. That kind of place is only for consumption by the social elite. Ordinary people don't even have the courage to step in if they don't have a fat wallet. Yifeng doesn't care about these. He is now a man who possesses the perfect godly system. The more you spend, the more rebates you get. If he wants, it would be no problem for him to buy out the IFC. Just go there. Yifeng smiled handsomely, took out the car key and pressed it gently. Ding ding. The Hongqi S1 parked next to it flashed its sharp through-type headlights twice. Tao Bai covered her mouth and said in surprise, "Brother Yi, you drive this car." Although she didn't know much about cars, she knew it was a sports car. Like this 2-door supercar. The price is no less than 10 million. Ha, I just bought one and drove it casually. If you don't mind, get in and sit. I'll take you for a ride. Yifeng smiled faintly. When Hongqi S1 appeared in the live broadcast room, it immediately caused an uproar. Wow! This is called making do with it? Hongqi S1, the top domestic concept version of the supercar, I actually saw the real car. It's worth 200 million yuan, and only 10 units were sold worldwide. I'm crying. I can't even afford a tire. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast, because I really couldn't stand up. Brother Yi is awesome. It has to be Brother Yi who forces Wang Run to be silent. The popularity of the live broadcast room has skyrocketed. The number of online viewers soared from the initial 200-odd people to 100,000. The number of followers increased by 12,000. Tao Bai swallowed and held the phone in trembling hands. Joy appeared on his face. Well, thank you, Brother Yi. This is my first time riding in a sports car. That's great, you gave me your first time, get in the car. Tao Bai was holding up the edge of her dress and was about to sit down. Yifeng said with a surprised look on his face. Can you drive? Ah. This is the driver's seat. Tao Bai said with an embarrassed look on his face. Netizens in the live broadcast room. Everyone was amused by Tao Bai's silly and cute behavior and couldn't stop laughing. After the two got in the car, Tao Bai looked at the luxurious interior with envy, and said admiringly, Brother Yi, this car must have cost a lot of money. It looks very high-end. Yifeng thought about it and said casually. It seems to be only 200 million, so I'll just make do with it. Hold on tight, I'm going to start it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yifeng stepped on the accelerator. Boom boom boom. The roar of the W16 turbocharged engine echoed throughout most of the food street. The Hongqi S1 rushed out in an instant, like a black lightning, speeding on the bustling streets of Haicheng. Tao Bai's face was pale and he held onto his seatbelt tightly. The pink lips are so wide that an egg can fit in them. Brother Yi, it's too strong. Slow down. I can't take it anymore. Can't slow down at all. A super sports car is fun to drive fast. Can a supercar that doesn't T-race be called a supercar? The Hongqi S1 sped along the smooth and wide main road, and after more than 10 minutes, it slowly stopped outside a large shopping mall. Buzz. The sound of the W16 engine stalling. Suddenly, it attracted the attention of many passers-by. The passenger door opened, and a pair of slender, straight, snow-white legs stretched out, with beautiful white silk feet stepping on the ground. Tao Bai got out of the car. The white dress sways in the summer breeze. The most pure and beautiful girl. There was even a young man riding a bicycle who was so fascinated by the sight that he crashed his bicycle into the green belt beside the road. Luxury cars and beautiful women, who has the capital to do that? Chapter 4, Going to Guajin for Consumption, Encountering the Bitch Suya Ting. Look, the car door is open. I'm really looking forward to it. He must be a rich and handsome young man. I wonder if he will like me. Get lost. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You have big arms and a thick waist. What do people like about you? Highly anticipated. The main driving door of Honchi S1 is opened. A young man in ordinary clothes, jeans, and a white short-sleeved shirt came down. Apart from being a little handsome, there doesn't seem to be anything special about him. The passers-by around were immediately disappointed. Aren't all rich young men so low-key? Yifeng shook his head and smiled. He doesn't care about that. After all, your life is your own and you don't have to care about other people's prejudices. A tough life needs no explanation. He came to IFC just to buy some clothes. As a wealthy man, it is really unacceptable for him not to have decent clothes. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. If you dress too poorly, you will be ridiculed wherever you go. Yifeng is not a masochist. Brother Yi, what do you want to buy? I can recommend it to you. Tao Bai smiled sweetly. She just closed the live stream. When I looked at the data, I was stunned. The total number of viewers reached 1 million, the number of fans increased by 120,000, and the gifts and rewards received amounted to hundreds of thousands. In the past, she couldn't earn so much money in a year. Until the moment I met Yifeng. The gears of fate began to turn. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "Let's go buy some clothes first. I remember there seems to be a Gucci store on the first floor." He is no stranger to the IFC. One could even say he is a regular visitor. Because when he was dating the bitch Suya Ting, Yifeng would come to the IFC to pick out gifts as soon as he got his salary at the end of the month. Chanel, Hermes, LV, Dior, and other luxury stores that cater to women. Yifeng could find it with his eyes closed. But, like Gucci, Prada, Versace, Armani, these are luxury brands that are more masculine. Yifeng had never been there once, but he vaguely remembered that there was a Gucci store at the corner of the lobby on the first floor. From now on, Yifeng will not please anyone, but only please himself. Aim to be a perfect rich man. Yifeng brought Tao Bai and walked into a luxury store with ease. As soon as I entered the door, a beautiful saleswoman in an OL suit came up to me with a standard smile. "Welcome to the Gucci store. Are there any styles you like? There is none of the stupid plots seen in the silly web dramas." Salespeople in luxury stores like this are all selected after passing multiple levels of assessment. The minimum requirement is a bachelor's degree and their professional qualities are extremely high. I never look down on anyone. Even if there is, it is just an isolated case. Generalizing it is a disparagement to these hard-working young ladies. "Sir, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Our store has just received a batch of seasonal dresses that are very suitable for your girlfriend's figure. Let me help you take them out and have a look." The saleswoman smiled. Generally speaking, when a man and a woman go shopping in a mall, the man pays for the gifts for the woman. So in the eyes of the female salesperson, the couple in front of her is no exception. Although Yifeng's clothes were too ordinary, it did not prevent him from paying. Tao Bai shook his head. "You misunderstood. It's not me who wants to buy a dress, it's Brother Yi who wants to buy a suit. Recommend a few slightly better ones. Price is not an issue, as long as they are comfortable to wear." Yifeng said lightly. He doesn't have much pursuit for clothes. But consider the rebate incentives. The more you spend, the more you earn. Now that we are in a luxury store, we naturally cannot miss such a good opportunity to spend money. The saleswoman was stunned for a moment, with an embarrassed look on her face. Miscalculated. Tao Bai's appearance is over 9 points. It is really unreasonable that he brought such a beautiful woman to the mall but did not buy her clothes or bags. The female salesperson developed a strong interest in the relationship between the two. Could it be that he is a gigolo kept by a rich woman? No, judging from their behavior. It seems that Yifeng is in the dominant position, and Tao Bai has been staying beside him obediently. Logically speaking, rich women are usually very strong. I guess this young man is not simple. For a moment, the female salesperson's CPU was about to explode. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Who cares about their relationship? Just sell the goods and get the commission. After asking Yifeng about his size, the female salesperson, wearing high heels, brought out 4 black suits. Sir, these are the latest summer styles. The fabrics and workmanship are very good. They are very suitable for successful people like you. Yifeng glanced around casually. The total price of the 4 suits is 164,000 yuan, which is not very expensive. Okay, pack them all up, I want them. By the way, cut off the tag on this one and I'll wear it now. The saleswoman smiled and nodded. Okay sir, I'll take you to the changing room. I feel very happy. The average customer order value is 164,000 yuan. Based on a 3% commission, she can get 4,956 yuan, which will ensure her mortgage and car loan for next month. You can also save a little money. Go for a beauty treatment and you'll feel very comfortable. A few minutes later, the fitting room door opened. Yifeng changed into a suit and walked out. Because he exercises regularly, his frame is very strong and he can be called a walking clothes rack. Even though these suits are not custom made, they fit very well. His whole temperament instantly became taller and he transformed from a young boy into a mature and charming man. How about it? Yifeng felt a little awkward. This was his first time wearing a suit. Tao Bai and the female salesperson, their beautiful eyes are sparkling with little stars. She looked at Yifeng with a bit of infatuation, a blush appeared on her fair face, and her heart was beating like a deer. For people with good looks, a suit can really show off their looks. Yifeng's current image is the same as that of a thug in a suit and a tough guy, exuding strong male hormones. I believe that everyone can't help but take a second look. Brother Yi, you were very handsome before, but you are even more handsome after putting on a suit. The little peach white face said in worship. Yifeng was very satisfied with this and decided to take it. When checking out, I saw a pair of sunglasses and picked them up and hung them on my collar. The price is 6,800 yuan, which is very cheap. Bite. You spent 164,000 yuan to buy Gucci Suits X4, and you will get a rebate of 16,400,000 yuan. You spend 6,800 to buy one pair of Gucci sunglasses, and get a rebate of 680,000. I spent less than 200,000 yuan and got a rebate of more than 20 million yuan. It's worthy of being a system. Brother Yi, it's too tiring for you to carry it all by yourself. Let me help you share some of the burden. Tao Bai smiled. Took the shopping bag from Yifeng. Tao, is there anything you want to buy? We can go take a look. Let me think about it, Brother Yi, I think you still need a watch. There is a Patek Philippe store just up the street. Watch? Yifeng had exactly this in mind. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. A high-end watch is a must-have for successful men. Although Yifeng is not a successful person, it does not prevent him from buying a watch from Patek Philippe. Okay, come with me and take a look. The two were about to enter the Patek Philippe store. A surprised voice came from behind. Yifeng, why are you here? The voice of bitch Suya Ting? Yifeng raised his eyebrows and turned to look with a cold expression. Suya Ting was as usual, dressed like a typical green tea bitch, with a white dress, low-heeled leather shoes, and a very pure makeup. But Yifeng just felt nauseous. This bastard is so good at pretending. Chapter 5, Suya Ting on the bus, I don't want to be a sucker. Check Suya Ting's information. Name, Suya Ting. Age, 21. Height, 165 centimeters. Appearance, 90. A woman with a sweet mouth and a scheming heart, her green tea index is high, number of hits, 999, identification result, bus. What the fuck? Yifeng regretted his decision. This bitch won't even let him kiss her mouth, yet she's having so much fun out there. Fortunately, Yifeng stopped the loss in time. Now seeing Suya Ting, Yifeng felt no other emotions except nausea and vomiting. Yifeng. How dare you delete me? At this time, it was Suya Ting's turn to break through the defense. As the former campus belle of Haicheng University, the number of people chasing after her could fill the entire playground. The reason why Suya Ting chose Yifeng was because she thought he was honest, had no temper, and was a perfect coward. No matter how much fun she has outside, Yifeng didn't dare to intervene. When you've had enough fun, just let him take over. Isn't this bullying honest people? Unexpectedly, Yifeng's series of blacklisting and deleting actions made Suya Ting feel extremely humiliated. Only she can initiate the breakup. This is the last stubbornness of the green tea bitch. I am your girlfriend because I respect you. How dare you, a heartless person, to break up with me? Su Yuting said hysterically. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows. He looked at her as if she were a fool. Is the green tea bitch's worldview so broken? He raised a smile and asked, okay, I'll give you a chance to answer a few questions. If you can answer them all, I'll forgive you. You disappear for a few days every month, saying you're going to work as an assistant teacher in a poor mountainous area, tutoring local children. Where do you go? Su Yuting snorted coldly and said sarcastically. Since we've broken up, I'm not afraid to tell you. In fact, during those days, I went to the bar to hang out with a rich boy, and went to his house to study on his bed. Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Are you angry? Yi Feng shook his head and smiled, then continued to ask. There were a few other times when you went to the hospital and said you were not feeling well. What did you do specifically? Su Yuting said nonchalantly. Ha, only an honest person like you would believe that. The real reason I went to the hospital was to get an abortion. I've had 10 abortions this year, and I've cheated on you countless times. When saying this, Su Yuting's tone was quite proud. Of course it was to stimulate Yi Feng. Since they have broken up anyway, they might as well just throw the jar away. It would be a good deal if Yi Feng could feel bad for a while. It would be a good deal. Not only that, Su Yuting continued to blow herself up. Yi Feng, you called me a few times and asked me why I was gasping for air. Actually, I didn't have a cold. I was just playing with 3 black people. Oh, and there was that time when I went out in the middle of the night, also to have sex. Su Yuting showed off her brilliant achievements crazily. Instead of getting angry, Yi Feng showed a meaningful smile. What are you laughing at? You must be mad as hell, ha ha ha. Su Yuting said very proudly. I was thinking about it in my heart. Yi Feng must be in so much pain now, it would be best if he could get you disease. However, at this moment, Yi Feng turned around and asked Tao Bai, did you take pictures of everything? Yeah, brother Yi, I took all of this woman's ugly face. Tao Bai shook his phone and said with a smug look on his face. Then, her cheeks puffed up and she held her slender waist with both hands. Brother Yi is so nice, how can you bear to treat him like this? Bitch, I'll post the video online later. It turned out that this was a trap set by Yi Feng. I just wanted to stimulate Su Yuting. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. This green tea bitch is shameless and has become a suicide bomber in Syria. Yi Feng was really shocked. You guys. Su Yuting realized that she had been fooled. Pointing at Tao Bai angrily, she turned into a shrew and was ready to rush forward to snatch the phone. If that video were really posted on the internet, her reputation would be ruined. I will never find a buyer in this lifetime. Give me your phone. Did you get my consent before you secretly take photos? If you dare to post it, I will sue you in court for violating my right to reputation. Yi Feng didn't expect Su Yuting to be so weird. Just her. Is there still reputation? Brother Yi, this bitch is so shameless. She has done so many things to you, but she doesn't even feel sorry for it. Humph. It's really embarrassing for us women. Tao Bai stomped her white silk feet and spoke up for Yi Feng. What are you talking about, you little bitch? I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Su Yuting no longer looks innocent at all. A complete shrew, she rushed towards Tao Bai with her teeth bared. Fuck you. Yi Feng slapped Su Yuting on the face and said coldly. This slap is because you wasted my precious youth. Bang. Yi Feng slapped him again. This slap is because I spent so much money on you. Then, he said calmly. Go away, and don't let me see you again, or I'll post the video online and ruin your reputation. Su Yuting covered her swollen cheek and stared at Yi Feng with resentment. How dare you hit me? However, at this moment, the saleswoman from the Gucci store trotted over and said in a surprised tone. Mr. Yi, I finally found you. I'm sorry, I forgot to give you the receipt due to my negligence. Please keep this receipt. If there are any quality problems with the clothes, you can enjoy the 3 guarantees service with the receipt. 164,800 yuan. Su Yuting's eyes were fixed on the payment amount. As a top green tea, she is familiar with all the major luxury brands. For sets of Gucci men's suits, plus a pair of sunglasses, Yi Feng bought them all for himself? He is obviously just a security guard. Where does he get so much money? Yifeng, I just lied to you. Why don't we get back together? You are the one I like. I will never go out to play again. Suya lifted the hair beside her ear, revealing her pink earlobe. Green tea bitch's usual tricks. If it were in the past, Yifeng might have believed it. But now, it just seems ridiculous. Sorry, I don't like taking the bus. You're on your own. Yifeng ignored Suya and left with Tao Bai. TSK, you really think you're such an important person, but I don't even care about you. Suya picked up her phone and checked the time. Why haven't you come yet? She made an appointment with her fat supervisor to come to IFC for shopping today. Just at this time, Suya saw a middle-aged man with a big belly and a pure face, speaking intimately. Hubby, you're here. After saying that, he walked over and prepared to hug the middle-aged man's arm. Men are most susceptible to this. Calling your wife husband before getting married will definitely make 99% of men happy. As a top green tea bitch, Suya knows this well. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man slapped Suya in the face and said angrily, "Bitch, I didn't expect you to be a slut who can be fucked by anyone." It turns out he had been here a long time ago. He had been watching the show from the side and saw everything that happened just now. Suya suddenly panicked. This middle-aged man was her new sweetheart, and she had sex with him 4 times already. Today I will make him bleed hard. Husband, let me explain. It's not what you think. Suya cried bitterly and said aggrievely. Middle-aged people will never be fooled. He didn't have Yifeng's good temper. He kicked Suya to the ground and spat at her. Fuck off, I won't be taken advantage of. After saying that, he turned and left. This time, Suya completely broke down and burst into tears. 4 times. She was played 4 times for nothing and got nothing. Yifeng was completely unaware of all this. At this time, he brought Tao Bai to the Patek Philippe store. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Patek Philippe store. Are there any models you like? Chapter 6, Bought a watch to reward a $1 billion group. It is true that clothes make the man, but if you only have one set of nice clothes, it will look too monotonous. If you spend a little time on accessories, your overall temperament will be elevated to a higher level. Yifeng had no concept of watches. So, he only had 2 requests. First, it has to look good, after all, you wear it on your wrist every day. Second, it has to be expensive, because the system gives you rebates, the more you spend, the more you earn. After learning about Yifeng's needs, the saleswoman in an OL suit was stunned for a moment and glanced at Yifeng. The price of Gucci's new suits of the season should be around 40,000 yuan. So she concluded that Yifeng was not short of money. With a slight smile, he said, "Okay, sir. You and your girlfriend can sit down and take a rest. I will help you find a watch that meets your requirements." Yifeng and Tao Bai walked into the lounge and sat on the sofa to rest for a while. Day. The saleswoman came over in high heels. He already had 3 exquisite high-end watches in his hand, which he placed flat on the table in front of Yifeng, and said with a smile, "Sorry to have kept you waiting. Mr. Yi, these 3 watches meet your needs. The Philippe 774 and Aquana UT 436 are more business-oriented, while the 7130 or 014 is more casual. It depends on your personal preference to decide which watch to keep." Yifeng nodded slightly and said lightly, "What's the price?" These 3 watches are limited edition, priced at 563,000, 788,000, and 639,000 respectively. The saleswoman smiled and said, "But considering that Mr. Yi is a new customer, I can use the store manager's privileges to apply for a 2% discount for you." 8% off? It sounds low, but these are things worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the discount can be several $1,000s. Yifeng turned his head, looked at Tao Bai and asked, Tao, which one do you think looks good?" He gave the choice to Tao Bai. Ah! Tao Bai was stunned for a moment. This is a high-end watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and Yifeng actually let her make the decision. It means that I trust her very much. A hint of joy flashed across her fair face. Then he lowered his head and looked at the 3 watches carefully. A look of embarrassment appeared on her face. In her eyes, these watches were all very beautiful and very suitable for Yifeng's temperament. The most important thing is that Yifeng has a good foundation. Even if you wear an electronic watch worth several $100s, you can still look classy. Then, he was a little undecided, Brother Yi, these 3 watches are very beautiful, and I don't know which one to buy. Yifeng smiled faintly. In that case, he took out his bank card and handed it to the saleswoman. Wrap them all up, I'll wear them in turns. Sir, do you really want to buy these 3 watches? The female salesperson was a little confused. The total value of these 3 watches was over 1.5 million, and Yifeng was actually planning to buy them all? It was the first time she had met such a wealthy customer. Ha, it's not that expensive, just pay with the card. Yifeng said softly. He is not showing off, but he really has the ability. A luxury item worth less than 2 million is not too expensive? Did you listen to what people say? The saleswoman smiled and said earnestly, Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I will put it in a gift bag for you. Which watch do you want to wear now? This one, it looks better. Yifeng pointed at the casual-style Patek Philippe 7130 or 014. Then let me put it on your wrist and see if the strap fits. The saleswoman picked up the watch carefully. She placed Yifeng's hand on her thigh. Very smooth, soft, and elastic. Mr. Yi, it's already on. Do you think you're satisfied? The saleswoman said with a blushing face. Yifeng's hand was still on her black silk thigh. Yes, it's very pretty. Yifeng withdrew his hand and said with a smile. For a moment, the saleswoman felt a little lost in her heart, and seemed to be very happy with Yifeng's hand on her leg. After all, anyone who can spend less than 2 million to buy a watch must have assets worth over 100 million. Otherwise, I don't have the courage. Especially since Yifeng looks quite handsome, it is easy for women to have fantasies about falling in love with him. Bite. You spend 1.93 million to buy Patek Philippe Watch X3, and get a rebate of 193 million yuan. At this moment, the mobile phone on the table received a text message about the deposit and the screen lit up. China Construction Bank, dear user, your account with the last number 12138 received a transfer of 193 million, and the account balance is 3,400,000. The female salesperson saw it inadvertently and was stunned. This long string of zeros is dazzling. If you don't count carefully, you won't even know how much it is. No wonder Yifeng paid the huge sum of 1.93 million without blinking an eye. This amount of money is for him. It's drizzling. At this time, Yifeng looked at Tao Bai, who was sitting beside him, and a smile appeared on his lips. This little girl accompanied me walking on the street for such a long time. She should be given a little reward. Yifeng is not a stingy person. Especially since he is sure that Tao Bai truly loves him, he also has the ability to give Tao Bai a happy and stable life. He smiled faintly, get another lady's watch, something a little better. Yifeng wants to buy more. The saleswoman was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll go pick one now. A few minutes later, she came back with the sound of her high heels and an exquisite lady's watch in her hand. She bent her black silk legs and smiled. Mr. Yi, please take a look. This lady's watch is a classic Patek Philippe Gondolo 7046. It has a history of more than 100 years and has undergone several iterations. This is the latest model in 2024 and is priced at 499,000 yuan. That's it. I want it. Yifeng said casually. Then he picked up the watch and put it on Tao Bai's wrist, which was as smooth as jade. He admired it for a moment and nodded gently, not bad, it looks good. I'll give it to you. Brother Yi. The peach-white beautiful eyes trembled slightly. A look of emotion appeared on her fair face and her eyes turned slightly red. It was the first time she felt the love of a man. Even if he wanted to surpass her, Bai Tao accepted it because she was deeply in love with Yifeng. Start with appearance and stay loyal to talent. She quickly waved her hands and refused, Brother Yi, it's too expensive. I can't take it. Tao Bai didn't want Yifeng to think that she was a gold digger. Yifeng smiled faintly. He rubbed Tao Bai's little head and smiled like a father. Take it. Consider it a reward for accompanying me shopping. I'm so envious. The beautiful eyes of the saleswoman standing by showed longing. She also wanted to be loved by a rich boy, but looking at Tao Bai's beautiful face, she sighed with shame and decided to continue selling goods. Bite. You spent 499,000 yuan on the female anchor. Tao Bai bought a Patek Philippe Watch X1, triggered a critical hit reward, and obtained the 10 billion company Rui Group. Oh my god. Is Tao Bai so valuable? When Yifeng saw the company name clearly, he frowned slightly. Because of the company he worked for as a security guard. It's Ruei Group. The security guard suddenly became the actual controller of the company. Even novels wouldn't dare to write this way. It's so ridiculous. Afterwards, Yifeng took Taobai to continue shopping in the mall for a while. I found nothing to buy, so I just left. Yifeng drove Hongqi S1 and sent Taobai back home. Outside the community gate, Taobai got out of the car, her face blushing with shyness, and she was reluctant to leave. Brother Yi, I'll go back first. Keep in touch via WeChat. Well, go back now. Yifeng showed a warm look. In fact, I was very anxious inside. Why didn't this little girl leave? His mind is now full of Ruei Group, and he wishes he could fly there immediately. A listed company with a market value of tens of billions. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Chapter 7. He was beaten so badly, Chen he deserved it. The bustling streets of Haicheng. A cool Hongqi S1 was speeding. Yifeng held the steering wheel with one hand and wore sunglasses on his cold face. He stepped hard on the accelerator. Boom boom boom. The Hongqi S1 is like an angry bull, roaring madly and angrily. Wherever he passed, passers-by stopped to look. When they saw Yifeng sitting in the driver's seat, they were all stunned. That young man is so handsome. No matter how handsome you are not as handsome as those book lovers who add books to bookshelves and give 5-star reviews. I wonder whose young master is driving a sports car to rock the streets. Hey! Comparing people will make you die, comparing goods will make you throw them away. I still ride a small electric scooter to work every day. When will I be able to drive a sports car? I really want a system. I also want to be the protagonist in a novel. Don't be so arrogant. My dad is already working hard. Buzz. The sports car stopped under a building. Yifeng got out of the car. Looking up at the towering office buildings, I couldn't help but smile. Everyone hates capital, but when the capital is actually myself. That's really cool. However, at this moment, a cold voice came. Yifeng. Why are you coming to work just now? Is it because it's so easy to find a job? Work? With the perfect rich system, he still has to work a shitty job. And the whole company belongs to him. Then there is no need to go to work. Yifeng turned his head and looked at the person who was walking over. A burly man in a security uniform was the team leader of the security department of Ruei Group and his former boss, Chen He. This guy relies on his brother-in-law being a senior executive in the company. He showed off his power and treated Yifeng like his grandson, squeezing him to death. Just when he was about to settle the score with him, he didn't expect that he would show up at his doorstep, which actually saved Yifeng a lot of trouble. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. But Yifeng is not a gentleman. He wants to avenge himself now and charge interest, making Chen He pay back tenfold. Yifeng, you are so brave. You are absent from work for a whole day. Don't you want to do it anymore? If you don't want to do it, get out. There are plenty of people who will do it. I will deduct 10 days' salary from you as a punishment. There is no order without rules. Just as Chen He was chattering, there was a flash of coldness in Yifeng's eyes, and he spoke in a lazy tone. What are you barking at? Chen He was stunned for a moment, his mouth opened into an oval, big enough to fit an egg. After coming to his senses, he was furious and said angrily. Yifeng, you took the wrong medicine, how dare you scold me? Yifeng said casually. If I were you, I would kneel down and apologize, otherwise I would die a miserable death. Then, open Chen He's information panel. Name, Chen He. Age, 24. Height, 185 centimeters. Loyalty, -100-100. Skip unimportant parameters and jump directly to properties. Attributes, submissive to superiors, strong arms towards subordinates, bullies the weak and fears the strong, number of attacks, 16, appraisal result, a scumbag. Oh. It was exactly what Yifeng thought. You're damn late, and you're still so arrogant. Do you think you own the company? You can come and go as you please. Someone, kick Yifeng out and expel him permanently. Chen He was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils. I just can't figure it out. Yifeng, who was originally timid and submissive, seemed like a different person today. His tone was so tough and he didn't even take him seriously. How can this be? If other employees follow suit, what will happen to his prestige as a team leader? So he immediately decided to fire Yi Feng. Put an end to bad practices. Yi Feng sneered. This is the moment he has been waiting for. Chen He is a villain who bullies the weak and fears the strong. If Yi Feng revealed his identity directly, this guy would definitely flatter him and be extremely respectful. By then, revenge will be meaningless. Captain Chen, let's just forget it. We are all brothers. There is no need to make things so awkward. I believe there must be a reason why Yi Feng was late. Just then, a dark-skinned strong man said. He is one of Yi Feng's few friends in the company. Marlborough winked at Yi Feng, asking him to surrender and apologize to Chen He, and perhaps the matter would be over. After all, for hard-working workers like them, offending their boss is the most unwise choice. Get lost. What the hell are you qualified to speak up for Yi Feng? I'm going to teach him a lesson today and rub his face on the ground. Chen He said angrily. He was completely enraged by Yi Feng's careless attitude. A small security guard. How dare he? With a wave of his hand, he called over 4 or 5 loyal lackeys, who surrounded Yi Feng. This group of people followed Chen He and often abused their power and bullied the weak in the company. Then, let us do it together. Beat him half to death, throw him out on the street, and never let him set foot in the company again. Chen He said coldly. Bite. You are experiencing personal attacks, triggering special rewards, master-level Chinese martial arts. Yi Feng was slightly stunned, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What you need will come to you. It's very nice and great. 4 or 5 strong men attacked Yi Feng. He didn't dodge. He threw out a right whip kick, a left straight kick, a smile on his face, and then 5 consecutive kicks. Bang! Boom! Boom! It is worthy of being the Grandmaster-level Chinese martial art rewarded by the system. In a blink of an eye, 4 or 5 strong men were lying on the ground wailing in pain. What the hell? Awesome! Everyone at the scene shuddered. Even Marlborough, who was very familiar with Yi Feng, had a look of shock in his eyes. He just gritted his teeth and was about to rush over to help Yi Feng. At worst, he would just give up this job. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng defeated Chen He's lackey with just 3 punches and 2 kicks in front of him. Could it be that Yi Feng knows martial arts? Chen He was so scared that he took a few steps back, looking at Yi Feng, who was walking towards him with fear in his eyes. You, what are you going to do? I'm warning you, this is a public place, please behave yourself and stay calm. My brother-in-law is a senior executive of the company. If you dare to hit me, you will pay a heavy price. Yi Feng kicked Chen He to the ground and rubbed him hard under his feet. His face was full of a playful smile. Your brother-in-law is the singer, right? However, at this moment, the cell phone in his trouser pocket suddenly rang, and Yi Feng answered it casually. A middle-aged man's reserved voice was heard. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am the president of Rivalry Group. Are you available now? Yi Feng glanced at Chen He under his feet and said lightly. Convenient. Okay, Mr. Yi, you just acquired Rivalry Group and became the actual controller of the company. I called you as soon as possible to ask if you have any instructions for the future development of the group. Yi Feng chuckled. I'm in the lobby on the first floor of the company now. Please come down. By the way, bring Chen He's brother-in-law with you as well. There are some misunderstandings that need to be clarified. Chen He had a bloody pig's head on his head, staring at Yi Feng in confusion. Brother-in-law? What are you doing? I didn't fuck your mother, get out. Yi Feng felt tired and kicked Chen He away. At this time, the area was already full of company employees, whispering. Who was beaten so badly? So pitiful. Ah. It turned out to be Chen He. He deserves it. Chapter 8, his identity was exposed. He is indeed a business tycoon. The Rivalry Group building has a total of 33 floors. President Wu Lei's office is located on the 13th floor, which symbolizes the connection between the past and the future and the cautiousness of every step. After he put down his phone, he didn't dare to delay for a moment. He took the elevator with company executive Chen He's brother-in-law, and went straight to the first floor lobby. I walked out of the elevator and looked at the chaotic scene in front of me. The string on my forehead suddenly tightened. If the new boss sees this scene on his first day at the company, how do you feel? They must think that their management is a bunch of good-for-nothings who do nothing. He might get so angry that there will be a major reshuffle, and even his position as the president will be in jeopardy. Chen, the executive who was following nearby, looked a little worried. The new boss came to inspect the company. There is reason to summon the president. Why would I have to meet him, a senior executive in charge of the security department? It's really unbelievable. I prayed in my heart that he would not cause any trouble. After all, Chen knew his brother-in-law's character very well. It would be fine under normal circumstances, but the situation today was special. New boss inspects the company on his first day. Look, President Wu is here. I don't know who shouted first. The employees around turned their heads and looked at Wu Lei and Chen who were approaching. They all bowed and spoke respectfully. Hello, President Wu. He was lying on the ground, half dead. Seeing his brother-in-law Chen coming, he recovered instantly. He said to Yifeng with a sneer on his face. Boy, my brother-in-law is here, get ready to kneel down and beg for mercy, ha ha ha. Yifeng raised his eyebrows. He looked at Wu Lei who was walking towards him with a playful expression. It turns out that he is the president of Ruei Group. When Yifeng was a security guard before, he was not qualified to meet Wu Lei. Brother-in-law. He just shouted and swallowed it back immediately. Because Chen repeatedly warned that he could not call him brother-in-law in the company, he had to call him Manager Chen. Then he changed his words and said, Manager Chen, this kid has no discipline and disregards the law. He was absent from work for a day and came to the company after get off work. I kindly gave him some advice, telling him that young people should focus on their careers and not just think about having fun all day long. He came up to me and punched me twice, beating me into this miserable state. President Wu, Manager Chen, you must make the decision for me. Yifeng watched He's performance quietly. Not a word. Wu Lei's face suddenly turned gloomy. If the situation is really as he said, then he will not let the young man in front of him go. It is necessary to call the police when necessary and to compensate when necessary. Boss Wu, he's from the security department, let me handle it. Chen said. Wu Lei shook his head and said sternly, I will handle this matter personally. I haven't been downstairs for activities for a long time. The lower-level employees are about to rebel. As he said that, he strode up to Yifeng. In a serious tone, he asked, What's your name? Is what he said true? You injured someone. Do you have any excuse? Yifeng chuckled, No. Chen, who was lying on the ground, took the opportunity to say, Look, President Wu, he doesn't even take you seriously. Wu Lei took a deep breath. I originally wanted to give Yifeng a chance to explain himself, after all, he knew He's character well. But this kid doesn't know how to appreciate it. He doesn't even respect him. Someone, tie him up first, then call the police. Wait until the police have investigated thoroughly before we do anything else. But he still suppressed his anger. As the president of a company, you cannot act on impulse. You must understand the whole story before making a decision. Boy, you're done. He showed a ferocious smile. When the police arrive, the truth of the matter will not be revealed just by his words, after all, he is the victim. And he has so many lackeys. They can all testify that Yifeng was the one who hurt people indiscriminately. Unexpectedly, just when everyone thought that the matter was over and the dust had settled, a sneer appeared on Yifeng's lips. He said lightly, Mr. Wu, let me introduce myself. My name is Yifeng. Especially the pronunciation of the name is emphasized. Everyone around was confused. At this point, there's no point in introducing yourself. Only Wu Lei and Chen's faces froze. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. What did they just do? In order to mock the new boss, they even wanted to tie him up and hand him over to the police. Wu Lei's mind was filled with only 3 words. Finished. Then, in front of all the employees present, he suddenly bent down 90 degrees and spoke in a trembling voice. Boss Yi, I was blind and failed to recognize you. Please forgive me. Chen also quickly bent down and bowed. Boss Yi, please forgive me. The lobby on the first floor of Ruei Group was completely silent. Deathly quiet. The company employees who were watching all swallowed their saliva, their faces filled with disbelief. This handsome young man in front of me. He is actually the big boss behind the company. The most frightened person was undoubtedly Chen who was lying on the ground. His worldview has completely collapsed. A tycoon who owns a listed group worth tens of billions. Why would you hide your identity and become an insignificant security guard under him? An incognito visit? Don't play with people like this. Chen He was devastated. I wish I could find a piece of tofu and hit myself to death. Boss Yi. I will never bark like a dog again. I deserve to die. I was confused. I just ask for forgiveness. Chen He said with tears in his eyes. Yi Feng waved his hand expressionlessly. Boss Wu, I'll leave it to you to handle. Wu Lei was flattered and said quickly. Mr. Yi, you are too polite. Just call me Xiao Wu. Then he turned around and said to Chen Chen in a deep voice, Manager Chen, you planted the root of this trouble yourself, so you should solve it yourself. If you make Mr. Yi unhappy, you should resign. Chen Chen swallowed and said in a trembling voice. Understood. At this moment, Wu Lei's expression changed, he showed an earnest smile, and bent down slightly. Boss Yi, please move to the office. I'll send someone to prepare some refreshments. Yi Feng nodded slightly, without changing his expression, and said lightly. Lead the way. In fact, I was ecstatic inside. If he wasn't in front of so many people, he would definitely dance with joy. Stay calm, you must stay calm, your character cannot collapse. Mr. Yi, please be careful of the steps. Come to the president's office. Yi Feng sat on the leather chair behind the rosewood desk. And Wu Lei is like a child who has done something wrong. He stood in front of the desk with his head down, motionless. He was extremely flustered about what had just happened and didn't dare to look Yi Feng in the eye. Mr. Wu, Yi Feng didn't think of what to say and paused. But in Wu Lei's eyes, this is a sign of great cunning. Yi Feng actually lurked in the lowest level of the company as a security guard and dug out the cancer that was Chen He. He is indeed a business tycoon. The means are extremely powerful. Even Wu Lei, who has been in the business world for more than a decade, feels inferior to him. I'm here, Mr. Yi, what do you want me to do? Yi Feng thought about it. It seems there is nothing much to order. I asked casually, how was the company's revenue last month? Chapter 9 Business Tycoon Yi Feng, Aunt Zhang, are you selling this house? He is indeed a business tycoon. After acquiring a company, they directly ask about revenue and don't care about anything else. This is enough to show that Yi Feng attaches great importance to interests. A person who values profit may not be a good person, but he is definitely a good businessman. Especially, Yi Feng looks so young, his future achievements are hard to estimate. Wu Lei didn't dare to delay. She immediately ordered the female secretary in black silk stockings to fetch last month's financial statements, and respectfully presented them with both hands, saying in a humble tone, Boss Yi, please have a look. Yi Feng's gaze turned to the female secretary in black stockings. Mr. Wu, what a refined mood. Wu Lei's old face turned red, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and hurriedly explained. Boss Yi, it's all work needs. She works well. No, she does her job well. Yi Feng chuckled. I didn't care too much about it. After all, we are all men and everyone loves beauty. In ancient times, many heroes were tempted by beautiful women and fell drunk under their skirts. It's harmless as long as it doesn't affect your work. Yi Feng opened the financial statement and took a quick look at it. Ruwei Group's revenue last month alone reached a terrifying 130 million. This means that he earns more than 4 million every day. Excluding various losses, the net profit last month was 58 million. Listed companies with a market value of tens of billions have unprecedented ability to attract money. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. Yi Feng didn't say anything for a long time. Wu Lei was very nervous, thinking that he was not satisfied with the revenue. Cold sweat broke out on his back and he hurriedly explained. It's like this, Mr. Yi. Last month, the company was in a business adjustment period. Many projects had just been launched, and the revenue had a slight decline. But I guarantee that this month's revenue will reach 200 million, and the net profit will not be less than 80 million. He knew very well that if he could not make Yi Feng satisfied at this time, the group's top management will face an unprecedented reshuffle. Whether he can continue to serve as the president depends entirely on Yi Feng's words. I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Beads of sweat as big as beans kept appearing on his forehead. Good. Yi Feng put down the financial report and said in a calm tone. Call. Wu Lei breathed a sigh of relief. The stone hanging on my head shattered in an instant, and I felt like I was reborn. Smiling, he said, "Thank you for your affirmation, Mr. Yi. Do you have any other instructions?" Check Wu Lei's information. Querying. Name, Wu Lei. Age, 41. Height, 176 centimeters. Attributes, common experienced, strong-willed, keen business insight, loyal and righteous, number of attacks, 86, appraisal result, business tycoon. The system gave more positive information the second time. Apart from being obsessed with women, Wu Lei seems to be a rare talent. Yi Feng had a clear idea in his mind. Now that no other candidate can be found, they plan to let Wu Lei continue to serve as the group's president. "Mr. Wu, you are still in full charge of the company. I will not interfere too much. You will report the revenue to me regularly. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Wu Lei was very excited. This result is the one he is most willing to accept. Yi Feng will not stay in the company all the time, so he will delegate power to him. In this way, his position as president will be preserved. Hearing that Yi Feng was leaving, Wu Lei said earnestly, "Boss Yi, let me see you off." Afterwards, Wu Lei sent Yi Feng back to the car. Looking at the Hongqi S1 gradually disappearing from sight, Wu Lei looked a little lonely. The Yangtze River's waves behind pushed the waves ahead. After leaving Ruwei Group, Yi Feng prepared to go home. 10 minutes later, the Hongqi S1 drove into a dilapidated residential area built last century. Most of the cars parked downstairs in the apartment are Santana, Wuling Hongguang, Chang'an, and other cars priced below 100,000 yuan, and cars priced over 200,000 yuan are almost invisible. The sharp shape of Hongqi S1 seems abrupt and out of place. What the hell? Sports car? What happened? There are rich people driving sports cars living in this crappy place of ours? I live in the same neighborhood as the rich, so if you round it up, I am the rich. The people who were walking downstairs were all looking at Yi Feng in shock as he got out of the sports car. I was very confused. I could drive a sports car, but why did he have to live in a dilapidated old neighborhood? Do the second generation of rich people want to experience life? Yi Feng didn't care much about it. After all, it's just a place to sleep. Back then, he had just graduated and came to Haicheng alone to find a job. He was cheated of all his travel expenses and almost lost his money. He had to stay in the internet cafe for a month. Yi Feng was already very satisfied with having a small room that could accommodate a single bed. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Yi Feng ran towards the corridor. "Handsome guy, add me on WeChat." A strong smell of cheap perfume wafted over. Yi Feng was so choked that he burst into tears. He suppressed his discomfort and turned his head to look. A woman dressed up in a black hip-length lace dress came over. Is it a human or a ghost? Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. The woman's face was pale and I didn't know how much flour she had smeared on it. She was wearing black stockings that she thought were sexy, but they were about to break. Her thick lips were painted with bright red lipstick, and her eyeshadow was a deadly Barbie pink. Looks just like the street prostitutes in the urban-rural fringe areas. Not interested. Yi Feng said expressionlessly. Instead of giving up, the woman giggled in a pretentious manner. "Handsome boy, you are playing hard to get, right? Isn't your sister beautiful?" After saying that, he rubbed his pale face against Yi Feng. Yi Feng quickly dodged to the side. He sneered, "I have a boyfriend." The woman smiled charmingly, "It doesn't matter, I don't mind being with other men." His expression suddenly changed and he said in shock, "Boyfriend, are you?" The next second, the woman hurriedly took a few steps back with a trace of regret on her face. "Such a handsome man, what a pity. Sister has something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, she twisted her butt coquettishly and walked away quickly. Yi Feng shook his head and smiled. When male compatriots go out, they must be on guard against female perverts. Especially those handsome guys who add bookshelves and give 5-star reviews can easily make women so charming that they can't walk. Have you learned this trick? Afterwards, Yi Feng walked into the apartment building. Then there was a violent knock on the door upstairs, so loud that it seemed as if the whole building was shaking. "Yi Feng. I know you are at home. The rent has been overdue for a week. You must pay it today, or get out." A fierce woman roared. With this kind of momentum, even if Wu Song came, he would have to turn around and run away. Yi Feng came to the third floor and said to a sturdy woman standing in the corridor, Aunt Chang, why are you here? The fat woman turned around with a very gloomy look on her face. Yi Feng, you ask even though you already know the answer. The rent has been overdue for several days. I have done my best. If you can't pay it today, I will have no choice but to kick you out. Aunt Chang, calm down. I'm back now. Open the WeChat payment code and I'll scan it for you now. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Hey, from the sound of it, you got your salary, but you didn't buy a gift for your girlfriend? As she spoke, Aunt Zhang opened WeChat and showed the payment code. No, we've already broken up. The rent has been paid. Check it out and see if it's correct. Yi Feng said nonchalantly. Break up? Aunt Zhang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled. That's right, your girlfriend is a gold digger, break up with her, then she won't delay my rent payment in the future. It's nothing, I'm leaving now. Turned around and was about to leave. Yi Feng's light voice came. Aunt Chang, are you selling this house? Chapter 10, my sister puts quotation marks on my son, he has the talent to do business. Yi Feng, do you want to buy this house? Aunt Zhang frowned slightly and spoke in a surprised tone. Yes, I have lived here for 3 years, and I am a little reluctant to move away. I can come back any time when I have time in the future. Yi Feng said with a smile. I see. Aunt Zhang raised a hint of disdain at the corner of her mouth and said contemptuously. Yi Feng, my house is small, run down, and drafty, but it's in a good location. If you really want to buy it, the price is 800,000. Anything lower is fine. Do you have that much money? Haichang's housing prices are in the first tier in China. An apartment with an elevator in a new building costs 50,000 renminbi per square meter. For an old and dilapidated house like this one located in the city center with an area of 30 square meters, the market price is around 1 million yuan, and 800,000 yuan is indeed a fair price. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng said without thinking. It's fair, Aunt Zhang. I'll give you 900,000 yuan, and you don't have to move the furniture. If you agree, we can sign the contract now. Aunt Zhang was stunned for a moment, with a look of surprise and doubt on her face. Yi Feng, have you made a fortune out there? He is just a security guard, where does he get so much money? However, Aunt Zhang failed to notice that Yi Feng's tone of voice today was much stronger. I guess so. I made a small fortune. Yi Feng smiled faintly and didn't explain further. That won't work either. You have to pay the money before I can sign a contract with you. At this time, Aunt Zhang was still half believing and half doubting. Can a small security guard really earn so much money? Yi Feng said no more. Pick up your phone and show your Alipay balance. He just recharged 10 million into it for daily consumption. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. Aunt Zhang was shocked. That's a lot of money, almost as much as her savings. Because Aunt Zhang is a native of Haichang and owns 7 or 8 properties. From the outside, she looks just like an ordinary aunt. In fact, she is a genuine multi-millionaire. Aunt Zhang, how long will it take us to sign the contract? Yi Feng smiled faintly. He. Aunt Zhang's attitude changed 360 degrees, and the smile on her face was brighter than flowers. Xiao Feng, don't worry today. I'll prepare the contract when I get home and come find you tomorrow morning. We'll go to the housing authority to transfer the ownership in person. Yi Feng nodded gently. Okay, Aunt Zhang, goodbye. Yi Feng lay on the sofa, his mind flashing back to today's experiences. So magical. In the morning he was just a low-level worker, but in the evening he became a billionaire. Life is like a play, and a play is like life. By the way, transfer some money to my parents. Yi Feng opened his mobile phone and transferred 200,000 yuan directly to his mother's card. It's not that he's stingy. But I've moved too much and I'm worried that my parents won't be able to accept it. There will be plenty of time to show filial piety in the future, so just take it slow. Bite. You transfer 200,000 yuan to your parents, triggering a critical hit reward, and a rebate of 20 million yuan. 20 million was directly returned. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. Afterwards, he transferred 5,000 yuan to his sister who was studying at a university in Haicheng. Bite. You transfer 5,000 yuan to your sister, and get a rebate of 5 million yuan. This time only 5 million was returned. Yi Feng discovered that there seemed, as if, something was slightly wrong. On the system panel. Why are there quotation marks around the word sister? System, what's going on? Sorry, this system cannot answer, please check the reason yourself. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Could it be that? He immediately shook his head. This shouldn't be the case. It was probably a system error. Then he stopped thinking about it. As long as my parents and younger sister live comfortably, that's enough. There is no need to delve into the rest. Within half an hour, my mother called. Xiao Feng, please help me check. There is an extra 200,000 yuan in my card for no reason. Have you been targeted by a scammer? Mom said anxiously. Don't worry, Mom. I did it. Yi Feng smiled. The speaker is silent. Then, I heard the parents' quiet discussion. Half a minute later, my dad picked up the phone and spoke earnestly. Xiao Feng, although our Yi family is not a big family, your grandfather passed the imperial examination and is considered a scholar. As a descendant of the Yi family, you should not go astray. Tell Dad the truth, where did the money come from? The girl is studying law, maybe she can get a lighter sentence. Yi Feng's face was full of black lines, he shook his head and smiled. Dad, don't worry. I've recently teamed up with a friend to start a small business, and the profit is quite considerable. You and Mom must not save money, just spend it without worry. Ha ha ha. Dad's hearty laughter. As expected of a descendant of the Yi family, let me tell you, kid, if your mother hadn't stopped me, I would have gone into business. It would have been your turn to work hard and inherit my family fortune. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth trembled twice. My dad's habit of bragging is getting worse and worse. Okay, work hard, try to make something of yourself, and revise our family tree. I know, Dad. Before Yi Feng could finish his words, his father had already hung up the phone. I took a screenshot of the deposit text message and couldn't wait to post it on my Moments. Caption, my son Yi Feng has the talent for business. Yi Feng took a cold shower and lay on the bed watching masochistic short videos. This software is good in every way. If you are not careful, you will see Denai's long legs in black stockings, making it feel like visiting a brothel. Just then, Yi Feng found a familiar face. Momashiro? It turns out that this little girl also broadcasts at night. Yi Feng was bored, so he clicked in to take a look. Tao Bai was still wearing the same white dress she had worn in the afternoon, with a sweet smile on her fair little face. Originally, she was just a small outdoor anchor with 5K fans. After meeting Yi Feng in the afternoon, many netizens were attracted to the live broadcast room, and the number of fans skyrocketed to 120,000. At this time, the live broadcast room was very lively. Goddess Tao, where is that rich boy named Ji this afternoon? He's not hiding in the closet, is he? Wardrobe? Ha, it should be hidden under Goddess Tao's skirt. Look at those beautiful legs in stockings. Look at the beautiful legs in stockings plus 10,010. Tao Bai's cheeks turned red when she heard what was said, and Yi Feng's handsome face appeared in her mind. I still miss her a little bit. I don't know what Brother Yi is doing, or whether he is thinking about me. A barrage popped up in the live broadcast room. Little anchor, you are so motionless, are you a piece of wood? Show me your talent and I will give you gifts. Are you planning to get something for free? Who would believe you if you don't even give me gifts? What a coincidence. I'm also a freeloader, he he he. Consensus reached, freeloader +1. Tao Bai saw it and frowned slightly. He stretched out his hand, ready to kick the Shui Fengfeng out of the live broadcast room. However, at this moment, Shui Fengfeng sent out one airship. Yi Feng held the phone with a slight smile on his face. Bite. You spend 2,000 yuan on anchorwoman Tao Bai, and get a rebate of 200,000 yuan. An airship, valued at 2,000 yuan. After the platform draws, Tao Bai can withdraw 1,000 yuan. She took her hand back silently and smiled. Thank you handsome Fengfeng baby for the airship. What talent do you want to see? Tao can sing and dance. Netizens in the live broadcast room flooded the screen with comments. Look at those beautiful legs in stockings. Shui Fengfeng must be a new fan. As a 10-year-old fan of Goddess Tao, she sings very well. You're a fake fan. Goddess Tao has only been on the air for 2 months. As one of the first fans, I can tell you responsibly that Goddess Tao sings really well. Look at those beautiful legs in stockings. Sing? Yi Feng smiled faintly. Shui Fengfeng, then let us sing a song. Chapter 11 Critical Hit Rebate Conditions, Little Anchor Taobai's Thoughts. Can Taobai sing? Yi Feng was surprised. Especially, the fans in the live broadcast room were so enthusiastic. Yi Feng followed everyone's wishes and was looking forward to Taobai's heavenly music. Little Anchor, if you sing well and to my liking, I will buy you a sports car. No matter how Taobai sings, Yi Feng will give gifts again. But now I just want to tease Taobai. It made her think that she had gained a new fan with deep pockets. Thanks for the encouragement. Since Shui Feng Feng baby wants to hear the host sing, I will sing a song. If you think it sounds good, type 1 on the public screen. To make yourself appear more professional. Taobai changed the microphone and spent a few minutes adjusting the sound card parameters. Then, he said seriously, the anchor is ready to start. Babes who just came in, please click the upper left corner to follow and you will receive a free gift. Yi Feng typed 1 in advance, waited for Taobai to finish singing, and then clicked send. After all, as a professional anchor, with the help of a sound card, it shouldn't be that bad to hear. As it turned out, Yi Feng overestimated the processing power of the sound card. Taobai's singing voice could no longer be saved by modern technology and it far exceeded Yi Feng's psychological expectations. It was a voice that was strangled by the devil. Either you're out of tune or you're on the way to being out of tune. The show effect was explosive. The barrage area was boiling. Boss Shui Feng Feng, what do you think of Goddess Taodao's singing? Smirk that must be pretty explosive, ha. You bunch of bad guys are bullying Boss Shui Feng Feng squinting and smiling, build up your strength and make Goddess Taodao dance. 50 private movies of young women, pure lowly, hot queen blushing seducing. Hey, Brother Pian came early today. Brother Pian, Vini 50 movies, a friend of mine wants to watch them. Because of Taobai's dancing, it's even more explosive. It's like performing a shaman dance late at night, which easily attracts dirty things. Looking at the comments from stupid netizens, Yi Feng laughed out loud in an unkind way. Then, he clicked into the Douyin wallet, recharged 200,000 yuan, exchanged it for gifts, and gave them all away. Congratulations! Shui Feng Feng gave away the Supercar X5. Congratulations! Shui Feng Feng gave away Yacht X5. Congratulations! Shui Feng Feng sent out Rocket X5. A long string of gift special effects appeared in the live broadcast room. Netizens' minds were boiling with excitement. At this moment, Taobai sat in front of the phone like a wooden man, her beautiful eyes flashing with the brilliant light of the gift special effects. She was shocked at first, then became suspicious. Even if Shui Feng Feng is rich, why did he give her so many gifts? What's the point? After Yi Feng delivered the gift, he sent a barrage. Shui Feng Feng, I have something to do, so I'll go offline first. Bye, little anchor. Then, exit the live broadcast room. Bite. You spent 200,000 yuan on the female anchor Taobai, triggered a critical hit, and got a rebate of Chenshui Pavilion No. 1 courtyard, worth 530 million yuan. Yi Feng's face was slightly stunned. The Chenshui Pavilion No. 1 courtyard, valued at 530 million yuan, was not enough to shock him too much. After all, with the rebate mechanism of the Perfect Rich system, it would be easy for him to buy a courtyard. But, why can spending 200,000 on Taobai trigger a critical hit reward? This is the key point. Bite. Tips, critical hit reward trigger conditions. Worship value loyalty reaches 90, increase the trigger probability. After the system prompt, Yi Feng understood. The probability of triggering a critical hit when spending money on someone you just met is extremely small. Only by conquering their hearts first and making their loyalty worship value reach 90 or above, will the probability increase significantly. After figuring out the system mechanism, Yi Feng is confident that he can get more critical hit rewards. It is hard to imagine that if 10 people have a loyalty worship value of 90. If Yi Feng spends money for him again, he will get a generous reward. At this time, he noticed the masochistic news. 99 plus little red dots pop up. Thousands of female netizens invited Yi Feng to their homes and took endless cool selfies. Yi Feng took a quick look and felt it was ridiculous. It turns out that this is what a high-quality woman is in the online world. Yi Feng is not a hungry person, so there is no need for him to eat anything. I closed the private message and went to sleep directly as I was going to inspect the Chenshui Pavilion courtyard tomorrow. On the other side, at Taobai's house. After the live broadcast, she clicked on Shui Fengfeng's homepage, hoping to find clues and confirm his identity. It can be found that it is a new number that has just been registered. There was a look of doubt on her pretty face, and she murmured to herself with her thin pink lips. Shui Fong Fong Yi Fong? Tao Bai seemed to have guessed who Shui Fong was, so he opened WeChat and sent a message to Yi Fong to verify the information. Brother Yi, are you the handsome Fong tonight? After more than 10 minutes, there was no response. I have a bit of a bad temper. Lying on the bed, a pair of snow-white and beautiful feet wearing white cotton socks kicked back and forth in the air, cursing at Yi Feng's WeChat homepage. Bad guy, you were such a bad guy. Brother Yi is such a bad guy. You went to bed so early. Your body is too weak. I will give you a good rest next time. Bad guy. After cursing for a while, he clicked into the circle of friends and looked at Yi Feng's selfie taken from a straight male angle, and broke into a smile. The snot blew a bubble on the pink tip of the nose. Then, holding the phone, he pressed Yi Feng tightly against the 36D breasts and fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, Yi Feng opened his eyes and saw the message sent by Tao Bai. He smiled and replied vaguely. You guess. On the other side, Tao Bai was sleeping soundly, but when he heard the message notification, all his sleepiness disappeared. He opened WeChat and looked at Yi Feng's reply, with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing two little fangs. Too old-fashioned. She didn't expect Yi Feng to be so straight. Tao Bai, really? Brother Yi, I've been thinking about it all night and still can't figure it out. Tell me. Yi Feng, that's a bit stupid. You sing so badly. Besides me, is there anyone else willing to give you a reward? Tao Bai, does it sound bad? My friends all think it sounds good. Yi Feng, silly child, they are all lying to you. Tao Bai gritted his teeth in anger. She turned over while holding the pillow, and rolled to the floor with a thud, her snow-white feet hitting the bed legs. Ah! Tao Bai, it's all your fault. I was angry and chatting with you, so I rolled off the bed and my feet were all red. Photo of pink little feet.jpg. Yi Feng, send a few more pictures so I can see how serious it is. Photo of pink little feet.jpg. Photo of pink little feet.jpg. Tao Bai, humph. Look, it's all red, it hurts so much. The other party is typing. A few minutes later. Yi Feng, it's not serious, you'll be fine after arrest. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Please dress nicely. I like white dresses. Tao Bai, who wants to have dinner with you? I also want to see your little skirt. You are so beautiful. Yi Feng, okay, a black skirt is fine too. Tao Bai put down her phone, went to the closet and took out a white dress. As if he thought of something, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. She opened the locker on the lower level, took out a pair of white stockings as thin as a cicada's wing, put them on her slender, snow-white legs, and her pink skin could be vaguely seen. Looking in the mirror, I see my pure and beautiful face. Shyness appeared in her beautiful white eyes. Brother Yi, you're lucky. Chapter 12, Material Woman Lu Li, inspecting the Chunchue Pavilion courtyard. Babylon Cafe. A Hongqi S1 drove over and Yi Feng got out of the car. He took out his cell phone, looked at the photos on the screen, and his eyes fell on a woman sitting by the window. He felt cheated. Is this a fucking person? 10 minutes ago, Yi Feng drove out of the community. I was about to go to Chunchue Pavilion to inspect the garden when I received a call from my mother. The second uncle of his third brother-in-law of his distant second aunt recommended a marriage to him. Unable to resist his mother's request, Yi Feng came to go through the process. Who knows, the other party might be exactly the same. After all, young people nowadays advocate free love and resist blind dates arranged by the older generation. Yi Feng walked into the coffee shop and sat down at the table. With a polite smile, "Hello, my name is Yi Feng." There was a makeup mirror in front of the woman, and she was touching up her makeup. She glanced at Yi Feng and said nonchalantly, "There's no need to get to know each other before we're sure." Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that just as he thought, the other party was just going through the motions to please his parents. What's more, the woman's appearance was around 7 points, just above the passing line. But she wore heavy makeup and dressed gorgeously. Yi Feng had a vague urge to vomit. The image of the young anchor Tao Bai emerged in my mind, with her pure and pretty face and light makeup, enough to make her look like the woman in front of me. That's even less interesting. Okay, you're right, I'll leave after I finish this cup of coffee. Yi Feng said politely. I don't want to get too involved with women. Walk? The woman put down her half-applied lipstick and stared at Yifeng. Seeing the Gucci logo on the suit, his tone softened significantly. You look good, and you wear a brand-name suit, so your salary should be good. By the way, you should be over 180 centimeters tall, which barely meets my requirements. Let's get straight to the point. Let's move on to the next step. What's next? Yifeng nodded gently out of politeness. You go ahead. The woman picked up a powder puff and applied powder to her pale face. She said lazily, my requirements are very simple. If you meet all the requirements, we will go get the marriage certificate later. Even if you don't want to be extremely rich, you should at least have a house and a car. The house doesn't have to be too good, a 200 square meter flat in the center of Haicheng will do. I need a separate bedroom, and we will live in separate rooms within a year of marriage. Of course, if it's a villa, it's not impossible to be a little off the beaten track. As for the car, my bestie's husband owns a BMW X7. We don't compete with each other, but at least we can't buy a worse car than hers. We can buy any BBA worth $1 million. After saying that, the woman put down her powder puff, raised her eyes slightly, and said coldly, do you qualify? Yifeng remained calm and questioned, are the requirements you mentioned too low? Low? The woman has some self-doubt. Her eyes instantly flashed with a fiery light, realizing that Yifeng was a rare, high-quality man. With a big smile on his face, he said, yes, what conditions can you offer? Name, Lu Li. Age, 22. Height, 156 centimeters. Appearance, 7. Admiration 50-100. Attributes, a materialistic woman who despises the poor and loves the rich, only wants to be with rich men. Number of hits, 23. Identification result, a scumbag plus a fake socialite. Looking at Lu Li's message, Yifeng chuckled. He took out the Hongqi S1 car key from his trouser pocket, threw it casually on the coffee table, and said lightly, it's so embarrassing to drive a low-end car worth millions. I usually prefer to drive a supercar and won't consider a car worth less than 10 million. Hiss. Lu Li blinked her eyes. She had found a treasure today. As for the house, I just bought a Chinese-style courtyard house in Chenshui Pavilion. The area should be about 1,000 square meters, which is barely enough for living. But I plan to buy another large flat in the city center, about 300 square meters. After all, it's just a place to stay, so it doesn't have to be too good. Yifeng took a sip of coffee casually. He silently put the car keys back into his trouser pocket. Lu Li was very excited. She didn't expect that Yifeng was actually a top-notch quality man picked out from thousands of people. If you marry him, you will instantly become a wealthy lady, a real socialite. My mind is full of supercars and luxurious gardens. For a moment, I felt like I was walking on clouds, and my whole body felt light and airy. He smiled and said, okay, stop talking. That's enough. You meet my requirements perfectly. Let's go. As she spoke, Lu Li picked up her small leather bag and prepared to go up and hold Yifeng's arm. Go? Where to? Yifeng was indifferent and had a calm expression. Go get a marriage certificate. You meet all my requirements. Lu Li said in a daze. Yifeng's eyes were gloomy and he sneered. I have such good conditions, do you think you are worthy of it? A woman like you will never find a man in your life, so take care of yourself. Then, Yifeng stood up and left. Lu Li blinked her eyes, heartbroken. She missed the chance to turn from a pheasant into a phoenix. Even if his attitude just now was a little better. Maybe, I won't miss this marriage. He broke down and cried, rolling on the ground. The customers in the store gave him strange looks and whispered among themselves. Then, Lu Li was carried out of the store by several security guards and thrown onto the street at random. Boom boom boom. At this time, Yifeng just started the Hongqi S1 and stepped on the accelerator hard. The dust raised by the exhaust pipe sprayed Lu Li in the face. Woo woo. Looking at the gradually disappearing supercar, Lu Li cried hysterically. Yifeng noticed something strange. He turned his head to look in the rearview mirror, but didn't see anything and raised his brow. I don't know what kind of plane they're on. After leaving the cafe, Yifeng drove to the Chenshui Pavilion courtyard. The developer is very strong and directly acquired a beautiful scenic spot in the center of Haicheng City. Elegant Chinese-style courtyard buildings are scattered in the lush green forest. It is quiet in the midst of noise, with fresh air, which is like a completely different world from the bustling and impetuous city. As soon as you step into Chunshui Pavilion, your mood becomes relaxed. Due to various reasons, it is difficult to find a house, and the price naturally rises. The low-end courtyard located on the edge has a starting price of 50 million. The closer you get to the core area, the price doubles. The most prestigious one is Villa Number 1, which is located on the shore of a scenic lake and is priced at a staggering 530 million. Yi Feng said it was worth it. After all, he didn't spend a penny. The Hongqi S1 stopped outside the gate and a security guard came to greet it immediately. "Sir, are you visiting a friend's home? I'll let him know for you." The attitude is very respectful. The main reason is that the supercar Yi Feng drives is so domineering. It's hard not to be impressed. Yi Feng responded, "I'm here to inspect the house, Chunshui Pavilion Courtyard Number 1. The security guard looked shocked and blurted out, You must be Yi Feng, Mr. Yi." Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly and asked in surprise, "Do you know me?" "Not only that, all the employees of Chunshui Pavilion property know you." The security guard quickly explained, "After you purchased Courtyard Number 1, the information was faxed over. I have been waiting here for a long time. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. I will notify the property manager and she will receive you in person." Hearing this, Yi Feng frowned and smiled faintly, "Thank you." As expected of a high-end residence, service is the standard. It's much better than the neighborhood he lives in now. He has to pay a door fee to order takeout in the middle of the night. This is a realistic work, I have to complain. Chapter 13. If Brother Yi is in a hurry, it's not impossible. Day. With the sound of high heels, a woman in an OL suit walked over quickly. The white shirt fits tightly against her curvy body. Under the tight black skirt is a pair of snow-white, slender legs, tightly wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. Her beautiful, slender feet are wearing black high-heel shoes with red soles. The white instep and a few blue veins complement each other. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Nie Xiaoqin, the property manager of Chunshui Pavilion. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me and I will show you Courtyard Number 1. Yi Feng took a quick look at the woman. With pretty eyebrows, powdered eyebrows, a delicate nose and cherry lips, her overall appearance is around 9 points. She is a rare beauty. There is a reason why she became the property manager. After all, the person who can afford Chunshui Pavilion must be worth at least 100 million yuan. If he is received by an ordinary-looking woman, it would be too perfunctory. "Thank you, where is my car?" Yi Feng asked. "Wait a moment, I'll arrange for someone to enter the license plate into the system, and then park in the exclusive parking space in Courtyard Number 1. Nie Xiaoqin said with a smile. Her delicate hands carelessly ruffled her hair, revealing the pink earlobes. After completing the check-in procedures, Nie Xiaoqin took Yi Feng to a Chinese-style courtyard building. "Mr. Yi, this is Courtyard Number 1. Please come in. Be careful of the steps." Through the gate, there is a 100 entrance garden. There are rockery and flowing water, lush green trees, and carefully trimmed precious flowers. The planting position of each plant is very exquisite, and it is obvious that it has been carefully designed. Behind the garden, there is a 3-story villa. Yi Feng walked into the villa and saw a spacious main hall. The floor is paved with natural marble tiles, there are dazzling crystal chandeliers, luxurious soft furnishings, and the air is filled with the scent of money. Nie Xiaoqin, who was following Yi Feng, introduced. "Mr. Yi, the first floor is 600 square meters, including the main hall, dining room, kitchen, a nanny's room and bathroom. Let's go up to the second floor. Keep an eye on the stairs." As they talked, the two of them came to the second floor of the villa. There is relatively more private space on the second floor, covering an area of 500 square meters, including 8 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a study, and an entertainment and audio-visual room. By the way, the master bedroom leads directly to the open-air balcony. Nie Xiaoqin said with a smile. Yi Feng nodded slightly and asked, "What about the third floor?" "Mr. Yi, the third floor is mainly a storage room, a freezer, and a cloakroom. Do you want to go up and take a look?" Nie Xiaoqin replied. Once again, she used her hands to touch her hair, revealing her crystal pink earlobes. Her beautiful eyes seemed filled with anticipation. Check Nie Xiaoqin's information. Querying. Name, Nie Xiaoqin. Age, 22. Height, 168. Appearance, 92-100. Worship value, 80. Skim over unimportant information and go directly to the properties. Attributes: an intellectual female student who makes good use of her own advantages, dreams of marrying into a wealthy family, and attaches great importance to fame and fortune. Number of base hits: 0. Appraisal result: a first-hand car. I see. Yi Feng roughly understood it. Nie Xiaoqin graduated from a prestigious university after all and had excellent qualifications, but she was willing to be a property manager in order to seek an opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. Because Chunchuwei Pavilion is inhabited by wealthy people. However, Yi Feng did not dislike her. After all, everyone has the right to pursue their dreams. Nie Xiaoqin worked hard for it and did not hurt anyone. Mr. Yi, you must be thirsty, please drink some water. Nie Xiaoqin brought a glass of water and walked in front of Yi Feng with a gentle smile on her face. Thanks. Yi Feng replied politely. Just as I was about to reach out to take it, Nie Xiaoqin's high-heeled feet slipped and her delicate body fell into Yi Feng's arms. The water in the cup spilled all over the shirt, and the white fabric became translucent, revealing her graceful figure. Nie Xiaoqin's fair face showed panic and she pursed her red lips. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I'm so clumsy. But he was reluctant to get up. The tip of her pink nose twitched, exhaling hot breath that hit Yi Feng's chest. In this regard, Yi Feng said, the acting needs to be improved. He smiled indifferently, helped Nie Xiaoqin up, and spoke softly. It's okay. Be careful next time. Go back and change your clothes. It's easy to catch a cold. Hearing this, Nie Xiaoqin's beautiful eyes flashed with disappointment. Is this an order to evict me? The first time she saw Yi Feng, she fell deeply in love with this man. A young, handsome, and wealthy top boy. No one meets her standards for a partner better than Yi Feng. However, after observing just now, Yi Feng never paid any attention to her from beginning to end, not even a single emotional look. Always maintain a safe distance between men and women. This forced her to take the initiative. Although the means are despicable, it is worth a try for the sake of the dream. But the result was disappointing. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Yi. This is my WeChat ID. You can contact me at any time if you have any instructions. After leaving her WeChat message, Nie Xiaoqin left somewhat dejectedly. But what she didn't know was the second-floor open-air balcony. Yi Feng held a glass of ice cola and watched her receding figure with a half-smile. Interesting woman. I was thinking, should I give Nie Xiaoqin a chance? Yi Feng wandered around the villa for a while, and after getting familiar with every corner, he went out directly. He made an appointment with the young anchor Tao Bai to have dinner together. Although it is afternoon now, you can go shopping or do something interesting before dinner. Yi Feng drove to the Tao Bai community, sent a message via WeChat, and sat waiting. An old man walked out of the guard room. He seemed not to know what kind of car it was and waved. Hey man, you can't park here, drive away quickly. Yi Feng frowned slightly. Uncle, I'm waiting for someone. She lives in your neighborhood. The security guard drooped his eyelids and said impatiently, that won't work either. Move away quickly. You're blocking the road. It's convenient for you, but inconvenient for others. Well, there is no choice but to drive away. Just as Yi Feng started the Hongqi S1 and was about to move. At the gate of the community, a petite figure trotted over. The white dress swayed in the air as her snow-white legs moved. Uncle Gu, he is waiting for me. Sorry to trouble you. Her rosy cheeks are rosy. There was sweat on her snow-white forehead and she was panting from her cherry lips. The security guard smiled and said jokingly, so you are waiting for Tao Tao. What a fool. You should have said you were waiting for your girlfriend earlier. Why did you insist on waiting for someone? I am not an unreasonable person. Go ahead, Tao Tao. I'll sleep late tonight and open the door for you. The peach-white cheeks became even more rosy. I wanted to explain. Yi Feng smiled and said, thank you, sir. Tao Bai held up the hem of her skirt and got into the car. A pair of beautiful pink feet in white silk stockings and black leather shoes were swinging back and forth under the glove box. Brother Yi, isn't it a little early to have dinner now? Obviously, Tao Bai dressed up carefully before going out. Her pretty face is covered with delicate makeup, and she is extremely beautiful. Those rosy cheeks make it hard not to want to pinch them. Yi Feng smiled and said, let's not eat yet, let's do something serious. What serious things can be done between men and women? Her rosy cheeks turned red and her eyes were dodgy, like a timid kitten. Now, now. Then she mustered up her courage and grasped the edge of her skirt with her pink fists. If Brother Yi is in a hurry, it's okay. I'm already mentally prepared. Chapter 14. It's time to get down to business. Brother Yi is really responsible. Tao Bai was 100% willing to be with Yi Feng. But this was her first time, so she felt uneasy. The shyness, ignorance, and a hint of excitement of a young girl in love are vividly portrayed. Although, they had only known each other for less than 3 days. But Tao Bai saw Yi Feng at first sight. She was certain that this handsome boy was worth spending her whole life with. This is probably love at first sight. Love comes so suddenly that it catches people off guard. Tao Bai's eyes were red, her white teeth were slightly pursed, and she looked at Yi Feng timidly. Brother Yi, you are so good to me, I will always be good to you. No matter what happens, I will declare you. These words seemed to have exhausted all the courage of the girl, and after she finished speaking, Tao Bai lowered her head. I feel uneasy. Tao Bai, you are such a fool. As a woman you should be reserved. How can you be so straightforward? Brother Yi, you won't think I'm a frivolous woman, I'm done for. But I really like the sweet smell of Brother Yi. I miss him very much when I don't see him for a day. A gentle smile appeared on Yi Feng's face. He reached out his hand, wiped away the tears from the corners of Tao Bai's eyes, and then gently stroked her little head. Silly girl, you are so beautiful, how could I not like you? Tao Bai smiled sweetly, her watery eyes twinkled, and she spoke in a low voice. Tao was very satisfied with Brother Yi's words. She rubbed her red eyes with her little hands and said obediently, Brother Yi, let's get down to business. You look so pretty when you smile, why are you crying? You can cry if you want, but you are not allowed to cry anymore. Yi Feng pretended to be angry. Well, I'm sorry, Brother Yi. Tao Bai tried his best to suppress the emotion in his heart, and raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a sweet smile. Yi Feng returned to his normal expression and reminded for safety reasons. Fasten your seatbelts, I'm ready to drive. Are you going to get down to business? Tao Bai felt a little excited. She was an adult and had naturally browsed some 18-plus websites. Her face turned red when she thought about what was about to happen. He pulled the seatbelt over his chest and mustered up his courage. Brother Yi, please drive. I'm ready. Yi Feng smiled indifferently and didn't say much. Step on the accelerator. Boom. The Hongqi S1 turned into a black lightning and sped along the bustling streets of Haicheng. When passing by a convenience store, Yi Feng stopped the car and said softly, I'm going to do some shopping. Tao Bai looked at Yi Feng, who walked into the convenience store, with shyness in her eyes. I thought to myself, Brother Yi is really a responsible man. Knowing that it was her first time, I had to take protective measures. Actually, there's no need for that. A moment later, Yi Feng returned to the car with 2 bottles of ice cola. He handed a bottle to Tao Bai, then unscrewed the cap and drank most of the bottle of Gulong in his hand. Sure enough, Brother Yi also felt hot and uncomfortable. Tao Bai's face turned even redder. After drinking the ice cola, Yi Feng restarted the car, held the steering wheel with one hand, and looked ahead. A man who can drive a supercar one-handed really gets extra points. We're here, get off. A Hongqi S1 is parked outside a women's clothing store. Tao Baiyu unbuckled her seat belt with her hands and got out of the car. Her pretty eyebrows were slightly stunned as she looked at the clothing store in hesitation. Brother Yi, the business you are talking about is buying clothes? The tone was somewhat disappointed. Yi Feng raised his eyelids, puzzled. Otherwise, what do you think it is? I thought. Tao Bai blushed, lowered her eyelids, and spoke vaguely. I thought I was treated to KFC. This little girl wants to eat chicken? Yi Feng secretly made a note of it and smiled faintly. First I will buy you a few nice skirts, and then I will take you to eat chicken. It's my treat, and you will eat until you vomit. Then, he reached out and gently rubbed Tao Bai's little head. Let's go into the store and see if there's anything you like. Okay. Tao Bai said disappointedly. But she immediately smiled, hugged Yi Feng's arm, and squeezed his plump breasts tightly. Oh my god. This little girl has quite a bit of capital. Yi Feng brought Tao Bai into the store. A female clerk in a professional suit came up to us immediately. Welcome, it's a pleasure to serve you too. She took a quick look at the brand name suit Yi Feng was wearing, which cost no less than 5 figures, and the watch on his wrist, a Patek Philippe, which was worth at least 6 figures. More importantly, there is a pure and beautiful girl next to him. Potential big customers. Sir, your girlfriend is so beautiful. We have a new batch of dresses in the store that will fit your girlfriend's figure perfectly. Let me help you take them out and have a look. The female clerk said with an earnest smile. Okay, thank you for your help. Yi Feng said calmly. He is young, rich, and so polite, without any airs of a rich boy. It's very nice, it's great. The female clerk was naturally happy to serve Yi Feng. After a moment, she came out with a few limited edition dresses in high heels and said sincerely. Sir, your girlfriend's figure is so perfect that ordinary clothes don't suit her at all. These limited edition dresses are simply tailor-made for her. This salesperson has good eloquence and there is no suspicion of flattery at all. Deeply grasped the customer's psychology. After all, who doesn't like to hear nice compliments? Tata, try it on. If you like it, I'll buy it for you. System rebate, the more you spend, the more you earn. Yi Feng will not miss the opportunity to make money. In particular, when Taobai's worship value is 90, there is a chance to trigger a critical hit reward. Thank you, Brother Yi. Taobai did not refuse this time. Because she knew that Yi Feng cared about her sincerely. Then, she took a dress and walked into the dressing room. After a few minutes, the door of the dressing room creaked open. Does it look good? Taobai changed into a floral lace dress and walked out. It turned around in front of Yi Feng. The lace skirt ripples, revealing the shapely, snow-white calves in white silk. Not only Yi Feng was fascinated. Even the female clerk swallowed her saliva. As a woman, she naturally knows how perfect Taobai's figure is. After coming to his senses, he said repeatedly, Sir, this dress is very suitable for your girlfriend, I suggest you buy it. Yi Feng nodded slightly and smiled faintly. Pack all these items. I want them all. Swipe the card. Okay sir, please wait a moment. The salesgirl was ecstatic and immediately got a shopping bag, folded several dresses and put them into the bag. After Yi Feng paid the money, he took Taobai away. Bite. You spent 13,000 yuan on the anchor Taobai, triggered a critical hit reward, and obtained 67% of the shares of the DoM live broadcast platform. Yi Feng was slightly stunned. 67% of the shares of DM live streaming platform. This is already the maximum shareholding ratio required by law. Reaching 67% means absolute control over a listed group. He lowered his head, excitedly picked up the peach-white, pure, and beautiful face, and kissed it uncontrollably. A busy street. A couple with divine looks are kissing passionately, which naturally attracts a lot of attention. Coincidentally, a single guy eating ice cream passed by. The ice cream fell to the ground with a plop. Suddenly, it suffered billions of critical hits. This is outrageous. I'm just out for a stroll and I get fed a mouthful of dog food. Chapter 15, Lucky Customer at the Western Restaurant, Weird Waiter. Brother Yi, I can't breathe. Tao Baiyu's hand patted Yi Feng's chest, her face flushed. Yi Feng then let go of his mouth and smiled calmly. Sorry, I was a little excited just now. No, Tao Tao is actually very happy. Tao Bai stood on tiptoe, raised her head and kissed Yi Feng on the lips. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The single guy just now walked out of the convenience store with an ice cream in his hand. I opened the package and was about to put it in my mouth. Coincidentally, I saw the dog abuse scene again, and the ice cream fell to the ground with a pop. His mood now is like snow in June. He no longer needs ice cream because it is already completely cool. It's too dangerous outside, I want to go home. An hour later. Tao Bai was holding a dozen shopping bags in his hands, with dense beads of sweat on his snow-white forehead, and said in a helpless tone. Brother Yi, don't buy any more. My closet can't hold all these clothes. Tao Bai originally thought that shopping was a woman's nature. She is also a girl who loves shopping. But it was not until I met Yi Feng that I realized how superficial I was. She even wanted to give Yi Feng the title of Haicheng Shopaholic. The most important thing is that he didn't buy anything for himself. He only visited women's clothing stores and would pay with a credit card whenever he had a disagreement. Is that enough? How about buying some more winter clothes? Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly and couldn't help but ask. He is enjoying shopping now and it's hard for him to stop. In the past hour, the total consumption was 560,000, and the system rebate was close to 70 million. The more money I spend, it's like chewing shinmai, I can't stop at all. But, Brother Yi, it's only June now. Tao Bai said helplessly. Ha, well, it's about time, I'll treat you to dinner. Yi Feng scratched the back of his head and smiled handsomely. Then, the two walked towards the Hongqi S1 parked on the side of the road. Put the shopping bags in the front trunk and get in the car. Yi Feng asked, Tao Dao, what do you want to eat? After all, Tao Bai is a professional restaurant explorer and is very familiar with all the major restaurants in Haicheng. Let's have Western food. I know a really delicious Western restaurant. Tao Bai took out his phone, searched for a restaurant on Showdown review, and showed it to Yi Feng. Brother Yi, this is the BAME Western restaurant, it has a very high rating. After that, set up the navigation carefully. The whole journey is 1.3 kilometers and takes about 5 minutes. Zhao Chuanchuan reminds you to fasten your seatbelt and drive in a civilized manner. The Hongqi S1 engine had not yet heated up, but the car had already stopped. BAME Western restaurant is quite high-end, with simple and elegant decoration and Nordic light luxury style. The restaurant's chef is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner. He has his own unique insights into Western cuisine. Yi Feng and Tao Bai walked into the restaurant and immediately attracted the attention of many diners. Look, that young man is so handsome, his deep eyes are full of stories, so manly, so masculine. What's that look? Didn't you see that Ming Chao has a hole? The woman next to him is also very pretty, well-behaved and cute, a soft and adorable little loli. Sister, give it a try, the bicycle can be turned into a motorcycle, go up and ask for my WeChat ID. Just you? Ha, even if there's no mirror, there's always urine. People, it's most important to face reality. You fucking. Yi Feng and Tao Bai picked a seat and sat down, and a waiter came over immediately. And she was a foreign girl with blonde hair, blue eyes, fiery red lips, and a very hot body. The woman's eyes seemed to emit electricity and she stared straight at Yi Feng. You too, what would you like to eat? Here is the menu. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Let the lady order it. As he said that, he handed the menu to Tao Bai. The woman smiled and threw a coquettish glance at Yi Feng. Sir, you are such a gentleman. Yi Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. She wouldn't be greedy for her own body, would she? Because of genetic characteristics, foreign girls are as beautiful as flowers when they are young, but after the age of 40, they will become fat ants with 3 layers of swimming rings in their bellies. Thinking of this scene, Yi Feng shuddered and said politely, thank you. This, and this. After Tao Bai ordered, he returned the menu to the woman. She smiled and said, okay, you two, please wait a moment. If the food is not served in 30 minutes, the meal will be free of charge. Then the woman twisted her plump buttocks and turned away. Brother Yi, if you don't mind, I'll start the live broadcast now. Tao Bai blinked and asked. Go ahead, this is your job after all. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Well, thank you Brother Yi for understanding. Tao Bai opened the masochistic software, started the live broadcast, and smiled at the camera of her mobile phone. My dears, the host is eating out today, at the BAME Western restaurant that we came to last time. A group of fans soon poured into the live broadcast room. Goddess Tao Tao is wearing such a beautiful outfit today. I love it. Hey! There seems to be someone across from the anchor. Isn't he visiting the store alone? Who is it, curious baby, Goddess Tao Tao, you are not hooking up with other men outside without telling Brother Yi. My eyes are filled with tears. Brother Yi was wrong after all. Tao Bai. She silently turned the camera towards Yi Feng. The person sitting opposite is Brother Yi. What are you thinking? The anchor is so innocent, why would she hook up with other men? Hi. Yi Feng greeted with a smile. The live broadcast room immediately became popular, with comments flooding the screen. Oh no! Goddess Tao Tao has turned into Brother Ye's shape. No wonder Goddess Tao Tao looks so good these days. It turns out she's been nourished. Everyone, I'm ready to start. You're just starting? I've taken off my pants. You're the one taking off your pants? I'm already fucking smoking. I often don't fit in with you guys because I'm not perverted enough. When interacting with netizens in the live broadcast room, the food has been served. Not only that, the foreign girl Kelly also brought a bottle of red wine. She licked her red lips with her tongue and smiled charmingly. You two are the 100th lucky customers of our store today. You will receive a bottle of red wine for free. As she spoke, she bent down and used a tool to pull out the cork from the bottle. A pair of plump mountains squeeze out deep snow-white ravines. Kelly first filled Taobai's glass. Then, she poured another cup and handed it to Yifeng with a charming smile. "Sir, your meal is ready, please enjoy, I won't disturb you any longer." However, at this moment, Kelly's high heels slipped, and the wineglass filled with red wine spilled all over Yifeng. Soaked suit jacket. "Sir, I'm so sorry, let me help you clean it up." Kelly quickly pulled out a tissue, reached her delicate hand inside through the collar, and stroked Yifeng's strong chest. He seemed, as if, probably, to have noticed something was wrong. "Kelly, just wipe it, why did you pinch her?" Yifeng raised his eyelids and looked at Kelly in shock. "Sir, I'm really sorry. Please give me a chance to make amends." Kelly licked her flaming red lips and cast a seductive glance. "This foreign girl will definitely become a great person in the future. Ahem, I'll do it myself." Yifeng took off his suit jacket. The wet white shirt clung to his chest, showing off his strong and muscular 8-pack abs. "Oh my god. Sir, you have such a great figure." Chapter 16. The night is so beautiful tonight, the little anchor Taobai is palpitating. "You're not bad either." Yifeng usually has a habit of exercising, and the master-level martial arts rewarded by the system subtly strengthens his body. He now has strong 8-pack abs. He can be called a walking male hormone. Kelly licked her beautiful red lips with her tongue and said seductively, "Sir, I think we can have an in-depth exchange of fitness experiences. It would be better if you could guide me step by step." Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. It seems that this foreign girl is really greedy for his body. "Okay, I'll ask you off for some practice when I have time. When it comes to fitness, it's not enough to just move your mouth, you also have to move your legs." After exchanging contact information, Kelly left with her plump buttocks twisted. The young anchor Taobai was facing the camera of her mobile phone, introducing the dishes of Bain Western Restaurant to the fans in the live broadcast room. "My dears, this dish is grilled veal steak. It is juicy and tender. It is delicious. I recommend it with 5 stars. This dish is braised abalone with scallion sauce, it tastes fresh and tender." The meal took nearly an hour. It's not that Yifeng and Taobai eat slowly, but the portion of each dish is very small and they can't fill them up at all. Ordering a new round of dishes wasted half an hour. After finishing the meal, Yifeng's suit that had been dry cleaned was returned. He put it back on and waved to the waiter to settle the bill. "You too, your total spending is 68,800 yuan. As our lucky customers today, you will be exempted from 3,000 yuan, and your actual payment is 65,800 yuan. The waiter smiled. Yifeng took out his bank card and went to pay the bill. Taobai hurriedly tried to stop him, blinked her beautiful eyes, and pleaded with her cherry lips pouting. "Brother Yi, you bought me so many clothes today, let me treat you to this meal." In response, Yifeng did not refuse and smiled indifferently. "Okay, then you pay." "Well, thank you, Brother Yi." Taobai seemed very happy because he had grabbed the right to pay the bill. The waiter standing by was stunned for a moment. After all, Bemsi is a high-end restaurant. Most of the time, boyfriends bring their girlfriends to consume, and when it comes to paying the bill, men naturally rush to pay to show their masculinity. The guests at this table actually turned around. The woman paid the bill and seemed particularly happy about it. "It's simply unbelievable. Brother Yi, the bill has been settled, let's go." Taobai smiled cutely, revealing 2 adorable little fangs. "Bite." The anchor Taobai spent 65,800 yuan for you, triggering a critical hit reward, and 2 high-quality residential houses 200 units in Haicheng Yanjin, worth about 2 billion yuan. Related procedures have been automatically stored in the system warehouse. With a thought, Yifeng opened the warehouse panel. You will see a real estate certificate icon with a small red dot in the lower right corner, indicating the quantity x200. People whose worship value is above 90 can also trigger critical hit rewards when spending on themselves. Thai pants are really hot. It would be great to get 200 high-quality residential apartments for a meal. Yifeng looked at Taobai's youthful and beautiful face. This little girl seems to be dissatisfied with the small wardrobe in the rented house. It would be better to let her move into Haicheng Yanjin. Anyway, I have 200 properties, so this one doesn't make a difference. Are you full? Yifeng asked. I can't hold it any longer. I'm so satisfied. Taobai rubbed his round belly and burped. Okay, I'll take you somewhere. Leave Bemsi restaurant and get into the Hongqi S1 car. Yifeng started the car, held the steering wheel with one hand, stepped on the accelerator, and the sports car sped away. In the passenger seat, Taobai looked nervous, with a slight blush on his face. At night, where can a man and a woman go alone after eating and drinking? It can only be a hotel. Although Taobai was mentally prepared, he still felt a little indescribable shy when it really came to this point. Outside the car window, there were bright lights, bustling crowds, and noisy noises. The streets were lined with food stalls, and the crowds were bustling and lively. The night in Haicheng is far more exciting and crazy than the day. 10 minutes later, Yifeng drove into Haicheng Yunjin community and stopped downstairs of an apartment building. He glanced sideways and smiled at Taobai. Do you like it here? As a high-end residential area, Haicheng Yunjin naturally has a good environment. The greening is done quite well, and there are also swimming pools, gyms, libraries and other infrastructure that are free for owners to use. An ordinary 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment costs around 10 million yuan. Taobai nodded gently and asked in confusion, I like it, but Brother Yi, why did you bring me here? Then, his face looked a little surprised. You didn't buy a house here, did you? Yifeng smiled faintly. I bought it, but not one building, but 2 buildings. Taobai didn't hear clearly, but was still surprised. 2 sets? Brother Yi, do you want to live in 2 sets by yourself? It's not 2 sets, it's 2 buildings. I bought Building A and Building B of Haicheng Yunjin. If you like, you can pick one and we will stay there tonight. Yifeng corrected. After hearing this, Taobai's pink lips swelled so big that a whole boiled egg could fit in them. But he immediately realized the crux of the problem and said timidly. You mean, let me choose a suite, and then we stay there tonight? Her heart was almost beating in her throat, as if a deer was beating wildly in her chest. Yifeng did not reply, but looked up at the bright starry sky and smiled indifferently. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Taobai's eyes were moist and slightly red. The moonlight shines on her, giving her a layer of hazy and dreamy light and shadow. I have to say, she is really beautiful. Brother Yi, why are you so nice to me? Taobai's heart was in a mess, and he felt numb and tingling, as if thousands of ants were crawling into his heart. Her eyes flickered, her white teeth lightly bit her cherry lips, and she stared at Yifeng's handsome profile infatuatedly. Because I care about you. A smile appeared on Yifeng's lips. He turned sideways, reached out his hand to wipe away the tears from Taobai's eyes, and spoke gently. Didn't I tell you not to cry anymore? You'll turn into a little cat and won't be pretty anymore. Boom boom boom. On a quiet summer night, cicadas are chirping, birds are singing, and the breeze blowing through the grass makes a rustling sound, which is the unique music of the leisurely summer. Taobai's soft heart was touched. It's like finding a harbor where you can stay. Brother Yi. Taobai hadn't finished speaking. The cherry lips were already covered, and Yifeng kissed them forcefully yet tenderly. At this moment, Taobai was willing to give himself completely. Because she found the handsome and sunny boy who was worthy of her lifelong trust. Room 603, Building A, Yunjin, Haicheng. Taobai deliberately picked a commemorative number. She and Yifeng met for the first time on June 3, 2026. An accidental collision on the street sparked the spark of love. Life is so wonderful. Often a beautiful encounter begins by accident. Room 603, closed bedroom door. Brother Yi, it's a little bright, turn off the light. No, I like the feeling of being able to see, Tata, you are so beautiful. Taobai. It's a bit perverted. What about turning off only half the lights? That's also half a pervert. Chapter 17, Li Mei, a real estate agent, encounters a scammer at the crossroads. The next morning, golden sunlight enveloped the Haicheng Yunjin community. Yifeng walked out of the apartment building and got into the Hongqi S1 car. The madness of last night came to mind, a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth, and I shook my head to clear my thoughts. With a sudden thought, he opened the warehouse panel, took out all 199 property certificates, and piled them into a small mountain on the passenger seat. The deep red velvet cover and large gold-plated characters are particularly eye-catching. Even though he was mentally prepared, Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim in praise of his national quintessence when he saw so many real estate certificates appear in front of him. Fuck, this is going to happen. It is definitely not possible to sell. With the rise of China Renaissance, housing prices will only rise and not fall in the future. Besides, Yifeng is not short of money now. The only way to monetize is to rent it out. Haicheng Yunjin is in a good location, it is a newly built property and the rent is relatively high. The monthly rent for an ordinary 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment is 10,000 yuan, which is 120,000 yuan a year. If all 199 units are rented out, the annual income from rent alone can reach 23.88 million. Yi Feng felt that this number was too low. He raised his eyes slightly, wondering in his heart. Have I been drifting lately? After obtaining the perfect rich system, even the millions of profits seemed to be nothing compared to his expectations. Yi Feng calmed himself down and prepared to find an agent to rent out the entire property. After all, it is a real industry. Even if the system fails in the future, he can continue to be a landlord and live a life without worries about food and clothing. Boom! The Hongqi S1 roared like a beast, breaking the tranquility of the early morning. Drive out of Haicheng Yunjin community and stop outside a real estate agency. Inside the store, there was a woman wearing an OL suit. Her legs in black silk were crossed under the tight skirt, and one of her beautiful high-heeled feet was dangling in the air. The woman saw a super sports car parked outside the store and her pretty eyebrows were slightly stunned. Yi Feng got out of the car holding a large cardboard box and came to the door of the store. The woman came to her senses, stood up quickly, stepped on her high heels, opened the glass door, and bent down slightly. Hello, sir. May I ask your name? I am Li Mei, a salesperson at Lianjia Real Estate. I am very happy to serve you. Your surname is Yi. I have some vacant houses that I want to rent out. Yi Feng said softly. Mr. Yi, you came to the right place. Lianjia is the best in the rental housing industry and we will definitely satisfy you. Please have some water first. Li Mei brought a glass of boiled water and invited Yi Feng to sit down. Then, she crossed her black silk legs, sat opposite him, and smiled on her fair face. Mr. Yi, how many units do you want to rent and where are they located? I can estimate the rent and give you an accurate quote. Yi Feng smiled calmly. The house is in Yunjin, Haicheng, about 2 buildings. Hearing this, Li Mei looked a little disappointed. I originally thought that since he drove a super sports car, he must be a big customer, but I didn't expect he only had 2. But Haicheng Yunjin is in a good location. There is a subway station downstairs, and it is adjacent to high-tech zones such as the software park and incubation city, and is deeply loved by petty white-collar workers. In other words, as long as the property is put on the market, it can be rented out in less than half a day. Li Mei smiled enthusiastically. Okay, Mr. Yi, 2 apartments, right? Leave it to us. I expect we can rent them all out tomorrow. The price of 1 apartment will not be less than 10,000. Before Li Mei finished speaking, Yi Feng corrected her. It's not 2 units, it's 2 buildings, 199 units. The property certificates are in the box, you can see for yourself. What? Li Mei swallowed, stood up, and opened the carton with her delicate hands. Suddenly, his mouth swelled into an oval shape and his jaw was almost dislocated. She picked up one at random, flipped open the velvet cover, and saw a book. Room 501, Building A, Haicheng Yunjin, Area 110, owner, Yi Feng. Then he picked up another book and flipped through it. Room 302, Building B, Haicheng Yunjin, Area 119, owner, Yi Feng. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Both Building A and Building B of Haicheng Yunjin are mine. How long will it take to rent out all the houses except room 603 in Building A? Li Mei came back to her senses, her eyes glowing with passion. He hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, please trust my professional ability. Within 10 days, I will rent out all the houses for you without leaving any. 10 days? Yi Feng whispered. It is still acceptable. After all, it will be difficult to find suitable tenants for 199 houses in a short time. Unexpectedly, Li Mei thought Yi Feng was dissatisfied, so she gritted her teeth and blurted it out. 8 days. Mr. Yi, this is already a very fast speed. If you change other agencies, it will take at least half a month to find so many tenants. It can be seen that Li Mei really wants to get this big order. Because the base salary of real estate agents is very low, they basically rely on commissions from orders. The total price of this order exceeds 20 million, and with a 3% commission, the minimum profit can be 600,000. The most important thing is, you can also make friends with Yi Feng. He currently rents out 199 units, so what about the future? Top clients like this are hard to come by, and if you miss them, there will be no regrets. Check Li Mei's information. Name, Li Mei. Age, 25. Height, 163 centimeters. Worship value, 75. Appearance, 80. Attributes, a hard-working worker who wants to be a home-loving ace agent. Number of base hits, 1. Appraisal result, second-hand car. I have to admit that the system panel is really easy to use. Looking at Li Mei's message, Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. Since others are so enthusiastic, he might as well give her a chance. Then he smiled calmly. Okay, I'll wait for your results in 8 days. After exchanging contact information, Yifeng left the Lianjia store, returned to the driver's seat of the Hongqi S1, and drove away. Passing an intersection, I saw a group of people gathered in front. The traffic was jammed. Yifeng held the steering wheel with one hand, raised his eyes slightly, and muttered. What's going on with the plane ahead? After waiting for a few minutes, there was no sign of it starting. Yifeng pushed open the car door, got out and walked towards the crowd. I found an old man lying on the ground, holding a bicycle wheel tightly with both hands, and said excitedly, how did you ride a bicycle? Look at what you have done to my old bones. Don't say anything, just pay the money. Standing next to him was a young girl wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts, and her appearance was around 9 points. Panic appeared on her fair face, her face turned red, and she retorted in a weak voice. You are a scammer. I wasn't riding a bike. I was pushing it across the zebra crossing and you crashed into the bike. Now you're blaming me. The onlookers were talking about the incident, enjoying the fun. It's difficult. The surveillance camera on this road was broken yesterday. Even if I call the police, they can't explain it clearly. The little girl should just consider herself unlucky. I don't believe a bicycle can hit someone like this. The old man must be scamming someone. This old man has poor taste. He should have picked a luxury car to commit fraud. How much money can he get by relying on a young girl? Ha ha. Yifeng smiled and agreed since there was nothing to do. I also think the old man is trying to scam people. It doesn't matter if a person is old, but if his heart is bad, his integrity will be ruined in his later years. Unexpectedly, the old man lying on the ground turned his head. Seeing that Yifeng looked young, he glared at him and shouted. Young man, how can you talk like that? I'm old enough to be your grandfather, please show some respect. Chapter 18, Treat the evil with your own hands, give me back my phone. Moral kidnapping? Yifeng was surfing the internet and he hated those rubbish who stood on the moral high ground and pointed fingers at others. This old man actually dared to kidnap him in front of him. Yifeng frowned, and a cold look flashed across his eyes. Check the old man's information. Name, Wang Fugue. Age, 56. Height, 161 centimeters. Skim over unimportant information and go directly to the properties. Attributes, evil-minded, taking advantage of his seniority, trying to get rich by scamming people, weak character, timid and cowardly. Yifeng had a clear idea in his mind. It turns out that this old man bullies the weak and fears the strong. He dares not to jeopardize the rich people who drive luxury cars, and only targets innocent girls with no social experience. His heart is despicable and he is extremely evil. The old man lay on the ground, pretending to be in unbearable pain, in order to win sympathy from the people around him. Make the girl surrender and obey. All right, sir, stop yelling. I think I'm unlucky, so I'll just pay you. How much do you want? The girl was speechless. I didn't check the almanac before going out and ended up with such a sad thing. She didn't want to argue with the old man and was prepared to pay money to settle the matter. The old man showed a cunning smile, feeling very happy, and completed another order. He skillfully took out a payment code from his pocket. Obviously, this wasn't the first time he had done this. He said shamelessly, "You are young. I won't argue with a young girl. 2,000 yuan, I'll go to the hospital to get some medicine." 2,000? The girl's fair face was filled with surprise. She is just a student, and 2,000 yuan is almost enough for her living expenses per month. This unscrupulous old man is so hateful. Seeing that the girl was unwilling, the old man hugged the bicycle wheel and wailed. Everyone, come and see, this is the quality of today's college students. They hit someone and don't take responsibility. My old bones are about to fall apart. Okay, it's my bad luck. 2,000 yuan, right? I'll transfer it to you. The girl felt very aggrieved and took out her mobile phone, scanned the old man's payment code, entered the amount 2,000, and pressed the last digit of the payment password. A pair of big hands snatched the phone away. The old man's smiling face suddenly became dull. What are you doing? Ouch. Young man, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Yi Feng chuckled and spoke in a serious tone. I think this is not a trivial matter. It is because of scum like you that the social morals are corrupted. Why would you want to be a grandson if you don't want to be a good person? The onlookers nodded and gave thumbs up. Well done, young man, society needs upright young people like you. I support you. Not only is he handsome, but he also has such upright ideas. He is a rare young man. It's not that the old people have become bad, it's that the bad people have become old, alas. The old man was so angry that his face turned red. He gritted his teeth, pointed at Yi Feng and scolded him. Boy, you're looking for trouble, right? Yi Feng raised his eyebrow and asked casually, what do you want? Okay, you're brave, I. The next second, the old man hugged the bicycle wheel and wailed loudly. Come and see, young men, bullying an old man who was powerless, the heaven is blind, how pitiful. I was hit by someone, but they still blamed me for it, bullying an honest person. The girl standing aside looked up at Yi Feng's handsome profile. A blush appeared on her fair face, and she said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, handsome boy, give me back my phone. I don't want to get entangled with him anymore. It's my bad luck. Anyway, thank you for your kindness. Hearing this, the old man lying on the ground smiled broadly and said with a cunning look on his face. Did you hear that? The victim has spoken. What else do you want to do? Also, I checked the location in advance and found that none of the nearby surveillance cameras could capture it. The only surveillance camera that could capture it was broken yesterday. What evidence do you have to prove that she didn't hit me? The surveillance is broken? Hearing this, Yi Feng raised the corners of his mouth and walked towards the old man lying on the ground. Are you sure the nearby surveillance cameras are broken and can't capture this place? Ha, of course. The old man said confidently. Don't waste time, just transfer the money so I can move on. As soon as the words fell, the old man's face turned horrified, his eyes were full of fear, he crawled backwards with his hands on the ground, his voice trembling. You, what are you going to do? I'm warning you, don't hit me when so many people are watching. Yi Feng had a cold expression. Suddenly he kicked the old man on the butt. The old man threw himself backwards and hit the curb hard. With a crisp sound, the spine broke. Yi Feng clapped his hands, playing with the taste. How dare you be so arrogant without surveillance? The girl was so frightened that she covered her mouth with her hands and didn't react for a long time. The old man straightened up with difficulty and said angrily. You're breaking the law, don't you know that? I'm going to call the police and have you arrested. What evidence do you have to prove that I beat you? Yi Feng joked. Send back the old man's words exactly as they were. To deal with evil people, you must use evil methods. Reasoning with them will only make them worse. Don't try to deny it when there are so many people watching. The onlookers shook their heads and talked about it. Did you see how this old man got injured? No, I didn't see it. It just rained and the road was slippery. He must have fallen accidentally. This is a terrible fall. Even his spine is broken. TSK, so pitiful. How about calling 120 and getting him an ambulance? You guys call me, my phone is out of money, I can't help you. Hearing people around him say this, the old man was so depressed that he almost vomited blood, holding his chest and gasping for breath. You guys. The next second, his blood surged, his eyes went dark, and he fainted. He deserved it, and Yi Feng showed no mercy. He turned around and said to the girl, be more careful next time and don't get cheated again. You can't always meet a good person like me. The girl blushed and said weakly. Getting ready to express gratitude. Yi Feng has already walked towards the Hongqi S1. Because he took big steps, the girl had to jog to keep up with him. Sit in the driver's seat and start the sports car. Just as he was about to drive, the girl knocked on the car window with her delicate hand. Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. She wouldn't be greedy for her own body, would she? Then he rolled down the car window and smiled gently. We just met by chance, and now we're parting ways. No need to thank me. Pass this love on to the next person who needs help. Unexpectedly, the girl put her hands on her waist and said angrily with puffy cheeks. Give me back my phone. Just now, after Yi Feng taught the old man a lesson, he casually put the girl's cell phone into his trouser pocket and left. That was the Apple 16 Pro 512G rose gold phone she bought last month, worth 7,899 yuan. You don't have to pay the 2,000 yuan. However, I almost lost 7,899 yuan. To the extent that the girl even suspected that Yi Feng was in cahoots with the old man. Yi Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry, I forgot. Keep your phone. If nothing else, I'll be leaving now. The girl took the phone and her expression returned to normal. After taking a look at Yi Feng, I found that he was really handsome, and my heart couldn't help but flutter. You helped me, so I'll treat you to a meal. I don't want to owe anyone anything. Chapter 19, College Life is Great, the System's Magical Props. It's just a small favor. If you really want to thank me, just buy me a cup of milk tea. Yi Feng scratched his head and gave a handsome smile. Since the beautiful woman wanted to treat him, he naturally agreed. Especially, the other party is a young and beautiful female college student. As we all know, college life is good, and Yi Feng really wants to experience what is so good about it. Milk tea, well, there's a milk tea shop next door. The girl blinked her beautiful eyes, stretched out her white and tender little hand, and said with a smile, My name is Xiao Ran, a junior student majoring in ballet at the dance academy. Nice to meet you. Yi Feng. Yi Feng smiled indifferently and gently held the beautiful hand. At this moment, a voice sounded in my mind. Bite. Female college student Xiao Ran has successfully bound and can activate rebate rewards by spending. Name, Xiao Ran. Age, 21. Height, 167. Appearance, 90. Worship value, 80. Cold and clear appearance, soft and innocent heart, a goddess of contrast, beautiful figure, can unlock n kinds of postures, many suitors, number of base hits, 0, appraisal result, top quality first-hand car. The previous information is normal. But what the hell is this beautiful body that can unlock n kinds of poses? The character setting of this system, no, the system setting is a bit hard to understand. Why does it feel a bit like an LSP? However, Yi Feng likes it. In the milk tea shop, Xiao Ran ordered a cup of the most expensive signature black pearl milk tea for Yi Feng. The price is 49.9 yuan. Bite. Female college student Xiao Ran spent 49.9 yuan for you and got a rebate of 4,999,999 yuan. Please check it carefully. Failed to activate critical strike rebate because worship value is only 80. In fact, this is already very high. The two had just known each other for less than an hour, but he was able to make the strange girl like him, all thanks to his handsome face. Yi Feng is quite confident about his appearance. If he makes his debut, he won't need to practice for 2.5 years, he can sing, dance, rap and play basketball easily. Yi Feng took the cup of milk tea and found that Xiao Ran didn't buy it for him. He raised his eyes slightly and asked in confusion. You don't want to drink? Xiao Ran shook her head, I have to keep in shape for the final exams soon. I bought this mainly to thank you. Yi Feng said lightly, oh. Insert the straw, suck up the pearls in the first sip, and a smile appears on the corner of your mouth. That's great. Xiao Ran pursed her lips and swallowed involuntarily. No female college student would refuse milk tea. Especially, Yi Feng drank in front of her. This temptation is no less than a hungry beggar suddenly seeing a table full of sumptuous meals within reach. Just turn around and say to the clerk, give me a cup of milk tea and your small wish will come true. No. Xiao Ran, you are an excellent student, but you don't even have this much awareness. When Xiao Ran's psychological defense was about to collapse, he suddenly realized and shook his head. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Feng, and her jade hands clenched into a pink fist. This guy knows I'm on a diet, but he still drinks like that. It's disgusting. Hiccup. Yi Feng finished his milk tea, rubbed his stomach and burped, then threw the empty cup into the trash can. He turned around and smiled indifferently at Xiao Ran. By the way, I'll take you back to school. Xiao Ran really wanted to say, no need, I can ride back by myself, but she saw Yi Feng's handsome profile. A blush appeared on her fair face and she nodded slightly. Oh, thank you. Wait a minute. I'll lock the car. Xiao Ran leaned over, locked the bicycle to the fence on the street, brushed her hair by her ear, and said with a smile, let's go. Bite. Female college student Xiao Ran's admiration +5, current, 85, reward special item, life modification card. Life modification card, use on anyone other than the host to immediately modify their life trajectory. Zundu Fakidu? This prop is really hot. Yi Feng was ecstatic. Owning this card was equivalent to being a god. If he was unhappy with someone, he would just modify the card and the person would die suddenly on the spot. However, he discovered an invincibility bug. If the Tencent chairman Zhu Huoding is used to his advantage and donates his personal assets to himself free of charge, wouldn't he immediately become the richest man in China? As soon as the idea came to mind, the system sound rang. Byte. Reminder to the host, life modification cards are only valid for people you know. Yi Feng was slightly stunned. This system is a piece of shit. The host cursed the system for no reason, deducted personal assets, 100 yuan, and expressed that he was very sad, and has EM'd. Oh my god. This system is rebellious. It seems that I have to be prepared when saying bad things in the future. Buckle up. For driving safety reasons, Yi Feng politely reminded. Then, set the navigation and start the car. 10 minutes later, the Hongqi S1 stopped in front of a university. Because it was the weekend, many students were out of school. There is a Mercedes-Benz E200 in front. A female student dressed hotly got out of a Mercedes-Benz E200, twisted her waist, and winked at the bald old man in the driver's seat. Godfather, let's go out and play next weekend. Thank you for the gift. In this regard, Yi Feng said. He thought female college students were too pure. I couldn't help but look at Xiao Ran, who was about to get off the car. Yi Feng, thank you. Can you give me your contact information? Xiao Ran took out his mobile phone, showed his friend's QR code, and asked tentatively. She was not sure whether Yi Feng would add her. After all, this Hongqi S1 is a top-level supercar, and Yi Feng can drive this kind of car. His net worth is certainly not low. Would he be short of women? As the beauty majoring in ballet at the dance academy, Xiao Ran is quite confident about her looks. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Okay, just consider it as making friends. Yi Feng smiled politely. The beautiful woman added me on WeChat and I naturally agreed. It's not that he is a scumbag, but Yi Feng's heart has already turned into pieces of glass, and every piece of it wants to give the beautiful girl a warm home. Who would want to let down such sweet love? Xiao Ran blinked, joy showed on her innocent face and she smiled faintly. Okay, I have classes on weekdays and only have time on weekends. I'm going back to school first. Bye. She opened the car door with her jade hand, smiled at Yi Feng, and then got out of the car. Yi Feng, drive slowly and be careful. Xiao Ran was a famous beauty in the school. As soon as she got off the car, she caused a big sensation. Fuck. If I'm not mistaken, this is Xiao Ran, the beauty from the ballet department. Why did she get out of the sports car? My dream was shattered. I thought Xiao Ran was a cool goddess, but I didn't expect she was also tainted by money. As expected of goddess Xiao, the rich boys she licks are all different. This supercar is worth tens of millions. Those ordinary women are not even qualified to lick it. But that rich boy is so handsome. It seems like goddess Xiao is with him not because of money. Xiao Ran turned a deaf ear to the discussions of people around her. After saying hello to Yi Feng, turning around, his expression returned to being cold and cool, emitting a cold aura that kept strangers away. Yi Feng was not in a hurry. Xiao Ran's admiration for herself is currently 85. Almost obsessive. But because of her personality, she didn't show it too obviously, so she had to be given some time to buffer, otherwise it would be counterproductive. Started the car and was about to leave. A discordant and harsh voice came, Xiao Ran, who is this guy? Almost a roar. Obviously, some guy who doesn't know how to live or die is here to die. Chapter 20, Admiration value reaches 90, Xiao Ran takes the initiative. A young man in a white suit came over angrily. If looks could kill, Yi Feng would have been beheaded long ago. It is not difficult to see that this boy should be Xiao Ran's suitor, or a senior bootlicker, because after he came over, Xiao Ran's face suddenly became gloomy. Xiao Ran, who is he? Why is he hooking up with other men behind my back? The boy asked in a questioning tone, as if Xiao Ran was his girlfriend. In fact, the two have nothing to do with each other. Xiao Ran crossed her arms across her chest, her face as cold as frost as she spoke indifferently. Fade Chen, please respect yourself. We are not boyfriend and girlfriend, not even friends. I have made it clear several times that I don't like you. You are harassing me. I have no choice but to call the police. Chen Fei's expression suddenly changed, and he covered his head and cried bitterly. like a lost dog. He is Xiao Ran's fanatical pursuer. A love that borders on obsession. He had already considered Xiao Ran as his girlfriend in his heart, so he did not allow anyone of the opposite sex other than himself to get close to Xiao Ran. Yifeng, don't listen to his nonsense. He and I have nothing to do with each other. He is the one who keeps pestering me. I am also very distressed. Xiao Ran sighed helplessly. When an ordinary person meets a woman he likes and is rejected when he confesses his love to her, he will cut his losses in time and not continue pursuing her. But Chen Fei is different. This month alone, he has been rejected 4 times by Xiao Ran, but his mentality is extremely tenacious, as if he is an indestructible cockroach. He kept pestering Xiao Ran and became insane. Such people are extremely dangerous and can become social destabilizers with the slightest provocation. At this moment, Fei Chen heard Xiao Ran's cold words again. His eyes were bloodshot and red, he scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Why? Why?" Suddenly, blood-red eyes like those of a devil locked onto Yifeng. "I know, it's all because of you, the third person will not have a good death." Chen Fei raised his fist and rushed towards Yifeng. In his devilish mind, he thought that as long as he could get rid of Yifeng, he would be able to win Xiao Ran's favor. Therefore, Yifeng must be eliminated at all costs. Oh, there's no hope. Fiangyang has gone crazy again. Yifeng felt sad for Chen Fei's life. The world is a vast forest. Why do you insist on hanging on a tree? I hope the readers of this book are not as angry as Fei Yangyang. System used the life modification card to modify Chen Fei's memory, causing him to lose his memory of Xiao Ran. Yifeng had no interest in attacking a fool who was blinded by love. It's a good time to try out the life modification card rewarded by the system. In progress. Change successfully. The target person Chen Fei's memory about Xiao Ran has been cleared, and his life trajectory has deviated. Careful. Xiao Ran pursed her red lips and said with worry in her beautiful eyes. But the next second, Chen Fei's fist in the air suddenly stopped, his bloodshot eyes became clear, and his expression returned to normal. He looked around with a confused look on his face. Hey! Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? No, wasn't I going to the internet cafe to play games? Why am I still at the school gate? The memory of Xiao Ran disappeared from Chen Fei's mind. He only remembered leaving the dormitory, walking out of the school gate, and preparing to go to the internet cafe across the street to surf the internet, and then. The memory is disconnected here. Hello, classmate, Feiyu Internet Cafe is across the street, right? Fei Chen asked with a kind expression. To clear the memory of Xiao Ran, the butterfly flapped its wings, and Yifeng's memory was also cleared. Because Chen Fei met Yifeng through Xiao Ran. Before this, they had no intersection. Yes, there is a promotion at the internet cafe today. If you top up 100, you will get 50 for free. Go quickly, or it will be gone if you are late. Yifeng smiled indifferently. Oh my god. That's so cool, thank you classmate, I'm going. Chen Fei turned around without looking back and ran to the Feiyu Internet Cafe across the street. The crowd watching around were all filled with questions. What's going on? Fei Chen is leaving now? Something's wrong. He was so tense just now, but he suddenly became a different person. His goddess has been snatched away, yet he still has the mood to surf the internet. This Chen Fei, is there something wrong with his brain? The most shocked person was Xiao Ran. After all, she knew that Chen Fei had always been infatuated with her, but the look in his eyes just now was as if he was looking at a stranger. There is no emotion at all. What's going on? Xiao Ran whispered. Maybe you figured it out. Fei Chen won't bother you anymore. As for the reason, there's no need to delve into it. Yifeng smiled faintly. Xiao Ran said oh softly. Her cheeks flushed pink, she brushed the hair beside her ear, and said softly, Yifeng, you helped me again. I'll treat you to dinner next weekend. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation and sparkled brightly. Yifeng had no expression on his face and said calmly, next weekend? No way. You don't have time, do you? Xiao Ran's fair face looked a little lost. But I felt relieved immediately. Maybe Yifeng really has something important to do next weekend and can't have dinner with me. I feel better. Nothing. Yifeng said softly. It was as if he had guessed what Xiao Ran was thinking and directly burst the bubble of fantasy. Okay, then drive safely, I'll go back to the dormitory first. It was raining in Xiao Ran's heart. It was the first time that she took the initiative to invite someone of the opposite sex to dinner, but was rejected so thoroughly. Especially, with so many classmates watching around. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, hide there and never come out. My cheek felt like it was slapped and it was burning with pain. As a beauty majoring in ballet, she still has a little bit of goddess image. Yifeng smiled, reached out his hand to brush the hair by Xiao Ran's ears, gently touched her delicate face, and spoke gently. How can you let a beautiful woman pay for a meal? I'll treat you. It's next weekend. You can't break it. Xiao Ran didn't react for a moment, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at Yifeng. The next second, she smiled faintly, as if she was a child who had eaten candy. Okay, see you then. Go quickly, there are so many people watching us. Xiao Ran was a little shy. Her fair face is like a ripe peach. Bite. Female college student Xiao Ran's admiration value +5, currently 90, reward life modification card X2, rebate 10 million yuan. The sound of the system breaks the beautiful atmosphere. Yifeng was ecstatic. That has 2 life-changing cards. This system works, and the rewards are real. He. Don't underestimate this system. When the opposite sex admiration value reaches 100 for the first time, you can get magical props. Please start the strategy as soon as possible. Oh shit. This devilish laughter, could the system be a villain? System. Yifeng, close your eyes. Xiao Ran blushed and spoke in a voice that only she could hear. Do what? Yifeng asked doubtfully. Just close it. Once you close it, I'll tell you. I have something good for you. Seeing Xiao Ran acting like a spoiled little girl, Yifeng smiled gently and closed his eyes. Give it to me, let me see what good stuff there is. The words haven't finished yet. A warm and moist touch came from the lips. This is my first kiss, you're lucky. See you next weekend. Bye. Wait for Yifeng to open his eyes. Xiao Ran's face was already flushed. She ran into the school gate shyly with her head down. She stopped, turned around and waved her hand to Yifeng. Goodbye. Yifeng's mind was full of only one idea. I'm not clean anymore. Chapter 21, Love Street Racing? Spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Ding dong. As soon as Yifeng got into the car, he received a message on his mobile phone. Brother Yi, when I woke up, you were gone. I'm going to explore the shops outside. Can you come with me? Haicheng Yunjin, master bedroom in room 603. A pair of beautiful little feet in white socks, raised in the air. The jade toes are as white as scallions and crystal clear. Tao Bai's petite body is lying on the bed, and her 36D is fluffy and full, and it can even serve as a pillow, which is particularly outrageous. The scene from last night came to her mind and a blush appeared on her face. They all say that the first time is painful. How painful is it? Tao Bai didn't know before, but he found out clearly last night, it really hurts. However, after a brief pain, happiness, joy, satisfaction, and touching emotions will appear in your heart, and you will have endless aftertastes and will be reluctant to leave. No, Tao Bai, why would you think of such embarrassing things? The slender, snow-white legs trembled. Tao Bai shook his head, typed a line of words, and clicked send. Brother Yi, I'm going out first. I'll wait for you at Haicheng Commercial Street. Come early. Tao Bai stood up and stepped on the floor with her white little feet. She opened her closet and took out a light pink dress. Taking off the soft pajamas, her fair and delicate skin is pink and white, without a trace of impurities, like a perfect work of art. By the way, Brother Yi likes white silk, I almost forgot. A charming smile flashed in the corners of Tao Bai's eyes. The well-proportioned and slender legs stepped on the bed, the thin white pantyhose was put on the beautiful jade feet, the jade hands slowly brushed the skin, and the skirt was lifted up. Yifeng held the steering wheel with one hand and drove towards Haicheng Commercial Street. I feel very happy. Tao Bai explores shops outdoors, while he explores hotels, killing 2 birds with 1 stone without interfering with each other. It's very nice, it's great. When passing an intersection, the red light came on and Hongqi S1 stopped. Buzz. Following closely behind, a red convertible Maserati parked in the side lane. A red-haired young man was sitting in the driver's seat. It was not difficult to see that he really liked the color red. The passenger seat was a girl with heavy makeup and a black suspender skirt. The appearance score is about 8 points, and the foundation is good. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to hook up with a rich young man who drives a Maserati. She accidentally caught a glimpse of Yifeng behind the car window, and her heavily made-up face suddenly sparkled, and she was fascinated by Yifeng's handsome appearance. You dare to steal my woman. The red-haired rich boy sitting in the driver's seat had a gloomy look in his eyes. How could he allow his girlfriend to look at other men with such an obsessed look? For him, this is a great shame. In fact, Yifeng never looked at the woman even once from beginning to end. How could he be interested in such vulgar cosmetics? But Mr. Fu doesn't care about that. He had already imagined the scene of the woman lying on the bed, posing in a coquettish manner towards Yifeng, and he was so angry that his back teeth were chattering. Without saying anything, he slapped the woman in the passenger seat on the face and yelled, "Bitch, bitch, fuck you." The woman covered her swollen face and looked at the rich boy in confusion. Mr. Zhang, you. Yifeng noticed the movement nearby, turned his head to take a look, and asked in confusion. Don't know what kind of plane to get? Contempt? He actually looked at me with contempt. The rich boy was furious and challenged Yifeng. Hey, kid, you dare to race with me when you drive such a nice car? The brain is not as big as the cerebellum, it's probably just cerebral palsy. Yifeng didn't say anything. He held the steering wheel with one hand and focused on the red light time. How dare you ignore me? The red-haired rich boy's mentality suddenly exploded, his eyes burned with fire, and he slapped the steering wheel angrily. 3.2.1 Boom boom boom. As soon as the red light passed, Yifeng stepped on the accelerator and drove away. He was in a hurry to see Tao Bai and couldn't let the girl wait there. Are you trying to intimidate me? Okay, kid, if you've got the guts, I'll accept your challenge. But the red-haired rich boy regarded Yifeng's behavior as a provocation. Without saying a word, he stepped on the accelerator and the Maserati caught up with the Hongqi S1 and blocked the lane. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. Turn on the turn signal, wait 3 seconds, and change lanes to the side. Want to surpass me? No way, get out. The red-haired rich boy turned the steering wheel and drove the Maserati in front of the Hongqi S1. Yifeng changed lanes again. The red-haired young man followed closely behind, not giving him any chance to overtake. At this moment, the Maserati window rolled down, the red-haired young man raised a middle finger, stretched it out of the car, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Yifeng's face turned pale. He didn't even know how he had offended the other party. But it doesn't matter, the red-haired young man has already angered himself. You like racing? I'll make you race in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. There was a flash of coldness in Yifeng's eyes. The system used the life modification card to modify the life of the red-haired young man. He drove illegally and crashed into a roadside flower bed, causing his legs to become disabled and he would have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Yifeng is not a fool. If a dog bites him, will he bite it back? It's so cheap. Directly use the life modification card and make the other person regret in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. In progress. Change successfully. The target red-haired youth will crash into a roadside flower bed in 10 seconds due to a vehicle breakdown, resulting in both legs being amputated. Inside the Maserati, the red-haired young man laughed wildly. He successfully defended his face. Just when he was getting carried away, the rear tire of the sports car made a loud bang, and the whole car spun 360 degrees wildly and crashed into the roadside flower bed. What about my brakes? The red-haired young man stood up and slammed the brakes until they were almost smoking, but the sports car showed no sign of stopping. It was as if it was being dragged towards the flower bed by an invisible hand of God. The left door was broken in half, and the titanium alloy door panel was like a sharp knife, fiercely cutting off the red-haired young man's thigh tendons. The worst thing was that he did not faint. He was extremely conscious and felt severe pain coming from his lower body. Ah! My legs! The Maserati sports car was almost scrapped. The girl in the black suspender skirt sitting in the passenger seat was totally unharmed. She kicked open the door with her high heels and got out as if nothing had happened. But his little face was filled with fear, and he picked up the phone tremblingly and dialed 120 emergency number. Coincidentally, a Hongqi S1 passed by at this time. Yifeng rolled down the car window, sneered, and looked at the miserable rich boy without any mercy. You! The red-haired rich young man's blood was boiling. Everything went dark and he passed out. Wrong? Why is it wrong? Yifeng thought he had done a great thing by directly eliminating a potential road hazard. even if he didn't take action, given the red-haired young man's temper. One day, he will get other people into trouble because of speeding, and he will end up saving him. After all, spending the rest of your life in a wheelchair is much better than having your head and body separated. At least you can save your life. Even if we take a step back, Yifeng will activate the system now. Of course you can do whatever makes you comfortable. Why would you feel suffocated when you cheat? That doesn't make sense. Yifeng drove away and came to Haicheng Commercial Street, the most prosperous shopping street in Haicheng. Tao Bai stood obediently on the street. Her beautiful watery eyes stared at the vehicles passing by, as if she was looking for Yifeng's car. At this moment, a pair of gentle hands covered her eyes from behind. Guess who I am? Chapter 22, Peach White Soft Glutinous Girlfriend, Wrong Admiration Value. Ting Ting, stop being so childish, okay? We are all adults now. Tao Bai said helplessly. The white and tender little hand loosened, and a JK girl jumped out, pouting her pink lips. Oh, this is not fun, Tao Tao. Why have you become a different person recently? I feel like I've become much more mature. Tao Bai's face was calm. He reached out and rubbed the JK girl's head, pretending to be deep. When you reach my age, you will understand. The girl blinked her beautiful eyes and suddenly reached out to tickle Tao Bai's armpit. Tell me or not, what happened? Tao Bai was tickled so hard that she laughed and begged for mercy. Alright, I'm telling you, I met a very nice boy recently. What? The JK girl stopped. The pale pink thin lips swelled into an O shape, enough to fit an egg. Okay, Tao Tao, you actually hid such an important thing from me. Are we still good friends? The girl put her hands on her waist and said angrily, tell me what kind of person he is. He. A blush appeared on her rosy and tender face, and she said shyly. He's very handsome, treats me very well, is pure and loyal, not promiscuous, and has a sense of responsibility. In short, when I'm with him, I feel that time passes very slowly and the air is sweet. The girl held her chin with her hand and nodded gently, with a look of longing on her face. She smiled. Tao Tao, you are almost praising him to the sky. No matter what, as your best friend, I sincerely wish you the best. Just then, a Hongqi S1 stopped on the side of the road. The car door opened and Yifeng got out. When Tao Bai saw this, she suddenly felt anxious and her white silk feet moved restlessly, like a cat that had stolen some dried fish. Ting Ting, he's here. The JK girl looked back. Her delicate face froze slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she excitedly grabbed Tao Bai's little hand. Tao Tao, is this him? Well, what do you think? Tao Bai blushed. Even though he was already very familiar with Yifeng, he couldn't contain his inner joy every time they met. 2. The JK girl wanted to say it's so perfect, but suddenly realized that she had lost her composure. This is my best friend's boyfriend, so I quickly changed my words. Actually, you can't judge a man by his appearance, his inner qualities are also important. I prefer boys with substance. However, just as Yifeng walked up to the two girls. Before Tao Bai even opened her mouth, the JK girl took the lead in greeting with a smile. Hi, handsome guy, my name is Yu Ting Ting. I'm 21 years old, 159 centimeters tall, 45 kilograms in weight, I love sweets and drama movies. A detailed self-introduction. Not only Tao Bai was stunned, Yifeng also looked confused. Yu Ting Ting looked embarrassed. I wish I could find a crack in the ground to crawl into and become neighbors with ants. Yu Ting Ting, what have you done? Although you like handsome guys, this is your best friend's boyfriend. Her white and tender toes were about to dig a hole in the soles of her shoes. Yifeng coughed, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Hello, my name is Yifeng, nice to meet you. After saying that, he showed a handsome smile. No, I'm completely lost. How can he smile at me? Who can stand it? A perfect man smiling at you. Hold on, take a deep breath, Yu Ting Ting, this is your best friend's boyfriend. Yu Ting Ting tried her best to suppress her inner excitement, gently extended her hand, and said with a smile, hello, just call me Ting Ting, we will be a family from now on. No, what I mean is that you are Tao Tao's boyfriend, and Tao Tao and I are very good friends, so the three of us can be very happy together. Tired, destroy it. Tao Bai held his forehead inside, completely conquered by Yu Ting Ting's intelligence. Brother Yi, she's not like this usually, really, don't mind it. Yifeng smiled calmly and nodded gently, it's okay, whatever you want to eat, I'll treat you. Secretly call out the system and check Yu Ting Ting's information. Name, Yu Ting Ting. Age, 21. Height, 158. Appearance, 90. Worship value, 85. Innocent, romantic, masochistic little Lolita, strong brain cells, likes fantasy, beauty is justice, mild sadomasochism attribute, number of base hits, 0, appraisal result, first-hand car. A bit too much information. The starting value of admiration is 85, and Tao Bai and Xiao Ran are only 80. And what the hell is the masochistic attribute? Are young girls nowadays so free-spirited? In this regard, Yifeng said. Really good at playing. In the milk tea shop, Yifeng sat opposite the two girls and took a sip of milk tea. Bite. Yutingting's admiration value plus 5, currently 90, rebate 500,000 yuan, please check. Is the system screwing up? It doesn't make sense that drinking milk tea can increase your admiration points. Just when Yifeng was confused. But he found that Yutingting opposite him was staring at him with her beautiful eyes emitting a fiery glow, sipping milk tea with her cherry lips, and her cheeks were flushed. Yifeng was shocked. This little girl is really greedy for her own body. Tao Bai, the big-breasted and brainless girl sitting next to her, was completely unaware of her bestie's unusual behavior. Struggling with a pearl at the bottom of the cup. I sucked for a long time but couldn't get it into my mouth. Yifeng stretched out his hand and wanted to take a tissue to wipe his mouth. Yutingting actually tilted her head forward slightly, like a well-behaved and cute cat, ready to be caressed by her owner. Bite. Yutingting's worship value plus 5, currently 95, reward special props, life modification card X2. Yifeng felt numb. This won't work, or there will be big problems. If this momentum continues, Yutingting will most likely be the first woman to reach an admiration value of 100. Yifeng swallowed his saliva. System, come out and give me a reasonable explanation. Reminder to the host, the worship value system cannot be manipulated. It is all because of your charm that has nowhere to go. It is recommended to accept it calmly. Accept it calmly? Can this thing really be sent out? By the way, Brother Yi, can I let Tingting move in? She rents a house outside, which is very expensive, and I am a little scared at night. Tao Bai blinked her beautiful eyes and said expectantly. After all, the house in Haicheng Yunjin still belongs to Yifeng. Although she knew Yifeng was very generous, she had to get his consent. Yifeng looked at Yutingting and nodded gently, okay. Yutingting smiled and said, that's great, Tao Dao. I'll move in tonight. Thank you, Brother Yi. Puff. This soft and sticky voice is more lethal than peach white. Yifeng was overwhelmed. I shouldn't have agreed to this, it's a sin. Just then, the sound of a couple arguing was heard outside a luxury store across the street. Lily, I promised to buy it for you next month when I get my salary, but forget it today. I really don't have any money. A boy wearing glasses said in a humble tone. Humph. I won't listen. These are all excuses. You have to buy it today, whether you want to or not. A girl in a dress crossed her arms and said unreasonably. Standing next to him was a woman holding a selfie stick and live streaming. He just wanted to watch the fun and add fuel to the fire. Sisters, don't be fooled by men's sweet words. Everyone has a little stash of money nowadays. If he doesn't buy you a gift, he doesn't love you. Break up with him and I promise to buy you one. Chapter 23 The female anchoress routine, the live broadcast room has gone astray. You are so good, Shenzhen, you are hiding your secret stash of money behind my back. If you don't buy me a gift today, we will break up. The little girl spoke in a threatening tone. Obviously, in her heart, love equals money. The boy was secretly sad, but he still suppressed his grief and comforted her with a smile. Lily, be good and listen. I will buy it for you when I get my salary at the end of the month. Forget about today. Just as the young couple was about to reconcile, the female anchor nearby was unhappy and quickly added fuel to the fire. Sisters, don't be fooled by a heartless man. Women are meant to be pampered. Men who don't spend money on women are all scumbags who get something for nothing. I feel it's not worth it for you. Break up with him now. She is an outdoor emotional anchor. They search the streets for young couples having conflicts, use their own twisted logic to fan the flames and intensify the conflicts, thereby attracting traffic. After all, people of all ages and genders love to watch such issues between men and women, and they can be considered as the password to traffic. At this time in the live broadcast room, many online commentators were writing passionate words and giving advice. Thank you for the invitation. I just got off the plane in Mianbei. Putting aside the facts, is this man not at fault at all? Oh, yes, yes, yes. A girl just wants a gift. What's wrong with her? If you are a lowly man who can't even afford a gift, break up with him as soon as possible. Sister, I support you. Break up with this kind of low-class man as soon as possible. It's not worth wasting your youth. Then take your best friend to buy gifts. What? You can't afford it, right? Ha, the Tool Fairy upstairs, a takeaway of 19.9 is expensive, but a gift of 19.99 is reasonable. The little girl had already given up, but after hearing what the female anchor said, she immediately felt that she had suffered a great loss. Use the 3 magic weapons of the little fairy. First cry, then make a fuss, and then throw a tantrum. After trying the first 2 methods and seeing no results, he squatted on the ground and rolled around. I don't care. I've already bought this gift today. Shenzhen, you still have some Huabei balance, take it out now. The boy was stunned for a moment, the corners of his mouth trembled slightly, and he laughed out of anger. He was asked to take out a loan just for a gift. Silly little fairy, she will be a disaster if you marry her home. No? Save it for the new year. Lily, I'll say this one last time. I won't buy you this gift. If you want to break up, then do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. The little girl looked at the boy's back in confusion, regretting her decision. She rolled over and hugged his trouser legs, crying, Shenzhen, I don't want the gift anymore. Can we not break up? After all, she was just a nightclub receptionist with a monthly income of 3,000 yuan, while the boy was a programmer in a large company with a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan. Without him, the little fairy wouldn't even be able to afford next month's expenses. The boy looked indifferent, recognized the ugly face of the fairy, and kicked her out. Your mom is a singer, I won't be a sucker, I'm paying money for a dog, and it even barks twice, I'm giving it to you? You can't even make a splash, get out. The little girl was so heartbroken that she rolled on the ground in the busy street. In the milk tea shop, Yifeng seemed to see his past self in the boy. He also gave everything for the bitch Suyu Ting, and then. I hope the readers of this book are not as angry as Fei Yang. At this moment, the happiest person is the outdoor female anchor. After the bloody plot just now, tens of thousands of netizens flocked into the live broadcast room to watch the show. She looked around, searching for the next victim couple, and struck while the iron was hot, pushing the heat of the live broadcast room to a climax again. Hey! 2 women and 1 man, good subject matter, stable traffic. The female anchor's eyes lit up. He looked towards the milk tea shop with a sly smile on his face. When he came to Yifeng's table, he spoke straight to the point without any reservation. 3 of you, I'm the outdoor interview anchor. What's your relationship? Tao Bai fixed her makeup. With a faint smile, she said, Hello, my dear from the live studio. I am Tao Bai, this is my boyfriend, and this is my best friend. The female anchor frowned. How come this little girl looked more professional than her? But after listening to the introduction, I was ecstatic. My best friend cheated on me with her current boyfriend. Such a bloody plot is bound to top the trending searches. Does she still worry about traffic? She suppressed her excitement and said with a dagger hidden in her smile. Sister, your bestie is very beautiful, aren't you worried that something might happen between her and your boyfriend? This question is a killer. Generally speaking, no matter how good the relationship between girls and their best friends is, they will be cautious when talking about their boyfriends. Moreover, Tao Bai's best friend is beautiful, and the female anchor doesn't believe that she doesn't have concerns in this regard. Don't worry, because I believe that Brother Yi is very loyal in his relationship and will not let me down. Besides, Brother Yi is so perfect, it's only natural for other women to like him. I'm happy for him too. By the way, host, don't you like Brother Yi? Tao Bai blinked her beautiful eyes and spoke in a soft voice. The female anchor looked at Yifeng and found that he was really perfect, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. No, what are you doing? Go and stir up trouble. What's so good about a handsome boy? Traffic is the most important thing. This girl looks big-breasted and brainless, but her mind is so quick, she's hard to deal with. Her best friend, on the other hand, looks silly and cute, but her IQ shouldn't be high. Thinking of this, the female anchor calmed down. Using Yutingting as a breakthrough point, the conflict among the 3 people was intensified. Little beauty, aren't you jealous that your best friend has found such a perfect boyfriend? Yutingting shook her head and smiled sweetly. I'm not jealous. Brother Yi is so nice. I can't wait to be happy for her. Besides, the three of us can be together happily. I like brother Yi too. Puff. The female anchor was stunned. Oh my god, this is a live broadcast. Your thoughts are very dangerous. Can three people be together happily? What kind of love potion did Yifeng give them? As a mature outdoor anchor, she quickly calmed down. Seeing that he couldn't trick the two little girls, he turned his attention to Yifeng. He turned into a messenger of justice and said righteously, I finally understand. You are a complete scumbag. My dear friends in the live studio, this guy is such a jerk. He has his eye on the pot while eating from the bowl. He has a girlfriend, but he doesn't even let her best friend go. And I conclude that these two innocent little girls have been subjected to PUA by the scumbag for a long time, otherwise they would not get along so well. I want to expose you to the whole network. Support the anchor, Cobwa 6, click the upper left corner to follow. After saying that, he put the camera of his mobile phone in front of Yifeng. Everyone, take a closer look. This is the true face of this scumbag. If you see him in the future, avoid him. When Yifeng appeared in the live broadcast room, the direction of the barrage changed. Oh my god. Isn't this brother Yi? The little girl just now is the goddess Tata. I was wondering why she looks more and more familiar the more I look at her. Really? This dog anchor's beauty filter is so powerful that I didn't recognize him. So handsome. His looks are almost as good as mine during my prime. Have some shame. That's right, have some shame. To be honest, brother Ye's looks are only slightly inferior to mine. No wonder he can win the hearts of two girls. Chapter 24. Do you want to drink hot milk? Your three views follow your five senses. Looking at the content of the barrage, the female anchor frowned. Why was it completely different from what she imagined? Didn't we agree to denounce the scumbag together? Why do everyone's values follow their facial features and become Yifeng's fans? Yifeng chuckled and said indifferently, okay, stop trying to trick me. Your little tricks are useless to me. Which platform are you broadcasting on? The female anchor's face suddenly turned red. She has always been the one who controls others, but unexpectedly, this time, Yifeng completely controls her. Not playing by the rules at all. A masochistic platform. He left a few words and ran away in shame. If it were in the past, Yifeng wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. But now, the DM platform is his own business, and he will never allow such garbage live broadcast rooms to exist. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. However, at this moment, Yifeng noticed that there seemed to be something a little bit wrong with the two kids sitting opposite him. The two pretty girls were looking at him with admiration. Bite. Taobai worship value plus 10, currently 100, reward skill points x 10, can strengthen any skill. The system may be late, but it will never be absent. Name, Yifeng. Age, 22. Height, 180. Skim the unimportant information. Strength, 90 average 40 can be enhanced. Speed, 90 average 35 can be enhanced. Appearance, 85 average 60 can be enhanced. Durability, 75 average 55 can be enhanced. After acquiring the Grandmaster level national technique, Yifeng's physique was subtly strengthened, far exceeding the average. Why is the durability so low? It shouldn't be like this. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. Can you bear this? Of course I can't stand it. System. All skill points increase endurance. Increase successful. Congratulations to the host for increasing the endurance by 10 points. Currently, 85. Obtained the title, Beast Like Man. A beast like man. Yifeng was ecstatic. This not only concerns his happiness, but also the sexual happiness of all women in the future. Be prepared. At this time, Yifeng discovered that there was something wrong with Tao Bai's eyes when he looked at him. It's not just worship, it's also mixed with a hint of submission and respect from the heart. Is this the effect of 100% worship value? The system sensed what Yifeng was thinking, and a reply immediately came to his mind. Reminder to the host, when the worship value reaches 100%, a qualitative change will occur. While retaining self-awareness, I will obey your orders without restriction. Unlimited obedience to orders? Doesn't it mean that Yifeng can be allowed to do whatever he wants? Of course Yifeng is not that kind of bird, of course not that kind of beast. Of course Yifeng is not that kind of person. Tata, even though the apartment in Haishan has 3 bedrooms and a living room, I think it's a bit too crowded for 2 people to live in. Why don't you move to my house? Did you listen to what people say? The main reason was that Yifeng felt that the number 1 courtyard of Chenshui Pavilion was too deserted and it would be boring for him to live there alone. After Taobai moves in, it will add a lot of fun to your life, don't think wrongly. Taobai blinked her beautiful eyes and agreed without hesitation, yes, Tao also wants to live with Brother Yi. This way, I can wake up Brother Yi every day and cook for him. Tao's cooking is delicious. Even if the admiration value has not reached 100, Taobai is still happy to move into Yifeng's house. Not for anything else, just to be able to see Yifeng every day. She feels that life is colorful. When the admiration value reaches 100, Yifeng's words become orders that Taobai must obey unconditionally. Can drive her to do anything, including suicide. Of course, the system is not so perverted as to erase Taobai's self-awareness. She is still a normal girl with her own emotions. Much better than the soulless puppets in some novels. I'm so envious. Yu Tingting, who was sitting next to her, had a hint of gloom in her beautiful eyes. She also wanted to move into Yifeng's house. From the first moment she saw Yifeng, she had fallen deeply in love with this man who was her best friend. But due to moral pressure, it was not too obvious. It's impossible not to feel jealous. But as Taobai's best friend, she gave her heartfelt blessings. A smile appeared on Yifeng's lips. It is not difficult to see that Yu Tingting admires him very much. After all, less than half an hour after they met, her admiration value soared to 95, which is like riding a rocket. Being too handsome is also a kind of trouble. This matter is not urgent. It's not that there is not enough room in Chenshui Pavilion number 1 courtyard, after all, there are more than a dozen bedrooms, but the more important thing is, I'm afraid Yifeng's body can't take it. Who can stand having 2 young and beautiful girls at home? You have to fire every day. Just thinking about it, Yifeng's body trembled. After drinking the milk tea, Yifeng took Taobai away and got into the Hongqi S1. Yu Tingting took the key to room 603 of Haicheng and left by taxi alone. After the 3 people left, a figure walked out of the milk tea shop. It was the outdoor female anchor just now. Her eyes were gloomy, and she murmured, "So you live in courtyard number 1 of Chenshui Pavilion. No wonder you have 2 girlfriends." She overheard the conversation between Yifeng and the other 2. I was also a little surprised. Just give your girlfriend a property, it will be a high-end large flat in Haicheng. She took out a portable mirror and looked at the makeup on her face. If she could hook up with that rich boy, why would she need to livestream? She could just make money by doing nothing, just like Taobai and Yu Tingting. And I earn much more than I do now. Chenshui Pavilion Courtyard number 1. The female anchor secretly wrote down the address. Just then, her cell phone rang. How the hell did you offend Mr. Yi? You've almost ruined me. No, Brother Wang, what happened? I didn't do anything. The female anchor looked completely confused. Brother Wang is her agent. He is very powerful in the live streaming circle and manages more than a dozen small anchors. Boss Yi of the Douyin platform has personally issued a statement to ban you from all platforms, put you on the blacklist, and never sign a contract with you again. Even I was almost implicated. Your account is gone, stupid woman, goodbye, no, never see you again. Brother Wang hung up the phone angrily. The female anchor was stunned for a moment, then immediately opened the masochistic platform. A string of small red words under her personal profile was particularly eye-catching. This account is suspected of violating regulations and has been banned for 999 years. My account is gone? The female anchor burst into tears. The account with hundreds of thousands of followers that she had worked so hard to build was just wasted. Inside the Hongqi S1 supercar. Brother Yi, are you thirsty? Taobai asked, blinking her beautiful eyes. A little bit, what's wrong, Tao? Then I'll treat you to some hot milk. What the hell? Yifeng almost stepped on the brake instead of the accelerator, and the corners of his mouth trembled slightly. Is this girl speaking so freely? Is this hot milk real milk? When Taobai saw Yifeng's expression, she immediately realized that he had misunderstood her, and her face turned red. She had not meant that in the first place. Because she just noticed Yifeng licking his lips, she asked with concern. Of course, if Yifeng really wants to drink, it's not impossible. However, the impact on the main roads does not seem to be very good. Chapter 25, The Girl Visits at Midnight, The Warm Housekeeper Tao Bai. Shunshui Pavilion Courtyard Number 1. Tao Bai stepped on the floor with her clean bare feet, blinked her beautiful eyes, her face full of admiration. Brother Yi, is this where you live? It's so luxurious. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Not to mention Tao Bai, he was also shocked when he entered Courtyard Number 1 for the first time. But after living there for 2 days, it became normal. It's just a place to sleep. Apart from being big, it has no advantages. Tao, let me show you around. This is the restaurant, that is the bathroom, and there is a bedroom upstairs. You can choose the one you like later. Yi Feng took Tao Bai with him to familiarize himself with the layout of the courtyard. It took half an hour, and then I returned to the main hall and sat on the soft sofa. This set of sofas is 10 meters long and made of solid materials. It seems to be called Becker Imperial Sofa, which is exclusively used by European royal families. Yi Feng had nothing to do, so he checked online. After seeing the price, he held his phone tremblingly. In short, it's very expensive. Brother Yi, is there anything you need Tao to do? You can order me anything. After Tao Bai finished speaking, he looked at Yi Feng with anticipation. Can you order anything? Tao Bai has a beautiful and pure face, and a petite body that is unusually plump. She was wearing a light pink dress, revealing her slender pink arms and slender waist. Under the lace skirt, there are slender, well-proportioned and smooth legs. Wearing thin white stockings, the beautiful little feet suddenly stop breathing, and I can't help but have the urge to play with them in my hands. I have to say, Tao Bai is really beautiful and perfectly matches Yi Feng XP. Ahem. Tao, come and give me a massage. Yi Feng coughed lightly to suppress his inner excitement. It's not even dark yet, it's too early to do that kind of thing. A man with principles knows how to be patient. Tao Bai nodded obediently, and walked in front of Yi Feng with her white silky feet stepping on the floor. Her legs were bent like a kitten, squatting beside Yi Feng. Putting her little hands on Yi Feng, she smiled sweetly and said, Brother Yi, do you want to massage the top or the bottom first? Tao will do it gently and will definitely make Brother Yi feel comfortable. There's no need to divide it so finely. No matter where he was massaged, Yi Feng would feel very comfortable. Go up there, my shoulders are a little sore. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Okay, Brother Yi can take a nap first. Tao will call you for dinner. Tao Bai's voice was soft, and her delicate and boneless little hands lifted Yi Feng's neck and gently placed his head on her white silk thighs. A warm and delicate touch came from above my head. Yi Feng was in a very good mood. This girl has a pretty good massage technique. Perhaps because he was too close, Yi Feng could smell a light and sweet scent. When I opened my eyes, I saw a pair of round hemispheres, and through the gaps, I saw a peach-white, tender and fair face. I'm awesome. Principles don't seem to be that important. As night fell, Yi Feng took Tao Bai to the second floor to choose a bedroom. More than a dozen luxuriously decorated rooms are waiting for their owners to move in. Yi Feng had an immature idea. One day, these dozen or so bedrooms must all be filled. Tao, choose one. Except the one at the end of the corridor, all the others are fine. Yi Feng said with a smile. Why? Is there something scary in the bedroom at the end of the corridor? Tao Bai blinked her beautiful eyes and said curiously on her little face. No, because that's my room. Yi Feng explained. Tao Bai lowered his head, feeling somewhat guilty, and whispered, I'm sorry, Brother Yi, I shouldn't have said that to you. You're not scary at all. Tao likes you very much. After listening to this, Yi Feng felt a little touched. This little girl is too sensitive. He reached out his hand, rubbed her head, and smiled calmly, it doesn't matter, we will be a family from now on. Finally, Tao Bai moved into the bedroom next to Yi Feng. She wanted to be closer to Yi Feng, so that she could feel the sweet scent of Yi Feng all the time and sleep soundly at night. In the middle of the night, the bright moonlight enveloped Shunshui Pavilion Manor. In the master bedroom of courtyard number 1, the door was gently pushed open a crack. Tao Bai poked his little head into the room and found Yi Feng sleeping soundly on the bed with a smile on his fair face. Take off your shoes and walk into the room with bare white feet. She walked to the head of the bed, knelt on the floor with her knees bent, and looked at Yi Feng's handsome face from close up. Brother Yi is so handsome even when he is asleep. I looked at it for a long time, and time passed by drop by drop. Tao Bai climbed onto the bed quietly, curled up her petite body, found her own position, and lay quietly in Yifeng's arms. The little hand hugged his arm, as if she was worried that Yifeng would leave her. Then his face was filled with smiles and he fell asleep peacefully. In the dark bedroom, Yifeng opened his eyes, shook his head and chuckled. Looking at Tao Bai, who was sleeping soundly, her crystal-clear nose exhaled light breath, just like a well-behaved cat. In fact, Yifeng was already awake when Tao Bai opened the door. He didn't stop it, but continued to pretend to be asleep, wanting to see what Tao Bai would do. 100% admiration value. The subtle influence makes Tao Bai extremely dependent on Yifeng. Even when sleeping, he has to hug him to feel at ease. Feel the soft and tender body in my arms, and a sweet scent linger around my nose. Very elastic. Oh no, I can't hold the gun down anymore. It's okay during the day. Everything was quiet at night, with only a man and a woman together. Tao Bai's appearance and figure were especially good, both of which were above 90 points. No, Yifeng, how can you take advantage of Tao Bai while she is sleeping? That's too beastly. I am a good man with principles. I am a good man with principles. I am a good man with principles. I am a man. Yifeng picked up Tao Bai's slender legs and stroked them in his hands for a while. I feel more and more that this cannot go on. He turned his back and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yifeng woke up to the soft and sweet voice of a girl. Brother Yi, get up, I have prepared breakfast. Yifeng opened his eyes and found Tao Bai squatting beside the bed. She was wearing a light blue dress and thin white stockings. She bent her legs, looking particularly seductive. Hiccup. Yifeng said that he was full. Brother Yi, are you feeling unwell? Tao Bai stretched out her soft little hand and stroked Yifeng's forehead. With the other hand, he touched his forehead, looking very cute. Yifeng smiled calmly. Tao, I'm fine, what did you make for breakfast? Brother Yi, I cooked a pot of millet porridge and 2 eggs, and also bought some freshly fried dough sticks and soy milk. Then stay by the bed until 8 o'clock, and call Brother Yi to get up. Tao Bai smiled gently. Yifeng was deeply shocked. What time does this little girl get up? However, it seems quite nice to have such a housekeeper to take care of your daily life. Brother Yi, let me help you put on your clothes. Tao Bai brought out a brand new suit and said with anticipation. Well, thank you Tao. Yifeng nodded and enjoyed the service calmly. After going downstairs, I came to the dining room. Breakfast was on the table, still steaming, obviously it had just been prepared. It's simple, but also delicious. Especially the millet porridge cooked by Tao Bai himself, with wolfberry, red dates, and angelica added. It can be called a tonic porridge. Chapter 26. Nie Xiaoqin comes again. I don't like being too utilitarian. Ding dong. After Yifeng finished his breakfast, he lay on the sofa in the main hall. The doorbell rang and he was about to get up. Tao Bai trotted over wearing pink bunny slippers. Brother Yi, I'll go open the door. I'll let Tao do this kind of thing from now on. Yifeng smiled indifferently and acquiesced. Tao Bai came to the door, opened the heavy security door, and asked with a puzzled face, Who are you looking for? Outside the door stood a tall woman in an OL suit. She has a pretty face, with a white shirt tucked into a black skirt suit, her slender legs wrapped in black stockings, and her beautiful feet wearing a pair of black high-heeled shoes with red soles. Her delicate body exudes the unique mature charm of a career woman. Nie Xiaoqin frowned slightly and said in a daze, Hello, is Mr. Yi home? Looking at Tao Bai in front of her, she even suspected that she had come to the wrong place. In just 2 days, a stunningly beautiful girl moved into courtyard number 1? So you're looking for Brother Yi. Tao Bai turned his head and smiled faintly. Brother Yi, there is a beautiful lady looking for you. Nie Xiaoqin's face turned red. She felt a little embarrassed when Tao Bai called her pretty lady. Miss, come in, Brother Yi is watching TV. Tao Bai obediently opened the shoe cabinet and took out a pair of light pink ladies' slippers. Okay, thanks. Nie Xiaoqin smiled politely. She walked into the villa with her slender legs. She supported herself on the shoe cabinet with her delicate hands, bent her body slightly, hooked up her calves in stockings, slowly took off her high heels, and stuffed her delicate and small feet into slippers. Coming to the sofa in the main hall, she looked at Yifeng with her beautiful eyes slightly fiery. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she bowed gently and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, I was negligent last time and didn't give you a gift for moving in. Chun Shui Pavilion Property Management will give every new owner a thoughtful gift. After saying that, she placed the gift bag in her hand on the coffee table. The bag contained a bottle of expensive limited edition red wine, worth 5 figures. Yifeng nodded slightly and glanced at Nie Xiaoqin. Before coming, she seemed to have dressed up carefully. Her pretty face is delicately made up, her clothes are carefully matched, and her every move exudes a mature charm. It is not difficult to see that Nie Xiaoqin is good at utilizing her own advantages. And she understands male aesthetics very well. This outfit is considered to be the ultimate attack speed outfit, and any normal man would not be able to help but take a second look. Yifeng smiled calmly and said softly, "Thank you very much, I will accept it." Yifeng couldn't say that he disliked Nie Xiaoqin. But it has not reached the level of acceptance. Because this woman is so smart and thoughtful. He doesn't like women who are too shrewd. In particular, Nie Xiaoqin packaged herself as an exquisite commodity, and the one who bids the highest will win. Not only Yifeng, but anyone else who can afford the corresponding chips can buy her. "Mr. Yi, you are too serious." Nie Xiaoqin brushed the hair by her ear, revealing her crystal pink earlobe, and smiled. "Our responsibility as a property management company is to provide every owner with a home-like service. Mr. Yi, if you have any requests, you can tell me." After saying that, she pursed her red lips, revealing a slightly shy expression. The acting is still as poor as before. Yifeng couldn't understand why this woman wouldn't let him go. Logically speaking, the thing that Chenshui Pavilion Manor has the most is wealthy people. Any one of them can give her the life she has always dreamed of. Is my charm really that great? Mr. Yi, you haven't hired a housekeeper yet, right? Such a big villa will be very messy if it is not cleaned in one day. I can do what I can and help you clean the public space on the first floor. Nie Xiaoqin smiled on her fair face and took the initiative to speak. Tao Bai, who was squatting beside Yifeng and massaging him, raised her little head and wanted to say, "This is my job." But Yifeng pressed him down and said softly, "Concentrate on the massage." Tao Bai pouted her pink lips and said, "Oh," weakly. She didn't know why Yifeng did this, but she didn't ask any more questions. After all, she unconditionally supports Yifeng in whatever he does. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Yifeng smiled indifferently and spoke in a casual tone. I'm glad I can help Mr. Yi." With Yifeng's permission, Nie Xiaoqin felt a little happy. For her, this was a precious first step. She was prepared to take practical actions to completely change Yifeng's view of her, and eventually make him inevitably fall in love with her. Nie Xiaoqin first used a broom to clean the dust off the first floor. Then I changed to a mop and mopped every corner. The marble floor shimmers so brightly it could almost be used as a mirror. After doing all this, she took off her slippers, exposing her black silk feet, knelt down, and wiped the gaps in the floor with a towel. Yifeng lay on the sofa, watching Nie Xiaoqin working hard with interest. The graceful curves of her slender body are clearly revealed. With her back to him, her plump buttocks wrapped in a black dress and the pink soles of her feet in black silk stockings were particularly tempting. Her slender hands supported her delicate body, and as she wiped the floor vigorously, her willow waist swayed gently, causing her big breasts to shake. Perhaps it was too hot, the first button of the shirt was undone, revealing the delicate and white collarbone. I have to say that Nie Xiaoqin's figure is top-notch, a perfect gun mount. It is completely different from the soft and cute style of Tao Bai. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. "I was thinking, should I change the taste? Mr. Yi, it has been cleaned. If you are satisfied, I can come to clean it once a week." Nie Xiaoqin stood up and said expectantly with her pretty face. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his snow-white forehead, with a few strands of black hair sticking to it. She knew very well that Yifeng had been staring at her. Therefore, we try our best to show our capital. If it were any other man, he would have rushed over eagerly. I can't help but admire Yifeng's determination. Thank you. If you have time, you can come to the villa to clean it. I will pay you. Yifeng smiled indifferently. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll take my leave now. Nie Xiaoqin's beautiful eyes dimmed. Even though she was like this, Yifeng was still unmoved. Feelings of inferiority arise in one's mind. Could it be that she is no longer attractive to men? Nie Xiaoqin turned around and prepared to leave, but Yifeng called her softly. Joy flashed in her beautiful eyes. Sure enough, men will not turn away beautiful women. Especially, a top-notch beauty like myself. But she still pretended to be reserved, shyness appeared on her face, and she pursed her red lips lightly. Mr. Yi, do you have any other instructions? Yifeng's expression was calm and he spoke meaningfully. I don't like things that are too utilitarian, and the same goes for women. Nie Xiaoqin's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and her heart skipped a beat. In an instant, she felt that Yifeng's eyes were extremely sharp, as if he could see through her, and no secrets could hide. His face was blank and he said, I understand, Mr. Yi, goodbye. After leaving courtyard number 1, Nie Xiaoqin looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and felt uneasy. Yi Feng, so scary. Chapter 27 Tao Bai's maid outfit, encounter in the underground parking lot. Brother Yi, I think Sister Xiaoqin is very nice, why did you chase her away? Tao Bai blinked her watery eyes and said innocently. Yi Feng smiled indifferently and rubbed her head. You are still too young to understand some things. Tao Bai was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this, and then she put her 36D in front of Yi Feng, pouting her pink lips and said, Brother Yi, Tao is not small, if you don't believe me, try it. There was a hint of unwillingness in her shy tone. Well, I'll try it then. Yi Feng is determined to be a good young man who was brave enough to climb to the top. You can't always hold yourself back. Whether it is psychological or physiological. In the evening, the sun hangs obliquely in the sky, emitting red light. Yi Feng changed into a handsome black suit and prepared to go out to buy some groceries because there were only a few drinks left in the refrigerator. There are still a few boxes of red wine in the wine cellar on the basement floor of the villa. However, Yi Feng did not have any preference in this regard and still thought that iced cola tasted better. Tao, take care of the house. I'm going to the supermarket to buy some things. Wait for me to come back. Okay, Brother Yi, go early and come back early. Tao Bai waved her little hand obediently. You're so good. I'll reward you when I come back. Yi Feng chuckled. Then he left the villa and got into the Hongqi S1. He stepped on the accelerator and the car turned into a black lightning and sped out of Chenshui Pavilion Manor. After Yi Feng left, Tao Bai mysteriously took out a cardboard box, tore open the seal, and took out a pink-made suit from it. A full set of contains clothes and stockings. The chest area is ingeniously designed into a heart shape, showing off the capital to the fullest. After Tao Bai put on her clothes, she stood in front of the mirror and simply admired her graceful figure. The top is made of thin fabric, very transparent, and your pink skin can be vaguely seen, especially the hollow heart on the chest, which is exceptionally white. There was a small pink apron around her waist, just enough to cover her hips. Bend down slightly and the view under the skirt will be clearly visible. The lower body is wearing a pair of white lace-trimmed stockings with suspenders, which highlights her slender and well-proportioned legs. It's very nice, it's great. This outfit is so sexy that even a little girl like Tao Bai couldn't help but blush. I don't know if Brother Yi likes this outfit, so I shouldn't have bought it. It's so embarrassing. Akiyu. Yi Feng is driving. Suddenly he sneezed, rubbed his nose, and whispered, Who is scolding me? The Hongqi S1 is parked in the underground parking lot of a large supermarket. The car door opened and Yi Feng got out. When we arrived at the supermarket, we had a clear goal and went straight to the beverage area without stopping. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Feng walked towards the underground parking lot carrying 2 full shopping bags. The speed is 60 miles per hour, and the mood is free and easy. Humming a little tune, I came to the Hongqi S1. He took out his keys, opened the trunk of his sports car, stuffed the shopping bags in, and was about to get in the car. I accidentally saw a man and a woman pulling each other not far ahead. Yi Feng couldn't help but shake his head, lamenting the decline of morals. Even if you are in a hurry, you still have to go home and deal with it, right? But at this time he discovered that the two people did not seem to be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and might even be, not even friends. Because women have always resisted. Her small hands were pressed against the man's chest, her snow-white thighs were tightly closed, and her small feet in high heels were suspended in the air. Her beautiful eyes were filled with panic and she wanted to call for help. But the man held her tightly, trying to force himself on her. Oh my God! When going out to buy things, can you still be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Yi Feng did not hesitate. How could he turn a blind eye to such a thing? Besides, the woman is pretty, with an appearance score of around 9. Then Yi Feng has to take even more care of it. He strode over and shouted at the man with full force, "Let go of that girl." The man paused, frowned, and turned his head. He glanced at Yi Feng with contempt in his eyes and said nonchalantly, "Kid, you have nothing to do here, get out of here quickly, you can't afford to offend me with my status." The woman's eyes were filled with tears, igniting a glimmer of hope. After seeing Yifeng's face clearly, her pretty face was stunned for a moment, and she said with a somewhat joyful tone, Yifeng? Yifeng raised his eyebrow. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Are you Chen Yu? The woman nodded excitedly and said repeatedly, It's me, Yifeng. I didn't expect to see you here. It's a small world. The woman's name was Chen Yu, and she was his high school classmate. At the same time, she is the class beauty of Class 2 of Fengqing High School. She ranks among the top in academic performance and is an unattainable White Lotus goddess. Girls change a lot when they grow up. Chen Yu is much more beautiful than when she was in high school. Yeah, what a coincidence, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Yifeng scratched his head and gave a handsome smile. Well, we are destined to be together. A blush appeared on Chen Yu's fair face. In fact, she had a crush on Yifeng since high school. But at that time, my studies were more important and I didn't show it. When we met again, the feelings that were buried in my heart came to the fore. She was shy and happy, just like a naive girl in love. Fuck you, you guys treat me like I don't exist? At this moment, a discordant voice sounded, filled with deep anger. The man was furious. He was busy with something and was about to get on base when he was interrupted by Yifeng. Now he was reminiscing about his youthful past in front of him. Shit, do you really think he doesn't exist? Chen Yu said in panic, Yifeng, save me. Save you? Chen Yu, do you still want this job? My second uncle is the general manager of a supermarket. With just a word from him, you can be hired as a regular employee. The premise is that you cooperate obediently. If I'm happy, you'll be happy too. Don't act innocent with me. Wu Cheng had a frivolous smile on his face. Obviously, this was not the first time he had threatened female employees. Name, Wu Cheng. Age, 22. Height, 179. Skim over unimportant information and go directly to the properties. A dissolute and frivolous playboy who sees women as tools for venting. His second uncle Wu Meng is the general manager of Tianqian Supermarket. Number of attacks, 86. Identification result, a scumbag with kidney deficiency. Looking at Wu Cheng's message, Yifeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mr. Kidney Deficiency, are you still playing so extravagantly? Boy, what are you standing there for? There is 10,000 yuan in this card, which is a reward from me. Get out of here immediately. Wu Cheng looked disdainful and casually threw out a card, trying to make Yifeng bend down to pick it up. As a result, his image in Chen Yu's mind collapsed instantly, and he could take advantage of the opportunity and take down Chen Yu as it should. The cost is only 10,000 yuan. Compared with the stunning beauty Chen Yu, this little bit of money is nothing. Yifeng smiled faintly, Are you rich? Nonsense. My second uncle is the general manager of Tianqian Supermarket, and I don't have to do anything every month and I get a salary of 100,000 yuan. It's hard for a poor worker like you to hope for a high position in your lifetime. What can you use to compete with me for a woman? Wu Cheng looked frivolous, not taking Yifeng seriously at all, and spoke in a threatening tone. Besides, this is the underground parking lot of Tianqian Supermarket, my territory. Believe it or not, I can call a dozen people over with just one phone call to beat you up so badly that even your own mother won't recognize you. Chapter 28. First shorten by 10 centimeters, then change the orientation to male. Bite. It is detected that you are suppressed by a force, triggering a special reward. You can use the life modification card X1 to change Tianqian Supermarket to your name. Whether to use. What the hell? So awesome. Not only can it be used on people, but it can also modify physical properties to one's own name. This is fucking awesome, a little cool guy riding a plane. So awesome. Yifeng said without hesitation, use it. Use one life modification card, Tianqian Supermarket has been modified to your name. Simple, crude, and unreasonable. It feels so good. On the other side, the manager's office of Tianqian Supermarket. Wu Tianming received a notice that his boss owed 350 million yuan from eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, and had no choice but to sell the supermarket. The new boss is a wealthy man named Yifeng. His photo was displayed on the mobile phone screen. Looking at this young and handsome face, Wu Tianming couldn't help swallowing. I am greedy. No, it should be extreme shock. Such a young man was able to come up with 350 million to acquire Tianqian Supermarket. According to conservative estimates, Yifeng's personal assets are over 1 billion. Otherwise, you don't have the courage and determination. Oh my god, I'm only in my early 20s and I've achieved so much. Wu Tianming said in astonishment. Just then, a quick phone call rang. Hey, second uncle, bring your people to the underground parking lot. There's a fool looking for trouble. Yes, bring more people and all your weapons. Wu Chang almost roared. Looking for trouble? Wu Tianming's face was gloomy. He immediately called a group of security guards and ran towards the underground parking lot in a heroic and confident manner. Boy! Don't run if you dare. My second uncle will be here soon. You dare to snatch my woman? Turn on the light in the toilet and you are looking for death. Wu Chang was arrogant and looked at Yifeng with his nose turned up. I wanted to see fear on his face. This kind of pleasure of playing with people in the palm of your hand is so comfortable. But the result disappointed him. Yifeng's expression did not change at all from beginning to end. His face was calm, like a lake without ripples. Yifeng, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have implicated you. Let's go quickly, this is Wu Chang's territory. Shenyu said with regret and self-blame in a worried tone. She shouldn't have dragged Yifeng into this. After all, how could an ordinary person with no power and influence fight Wu Chang with his head? What's more, it's on Wu Chang's territory. Shenyu's snow-white face showed determination, and she bit her red lips slightly. Wu Chang, if you let Yifeng go, I promise to be your girlfriend. It is not difficult to see that she has made up her mind very much. Not only did Yifeng risk his own life to save her, but also because she liked Yifeng. It fully demonstrates the steadfastness of women. It's too late. You stinky bitch, you didn't agree just now, but now you change your mind. Not only will I get you, but I will also teach this pretty boy a lesson. Wu Chang had a wicked smile on his face. He really enjoys the thrill of having power over people. Especially, suppressing a small character like Yifeng who has no ability to fight back. Unexpectedly, the situation changed suddenly. Bang! A crisp slapping sound suddenly rang out. Yifeng slapped Wu Chang so hard that his entire face was deformed. My head was buzzing like a mess, I saw stars and my vision was blurry. Hiss! You fucking! Wu Chang's facial features were distorted and his face was as red as liver. He had never been insulted like this. Clown, get out! Before he could finish his words, Yifeng kicked him hard on the butt with his size 42 foot. Bang! The impact was like that of a fully loaded truck. Wu Chang's figure was like a kite with a broken string, flying along the ground and stopping only after hitting a concrete pillar. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his throat. He was in so much pain that he curled up on the ground and twitched. Yifeng raised a look of contempt. When you meet a playboy, you have to deal with him in a playboy way. He doesn't have time to argue with Wu Chang. If you like rape, I will make you a eunuch for the rest of your life. System. Use the life modification card to modify Wu Chang's life. Shorten his penis by 10 centimeters and reset his sexual orientation to male. Yifeng felt that this was not enough to relieve his anger, so he simply changed his sexual orientation. So as to avoid harming women in the future. In progress? Changed successfully. The target person Wu Chang's body part has shortened by 10 centimeters, and is currently -3. His sexual orientation has been reset to male. Oh my god. -3? Damn, the world is so wonderful. Yifeng, you are so powerful. Shenyu covered her mouth with her hands, her face full of shock. The once weak little boy has now transformed into a macho man. With just 3 punches and 2 kicks, the man was crippled. In addition to liking Yifeng, she now has a little more admiration for him. After all, who can not love a boy who is both strong and handsome? However, at this moment, a loud and angry roar was heard. Xiaocheng, who beat you so badly? Second uncle will avenge you. Wu Tianming led a group of security guards. He hurried over, picked up the paralyzed Wu Chang, and said with concern. Second uncle. Wu Chang lay in Wu Tianming's arms, looking up at his deep face. Her eyes trembled slightly, and her face was a little shy. Second uncle, you are finally here, help me get revenge, that guy beat me up so badly. The tone of voice became much softer. Like a little girl acting like a spoiled child. Wu Tianming was stunned for a few seconds. If this wasn't his nephew, he would even suspect that he was a pervert. But I didn't think much about it, revenge was more important. Who is it? Who beat my nephew like this? Wu Tianming's face was filled with anger and he looked at Yifeng fiercely. After seeing his face clearly, he frowned and said in surprise, "You are Yifeng, the new boss of the supermarket? Good fight, it's satisfying. I've wanted to teach this little bastard a lesson for a long time. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for taking action." His arms loosened, and Wu Cheng and his arms fell heavily to the ground, suffering a second fracture and letting out a painful wail. Wu Tianming turned a deaf ear to him and ran to Yifeng happily. He bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Boss Yi, I am Wu Tianming, the general manager of Tianqiu Supermarket. I am late, please forgive me." Yifeng waved his hand and said indifferently, "I don't want to see Wu Cheng in Haicheng again. You should know what to do. Wu Cheng is now a eunuch who likes men. There is no threat at all, so Yifeng doesn't need to kill them all." "Thank you, Mr. Yi. I apologize to you on behalf of Wu Cheng. Tianqiu Supermarket will continue." Before he could finish, Yifeng interrupted and said, "You will still be in charge and report the revenue to me regularly." "That's it. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Since we can't find a suitable candidate now, it would be more beneficial than harmful to continue letting Wu Tianming serve as general manager. Besides, he seemed to respect me very much, so there was no need to change him." Wu Tianming was overjoyed when he heard this. He is indeed a wealthy man who spent 350 million to acquire a supermarket. The pattern is bigger than the Pacific Ocean. "Class beauty, I drove here, let me give you a ride." Yifeng scratched his head and smiled handsomely. "Oh, yes, okay." Chen Yu was shocked. No wonder Yifeng was so calm just now, it turns out that Tianqiu Supermarket is his property. Damn it, I was worried to death. She clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes saw Yifeng's handsome profile, and a hint of shyness appeared on her fair face. Strong, handsome, and rich. What kind of mysterious boy is Yifeng? Chapter 29 The Lost Little Class Flower. Chen Yu, you stepped in dog shit. Yifeng, you drive this car. Even though they knew that Yifeng was the owner of Tianqiu Supermarket, when they came to the Hongqi S1 Supercar, Chen Yu was still stunned for a few seconds. I just can't figure it out. What has Yifeng experienced in the past few years since graduation? Suddenly, I imagined several ridiculous online novel plots. The 4-year period is up, young master, and the master asked me to take you home. He is a wild young man in the city, but he hides his identity and just wants to live an ordinary life. A poor boy was forced to inherit a $1 trillion fortune. At this moment, he decided not to pretend anymore. No matter which one it was enough to surprise Chen Yu for a while. Yifeng smiled calmly, I just bought one and drove it for the time being. Class beauty, where do you live? I'll take you back. Hearing him say this, Chen Yu's fair face flushed. A little embarrassed, don't call me class beauty. We have graduated for a long time. As an old classmate, you can call me something else. After saying this, her beautiful eyes flickered with anticipation. Okay, Chen Yu, get in the car. Yifeng said softly. The smile on Chen Yu's face suddenly froze. She hinted so obviously. There are obviously many names. Suya, Yaya, Xiao Yuyu. Even if it was Xiao Chen, she gladly accepted it. But I didn't expect Yifeng to be so straightforward and call me by my full name. Bite. Class beauty Chen Yu is successfully bound, and consumption can activate up to 100 million times cash back. The system prompt sounded. Yifeng immediately checked Chen Yu's information. Name, Chen Yu. Age, 22. Height, 163 centimeters. Appearance, 95. Worship value, 80. A cool and aloof female student, gentle and intellectual, very sensitive to emotions, number of base hits, 0, appraisal result, first-hand car. After all, they are old classmates, so an admiration value of 80 is normal. Not high, but not too low either. Chen Yu, fasten your seatbelt. Before driving, Yifeng politely reminded for driving safety reasons. Chen Yu said faintly. Pull the seatbelt over your chest. Yifeng took a glance and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This girl has a nice figure. Just a little small chest. If it was Tao Bai or Xiao Ran, the seatbelt would be pulled out a little. Otherwise, it's not enough. A little common sense in life, Judge the size by the seatbelt. It is very practical. 10 minutes later, the Hongqi S1 stopped outside a residential area. Shen Yu got out of the car, turned around, and smiled faintly at Yifeng. Thank you, Yifeng. Then, she asked shyly, do you want to go up and sit down? Maybe next time. I have to go home. It's not very convenient now. After all, Taobai was waiting at home, so Yifeng had to hurry over. Okay, bye then. Keep in touch on WeChat. Shen Yu waved her little hand, her beautiful eyes dimmed. Feeling a little disappointed, he turned and left. After walking a few steps, I heard Yifeng's call. Shen Yu, wait a moment. Her heart was instantly excited. Is Yifeng going to go home with her? She turned around with a happy look on her face, only to see Yifeng holding a hairband in his hand and reaching out of the car window. You forgot to take your things. This. Shen Yu's mood was like riding a roller coaster. Immediately fell from the peak to the bottom. Yifeng was even reluctant to get out of the car. After all, he was overthinking it. That's right, how could Yifeng, such an outstanding man, fall in love with her? Thank you, please drive slowly and be careful. Shen Yu took the hairband before she finished speaking. Yifeng stepped on the accelerator and the car disappeared from sight. A cool breeze blew. It blew her hair that was scattered on her shoulders. He shook his head and sighed softly. However, at this moment, a message popped up on WeChat. Yifeng, class beauty, I just told Manager Wu that you have been promoted from intern to team leader. If you have any problems, come to me and I will help you. Shen Yu's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, her face changed, and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It seems that Yifeng still cares about her very much. The little hand tapped the screen, and just as he was about to express his gratitude, he received a new message. Yifeng, after thinking about it, I decided to tell you that when you got off the car just now, you stepped on dog poop and many people around saw it. What? Shen Yu quickly lifted her feet. The white canvas soles were stained with brown, sticky stuff. My face suddenly felt hot. Turning her head, she found two people not far away looking at her, covering their mouths and laughing. Damn it! Damn Yifeng, stinky Yifeng, no wonder he doesn't want to get off the car. She ran into the residential area with her snow-white legs, despising Yifeng 100 times in her heart. Akiyu. Yifeng, who was driving, suddenly sneezed. Returned to Chunshuige Manor and parked the Hongqi S1 in the exclusive parking space in courtyard number 1. Yifeng got out of the car and walked into the villa carrying shopping bags. Tao, why don't you turn on the light? Yifeng walked in and found the main hall dim. With some doubt, he pressed the switch, and the crystal chandelier hanging in the air emitted a bright light, making the entire main hall as bright as day. There is a petite figure on the 10-meter-long Becker Imperial sofa. Tao Bai is wearing a cool maid outfit. The hollow heart on the chest reveals the snow-white and delicate scenery. Under the pink apron, two thin straps fixed the extremely thin white over the knee socks on the jade legs, and the beautiful and delicate jade feet were tucked into the little rabbit slippers. Tao Bai's cheeks were flushed, her beautiful eyes looked at Yifeng timidly, and her voice was soft and shy. Brother Yi, you're back. Does Tao look good in this dress? Petite, weak, and easy to push over. Meets any description of a pure lowly. Gulong. Yifeng swallowed his saliva and was stunned for a moment. Tao Bai saw that Yifeng didn't react for a long time and thought that he didn't like such revealing clothes. He explained in a low voice, I just wanted to make Brother Yi happy, but I didn't expect that Brother Yi didn't like it. I'm sorry. Dislike. Yifeng likes it so much. He didn't force Tao Bai to wear a maid outfit, mainly because he thought it was a bit perverted, although it was in line with his fetish. But now, Tao Bai actually took the initiative to wear it for him to see. Moreover, this maid outfit is a modified version, with a shorter skirt, a hollow chest, and a white stocking suspender. Full of positive energy. I'm sorry, Brother Yi, Tao will take it off now. Tao Bai blamed himself. A pair of clear and innocent eyes were slightly moistened, with crystal tears in them. For some unknown reason. After the worship degree reaches 100%. Tao Bai becomes very tearful in front of Yifeng, but the pure lowly looks quite pretty when she cries. Yifeng smiled indifferently. Looking at Tao Bai's tearful eyes, I felt a little pity for her. I want to hold her in my lap and caress her fiercely, gently. He stretched out his hand, stroked her smooth and fair face, and smiled gently. Tao, I really like this dress. Sit on it and let me take a good look at it. Really? Tao Bai pursed her cherry lips, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her little hands, and smiled sweetly. She kicked off her slippers, revealing her white feet, climbed onto the sofa, and sat obediently on Yifeng's lap. Soft. If Brother Yi likes it, Tao Tao will only wear this dress at home from now on. Tao Bai's voice is soft and milky, just like a little child. As long as Yifeng is happy, she is happy. Her love for Yifeng came from the soul, without any impurities, and was unconditional admiration. Even if we just stay together and do nothing. Tao Bai felt that there was a sweet smell in the air. Chapter 30. The housekeeper comes to visit Uncle Fu's guests. Courtyard number 2 of Chunshui Pavilion Manor. There is an elegant pavilion in the back garden surrounded by green trees, a small bridge and flowing water. At this time, there was a woman with elegant temperament in the pavilion. She has a graceful figure, skin as white as snow, and is wearing a light black gauze dress. The hem of the skirt just covered her hips, her slender, white legs were smooth, and her beautiful and delicate feet were wearing a pair of high-heeled sandals. The two words are charming and graceful, noble and elegant. There is no conflict in using it on her. It's like a fairy from the moon palace descending to earth, with all kinds of grace and elegance. Just then, an old man in plain clothes came hurriedly. He bowed respectfully and said, "Miss, the owner of courtyard number 1 is quite mysterious. I am stupid and have not been able to find out any useful information." When the woman heard this, her brows slightly furrowed, and a hint of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. The owner of courtyard number 1 has moved in for a week, but he hasn't moved around at all. It seems like he doesn't want to have any relationship with the people in the manor. He is such a strange person. The butler Fu Bo, who was waiting nearby, nodded slightly. "Miss, this person is extremely low-key. According to my observation, he has not hired any servants and rarely goes out. I dare to speculate that he is from Kyoto." "Kyoto?" The woman's beautiful eyes were gentle and thoughtful. Then she shook her swan-like neck and opened her red lips. "No matter who he is, we can't offend him. Uncle Fu, choose a bottle of good wine, pay him a visit, and find out his true strength." "Okay, miss. I'll do it right away." Uncle Fu bowed and left. On the other side, courtyard number 1 of Chunshui Pavilion. The main hall was filled with the sweet aroma of food. Yifeng sniffed, came to the kitchen door, poked his head out and asked, "Tao, smells so good, what are we having for dinner tonight?" At this time, Tao Bai was wearing a pink maid suit, holding a spatula in her hand, and cooking with a serious look on her face. She looks like a beautiful little cook who is busy and hardworking. After hearing Yifeng's voice, he quickly turned around and smiled slightly. "Brother Yi, go watch TV first. I can't tell you now." "Okay, call me when you're done." Yifeng shook his head slightly and didn't ask any further questions. Sit on the sofa, turn on the TV, and watch anime casually. Ding dong. The doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. Yifeng was about to stand up. Tao Bai had already rushed out of the kitchen, holding a spatula dripping with oil in her hand, and said with a smile, "Brother Yi, you continue watching TV. Tao, go open the door." "Okay, you're really diligent." Yifeng smiled indifferently. For a moment, he even doubted whether he was a black-hearted boss who exploited his employees. Tao Bai didn't receive any salary. But she also serves as a cleaner, cook, maid, housekeeper, and sometimes she has to take care of his. Cough, cough. "Old man, who are you?" Tao Bai opened the door and found an old man in a gray cloth shirt standing outside. A big look of doubt appeared on the young face. Uncle Fu looked at the well-behaved lowly in front of him. His originally serious expression suddenly softened, and his heart almost melted as he spoke in a gentle tone. "Hello, I am Uncle Fu, the butler of courtyard number 2. I am here to visit you on the orders of the young lady. May I ask if your master is at home? So you're looking for Brother Yi. Don't move. I'll go and inform him." Uncle Fu smiled politely and was about to thank him. But he found that Tao Bai had already trotted away, his mouth trembling slightly, and then he stood straight waiting there. The young lady has instructed that the owner of courtyard number 1 must not be offended no matter who he is. 10 seconds later, Tao Bai came back jogging. "Come in, Brother Yi wants to see you." After saying that, she obediently took out a pair of black slippers from the shoe cabinet. The pink tip of the nose twitches. "Oh no, the food in the pot is going to burn." He turned around quickly and trotted away. Uncle Fu was stunned for a few seconds, looking a little embarrassed. This little girl does a lot of exercise every day. Then he calmed down and walked into the villa. He came to the sofa in the main hall, took a look at Yifeng, and was instantly shocked. So young? It seems even younger than the young lady. Who are you? Yifeng glanced at Uncle Fu and narrowed his eyes. Although this old man is very old, his bones are still strong. The body hidden under the grey cloth shirt exudes a majestic aura, far more powerful than some young people. It can be basically concluded that this person is a martial artist. And the internal strength is very strong. Uncle Fu came to his senses and quickly put the gift bag in his hand on the coffee table. I am Uncle Fu, the butler of courtyard number 2. I am here to visit you on the orders of my young lady. My young lady is the chairman of Annual Medical Group, Suya. Annual Medical Group? Yifeng had heard of it. Haicheng is the largest medical device manufacturer and ranks among the top 5 in the country in terms of size. Chunshui Pavilion Manor is truly a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. Yifeng, please sit down. Don't be shy. Thank you for your young lady's kindness. Yifeng said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Uncle Fu said respectfully. I felt a little surprised in my heart. Could it be someone from the Yi family in Kyoto? That is a famous and prestigious family with a history of hundreds of years, backed by the dragon vein and with a profound heritage. Being able to make friends with them will be of great benefit to the Su family. Master Yi, why are you interested in coming from Kyoto to Haicheng to buy a property? After all, courtyard number 1 is priced high and only a handful of people can afford it. Uncle Fu naturally thought that Yifeng was from the Yi family in Kyoto. What Yi family? I'm not from Kyoto. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly and asked in confusion. Uncle Fu was shocked when he heard this, and quickly apologized. Please forgive me, Master Yi. I am rude. I was very confused. ISNT at the Yi family in Kyoto? Could it be that there is a large clan with the surname Yi? I racked my brains, but I couldn't think of a second clan of the same size. Could it be? Uncle Fu's eyes lit up and his tone became more respectful. Young Master Yi is very generous. This courtyard number 1 is coveted by many wealthy people in Haicheng, but they are all deterred by the high price. My daughter also wanted to buy it, but gave up because of lack of funds. The price of Chunshui Pavilion number 1 courtyard is 530 million yuan and does not support installment payments. Even a billionaire with a net worth of over 10 billion can buy it in full if he grits his teeth. But in the next few years, there will be no idle funds. The living standards will be greatly reduced, and there must be no problems with the industries under their names, otherwise the capital chain will be broken. In other words, the person who can buy courtyard number 1 must be worth at least 10 billion. Otherwise, there is no determination and guts. Yifeng chuckled and said nonchalantly, I just bought a place to sleep and made do with it. Did you listen to what people say? Got a reply like this from Yifeng. Uncle Fu became more certain of his previous guess. Yifeng is very likely. As usual, the two of them exchanged pleasantries, and then Uncle Fu stood up and said goodbye. He couldn't wait to go back and tell the lady his guess. Brother Yi, dinner is ready. Tao Bai said in a soft voice. Yifeng smiled calmly and invited, Uncle Fu, it's time for dinner. How about having something to eat before going back? No, thank you for your kindness, Master Yi. I have to go back and report to the young lady. I'll take my leave now and visit you another day. Uncle Fu bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Chapter 31, The girl can't sleep in the middle of the night, and Brother Yi doesn't want to stick to her. Miss, Master Ye's identity may be even more powerful than I previously imagined. Courtyard number 2, in the pavilion in the back garden. Suya, who was sitting beside the solid wood square table, had a slightly surprised look on her delicate face. Uncle Fu, do you mean that Master Yi is from a hidden family? In the 5,000 years of Chinese history, many thousand-year-old clans with profound heritage have been born, the oldest of which can be traced back to the prosperous Tang dynasty. Aristocratic families like these live in seclusion and secretly control huge wealth. Generally, they don't appear easily. Combined with Yifeng's low-key style, Uncle Fu had a point in classifying him as the young master of a reclusive family. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I think the probability is very high. Let us take a step back and say that even if Master Yi is not from a hidden family, he is worth making friends with given his ability to buy courtyard number 1 with full payment. Suya pondered for a moment, and her swan-like neck moved gently. It seems necessary to pay a personal visit. He is such a mysterious man. In the blink of an eye, night fell. A bright moon hung in the sky above Chunshui Pavilion Manor, emitting a light as bright as water. Creaky, the door was gently pushed open. A chubby little head popped into Yi Feng's bedroom. Seeing him sleeping soundly on the bed, Taobai took off her shoes and tiptoed into the house with her bare white silk feet. She slowly closed the door, a look of joy appearing on her rosy face. I can sleep with Brother Yi again tonight. But when she turned around, her little face was stunned. Moonlight poured in from the window. Yi Feng, who had been sleeping soundly on the bed, now sat at the head of the bed. His eyes sparkled in the darkness. Tao Tao, you're not very well behaved. Tao Bai's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. She looked at Yi Feng's half-smiley face, and her white silk feet kept moving. Oh no, I've been discovered. She lowered her head and looked at the whiteness on her chest. Her cheeks were slightly flushed and her eyes were already a little moist. Brother Yi, Tao Tao just wants to be closer to you, otherwise she won't be able to sleep. Is it really just that simple? Yi Feng said softly. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Tao Bai's voice was a little choked. Like a little girl who has done something wrong. Crystal tears slid down her pink cheeks and dripped onto the snow-white heart-shaped boobs on her chest. Such a pitiful look. Pure and sexy. Tao Bai felt the warmth on her cheek, looked up, and found that it was Yi Feng wiping her tears. His handsome face had a gentle smile and he didn't seem angry. Tao Tao, if you want to sleep with me, you can come directly. You don't have to be sneaky. From now on, you are allowed to sleep next to me. Do you understand? Yi Feng was helpless, he wished he could sleep with Tao Bai. But the character of the protagonist cannot collapse. Hold on. Tao Tao's voice was soft. She stood on tiptoe, kissed Yi Feng on the face, and said happily, Tao Tao really wants to sleep with Brother Yi. Oh shit. The way this little girl speaks always makes people think wrong things. However, Yi Feng likes it. On the other side, in a residential area in Haichang. In the girl's boudoir, a petite figure was twisting on the bed. Chen Yu couldn't sleep. When she closed her eyes now, Yi Feng's handsome face appeared in her mind, and her heart felt tingling as if she had been electrocuted. Hold the pillow in your arms and clamp it between your snow-white legs. After a while, a blush appeared on the fair face. Chen Yu got out of bed, walked to the bathroom, washed up, and changed into light blue pajamas. She lay at the head of the bed with her long, white legs curled up. She picked up the phone, opened Yi Feng's chat box, and typed a line of words with a shy look on her face. Yi Feng, I'm on vacation tomorrow. Do you have time? I'll treat you to a meal. The scallion-like jade fingers hesitated for a moment and pressed the send button. Then, he threw the phone aside and buried his head in the quilt, feeling uneasy and full of random thoughts. Will Yi Feng agree? If you agree, what should we eat tomorrow? No, what if she rejects me? It will be so awkward when we meet in the future. Like a little girl who is just beginning to fall in love. In this regard, Yi Feng said. You're worrying too much. However, he didn't see it now, as he was hugging Tao Bai and falling into a sweet dream. Tao Bai's pair of fair jade hands tightly hugged Yi Feng's waist. He seemed very worried that after waking up, he disappeared. The next morning, Yi Feng woke up and found the message from Chen Yu. He readily agreed and replied. I'll wait for you outside the community in half an hour. Just put down the phone. Boom boom boom. The sound of bare feet pressing on the floor. Tao Bai walked into the bedroom, with a smile on her young face. Brother Yi, good morning. As expected of a young girl, she is full of energy. It adds a lot of fun to the quiet courtyard number 1. Tao Tao, good morning. Yi Feng responded with a smile. I'm sorry, Brother Yi. Tao Tao got up late today and breakfast is still being prepared. Just wait a few minutes, it will be ready soon. Tao Bai said with some self-blame. I slept soundly last night, holding Brother Yi in my arms. If you are not careful, you will oversleep. However, the smell of Brother Yi can really help me sleep. Hearing Tao Bai's soft and sticky voice, Yi Feng shook his head, smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. You can make breakfast when I wake up later. Does Brother Yi care so much about Tao Bai? Tao Bai's clear eyes were slightly moistened, and she was obviously moved again. Tao Tao, don't eat breakfast at home. I'm going out to do something. I'll probably be back in the evening. If it's too late, you should go to bed first. Yifeng got out of bed, put on the black suit prepared by Tao Bai, and said casually. But when I turned around, I found Tao Bai burying her head in her body, trembling slightly. It's all Tao Tao's fault for not getting up early to make breakfast. Brother Yi, don't be angry. I will get up very early tomorrow. Tao Bai thought that Yifeng was angry, so he went out. I felt remorseful and about to cry. 100% admiration value, self-PUA is outrageous. Yifeng was slightly shocked, then immediately calmed down. Think about what those smart and handsome readers would do if they encountered this situation. Of course, he gently extended his hand, like the big brother next door, and soothed the delicate and fair face. Be good, wait for me to come back and I'll reward you with something delicious. Feeling the warmth on his cheek, Tao Bai's brain stopped working. I really want to be touched by Brother Yi like this forever. Tao Bai didn't move at all, and Yifeng comforted him like a kitten. Good boy, take care of the house. I'm going out. Yifeng said with a smile. Brother Yi, can I still hold you in my arms to sleep tonight like I did yesterday? Tao Bai blinked her beautiful eyes and said expectantly. Coming again? Thinking of the erotic scene last night. Younger brother Yifeng suddenly raised his head and saluted, with the corners of his mouth trembling slightly. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Tao Bai's innocent face was filled with confusion. Doesn't Brother Yi like to be close to Tao Tao? Yifeng nodded gently and said gently, of course, no problem. Chapter 32, Using Contract to Defraud, the sense of remorse is directly full. Why don't you reply to the message? Yifeng drove to the residential area where Chen Yu lived and sent a message via WeChat to inform her to come downstairs. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't receive a reply. I raised my eyebrow and wondered if this little girl was still angry about yesterday. He got off the car and walked into the community. From a distance, I could hear a quarrel coming from the front. Are you kidding me? I've paid a whole year's rent, why do I have to move out now? Why does this voice sound exactly like Chen Yu's? Yifeng walked over quickly and found that it was indeed Chen Yu. She was holding her slender waist with her delicate hands, confronting a bald strong man. The sturdy man held a contract in his hand and said confidently, Little sister, please read it carefully. It is written in black and white. The lease period is 3 months. Pay the next month's rent 15 days in advance. Your signature is on it. If you don't fulfill it, I have the right to kick you out. Looking at the contract, Chen Yu looked confused. Then he angrily said, You lied to me. At the beginning, you said to sign first and take it back to write the date. I believed you and signed it directly, and paid the rent for 12 months. At this point, Chen Yu's voice was already choked with sobs. Little sister, please stop slandering me. I'm a regular real estate agent. I can't possibly do this. In a word, follow the contract. If you don't pay the rent today, you have to move out immediately. There was a cunning gleam in the corners of the sturdy man's eyes, and his tone was full of threats. How could a big, strong man like him not be able to handle a powerless girl? He is definitely going to cheat me out of this money. I rented the house to Chen Yu because she was alone. A group of people who were watching the fun were talking about it. I don't think the little girl is lying. Is there something else going on? Superficial. Judging people by appearances. The contract is written in black and white. What else can go wrong? You can't judge a person by his appearance, but you can judge his heart by his appearance. This innocent and kind girl is actually being unreasonable and occupying someone else's house. It's not like a contract can't be forged. This little girl is almost crying. How pitiful. Don't cry, sister. My house is big. Come to my house to sleep tonight, hee hee. Hearing the discussions of the people around him, the sturdy man became more fearless and spoke in a serious tone. Hey! Are you going to pay this money or not? Name, Sun Wangkai. Age, 43. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, black brokers, specifically targeting innocent girls, and seeking profits through fake contracts. Yifeng walked straight up to Chen Yu and comforted her softly. Don't cry, it's just a house. I'll help you find a place to live. After saying that, he reached out and gently wiped the tears from his cheeks. Chen Yu raised her head, her slightly red eyes flashing with light. Looking at Yifeng's handsome smile, I felt moved. Yifeng, I really paid the rent for a whole year, I didn't lie. Before she could finish, Yifeng smiled and said, I believe you. For short words are worth 1,000 words. After calming Chen Yu down, Yifeng turned around. His smile disappeared, and a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Is this contract real? Hearing Yifeng's question, the sturdy man looked at him briefly and raised a scornful smile at the corner of his mouth. It turned out to be a young boy. Judging from his age, he is probably just in his early 20s. What abilities does he have? Thinking of this, the strong man said fearlessly, "Of course, I would not cheat a little girl. If the contract is fake, I will eat it alive in front of everyone." Anyway, there was no third person present when the contract was signed, so he can say whatever he wants now. It doesn't matter how vicious the oath is. This thing can't be counted. Yifeng chuckled, "Bring it here for me to see." The sturdy man was not panicked at all. With so many people watching, he didn't believe Yifeng would cheat. Moreover, he took photos with his mobile phone in advance. Just look around. If there's no problem, transfer the money. What's wrong with occupying someone else's house? You're a college student after all, and you don't have this kind of awareness. Yifeng took over. Of course, I'm not looking at this fake contract. The next second, in front of the sturdy man, he crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it away casually. The paper ball drew a graceful arc in the air and landed perfectly into the recyclable trash bin 10 meters away. The onlookers were all stunned. So accurate? It can't be a coincidence. After all, Yifeng didn't even look, let alone aim. The sturdy man's mouth trembled and his face turned the color of liver. He didn't expect Yifeng to be so bold. You are destroying evidence. Everyone has seen it. I will call the police now and leave a criminal record for you. Your future will be ruined. The sturdy man pretended to take out his cell phone and pretend to call the police. He wanted to scare Yifeng into surrendering. After all, young people generally would be intimidated when they hear that it would leave a criminal record. Many companies will not hire you if you have a criminal record. It is not difficult to see that this is not the first time that the strong man has done this, and he knows very well how to control young people. If it were someone else, they might have already considered themselves unlucky by now. Big things become small, small things become nothing. Yifeng, thank you, but let's forget it. This matter is also my fault. I trusted others too much. Just take it as a lesson. Chen Yu compromised. She didn't want to implicate Yifeng because of this matter. The strong man was delighted when he heard this, and said with contempt, "Did you hear that, kid? Your girlfriend doesn't care. Can you be more open-minded and stop dithering like a woman? It's just me who won't argue with you, otherwise I would have called the police long ago." Yifeng raised his eyes slightly and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you have the guts, call the police. If not, you are my grandson. Of course, it is to stimulate the strong man. He wanted the strong man to confess his crime in person, and in front of the police. Okay. Boy, you forced me to do this. The sturdy man was so angry that he picked up his cell phone and immediately called the police. After all, even if the police come, they will act according to the law. The contract was clearly written in black and white, and he didn't believe that Yifeng could say anything else. System. Use the life card modification card to modify Sun Weinsai's personality, increase his remorse, make him feel guilty for the bad things he did, and confess to the police. In progress. Modification successful. Target mission, Sun Weinsai's repentance reaches 100. Hello, Haicheng Police Center, how can I help you? The call was just connected, and the strong man was about to fabricate facts and slander Yifeng. An indescribable feeling of remorse welled up in his heart, instantly purifying his dirty heart. Even his eyes became clear, and a few tears slid down his face. Officer, I am guilty. I am not a human being. I shouldn't cheat little girls. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the strong man burst into tears and confessed all the bad things he had done. It ranges from small acts like peeping at girls taking a bath at school to big ones like using fake contracts to commit fraud. Leave nothing behind, shake it all out. Police sister. Please send the police quickly and sentence me to life imprisonment. I am a social scum and don't deserve to stay in society. Chapter 33, Number 13, Benin Street, limited to 20 tables per day. How did he become like this? Chen Yu's pink lips were open so wide that a whole egg could fit in them. Yifeng smiled calmly, maybe he has a change of heart. Let's go eat. Your rent will be refunded to you after the police arrive. Oh. Chen Yu's cheeks flushed. The image of Yi Feng and the scene that just appeared in my mind. There was no reason to choose to trust her. I felt a little touched in my heart. Yi Feng took Chen Yu out of the community and got into the Hongqi S1. Just then he smiled and asked, "Class beauty, what are you going to treat me to?" "Ah. I told you not to call me class beauty. It makes me feel awkward." Chen Yu's face was shy, but her tone revealed irrepressible joy. If Yi Feng called her the class beauty, it would mean that he acknowledged that she was very beautiful. No little girl would refuse to be praised by her lover for her beauty, and Chen Yu is no exception. Being praised by Yi Feng is better than having other people say you are so beautiful 100 times. It still made her happy. Maybe this is the power of money, love. There's a Western restaurant in front of here. The decoration style is very unique. I've always wanted to eat there, but the price is a bit expensive and I'm not willing to spend it. I'll spend the money to treat you today. Western restaurant? Yi Feng shook his head lightly and smiled faintly. I don't want to eat Western food today, let's have Chinese food. I'll take you somewhere. Before leaving, Yi Feng found a Chinese restaurant on Shoujiang 13, Benin Street. The name of the restaurant sounds very Western, but it is a legitimate Chinese restaurant. It seems to be an old brand in Haicheng with a history of more than 100 years. For 5 consecutive years, it has been awarded 3 Michelin stars. Anything related to tires will naturally be expensive, with the average customer spending around 5,000 yuan. Yi Feng has high expectations. It is expensive, there must be a reason for it. You can't fool consumers, right? 10 minutes later, the Hongqi S1 stopped outside a very high-end Chinese restaurant. When Chen Yu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw the name of the store, her face was stunned for a few seconds. Yi Feng, do you want to bankrupt me? Number 13 Benning Street, a meal here can pay for several months of my salary. Don't worry, it's my treat, you can just eat for free, get off now. Yi Feng unbuckled his seatbelt and smiled indifferently. Oh, I ate it for nothing, idiot. Chen Yu came to her senses, frowned slightly, and stamped her feet. Stinky Yi Feng, you're taking advantage of me again. Even if I starve to death today, I won't eat a single thing from you. A few minutes later, Yi Feng brought Chen Yu to the door of store number 13 Benning Street. But I found the restaurant door closed. A doorman in a tuxedo stood next to him. His attitude was quite friendly. He apologized with a smile, I'm sorry, both of you. The restaurant at 13 Benin Street only accepts 20 tables of guests a day, and today's quota is full. Only 20 tables of guests per day? This was the first time Yi Feng had encountered such a strange rule in his entire life. Opening the door to welcome guests is basic common sense in running a restaurant. They are so good that they don't even want to make money. You're late. I've reserved table 20 in advance. If you want to eat at 13 Benin Street, you have to make a reservation at least 3 days in advance. Just then, a father and daughter came over. No, they should be a couple. The man was about 40 years old, with a big belly, and his belt was bulging like a swimming ring. In order to make himself look gentle, he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. The woman was about the same age as Chen Yu, probably in her early 20s. She was wearing heavy makeup and smelled of pungent perfume. She held the man's arm affectionately, calling him husband all the time, and was very happy. Young man, if you bring your girlfriend to a high-end restaurant, make some plans in advance, otherwise the fare will be quite expensive. The man said with a mocking look on his face. Obviously, he thought Yi Feng was a young man who was taking his girlfriend to experience a high-end restaurant. It is estimated that this meal will cost Yi Feng several months' salary. Yi Feng ignored the middle-aged man and said to the doorman, "Then I must have dinner today?" The doorman smiled and shook his head. "Sir, your request makes it very difficult for me to do it." The man chuckled in self-deprecation, his eyes fell on Chen Yu, and his filthy little eyes suddenly lit up. Although the fairy next to him is also very beautiful. But she is completely incomparable to Chen Yu, their looks are not on the same level. Even without makeup, Chen Yu is still miles better than that woman. Hey, little beauty, do you want to go in and feel it? Uncle will take you there. I'm afraid your boyfriend won't have a chance to go in today. As an old hand at destroying flowers, he naturally would not miss the opportunity. Especially Chen Yu's pure and lovely appearance. It seems that she is still a novice. He couldn't help but look down on Yi Feng even more. Such a beautiful girlfriend, but he didn't even go to base. It's such a waste. I don't know you well, please respect yourself. Chen Yu's face was frosty and his tone was cold. Then, she looked up at Yifeng and smiled sweetly. Yifeng, forget it. There is no room, and the price is so expensive. Yifeng raised his eyebrows. Although Chen Yu did not mean that, it indirectly showed that she was not capable. How can this be tolerated? Of course I can't stand it. Bite. It is detected that you have encountered obstacles, triggering a special reward. You can use the life modification card X1 to change the Chinese restaurant at number 13 Benin Street to your name. Whether to use. The system may be late, but it will never be absent. Use. Yifeng said without hesitation. By winning a 3-star Michelin restaurant, he can enjoy a delicious meal anytime in the future. Seems pretty good. Use one life modification card. The Chinese restaurant at number 13 Bening Street has been changed to your name. Another direct modification. It feels so good. Humph. You are all foxes pretending to be so powerful. It is a blessing for you to have Brother Wang invite you to dinner. Many women want to have dinner with Brother Wang, but none of them are qualified. At this time, the charming woman hugged the man's arm tightly and sneered coldly. Your boyfriend is so poor. Is 13 Benin Street a high-end restaurant that he should be in? You stinky woman. Chen Yu stamped her feet with a cold face. I originally wanted to greet her whole family in beautiful Chinese. But Yifeng was right next to him, and he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. She has no shame, but I still have it. It's okay. It's not worth getting angry with a bitch like that. Yifeng smiled gently and comforted softly. Damn it, pretty boy, who are you calling a bitch? The woman was furious, and her face, full of technology and ruthlessness, looked even more ferocious. The double eyelids I just drew are about to break. Hubby, look at him, he is such a bully. Can you avenge me? I will do whatever you want tonight. The woman shook the middle-aged man's arm and acted coquettishly in a pretentious manner. Don't worry, dear. He's just a little jerk. I'll make him kneel down and apologize to you. The man had a lewd smile on his face. This little goblin is so coquettish. Then he turned around and said with a straight face, Boy, do you know my identity? Oh? Yifeng raised his eyebrows. Just about to teach the man a lesson. After all, he had just flirted with Chen Yu in front of her, which really showed that he was fed up with life. There were hurried footsteps in the restaurant. The voice arrives before the person arrives. Boss Yi. Restaurant manager Xiao Chang reports to you. Chapter 34, It's fucking cool to be rich, and I only know a little about the Guzheng. Manager Xiao, why are you out? The doorman was horrified and bowed hastily. Just now, for some unknown reason, the restaurant owner sold the entire restaurant. The new boss sent a message saying that he is now at the door of the restaurant. Xiao Chang glanced around and his eyes fell on Yifeng. His eyes suddenly lit up. You must be Boss Yi. After all, there were only 4 people at the scene. The middle-aged man and the charming woman were certainly not there. Excluding the little girl Chen Yu, Yifeng was the only one left. If not him, who else could it be? The doorman shuddered and regretted what he had just done. He actually stopped the new boss at the door. I wanted to slap myself hard. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the boss. However, the most shocked person was Chen Wufa, the middle-aged man. The current changes are far beyond my psychological endurance. The little scoundrel in his eyes turned out to be the owner of the Chinese restaurant at 13 Bening Street. He immediately realized that he had contradicted a top-rich young man. The Chinese restaurant at number 13 Benin Street has won 3 Michelin stars for 5 consecutive years. As is the industry practice, a heart costs 10 million. Then double it later. 3 stars, the value will not be less than 70 million. If Yifeng can come up with 70 million to buy a restaurant, it means that his net worth is in the billions. Otherwise, I don't have the courage. Moreover, Yifeng is still so young, so how powerful must the strength behind him be? It's terrifying when you think about it. Thinking of this, Chen Wufa broke out in cold sweat and his heart trembled. Master Yi, I was blind and offended you, but you ignored my fault and treated me like a piece of shit. As a human being, we are the essence of nature. Chen Wufa begged for mercy without any hesitation. He has a little money though. All the assets added up are about 30 to 40 million. But compared with Yifeng, the elephant, he is just an insignificant ant. I'm afraid that just one fart from the other party would be enough to destroy him to pieces. Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth with amusement and said casually, "Kneel down." Chen Wufa dared not disobey and fell to his knees on the ground. In Haicheng, if you offend an important person, just one word can crush him and make him unable to recover. The man who was so arrogant just now was now extremely humble. Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. It's fucking good to have money. At least it can make idiots behave. Then, Yifeng took Xinyu and walked into the Chinese restaurant at number 13 Benning Street. Wait until they go in. Chen Wufa just got up. The charming woman wanted to lend him a hand, but she was frightened by his cold eyes and trembled. Without further ado, Chen Wufa slapped the woman on the cheek. I just had a rhinoplasty and the prosthesis immediately became crooked. The woman's nostrils are very upturned. Fuck you, you stupid woman, you almost killed me, your guts go straight to your brain, you're full of shit, get out. Chen Wufa was not satisfied yet, so he kicked him again. Then he got into an Audi A8 on the street and drove away. The seductive woman burst into tears. She just spent 48,000 on plastic surgery, and it was all destroyed by a slap. The interior of the restaurant at 13 Benin Street is decorated in an extremely luxurious manner. The overall design is of ancient Chinese palace style. There are carved beams and painted buildings, various exquisite hand-carved wood decorations, screens and bronze mirrors, and especially a complex chandelier hanging from the ceiling, which is tightly connected with wooden mortise and tenon joints. Internal light sources pass through the gaps, illuminating the dining hall. Rich in ancient charm, in an instant, it seems as if you have traveled through thousands of years to the prosperous and wealthy city of Bianjing. This environment is so beautiful. It was Chen Yu's first time to come to such a high-end restaurant. She couldn't wait to take out her cell phone and take pictures. Byte. Chen Yu's worship value +5, currently 85, rebate 2 million yuan. It has arrived in your account, please check it carefully. 2 million? How boring. There was a look of disappointment in Yifeng's eyes. After all, he is no longer the poor boy he used to be, and he is not very interested in money. He would rather reward some magical props. For example, the life modification card is much more valuable than money. Boss Yi, please. Xiao Chang bowed slightly and spoke respectfully. As a restaurant owner, Yifeng naturally would not eat in the restaurant. Instead, he was taken to a luxurious and elegant box. After taking a seat, Xiao Chang brought a menu. Each page introduces only one delicacy, accompanied by appetizing reference pictures that make people drool. Shen Yu, order whatever you want to eat. Yifeng smiled faintly. He doesn't have too many requirements for food, as long as he can fill his stomach. The main purpose is to bring Chen Yu to experience high-end restaurants. Moreover, every dish prepared by number 13 Benin Street Chinese restaurant is delicious, so there is no need to be picky. Well, let me see. Chen Yu took the menu, opened it, and frowned slightly. She knows the ingredients of these dishes. But when combined together, it becomes a completely unfamiliar dish. Never seen it in a restaurant outside. The names of the dishes are also very stylish. Truffle braised foie gras, golden king crab, crystal sturgeon strips, Australian wagyu roasted with rosemary. What the hell is going on? Even with a reference picture next to it, Chen Yu still didn't know which dish to order. Yifeng smiled indifferently. He took the menu, casually threw it to Xiao Shang, and said softly, "No need to order, just prepare it, it will be no problem as long as it is enough for 2 people. Xiao Chang nodded his head and asked respectfully, "Mr. Yi, what kind of wine do you want to drink? If you drive here, you don't need to drink." Yifeng chuckled. "We still have to obey basic traffic rules, right? Okay, I'll make the arrangements right away. You and Miss Chen, please wait for a moment." Byte. Detecting that there is a gouging around you, get special rewards, master-level gouging techniques. Holy shit. Yifeng looked confused. What the hell is the system doing? He stopped Xiao Chang, who was about to leave, and asked, "Manager Xiao, do you still have gushings in the store?" "Yes. Master Yi, in order to create an atmosphere, there is a gouging that is more than 400 years old on the stand in the center of the hall. We regularly find professionals to maintain it. It is in good condition and can be used at any time. Would you like to hear some music? I'll have someone move into the box and play live." Yifeng shook his head slightly and smiled. "Forget it, go prepare the dishes." Shen Yu, who was sitting next to him, had surprise in her beautiful eyes and her face was full of anticipation. Yi Feng, can you also play the guzheng? After all, playing the piano is almost everywhere nowadays, and any family with a little money will enroll their children in piano classes. Piano is no longer an aristocratic entertainment. On the contrary, very few people can play the guzheng, a traditional Chinese musical instrument. It is almost becoming an intangible cultural heritage. Yi Feng is not only rich, but also very talented. It really adds points. Looking at Chen Yu's expectant expression, Yi Feng smiled indifferently. After dinner, I'll show this little girl some of my skills. No wonder the system would reward guzheng skills at this time, paving the way for showing off in advance. She was just short of feeding her pussy into Yi Feng's mouth. Ahem. It's worthy of being a system. Yi Feng waved his hand and smiled, I understand a little bit. Chapter 35 Beautiful guzheng music, worship value can still decrease. Master Yi, the food is ready. Xiao Cheng clapped his hands. The door of the box opened, and a dozen graceful waitresses wearing hanfu came in carrying dishes. This scene really shocked the customers dining in the hall. I originally thought that dining at 13 Benin Street was high-end. Unexpectedly, the one who can enter the box is the real rich man. Who are the people in the box? They are received by the supervisor Xiao Cheng himself, and there are so many young ladies in hanfu serving them? Comparing people makes you die, comparing goods makes you throw them away. I thought coming here to have a meal was considered petty bourgeois, but compared with the real rich, it's completely unbearable. Hiss. These dishes are hidden items not on the menu. They seem to be made individually. I'm afraid each one is very expensive. The customers in the hall were amazed and curious about the people in the box. Hiccup. After eating and drinking, Yi Feng rubbed his stomach and burped. Although there were more than a dozen dishes, the portions were very small and could be finished in 2 or 3 bites, so Yi Feng and Shen Yu finished them all. There is no waste. Shen Yu, are you full? Yi Feng asked with a faint smile. Yeah, it's all filled up. So satisfying. After hearing what Shen Yu said, Yi Feng stood up and said with a smile, after you have eaten and drunk enough and are enjoying yourself like this, let's play some classical music to make it even better. Yi Feng, do you want to play the guzheng? Shen Yu opened her mouth so wide that an egg could almost fit in it. Although Yi Feng just said that he only knew a little about the guzheng. But according to common sense, people who say they know a little bit are generally those who have real talent and are humble. Just those half-empty, clinking fools. I wish I could tell the whole world about it. Yi Feng walked out of the box without further explanation. Come to the guzheng in the center of the restaurant and take a seat elegantly. What a concept, the master-level guzheng technique rewarded by the system. There have been many people who can play the guzheng from ancient times to the present, but how many of them can truly be called masters? It is no exaggeration to say that Yi Feng's current guzheng skills are absolutely the best in history. The long, bony fingers are placed on the strings. An extremely familiar feeling burst out from my heart, and a large amount of knowledge flooded into my mind. He can also play the guzheng? He is such a rich kid that no one can envy him. He is so rich and yet he works so hard. He is too perfect. The real rich young people are all those who have a lot of money and hundreds of millions, and those who are close to ordinary people. Wait a minute, why isn't he moving? Everyone can pretend, but he's playing. What do you know? When one reaches the pinnacle of a certain field, one will have telepathy with objects. He is establishing communication with the zither. People in the restaurant were talking about it and were skeptical about Yi Feng. After all, his appearance posed a great threat to all the men present. He originally brought his girlfriend to a high-end restaurant for a meal to show off his wealth, but Yi Feng stole all the limelight. They were naturally envious and jealous. However, at this moment, the beautiful sound of the guzheng echoed over the restaurant with great penetrating power. Coincidentally, a ray of golden sunlight shone through the glass curtain window onto Yi Feng, giving him a dreamy halo. Slender fingers plucked the strings, playing an elegant classical melody, floating into the hearts of everyone present. In the face of traditional Chinese music, Western music is simply vulnerable. Everyone, without exception, was immersed in the melodious sounds of the guzheng. Including those jealous men, they were all impressed at this moment. They deserved to be defeated by Yi Feng. After a while, the song ended. The whole restaurant was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was reluctant to leave, immersed in the simple and elegant music, unable to extricate themselves. Bang bang bang. Dense and thunderous applause rang out like a thunderstorm. Oh my god, sister, he's so perfect, he's exactly the Prince Charming I've always dreamed of. He's rich, handsome, and plays the piano really well. His playing speed is so fast that it's going to make people happy. You can't get in. Go and ask for a WeChat account. If you get one, you'll be a rich lady in the future. No, I still have self-awareness. Even the supervisor Xiao Chang looked shocked. Originally, I thought Yifeng was just talking casually. After all, who doesn't have time to learn Guzheng nowadays? It's too old-fashioned. But after listening to Yifeng's playing, he realized that this new boss was not simple. Manager Xiao, the restaurant is still under your management. Please report the revenue to me regularly. I will be leaving today. Yifeng was afraid to stay a few more minutes. They will be beaten up by the boyfriends of those girls. Because, now in the restaurant, anyone who was a woman. They all looked at Yifeng with admiration and completely disregard for their boyfriend's feelings. Okay, Master Yi, I'll take you there. Xiao Chang breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried about whether Yifeng would replace the restaurant's existing employees because they were all left by the previous owner. But it doesn't seem to mean that. It felt to him as if Yifeng bought number 13 Benning Street just for fun. Yifeng took Xinyu out of the restaurant and came to the Hongqi S1 sports car. Xiao Chang was very eager. He took the initiative to open the car door, bent down slightly, and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, you can let me know directly when you dine next time. Okay, thank you, you can go back now. Yifeng got into the car, waved his hand and said calmly. Bite. Shenyu's worship value +5, currently 90, reward life modification card X1. Yifeng turned his head and looked at the passenger seat. Seeing Shenyu lowering her head and playing with her pair of white and slender hands, she seemed to be hiding something in her heart. With a slightly raised eyebrow, he asked in question, You are not happy after a big meal, what are you thinking about? No, nothing. Shenyu said quickly. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Yifeng's handsome face, her cheeks flushed slightly, she lowered her head and pursed her red lips, and asked weakly. Yifeng, why are you so nice to me? Yifeng smiled and said, As an old classmate, I must be nice to you. Hearing the answer, Shenyu's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and a feeling of loss surged in her heart. It turned out that she and Yifeng were just old classmates. You are just being too sentimental. That is right, how could Yifeng, such an outstanding man, fall in love with a little girl like her? Bite. Remind the host that Shenyu's state of mind has changed significantly, and the admiration value is about to drop. I am right. Can the worship value be reduced? Yifeng swallowed his saliva. Were his words so hurtful? Yifeng, please take me home. Shenyu took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She was ready to accept reality. Although Yifeng touched her a lot, they were not from the same world after all. If you truly fall in love with someone, you must learn to let go bravely. She didn't want to be a burden to Yifeng. Warning. Shenyu's admiration value is about to drop. The system issued an early warning again. Yifeng was overwhelmed. Looking at Shenyu's beautiful face, he gritted his teeth, reached out his hands, held her, and kissed her forcefully yet gently. Moist, soft. Shenyu's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she put her small hands on Yifeng's chest. But he put it down immediately. She calmly accepted Yifeng's strong kiss. Perhaps. Chapter 36 Yifeng is actually him, the thoughts of three women. After a long time, their lips parted. Yifeng's lips have the sweet taste of a young girl. Shenyu's face flushed with shame, and her hands clenched into fists nervously. Her first kiss was taken away just like that. And when I was totally unprepared. She imagined many possibilities. Under the bright starlight, in the Milky Way, or in the holy wedding hall. But I didn't expect Yifeng to be so strong. Let me help you find a place to live. Yifeng smiled gently. Naturally, he would not reject a girl who had a crush on him. Moreover, he also has the ability to give Chunyu a good life. In that case, why should we let down such an innocent and beautiful girl? Indeed, Yifeng couldn't do it. Yeah, okay, thank you. Shenyu seemed a little clumsy, she had a lot to say. When she was a student, she had secretly developed feelings for Yifeng, but due to her studies, she did not express them. After graduation, we went our separate ways and went to different universities. When they met again, all the deep buried emotions burst out. Everything seemed so dreamy and unreal. The once weak and frail little boy has turned into a young, handsome, domineering and wealthy young man. Will he still remember himself? Until I saw Yifeng's handsome smile. Only then did Chen Yu become certain that Yifeng had never changed and was still the same boy. On the other side, outside the number 1 courtyard of Chenshui Pavilion Manor, a master and servant came to the gate. Uncle Fu reached out and rang the doorbell, then turned around and said respectfully to Suya, "Miss, wait a moment." That's fine. I'm really looking forward to what kind of person Yishao is. Suya wore a light blue corseted long skirt today, which perfectly showed off her graceful figure. A slender waist and a swan-like neck. A section of her well-proportioned calves was revealed under the skirt, and she was wearing milky white high heels, which made her tall figure look even sexier. The delicate face is lightly made up. Her eyes are like a clear blue spring, full of charm. The whole person is elegant and intellectual, exuding the gentle aura of a lady from a noble family. With a creaky sound, the door of the villa opened. Puzzled expression appeared on her fair and tender face. She looked outside the door and asked Suya, "Who are you?" Suya frowned slightly and glanced at the cute little lowly Taobai. Although her figure is petite, her breasts are just as plump as mine. It turns out Yifeng likes this. Housekeeper shout out, "This is my young lady Suya. She has come to visit Master Yi today. Please let her know." Uncle Fu smiled kindly. "Brother Yi is out. I don't know when he will be back. Please come in and sit down." Taobai opened the door, obediently took out 2 pairs of slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them on the ground. He blinked and looked at Suya's delicate face. "Sister Su, you are so beautiful." Thank you, Butler shout out, "You are very beautiful too." Suya responded politely. She bent down slightly, slid her delicate hands along her ankles, took off her high heels, and stuffed her stockings into slippers. Came to the main hall and sat on the sofa. Taobai turned around to prepare tea and pastries. Look at the luxurious decoration of the villa and the soft and cute lowly Taobai. Suya lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. Oh, all rich men are the same. However, at this moment, she just noticed that there was a photo frame on the coffee table. That was the photo taken by Taobai when he moved into the villa and took Yifeng with him. It was very commemorative, so I printed it out, made it into a frame, and placed it in the most conspicuous place in the main hall. After seeing Yifeng's face clearly in the photo, Suya's clear willow-like eyes locked tightly as she murmured, "Could it be him? This shouldn't be the case. How could it be?" Just because alert Suya recognized that handsome face. "Uncle Fu, is the man in this photo frame Master Yi?" In order to verify, Suya asked Uncle Fu who had met Yifeng. "Yes, Mississippi. That's Master Yi. Did you know each other before?" Uncle Fu was keenly aware of the change in Suya's expression. "I'm afraid things are not simple." After getting the definite answer, Suya covered her chest with her hands, her eyes full of mischief. The white and tender toes are in the slippers, tightly gripping the soles. She and Yifeng more than just know each other. It can even be said that they know each other well. Because Suya was the hot woman that Yifeng met in the bar. Afterwards, the two went to the hotel and couldn't help but get intimate. What happened that night was vivid in Suya's mind, and her fair face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. She thought that matter would always be buried in her heart. It was like having a happy erotic dream. Unexpectedly, reality is so bloody. The next time I saw this man was in a photo frame in his home. "Miss, are you okay?" Uncle Fu asked with concern. Why, after the young lady saw Mr. Yi's photo, she felt a little unwell. He admitted that Yifeng was handsome, but there was no need to be like this. "Be reserved, miss." Suya calmed down and realized that it was not advisable to stay here for long. He stood up and said, "Uncle Fu, I suddenly feel unwell. I'll stop here today." After saying that, he walked towards the door. "Are you going to leave? I just made some tea. Sister Su, Uncle Fu, do you want to try some?" Taobai asked with a frown, holding 2 cups of freshly brewed Longjing tea. "I'm so sorry, Butler Shao Hao, the young lady is not feeling well, so we'll take our leave now." Uncle Fu said apologetically, "When Master Yi comes back, please tell him that my young lady will come to visit us another day." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly followed Suya. Looking at the master and servant leaving, Tao Bai lowered his eyelids and murmured softly. I must have done something wrong again and made Sister Su angry. If Brother Yi knew, he would definitely punish me. Tao Bai thought that Suya was a guest invited by Yifeng. Because of my poor hospitality, she left in anger. I feel very guilty. Yifeng was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, he was driving Chenyu to Yunjin, Haicheng, to help her find a place to live. I just contacted the agent Li Mei and learned that most of the house has been rented out. There are only a dozen or so small apartments left, suitable for singles or couples. Yifeng asked her to keep a house in Building B. Because room 603, Building A, is home to a beautiful girl, Yu Tingting, whose admiration value reaches 95. Yifeng's scalp tingled when he thought of this woman. She really craves her own body. Less than half an hour after meeting, my admiration level soared to 95, like riding a rocket. If Yifeng had not stopped in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Downstairs of Unit B, Haicheng Yunjin, there stood a graceful lady in an OL suit. Li Mei's fair face turned slightly red, and she felt a little embarrassed. When she thought about meeting Yifeng soon, her high-heeled feet, tightly wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, moved restlessly. Young, handsome, and approachable. Such a perfect man is hard to find even with a lantern. Li Mei is no longer a girl full of fantasies. She is very mature and materialistic. In this materialistic world, money can buy everything, including the admiration of women. After all, the world is a bitch. She only shows her good side to the rich. Li Mei was waiting downstairs of Building B, just wanting to follow Yifeng into the room. She even dressed up specially. The skirt is shorter than usual, the stockings are thinner, and the snow-white chest is faintly visible. At that time, a man and a woman were alone in a room, and she was willing to give it a try. Just then, a black Hongqi S1 supercar drove over. Li Mei's eyes lit up, and she walked quickly in her high heels. Master Yi, you are here. Chapter 37, Property Fee is 2 million, a real man must be quick. Why are there women getting off the bus? Li Mei looked at Chenyu, who got down from the passenger seat, her eyes darkened and her face was stunned for a few seconds. She originally thought that Yifeng came alone. If there was a woman, it would be difficult for her plan to go forward. Besides, Chenyu is extremely beautiful. My body shape is also too small for me, which makes me feel inferior. Perhaps, only such a top-notch woman can catch Yifeng's eye. As a mature working woman, Li Mei quickly calmed down, walked over with her long legs, and said with a smile. Master Yi, I have cleaned a room for you, room 702, Building B. You can move in any time. Before Yifeng came, Li Mei carefully cleaned every corner of the room. It was not to please Yifeng, but because of professional ethics. When handing over the house to the next tenant, it must be kept in a neat and clean condition. Thank you. Let me introduce you to Chenyu, the new owner of the house. Yifeng turned around and said with a smile, Chenyu, this is Li Mei, help me rent out the property under my name, you will live in Haicheng Yunjin from now on. Agent for property rental? Chenyu frowned slightly, shock showing on her face. She knew that Yifeng was very rich and must have a lot of properties under his name. But how serious will it be to hire someone specifically to be responsible for renting out the property? Poverty limited her imagination. Moreover, as a newly built high-end real estate in Haicheng Yunjin is hard to find a house, with an average price of 30,000 to 50,000 yuan per square meter. Even a small apartment of 100 square meters is worth several million. Yifeng actually wanted her to stay for free. Is this a joke? Yifeng, it's too expensive. I'd better rent a house by myself. If I live here, I may not even be able to pay the property management fee. Chenyu said with a mischievous look in her eyes. She was nervous and uneasy. She didn't expect Yifeng to be so nice to her. Property fees? Yifeng suddenly realized something. He has not yet paid the property fees for the 2 buildings he owns in Haicheng Yunjin. Li Mei, calculate the property management fee. I will pay it now and it will be considered as a benefit for all new tenants. The property management fee will be waived for the first year. Generally speaking, the more upscale the community, the higher the property fee. For a boutique house like Haicheng Yunjin, the annual property fee starts from 5 figures. After careful calculations, Li Mei came up with an astonishing figure. If Yifeng wants to pay property fees for all new tenants, he will need to pay 2.398 million. 2,398,000 RMB. I can almost buy a small apartment of 100 square meters. After learning the price, Yifeng smiled indifferently, picked up his phone and transferred 2.4 million to Li Mei's account. The extra 2,000 yuan will be considered as her agency fee. He was not worried that Li Mei would run away with the money. After all, with such a large sum of money, no one would run away unless they are a fool. If you call the police and get caught, you will have to spend the rest of your life behind bars. Moreover, he believed in Li Mei's character, and the appraisal results given by the system could not be questioned. Bite. It is detected that you spent 2.4 million to pay property fees, triggering a critical reward, and a rebate of 24 million yuan. Oh my god. Spend 2.4 million and get 24 million in rebates? Damn, I can never spend all of this. It feels great. This time, Yifeng made a lot of money. Yifeng took Chenyu into the apartment building and came to room 2 on the 7th floor. Just as Li Mei said, this is a small boutique apartment in Nordic style with an area of 88 square meters, which is not very large. Although the sparrow is small, it has all the organs. There is a large floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, which lets in sunlight, making the room warm and bright. Then there are 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a bathroom and a cloakroom, making the best use of the space, making it very suitable for singles or couples. How is it? Are you satisfied? If you don't like it, I can help you change it. Yifeng smiled indifferently, with tenderness hidden between his brows. I like it. Thank you, Yifeng. Chenyu could sense that Yifeng really cared about her, without any hypocrisy. Her face flushed with shame and her heart was filled with joy. I'm so envious. Li Mei was waiting at the door, with longing and a little jealousy in her beautiful eyes. That's right, she was jealous of Chenyu. This is human nature. Everyone would be jealous if they saw someone else easily get what they have always dreamed of. Besides, Yifeng is so perfect. She also seemed to be loved by such a rich young man. Why? Li Mei sighed softly. Take care of yourself. I'm leaving now. Call me if you need anything. Yifeng reached out and gently rubbed Chenyu's head. Chenyu pursed her red lips. She really wanted to keep Yifeng, but Yifeng didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. So, there is no insistence. As a top billionaire with numerous businesses under his name, he must be busy every day. Yifeng could spare the time to accompany her for so long. Chenyu was already satisfied and smiled sweetly. Go ahead, drive slowly, and be careful. Ha, I'm an experienced driver, bye. Yifeng left the apartment building, leaving behind a handsome back. When he walked towards the Hongqi S1 parked there, he noticed someone following him. Turning around, I saw that it was Li Mei wearing an OL suit. She was wearing a tight white shirt tucked into a black skirt, with a graceful figure, slender legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, smooth and delicate, and beautiful feet wearing high heels. The ground was hit with a clear and crisp sound of de-de-de. Master Yi, do you have anything else to do? Li Mei was stunned for a moment, and her fair face looked puzzled. Where do you live? I'll give you a ride back. Maybe it's on the way. Yifeng gave a handsome and faint smile. Take me home? Li Mei's expression slightly moved, and she said happily, number 5, 6th floor, Chengnan apartment. Then I'll trouble young Master Yi. After saying this, Li Mei realized something was wrong. How could she tell the detailed address? Wouldn't the intention be too obvious? Okay, get in the car. Yifeng smiled. Call. Li Mei patted her chest with her little hands and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't seem to care about these little details. I was just overthinking it. After getting into the car, Yifeng set up the navigation. For driving safety considerations, we remind you, fasten your seatbelts. Yeah, okay. Li Mei pulled the seatbelt over her big breasts. Soft and elastic. Yifeng glanced at it calmly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I have to say, it's quite spectacular. It was even more powerful than Tao Bai and Xiao Rance. So far, Yifeng had seen the biggest. Cough cough. As Yifeng stepped on the accelerator, the engine of Hongqi S1 roared. Like a lion awakening, roaring to the sky. The next second, it transformed into a black phantom, rushed out of Haicheng engine, and sped along the bustling streets of Haicheng. This. Master Yi, it's a little too fast and too fierce. I can't bear it. Li Mei held the seatbelt tightly with her hands, a little panic in her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect Yifeng's driving style. So irritable. Without saying anything, he went straight in and didn't give any preparation time. No matter who it is, no one can stand it. Slower? That won't work. A real man is fast. Yifeng controlled the Hongqi S1 and, with his god-level driving skills, sped along the wide and smooth asphalt road. Chapter 38. You are good at fighting, right? You have to rely on power to get by. We're here, get off. Outside the South City apartment, the Hongqi S1 slowly stopped. Li Mei wanted to say something, but when she saw Yifeng's expression was calm, she immediately held it back and thanked him politely. Mr. Yi, thank you for sending me home. It's no problem. It's just on my way. It's a piece of cake. Yifeng said casually. The car door opened and Li Mei got out, looking a little lost. When she walked downstairs to her residence, I found a bright red BMW sports car parked there, which cost about 300,000 yuan. It is loved by many young people from middle-class families who want to drive a supercar. It looks very impressive, but in reality it has very weak power. Any domestic car worth tens of thousands of yuan can beat this car, and it belongs in the category of cars that come with a free car logo when you buy it. How did he find it? Li Mei's eyes were a little flustered and she gestured to stop. I saw a young man in a blue suit leaning against the door of the bright red BMW. Her appearance was just above the passing line, and her hair was thickly gelled and shiny. Even if there is a force 8 gale, even if the person is blown away, his hair remains motionless. When he saw Li Mei, his eyes suddenly lit up. He raised a confident smile and strode over. Nini, what do you think? Sleep with me for one night, and I'll rent a high-end large flat to help you boost your sales. We are all adults, there is no need to pretend to be pure, let's be realistic. The young man spoke in a frivolous tone with a playboy smile on his face. He looked up and down at Li Mei like a greedy wolf. Please be respectful. This is my home. Please leave or I will call the police and sue you for sexual harassment. Li Mei's face was frosty and her tone was sharp. Obviously, this was not the first or second time that she had been harassed by this young man. Otherwise, the young man would not have been waiting downstairs of her house. Hearing what Li Mei said, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in the young man's eyes. Seeing that there was no one around, he decided to go all out and force himself on her. Now that the matter has been settled, it will be hard for Li Mei to refuse to accept her fate. By then, even if the truth is revealed. He turned around and falsely accused Li Mei of seducing him for the sake of performance, thus ruining Li Mei's chastity for life. Thinking of this, the young man became even more fearless. A dirty hand has reached out to Li Mei, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. You stinky bitch, pretend to be pure, kneel down and sing Conquer for me. Shameless, despicable, and vulgar. Li Mei's eyes flashed coldly and her face was angry. But for men with sperm on their brains, the more a woman resists at this time, the more it can arouse their desire to conquer. Press down hard and rub and torture. If you make a move again, I'll call for help. In a panic, Li Mei's stocking-covered feet tripped and she fell to the ground. Now it's too late to run. You stinky bitch, if I'm happy, you'll be happy too. Seeing that the devil's claws were about to reach her, Li Mei closed her eyes resignedly. Bang! There was a loud bang. Li Mei opened her eyes and saw the ferocious young man. It had actually flown 3 or 4 meters away, curled up on the ground and wailed in pain. Yifeng appeared beside her at some point, like a god descending from heaven, with a faint smile on his face. He reached out and handed Li Mei a pink hairband. You dropped your stuff on the car. Yifeng didn't understand this. Why do women always love to lose things? The last time, Chen Yu also left her hairband on the passenger seat, and Li Mei did the same thing. But fortunately, her hairband fell off. Yifeng was just free, so he came over. He happened to see this scene and kicked the young man without saying a word. Thank you, thank you. Li Mei's panicked expression calmed down, and a blush appeared on her fair face. I'll pull you up. The ground is very cold. Yifeng stretched out his hand with a smile. Looking up at that handsome face, Li Mei did not look flustered, but ripples appeared in her heart. She timidly held Yifeng's hand. Large, heavy, warm, and full of security. Li Mei trembled internally. I really want to hold this hand forever. Fuck. Where did this little jerk come from? He even dares to hit me. I'm tired of living. A discordant sound breaks the beautiful atmosphere. The young man trembled and got up. If looks could kill, Yifeng would have been cut into pieces. The kick just now hit him directly on the spine, almost breaking the bones. If I were you, I would kneel down right now and sing conquer. Yifeng said casually. All right. You're brave, you little jerk. You're good at fighting, right? It's useless to be able to fight. You need power. Do you understand power? I can call a group of people with just a phone call. The young man's back teeth were clenched with a clicking sound. Yifeng raised his eyebrow slightly and said playfully, I am looking forward to your power. You better not let me down. Damn it, you dare to look down on me? Wait, don't run away, I'll call someone now. The young man spat. I took out my cell phone, opened the address book, found a name called Fengge, and called him immediately. Hey! What a rare guest, Mr. Chen. What brings you here? You actually took the initiative to call me. A heavy voice came from the other side. No one comes to visit you for no reason. Brother Feng, I was beaten up. Bring your men over here and help me teach this little jerk a lesson. After you're done, I'll give you 50,000 yuan as an activity fee. 50,000? What's the address? Mr. Chen, I'll bring my brothers here right away. When Zhang Sanfeng heard 50,000 yuan, his eyes suddenly lit up and he almost put out the cigarette in his hand. This Zhang Sanfeng is a well-known bully in the neighborhood. He is extremely cruel and has a dozen idle thugs under his command. They treat the prison as their home and send people to jail for several months every now and then. Young Master Yi, let's run away quickly. I've heard of that crazy brother. He's a well-known local tyrant in this area. And Chen Jia also has a background. His father is the chairman of Ruwei Group and is worth more than 1 billion. Li Mei was afraid of implicating Yifeng, and said with a worried look on her face. Indeed, Yifeng is very rich. But this problem cannot be solved by money. Yifeng raised his eyebrow slightly. What's his father's name? The life modification card can only be used on people you know. Yifeng already knows Chen Jia now, and as long as he knows his father's name, he can use him directly. Chen Jian, Master Yi, why are you asking this? Li Mei asked doubtfully. Shouldn't their top priority now be to leave as soon as possible before Zhang Sanfeng arrives? Yifeng smiled calmly. Scum like this should pay the price. Just stay aside and watch the show. Good show? What good show can there be? When Zhang Sanfeng arrives, it would be the best outcome if Yifeng wasn't beaten black and blue. Li Mei's hands were sweaty. He silently took out his cell phone, ready to call 120 at any time. Sizzle. The tires of a black van locked, leaving long black marks on the ground. The car door was pushed open heavily, and more than a dozen ferocious-looking young men walked down one after another, each holding a steel rod in his hand, exuding a violent aura. Phone brother, you are finally here. This is the guy who attacked me. Break one of his legs and throw him on the street. Chapter 39 100% Loyalty, Bankruptcy, and Suicide. I warn you, don't mess around, this is a society ruled by law. In this critical moment, Li Mei showed courage that she did not usually have and took the initiative to stand in front of Yifeng. This little girl is really good. Yifeng didn't expect that Li Mei would come forward at this time. How much courage she must have mustered. You stinky bitch, you have no one to talk to here. If you don't want to be beaten, get out of the way. After I teach this little jerk a lesson, I'll punish you severely. Chen Jia had a sinister smile on his face. With Zhang Sanfeng's support, we are confident enough. What's more, with more than a dozen against one, there is no doubt that they are the absolutely advantageous party. However, Chen Jia was too naive. Yifeng's current physical fitness has been strengthened by the system, allowing him to deal with a dozen thugs. It's so easy to do it with your hands. Moreover, Yifeng had no intention of taking action. He had a system and did not intend to use violence to solve problems. Too low. System, use the life modification card to modify Zhang Sanfeng's life, and his loyalty will be maxed out. In progress. Modification successful. The target character Zhang Sanfeng's loyalty has been maxed out and is currently 100. It can be imagined that from now on, Yifeng doesn't need to worry about anything at all. 100% loyalty, this is not just talk. No one dared to touch Yifeng's finger. Zhang Sanfeng dares to take his life. At this time, a man in a leather jacket walked out of the van with a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain tattooed on his neck. Every gesture and movement exudes a strong sense of hostility. It's just like having "I'm not someone you can mess with" written on his face. Brother Feng, if you bring your men to break that kid's leg, I'll give you 50,000 yuan as an activity fee. Chen Jia sneered. It seemed that he had already seen Yi Feng holding his broken leg, wailing in pain on the busy street. 50,000? Master Chen, this was the price before, but there are so many of us brothers, there's not enough to share. Zhang San laughed sinisterly. Start raising the price. After all, Chen Jia had already made his harsh statement. Now he had to rely on himself to deal with that unknown little scoundrel. If I leave now, it will be difficult for Chen Jia to end the matter. It's not too much to charge a little more, right? Feng brother, you. Chen Jia was stunned for a few seconds. He did not expect Zhang Sanfeng to change his mind at the last minute. But he gritted his teeth and said, 100,000. If you just break one of that kid's legs, I'll transfer the money to your card right away. Obviously, this is not the first time he and Zhang Sanfeng have worked together. Knowing Zhang Sanfeng's character well, he didn't bother and just doubled the price. Okay. Young Master Chen, just watch from the side. I will personally help you resolve the hatred in your heart. Zhang Sanfeng took off his leather jacket, revealing a white vest underneath, revealing his rough and strong tendon muscles. Especially the biceps, which cannot be closed with one hand. It's not surprising to kill a cow with one punch. He twisted his neck, making a crackling sound, and said in an arrogant tone, "Whoever dares to hit young Master Chen, you are tired of living, stand up for me." In an instant, more than a dozen thugs surrounded Yi Feng. Make it impossible for him to escape. Li Mei closed her eyes tightly, unwilling to see the bloody scene that was to follow. I feel very guilty. He had implicated Yi Feng. Big brother? However, when Zhang Sanfeng saw Yi Feng's face clearly, his ferocious expression suddenly changed. With a look of deep joy on his face, he asked in astonishment, "You've rushed back from another province?" The system modified Zhang Sanfeng's loyalty to 100%, and in order to ensure its rationality, it directly implanted a new memory. In this memory, Yi Feng risked his life many times to rescue Zhang Sanfeng from danger. As a result, he was hunted down by his enemies and had to hide in other provinces under a false name. Therefore, in addition to loyalty to Yi Feng, he felt more respect for him. Without Yi Feng, he might have died in the gang fight long ago. When they met again, they cried with joy. Do you know how it feels when a burly man holds your trouser leg and cries bitterly? Yi Feng said that he was helpless and felt numb. 100% loyalty, it's really scary. Not only Yi Feng was numb, but also Chen Jia, who was standing aside, ready to watch the show. The way Zhang Sanfeng treated Yi Feng. He treats him even more dearly than his own father. Brother Feng, are you kidding me? This guy was the one who beat me up. Please help me get revenge. Do you still want the 100,000 yuan? Chen Jia asked angrily. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng suddenly stood up. He looked at Chen Jia fiercely and shouted angrily, "How dare you? Brother Yi is my elder brother whom I have met after a long absence. I hate you because you deserve it." What the hell? Chen Jia's brows were furrowed and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Is the world so small? You, drag this kid into the car, beat him up, and then throw him into the street. Okay, crazy brother. Immediately, two men kicked Chen Jia to the ground, grabbed his collar, and dragged him towards the van. No, brother, I was wrong. Chen Jia begged for mercy frantically. As the van door closed, he was responded with a barrage of punches and kicks. Brother Yi, Chen Jia is easy to deal with, but his father is difficult to deal with. He is the chairman of Ruwei Group and is worth more than 1 billion. I don't mind. The key is that you must pay attention to safety. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng gave a considerate reminder. Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. I forgot about this matter. The system used the life modification card to modify Chen Jian's life. His investment failed, causing the capital chain to break and Ruwei Group to go bankrupt. He couldn't accept the blow and committed suicide by jumping off a building. Yi Feng never shows mercy to his enemies. As for why not directly modify Chen Jia's life? Because Yi Feng wants to make him suffer a fate worse than death. After his father committed suicide, the debt was transferred to him, and he became a billionaire at a young age. This taste. All I can say is, it would be better to die. Okay, you can disappear now. Yi Feng waved his hand and said lightly. Okay, Brother Yi, if you need anything, please call me. I will leave first. Zhang Sanfeng and his men got into the van and drove away at the accelerator. Bite. Li Mei's favorability plus 10, currently 90, reward life modification card X2. Oh my god. The 2 cards that were just consumed have been replenished. Also harvest a wave of Li Mei's admiration points. Long live freeloading. Looking at Li Mei again, her pair of autumn water-like eyes were gazing at Yifeng with admiration. Her cheeks were flushed. After all, no woman would refuse a strong man, and Li Mei is no exception. Ha, see you next time. Contact me again when the house is fully rented out. Yifeng scratched his head and gave a handsome smile. Well, see you next time. Li Mei's voice sounded a little smug. What she was waiting for was Yifeng's words. If there is a next time, then everything is possible. So, she was not in a hurry. Because Yifeng is worth waiting for. After saying goodbye to Li Mei, Yifeng drove back to Chunshui Pavilion Manor and returned to courtyard number 1. As soon as he stepped into the villa, his eyes widened. Is it so exciting to play? Chapter 40 Tao Bai's little thoughts come from the auction invitation. The entire chapter has been self-checked and the illegal content has been modified. I hope the reviewer will show some mercy. There was a petite figure at the entrance. Tao Bai was wearing a pink maid outfit, with her white silk legs overlapping each other. She buried her head and squatted on the ground with a helpless look on her face. When she heard the door open, her pink face looked a little flustered. The petite body trembled uneasily. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Tao Bai said in a timid voice. Yifeng raised his eyelids slightly and asked, What's wrong, Tao Tao? Admittedly, he is very confused now. Tao Bai raised her head, her pink face flushed, her eyes slightly moist, and she made a soft sound. Uncle Fu came to visit with his daughter today. Sister Su got angry because Tao Tao didn't entertain her well. Then, she left. Brother Yi, it's all Tao Tao's fault. I'm sorry for offending the guests you invited. Punish me, otherwise Tao Tao will feel very uncomfortable. After listening to Tao Bai, Yifeng's eyes darkened and he thought for a moment. He never invited any lady to visit his villa. I guess Miss Su came to visit on her own initiative. The purpose is self-evident, which is to test his strength. But why leave for no reason? Yifeng couldn't understand this, but he didn't need to understand it. Since the other party doesn't know my identity, then keep it mysterious. The best strategy is to remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing circumstances. Brother Yi, are you angry? Tao Bai found that Yifeng did not respond, and became uneasy. He buried his head and asked weakly. Compared to silence, she would rather Yifeng punish herself. This way I will feel better. After all, she was the one who messed up. Looking at Tao Bai's appearance, Yifeng smiled indifferently, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Sitting on the sofa in silence, Tao Bai hurriedly followed, bending her white silk legs and squatting at Yifeng's feet. She stretched out her soft little hands and gently massaged Yifeng. Brother Yi, don't be angry. Can you punish Tao Tao, just like you did that day, at night? Tao Bai said with some self-blame. That night? Yifeng raised his eyelids slightly, stretched out his soft white head, and smiled gently. I'm not angry, and I didn't invite that lady. This is your home, you can drive anyone away, so you haven't done anything wrong. Hearing Yifeng say this, Tao Bai's beautiful eyes trembled. She raised her head and looked up at Yifeng's handsome face, her voice choked with sobs. Is this Tao Tao's home? Yifeng nodded gently and said seriously, when I am not in the villa, you are the hostess. You must take good care of the house and don't let bad people in. Yifeng's voice was so warm that it caused ripples in Tao Bai's heart. She pursed her red lips and uttered oh weakly. Thank you, Brother Yi. Yeah, that's good. Yifeng's voice had just fallen. Tao Bai jumped onto the sofa and sat astride him. Delicate and soft. The girl's faint body fragrance lingers at the tip of my nose. Tao Bai blushed, bit her cherry lips with her white teeth, and said timidly. Brother Yi, Tao Tao missed you very much after you left today. Oh my god. So proactive? Yifeng was stunned for a moment, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He hugged Tao Bai's slender waist and said gently, I miss you too. Tao Bai blinked her beautiful eyes and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, let's try something exciting. Puff. Yifeng staggered and almost rolled off the sofa. Looking at Tao Bai's expectant expression, Yi Feng showed a handsome smile. In that case, Yi Feng would naturally not refuse her. Besides, I am happy to try new things. Time passed quickly and night fell in the blink of an eye. Yi Feng was sitting at the dining table eating dinner when the screen of his cell phone on the table suddenly lit up and a WeChat message popped up. Zhang Sanfeng, brother, there will be an auction in a few days. Are you interested in participating? Seeing the news, Yi Feng frowned slightly. Auction? In all his life he had never attended an auction. Naturally, I became interested, and since I had nothing else to do, I replied. Okay, how long will it take? After all, he is the eldest brother, so you have to keep your tone tense. This is in line with the character. Zhang Sanfeng, 3 days later, big brother, are there any activities tonight? If not, come to my brother's bar, there will be fun things to do. Yi Feng turned his head and looked at Tao Bai, who was busy in the kitchen. There is such a gorgeous girl at home. Does he need to go out and have fun? No need, you can contact me on the day of the auction. On the other side, there is a street called Haiqing Night Market and KS Nightclub. In a dim private room, a charming girl was lying in Zhang Sanfeng's arms. Seeing Yi Feng's reply, his face showed admiration, and he said with emotion, "You are worthy of being the big brother. He can actually refuse women, he is much better than a drinker and meat lover like him." Replied immediately. Okay, big brother, I'll call you then. The girl lying in his arms said with hot breath from her red lips, Feng brother, I have hired 2 new waitresses online. They are both new to society. It looks really good, how about you try it first? A lewd smile appeared on Zhang Sanfeng's face. But he immediately thought of Yi Feng. How could he forget his elder brother for such a good thing? Then he said, send them over in 3 days. A pair of hands has reached out to the red lips of the charming woman. The woman made a coquettish sound and stuck out her tongue. Got it, crazy brother. I'll do as you say. This little slut is so coquettish. Chunshui Pavilion Courtyard number 1. Brother Yi, please try the 10-ingredient tonic soup. I put wolfberry, angelica, ginseng, deer antler, red dates. Tao Bai said as he walked, holding a bowl of soup. The air was filled with a strong smell of medicinal herbs. Yi Feng looked closely and saw a turtle lying in the thick white soup, with its shell filled with various tonic Chinese medicines. The corners of his mouth trembled slightly. If you drink this, you will be tormented all night long. So nutritious. Tao, do you think the young master needs it? Yi Feng is still quite confident in his abilities. Brother Yi doesn't need it? Tao Bai blinked her beautiful eyes and spoke in a soft and innocent tone. Oh shit. Being looked down upon by the little girl. Can you bear this? Of course I can't stand it. It seems that Tao Bai still doesn't understand how terrifying it would be if he used his full strength. Tonight, let her broaden her horizons. Yi Feng hugged Tao Bai and held her in his arms domineeringly yet gently. A soft touch came immediately. Yi Feng smiled and asked softly, Tao, don't you trust me so much? No, I haven't. Tao Bai's face flushed and she lay in Yi Feng's arms. A pair of white silk legs twisted uneasily, and she seemed to be enduring it in her heart. She pursed her lips and said, I believe brother Yi. Okay, let's not pursue this matter. I know you are doing this for my own good. Tao Bai lowered his little head and spoke in a soft voice. Sorry. It's okay. It's getting late. Let's go get some rest. Yi Feng said gently. Tao Bai blushed and nodded slightly. Afterwards, Yi Feng took Tao Bai and walked towards the bedroom on the 2nd floor. With a click sound, the door closed. Chapter 41 1 million shopping money, Xiao Ran's small gift box. Woo 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 woo. The little train blew its whistle and ticked into the dark tunnel. The next morning, Tao Bai prepared breakfast as usual and went to the bedroom to wake Yi Feng up. She took off her shoes, revealing her bare white silk feet, and squatted beside the bed, holding Yi Feng's hand. With a cute face, she said, Brother Yi, get up. Every morning when Tao Bai sees Yi Feng, he feels that the whole day is meaningful. Tao, good morning. Yi Feng opened his sleepy eyes. A ray of golden morning sun shines through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, covering the peach white, giving it a hazy halo. The skin appears whiter and more rosy. Being woken up by such a gorgeous girl, I didn't feel grumpy at all. Brother Yi, good morning. Tao Bai took out a black suit and helped Yi Feng put it on. The two went downstairs and sat at the dining table to have breakfast. At this time, Taobai raised his head and said in a soft voice, "Brother Yi, I want to go out and go shopping with Tingting today, is that okay?" "Don't worry, I will finish my housework before going out." "That woman? You Tingting." Yifeng was stunned for a few seconds, then nodded gently, "Okay, I won't go with you." He was worried that he would lose control of the situation when he saw Yu Tingting. "By the way, do you have any money on you when you go shopping?" Yifeng suddenly asked. "Well, I've already cashed out the money I earned from the livestream last month, and since I live with Brother Yi, I don't have any expenses, so Tao Tao has saved a lot of money." Yifeng smiled indifferently, but he was negligent. "As your own personal butler, how can you worry about money?" He casually took out his cell phone and transferred 1 million to Tao Bai's bank account, then smiled and said, "Tao Tao, your task today is to spend all this money. When you go home, you can't have any money left. After all, the 1 million is his. Even if Tao Bai uses it, he can still get rebates. You can sit at home and make money from the sky. It feels so good." "Ah." Tao Bai looked at the incoming text message, her cherry lips opened so wide that an egg could almost fit in them. Spending 1 million in one day? It's a bit difficult for two little girls. But Tao Bai would not refuse the task assigned by Yifeng. "Brother Yi, I'll try my best. If I don't spend all the money, please don't blame Tao Tao. It's so painful to spend money. Did you listen to what people say?" After breakfast, Tao Bai cleaned up the dishes and changed into a light blue dress. The pink maid outfit can only be worn for Yifeng to see. Then, he kissed Yifeng on the lips and walked out. "Feel the sweet scent lingering on your lips." Yifeng smiled indifferently, slumped down on the sofa, turned on the TV and started watching anime. A well-known hot-blooded blockbuster Boruto. 10 minutes later. Yifeng was drowsy and murmured, "Where's the passion you promised me?" Bite. Spend 3 yuan on Taobai subway ride and get 300 yuan rebate, please check carefully. The corners of Yifeng's mouth trembled. With 1 million in funds, this girl still takes the subway. She is really thrifty. I was also thinking whether I should give her a car. At this moment, a WeChat message popped up on the phone beside him. Yifeng picked it up, glanced at it, and was stunned for a few seconds. "Xiaoran, Yifeng, do you have time? I'm going to an interview at an entertainment company later, so please come with me." Today happens to be the weekend, and Yifeng almost forgot that he had an appointment with Xiaoran. I replied, "No problem, see you at the school gate in half an hour." On the other side, the girls' dormitory of Haicheng University. Xiaoran held the phone in her hand, a look of joy appeared on her fair face, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a shy smile. She is a junior this year and is about to start her internship. "So, I submitted my resume online. Received an invitation from a local entertainment company in Haicheng to train amateur trainees. If she passes the interview successfully, she will be promoted to a teenage idol singer in debut in the next 2 months." Xiaoran is quite confident about her appearance. The title of belle of the dance department is not undeserved. But he was still a little nervous, so he thought of Yifeng. If he could go with me, I would feel confident. Seeing Yifeng agreed, Xiaoran felt happy. She put on delicate makeup in front of the small mirror. Then, find a designer dress from your closet that you normally don't want to wear. Put on your clothes carefully and stand in front of the mirror. Looking at the beautiful appearance in the mirror. It's enough to make all the male students in Haicheng University excited. The fair-skinned girl said shyly, "I don't know what style Yifeng likes." Half an hour later. Yifeng drove to the gate of Haicheng University. As soon as the Hongqi S1 Supercar stopped, it immediately attracted the attention of many students. After all, the last time I sent Xiaoran back to school. The noise was so loud that many people took photos and uploaded them to the school forum. Almost everyone at Haicheng University knows this Hongqi Supercar with license plate number HIA 00001. Yifeng's handsome appearance also attracted many female students. "Look, that rich boy is here again. I really envy senior Xiaoran for finding a boyfriend who is both handsome and rich. Why don't you go up and chat with him? Although I'm not as pretty as senior sister Xiaoran, I'm not bad either. I should be able to catch his eye." The best friend next to her rolled her eyes. "Just you. Ha, even if there's no mirror, there's always urine. You fucking." But there really was a freshman who came forward, shyly stretched out her hand, handed over the friend QR code, and blushed and said, "Handsome brother, can you add me on WeChat?" Yifeng smiled politely and refused. Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Okay, sorry to bother you, handsome brother. The schoolgirl left feeling somewhat disappointed. Yifeng sighed softly. Being handsome is also a kind of trouble. At this moment, a beautiful figure walked out of the school gate. Her fair face is delicately made up, and her black hair is scattered over her shoulders. The light yellow floral dress can't hide her graceful figure. The well-proportioned and smooth calves are stepping on a pair of high-heeled sandals, which makes the tall body look even more sexy. As soon as Xiao Ran appeared, she became the focus of the whole audience. I have to say, she is really beautiful. It is like a white flower bud about to bloom, exuding an aura of purity and elegance. Yifeng was almost mesmerized by it. Day. Xiaoran, wearing high heels, sat in the passenger seat, stretched out her fair jade hand, smiled faintly and said, Yifeng, long time no see. Ah, long time no see. Yifeng held it gently. The soft and delicate touch is like a piece of warm and cool jade. It's very comfortable. Hey, this is for you, I hope you like it. Xiaoran took out a palm-sized pink gift box from her personal bag. Yifeng was a little surprised, took it and opened it. I found out it was a teddy bear keychain. The value is no more than 20 yuan, but it can be seen that it was carefully selected by Xiaoran and it is very exquisite. Hi, do you like it? Xiaoran said in a soft voice. Well, thank you. This is the first time a girl has given me a gift. I will keep it well. Chapter 42 Jala Media Recruitment, Xiaoran falls into the tiger's mouth. First time? Xiaoran's beautiful eyes trembled and she looked a little surprised. Why doesn't she believe it? Given Yifeng's looks and status, there are many women who want to throw themselves into his arms. It can even be said that they are a handful. So, she just thought that Yifeng was just trying to make her happy. But I felt warm in my heart, even though I knew that what Yifeng said was most likely a lie, I could still be deceived by him out of kindness. It seems like a good thing. At least it shows that Yifeng cares about her feelings. Yifeng had no idea what Xiaoran was thinking. He smiled and asked, which company are you interviewing for? I'll take you there. Jialu Media, they took the initiative to invite me. Xiaoran sounded somewhat proud. Because Jala Media is strong and has created dozens of amateur trainees who have become popular, it is a benchmark company in the industry. In terms of comprehensive strength, it ranks among the top 10 in the country. In other words, as long as you are selected by Jala Media, you are not far from becoming an instant star. Okay, fasten your seatbelts. Yifeng set up the navigation and reminded politely. Thanks. Xiaoran agreed weakly. She stretched out her fair and tender hand, pulled the seatbelt, and fastened it around her breasts. Because she knew Yifeng's driving habits. Very rude. Push all the way to the end, without giving people any time to breathe. Boom boom boom. The Hongqi S1 engine emits a deafening roar. It turned into a black lightning and flew through the bustling streets of Haicheng. It seems to be here. 10 minutes later. Xiaoran pointed at a tall building rising into the clouds outside the car window. Longing appeared in her beautiful eyes. If she passes the interview successfully, she can work here. Do you need me to go in with you? Yifeng held the steering wheel with one hand and asked softly. No, don't bother. I'll go in and finish the interview and come out soon. Then I'll treat you to a meal. Thank you for coming with me. Xiaoran's face flushed slightly and she said quickly. She was already very happy that Yifeng could accompany her. I don't want to trouble Yifeng anymore. Well, good luck with your interview. Well, thank you. I will try my best. Xiaoran clenched her fists, smiled faintly at Yifeng, and made a victory gesture, full of girlish vitality and innocence. Some things cannot be obtained through hard work. The unspoken rules of the entertainment industry are inevitable for almost every newcomer into the industry. She got out of the car and walked into the Jala Media Company building. I took out my cell phone and called the interviewer, and a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Ms. Xiao, right? Please take the elevator directly to the 18th floor. I'll be waiting for you in office 03. Office? Xiaoran frowned slightly. Although I feel confused. But I didn't think much about it, maybe they were just interviewing in the office. Such a big company would not cheat people. He took the elevator to the 18th floor, found office 03, and gently knocked on the glass door. Come in. A middle-aged man's voice came from the room. Don't panic, stay calm, you are the best. She took a deep breath, encouraged herself, smiled, and pushed the door open. Behind the desk sat a bald middle-aged man. He has a round face, wears gold-rimmed glasses, has a pair of wretched little eyes, a fat head and big ears, and looks greasy. She bowed politely. Hello, my name is Xiao Ran, I am a ballet major from Haicheng University, and I am here to participate in the interview for your company's amateur trainee. The bald man looked Xiao Ran from head to toe. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. You meet the requirements of an amateur trainee. Close the door and let's talk business. Is this the end? Xiao Ran was a little surprised. Jala Media is a benchmark in the industry after all, and the interview was surprisingly simple. It's a good thing that she stayed up late last night and spent several hours reading interview skills on Bilibili. None of them were used. Xiao Ran closed the glass door and sat down. I'm a junior who hasn't graduated yet, majoring in ballet. Do you have a boyfriend? The middle-aged man suddenly asked. As if it was a bit abrupt, he explained with a smile, you should know that as a future idol, you cannot have any past stains. If you have any, tell us now and we will help you build your image. Xiao Ran was stunned for a few seconds and hesitated. Yi Feng's handsome face appeared in my mind. If she hadn't met Yi Feng, she would have said no directly. But now, although she really wanted to be Yi Feng's girlfriend, she was very nervous. Will Yi Feng, such an outstanding man, accept her? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The interview was more important. He said softly, not at the moment. Hearing this, Li Wuda smiled meaningfully. He turned his head and looked at the glass wall of the office. The shutters were all drawn, the doors shut. This means that no one can spy on what happens in the house. He received Xiao Ran's resume last night. I was immediately aroused by the beautiful face in the photo and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Finally, I found a small website, fantasized about Xiao Ran in my mind, and let out my feelings. At this time, after seeing the real person, I was even more shocked. Generally speaking, photos can be photoshopped, so they are prettier than real people, but Xiao Ran is completely the opposite. She is much more stunning in person than in photos. It adds a touch of vivid, elegant, and pure beauty. Well-deserved, reality goddess. Female college student, majoring in ballet, no boyfriend, virgin. Buffs are fully stacked. These 3 points are enough to arouse the sexual desire of any wretched middle-aged man. As future idols, our selection rules are very strict. Not only do we assess their basic skills, but we also check if they have large tattoos on their bodies. A trace of vulgarity appeared on Li Wuda's face. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Ran like a hungry wolf. What's the meaning? Xiao Ran frowned slightly. Take off your skirt and do a dance for the camera. I'll send it to headquarters for review. If there are no problems, you'll have passed the interview. Li Wuda remained calm and spoke in a serious tone. It seems like everything is about work. How can there be such an interview? I refuse. Xiao Ran frowned and questioned. Think carefully. If you pass the interview successfully and become a trainee of Jala Media, it is possible that you will become famous in the future. You may have to thank me then. Li Wuda's eyes were fierce, without any concealment, completely exposing his dirty heart. I can easily recruit a large group of female college students like you who have no background. This is your only chance to escape from the class. Take it off and serve me well. You will definitely be very popular in the future. Shut up, you shameless bastard. Xiao Ran angrily stretched out her hand and slapped Li Wuda in the face. His face turned red. She had never heard such foul language before. If she had known the entertainment industry was so dirty, she should not have come. How dare you hit me, you bitch? Li Wuda stood up. The originally kind expression disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by a vicious face emitting desire. A pair of strong hands reached out to Xiao Ran, saying in a dissolute manner, once you enter this door, there will be no room for regret. Instead of resisting, you might as well obey me. I will make you feel comfortable. Chapter 43, Keeping it will be troublesome, so just die. Get lost. Xiao Ran was not a sheep to be slaughtered, so she stretched out her hand and resisted hard. But the disparity in power is too great. Li Wuda is an adult male, and he is now sexually aroused. The more Xiao Ran resisted, the more it aroused his desire to conquer her. You bitch, my office is equipped with soundproof glass. No matter how hard you struggle, no one outside can hear you. Just give up. Lee Wuda had a dissolute smile on his face. Obviously, this was not the first time he had molested the interviewee. Xiao Ran was forced into a corner, looking terrified. Her fair hands were crossed in front of her chest. Just as Lee Wuda was about to reach out his dirty hands. Bang! There was a loud bang and the tempered glass door shattered. Countless glass fragments were stirred up and flew towards Lee Wuda like bullets. In an instant, his face, neck, arms and other exposed skin were cut with countless small cuts, and traces of blood seeped out. Even his left eye was cut open. Suddenly, blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah! Lee Wuda screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Isn't that scary? Yifeng appeared in front of Xiao Ran like a god descending from the sky. With a gentle smile on his face. It turned out that when Xiao Ran discovered Lee Wuda's bad intentions, she secretly sent a message for help to Yifeng, who was waiting downstairs. So, she has been procrastinating. Fortunately, Yifeng was playing games on his mobile phone. After receiving the message, he took the elevator up immediately. Looking at Yifeng's face full of concern. Xiao Ran's eyes reddened slightly, and she couldn't help but hug Yifeng's waist, lying in his arms, sobbing softly. No matter who it is, if they meet a scum like Lee Wuda, their mentality will collapse. What's more, Xiao Ran is a female college student who has not yet graduated. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, then felt the soft body in his arms and reached out to pat Xiao Ran's back. It's okay. No one can hurt you while I'm here. However, at this moment, a discordant voice was heard. You blind little jerk, what qualifications do you have to rush into my office? I'm going to call the police and have you arrested. Lee Wuda looked extremely miserable. The exposed skin was torn and bleeding. The oozing blood dyed his entire body into a bloody man. My left eye is almost useless and I can't see anything clearly. The only remaining right eye was now burning with flames, glaring at Yifeng. I wish I could cut him into pieces. Once I've dealt with this scumbag, we'll leave. Yifeng said softly. Then, he turned around, his expression suddenly changed, cold and without any emotion. His sharp eyes were fixed on Lee Wuda. It's like the devil from hell. In an instant, Lee Wuda felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and both his body and soul were shuddering with fear. His body shuddered, and he said in a trembling voice, "Little jerk, I'm warning you, don't mess around. I'm the human resources manager of Jella Media. If something happens to me, even 10 of your lives won't be enough to compensate me." Before he could finish, Yifeng raised his foot and kicked him to the ground mercilessly. Looked down on him with contempt. His eyes fell on Lee Wuda's crotch and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Like rape? Be a eunuch for the rest of your life. The size 42 big feet fell down heavily like a mountain. Ah! Lee Wuda's eyes were wide open, his face was ferocious, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead. He could no longer feel the existence of his own son. This kick crushed it into pieces, turning it into a puddle of mud. It's very comfortable. This is murder. You're fucking dead. I'm going to hire the most expensive lawyer and sentence you to life imprisonment. Lee Wuda burst into anger. He wants to avenge his Nyozi. Really? Yifeng asked indifferently with a cold face. I had no intention of taking Lee Wuda's life. But he shows no remorse now. Such scum would be a scourge if they stayed in the world. In that case, Yifeng doesn't mind being a messenger of justice. System, use the life modification card to modify Lee Wuda's life. After 10 seconds, he became insane and committed suicide by jumping off the building. He died on the spot. In progress? The modification is successful. The target character Lee Wuda will jump off the building and commit suicide due to mental disorder in 10 seconds. At this time, many people gathered at the office door. When they saw Lee Wuda's miserable appearance, they all gasped. What happened? How did Manager Lee get beaten like this? God bless him. He finally got his comeuppance. How pitiful. Let me see who it is. It's Lee Wuda. It's okay then. Should I say it or not? Although Manager Lee is hateful, shouldn't I call the police if he is beaten like this in the company? You can call me, my phone is out of payment and I can't make calls. How did you know my phone just ran out of battery? Because Lee Wuda was usually domineering and overbearing, almost everyone had been bullied by him. Therefore, the reputation is extremely bad. Even though he was beaten like this, no one sympathized with him. On the contrary, I feel very happy. If it was someone else who was beaten, then Yifeng was wrong, but if it was Li Wuda, then he deserved it. You guys. Li Wuda heard everyone's discussion and covered his chest with his hands, his blood boiling. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his throat. His eyes were bloodshot and stared like bells, and with his bloody appearance, he looked like a devil. He stood up suddenly. The onlookers all took a step back in fear. The next second, Li Wuda rushed to the window without hesitation, jumped out, and disappeared from everyone's sight. 1 second later. Bang! First there was a loud bang, followed by the terrified screams of passers-by. The entire 18th floor was completely silent, as still as death. The onlookers had dazed expressions and didn't react for a long time. Li Wuda committed suicide by jumping off a building? Fuck it. Quickly inform the chairman and block the news. This matter cannot be leaked out. It will be bad for the reputation of the group. I feel like Director Li, we should, probably, be able to save him. A bold young man leaned over the window and looked down. His expression suddenly changed and he shouted. It's useless to save chicken feathers. They are no longer in human form. They are just mud. Wait, why does the car look so familiar? Shit. Li Wuda smashed a big hole in his own car. Xiaoran's face was pale and her mouth was open so wide that a ping-pong ball could almost fit in. Yifeng, you won't blame me for this, right? She sounded a little flustered. Yifeng reached out his hand, gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Xiaoran's eyes, and smiled indifferently. No, Li Wuda was a man who attempted rape, but his conscience was awakened and he died to atone for his crime. So many people were watching, it has nothing to do with us. You don't have to blame yourself. He deserves it. Xiaoran nodded slightly. Feeling the warm touch on his face, the scene of Yifeng's sudden appearance emerged in his mind. Her beautiful eyes trembled, her white teeth bit her red lips, and she blushed and said, Yifeng, thank you. Yifeng smiled and asked softly, do you still want to be a trainee at Jala Media? Chapter 44 Jala President Haowen is unwilling to take the back door. Xiaoran. Yeah, but I'm afraid there's no hope. But it doesn't matter. The entertainment industry is too dirty, so it's better not to get in. Xiaoran's fair face turned pretty red. Although she failed the interview, she gained another precious thing. Care from Yifeng. This would make Xiaoran happier than passing the interview. She took the initiative to stretch out her fair jade hands and hugged Yifeng. Her tone was sweet and intimate. Yifeng, let's leave quickly. It will be difficult to leave when the police come to investigate. Don't worry, I'll take care of something. Yifeng rubbed Xiaoran's head and smiled faintly. Then, call out the system immediately. System, can I use the life modification card to change Jala Media to my name? It is not recommended in theory, but if you want to do this, the system has no right to stop you. Yifeng's mouth corners raised. Doesn't this mean that you can do whatever you want? Use the life modification card to change Jala Media to my name. Not a question, but an order. In progress. Change successfully. Consume 2 life change cards to change Jala Media to your name. 2. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly, as if he understood the rules. If the system actively prompts you, such as the restaurant at 13 Benin Street, you only need 1 life modification card. If Yifeng forced the modification, he would need 2 life modification cards. This fucking. Why do I feel like I'm at a loss? What are you all doing here? Get back to work. At this moment, a woman's cold shout was heard. The people who were originally watching the fun dispersed, leaving only Yifeng and Xiaoran in the office. Day. An urban beauty wearing a women's blazer and high heels walked over. She was about 25 years old, with a graceful figure and light makeup on her fair face. Even with a pair of long legs covered by suit trousers, it still can't hide her hot body. She said to the group of security personnel behind her. Seal off the scene, check the employees' phones thoroughly, do not allow any photos or videos to be circulated, and it is best not to say a single word online. The woman exudes an aura that makes her hard to approach. A true strong woman with very strong mental qualities. As she leaned over and saw the puddle of mud through the window. Her willow-shaped eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, but there was not much emotional fluctuation. Then the woman turned around. Give an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, both of you, for causing you a bad psychological burden. Today's interview ends here. We will arrange for someone to contact you for the second round of interviews. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly and immediately checked the woman's information. Name, Hao Wen. Age, 24. Height, 168. Appearance, 90. Worship value, 70. President of Jala Media, cold and lonely at heart, does not value relationships, and is focused on his career. Number of hits, 0, appraisal result, first-hand car. Sure enough, it was exactly what Yifeng thought. A typical working woman. She is efficient and resolute in her work, never out of touch with others, and is even more professional than men. Even when faced with an emergency such as an employee jumping off a building, we can handle it calmly. If it were someone else, they might have lost their composure long ago. What's your name? What's your position at Jala Media? Even if you know the woman's information. Yifeng still opened his mouth and asked. Yifeng, aren't you being a little rude? Xiaoran, who was standing nearby, had a nervous look on her face and reminded in a low voice. She also wants to participate in the second round of interviews. Yifeng did not hide his feelings and asked the other party such a sensitive question. Hao Wen frowned slightly. Looking at Yifeng's handsome face, she was stunned for a moment. He seemed to be thinking about Yifeng's intention in asking these questions. Hao Wen, CEO of Jala Media, please leave if you have nothing else to do. I will arrange for someone to contact you and arrange a time for the second interview in the room. Hao Wen said in a calm voice. She is a mature professional woman and will not get angry about this. Brother Yi, let's go. Xiaoran held Yifeng's hand. He was afraid that he would say something shocking and offend Hao Wen. Yifeng smiled calmly and said soothingly, Don't worry, I will help you with the interview. Just be patient and wait a moment. Xiaoran's white and tender toes dug into the ground tightly. It's so embarrassing. She knew that Yifeng was very rich, but that couldn't influence the outcome of the interview. Jala Media is a benchmark in the industry. The interview is extremely rigorous and all depends on your ability. We can't open a back door just for Yifeng, that's too unrealistic. But seeing his gentle smile, Xiaoran calmed down. If she wants to be embarrassed, let her be embarrassed with Yifeng. Yifeng had no idea what Xiaoran was thinking. At this time, he said softly, Let me introduce myself, my name is Yifeng. Yifeng? Hao Wen frowned, a look of confusion on his face. In your mind, recall all the people you have known or may know in the past. Come to the conclusion, Yifeng, she had never heard of it. The soles of Xiaoran's high heels were almost broken. The other party obviously didn't know Yifeng. She blushed, lowered her head, and just wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, at this moment, Hao Wen's cell phone rang, and he received an internal letter from the group. Regarding the notice of the group being wholly acquired by Mr. Yifeng. When she saw the first line of words, her clear little face was stunned for a few seconds. You don't even need to read the following content. Xiaoran was not the only one who scratched the soles of her high heels. Hao Wen also joined the group that scratched the soles of her shoes. The new boss was right in front of her, but she didn't recognize him. After calming down, he quickly bowed deeply. He apologized, I'm sorry, Chairman, I didn't recognize you the first time. Please forgive me. Xiaoran, who was burying her head, thought she was hallucinating. He suddenly raised his head. Then I saw Hao Wen bending over with a panicked look on his face. On the other hand, Yifeng still had a gentle smile on his face. Xiaoran covered her lips and said in shock, Yifeng, you are actually the chairman of Jala Media? I promised to help you with the interview, and I won't break my promise. Yifeng reached out his hand, gently stroked Xiaoran's pink cheek, and spoke in a doting tone. Indeed, Yifeng acquired Jala Media. Xiaoran plays a big role. Since she wants to be a star so much, let's fulfill her dream. But more importantly, this media company is worth acquiring. The business is booming, and it will be no problem for assets to increase by 20% in the next few years. In short, this wave, no matter what. Yifeng always makes money without any loss. Hao Wen, who was standing aside, finally found an opportunity to apologize and said quickly. Since Miss Xiao is a friend of the chairman, there is no need for an interview. We will follow the chairman's wishes and make Miss Xiao a top actress. I was also complaining in my heart. You are already with the chairman, why do you still want to be a star? Isn't it better to be a rich wife at home? Do you really think being a star is so easy? Really? Good job. Xiaoran was overjoyed, but after calming down, she shook her head. Yifeng, I don't want to take the back door. Although you are the chairman, I still want to enter Jala Media through my own strength. Hearing Xiaoran say this, Yifeng narrowed his eyes, shook his head and smiled. Okay, I believe in your ability, come on. Chapter 45. Where are you staying tonight? I'll sleep on the street, okay? Downstairs of Jala Media, inside a black Hongqi supercar. Yifeng, that's great, I passed the interview successfully. Xiaoran clenched her fists tightly, her face filled with joy. Ha, congratulations. Yifeng chuckled. This little girl has excellent dancing skills and good singing skills. She is an all-round singer and dancer. You should be surprised if you don't make the interview. You've been busy all morning, let's go have some food. What do you want to eat? Let's have Chinese food. It's my treat. To celebrate my successful interview. Hearing Xiaoran say this, Yifeng shook his head and said, although Chinese food is delicious, if you want to celebrate, you have to eat Western food to make it more ceremonial. I'll take you to a place. After saying that, he took out the Hongqi S1 car key. At this moment, Xiaoran's beautiful eyes lit up. Because she found that the teddy bear pendant she gave to Yifeng had been hung on Yifeng's key. I felt secretly delighted and my face turned slightly red. If Yifeng doesn't like her, why would you hang the gift you gave yourself on a keychain? Moreover, every time Yifeng drove and took out his keys, he would think of her. A sweet feeling arises in my heart. A real gift doesn't need to be expensive, as long as it represents the thought. Perhaps, this is the true face of love. We're here, let's get off. The Western food here should be pretty good. Here? Xiaoran's cheeks suddenly turned red. Her beautiful eyes looked out the car window shyly. Because Yifeng parked the car directly outside a 5-star hotel. We agreed to have Western food, why did you come directly to the hotel? Is he going to eat her? After eating and drinking, we can directly check into a suite. It's a seamless connection, right? Yifeng, it's a bit too fast. Besides, it's still daytime now, so the impact won't be very good. Why don't we come back at night? Xiaoran's face was hot and as red as blood. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. Is he so unbearable in Xiaoran's eyes? Indeed, Yifeng really didn't mean that. He found this hotel on a niche review site, where netizens gave high praise to their Western food. Almost reaching the ceiling of Haicheng. So, Yifeng came here to satisfy his craving for food. He shook his head and smiled, then reached out and tapped Xiaoran's head. What are you thinking about? Let's just have a meal. Get off the bus. There won't be any seats left when it's time for dinner. Oh. Xiaoran agreed weakly. Follow Yifeng and enter the Gear Hotel. The spacious and bright hall is luxuriously decorated. Dozens of crystal chandeliers emit dazzling light, and the spotless marble floor can almost be used as a mirror. Hello, how can I help you? It is worthy of being the receptionist of a 5-star hotel. Service level means professionalism. Yifeng smiled politely. 2 seats in the Sky Restaurant, enjoy the couple's set menu, try to arrange a window seat, I like to enjoy the scenery. Okay sir, I'll help you with that. The receptionist took out an iPad and helped Yifeng choose a seat and meal. He showed the payment code and spoke respectfully. 2 tickets to the Sky Restaurant, 2,000 yuan, and an exclusive couple's meal, 69,999 yuan. Sir, the total charge is 71,999 yuan. As expected, the consumption in 5-star hotels is high. A meal costs 71,999 yuan. Xiaoran tugged at the corner of Yifeng's clothes and whispered, it's too expensive, let's just forget it. When she is in school, she only dares to order takeout that costs less than 30 yuan. I have never eaten a meal that costs more than 100 yuan. It's too luxurious for her. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly and asked in surprise, what? You want to go to the toilet? The receptionist smiled politely upon hearing this. Ma'am, there is a toilet in the Sky Restaurant. I'll take you up there. Please get in the elevator. After Yifeng paid the money, he walked towards the elevator. Humph. He definitely did it on purpose to embarrass me. Xiaoran stomped her high-heeled feet. Seeing Yifeng had already entered the elevator, he hurriedly followed. The Sky Restaurant, as its name suggests, is located on the top floor of the 33-story Gear Hotel. All the outer walls have been replaced with customized floor-to-ceiling glass curtain windows. No matter where you sit in the restaurant, you can overlook the bustling city skyline of Haicheng. That's why the admission ticket costs 1,000 yuan. It is a totally unique tourist destination. Miss, this is a towel. It has been disinfected. Please feel free to use it. Xiao Ran came out of the toilet. The waiter kindly handed over a dry towel for wiping hands. She didn't want to go to the bathroom, but Ji Feng said that I could only stay in there for a few minutes and touch up my makeup. After coming out, he was ready to go find Ji Feng to settle the score. But I saw that he was sitting in his seat by the window, with a bustling city behind him. Coincidentally, a ray of golden sunlight shone down and enveloped Yi Feng. The black suit makes him look straighter, his manners are elegant, and his handsome face has a gentle and approachable smile. He looked like an English gentleman who had walked out of a movie. The waitress who was handing over the towel covered her mouth and smiled. Miss, your boyfriend is so handsome. Yeah, I think so too. But she immediately realized something was wrong, came to her senses, and walked over in her high heels. Originally a proud and spoiled little temper. After seeing Yi Feng's gentle face, it disappeared instantly. Her cheeks were slightly rosy, and she said softly, Yi Feng, I don't have classes tomorrow, and I don't want to go back to school tonight. She blinked her beautiful eyes, looking expectant. From the first time I saw Yi Feng, she knew that this boy was worthy of her lifelong trust. Humorous, approachable, warm and kind, loyal, not promiscuous. So, she was ready to give herself to Yi Feng. Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly and said seriously, if you don't go back to school, where will you live? Where to live? Xiao Ran didn't expect that Yi Feng would be such a straight man. She hinted so obviously. Still don't understand? There is a ready-made place right in front of you. She stuck out her tongue and pretended to be angry. It's okay for me to sleep on the street, don't worry about it, I really don't know why you. Looking at Xiao Ran chattering incessantly. Just like a complaining little woman. Yi Feng's mouth corners curled up and he laughed out loud. Of course he understood Xiao Ran's hint and just wanted to tease the girl. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. You're teasing me. Xiao Ran's face turned red, she was angry and embarrassed, she covered her face with her hands, and was about to cry. Oh shit. You won't really cry. Yi Feng swallowed his saliva, as if he was off track. He reached out and gently lifted Xiao Ran's head which was lying on the table. The fair face was trembling slightly, the clear and beautiful eyes were moist and red, and there were some tear marks at the corners of the eyes, which was very touching and pitiful. Don't touch me, I'm sleeping on the street tonight. Xiao Ran's voice was choked with sobs, but her tone was very arrogant. This. Yi Feng gently wiped the tears from her eyes and said gently, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have teased you. No, there's no sincerity. Xiao Ran pouted her cherry lips and turned her head away. But I felt a burst of joy in my heart. Yi Feng frowned slightly. In that case, he simply hugged Xiao Ran and kissed her forcefully yet tenderly. At this moment, Xiao Ran's heart melted. She closed her beautiful eyes and enjoyed Yi Feng's kiss. A pianist sitting in the middle of the restaurant playing. Seeing this scene, he smiled knowingly and immediately changed to an elegant and gentle song. Time has slowed down. It was as if the clocks had stopped, forever frozen in the two people's intimate embrace and kiss. Chapter 46. If you are not afraid of death, why not choose to live? Soon, night fell. Of course Xiao Ran didn't sleep on the street. On the 13th floor of Gear Hotel, in the luxurious presidential suite. Dress, high heels, stockings, pink panties. They fell in disarray beside the bed. One can imagine how roughly they were torn from their owners. The beautiful little feet not covered by the quilt. For various reasons, it is high. The white jade toes, like scallion segments, opened involuntarily. Yi Feng, will you love me forever? Xiao Ran's face flushed, she put her small hand on Yi Feng's chest and said timidly. Lifetime? Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. Why do women always like to ask such meaningless questions? Life is too long, how can he guarantee it? I might get into a car accident and die tomorrow. Of course, my heart goes on forever. However, Yi Feng is a master in love. Faced with this kind of problem, deal with it easily. Sometimes, women just want a worthless promise. Anyway, I can't count it. Yi Feng naturally would not refuse and try to please Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, her face flushed with shame, and her delicate hand slowly removed the last line of defense. The next morning, Yifeng opened his eyes, turned his head and found Xiao Ran was still sleeping. The fair face seemed more tender than yesterday, the pink-nosed tip exhaled a steady breath. Yifeng reached out and poked her face. Soft and elastic, full of collagen. Xiao Ran's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Seeing Yifeng's handsome and slightly lazy face, she blushed immediately. Get up and have breakfast, then I'll take you back to school. Yifeng smiled indifferently. He gently wrapped his arms around Xiao Ran's delicate body, cherishing the good times. 10 minutes later, Yifeng and Xiao Ran dressed neatly, had their meal in the Sky restaurant, and then left the Gear Hotel. Drive Xiao Ran back to school. Yifeng, I'll go in first. Drive slowly and be careful. Xiao Ran said reluctantly. Go ahead, contact us on WeChat. Yifeng said with a smile. Xiao Ran opened the car door and got out. Then, she immediately turned around, and her light pink lips unexpectedly touched Yifeng's cheek. Her fair face blushed. I'll stamp it for you, and you'll be mine forever. After saying that, he lowered his head and ran into the school. This little girl is really thoughtful. Yifeng shook his head and smiled. Then, he opened the roof of the sports car and put on his Gucci sunglasses. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, he drove leisurely back to Chunchuei Pavilion Manor. Good morning, Mr. Yi. Welcome home. As soon as we arrived at the gate of the manor, the security guard standing there raised his hand and saluted, speaking in a loud voice. Very spiritual. Full of sense of ceremony. As expected of a high-end villa estate, the service level is high. Yifeng suddenly thought of the property manager Nie Xiaoqin. Haven't seen her for a few days. Yifeng didn't mind giving this proactive woman a chance. When driving past the property office, the sound of quarreling attracted Yifeng's attention. He stopped the car and prepared to see what was going on. The entrance of the property office. A lot of people have gathered. It's just for fun, but it's China's excellent traditional culture. Suitable for all ages, regardless of occasion or time. Even the billionaires living in Chunchuei Pavilion Manor are not immune to this. Yifeng squeezed into the crowd and was stunned. Because he found out that the person who started the dispute was none other than Nie Xiaoqin. She squatted on the ground, covering her face with her hands, and said in a choked voice, I've already said that I won't marry him, Mom, please leave me alone. You damn kid, what's wrong with Wang Kai? You are a serious overseas returnee with a PhD. Your family has assets worth over 100 million. Your father and I worked so hard to find this marriage. It is a blessing for our family that the other person likes you. This matter is not up to you. You have to marry whether you want to or not. A middle-aged woman next to him said in a cold voice. I don't like him. If he wants me to marry him, I have to die. Nie Xiaoqin raised her head. The fair face was stained with tears. He held a small knife in his hand, pressing it against her snow-white neck. See this scene. The people around tried to dissuade him. Auntie, if your daughter doesn't want to get married, don't force her. Young people nowadays believe in free love. Who still wants arranged marriages? You're right. No matter how rich the other person is, if your daughter doesn't like him, it's useless. She won't be happy after marriage. Over 100 million in assets, is that a lot? Who among those who live in Chunchuei Pavilion Manor doesn't have a family with hundreds of millions? Manager Nia works here, and she still has trouble finding a husband of her dreams? Auntie, don't force her. Just forget it. The middle-aged woman was unreasonable and acted like a shrew, spitting at those who tried to dissuade her. You guys are talking without back pain, you are so rich, why don't you marry her? She has a younger brother who finally found a girlfriend and is just waiting for the money to get married. If she doesn't marry Wang Kai, where will the money for the bride price come from? After these words were spoken, the people around fell silent. After all, no one wants to wade into this mess, just to watch the fun. If you're not careful, you'll end up in trouble. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. It turns out that the positive and optimistic Nie Xiaoqin came from such a bad family environment. Even so, she did not give up on herself. I worked hard to get into a prestigious university in order to break away from the influence of my original family. But I didn't expect that even if I went out to work, I would still be forced to get married by my family. The purpose was actually to collect the betrothal money for her brother. This fucking. It's a bit bloody. You can die if you want, but you have to wait until you are married and have received the betrothal money before you die. No one will care about you then. The middle-aged woman said nonchalantly. How could her own daughter not know? It's just talk, no one dares to really commit suicide. You. Nie Xiaoqin's face was stunned for a few seconds, and a trace of despair appeared in her clear and beautiful eyes. Press the knife against the snow-white neck and apply slight force. He said in a cold tone, okay, I will die in front of you. After saying this, she grasped the knife handle with her jade hand and exerted force suddenly, ready to pierce his throat and suffocate to death. Madness. Yi Feng sighed softly. I didn't want to get involved, after all, it's someone else's business. But Nie Xiaoqin likes herself so much. Whether it was true or false, she admired herself. Besides, her appearance is still above 90 points. It is so sad that such a beautiful woman passed away. Since that's the case, Yi Feng can only take care of it. The sharp knife cut the skin, oozing bright red blood, and it seemed as if it was about to penetrate. A majestic figure passed by and snatched the knife from Nie Xiaoqin's hand. Yi Feng was speechless. If you are not afraid of death, why don't you live bravely? Master Yi. Nie Xiaoqin's beautiful eyes trembled, and a look of surprise appeared on her pale face. She seemed particularly surprised by Yi Feng's sudden appearance and the fact that he snatched her back from the hands of death. After all, Nie Xiaoqin took the initiative to show her goodwill several times, but Yi Feng did not appreciate it. Why would you come to rescue her at this time? Since you helped me clean the room, I'll help you with this. Chapter 47. Nie Xiaoqin was forced to marry the fake foreigner and the rich boy. Help me solve it? These seemingly cold and heartless words deeply moved Nie Xiaoqin. From childhood to adulthood, she has never been truly taken seriously by others. It was not until she was admitted to a prestigious university that her parents' attitude towards her softened. The reason is that women who have attended college can ask for more dowry in the future. Ultimately, it's Nie Xiaoqin's parents. He always treated her as a commodity for investment rather than a family member. Who are you? It's our family affair, stay out of it. The middle-aged woman spoke in an aggressive tone, without even looking at Yi Feng, and said with a look of disdain. If you are Xiaoqin's suitor, I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. If your family does not have 10 million assets, I will not agree to her dating you. Obviously, the middle-aged woman thought Yi Feng was Nie Xiaoqin's suitor. The onlookers saw Yi Feng's clothes and whispered to each other. This young man's family must have some money. He is wearing a limited edition Gucci suit and a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. But I'm not super rich yet. The total value doesn't exceed 1 million. There are a lot of rich kids like this in Chunshui Pavilion Manor. I wonder whose family this young master belongs to. Chunshui Pavilion Manor is a top-level villa area. Yi Feng's outfit is indeed not uncommon. It is standard for rich young men. Anyone with a keen eye can see it. Mom, young Master Yi is. Nie Xiaoqin spoke quickly. When preparing to explain Yi Feng's identity. Sizzle. A BMW X7 came speeding towards us. The brakes were pressed hard, and the tires left long marks on the ground. The car door opened and a young man in a white suit got out. When Nie Xiaoqin's mother Zhang Kaidai saw this man, her face lit up with joy. He was grinning from ear to ear and hurried over. My dear son-in-law, didn't I ask you to wait outside for a while? I am introducing your basic situation to Xiaoqin, and she is very satisfied. If there is no problem, you can transfer the 1 million yuan betrothal gift to me, and Xiaoqin will be yours. Then, he turned around and urged Nie Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin, come here quickly. This is Wang Kai. You two should get to know each other. Wang Kai's eyes fell on Nie Xiaoqin. His eyes suddenly lit up. He had only seen photos before, but now he had seen the real person. Found out that the real person is even more beautiful. Hello, Xiaoqin. My name is Wang Kai. I studied in Great Britain a few years ago. I have a PhD in finance from Cambridge University. I just returned to China recently. This BMW X7 belongs to my father. I drive a top-of-the-line Porsche 911, which costs 1.52 million yuan. Wang Kai spoke in a polite tone. Invisibly, one displays one's capital. He is a PhD who returned from overseas, young and wealthy, and his family has some assets. Such a resume is indeed very pleasing to the mother-in-law. Yi Feng glanced at him. Name, Wang Kai. Age, 24. Education, foreign vocational school equivalent to domestic secondary vocational school. Skip the unimportant information and go directly to the properties. A dissolute and frivolous playboy who went abroad to learn more about his father. His father is the chairman of Tianheng Technology Company, limited number of base hits, 8731 in foreign countries. Result of identification, scumbag. Looking at the information on the panel, Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. I was a little surprised. This guy can really brag. He went abroad to study at a technical school equivalent to a secondary vocational school, and after returning to China, he became a PhD from Cambridge University. He has had sex with 87 women, 31 of whom are foreigners. Admittedly, Yifeng has not yet experienced what it's like to be with foreign girls. All I can say is, I was deeply shocked. In that case, Yifeng raised a playful smile. What a coincidence! I also studied at the University of Cambridge in Great Britain. Alumnus, is the lush sycamore tree at the school gate still in bloom in spring? Wang Kai frowned and looked at Yifeng. Seeing that he was dressed in an extraordinary manner, she said with a smile, Hello, alumni, that plane tree is still in bloom. Whenever I feel tired from studying, I will go under the tree to breathe fresh air. Unexpectedly, Yifeng laughed. Idiot. There is no sycamore tree at the gate of Cambridge University, and how can a tree bloom? You don't even have this common sense, and you pretend to be a returned overseas doctor? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Is this a PhD student? I even have reason to doubt whether he has even graduated from elementary school. I am dying of laughter. Could the flowering sycamore tree be a new variety bred overseas? If he is a PhD from Cambridge, I am a postdoctoral fellow from Harvard. Anyway, bragging is not against the law. Wang Kai's face suddenly turned pale and his eyes were filled with anger. He wished he could cut Yifeng into pieces. You little jerk, you're just looking for trouble, aren't you? Education is useless. My family has plenty of money. Aren't those 985 and 211 graduates working hard for my family? Xiaoqin, if you just marry me, I promise you will live a life of luxury. Wang Kai said in a domineering tone. Indeed, he is right. In today's society, classes are rigidified and no matter how high your education level is, it cannot compare to the assets your family has. However, this should not be something that young people should be proud of. Given his level of ability, after taking over the family business, he would probably be on the verge of bankruptcy within half a year. It is easy to start a business, but difficult to maintain it. Wealth does not last for more than 3 generations. This truth remains unchanged throughout the ages. Sorry, Xiaoqin is my girlfriend. You'd better disappear from my sight before I get angry. Yifeng hugged Nie Xiaoqin's slender waist forcefully. He looked at Wang Kai with contempt. Yifeng, thank you. Nie Xiaoqin lay in his arms and spoke softly with her red lips. Although I know Yifeng is just acting, this is enough. Besides, she really likes this man. So, I am willing to be his brief girlfriend. You fucking. Wang Kai was furious and questioned with a gloomy face. Aunt, what's going on? Didn't you say Xiaoqin doesn't have a boyfriend? I don't like second-hand goods. Zhang Kaidai quickly apologized with a smile. My dear son-in-law, there must be some misunderstanding. My Xiaoqin really doesn't have a boyfriend. She is a genuine virgin. Then he turned around and said impatiently. Xiaoqin, what are you doing? Why don't you come over and explain to Wang Kai clearly what's so good about that kid? Can he provide you with material security for food and clothing? Wang Kai is much richer than him. Just a simple meal would cost him several thousand yuan. After hearing what Zhang Kaidai said, Wang Kai proudly took out a gold-plated card. Boy, do you know what this is? If you miss me, you won't know. Only those who spend more than 10,000 yuan in a single transaction are eligible to get the VIP card of number 13 Benin Street Chinese Restaurant. Do you have it? 13, Benin Street Chinese Restaurant? Yifeng listened and felt that it sounded a little familiar. If you think about it carefully, isn't at the Chinese restaurant he just acquired? Remember, he took Qingyu out to dinner. It seems that the total consumption is more than 100,000 yuan, but as the boss, he naturally doesn't have to pay a penny. He really doesn't have this card. After all, the entire restaurant belonged to him. Wang Kai seemed unsatisfied and took out a black bank card, saying with a contemptuous tone. Black diamond card, you need to have a bank deposit of 10 million to be invited to apply for it. What capital do you have to compete with me for a woman? Chapter 48. You are not worthy of being a mother, Nie Xiaoqin's new identity. Bang! As Wang Kai was shouting, a crimson five-finger mountain mark appeared on his right cheek. He covered his face, looking stunned. As if he hadn't expected that Yifeng would suddenly take action and give him a big slap in front of everyone. Is this enough? Yifeng clapped his hands and said calmly. You are looking for death, do you know who my father is? After coming to his senses, Wang Kai gritted his teeth and his face turned the color of liver. From childhood to adulthood, he has never been slapped in the face. He has always been the one bullying others. Yifeng's actions undoubtedly trampled on his self-esteem. Especially, in front of Nie Xiaoqin and so many people. He must get this face back. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly and said indifferently, I'm not your grandfather, how do I know who your father is? Of course, I don't mind accepting you as my grandson. After saying this, a hint of amusement appeared on his face. You are looking for death. Wang Kai was furious and stomped his feet wildly. The voice shouted angrily, my father is the chairman of Tianheng Technology Company, Limited, Wang Defa. Boy, if you know what's best for you, kneel down and apologize immediately. I will show my mercy and spare your life. Bang! But before he could finish, Yifeng raised his foot and kicked Wang Kai down, aiming at his right hand and stomping down hard. Snap! The skin, flesh and bones turned into a pool of mud. Ah! The screams were so cruel, like a pig being slaughtered. Bad luck, get out! Yifeng kicked him out without changing his expression. Wang Kai's face was ferocious, his eyes were as big as bells, and beads of sweat as big as beans were oozing from his forehead. Looking at his shapeless right hand, he was heartbroken. Relying on current medical technology, there is no possibility of recovery. Yifeng's eyes darkened and he said indifferently. Go back and tell your father that I give him 3 days to leave Haicheng. Otherwise, he will bear the consequences. By the way, if he is not convinced, he wants to seek revenge on me. My name is Yifeng, I live in courtyard number 1 of Chenshui Pavilion, I'm always at your service, go away. 1. Courtyard number 1. As these words fell, the place fell into complete silence, and one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Oh my goodness. This guy actually lives in the most prestigious courtyard number 1. No wonder he has such a strong hand. What does it mean to be able to live in courtyard number 1? The lowest net worth is over 20 billion. I originally thought that buying a villa in Chenshui Pavilion was already luxurious, but compared with this young man, it's nothing compared to a chicken feather. No wonder manager Nia respects him so much, it turns out he's the big shot who lives in courtyard number 1. Exclamations rang out one after another. Everyone sincerely exudes envy, respect, shock, jealousy, cruelty. And Wang Kai heard that Yifeng actually lived in courtyard number 1. He was so scared that he was shaking all over and pissing himself. His eyes were filled with deep fear. I hit a wall. Although their family had some assets, they couldn't even afford a 1-bedroom in courtyard number 1. How dare you snatch Yifeng's woman? Even in front of him, showing off with toy cards. For Yifeng, aren't Wang Kai's 2 cards equivalent to toy cards? As much as you want, as much as you want. Wang Kai knelt on the ground, cowed out heavily, and said with great fear and trepidation. Master Yi, I was blind and the flood washed away the Dragon King temple. You were right in teaching me this. I will go back and tell my father to move out. I only ask for a way out for my family. Not only Wang Kai had a mental breakdown, but also Nie Xiaoqin's mother Zhang Kai Dai. She could never have dreamed of it. The young man whom he looked down upon actually lived in Chenshui Pavilion Manor. She didn't know what courtyard number 1 was, she only knew that the one who could buy a villa in Chenshui Pavilion Manor was the son-in-law she had always dreamed of. Besides, she didn't realize it just now. The noble aura that Yifeng exudes from the inside out is much stronger than that of Wang Kai. Zhang Katie's attitude changed, and she was like a completely different person. Her tone was as friendly as possible. My dear son-in-law, Auntie agrees that you can date our daughter. I don't need any gifts or anything like that. Xiaoqin's brother is getting married, so you can just give him a car worth about 1 million yuan. Is that not too much to ask? Yifeng raised his eyebrows and said lightly. Who is your son-in-law? You, aren't you Xiaoqin's boyfriend? Zhang Kaidai was stunned and asked with a questioning look on her face. Nia Xiaoqin, who was standing aside, buried her head and explained, "Mom, Mr. Yi is not my boyfriend. He just wanted to drive Wang Kai away." What? When Zhang Kaidai learned the truth, her face suddenly became angry. Scolding, "Xiaoqin, you are confused. Since Yi Feng is not your boyfriend, why do you reject Wang Kai? I'm so mad. Come with me to the Wang family to apologize." As he said that, he grabbed Nia Xiaoqin's arm and prepared to take her away by force. "Mom, I've already told you, I don't like Wang Kai." Nia Xiaoqin felt hopeless. She didn't expect that even at this point, Zhang Kaidai still wanted her to marry into the Wang family. "Let go. You can't take Nia Xiaoqin away today." Yi Feng stood in front of the two of them and said in a cold tone. Zhang Kaidai hesitated. Although he knew that Yi Feng's identity was not simple, he was not panicked. "Xiaoqin is my daughter, why can't I take her away? Besides, what's your relationship with Xiaoqin? Is it your business? This is our family matter, please get out of the way." Then, he suddenly thought of something and sneered. "Oh. I see. You are greedy for Xiaoqin's body. You are right. My daughter is still a virgin. Well, it doesn't matter who you marry, you just need to pay 3 million and Xiaoqin will be yours. Isn't it popular among the rich to have mistresses now? Well, it's a good deal, isn't it?" In this regard, Yi Feng said. "Is this person qualified to be a mother?" He clearly marked the price and made his own daughter a mistress. In this case, Yi Feng looked at Nia Xiaoqin and asked, "Manager Nia, are you still willing to stay in this house?" Nia Xiaoqin was silent, buried her head and said nothing. But the subtle expression on his face had already given Yi Feng the answer. System. Use the life modification card to modify Nia Xiaoqin's life. She has no father or mother and grew up in an orphanage. With her own efforts, she was admitted to a prestigious university. After graduation, she became the property manager of Chenshui Pavilion Manor. What nonsense! Yi Feng thought that he had done the right thing. Someone like Zhang Kaidai doesn't deserve to have a daughter. Even if we take a step back, he now has the system. Of course, it depends on your own wishes. In progress? Change successfully. The target person Nia Xiaoqin's life track has deviated, and the memories of people related to her have been cleared. Nia Xiaoqin is still the same person, but her identity has quietly changed. The butterfly flaps its wings. Not only Zhang Kaidai, but anyone who knew Nia Xiaoqin before will have their memory modified and will accept her new identity. A prestigious university student who came out of an orphanage. Auntie, why are you pulling me to do this? Are you going to buy a house? Chapter 49 Yudingting comes to the villa, I have to buy the same one. Where is this and what am I supposed to do? Zhang Kaidai looked around in confusion. I slapped my forehead and suddenly remembered something. I was going to the market to buy some vegetables. Why did you end up in this place? It's strange. After saying that, Zhang Kaidai turned and left. The passers-by who were watching the excitement had all their memories of what had just happened erased because of the butterfly effect. You look at me and I look at you. They all looked puzzled. Why am I here? Oh no! My daughter is getting out of school and I have to go pick her up. Boss Wang, I'll be there soon. I was delayed by something on the way. Everyone dispersed. It's a system indeed, it's very powerful. However, Yi Feng deliberately kept a trick when using the life modification card. Wang Kai's memory was not erased. Because, after what happened just now, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to harass Nia Xiaoqin again. Mr. Yi, why are you here in the property office? Do you have any instructions? When she saw Yi Feng, Nia Xiaoqin's beautiful eyes showed joy. Although her memory was erased, her love for Yi Feng has never changed. Manager Nia, my living room is a little dirty. When are you free, please help me clean it up again. Yi Feng said softly. Cleaning? Nia Xiaoqin was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded and smiled, no problem, Mr. Yi, I will come to help you clean up as soon as possible. Okay, I'll go first then. Yi Feng said no more and turned to leave. Looking at his back, Nia Xiaoqin's fair face blushed. This is a valuable first step. Yi Feng actually took the initiative to invite her to come and clean the house. It means everything is possible. A few minutes later, Yi Feng parked the Hongqi S1 in the exclusive parking space in courtyard number 1. Get out of the car and walk into the villa. Just walked in and was about to change shoes. The girl's voice came to my ears. Not one, but two. When Yifeng heard the voice of another girl, his face suddenly froze. Oh shit. No way. Brother Yi, you are finally back. Ting and I bought you a gift. Sure enough, behind Tao Bai, there stood a young girl in a light blue dress. Her cute and tender face was slightly flushed, and her beautiful eyes looked at Yifeng shyly. She stretched out her little hand and timidly greeted him. Hi, Brother Yi, nice to see you again. Yifeng swallowed his saliva and felt numb. What's wrong, Brother Yi, don't you welcome Ting to your home? Tao Bai blinked and pouted. I thought I had done something wrong again. Yifeng calmed down and smiled calmly. Welcome. Hearing Yifeng say this, Yu Tingting smiled knowingly. Her beautiful eyes sparkled brightly. Love burst out without any concealment. Great. Brother Yi, come here quickly. Ting and I bought you a gift. Tao Bai pulled Yifeng and sat down on the sofa. There are more than a dozen gift boxes on the coffee table. It seemed that the two little girls were waiting for Yifeng to come home before unpacking the boxes. Brother Yi, I picked this gift. Do you like it? Tao Bai opened a pink gift box and took out a blue plaid Hermes tie from it. Although Yifeng doesn't like wearing a tie, but he still gently rubbed Tao Bai's head and smiled faintly. It's very beautiful. You have a good taste. As long as Brother Yi likes it. Tao Bai stuck out her tongue and said with a joyful tone. She then opened another blue gift box, which contained an exquisite men's necklace. This necklace was chosen by Ting. It suits Brother Yi's temperament very well. She wanted to give it to you personally, but she was too embarrassed to do so. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. Look at Yu Tingting, who was standing beside. At this time, she was shy. She lowered her head, her beautiful eyes anxiously watching the flesh-colored feet that were moving restlessly. He noticed Yifeng was staring at him. Yu Tingting's face flushed red and her heart almost rose to her throat. The big waves on her chest swayed slightly with her tight breathing, which was particularly pleasing to the eye. Brother Yi, will you like the gift I gave you? The next second, Yifeng smiled calmly and said softly, It's a very beautiful necklace, thank you Ting. Hearing Yifeng's praise, Yu Tingting's beautiful eyes trembled. When he raised his head, he met Yifeng's warm eyes. Suddenly, her heart melted. Bite. Yu Tingting's worship value +5, currently 100, reward life modification card X3. Yifeng accepted this result calmly. Because Yu Tingting admires him very much. It's only a matter of time before the worship value reaches 100. At this moment, Yu Tingting blushed and tugged at the white hem of her maid outfit with her little hands. Tao Bai looked at Yifeng with anticipation on her fair face. Brother Yi, Tingting lost her job recently. It's too lonely living alone in Haicheng Yunjin. Can you let her move in? This way, Tingting can share some of Tata's housework, and we can serve Brother Yi better. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly, pretending to be in deep thought. Brother Yi, you don't want to? Then forget it. Seeing Yifeng hesitated, Tao Bai felt a little disappointed. No, I do. Yifeng is so willing. Just what he wanted. When he went out to do business, Tao Bai was alone at home and felt very lonely. Now he had someone to talk to. Besides, they were good friends and had a lot in common. The villa has 7 empty bedrooms, so there is no need to worry about accommodation. Even if a few more women come, it's no problem. Yu Tingting's eyes were slightly red. I was still rejected by Brother Yi. Even though the admiration value did not reach 100, she still felt sad. It's like confessing your love to someone you've had a long time crush on, only to be ruthlessly rejected. It's even more sad than this situation. Under the influence of 100% worship value, Yifeng is everything to Yu Tingting. She was disheartened and the world seemed to be in black and white. It's okay. Tingting can move in any time. Come upstairs with me to choose a bedroom. Yifeng smiled handsomely, his voice extremely gentle. Then, turn around and walk towards the second floor. Tingting, Brother Yi agreed, let's go upstairs. Tao Bai said to the stunned Yu Tingting. Agreed? Yu Tingting felt like she was dreaming. There was only black and white in the world. It instantly became colorful, and even the air was filled with a sweet scent. Yifeng led the two little ones to the second floor and said with a faint smile, Tingting, which one do you like? Which room does Brother Yi live in? Yu Tingting said in a timid voice. Tao Bai took her hand and smiled. Brother Yi lives in that room, and I live next to it. Tingting, why don't you live in this room? Then we can put Brother Yi in the middle. Well, thank you Tao Tao. Yu Tingting said with a red face. You're welcome. From now on, we are both Brother Yi's maids. I will slowly take you to get familiar with courtyard number 1. Tao Bai smiled. Little maid? Yu Tingting obviously didn't react. But when I saw Tao Bai wearing a pink maid outfit, I immediately understood. 100% admiration value made her accept this setting immediately. I pondered secretly in my heart. Brother Yi likes this style, I have to buy a piece of clothing like this too. Chapter 50. A girl comes to visit at midnight. This is not the feeling of Tao Tao. In the blink of an eye, night fell. After decorating the bedroom, Yu Tingting moved into the villa. At this moment, she was lying on the soft bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. As soon as I closed my eyes, Yi Feng's handsome face appeared in my mind. It was lingering, like a nightmare that bound her, making her feel itchy inside. I wonder if Brother Yi is asleep. Yu Tingting stood up, bare her white little feet, and tiptoed to the door of Yi Feng's bedroom. She pursed her rosy lips, mustered up her courage, and carefully pushed open the door. The bright moonlight shines through the window into the bedroom. Yi Feng was lying on his side on the bed, sleeping soundly. Seeing this scene, Yu Tingting's pink face showed a hint of joy. The beautiful jade feet stepped on the floor and walked into the bedroom. The petite body climbed onto the bed, found a suitable position, and nestled in Yi Feng's warm arms like a kitten. The pink tip of the nose twitched slightly. Brother Yi smells so good. The girl, who was originally in a state of confusion, suddenly calmed down. However, at this moment, an arm was gently placed on Yu Tingting's soft waist, and Yi Feng's confused voice came. Tao Tao, are you here again? Yu Tingting blinked her beautiful eyes, flashing brightly in the darkness. The pink face looks nervous. Yi Feng was not asleep and even mistook her for Tao Bai. What to do? Swallowing her saliva, she replied nervously in a low voice, yeah. Just take a rest tonight and don't cause any trouble. Yi Feng didn't notice anything unusual and said calmly with his eyes closed. Oh. Yu Tingting blushed. It turns out that Tao Tao and Brother Yi had done that kind of thing a long time ago. I couldn't help but feel a little longing. She pursed her red lips, and her tender skin felt slightly warm. Yi Feng frowned slightly and asked in doubt, Tao Tao, are you sick? Why is your body so hot? No, I just feel a little uncomfortable. Yu Tingting tried her best to imitate Tao Bai's voice. Besides, Yi Feng was in a hazy state of half awake and half asleep, so he couldn't tell the difference. I can rub it for you. Yi Feng reached his right hand into his collar with ease and touched the soft mountains without any hindrance. Because she had just taken a shower, Yu Tingting was not wearing any underwear. Wrong. Yi Feng frowned. He was very familiar with Tao Bai's size. This is definitely not her. He woke up instantly, opened his eyes, and looked down at the delicate body in his arms. Her pink face was flushed, her beautiful eyes were filled with water, and her white teeth were tightly biting her pink lips. Yu Tingting is trying her best to suppress her inner restlessness. In an instant, the air solidified and time stopped. Oh shit. Yi Feng suddenly stood up. He swallowed and asked in surprise, Tingting, why is it you? Yu Tingting quickly got out of bed. The snow-white legs are bent and the pink knees are kneeling on the ground. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she didn't dare to look directly at Yi Feng. Brother Yi, Tingting can't sleep. She misses you very much. I'm sorry, it's all Tingting's fault. Go to sleep. I'll kneel here and wait until Brother Yi calms down before getting up. 100% worship value is terrifying. It can make such a perfect girl kneel down and admit her mistake willingly. It feels so good. Yi Feng calmed down and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You want to sleep with me? Yu Tingting nodded her head and spoke softly. Brother Yi smells great. It can cure Tingting's insomnia. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have entered your bedroom without permission and climbed onto Brother Yi's bed. Punish me. Yi Feng looked down at Yu Tingting. The corner of his eye slightly raised, and he said indifferently, raise your head. Yu Tingting's delicate body trembled and she raised her head subconsciously. His eyes flickered and there was a hint of fear. She was very worried because of this matter. Yi Feng locked her in a small dark room. Her eyes were moist, her pink nose twitched, and she spoke in a wronged voice. Brother Yi, please punish me. Tingting will never dare to do it again. Yifeng looked at this delicate face, which was as beautiful as a porcelain doll, and he could not find any flaws. He reached out and gently rubbed Tingting's head, speaking in a gentle tone. Tingting, I don't blame you. If you want to sleep with me in the future, just tell me in advance. No need to sneak in. It's scary in the middle of the night. Hearing Yifeng say this, Tingting's beautiful eyes became moist and trembled slightly. A feeling of sweetness surged into her heart, and she could no longer suppress her emotions. She stood up with her snow-white legs and threw herself into Yifeng's arms, sniffing his scent greedily. Brother Yi is really gentle. Yifeng felt the warmth in his arms. I sighed helplessly in my heart, there is one more crybaby. This 100% admiration value is good in every way. It's just too easy to be moved by him. Even the most insignificant daily things can make me feel touched in my mind. Brother Yi, Tingting will listen to you obediently in the future. Please don't chase Tingting away, okay? Tingting's voice was choked and her eyes were red. Tingting, this is your home. You can stay here as long as you want. Yifeng comforted. Tingting wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled sweetly. Tingting will be Brother Yi's little maid from now on. She will not make Brother Yi angry again. She will serve Brother Yi well together with Tata. Oh my god. This soft voice, calling him Brother Yi all the time, coupled with a pure and pink face. Yifeng's desire was boiling, and he could hardly hold back his gun. Quickly adjust the trajectory. Ahem. Yifeng coughed tactically and said without changing his expression. Well, Tingting is the best. Let's go to bed. Tingting blushed and asked timidly, has Tata slept with Brother Yi? Yes, I have. Often. Yifeng replied truthfully. After all, when Taobai can't sleep at night, she will let him hug her to sleep. Sleep often? Tingting obviously misunderstood, her face was slightly stunned, as if she had made up her mind. The thin and delicate body suddenly threw Yifeng onto the bed, her white jade hands wrapped around his neck, and her thin pink lips fell down. Feel the soft body in my arms, exuding sweet fragrance. The gun that had just been pressed down was raised up silently. Looking at the delicate face so close, Yifeng no longer pretended to be a gentleman and calmly accepted the girl's request. The next morning, golden sunlight shone into the bedroom. A girl's sweet voice came to Yifeng's ears. Brother Yi, get up and have breakfast. Peach white. Yifeng woke up instantly, sat up and looked around the bed. Fortunately, he has left. Although both girls have 100% admiration, they are best friends who are as close as sisters. For Taobai's sake, this relationship cannot be exposed. Have to wait for the right time. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Taobai blinked her beautiful eyes, her face full of concern. She stretched out her smooth little hand and gently placed the back of her hand on Yifeng's forehead. She pursed her lips and said, I don't think I have a fever. Do you want Tao to accompany you to the hospital? Yifeng smiled indifferently and pinched the rosy and tender face. Thank you Tao, I'm fine. Is Tingting up? Well, Tingting has gotten up and is hanging the clothes. She just helped Brother Yi change the sheets and quilts, and also washed some clothes. I've also prepared breakfast. Brother Yi, please come downstairs. Taobai said obediently. No wonder, Yifeng was half asleep just now and felt a pair of small hands caressing him. It turned out that Tingting was cleaning the battlefield. In this regard, Yifeng said, there should be more women who know how to take the initiative to clean up the mess. Good boy, come downstairs for breakfast. What did you do today? Chapter 51. A unique scene. Chief photographer Ling Qinhan. Tata cooked millet porridge and eggs, and also learned how to steam buns online. Steamed buns? Is this the steamed bun that Yifeng was thinking of? Big, white, and soft. Just as the two were going downstairs, they ran into Tingting, who was coming back from hanging clothes. A trace of panic appeared on her face. Although he had been frank with Yifeng last night, he still didn't dare to look Yifeng in the eye at this moment. Especially, Taobai is right next to him. If she knew that. Can this bestie continue to do this? Tingting, good morning. Taobai held Tingting's wrist and said with a smile, this is your first breakfast in the villa. You must try my cooking. Okay. Tingting said with a blushing face. I feel ashamed inside. Tao Bai treated her as his best friend, but she actually full of shame. Yi Feng smiled indifferently and naturally saw what Yu Tingting was thinking. I can only say that you worry too much. Considering Tao Bai's current level of admiration, even if he knew about that, he wouldn't have much of a reaction. Maybe, I will even feel happy for her. Tingting, there's no need to be restrained. This is your home. Yi Feng said with a smile. Yes, Tingting, Brother Yi is a very good person. You don't have to feel any psychological burden. If you have any psychological problems, just tell me and I will help you solve them. Tao Bai blinked her beautiful eyes and said seriously. Yu Tingting's eyes were red with concern for the two. Trying her best to suppress her inner emotion, she nodded gently. Thank you, Brother Yi, thank you, Tao Tao, let's go have breakfast. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. For the past 2 days, Yi Feng did not go out of the main door or the secondary door, leading a leisurely life of lying down. Occasionally, I play the game of the train entering the tunnel with 2 extremely beautiful girls. It's very comfortable. And Yu Tingting gradually integrated into the life in the villa, getting used to her new identity, Yi Feng's exclusive little maid. No more shame about that. She likes Yi Feng, and Tao Bai also likes Yi Feng. There is no conflict at all. Why can't we live together happily and harmoniously? The spacious and bright main hall of Villa Number 1 at night. Yi Feng was lying on the sofa watching TV. In the kitchen, Tao Bai was wearing a pink maid outfit, like a beautiful little cook, busy at work. Brother Yi, let me give you a massage. At this moment, Yu Tingting, with her bare white silk feet, squatted beside Yi Feng. She stretched out her tender little white hands and gently unzipped her clothes. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. I wasn't too surprised, after all, it was just a trick. He and Yu Tingting played together many times during these 2 days. But it was the first time that it was within Tao Bai's sight. Tao Bai only needs to turn his head slightly to see a unique scene. Yu Tingting pursed her pink lips and slowly lowered her head. Brother Yi, do you want to eat steamed fish or braised fish? At this moment, Tao Bai suddenly turned around, holding a gutted fish in his hand. The air froze instantly. Yu Tingting, who was lying on her stomach, was about to raise her head, but Yi Feng held her head down with his hand. Tao Bai's view was just blocked by the sofa pillow. As long as you don't look up, you won't be exposed. Yi Feng remained calm, turned his head and smiled. Steamed fish, let's eat something light tonight. Okay, Brother Yi, just watch TV for a while, it will be ready soon. Tao Bai smiled sweetly. Turn around and continue cooking. Woo woo. Yu Tingting was almost out of breath. Yi Feng let go of his hand and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. She raised her head, her pink face looking aggrieved. There was crystal liquid at the corner of his mouth. In front of Yi Feng, he stuck out his tongue and licked it into his mouth. Then he stood up and prepared to go to the bathroom to clean up. Tao Bai turned around again and asked Yi Feng, Brother Yi, we don't have Huadio wine anymore. Can we use cooking wine instead? Cooking wine tastes spicy, and she was worried that Yi Feng wouldn't be able to get used to it. If you don't accept it, you can only go out and buy it. But, okay, Tao Tao, I like everything you do. Yi Feng said after a moment of hesitation. Hearing this, Tao Bai's face turned red and she said oh weakly. However, she found that Yu Tingting, who was standing beside her, seemed to have something in her mouth. Her pretty eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she asked curiously, Tingting, what are you eating? In a hurry, Yu Tingting swallowed it directly into her stomach. He quickly said, No, nothing, Tao Tao, let me help you. Tao Bai blinked her beautiful eyes. I feel weird. But without thinking too much, he nodded and said, Okay, thank you Tingting. Just as the two girls were busy in the kitchen, a WeChat message suddenly popped up on the phone on the coffee table. Zhang Sanfeng, brother, are you out yet? The auction will start in half an hour. I will send you the address. Rongxing Auction House location sharing. Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. I forgot about this matter. He has great interest in auctions. No one can resist the pleasure of spending money. Tao Tao, Tingting, I'm going out to do something. I guess I won't be back until very late. You can go to bed after dinner. You don't have to wait for me. The two girls waved their hands obediently. Okay, Brother Yi, goodbye. Brother Yi, drive safely. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. You're so good. I'll bring you gifts when I come back. Then he left the villa and got into the Hongqi S1. Set the navigation and step hard on the accelerator. The sports car sped out of Chunshui Pavilion Manor and headed towards Rongxing Auction. 10 minutes later, Yifeng parked the car outside an auction house. Looking at the building in front of him, his face looked slightly thoughtful. Rongxing Auction House is a 4-story Western-style building that is out of place among the surrounding skyscrapers that are hundreds of meters high. The whole building is in the style of the Republic of China and has a historical atmosphere. At this time, a man in a leather jacket trotted over and respectfully opened the car door. "Brother, you are finally here. The auction will start in 5 minutes. I will take you in." Yifeng got out of the car and asked softly, "Do you come here often?" "Not really. I only come here when there is a special occasion." "Big brother, please." "Special place?" Yifeng frowned slightly. Zhang Sanfeng saw Yifeng's confusion and explained as they walked. "It's normal that Big Brother doesn't know. Special venues are all invitation only. Without an acquaintance to guide you, you can't participate at all." After listening to Zhang Sanfeng's words, Yifeng had a general understanding. This Rongxing Auction House does legitimate business during the day and opens up a gray industry at night. When the consumption reaches a certain amount, special benefits will be given. The more money you spend, the more benefits you enjoy. Relying on this gimmick, it attracted many dignitaries in Haicheng. Almost every show was sold out. There will inevitably be good and bad people mixed together, which will lead to trouble. As a local tyrant, Zhang Sanfeng was invited by Rongxing Auction House to maintain order. Otherwise, he is not eligible to participate. "Brother, I have already booked a private room on the 2nd floor. Please go upstairs and be careful of the steps." Afterwards, the two came to the private room on the 2nd floor. Through the large single-sided glass, you can have a panoramic view of the situation in the 1st floor lobby. As soon as Yifeng sat down, a waitress wearing a slit cheongsam came with tea and snacks. "Sir, please enjoy your meal. Call me anytime if you need anything." Then, he tactfully withdrew. Only VIPs with a consumption of 10 million are eligible to use the private rooms on the 2nd floor. Zhang Sanfeng's eyes suddenly lit up and he said excitedly, "Brother, we are lucky tonight. It turns out that the chief auctioneer of Rongxing Auction House is here, and Ling Qinhan is the host. Her beauty can make all men's hearts flutter." Chapter 52 Yifeng's Fortune Night, $10 million necklace. Yifeng turned his gaze to the booth on the 1st floor, where a tall woman was standing. She is wearing a tight suit, a hot-as-shaped but slender legs and tight black stockings, and her overall appearance is over 90. She is a rare and exquisite beauty. Seeing Yifeng so engrossed in watching, Zhang San on the side laughed wildly. "Brother, you don't know that Ling Qinhan has a cold personality and has rejected many wealthy young men's pursuits. She is very arrogant. But if it's you, Big Brother, who takes action?" Zhang Sanfeng laughed and showed a lewd expression that all men understand. "Okay, go out now. I'll call you if there's anything else." Yifeng calmed himself down, picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. "Okay, Big Brother, I won't bother you anymore." Zhang Sanfeng bowed slightly and walked away. On the other side, there is a private room next door. Sitting on the scarlet leather sofa was a wealthy young man in a white suit. His eyes were filled with desire as he stared at Ling Qinhan on the stage, with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. "You stinky bitch, you actually dared to reject me 3 times. Tonight I'll let you know how powerful I am. Are you ready?" The subordinate who was waiting on the side said hurriedly. "Master Feng, everything is ready, just waiting for your order." "Okay, go down." The rich boy waved his hand casually. The subordinate left the private room, immediately took out his mobile phone and sent a voice message. "Get ready. The young master will take action against Ling Qinhan in a moment. Don't let him down." Coincidentally, at this moment, Zhang Sanfeng passed by the corridor and overheard the man's words. He couldn't help but frown. Dare to snatch Big Brother's woman? Then he took out his cell phone and sent a message to his younger brother. "Bring your weapons, we're going to have a tough fight tonight. 100% loyalty, no joke." Zhang Sanfeng has no second thoughts about Yifeng and swears to be loyal to him until death. He just realized that Yifeng was obviously interested in Ling Qinhan. Therefore, no one else is allowed to touch my sister-in-law, even a little bit. Yifeng was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, he was sitting and waiting for the auction to begin. System rebate, the more you spend, the more you earn. Tonight is destined to be Yifeng's fortune-making night. The lights in the booth went dark briefly, then came back on. Ling Qinhan stood in front of the stage, with a smile on her delicate face, and said in a soft and full voice, "Welcome all distinguished guests to participate in tonight's auction. I am auctioneer Ling Qinhan. After a lot of nonsense, we finally get to the point." Several staff members pushed a glass cabinet onto the stage, and through a high-definition camera, the collection was clearly projected onto the large LED screens on both sides. "Everyone, please take a look at the first collection tonight. It is a square wine jar with animal ears from the late Yuan dynasty and early Ming dynasty. It is more than 700 years old. The shape of the vessel is intact and there are no major flaws. The starting price is 2.3 million. Needless to say, Ling Qinhan is very good at talking. He is worthy of being the chief auctioneer of Rongxing Auction." As soon as she finished speaking, bidding sounds rang out in the hall. 2.4 million. 2.6 million. 2.8 million. In less than half a minute, the price was driven up to 3.7 million. Yifeng was not interested in this wine bottle, so he did not participate in the auction. Finally, it was bought by a wealthy young man with a foreign accent for 5 million yuan. The second piece of collection tonight is called Heart of the Ocean. It is a rare emerald jade in the world. It has clear water quality and excellent texture. The starting price is 3.5 million. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and looked at the necklace displayed on the big screen. The inlaid jade is as big as a pigeon egg and exudes a warm luster all over. Prices are soaring. It has reached 5.8 million. There are only a few people left who continue to raise the price. In this regard, Yifeng said, "It's time to take action." Just when he was about to make an offer of 6 million. From the private room next door, a man's voice came out, 6.5 million. Because it was on the second floor, the sound was particularly loud when it was transmitted through the speakers. Hearing this voice, Ling Qinhan on the stage frowned slightly, with a hint of disgust. Of course she could hear it. The owner of the voice was Feng Jun, the young master of the Feng family who had been rejected thrice by herself. "This dog skin plaster can't be shaken off, it's so disgusting." Ling Qinhan muttered to herself. Her professionalism forced her to smile and say, "The VIP in room 1 on the second floor offered 6.5 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 6.5 million once, 6.5 million twice." At this moment, a light voice came through the speakers. 7 million. Yifeng thought that this jade necklace matched Tao Bai very well and decided to buy it. Make the little girl happy. Who is it? How dare you steal my limelight? In private room number 1. Feng Jun's face was gloomy and he held a glass tightly in his hand. He originally wanted to wait until everyone had finished shouting out their prices. He made a high-profile move to show off his strong financial resources and win Ling Qinhan's favor. But unexpectedly, Yifeng had the same idea as him. Moreover, he is even more high-profile than him. 7 million is not a big deal, so I just shouted it out. It's as easy as buying a bottle of ice cola at a convenience store. Feng Jun did not hesitate and said immediately, 7.5 million. He wanted to see what capital this kid had to challenge the Feng family with assets of over 1 billion. In less than a second, Feng Jun responded. It was still Yifeng's casual and lazy voice. 10 million. 10 million? Like a depth charge, it exploded in the first floor lobby in an instant. Everyone looked at private room number 2 upstairs at the same time. It's just that it's single-sided glass. Yifeng could see their shocked expressions, but they could not see Yifeng. Ling Qinhan was stunned for a few seconds. The auction house estimated the price of this jade necklace to be 5.5 million, but Yifeng spent nearly twice that much. What's the point? After coming back to his senses, Ling Qinhan smiled and said, "The VIP in room 2 has offered 10 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 10 million once, twice, 3 times. Congratulations to this distinguished guest for winning the Ocean Heart Jade necklace. Someone will deliver it to your private room later." Ling Qinhan was full of curiosity about the people in private room number 2. Because Yifeng's nonchalant tone made women so fascinated. Bite. You spend 10 million to buy a jade necklace, activate 10 times the reward, and get a rebate of 100 million. 100 million rebate, credited to your account immediately. Yifeng grinned. There is no way. The money is being spent more and more, which is really distressing. Private room number 1. Fong Jun's eyes burned with anger, then gradually subsided. The corner of his mouth raised a light smile. The auction has just started, and there are many collections to come. I want to see how much money you brought for you to squander. He thought Yifeng was a fool who was eager to show off. You've been pretending since the beginning. What else are you pretending for later? The third item in the collection tonight is a cross-pink diamond ring. It has a net weight of 9.1 carats and is pure throughout. It is extremely rare. The starting price is 8 million. A dazzling pink gem was displayed on the big screen. With the same quality, pink diamonds are more than 3 times more expensive than ordinary diamonds. Although the starting price reached 8 million, it was still snapped up by many people. Let us put it this way, if you give this cross-pink diamond as a gift, there will be no woman who can't accept it. After a round of price increases, it stopped at 13 million. Such a precious diamond ring. Yifeng naturally couldn't miss it, and said calmly, 15 million. But as soon as he finished speaking, Fong Jun in private room number 1 immediately shouted. 18 million. This fucking. Chapter 53. Don't come over here, cross-pink diamond ring. Ha ha ha. In private room number 1. Fong Jun laughed wildly and felt very happy. He was waiting for this moment, to let Yifeng taste the feeling of being intercepted halfway. Moreover, this cross-pink diamond is a rare treasure. After Fong Jun was ready to buy it, he gave it to the auctioneer Ling Qinhan. Even if she is pure and innocent and has nothing to do with worldly matters, she still has to submit and kneel down to lick your boots. Thinking of this, Fong Jun became more determined to get the pink diamond. On the other side, Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He was just worried that if no one chose to continue bidding, it would only be 15 million. The rebate rewards seem a bit small. When you want to sleep, someone will give you a pillow. Fong Jun's price increase helped him invisibly. 20 million. Yifeng spoke in a calm tone as usual. Like a calm lake, without a single ripple. Okay, kid, if you have the guts to compete with me in financial strength, I will make you lose miserably. Fong Jun was not panicked at all. For tonight's auction, he has prepared a total of 50 million yuan. He didn't believe that Yifeng would be able to follow this number. Without saying anything, he shouted, 25 million. As the voice fell, the people sitting in the hall turned their heads at the same time and looked towards private room number 1. They all showed shocked expressions. If I remember correctly, the VIP guest in room 1 should be Fong Jun, the young master of the Fong family. He is indeed from an old family with a lot of money. Fong Jun has been pursuing Ling Qinhan for a long time and has been rejected many times. Perhaps he wants to win Ling Qinhan's heart in this way. He's so arrogant that he's willing to risk his life for his beloved. With such capital, what kind of woman can't be won over? However, at this moment, a lukewarm voice floated out from private room number 2. It's too tiring to add a few million. I like this pink diamond. It's 50 million. The messy hall seemed as if the mute button was pressed instantly. Deathly silence. The sound of people swallowing saliva echoed in the air. Then, a heated discussion broke out. Fuck. Who is the person in private room number 2? How could he be so arrogant? From the sound of his voice, he seems very young, probably in his early 20s. I wonder whose second generation he is. The most amazing thing is his mentality. He spent 50 million without any ripples, just like buying cabbage in the vegetable market. Ling Qinhan, who was on the stage, was slightly stunned on her fair face. He was another VIP in private room number 2. The fact that he had just spent a premium of 800 to buy a jade necklace was enough to surprise people. Unexpectedly, now they offer a sky-high price of 50 million. What's the picture? Bite. You spend 50 million to buy cross-pink diamonds, activate 10 times rebate, and get a reward of 500 million. 500 million, directly deposited into the account. Yifeng curled up his lips, revealing a comfortable smile. Not only can you get pink diamonds, but you can also get cash rebates. This time, I made a lot of money. The VIP in room 2 offered 50 million. Is there a higher price? Out of professional ethics, Ling Qinhan still asked. The corners of everyone's mouth trembled slightly, and they looked speechless. With a sky-high price of 50 million, who would continue to pay? Besides, listen to Yifeng's tone. If anyone dares to follow him, he will fight to the end. It was as if his money was blown by the wind. 50 million once, twice, 3 times. Congratulations to the VIP in room 2 for winning the cross-pink diamond ring. Ling Qinhan said with a smile. Her beautiful eyes were charming and she looked towards private room number 2 with a little curiosity. There is a shadowy figure behind the glass. Yifeng stood there, raised his eyes slightly, and saw Ling Qinhan's blushing face. I feel a little confused. Is my charm so great? Before even meeting, he attracted the attention of a top-notch girl. I have to say, money is a really good thing. Fuck. Immediately, go find out who that kid in room 2 is from. At this time, in private room number 1. Fang Jun was so angry that he smashed the glass in his hand. He had a plan before he came. Through his strong financial resources, he won the admiration of Ling Qinhan. If this trick doesn't work, just force it. He didn't expect that he would encounter a wealthy man like Yifeng, who completely lost his reputation as the young master of the Fang family. Fang Jun couldn't swallow this humiliation no matter what. The subordinate standing by said repeatedly, Master, calm down. I will send someone to investigate. Go now. Fang Jun scolded. Just as the subordinate was about to leave, he was stopped by Fang Jun. He showed a sinister smile on his face. Just bring that kid here, I want to torture him myself. The subordinate was stunned for a moment and nodded. Understood. I'll take someone there right away. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door of private room number 2. Boom boom. Yifeng thought that someone from the auction house was here to deliver the collection, so he said softly, come in. Bang. The door was kicked open heavily. 4 or 5 bald and fierce-looking men rushed in. The person in charge was none other than Fang Jun's subordinate. He has a strong physique, like a bull, with a black scorpion tattooed on his neck, and his nickname is Huzi. He looked at Yifeng and said with contempt, Boy, my young master invites you to come over. There was a flash of coldness in Yifeng's eyes. Although he had no idea what these people were doing, their rude behavior made him feel very uncomfortable. You have 3 seconds. 3 seconds? Huzi frowned slightly, not understanding what Yifeng meant. But seeing him acting so confident made me feel embarrassed. The corners of his mouth rose, and he sneered, Follow us obediently and avoid physical pain, otherwise. Unexpectedly, the threat was not yet finished. Yifeng turned into a shadow and appeared in front of him in an instant. Grab his wrist. Pull it hard and bend it 90 degrees. Then, he kicked hard. Huzi's body flew backwards, hit the wall of the room heavily, and slid to the ground. You. His throat felt sweet and blood spurted out. It fell all over his clothes, making him look extremely miserable. When the other strong men saw this scene, murderous intent appeared on their faces. Kill him. They took out daggers from their pockets and rushed towards Yifeng. Too slow. After obtaining the Grandmaster National Art, Yifeng's body functions are far beyond those of ordinary people. This includes vision, which is comparable to a walking high-speed camera. In Yifeng's eyes, the movements of these strong men were 10 times slower, just like a movie played at 10 times slow motion. He slightly turned sideways and avoided a fatal attack from a strong man. He raised his size 42 foot and kicked him in the hip, instantly rendering him unable to move. The other 3 strong men wanted to launch a sneak attack. Yifeng turned around quickly. Bang! A right kick, a left whip kick, followed by a swift uppercut. After 3 punches and 2 kicks, all the bald strong men fell to the ground and wailed in pain. Huzi looked at Yifeng with fear on his face, as if he was looking at a god of death. You, don't come over here. In private room number 1. Fang Jun heard the noise coming from next door and a sly smile appeared on his face. The fight is so intense? Don't let Tiger kill you. Chapter 54 Ling Qinhan is in danger, should we help her? Kneel down. Yifeng had no expression on his face and spoke in a cold tone. With a plop. How could Huzi dare to disobey? He immediately knelt in front of Yifeng, kowtowed repeatedly, and begged for mercy. Brother, sir, I am blind and have disturbed your pleasure. I deserve to die. You are a great man who does not remember the faults of a villain and treats me like a fart. Huzi slapped himself wildly, until his entire face was covered in blood and swollen like a pig's head. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly and said softly, Who sent you? Huzi lowered his head, clenched his teeth, and refused to reveal a single word. He's a loyal dog. Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth with amusement and immediately called out the system. System, use the life modification card to modify Hu Zi's life and raise his loyalty to the maximum. In progress. Modification successful, target character Hu Chang's loyalty has been modified, currently 100. In an instant, Hu Zi's eyes were confused at first, and then surprise appeared. He hugged Yifeng's thigh and said excitedly, Master Yi, you are finally willing to accept me as your younger brother. To ensure rationality, Hu Zi's loyalty reaches 100, and the system implants a new memory. In this memory, Yifeng is a majestic gang leader. Hu Zi admires him very much and wants to recognize him as his big brother. But Yifeng never accepted him as his younger brother, which made Hu Zi particularly distressed. Until Yifeng gave him a task. He served as an undercover agent beside Feng Jun, the young master of the Feng family, and reported his every move to Yifeng at any time. After completing the task, he will be accepted as your younger brother. How could he not be happy? He almost kowtowed to Yifeng. By the way, Master Yi, that playboy Feng Jun wants to attack Ling Qinhan tonight. Everyone has been called, just waiting for the auction to end. We are going to kidnap Ling Qinhan from the underground parking lot and take her to the hotel by force. Hu Zi told everything he knew without reservation. Hearing the news, Yifeng frowned slightly. He turned his head and looked at the beautiful Ling Qinhan on the stage. With a faint smile on her delicate face, she introduced the collection to everyone. Little did they realize that a disaster was about to happen. A great opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty. Yifeng was thinking whether it was necessary to save Ling Qinhan. Forget it, I'll just be a flower protector for once. Besides, Ling Qinhan's appearance and figure are both top-notch. Such a beautiful flower is stuck in Feng Jun's pile of cow dung, which is really outrageous to both humans and gods. Ahem. Yifeng coughed lightly and spoke in a tense tone. Hu Zi, continue to lurk beside Feng Jun, don't alert him. Wait until the auction is over. I have other plans. After all, he is the gang leader, so he has to show enough momentum. The tone was extremely gloomy and sophisticated. Yes. Brother, then I. Hu Zi said respectfully. Yifeng waved his hand casually. He turned around, his eyes fell on Ling Qinhan on the stage, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Rebate rewards should not be wasted. Continue to bid. You spend 4.5 million to buy a Tang Dynasty Cloisonné enamel bottle, activate 10 times the rebate, and get a reward of 45 million. You spend 2 million to buy natural jade night pearls, activate 15 times rebate, and get 30 million as reward. You spend 7.5 million to buy Tang Yin's authentic painting of apricot blossoms and thatched cottages, activate 5 times rebate, and get a reward of 37 million. An hour later, Yifeng spent a total of 135 million to purchase more than 20 pieces of collections. The system rebate is 1.68 billion. I can only say, it's a great profit. Ling Qinhan on the stage looked surprised. Her beautiful eyes would occasionally glance at private room number 2, and the person opposite was full of curiosity. What kind of mysterious rich young man is he? The auction is coming to an end. After Yifeng took a picture of the last collection of the night, he stood up from the sofa and stretched. Tired. The auction is just like this, I might as well sleep at home. Suddenly, I received a message from Hu Zi on my phone. Young Master Yi, Feng Jun and his men have already arrived at the underground parking lot and are ready to take action. Yifeng immediately called Zhang Sanfeng and asked him to take his men to ambush in the parking lot. Just then, the manager of Rongxing Auction House pushed the door open. Zhang Tian bowed respectfully. Although he didn't know Yifeng's identity, he spent 135 million to buy more than 20 pieces of collection. Such a large sum of money is not something that ordinary people can possess. In a very respectful tone, he said, Mr. Yi, since you have too many items to take away, Rongxing Auction House provides free door-to-door delivery. Would you mind telling me your address? Convenient. Yifeng nodded slightly and smiled indifferently. Chunshui Pavilion Courtyard Number 1, please deliver it directly to the property office, and manager Nia will contact you. Upon learning that Yifeng lived in Chunshui Pavilion, Zhang Tian's expression suddenly changed. Far more respectful than before. After all, to be able to live in Chunshui Pavilion, one's personal net worth must be at least over 1 billion. Besides, it was the most luxurious courtyard number 1, and Yifeng's assets. All I can say is, it's hard to predict. Okay, Mr. Yi, we will deliver the collection to the designated location tomorrow morning. Take your time, I'll take you there. Zhang Tian said earnestly. It would be of great help to him if he could get to know Yi Feng, a great man. Thank you, no thanks. Yi Feng said calmly. He was in a hurry to save the beauty, so why would he bring a follower with him? Zhang Tian was stunned for a few seconds. Mr. Yi, take care. Welcome to Rongxing Auction House again. On the other hand, the workday is over. Ling Qinhan came to the dressing room, took off her professional suit and put on a white dress. Because I will be driving soon, I will sit on the stool. Lift up your snow-white calves and take off your high heels. Take out a pair of canvas shoes, put on white cotton socks, and stuff your beautiful little feet into them. Then, we came to the underground parking lot of Rongxing Auction. As she walked, her pretty brows were slightly wrinkled, and she seemed to be thinking about something in her mind, and she sighed softly through her pink lips. I should have mustered up the courage to go to room number 2 to get the contact information. Ling Qinhan, you are still too timid. She came to a red Audi A3 and took out the car keys from her handbag. Click. The key had just been inserted into the lock and was about to open the door. Master Auctioneer Ling, the night is long, don't be in a hurry to leave, come with me to do something interesting. An obscene laugh was heard. Then came the sound of chaotic footsteps. Disgust appeared between Ling Qinhan's brows. It's that damn guy again. When he turned around and was about to speak beautiful Chinese. But he found that it was not only Fang Jun who came, he was followed by a dozen ruffians. Suddenly, panic appeared on Ling Qinhan's fair face. She subconsciously took a step back, holding the car door with her delicate hands. His voice trembled as he asked, Fang Jun, what are you going to do? I'm warning you, don't mess around. We live in a society ruled by law now, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the parking lot. He. Fang Jun laughed evilly. Then his eyes sparkled with desire and he licked his lips playfully. What? Of course I'm going to fuck you. You stinky bitch, you dared to reject me 3 times. You really think you are an unattainable goddess? In my eyes, you are just a dog shaking its butt. Tonight, I will let you have a taste of my power. Chapter 55, There is such a request, Fang Jun fighting with maggots. You're disgusting, get out of here. Fang Jun had a dissolute look on his face and pressed closer and closer to Ling Qinhan. You bitch, I hope you can scream out in bed. I'll make you want me to do it. Ling Qinhan's eyes were moist, her body was trembling, and her expression was full of fear. How could she resist? Fang Jun alone can subdue her. Besides, he brought more than a dozen men with him. Unable to escape the clutches of the devil, Ling Qinhan was already in despair and closed her beautiful eyes as if accepting her fate. However, at this moment, one of his men trembled and said, Master Fang, something seems to be wrong. Fang Jun was in high spirits when he heard what his men said. I'm so angry. Just when I was about to turn around and slap him. However, they discovered that more than a dozen sturdy men carrying steel bars suddenly appeared from the originally empty parking lot. They surrounded Fang Jun and others. The leader was none other than Yi Feng's loyal younger brother Zhang Sanfeng. He said sternly with a fierce look on his face. Release Miss Ling. Seeing this scene, Fang Jun was stunned for a moment. After he came to his senses, he said angrily. Zhang Sanfeng, are you really crazy? I am the eldest son of the Fang family, how dare you bring people to surround me? He naturally knew Zhang Sanfeng. As a security guard hired by Rongxing Auction to maintain order, he is known by many people. Bang! Fang Jun was responded with a violent slap from Zhang San. And a cold voice that exudes murderous intent. You're fucking crazy. Ling Qinhan is the woman my eldest brother likes. What qualifications do you have to snatch a woman from my eldest brother? In front of my eldest brother, the Fang family is nothing. Not only Fang Jun was confused. Ling Qinhan's beautiful eyes trembled, and her fair face was full of confusion. Zhang Sanfeng's elder brother likes her? Fang Jun covered his face with his eyes burning with fire. He was actually beaten by a gangster. How the hell can you tolerate this? He took a deep breath and said angrily, Huzi, killed him. Unexpectedly, Huzi, who was standing aside, did not move. Huzi, are you fucking deaf? I'll let you kill him. Fang Jun stamped his feet and said angrily. The next second, Huzi raised his foot and kicked him hard on the butt. Fong Jun fell to the ground, his front teeth hitting the concrete floor and breaking in two. Little bastard, I've tolerated you for a long time. You even dared to snatch Master Yi's woman. You are really tired of living. Get out. Not feeling satisfied, Hu Zi kicked him again. Fong Jun's body flew backwards and was blocked only after hitting Ling Qinhan's Audi A3. This sudden change left Fong Jun completely confused. His loyal lackey. She actually betrayed him? Before this, he hadn't noticed anything. Brother, you are here. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng's eyes lit up and he bent over and said, Master Yi, I have successfully stopped Fong Jun from getting involved with my sister-in-law, and I kicked him hard twice for you. Hu Zi also had a respectful expression. He treats him even better than his own father. The crowd automatically made way for him, and Yi Feng walked out with a faint smile. Well done. Hear Yi Feng's voice. Fong Jun's face changed, he got up tremblingly, pointed at him and shouted angrily. Are you the jerk in room 2? Yi Feng's eyes turned cold. Hu Zi, teach him a lesson again. He still won't speak properly. Okay, Master Yi. Hu Zi turned around, grabbed Fong Jun's hair, and slammed his forehead against the hood of the Audi A3. Bang! There was a loud bang. A big hole was smashed in the front hood. Blood oozed out of Fong Jun's forehead and flowed down his cheek, making him look extremely miserable. Can you talk properly now? Yi Feng said calmly with a blank expression on his face. You little jerk, you'd better beat me to death. If you let me go back alive, I will torture your family, including that bitch Ling Qinhan, to the point where they would rather die than live. Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. I didn't expect Fong Jun to have such a strange request. He is a 5-star citizen who loves to help others. Hu Zi, let him go. Yi Feng said softly. Hu Zi was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Yi Feng meant. Isn't this like letting a tiger return to the mountains? But he didn't dare to disobey the order and reluctantly let go. Ha ha ha. Fong Jun laughed wildly, with blood on the corners of his mouth, and said with contempt. You little jerk, are you scared? I didn't ask you to let me go. You are destined not to dare to do anything to me. Bang! Hu Zi slapped him and scolded, Young Master Yi, please show some mercy and spare your life. Why don't you get out of here? Okay, very good. I'll make a note of this. I will never let this go. Wait. Fong Jun retreated as he spoke. Although he spoke tough, he was actually very nervous inside. He was afraid that Yi Feng would go back on his word and beat him up again. System, use the life modification card to modify Fong Jun's life, fall into the sewer, drown in sewage, and suffocate to death. Yi Feng looked at the manhole cover behind Fong Jun, with a playful smile on his face. If he was not mistaken, that was not an ordinary sewer. Instead, it is a dedicated channel for handling feces. You little jerk, just wait for me. I will come back to seek revenge on you. Before Fong Jun finished speaking, his foot had already stepped on the manhole cover. The originally stable manhole cover suddenly loosened, as if there was an earthquake. The next second, Fong Jun and the manhole cover fell down together, and were submerged in the torrent of feces and urine. There were also white maggots squirming and crawling into his nostrils, eyes, and ears. Fong Jun originally wanted to call for help, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the yellow-brown mixture poured into his mouth. Finally, he was drowned. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Isn't it a bit too coincidental? Zhang Sanfeng sent one of his men to stand at the edge of the pit. Just one look and his stomach turned turbulent. Vomit out breakfast, lunch and dinner all at once. Feng bro, this is so disgusting, Fong Jun was drowned in shit. What the hell? Zhang Sanfeng bowed slightly and said quickly, brother, you take your sister-in-law and go first. After all, Fong Jun is the eldest son of the Fong family. If he dies, it will cause a big sensation. Hu Zi and I will stay here to clean up the mess. When the sheriff comes, it will be difficult for you and sister-in-law to leave. The original plan for tonight was after the auction was over. He was taking Yi Feng to the bar to play. For this purpose, 2 new people were recruited online. Plans cannot keep up with changes. No one expected this to happen. Sister-in-law? A blush appeared on Ling Qinhan's fair face, and she secretly glanced at Yi Feng. Adoration appeared in her beautiful eyes. She just found out that Yi Feng was the VIP guest in private room number 2. Moreover, after learning that he would be kidnapped by Fong Jun, I deliberately brought people to ambush here. What a kind-hearted rich young man. Indeed, as the chief auctioneer of Rongsheng, Ling Qinhan has seen all kinds of rich young masters. But no one can be compared with Yi Feng. He exudes a noble aura all the time, which can easily make women fall in love with him. What are you standing there for? Come on, do you want to spend the night in police station? Yi Feng frowned. Although Fong Jun's death had nothing to do with them. But they are all eyewitnesses at the scene. When the sheriff arrives, they will be taken to the police station and their statements will be taken one by one. It's quite troublesome, just leave Zhang Sanfeng and Hu Zi here. They will take care of everything. Disassociate what happened tonight from Yi Feng. Oh. Ling Qinhan blushed and agreed weakly, then took her snow-white legs and hurriedly followed Yi Feng's steps. Chapter 56 Ling Qinhan's address, two maids on the bed. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Next to the Hongqi S1 sports car, Ling Qinhan's face was shy. If Yi Feng hadn't acted in time, I couldn't even imagine what kind of torture I would endure tonight. So, she was full of gratitude to Yi Feng. After learning that Yi Feng was the VIP guest of private room number 2, he felt grateful and a little more admiration for him, and a sentence floated in his mind. I have nothing to repay you with, so I can only pledge my love to you. Of course, if Yi Feng was ugly, that would be it. I will be your slave in my next life and repay your kindness. Obviously, Yi Feng's appearance belongs to the first category. You're welcome. Do you have a car? Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Naturally, he had a good impression of Ling Qinhan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have nothing better to do than save her and waste a precious life modification card. He must make up for this loss from Ling Qinhan. Otherwise, you will suffer a big loss. Yes, but just now, when your men were teaching Fong Jun a lesson, I think they broke it. Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. It turned out that the red Audi A3 was hers. It is not difficult to see that Rongsheng's chief auctioneer is quite profitable, with an annual salary of about 6 figures. After all, to become a qualified auctioneer, one must not only have strong control skills, but also have a rich knowledge reserve. I have some knowledge of antiques, calligraphy and paintings, jewelry and jade. I'm sorry, let me take you home and compensate you for the damage to your vehicle another day. No thanks. You saved me, and I should be the one thanking you. Ling Qinhan waved her hands quickly. She didn't expect Yi Feng to be so polite. Okay, let's get over this. I'll take you home. Get in the car. Yi Feng said softly. After getting into the car, he turned around and asked, Where do you live? Being stared at by Yi Feng's gentle eyes, Ling Qinhan felt numb inside, and said softly, Haicheng Yunjin. Upon learning Ling Qinhan's address, Yi Feng frowned. I couldn't help swallowing. Is that such a coincidence? Rented? Yi Feng asked tentatively. After all, Haicheng Yunjin is very large. In addition to Building A and Building B, there are 3 other apartment buildings. Therefore, it is not ruled out that Ling Qinhan bought the house. Yeah. Ling Qinhan responded. What's the exact house number? Yi Feng asked. When she heard him ask this, Ling Qinhan's fair face turned red. How can you ask a girl for her specific address when you just met her? The intention is so obvious. Even though Yi Feng is handsome, rich, and has an outstanding temperament, he is a top-notch quality man picked out of thousands. But as a single woman, she has to consider her own safety. How can I easily reveal my house number to others? Half a minute later. Yi Feng was basically certain. Ling Qinhan is one of his 198 tenants. Because she lived in room 303, Building A, Haicheng Yunjin, and signed a 1-year contract directly. There is no coincidence in the world. In this regard, Yi Feng said. Deeply shocked. Master Yi, why are you asking so many details? Ling Qinhan's fair face turned red with embarrassment. It was the first time she told her address to another man. Especially, I have only known Yi Feng for less than half an hour. Too fast. Yi Feng smiled calmly. I have a friend who runs a sewer company. I'll introduce him to you someday. You don't have to call me Master Yi, just call me by my name. Fasten your seatbelt, I'll take you home. Is the sewer clear? A trace of disappointment appeared on Ling Qinhan's face. She thought something was going to happen. She pulled the seatbelt with her delicate hands and tied it around her breasts. Yi Feng glanced at it as usual and smiled calmly. With strong capital, he is not inferior to Tao Bai in Shenyu. It's very nice, it's great. Yi Feng held the steering wheel with one hand and drove towards Haicheng engine with ease. 10 minutes later, the sports car stopped downstairs of the unit. We're here, get off. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Yi Feng, thank you, would you like to go up and sit for a while? As soon as Ling Qinhan finished speaking, she immediately realized something was wrong. It was almost midnight, too late. Is it just as simple as inviting Yi Feng to my home at this time? Although she likes Yi Feng very much, she has to be reserved as a woman. Isn't the intention a bit too obvious? Thank you for the invitation, but it's too late today, let's do it another day. Yi Feng didn't think much about it and said lightly. Oh, okay, bye, drive safely, I'll go upstairs first. Ling Qinhan got out of the car and wanted to wave to Yi Feng. But Yi Feng stepped on the accelerator. The sports car sped out of Haicheng engine, leaving behind a sharp and handsome taillight. Ling Qinhan's jade hands were suspended in the air in a daze. Are you in such a hurry? She shook her head gently, cleared her mind, turned around and walked into the apartment building. Yi Feng drove back to Chenshui Pavilion Manor. Park the car and walk into the villa. I found that the main hall on the first floor was dark and the upstairs was equally quiet. Are you all asleep? Yi Feng lowered his footsteps, trying not to disturb Tao Bai and Yu Tingting's rest. I came to the bedroom door and pushed it open. After pressing the switch, the scene before him truly shocked him. Two petite figures were lying on the soft big bed. Tao Bai pressed the pillow under her body. The 36D breasts are soft and elastic, the pink little face is rosy, and the corners of the mouth are slightly raised, as if she is having a sweet dream. Yu Tingting is not much worse. Her delicate hands tightly hugged the quilt, her nose twitched slightly, as if she was very nostalgic for the scent left by Yi Feng, and her young face was also filled with a sweet smile. Seeing this scene, Yi Feng smiled helplessly. Well, there is nothing I can do. I could only turn off the lights and tiptoe into bed. He lay between the two girls and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the golden sun shone through the window. It shone on Yi Feng's face, feeling warm and comfortable. He felt something soft in his arms. Subconsciously she reached out and pinched it, and a coquettish sound from a young girl was heard. Yi Feng suddenly woke up, looked down, and swallowed. He found that Tao Bai's slender jade hands were holding his arms, squeezing 36D tightly. Not only that, Yu Tingting also hugged his waist and pressed his thighs with her slender legs. Yi Feng seemed to, probably, understand. The ancient emperors no longer have the pleasure of attending court early in the morning. At this moment, Tao Bai opened his sleepy eyes and saw Yi Feng's handsome face close to him. Are you still dreaming? Sleep a little longer. The voice was soft. Then she lay on Yi Feng's chest and closed her eyes. The next second, she felt Yi Feng's strong heartbeat and her rosy little face was stunned. Oh no, it's really Brother Yi. She quickly got out of bed and saw Yu Tingting still holding Yi Feng, so she patted her head. Tingting, don't sleep, Brother Yi is back. Tao Tao, Brother Yi is back? Yu Tingting was still a little confused. After she came to her senses, she suddenly sat up and saw Yi Feng. Like Tao Bai, he jumped out of bed in a hurry. The two little maids twisted their white feet nervously, buried their heads, and did not dare to look directly into Yi Feng's eyes. You. Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. Am I that scary? I wanted to comfort her softly. Unexpectedly, as soon as they opened their mouths, Tao Bai and Yu Tingting's bodies trembled, their snow-white legs bent, and they knelt down beside the bed. The voices were soft and mellow, and they all spoke in unison. Brother Yi, this was all my idea. Please punish me. Chapter 57, The Best Friend's Concession, Nie Xiaoqin's Careful Planning. The two well-behaved and lovely maids rushed to admit their mistakes. They all want to take the blame on themselves. Accept Yi Feng's punishment. Brother Yi, this was really Tao Tao's idea. If you are angry, punish Tao Tao to vent your anger. Tao Bai's eyes were moist, and his young face looked aggrieved. It's hard not to feel pity. Brother Yi, it's not Tao Tao's fault. It was Tingting's idea. Don't be angry anymore. Punish Tingting. After Yu Tingting finished speaking, she lowered her head, her pink cheeks slightly flushed. Just like that night, punish Tingting. That night? Hearing Yu Tingting say this, Yi Feng's mouth corners raised slightly. This punishment is so wrong. Everyone, get up. I don't blame you. If I were angry, I wouldn't have gone to bed last night. Yi Feng smiled faintly. I thought the matter ended here, after all, I said so. As it turned out, Yi Feng underestimated the admiration value by 100%. The two little maids raised their heads and shook their heads, looking serious. Brother Yi, Tata was not well behaved and entered your room without your consent. If Brother Yi does not punish her, Tata will feel guilty for a long time. Tingting too, didn't he listen to Brother Yi? You can punish us at will. Oh my god. Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly, shocked in his heart. He knew that 100% worship value was terrifying. The two little maids had no second thoughts about him and were completely obedient and would not resist any of his requests. But I didn't expect it to be so horrific. Yi Feng calmed down and smiled gently. Tao Tao has always been very well behaved in my eyes, so I won't punish Tao Tao today. Go and make breakfast. When Tao Bai heard Yi Feng say that she was very well behaved, she couldn't help but look delighted. But Yi Feng was unwilling to punish her, and a hint of loss appeared in his beautiful eyes again. She'll gladly take the punishment. But after taking a look at Yu Tingting beside her, biting her red lips with her white teeth, she made up her mind. Let's give this opportunity to Tingting. Who makes them the best of friends? Brother Yi, Tingting will go make breakfast first. Tao Bai said in a soft voice. He looked back every few steps and left the bedroom reluctantly. Tingting, I just punished you last night, but the time was too short and you haven't recovered yet, so you owe me this punishment. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. He reached out and gently brushed the hair by Yu Tingting's ear, revealing her crystal pink earlobe. Brother Yi. Yu Tingting was deeply touched by Yi Feng's concern. He shook his head, raised his head, and his eyes were red. The voice was gentle. Brother Yi, Tingting doesn't need to rest. As long as you are happy, Tingting is willing to do anything. You don't have to worry. Tingting can still bear it. Puff. Yi Feng was stunned for a few seconds. Looking at Yu Tingting's fair face, it was delicate and flawless, with a slight blush. Because of self-blame, his clear eyes were moist, and he looked so pitiful. It's hard not to feel it. I want to hold her in my arms and comfort her. Oh no, I can't hold the gun down anymore. Yi Feng coughed lightly. He is a good man, as well as a man. As a super rich man, you naturally cannot live a depressed life. Whether psychologically or physiologically. Okay. Yi Feng's voice had just fallen. Yu Tingting was delighted and stood up impatiently, rubbing her white and tender feet on the ground as she flew towards Yi Feng. Like a sloth, hanging on Yi Feng. Looking at the delicate face so close to him, Yi Feng could no longer bear it. Gently kissed the pale pink lips. The initiative is firmly in your own hands. Tao Bai, who had prepared breakfast, waited for more than 10 minutes. Seeing Yi Feng and Yu Tingting had not come downstairs yet. He brought the prepared meal upstairs and came to the bedroom door. Hearing the noise coming from inside the house, her rosy little face suddenly turned red. In my mind, I imagined the scene in the bedroom. The slender snow-white jade legs trembled slightly. Don't say that peach-white legs are short, they are very long. Tata also wants to be punished by Brother Yi, so this time Tingting gets the upper hand. After all, they are best friends. When good things come to us, we should share them together. Ding dong. Just then, someone rang the doorbell of the villa. Tao Bai was wearing pink bunny slippers, stomping on the floor with a dong 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 sound. Go downstairs and open the door. Facing a tall OL woman in a skirt suit outside the door, he asked, Manager Nya, why are you here? He, butler Showdown, is young Master Yi at home? The collection he bought at Rongxing Auction House has been delivered to the manor. There are quite a lot of things, so I asked the driver to drive directly to the outside of the villa. A smile appeared on Nia Xiaoqin's fair face. Her beautiful eyes looked towards the main hall of the villa with anticipation, but she did not see Yi Feng. Not at home? Suddenly, I felt a little lost. She is going to come to Villa number 1 to clean today. For this purpose, he arrived at the property office early and guarded the entrance and exit of the manor. He made sure that Yi Feng did not go out today before preparing to come over. Unexpectedly, I still came up empty-handed. Unexpectedly, Tao Bai's next words made her smile again. Manager Nya, please come in. Brother Yi is still in the bedroom and hasn't come downstairs yet. At this time, the delivery driver of Rongxing Auction House had already unloaded all the collections from the car. Looking at the luxurious villa in front of me. and Tao Bai, who was standing at the door in a pink maid outfit. With an expression of great envy, he sighed, "It's damn good to be rich." Manager Nya, all the things have been unloaded from the car. Are you sure you don't need me to help carry them into the villa? I don't know why, when I came here just now. Nia Xiaoqin repeatedly reminded that the things should only be placed in the entrance garden and never moved into the villa. Although confused, the driver did not think much about it. Perhaps the villa owner was worried and dirty the floor. All he has to do is deliver it safely. That's right, thank you for your hard work, you can go now. Nia Xiaoqin said softly. The driver had already moved all the things in, so how could she have a chance to show off? In order to gain Yi Feng's favor, Nia Xiaoqin also tried her best. Manager Nia, there are so many things. Tao Tao can help you too. Tao Bai knew that Yi Feng loved shopping. If you disagree, just buy. But I was still shocked by the mountain of cardboard boxes piled up in the entrance garden. No need, housekeeper Showdown, you just need to unpack the boxes and count the collections in the house. I will do the rest. Nia Xiaoqin picked up a large cardboard box with difficulty. Tightly squeezed a pair of big waves. Wearing high heels, she moved into the main hall of the villa with a di sound. Tao Bai wanted to help, but was rejected by Nia Xiaoqin. Housekeeper Showdown, it's okay. These are the tasks we should do. The responsibility of Chunshuegu Property Management is to provide every resident with a home-like experience. Nia Xiaoqin wiped the sweat beads from her snow-white forehead and said with a bright smile. Okay then. Tao Bai could only pick up the small scissors and bend her white silk legs. Unpack the cartons and count the items. She was lucky, the first carton contained Cross's pink diamond ring. Looking at this dazzling pink diamond, Tao Bai's face turned red. Brother Yi, why do you buy a diamond ring? Chapter 58, 5 million hard work fee, invitation from Plus Beauty Chinyu. This is a jade necklace. Tao Bai opened the second carton. The emerald imperial necklace fell out. These two pieces of collection are women's jewelry, and Yi Feng certainly didn't buy them for himself. There is only one possibility. A blush appeared on her rosy and tender face. Brother Yi went to the auction and was still thinking about Tao Tao. Half an hour later. Nia Xiaoqin has moved all the boxes into the main hall of the villa. Tao Bai walked with her white silk feet and took out a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator. Manager Nia, drink some water. Thank you, butler Showdown. Mr. Yi, have you not come downstairs yet? Nia Xiaoqin took the water bottle, and a few strands of hair were soaked with sweat and stuck to her snow-white forehead. Well, it should be soon. I'll go call them. You sit on the sofa and wait for a while. Tao Bai said in a soft voice. No, that's fine. Nia Xiaoqin looked embarrassed. Although I say this, my body is honest. Didn't stop Tao Bai. Because, if Yi Feng didn't know what she had just done, then it would be meaningless. Nia Xiaoqin is a very realistic woman. Just do what's good for her. Crunch. The sound of the door opening. Are you here? Nia Xiaoqin turned her head and looked expectantly towards the corner of the stairs with her beautiful eyes. At this moment, a petite and cute figure appeared. Yu Tingting was wearing a clean white dress, with her well-proportioned, white calves smooth and clean, as she walked down the stairs. Another extremely beautiful girl? Nia Xiaoqin's face was slightly stunned. It turns out that Yi Feng was not alone upstairs, but with the girl in front of him. For a moment, her heart was in turmoil and she felt very uncomfortable. Yi Feng has so many women. Will you still like her? Tao Tao, who's here? Yi Feng, wearing a handsome black suit, walked slowly down the stairs. Like an English gentleman who walked out of a movie. After seeing him, Nia Xiaoqin's heart tightened. Her beautiful eyes sparkled brightly, and she put her previous worries behind her. Mr. Yi, the collection you bought from Rongxing Auction House has been delivered to the manor. I have helped you move it all into the villa. Please take a look to see if there is anything missing. Nia Xiaoqin bowed slightly with a smile on her face. Brother Yi, it took manager Nia half an hour to move everything into the house. It was very hard work. Tao Bai said in a soft voice. Hearing this, Nia Xiaoqin was delighted. She likes Tao Bai, the little housekeeper, more and more. Great assist. She said everything she wanted to say. It's not hard. It's my honor to share Mr. Ye's worries. Nie Xiaoqin lifted the hair beside her ear, revealing her crystal pink earlobe. She knew that Yifeng didn't like pretentious women. Therefore, the tone was extremely sincere, without any falsehood. Yifeng sat on the sofa and smiled calmly. Thank you. By the way, Manager Nya, there are no vacant villas in the manor. I want to buy another one. Hearing Yifeng say this, Nie Xiaoqin nodded quickly and said, there is one, but it's in a remote location, villa number 67 on the edge of the manor. It's currently idle. If Mr. Yi wants to buy it, he can enjoy an internal 16% discount, which is about 45 million. I'm curious, Mr. Yi, what is the specific purpose of buying this villa? Nie Xiaoqin looked a little confused. After all, the villa in courtyard number 1 is very large. There are only Yifeng, Tao Bai, and Yu Tingting living here now. It shouldn't be too small to accommodate them, right? Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he looked at Nie Xiaoqin's pretty face. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I spoke too much. Nie Xiaoqin swallowed. I realized that I had said something wrong and felt very regretful. Nie Xiaoqin, how could you ask such a stupid question? Yifeng smiled faintly and said casually. Manager Nya, I'll give you 50 million, and you help me get this done. After you buy the villa, the interior decoration will be arranged according to your favorite style. The remaining money will be regarded as hard work fee and you don't have to return it to me. Nie Xiaoqin was stunned. Because all the villas in Chenshui Pavilion are fully decorated before delivery. There are very few things that residents need to spend money to decorate. No matter how much you decorate it, it will definitely not cost 5 million. Besides, Yifeng didn't require any specific layout, so she had a lot of room to maneuver. If it is just a simple decoration, it will only cost 1 million. The remaining 4 million is all hard work money. However, Yifeng's next words completely dispelled Nie Xiaoqin's idea. I believe you can arrange it to my satisfaction. Yifeng said casually. Nie Xiaoqin's beautiful eyes were startled. Yifeng, believe her? This simple sentence seemed to make Nie Xiaoqin happier than any amount of hard work pay. Okay, Mr. Yi, I will definitely satisfy you. Nie Xiaoqin said quickly. She made up her mind. After purchasing the villa, all the remaining 5 million was used to decorate the villa. Mr. Yi, it will take about a week to handle this matter. Because I still have work in the property, I can only do it when I have time. Nie Xiaoqin said in a cautious tone. Afraid that Yifeng would think it was too slow, he handed the matter over to someone else. Okay, don't worry, come back after you're done, I'll go check it out. Yifeng smiled faintly. Then, he took out his cell phone and transferred 50 million to Nie Xiaoqin's card. Mr. Yi, I'll take my leave now. If you have any requirements for the villa decoration, you can contact me on WeChat at any time. Nie Xiaoqin bowed and left in her high heels. After leaving the villa, she looked at the 8-digit account balance and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Anyway, I became a multi-millionaire for a short time. Moreover, this can be seen from this incident. Yifeng trusts her very much. Otherwise, he would not have transferred the huge sum of 50 million to himself without any worries. Naturally, she would not let Yifeng down. Brother Yi, why did you buy a villa? After Nie Xiaoqin left, Tao Bai blinked her beautiful eyes and said in a soft voice. You are too young. There are some things you don't need to know. Yifeng reached out and tapped her head gently. Brother Yi, you always say Tao is small, but Tao is obviously not small at all. Tao Bai rubbed her head, and a blush appeared on her pink cheeks. Put 36D in front of Yifeng. If you don't believe me, try it. It's not small at all. Puff. The tip of your nose is filled with the elegant and sweet scent of Naixiang. Yifeng swallowed his saliva and felt like he couldn't hold down the gun anymore. There's no need to be so tempting so early in the morning. In the blink of an eye, night fell. The cell phone on the coffee table rang. Yifeng, who was watching anime, picked it up and took a look. I forgot about this little girl. On the screen, there was a message from Chunyu, the most beautiful girl in my high school class. The last time I went to the Chinese restaurant at 13, Benning Street, I had dinner. Haven't seen you for a few days. Chunyu, Yifeng, do you have time now? I'm off work, I'll treat you to a nice meal. Room 702, Building B, Yunjin, Haicheng. Chunyu was sitting in front of the dressing mirror, seemingly having just put on makeup. The delicate face is moist, rosy and tender, charming and lovely. Her jade hand held the phone, staying on the chat interface, waiting for Yifeng's reply. Very urgent, waiting online. Ding dong. The message alert sound made Xinyu suddenly excited. When you have time, send me the restaurant location. Chapter 59, Xinyu's Little Gift, High-Quality Pig Feed. Received the restaurant location from Xinyu. Yifeng took care of the household chores and went out directly. 10 minutes later, the Hongqi S1 slowly stopped outside a bohemian Western restaurant. Yifeng got out of the car with a bouquet of baby's breath roses in his hand. On the way here just now, I happened to pass by a flower shop. So he got off the car and bought a bouquet as a return gift for Chen Yu's dinner invitation. As you enter the restaurant, you will see it by the window. Sitting there is an innocent girl in a white dress. Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth into a handsome smile. Walk to the dining table and hand out the baby's breath roses. Chen Yu, this is for you. I hope you like it. The pure and elegant white rose, stained with crystal water droplets, exudes an enchanting floral fragrance. But in Yifeng's eyes, Chen Yu's face was far more charming and pleasing to the eye than a white rose. This is the most sacred flower in his heart. Wah! So romantic. I really envy such a sweet love. Look, other people's boyfriends all know to give roses to their girlfriends when they meet them, humph. At the table next to us, a girl said angrily. She wanted to break up with her boyfriend on the spot. The young man sitting opposite looked confused. He had no idea that he would encounter such a thing, and hurriedly comforted her. Lily, it's just flowers. I'll take you to buy some after dinner. I'll buy as many as you want. Humph. You're smart. The woman stamped her feet and spoke in a reluctant tone. Just then, Xinyu took out a pink heart-shaped gift box and said with a blushing face. Yifeng, I got my salary today, and I bought you a gift. When the customers in the restaurant saw this scene, their eyes were filled with longing. A love that goes both ways. So sweet. The little girl at the table next to her suddenly blushed and felt embarrassed. Some of the arguments are far-fetched. Look at me, if you give me flowers, I will definitely give you a gift, humph. No matter what, it's your fault. The young man sitting opposite nodded repeatedly and consoled her. Yes, it's my fault. Don't be angry, Lily. I'll take you to Guomao for shopping later. This scene really shocked many customers. There were many sounds of hush. In this regard, Yifeng said. Interested in terrorizing Gotham City all over again? He shook his head and smiled. Give up the desire to help others and respect their fate. Open the pink heart-shaped gift box and you will find a low-end watch inside. Of course, this is for Yifeng. For Xinyu, this is a low-end watch. It cost her nearly half a month's salary and was sold for 3,299 yuan. If she didn't really like Yifeng, she wouldn't have given him such an expensive gift. Hi, do you like it? Xinyu pursed her red lips, blinked her beautiful eyes, and looked forward to Yifeng's answer. Although it is not very expensive, he can feel Chen-Yu's love for him. Yifeng smiled calmly and said gently, You have a good eye. It's a very exquisite watch. Thank you. As Chen-Yu's boss, he naturally knew how much this girl earned per month. I spent nearly half of my month's salary to buy him a watch. I don't know how much courage I muster to do this in private. The wages that have just been paid out return to your hands in this way. Yifeng couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Capitalists would cry when they see this. Receiving Yifeng's praise, Chen-Yu's fair face flushed and she whispered softly. You're welcome. As long as you like it. When buying this watch, Chen-Yu was still worried that Yifeng would not like it. After all, she checked online. How much does the Patek Philippe watch that Yifeng often wears cost? After getting the selling price, his mouth opened into an O shape, almost enough to fit an egg. The price of this watch is more than 20 times different from the one I bought. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frug. This is equivalent to asking a rich young man who is used to driving a supercar to drive a tractor, a low-end handheld tractor at that. It's such an embarrassment to Yifeng. So, no matter whether Yifeng accepts it or not, Chen-Yu won't care. But if he accepts, it can make Chen-Yu feel happy from the bottom of her heart. A woman in love has an IQ equivalent to that of a 3-year-old child. As we all know, children under the age of 3 have no IQ. However, at this moment, a young man in a black suit walked into the Western restaurant. holding a bouquet of red roses in hands. The young man's eyes fell on Yifeng's table, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he walked straight over. What the hell? I can see someone snatching a girlfriend here. This is too ridiculous. The love rivals are in for a showdown. It's going to be interesting. Who will the girl choose? If it were me, I would choose the young man who gave me baby's breath. It's too cheap to give another man just a bouquet of roses. Just you? Is there any choice? Be thankful that someone chose you. You really deserve to die. The customers in the Western restaurant turned their heads away. He looked like a crowd of spectators. However, Chen Yu's pretty brows were slightly wrinkled, and her face looked a little dazed. Because she didn't know the young man. To be precise, the young man in the suit didn't seem to be looking for her. Instead, he went straight to Yifeng. Little white face, this is for you. The young man threw the red rose in his hand in front of Yifeng. Puff! Seeing this scene, all the customers in the restaurant gasped. A strong man's smile appeared on his face. Can't get in. It's really hard to argue with. Full of passion. Indeed, Yifeng is also confused now. He admitted that he was very charming, but not so charming that he could attract people of the same sex. Besides, he has no interest in being gay. Sorry, bro. Yifeng was about to refuse. The young man waved his hands and said in a haughty tone, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not gay, it's my sister who's attracted to you." Younger sister? Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. Realizing things may not be easy. Little white face, you are so lucky. It is your blessing to be favored by my sister. Of course, our family won't treat you unfairly. If you marry my sister, you can get a high-end large flat in the center of Haicheng City, or any BBA for 1 million yuan. If you have any other requests, feel free to ask, and our family will try its best to meet them. The young man said arrogantly. He seemed very anxious to marry off his sister. The people around suddenly became restless. There are even a few singles who are ready to make a move. If Yifeng disagrees, they will fight for it. The RV is secondary, the main thing is to experience sweet love. Yifeng raised his eyelids slightly and asked calmly, "Where is your sister?" He really wanted to meet this young man's sister. What kind of top-notch beauty is she? Otherwise, why would she give such a generous gift and invite a son-in-law to live with her? My sister is actually not bad-looking, she's just a little bit fat. The young man clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Sister, come in." The floor began to shake before anyone arrived. The next second, a man with broad arms and a thick waist appeared. A high-quality fat pig weighing 300 kilograms, a high-quality girl walked into the restaurant. With every step he took, the ground seemed to tremble. The girl had dark skin, a large face covered with freckles, and fat thighs tightly wrapped in black stockings, but she had no aesthetic appeal at all. At this moment, she was biting her fingers shyly and smiling at Yifeng shyly. What the hell? Tiger Tank. Chapter 60. Is it beautiful or not? A bucket of water, do you want to take me home? From a distance, you can't tell the difference between humans and animals. From a close distance, the gas stove becomes a spirit. In ancient times, this kind of appearance would be enough to repel thousands of troops. Even if Zheng Fei came, he would have to admit defeat. My sister has a good body. Don't look at her fat now. If she loses weight, she will be a school beauty. Boy, if you can marry my sister, just be happy. The young man in the suit said very proudly. School beauty goddess? It's a good thing she could say that. Yifeng had never seen such a shameless person. As for the young man's sister, he is not lucky enough to have her, so let her be given to the majority of single book friends. Sorry, I have a girlfriend and I'm not interested in your sister. Besides, your sister looks like this, anyone would shake their head when seeing her like this. Yifeng said calmly. He is not trying to incite hatred, but stating the facts. At the table next to them, those single guys who were ready to make a move saw the young girl's true face. They all lowered their heads and said nothing. The dogs all shook their heads when they saw this. Even if they were offered 10 million, they would not agree. The fat girl standing at the door heard Yifeng reject her. His dark face suddenly burst into tears. If other girls cry, they can be described as pear blossoms in the rain, pitiful and pitiful. Then this fat girl will cause the mountains to collapse and the earth to split, and the seawater to flood back. The power is comparable to that of an atomic bomb explosion. Whoa, brother, he actually doesn't like me and even thinks I'm ugly. I don't want to live anymore. The fat girl felt aggrieved and choked up. It makes people feel no compassion at all. I just want to give her a slap to stop her from continuing to harm the world. The young man in the suit looked gloomy and said in a cold voice, "Boy, my sister is so moved, just give in to her. Asking for your request is fine. Our family will not treat you unfairly. As long as you marry my sister, you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. If you want to go out to look for food, as long as you don't go too far, our family won't interfere." Obviously, the young man in the suit was impressed by her sister's beauty. Still have a certain degree of self-awareness. Otherwise, such generous conditions would not be offered. "Do you think I need it?" Yi Feng chuckled. He casually took out the Hongqi S1 car key from his trouser pocket and threw it on the dining table. "Take your sister and leave before I get angry. After all, this is a restaurant and it would really affect your appetite. This is a fucking crime." The young man in the suit was stunned for a few seconds. Looking at the red flag LOG on the car key, I swallowed. When he came, he saw it outside the restaurant. Parked there is a top-of-the-line domestically produced supercar worth 200 million yuan. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Yi Feng's. At this point, the young man in the suit realized the seriousness of the problem. He actually had the guts to introduce a pig to a top-rich kid. "Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. I'm leaving now with that pig, no, my sister. I'm deeply sorry for disturbing your meal. I'll pay for your meal as an apology." The young man in the suit apologized hastily with a smile. Then, he walked to the restaurant front desk, paid the bill, and left with his sister. Still crying. "You fat pig, why do you like that person when there are so many people you can like?" Bite. Wu Dongping pays for your consumption of 1,999 yuan, activates 10 times rebate, and rewards 199,999 yuan. Oh my god. Can this also activate rebates? Yi Feng was a little surprised. It's worthy of being a system. If you spend money, you will get rebates. Don't underestimate this system. When the young man in the suit took his sister away, Yi Feng's wealthy identity could no longer be hidden. In the restaurant, countless burning gazes were cast at Yi Feng. I wish I could skin him alive. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Gently hold Chun Yu's soft and boneless hand. The smooth and cool touch feels like a piece of warm jade. Are you full? Chen Yu's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she looked at Yi Feng's handsome face. I felt a tingling sensation inside, as if I had been electrocuted, and my face couldn't help but blush. She pursed her red lips and whispered shyly, "Yeah. It's getting late, let me take you home." Yi Feng stood up. He put his arm around Chun Yu's slender waist. Don't give her a chance to refuse. Go home? Chun Yu lay on Yi Feng's chest. Her fair face was flushed and her breathing was a little short. Something must have happened for Yi Feng to send her home so late, otherwise he would have wasted this God-given opportunity. Besides, Chen Yu asked him out for dinner. Before coming, I was mentally prepared. But when I really got to this point, I still felt an indescribable shyness in my heart, like a young girl who had just fallen in love. I feel shy but curious about that kind of thing. Or, in other words, looking forward to it. Don't want to? Forget it, I'll take a taxi to take you back. Yi Feng said calmly. He doesn't force himself on a woman. Especially when doing this kind of thing, if a woman feels resistance from the bottom of her heart. Even if I get on base, it's meaningless. He is not a hungry person. Mutual consent is the best outcome of love. No, I want you to take me home. Chen Yu spoke hurriedly. But at the end, when she saw Yi Feng's gentle face, she shyly paused. Lying in his arms, I could hear the sound of his strong heartbeat. Her beautiful eyes trembled, and she didn't want to say anything more. Okay, let's go and take you home. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Although Chun Yu did not continue speaking. But her actions already revealed her inner thoughts. She's happy to do so. In this case, Yi Feng would naturally not let down a woman who was sincere to him. Especially, Chun Yu was his white lotus in high school. The thrill of conquest. It feels so good. Yi Feng took Chen Yu and prepared to leave the restaurant. A heavily made-up woman walked towards us with seductive steps. He looked at Yi Feng with undisguised passion. Ha, handsome guy, what's so fun about little girls? I have experience and I guarantee you will be unable to stop. Want to date tonight? Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. Take a look at the woman. I noticed that she was wearing heavy makeup, but in fact she was not confident about her appearance. A truly stunning beauty. Even with light makeup or no makeup, she can still be intoxicating. For example, someone like Chen Yu. Sorry, not interested. Yi Feng said indifferently. Why? Isn't my sister beautiful? The woman still didn't give up and kept flirting with Yi Feng crazily, trying to attract his attention. If I could get hold of Yi Feng's thigh, she won't have to hook up with other men in KS bar anymore. It's enough to guard this cash cow. Yi Feng chuckled, it doesn't matter if it's beautiful or not, a bucket of water will remove the makeup, and it's all ghosts. Get out of the way, we want to go home. After saying that, he took Chen Yu and left without looking back. The woman stamped her foot. Looking at Yi Feng's back, resentment was revealed in his eyes. Room 703, Building B, Yunjin, Haicheng. As soon as he entered the door, Yi Feng impatiently hugged Chen Yu's waist and groped her all over. Be gentle. Chen Yu said in pain. She blinked her beautiful eyes, and a hint of charm appeared on her pure face. A most primitive desire bursts out from the bottom of my heart. No matter how pure a woman is, at this point in time, she will be able to learn everything on her own. Chen Yu's breath was as fragrant as orchids, and she blew hot air into Yi Feng's ears. Let's go to the bedroom. P.S. Almost all the characters that appear in the first 50 chapters are taken down. I originally wanted to write a story about a wealthy man that wasn't just meant to slap people in the face, so I wrote a lot about the emotional line, and then, the Tabai line was not well concluded, resulting in a very low follow-up rate. Thanks to the handsome guy who insisted on reading this far. Anyway, thanks for seeing you guys here. Ask for a small gift. Chapter 61 Siberian Plateau, Car Saleswoman Wu Yuan. The next morning, the first ray of golden sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the brocade of Haicheng. Downstairs of Unit B. Yi Feng walked towards the Hongqi S1 parked there. I took out the key and pressed it lightly. The sharp lights of Hongqi S1 flashed and I was about to get in the car. A woman's surprised voice came from behind. Yi Feng? Yi Feng frowned slightly. Turning around, I saw Ling Qinhan wearing a black suspender dress. Two slender suspenders hung on the delicate white collarbone and the snow-white ravine on the chest was a wonder of the world. The slender legs are wearing tight flesh-colored stockings and a pair of high-heeled sandals. Her jet black hair falls around her waist, revealing a touch of charm in her purity. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. Is it such a coincidence? A blush appeared on Ling Qinhan's face, which was lightly made up. I felt uneasy. How could Yi Feng appear downstairs from her? Could it be that he was waiting for me? In order to prevent her from feeling embarrassed, he deliberately created an encounter. He really made me cry. What a coincidence, Yi Feng, why are you here? Ling Qinhan calmed down and smiled. I'm here to run something. Are you going to work? How about I give you a ride? Yi Feng scratched the back of his head and gave a handsome smile. I guess Ling Qinhan doesn't know yet that the house she is renting belongs to Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng did not intend to reveal it. After all, he is a low-key person. I'm on vacation today, so I'll go downstairs for breakfast. Have you had breakfast yet? How about we join me? Ling Qinhan blinked her beautiful eyes. Breakfast? If white steamed buns are counted, then Yi Feng just ate two. And it tastes good. Okay, let's go together. Yi Feng opened the car door and said with a smile, get in the car, I'll take you somewhere. Eat breakfast and drive? Ling Qinhan was stunned for a moment. She originally just wanted to buy some soy milk and fried dough sticks downstairs. But when she saw Yi Feng's handsome face, she blushed and nodded slightly, and did not refuse, and sat in the passenger seat of the Hongqi S1. Yi Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen Yu went downstairs later, he would find the Hongqi S1 was still parked downstairs. I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly. It is not advisable to stay here for long, let's retreat. Yi Feng drove and took Ling Qinhan away from Haicheng Yunjin. Came to a steamed bun shop a few blocks away. Although she didn't understand why Yi Feng came to such a faraway restaurant to eat buns, Ling Qinhan didn't think much about it. Yi Feng, what do you want to eat? It's all right. Buy what you like. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Ling Qinhan nodded slightly, bought 2 fried dough sticks and a basket of fresh meat buns, and paid. System rebates arrived as expected. Bite. Auctioneer Ling Qinhan spends 23.68 yuan for you, activates the critical rebate, and is rewarded with 100 square kilometers of fertile black soil on the Siberian plateau. What the hell? 100 square kilometers of fertile black soil on the Siberian plateau? Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. Is this intended to make him a farmer? And that place in Siberia. It is extremely cold all year round, with temperatures dropping to minus 20 degrees Celsius. It is one of the least suitable areas for human habitation on the blue planet. Moreover, he had only known Ling Qinhan for less than 2 days. Why can I activate the critical hit reward? System, check Ling Qinhan's information. Querying. Name, Ling Qinhan. Age, 23. Height, 168. Appearance, 93. Worship value, 90. Attributes, intellectual female student, proficient in antiques, calligraphy and paintings. Her father is Ling Tianchang, chairman of Rongxing Auction House. Number of times on base, 0. Appraisal result, first-hand car. Looking at the system panel, Yi Feng's mouth curled up. It turns out that Ling Qinhan has a good impression of him. No wonder the critical hit rebate can be activated. However, Ling Qinhan's father is the chairman of Rongxing Auction House. I guess the family is not short of money. But why should we rent a house? Yi Feng was deeply confused. At this moment, Ling Qinhan handed over a golden card and said with a smile, Yi Feng, I forgot to give it to you last time. If you spend 10 million at the auction house, you will receive a VIP card and use the private room on the second floor for free. Next time you make a purchase, you can enjoy a 2% discount. It's not much, but please accept it. Ling Qinhan knew that Yi Feng was not short of money. But this was her intention. Thank you. I'll take it. Yi Feng did not refuse and casually put the VIP card into his trouser pocket. Then he looked into Ling Qinhan's beautiful eyes and smiled faintly. By the way, my men damaged your car last time. I'm going to buy a car later. If you have time, let's go together. Pick a new one and I'll give it to you as compensation. Yi Feng really plans to buy a car. After all, Tao Bai and Yutingting still take the subway every time they go out. If the news of her being her own little maid got out, wouldn't other online novel protagonists laugh at her? Can't. Absolutely not. Ling Qinhan nodded gently and said happily, I have time, but you don't have to compensate me with a new one. The Audi A3 can be driven after repairing it. I can go with you and serve as your advisor. Fix it? Yi Feng shook his head and smiled indifferently. After the car was repaired, it feels loose to drive and leaks oil easily. A new car is better to drive. Listen to me and choose one later. Okay. Ling Qinhan's face turned red. Why do I feel like Yi Feng has something else to say? But looking at Yi Feng's harmless smile, it seemed that I was overthinking. After breakfast, Yi Feng drove and took Ling Qinhan to the city center, a large comprehensive 4S store. The store covers an area of 1,000 square meters and is filled with all kinds of cars. Includes 99% of the models on the market. Naturally, there are also many super luxury cars that cost up to 1 million yuan. Yi Feng and Ling Qinhan just walked into the store. Immediately, a female salesperson wearing high heels and a tight skirt came up to us. I have to say, these headlights are really dazzling. Welcome to Yuanyang Automobile. May I ask your names? As a senior salesperson, Wu Yuan just glanced at it. It can be seen that Yi Feng is extraordinary. The suit he wore was a new Gucci model of the season, worth 5 figures, and the watch he wore was a limited edition Patek Philippe. The price was difficult to estimate, but it should not be less than 6 figures. Besides, there is Ling Qinhan, the female companion beside Yi Feng. She has a pretty face and is wearing a black halter dress that has no brand logo on it. But the fabric is extremely high-end. It should be a light luxury custom-made model. Wu Yuan's mouth curled up, and her mind was filled with the words high-quality customers. Yi Feng smiled calmly, no need to mention your surname Yi, I want to buy a few sports cars suitable for girls to drive. A girl's car? Wu Yuan thought for a moment and smiled. Mr. Yi, girls are relatively unfamiliar with driving a car than boys, so they are more suitable for driving smaller cars. Do you have a favorite brand? Yi Feng turned around and asked Ling Qinhan, What kind of car do you like? Let's go with Audi. I'm used to it. Do you have a red Audi A3? Ling Qinhan didn't want to take advantage of Yifeng. She previously drove an Audi A3, so she bought another one of the same model. About 200,000. After Wu Yuan heard this, her eyes darkened slightly. I thought I had met a big client. Unexpectedly, I just bought a car for commuting worth more than 200,000 yuan. Although the gap was a bit big, the smile on her face did not diminish, and she said enthusiastically, "Yes, please follow me. The Audi A3 is indeed very suitable for little girls to drive." Chapter 62 Suya's sports car, is this God's will? Mr. Yi, this red Audi A3 is priced at 278,800 yuan, excluding purchase tax and license plate fees. It will cost about 300,000 yuan. Wu Yuan brought the two of them to the Audi showroom. There were more than a dozen cars parked around, all luxury cars in 4 circles. This Audi A3, priced at 278,800 yuan, is the cheapest one among them. Seeing Yifeng hesitated, Wu Yuan quickly said, "Mr. Yi, if you buy it now, you can enjoy a 5% discount, and we will cover the registration fee and the first year's insurance. This way, you can save more than 10,000 yuan." Yifeng shook his head slightly. The Audi A3 is too low end. Since he wanted to compensate Ling Qinhan with a car. Regardless of whether the other party accepts it or not, you must show your sincerity. His eyes scanned the surroundings and landed on a silver coupe, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. What kind of car is this? Wu Yuan was stunned for a moment. She originally thought that Yifeng was hesitant because he thought it was too expensive. Unexpectedly, I felt that the Audi A3 was too cheap. With a burst of joy in her heart, she walked over to the silver coupe in her high heels and introduced it enthusiastically. "Mr. Yi, you have a good eye. This car is an Audi R8, a mainstream luxury supercar, equipped with a V8 engine, and can reach 100 kilometers in 3.9 seconds. The price is 2.38 million. It has excellent handling, but it's not suitable for girls with average driving skills. If you want to buy it, I still highly recommend it." 2.38 million? Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. "It's okay." Then he turned around and asked Ling Qinhan, "Do you like it?" At this moment, Ling Qinhan's fair little face was dull. Swallow. Yifeng actually wanted to compensate her with an Audi R8. It's enough to buy 10 Audi A3s. After coming to her senses, she waved her jade hands and said, "I like it, but it's too expensive." Before she could finish, Yifeng smiled calmly and took out his bank card. "This is it. I want it." With the system in hand, the more you spend, the more you earn. Is he spending money on Ling Qinhan? It's clearly making money for yourself. Suyuan covered her mouth with her hands, looking surprised, and said with a smile, "Okay, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment, I will go and prepare the car purchase contract now." I was secretly delighted. Sure enough, her intuition was correct. Yifeng is really not an ordinary customer. Wait a minute, who told you I only bought one? Recommend 2 more cars suitable for little girls. Hearing Yifeng's casual voice, Wu Yuan, in her flesh-colored silk stockings, stopped and was stunned for a moment. After I realized what was happening, I was overjoyed. Realized I was being hasty. How could a rich young man like Yifeng have only one girlfriend? Even if Yifeng is willing. She wants to cling to Yifeng's thighs. After all, making money while lying down is much easier than making money while standing. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, our store also has a Maserati sports car that is very suitable for little girls to drive." Wu Yuan led the two of them to the Supercar showroom. Standing next to a red supercar, he said with a smile. Her eyes are beautiful and graceful. She is quite confident about her appearance. Although not as beautiful as Ling Qinhan, she is much prettier than ordinary women. Maybe it could catch Yifeng's eye, right? Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Yifeng didn't even look at her, his attention was always on the car. "Mr. Yi, this Maserati is priced at 1.95 million. It has a small body and is very easy to park if a girl is driving it." Wu Yuan's well-proportioned, snow-white legs blocked the front of the car, trying to attract Yifeng's attention. Yifeng nodded gently, "Yes, I want this car too. 1.95 million is not very expensive. Buy it back and give it to Yu Tingting." Immediately afterwards, Yifeng turned his head and looked around, preparing to find a car for Tao Bai. Inadvertently, I saw a pink sports car. He raised his eyes slightly and asked in doubt, "What kind of car is this?" As far as he could remember, no original car was pink. This supercar is not only pink in color. Even the wheels, brake calipers, rearview mirrors and other external coverings are all replaced with pink. At first glance, girls' hearts are bursting. It's hard not to attract the attention of this tough guy. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. This McLaren was customized by Ms. Su from Anno Medical Group. She just temporarily left it in our store and will take it away at any time," Wu Yuan explained with an apologetic look on her face. "Anno Medical Group?" Yi Feng frowned. "Isn't this the Chunshui Pavilion Courtyard No. 2, the company of Miss Su?" "You can't tell, he's the chairman of a medical company." My heart is overflowing with girlishness. This is the equivalent of a big, strong man wearing a pink bikini. The contrast is too great. Yi Feng smiled calmly. "Miss Su and I have a good personal relationship. She will give me this car." "This?" Wu Yuan looked embarrassed and said quickly, "Miss Su has already paid the full amount, so the car is hers now. If Mr. Yi wants to buy it." Yi Feng waved his hand and said softly, "It's okay, you can call Miss Su and ask for her advice." After hearing what Yi Feng said, Suya hesitated for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. I will contact Miss Su now." At this time, Wu Yuan was still half believing and half doubting. After all, as the chairman of Annual Medical, is Suya someone that can be easily met? But Yi Feng spent millions to buy 2 supercars. Without even blinking an eye. It doesn't seem like he's lying. To be on the safe side, she decided to call to verify. "Hello, Miss Su, I'm Wu Yuan, the sales manager of Sino-Ocean Automobile. The McLaren you customized in our store has just been spotted by a gentleman who wants to buy it. This gentleman is Yi Feng. Do you know him?" Wu Yuan said in a respectful tone. But there was no reply from Suya. On the other side, in the second courtyard of Chunshui Pavilion, in the study on the second floor, Suya is checking the group's documents. After receiving the call, doubts appeared on her pretty brows. When she heard the name Yi Feng, her delicate face blushed a little. The crazy scene in the presidential suite of the hotel that night emerged in my mind. "Miss Su, are you still there?" Wu Yuan's voice brought Suya back to her senses. She pursed her red lips and thought for a moment before saying, "Manager Wu, I don't need this McLaren anymore. Please give it to Mr. Yi for me." "Send it?" Wu Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. The bare car price of this McLaren is 2.8 million. Including a series of subsequent customized modifications, the total cost has exceeded 5 million. Suya never opened it once, and just gave it away? Wu Yuan swallowed. She couldn't help but sigh that she couldn't understand the world of the rich. "Okay, Miss Su, I'll tell Mr. Yi for you." "Thanks." Suya put down her phone. I felt uneasy. In fact, I met Yi Feng in the bar that time, and then went to the hotel to make love. For her, it was also a wonderful accident. That day, the group's performance declined. She just went to the bar to get drunk and accidentally met Yi Feng, who was also there to drink. After getting drunk, she was molested by a group of hooligans. Yi Feng saved her at all costs. Moreover, he took away her first kiss very forcefully. No, it's not just the first kiss. However, Yi Feng was drunk at the time and had no memory of this incident at all. After waking up the next day, Suya knew that she and Yi Feng were not from the same world. She serves as the chairman of Anno Medical. Naturally, she can't have a love affair as casually as an ordinary girl. So I took the initiative to terminate the relationship. I thought we would say goodbye and have nothing to do with each other, but I didn't expect Yi Feng actually came to her side in another identity. Is this God's will? Chapter 63 Yi Feng's Big Baby, Zheng Sanfeng's Bar Invitation. "Mr. Yi, I just contacted Miss Su, and she said she is willing to give you this custom-made McLaren for free." Hearing Wu Yuan say this, Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. The situation is a bit confusing. No matter how cheap this car is, it is still a super sports car worth millions. Suya actually gave it to him for free. I don't know what kind of plane to get. Yi Feng didn't think much about it and gladly accepted Suya's kindness. Get a supercar for free. It feels so good. Wu Yuan helped Yi Feng handle the procedures for the other 2 cars after the payment was successful. System rebates arrived as expected. You spend 2.38 million to buy an Audi R8 sports car, activate the critical rebate, and get a piece of Imperial Green Roughstone as a reward. Value, difficult to estimate. You spend 1.95 million to buy a Maserati sports car, activate 10 times the rebate, and get a reward of 19,500,000 yuan. A profit of 19 million. And an Imperial Green Roughstone. Yifeng's mind moved and he opened the warehouse panel. I saw a yellow-brown stone icon and the corners of my mouth trembled twice. It's just a fucking rock. Mr. Yi, the formalities have been completed. Could you please let me know your address? We provide free towing service and deliver it directly to your door. Wu Yuan said eagerly. The commissions she could get from these two big deals were both over 6 figures. Directly offset against half a year's salary. Chunshui Pavilion Manor, please send it directly to the property office, and someone will contact you. Yifeng said softly. After getting Yifeng's address, Wu Yuan was stunned. No wonder, he is the rich man who lives in Chunshui Pavilion. She whispered in her heart. He nodded hurriedly and handed over the friend's QR code. Okay, Mr. Yi, I wish you a pleasant car experience. If you need to buy a car next time, please contact me directly. No problem, thank you for your hard work. Yifeng smiled indifferently. After adding Wu Yuan as a friend, he and Ling Qinhan left the Sino-Ocean Automobile 4S store. The silver-gray Audi R8 was filled with gas by the store staff and parked on the road outside the store. Then he trotted over and handed the car keys to Ling Qinhan. Yifeng, this is really too precious. Ling Qinhan's fair face blushed and she waved her hands to refuse. Take it and treat it as a gift to a friend. Otherwise, I will have to sell it as a used car. Yifeng smiled faintly. Okay, thank you Yifeng, I'll accept it. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Ling Qinhan had no choice but to accept it. The staff standing by couldn't help swallowing. Give away a super sports car worth more than 2 million. Just to make friends? Indeed, he also wanted to be friends with Yifeng. By the way, I have a big treasure in my car. I don't know what it is for. Can you help me estimate its value and help me sell it? Yifeng suddenly asked. There is no use in keeping the Imperial Green Rawstone. It would be better to let Ling Qinhan auction it off. Big baby? Ling Qinhan frowned slightly, a hint of shyness appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she asked in a low voice evasively. Yes, how big is it? What kind of treasure is it? You'll know when you come and see. Yifeng's mouth corners raised. Walked towards the Hongqi S1 parked on the side of the road. He opened the front trunk and quickly took out the Imperial Green Rawstone from the system warehouse before Ling Qinhan came over. When placed in the front trunk, the body of Hongqi S1 sinks. This huge piece of raw stone weighs 100 kilograms. This is. At this time, Ling Qinhan walked over and saw the Imperial Green Rawstone in the front trunk. Suddenly her beautiful eyes lit up. Yifeng, I guess this is a piece of jadeite roughstone. Judging from the color of the surface, it is possible to produce top-grade jadeite or even Imperial Green. Moreover, with such a large volume, if there were no cracks or faults, its value would be. When estimating the value, Ling Qinhan pursed her red lips and paused. How much is it worth? Yifeng raised his eyes slightly and asked questioningly. It's still too early to say for sure, but I can only say that the worst-case scenario will be no less than 8 figures. When saying this, Ling Qinhan's voice trembled slightly. Seems to be shocked too. Where did Yifeng get such a piece of top-quality jadeite rawstone? 8 digits? Not bad. Yifeng smiled calmly and said to Ling Qinhan, how about this, you help me sell it, and no matter how much it sells for in the end, I will give you 20%. Upon hearing this, Ling Qinhan was stunned. Her red lips were open so wide that a whole boiled egg could almost fit in. I. Not a single coherent word came out of his mouth. If you don't want to, forget it. I'll find someone else to see. Yifeng raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not force it. I would love to. Ling Qinhan blushed and blurted out. Okay, I'll move it to your car. Yifeng stretched out his hand. The weight of 100 kilograms was no challenge to him. Effortlessly held in the arms. But in order to appear normal, I pretended to be struggling. He didn't want to be sent for research. The stone was taken in the morning, the anesthesia was given at noon, and the slices were cut in the evening. After putting it in the trunk of the Audi R8, Yifeng let out a long sigh. At this moment, a snow-white jade hand holding a tissue appeared. Gently wiped Yifeng's forehead. He lowered his head and saw Ling Qinhan's delicate and flawless face, full of concern. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a handsome smile. Thank you. I can do it myself. Ling Qinhan quickly retracted her hand. She originally just wanted to hand Yifeng a tissue, but after she stretched out her hand, I couldn't help but help him wipe the sweat off his face. Looking at Yifeng's deep eyes, as if full of stories, so charming. A hint of shyness appeared on her fair face. Okay, if you don't need anything else, just go ahead and contact me when you've sold the stuff. Yifeng smiled indifferently. Well, I'll help you sell it as soon as possible. Ling Qinhan got into the car reluctantly. She wanted to stay with Yifeng for a while longer, but Yifeng didn't seem to have that intention. Why? Ling Qinhan sighed softly. Start the Audi R8 and prepare to leave. He was stopped by a voice. She turned her head and saw Yifeng standing by the door of the Hongqi S1 and waved. Keep in touch on WeChat. Coincidentally, a ray of golden sunlight shone through the gaps in the treetops and fell on Yifeng. It's like being covered with a retro hazy filter. Ling Qinhan nodded happily and was about to respond to Yifeng. But I found that he had already sat in the Hongqi S1 and drove away with his foot on the accelerator. What a strange man. Although I said this, I couldn't contain my joy in my heart. She has completely lost the aura of a cool goddess. Like a naive girl who was just beginning to fall in love. Just very naive. On the other side, Yifeng drove towards Chunshui Pavilion Manor. Akiyu suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and muttered quietly, "Who is scolding me?" Just then, the cell phone on the center console rang. Yifeng picked it up casually and took a look at it, his eyes slightly raised. After the call was connected, Zhang Sanfeng's voice came out from the speaker. Brother, do you have time? Come to my bar and have a seat. I have prepared a great gift for you. The tone was respectful and enthusiastic. Yifeng was quite satisfied with Zhang Sanfeng, his loyal subordinate. Since there was nothing to do, I agreed immediately. Okay, I'll be there later. Chapter 64, Mistakenly Entering the Wind and Dust River Moon, a well-behaved and sensible female student. Brother, you are here. This is my bar. The environment is pretty good, right? Yifeng parked the car outside KS Bar. Zhang Sanfeng, who was waiting at the door, immediately stepped forward to greet him and took him into a luxurious private room. Sitting on a scarlet sofa, in front of him stood a row of scantily clad girls. What are you standing there for? Say hello to Master Yi. Zhang Sanfeng urged. The girls smiled charmingly, bent over, and their big breasts shook. Hello, Mr. Yi. Yifeng looked at this group of prostitutes and felt no interest at all. He said in a dissatisfied tone, Madman, is this the gift you prepared for me? Noticing Yifeng's displeasure, Zhang San smiled apologetically. That's fine. This is just an appetizer. Since Big Brother doesn't like it, I'll leave first. After saying that, he waved his hand. Drive away all the girls in the private room. Brother Yi, please wait a moment. The main event is about to begin. I will go out and make some arrangements. I will definitely satisfy you. In this regard, Yifeng said. Let's wait and see. Zhang Sanfeng bowed and walked away. Boom boom. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the private room door. A timid girl's voice came from the other side of the door. Boss, can I come in? Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. This shy voice doesn't sound like that of a bar hostess at all. Come in. After Yifeng finished speaking, the woman outside the door hesitated for a few seconds, as if she was having a complicated psychological struggle. Then he reached out, pushed open the door, and walked into the private room with his head lowered. Like a little lamb falling into a wolf's den. He was so timid that he dared not look Yifeng directly at him. Yifeng glanced at the woman, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Name, Jian Yu. Age, 23. Height, 163 centimeters. Appearance, 90. Worship value, 50. A well-behaved and sensible female college student, majoring in pop music, from a single-parent family. Her mother Jian Yuxia was recently diagnosed with esophageal cancer. Number of base hits, 0, appraisal result, first-hand car. Oh shit. Or an innocent female college student? I found a treasure today. After all, there are many female college students working in this industry. But first-hand cars are extremely rare. May I have your name? A playful look appeared on Yifeng's face. My name is Jiang Meng, boss, you can just call me Meng Meng. Do you think I will believe it? I'll give you one more chance. What's your real name? Yifeng said casually. Seeing that she was exposed by Yifeng, Jiang Yu's fair face turned red. She whispered shyly, Jiang Yu. This unfamiliar and timid look is definitely not a disguise. Today's society is not simple, there are routines everywhere. In order to seduce the customers, many hostesses have acting skills that can be compared to those of movie queens, and they all pretend to be extremely pure. It seems like it's the first time for everyone. But after taking off the disguise at the hotel, the fire was completely burned. He can perform various unique postures with ease. I spent the money for a private car and got on a bus. It's all a fucking routine. Keep your head up. Yifeng said indifferently. Jiang Yu's delicate body trembled, her white teeth bit her red lips, and she slowly raised her head. A fair and moist face, full of anxiety. Her beautiful eyes are like a clear spring, full of water. When he saw Yifeng sitting on the sofa, he was obviously stunned for a moment. She originally thought that she would face torture from a bald old man, or other wretched men, and that the ending would not be good. After all, this is in line with reality. But I didn't expect that the person I served would be so handsome. The first time it was given to Yifeng. It doesn't seem like a bad loss. First? Yifeng asked softly. Jiang Yu nodded slightly in shame. Okay, then you should know what to do. I like women who take the initiative. Yifeng is playing with taste. His eyes were always fixed on Jiang Yu. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman is trapped in this line of work. Jiang Yu's beautiful eyes trembled when she heard Yifeng say this. A few tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, and a look of determination appeared on his face. She hooked her delicate hands on the straps of the dress and slowly took them off, revealing her tender white skin. At this moment, Yifeng suddenly spoke. Wait a minute, if you don't want to forget it, I don't like to force women. It is not difficult to see that Jiang Yu did not do this job intentionally. There must be an unknown story behind it. Yifeng admitted that Jiang Yu was very beautiful. But he wasn't yet at the point where he was obsessed with sex. A hint of doubt appeared on Jiang Yu's face, and her beautiful eyes stared at Yifeng blankly. This man has no interest in her? After coming to his senses, he quickly said, You don't have to care about my feelings. This is my job. These words seemed to have taken all her courage. After saying this, she lowered her head shyly. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly and said softly, I want to hear the truth. No one wants to do this job. It was exposed again. Jiang Yu's eyes were moist, and she pursed her red lips and said, Fengge said that as long as I serve you well, he will give me 100,000 yuan. What do you want so much money for? Yifeng asked. I have to pay my mother's medical bills. She has cancer and is now in the intensive care unit. The daily fee is 10,000 yuan, and it has been overdue for half a month. Jiang Yu said with a choked voice. His face was full of helplessness, like a stray cat abandoned on the street. Is there a possibility of recovery? Yifeng raised his eyebrows. No, I'm in the late stage of esophageal cancer and can only be treated conservatively. If I have surgery, it will cost 1 million yuan, so I really need this money. Hearing Jiang Yu say this, Yifeng was deeply shocked. 100,000 per time? Are you prepared to accompany me 10 times? Although Jiang Yu has made sufficient mental preparations. But at this time, Yifeng said it so bluntly. Her fair face suddenly turned red and she felt ashamed. White and tender toes in high-heeled sandals, digging out 3 bedrooms and a living room. He nodded timidly, his face as thin as a tattoo, yeah. It is not difficult to see that this little girl has come to this point. I made a great determination in my heart. On her weak shoulders, she carried a burden that was far beyond her ability to bear. Boss, don't feel any psychological burden. You are actually helping me by doing this. Jiang Yu said with a red face. The first time she gave it to Yifeng, she was willing. It's better than giving it to a middle-aged man who can be her father. A blessing in disguise. Hearing Jiang Yu say this, Yifeng smiled indifferently. No need to call me boss, my name is Yifeng. The words haven't been finished yet. Bang! There was a loud bang and the door of the private room opened. A middle-aged man reeking of alcohol walked in with a lewd smile on his face. You still say no, but isn't it here? Manager Sue, you are so dishonest. How dare you treat an old customer like this? A new guy is here, why don't you let me have a taste first? A charming woman in a hot red dress next to her said hurriedly. Boss Chen, Meng Meng already has a guest, so don't disturb her. Let me accompany you instead. I will definitely make you feel comfortable. The sudden change made Zhang Yu scared. Her delicate body trembled, and she couldn't help but shrink towards Yifeng. It seemed to give her a sense of security. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man chuckled and said contemptuously. Boy, you are not worthy of this girl. I will give you 5,000 yuan to let me have some fun first. Chapter 65 Sent to Siberia to dig potatoes. Boss Chen, you are drunk. Let me help you go to the private room to rest. The charming woman standing beside said in a gentle voice. Then, he turned around and smiled apologetically at Yifeng. Sorry, I'll take him away now. Bang! Chen Wuliang slapped the woman on the cheek, and immediately a clear 5-finger mountain mark appeared. Slut, don't you see how many people have fucked you, stinky bitch, get out. His eyes fell on Zhang Yu, very greedy. Resentment appeared on the charming woman's face. I dare not speak out but to be angry. Chen Wuliang is a contractor for a small construction team. He is worth tens of millions and is a frequent visitor to the KS bar. He is very generous and every time he goes to the bar, his spending is never less than 6 figures. Who are you? There was a flash of coldness in Yifeng's eyes, and he spoke indifferently. Ha, who am I? Chen Wuliang said frivolously, I won't change my name, Chen Wuliang, go to the nearby streets and ask around, who doesn't know my name? I won't make it difficult for you. Everything should be based on first come first served. I'll give you 5,000 yuan and let me cut in line. After I'm done, it'll be your turn. How about that? Chen Wuliang? It's enough to know the middle-aged man's name, the rest is bullshit. Yifeng didn't hear a word. How about I give you 5,000 yuan and ask your mother to come over and have some fun with me? Upon hearing this, Chen Wuliang became furious. He naturally saw that Yifeng was of some importance as he was dressed in all branded clothes. That's why he negotiated with Yifeng. If it were anyone else, they would have kicked him away long ago. In Chen Wuliang's heart, he has already given Yifeng enough face. But this guy didn't appreciate it. You're looking for death. Chen Wuliang shouted angrily, his fists clenched so hard that they made crackling sounds. Hit Yifeng's nose bridge. Yifeng, be careful. Zhang Yu behind him was nervous and very worried about Yifeng's safety. Her jade hands were clenched into pink fists and her beautiful eyes were tightly closed. Bang! The next second, a dull sound was heard. Ah! My hand! But he heard Chen Wuliang scream. Zhang Yu frowned slightly and opened her beautiful eyes in confusion. The scene before her made her cover her lips with her hands, she was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Yifeng effortlessly wrapped Chen Wuliang's fist with his palm. It suddenly bent 90 degrees, and there was a sound of the elbow breaking. Accompanied by Chen Wuliang's screams like a pig being slaughtered. How dare you break my arm, you little jerk! Who told you that I would only cost you your arm? Yifeng sneered, let go of Chen Wuliang's wrist, and punched him in the forehead. Suddenly, Chen Wuliang saw stars, felt dizzy, his head was a mess, his whole body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yu and the charming woman were both extremely surprised. Yifeng's skills are so amazing. Construction team contractor? A hint of amusement appeared on Yifeng's lips. System, use the life modification card to modify Chen Wuliang's life. He is willing to go to the Siberian plateau to dig potatoes for me. After all, he is an engineer, so digging potatoes should be no problem for him. He has 100 square kilometers of fertile black soil on the Siberian plateau. But it is still waiting to be discovered. This Chen Wuliang is actually a good candidate. In progress? Changed successfully. The target person Chen Wuliang's life trajectory has deviated, and he voluntarily went to the Siberian plateau to build a farm. Additional gift, direct flight ticket from Haicheng to Siberia International Airport. Oh shit. It's worthy of being a system. I've even thought about how to get there, direct flight tickets. Start tonight and start work tomorrow. It's very nice, it's great. Chen Wuliang, who was slumped on the ground, was originally full of resentment towards Yifeng. But in the next second, his eyes were confused at first, and then suddenly became clear. He immediately knelt at Yifeng's feet and kowtowed repeatedly. "Master Yi, I shouldn't have robbed your woman. I am guilty. It's up to you to decide my fate." Yifeng looked indifferent and threw the plane ticket casually. "For tonight's flight, the land in Siberia is now yours. You are not allowed to return to the country without my order." Chen Wuliang nodded repeatedly, expressing gratitude in tears. "It is my honor to share Mr. Ye's worries. I will definitely live up to my mission and help you grow high-quality organic potatoes." Gulong. Zhang Yu and the charming woman couldn't help swallowing their saliva. "I was shocked. Yifeng actually owns a piece of land in Siberia. It's really extravagant. Unless you are a top tycoon, who would buy a large piece of land abroad? Okay, you can go back and pack up to catch your flight tonight." Yifeng said calmly. "Yes, thank you, Master Yi." Chen Wuliang kowtowed twice before turning around and leaving. Just then, Zhang San came running over in a hurry. He apologized. "Brother, I am negligent and have disturbed your fun. Please forgive me." He suddenly saw 5 crimson finger marks on the charming woman's face. "Hong Hong, who beat you like this? Tell me, I will cut him into pieces." Obviously, this woman is Zhang Sanfeng's girlfriend. "Brother Feng, no, it's okay. Master Yi just saved me." When saying this, Han Hong glanced at Yifeng secretly. This young man is a whole generation younger than her. The masculine charm he just displayed was so manly. It's enough to make any woman crazy. "Brother, I really don't know how to thank you. I'll blow one for you on behalf of Hong Hong." Zhang San is crazy and talking incoherently. He picked up the Minotaur X on the table and twisted it towards his mouth. He burped and said with a silly smile, "Brother, if you like Mingming's style, I'll cull a few more to accompany you." Real female college students, each with a better figure and appearance than the other. Zhang Yu, who was standing aside, had a dim look in his eyes. After all, Yifeng was just her guest. Other than that, there is no relationship. Yifeng looked calm and said softly, "No need, that's all for today. I'll take Zhang Yu away. Don't contact her anymore." Hearing Yifeng say this, Zhang San laughed wildly. "I understand. No one dares to touch my eldest brother's woman. Let me see you and my sister-in-law off." I was very happy. Yifeng was quite satisfied with his gift. Otherwise, I would not accept her as my exclusive lover. He, you are indeed the big brother." Indeed, Yifeng had no such intention. Well, yes, but not many. The main reason was that he wanted to help the poor girl. "What are you standing there for? Come on, do you still want to stay here and receive customers?" Yifeng raised his eyes slightly and asked questioningly. "Oh, come on, here I come." Zhang Yu's fair face turned rosy. "Follow Yifeng's footsteps and leave KS Bar." Zhang Sanfeng opened the car door attentively and spoke respectfully. "Brother, take care. I'll let you know as soon as I find something good in the future." Okay." Yifeng hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse. After getting into the car, he turned his head to look at Zhang Yu in the passenger seat and asked, "Which hospital is your mother in?" "Jinsha Hospital." Zhang Yu blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, "Jinsha Hospital?" Yifeng raised his eyes slightly, he had heard something about it. Chapter 66, 150,000 critical hit on the hospital, Yifeng made a fortune again. Jinsha Hospital. The largest private hospital in Haicheng, with the most advanced medical technology. Medical equipment and medical experts are both world-class. There are more than 100 branches across the country. However, the one in Haicheng is the main hospital, and in a sense, it represents the highest medical standards in China. Yifeng drove and brought Zhang Yu to Jinsha Hospital. After parking the car, he walked into the hospital. I took the elevator to the 18th floor and then entered the intensive care unit. Beside the bed stood a middle-aged doctor in a white coat, checking the medical records when he saw Zhang Yu come in. He put down the medical record in his hand and sighed slightly. "Ms. Zhang, you should be prepared in advance. The condition is getting worse. Even if you have surgery, it may not be very meaningful." On the hospital bed lay a middle-aged woman who looked very sick. His body was filled with various tubes and he was relying on a ventilator, barely hanging on to his last breath. At this time, he was already in a coma. That's why Zhao Dihai explained the situation directly. Generally speaking, the condition will not be disclosed in front of the patient. How long? Jiang Yu said with a sad tone. I saw in the medical records that your mother's birthday is in 2 months. I suggest you celebrate it a month earlier. Zhao Dihai said tactfully. As an attending physician, he has witnessed too many deaths and separations, and his heart has long been numb. So, there wasn't too much sentimentality. Jiang Yu was mentally prepared. When he received the ultimatum at this moment, his heart skipped a beat and his body trembled slightly. By the way, Ms. Jiang, the medical bills have accumulated to 138,600 as of today. I have tried my best to help you apply to the hospital for a deferral of payment. The deadline is 3 days, so please pay as soon as possible. It is true that doctors have a kind heart, but Jinsha Hospital is a top private hospital. The main purpose is to make a profit. If Zhao Dihai hadn't intervened as the attending physician, Jiang Yu's mother had been transferred out of the intensive care unit a long time ago. That's all he can do. The rest depends on Jiang Yu himself. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. I will definitely pay off the medical bills, but can you give me a few more days? I really can't come up with so much money right away. Jiang Yu pleaded. Sorry, this is not for me to decide. Zhao Dihai shook his head and continued, but don't worry. Even if she is transferred to a regular ward, I will do my best to treat your mother. This is my personal action and I won't charge any fees. Yi Feng, who was standing aside, raised a smile when he heard what Zhao Dihai said. It has to be said that he deserves the title of saving the dying and healing the wounded and a model doctor. Yi Feng coughed tactically. Ahem, let's put it this way. Your mother's medical treatment is urgent. I'll lend you the medical expenses first. Jiang Yu turned around, her moist eyes sparkling with light. He looked at Yi Feng with a dazed expression. She couldn't believe that she had known Yi Feng for less than an hour. He actually had to pay a huge medical expense of more than 100,000 yuan for himself. His voice trembled a little as he asked, Really? Yi Feng raised the corners of his mouth and smiled faintly. Of course, but there is a prerequisite. No matter what the conditions are, I will agree to it. Jiang Yu said without hesitation. It was like grabbing the last straw. Yi Feng said in a calm voice. Don't rush to agree. You can make the decision after I finish speaking. I will pay for your mother's medical expenses for the next month, but during this time, you must listen to me. I will allow you to go back to school. But if I look for you, no matter where you are or what you are doing, you must come to see me immediately. Do you agree? Hearing Yi Feng's conditions, Jiang Yu stood there in a daze for a moment, her fair face slightly flushed. If she agreed, wouldn't she be just a slave who could be ordered around at will? Since you don't want to, then even if. Yi Feng hadn't finished speaking yet. Jiang Yu looked back and saw her mother lying on the hospital bed. A few crystal tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and she nodded hurriedly, I am willing, as long as you help me pay for the hospitalization fee. Hearing this, Yi Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. I didn't force Jiang Yu. This was a decision she made willingly. What's more, Yi Feng also paid her hospital bills. It's just a matter of each taking what they need, there's no question of coercion. After getting Jiang Yu's card number, Yi Feng took out his mobile phone and started the transfer process. With just a swipe of the finger, 150,000 yuan was transferred. Jiang Yu looked at the incoming text message, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she whispered, Yi Feng, you transferred too much. Before she could finish, Yi Feng interrupted. The extra money can be used as your living expenses, or to buy some supplements for your mother. Although the tone was lukewarm, Jiang Yu could feel a deep warmth in it. Yi Feng obviously cared about her. Why are you pretending not to care? Her eyes were red and she bowed to Yi Feng to express her gratitude. I will keep my promise, but can you give me some time tonight? I want to stay in the hospital with my mother. I'll do anything you want to do tomorrow. Yi Feng smiled faintly and said, Okay, I'll come to see you tomorrow, be mentally prepared. Jiang Yu blushed and timidly agreed, yes. Then, Yi Feng decided not to stay any longer and turned around to leave. Just then, Jiang Yu called him. You got anything else? Yi Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. No, I just wanted to say thank you. Jiang Yu said with a red face. You're welcome. Just keep your promise. Goodbye. Goodbye. Looking at Yifeng's handsome back, Jiang Yu felt very complicated and sighed softly. What a strange man. After leaving Jinsha Hospital, Yifeng walked towards the Hongqi S1 parked on the side of the street. He sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and was about to step on the accelerator to drive away. A voice suddenly came from my mind. Bite. You spent 138,600 yuan on Jiang Yu, activated the critical rebate, and were rewarded with 69% of Jinsha Hospital shares, with an estimated value of approximately 5 billion yuan. Zun de fake do? Yifeng was stunned for a few seconds. After coming to his senses, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but stretch to his ears. I can only say that this wave of profit is incredible. Because it was getting late, Yifeng decided not to take over Jinsha Hospital. Wait until their person in charge calls you before making a decision. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, he stepped on the accelerator. Boom, boom, boom. From under the hood of the Hongqi S1, there was a roar like a dragon's roar. Then, it turned into a ray of black lightning and flew through the bustling streets of Haicheng. Go home. Yifeng stopped the car when passing by a dessert shop. Looking at the dazzling array of exquisite desserts in the cupboard, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Little girls love to eat this kind of thing. I bought some and gave them to Tao Bai and Yu Tingting to try. Who makes him a good family man? The car door opened. Yifeng got out of the car and walked straight into the dessert shop. This is a very high-end dessert shop with a very luxurious decoration inside. The desserts sold are also very expensive. There is no number lower than 3 digits. Chapter 67, The Rich Female Anchor and Expensive Desserts. This Oshui dessert shop is quite famous in Shanghai. It's not because the dessert tastes good, but because it's expensive enough. And the boss is very good at marketing. As soon as it opened, we invited major internet celebrities and bloggers to do publicity, take some petty bourgeois pictures, and share them on the internet. The dessert shop is expensive and very classy. Naturally, it attracted the favor of many fake socialites. Many people came to Oshui dessert shop to take photos and check in, and then shared them on Zaya Hongshu. It seems that buying dessert from them is a symbol of class. Sir, welcome to Oshui dessert shop. Are you buying a gift for your girlfriend? Although the price is expensive, the service attitude is excellent. As soon as Yifeng stepped into the store, a female clerk came up to him and greeted him warmly. Well, recommend a few desserts that little girls like. Price is not an issue. Yifeng said lightly. Okay sir, if you want to give it to your girlfriend, I recommend this chocolate ball. The waitress took out a beautifully packaged dessert from the cupboard. Sir, this Tiz chocolate is made of high-quality chocolate beans and added with imported milk and honey. It has a smooth and delicate taste and is very suitable for little girls. Hearing this, Yifeng nodded slightly. Glance at the price tag. There are 6 chocolate balls in the gift box, and the price is 666 yuan. No wonder the service attitude is so good, this is already a luxury in the dessert world. Okay, give me 2 boxes, and I'll take a look at the others. Yifeng said softly. Okay sir, I'm recommending other desserts for you. Just as the female clerk was introducing other desserts in the store to Yifeng, a female anchor holding a selfie stick and doing a live webcast walked into the store. She had exquisite makeup on her face and was wearing branded clothes. My dear family, this is the most upscale dessert shop in Haicheng. The host often comes here and can recommend a few desserts that the host thinks are delicious. Yifeng took a look and lost interest. This female internet anchor has had surgery on every part of her body and is wearing fake branded clothes. It is not difficult to see that he must be extremely vain in his heart. She relies on spending money at various luxury stores to attract popularity and build a persona that makes her look like a wealthy girl. Live streaming is not for making money. Mainly to kill boring time. Of course, if someone gives her a tip, she won't refuse it. In addition, a reminder was thoughtfully pinned to the top of the live broadcast room. If the reward amount exceeds 5 digits, you can send a private message to the anchor to obtain the contact information. This kind of live broadcast showing off wealth is still quite popular on the internet. After all, many ordinary people have never been to a luxury store to shop. Family, this Tiz chocolate ball gift box is priced at 666 yuan. It is made of imported chocolate beans and milk, which is very affordable. The female anchor pushed open the cabinet glass, took out a chocolate ball of the same type that Yifeng had bought, and introduced it. The live broadcast room was flooded with messages. I've lived for most of my life, and I've never seen such expensive chocolate balls. One is less than 10 grams, and 6 pieces are only about 50 grams. How dare they sell it for 666 yuan? It's robbery. He could have snatched it, but he insisted on giving you a box of chocolates. Seriously, it makes me cry. Isn't the price a bit expensive? After all, ordinary people can't afford it. Looking at these comments, the female anchor's mouth corners slightly raised. This is exactly the effect she wants. If you bring up a controversial topic, you can immediately attract a lot of attention. As for this controversial topic, she doesn't care whether the consequences are good or bad. In the internet age, where there is popularity there is traffic, and where there is traffic there is money to be made. Black and red is red. Obviously, this box of chocolate balls gift box priced at 666 yuan has set the pace very well. In this case, the female anchor is ready to add fuel to the fire. My dear friends in the anchor room, let's open up our minds. How can it be expensive? As a longtime customer of Shui dessert shop, I can tell you responsibly that considering the quality of this dessert, the price is not expensive at all. Those who think your money is expensive should reflect on themselves and ask whether they have worked hard over the years and whether their salary has increased. It's really speechless. After saying that, he rolled his eyes very appropriately. These words were recorded by many netizens and forwarded to major video platforms. Just sent, less than 10 minutes ago. It immediately topped the hot search list for videos such as B-boy, masochism, and fast legs. This attracted a large number of netizens who came to watch the fun. The female anchor was ecstatic. It was the first time for her to receive so much exposure, albeit rather negative one. But who cares, as long as there is traffic? At this time, Yi Fengya had finished selecting the desserts. He bought more than a dozen models in total, with prices ranging from a few hundred yuan to a few thousand yuan, and filled a bag. The female clerk had an attentive smile on her face. Sir, the total is 13,432 yuan. Do you want to pay by card or cash? Swipe the card. Yi Feng said lightly. The conversation between the two naturally fell into the ears of the female anchor. All the netizens who were watching the live broadcast heard it. The female anchor was stunned for a few seconds. She was pretending to be rich, but Yi Feng was really rich. My mind immediately realized something. He quickly pointed the camera at Yi Feng and said with a proud look on his face. The person who just said expensive, now you have nothing to say. Real rich people won't complain. Spending more than 10,000 yuan on a big bag of desserts is great value for money, okay? If the anchor hadn't been trying to lose weight recently, I would have bought a few and brought them back for everyone to review. Because Yi Feng had his back to the female anchor. Therefore, netizens in the live broadcast room could only see his back. But it feels somewhat familiar. After all, Yi Feng still has a certain degree of popularity on the masochistic platform. Sir, the payment has been successful. Here is your card. Please keep it safe. The female clerk returned the bank card to Yi Feng with a smile. Then, he took out a golden VIP card and said respectfully, Sir, if you spend more than 10,000 yuan in a single transaction in our store, we will give you a membership card. You can enjoy free delivery service and priority tasting of new products. Please keep it. Yi Feng took the membership card and nodded gently, Thank you. You're welcome, sir. Take care. The female clerk gave a standard 90-degree bow. Just after Yi Feng turned around. All the netizens in the live broadcast room recognized him. Fuck. Isn't this Brother Yi? I haven't seen him for a long time. Yes, there has been no news since Goddess Tata ended her live broadcast more than a month ago. Brother Yi bought so many desserts, didn't he buy them for Goddess Tata? Haha, Goddess Tata is going to be fed into a fat pig. Brother Yi? The female anchor frowned slightly. She had heard a long time ago that there was a small anchor on the Douyin platform who had met a wealthy man. From then on, the wild chicken turned into a phoenix and made money just by lying down. That rich man is the handsome young man in front of me? The female anchor's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly fixed her makeup, waved her hand, and wanted to say hello to Yi Feng. Hello, Brother Yi, I'm Shui and I. Unexpectedly, because he was too excited, he waved his hands too vigorously and knocked over the shelf where desserts were placed next to him. At first, only a glass bottle containing candy fell. But the chain reaction it brought about caused all the desserts on the shelf to fall down. Cream mixed with honey, colorful candies, and all kinds of desserts were all thrown to the ground. Bang! The whole store was silent, deathly quiet. Chapter 68. Yu Tingting in the laundry room. Sorry, we are not familiar with each other. Yi Feng frowned and said coldly. He didn't want to waste any time on a woman he had no interest in. After leaving a word, he turned and left. The female anchor stood there stupidly. Looking at the messy floor, the overturned cabinet was actually a display cabinet for limited edition items in the store. In other words, every dessert inside is priced no less than 4 figures. Soon, a clerk came over with a long bill. Ma'am, because of you, our store has suffered huge losses. Out of humanitarian concern, we are willing to bear 30% of the losses. You only need to pay 70% of the fee, which is 536,813 yuan. After hearing this number, the female anchor completely collapsed. Why are they so expensive? Your desserts are made of gold. This scene made the entire audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Just now someone swore that it was not expensive at all. The face was hit, making a loud slapping sound. Unexpectedly, the clerk said seriously, yes, many of these limited edition items have gold foil added, so the price is naturally higher. We also waived the cleaning costs and the loss of business from the closure. The live broadcast room was in an uproar, with netizens posting comments of gloating. Anchor, aren't you a rich second generation? Over 500,000 shouldn't be expensive. How is it expensive? For a rich kid, more than 500,000 is just pocket money. Anchor, you can't afford to pay for it. Looking at these comments, the female anchor suffered a second blow and collapsed on the ground. He cried loudly and rolled on the ground. This lesson is enough for her to remember for the rest of her life. She never dared to show off in luxury stores again. Yi Feng was completely unaware of all this. He returned to the car, held the steering wheel with one hand, and drove away with his foot on the accelerator. Bite. It is detected that you spent 13,432 yuan to buy dessert X8, activated the critical rebate, and was rewarded with 8.51 shares of ABA Group. Valuation, difficult to estimate. What the hell? Yi Feng almost mistook the brake for the accelerator. ABA Group? ISNT this Jack Ma's industry? A giant group among the top 100 in the world and one of the top 10 in China, with total assets reaching 1 trillion. So, even if it's just 8.1% of the shares, that is also a huge fortune. Yi Feng calmed down. I wonder how Jack Ma would react if he knew that 8.1% of his company's shares were inexplicably acquired. But Yi Feng doesn't care about these. After all, when you have 10 billion and then get 100 billion, it will be a shocking feeling. It's far from as exciting as earning the first million in your life. After personal assets reach a certain amount, money is nothing but a string of cold numbers and it doesn't arouse any interest at all. Well, Yi Feng is not interested in money. He drove back to Chenshui Pavilion, and when he passed the property office, Nie Xiaoqin was not there. He raised his eyes slightly, a little puzzled. Are you busy? He shrugged his shoulders and parked the Hongqi S1 in the exclusive parking space in courtyard number 1. The car door opened. Get out of the car and walk straight into the villa. Good afternoon, Brother Yi. At this time, Tao Bai was in the kitchen on the first floor, holding a cookbook and researching new dishes. When he heard the door open, he turned around with a happy look on his face. He greeted Yi Feng warmly when he walked in. Brother Yi, Tao is learning a new dish and will make it for you tonight, Tao Bai said in a soft voice. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Tao. I like everything you cook. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Placed the bag of dessert on the coffee table. Then his body went limp and he slumped down on the sofa. Pick up the remote control and turn on the 200-inch LCD TV. It's not hard, as long as Brother Yi likes it. Tao Bai smiled. After saying that, he poured the washed red dates into the steaming casserole that was gurgling. Yi Feng looked around and didn't see Yu Tingting, so he couldn't help but wonder. Tao, where is Tingting? She seems to be in the laundry room, washing Brother Yi's clothes. Do you need Tao to call her over? Tao Bai raised the spatula and blinked her beautiful eyes. Yi Feng shook his head and smiled. No, you continue to study the dishes, I will call her down. After saying that, Yi Feng stood up and walked towards the stairs. When I arrived at the 3rd floor of the villa, I saw the light on in the laundry room at the end of the corridor. I guess Yu Tingting is in there. Yifeng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, ready to tease the little girl. He lowered his footsteps and tiptoed to the door of the laundry room. Through the half-open door, he saw Yutingting standing next to the washing machine. The white and tender jade hands held a black suit. That was what Yifeng changed yesterday. However, Yifeng probably seemed to discovered that there was something he couldn't get into. Yutingting held the suit in her arms, her pink nose twitching, her face full of satisfaction. Brother Yi smells so good. I really don't want to wash off the smell. Hide one secretly. Brother Yi won't find it. Yutingting said to herself. Then, a blush appeared on her fair face. She squatted down with her snow-white legs and stuffed the black suit into the dirty clothes basket. Not ready to put in washing machine. However, at this moment, Yifeng's voice came from behind. Tingting, are you stealing something? Oops. Yutingting's face was stunned and her body shuddered involuntarily. She swallowed her saliva, turned her head nervously, and smiled awkwardly. Brother Yi, you are back. I was just thinking of doing your laundry. This black suit doesn't look very dirty, so I'll put it in the laundry pile next time. I definitely don't mean to hide it. These words seem to imply that he is trying to cover up his mistake. Yifeng raised his eyelids slightly. Really? But I heard everything you said just now. Ah. Yutingting stood up and lowered her head. The little feet in white silk moved restlessly, playing with the white and tender fingers, blushing and saying, I'm sorry, Brother Yi, Tingting knows I was wrong. But Brother Yi smells really good, so Tingting. At the end of the speech, Yutingting's voice was almost inaudible because of shame. I see. But if you do something wrong, you must accept the punishment. A hint of amusement appeared on Yifeng's lips. Looking at the girl in front of him. Because Yutingting hadn't gone out all day, she was wearing very thin clothes. A loose white short-sleeved shirt and hot pants, revealing her fair and slender legs. The well-proportioned calves are tightly covered with white silk socks. The translucent material allows the pink and soft thigh flesh to be faintly seen. It's very tempting. Yutingting blushed and whispered, Brother Yi, you can punish Tingting however you want. After saying that, she raised her head with an innocent girl's expression. The white pearly teeth gently bite the red lips. Yifeng now understood why there were such contradictory adjectives as pure and lustful. I can't hold the gun down anymore. Xiao Yefeng stood in awe and saluted. He gently closed the door of the laundry room and looked at Yutingting playfully. Lie on the washing machine. I know you are in a hurry, and I am in a hurry too, but there is nothing we can do no matter how anxious we are. It will not pass the review. Chapter 69, Jack Ma calls, the richest man who was hung up twice. The next morning, the golden morning sun shone into the bedroom through the window. The sunshine sprinkled on Yifeng's face, making him feel warm. His eyelids moved slightly, and he opened his eyes, feeling a sense of comfort in his heart. Is this the sense of security that only rich people have? Boom, boom, boom. There was a rhythmic sound of footsteps tapping the floor, breaking the tranquility of the early morning. The bedroom door was pushed open, and Taobai walked in wearing a pink-maid outfit, a smile on her childish face. She blinked her watery eyes and said in a soft voice, Brother Yi, you are finally here. Let's go downstairs for breakfast. At this moment Yifeng suddenly remembered. After finishing her work last night, Yutingting fell asleep next to me. But now, there seems to be no third person in the bedroom. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked, Where's Tingting? Tingting got up very early and went out to buy some things. She should be back soon. Going out shopping? Yifeng shrugged his shoulders, without thinking too much, and went downstairs with Taobai to have breakfast. While eating white steamed buns. The phone on the table lit up and rang. A strange call. Yifeng answered the call casually. A middle-aged man's cautious voice floated out from the speaker. Hello, are you Mr. Yifeng? It's me, who is it? Yifeng said casually. The middle-aged man opposite hesitated for a moment, then softened his voice with a hint of joy. Hello Mr. Yi, I am Jack Ma, the chairman of the ABA group. You were there last night. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Yifeng hung up the phone. To Tao Tao, who was sitting next to him, he reminded her, Tao Tao, there are a lot of scammers nowadays, so be careful. Tao Bai nodded gently and agreed obediently. However, not even a minute passed. That scammer called again. Brother Yi, he called again, do you want to answer it? Tao Bai held up the phone and asked questioningly. Catch. A hint of amusement appeared on Yifeng's lips. He wanted to give this liar a little spiritual shock. Oh well. Tao Bai's white and tender little hand slid the screen and tapped the answer button. At this moment, Yifeng's big hands clenched the white bun and squeezed it hard. Aha! Tao Bai felt pain and let out a delicate cry. The scammer on the other end was stunned for a moment and thought he had dialed the wrong number. After confirming that the phone number was correct, he asked anxiously, "Mr. Yi, don't you have time now?" At this time, Yifeng took the phone from Tao Bai and said lightly, "If you have time, whatever you want, stop saying you are Jack Ma. If you are Jack Ma, then I am Ma Hua Tang." On the other side, on the top floor of an office building in Jiangnan City. Inside a luxurious office. Sitting behind the rosewood desk was a thin middle-aged man. Anyone familiar with the internet will definitely be able to recognize who this person is at a glance. He is the chairman of Alibaba Group, the largest e-commerce platform in China, and is nicknamed Jack Ma. His net worth once reached hundreds of billions, making him the well-deserved richest man. At this time, Jack Ma was holding his mobile phone. He said with some embarrassment, "Mr. Yi, whether you believe it or not, I am really Jack Ma." Beep, beep, beep. As expected, the call was hung up again. Jack Ma's expression suddenly became dull. Ever since he founded the ABA Group, no one dared to hang up on him for a long time. This Yifeng is quite a character. Let us go back to last night. Jack Ma had just returned from a business trip to the United States and was getting ready to go to bed. The assistant came in a hurry. The group's shares were acquired by a mysterious tycoon at lightning speed, holding 8.51%. Jack Ma only accounts for 12.3%. This mysterious billionaire has become the second largest individual shareholder within the group, second only to Jack Ma. The total market value of ABA Group has reached 1 trillion. It is not easy to acquire 8.51% of the shares. First of all, the funding required is a large sum of money, and even if there is sufficient funding, it still takes time to carry out a series of acquisitions. Generally speaking, it takes several months. But Yifeng actually completed the acquisition in a very short time. This is enough to show that he is definitely not an ordinary person. Therefore, Jack Ma was worried about disturbing Yifeng too late, so he spent the whole night in anxiety and only called this morning. Unexpectedly, Yifeng hung up the phone twice in a row. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and made the third call. Coming again? Look at the incoming call notification. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. I vaguely feel that things may not be that simple. After all, he did acquire 8.51% of the shares of ABA Group last night. Could it be that the person calling was really Jack Ma? Then the call was connected. "Mr. Yi, please don't hang up the phone yet. I really am Jack Ma. If you don't believe me, we can meet offline." After hearing what the other party said, Yifeng basically dispelled his doubts. It really seems to be Jack Ma. He smiled calmly and said casually, "There's no need to make an appointment. After all, everyone is very busy. Let's talk over the phone if you have anything to say." Call. Jack Ma let out a sigh of relief. Finally, Yifeng didn't hang up on me. Then, he said in a kind tone, "I want to buy back the 8.51% of shares held by Mr. Yi at a premium, and I will never let Mr. Yi suffer any losses. The price I offer is 10% higher than the market share price. I am sincere and hope Mr. Yi can consider it." 10% higher than the market, and repurchase at a premium? Yifeng grinned. With a hint of amusement on his face, he asked casually, "Boss Ma, are you willing to sell your shares?" "What do you mean, Mr. Yi?" Jack Ma questioned. Let's be frank. As one of the top companies in China, the ABA Group is currently experiencing a period of growth in all its businesses. Besides, with the rise of China's revival, the ABA Group will also take advantage of the opportunity to become a top international group. Within 10 years, it won't be a problem for the stock price to rise by 50%. If it were you, would Mr. Ma sell the goose that lays the golden eggs? Yifeng said in a calm tone. He did not change his style of doing things just because the other party was the richest man. After all, there is the perfect godly rich system. The position of the richest man will soon be. Jack Ma didn't seem too surprised when he saw Yifeng refuse to sell his shares. With the same smile, he said very sincerely, "I understand what Mr. Yi means, so let's not talk about this matter for now. Are you free recently?" I would like to meet with Mr. Yi offline to discuss the future development of the group. Jack Ma really wants to meet Yi Feng. Judging from the voice, he seems very young. It is probably impossible for someone to have such courage and means. Could it be that it is from Kyoto? It's fine for us to meet, but I don't have time recently. Let's make an appointment another day. Mr. Ma, you can rest assured that I will not interfere in the management of the group. After all, I am a layman in this area. If you are worried, we can sign an agreement. I just have to wait for the dividends. Yi Feng didn't say anything final. He was also very interested in Jack Ma, having only seen pictures of him on the internet before. After all, not everyone can see the richest man. Don't want to meet? Jack Ma had amazing insight and vaguely sensed Yi Feng's intention to refuse. His brows were furrowed, looking slightly thoughtful. After complex thinking, Jack Ma came to a shocking conclusion. Yi Feng is most likely representing a senior figure who is unwilling to show up. Otherwise, who would have the courage to take over 8.51% of the shares of ABA Group in an instant? That way, it all makes sense. Chapter 70. My second uncle is the chief of surgery at the hospital. Jack Ma looked slightly shocked. Because, based on the attitude Yi Feng is showing now, he is most likely a high-ranking figure in Kyoto who is unwilling to show up. Otherwise, why would you refuse to meet him? Unbelievable. Thinking of this, Jack Ma swallowed and his tone became more respectful than before. Mr. Yi, I understand. Do you have anything else to tell me? Of course Yi Feng had no idea what Jack Ma was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, no, if there is nothing else, I will hang up first. Okay, I wish Mr. Yi a happy life. Jack Ma put down his phone nervously. Beads of sweat were already oozing out of his forehead. The assistant standing by asked with a puzzled look on his face, Boss Ma, who is the other party? Jack Ma shook his head and waved his hand, saying, it's unspeakable. Make the arrangements. This matter is not allowed to be discussed within the company. Once discovered, you will be fired directly. By the way, the company's operations will continue as usual, and Mr. Yi will not interfere. Hearing this, the assistant probably guessed something. Without asking any more questions, he nodded and said, okay, Mr. Ma. On the other side, after Yi Feng finished his breakfast, he prepared to go out to Jinsha Hospital. Find Jian Yu to fulfill his promise. Take over Jinsha Hospital by the way. After saying hello to Tao Bai, Yi Feng left the villa, got into the Hongqius one, and drove away with his foot on the accelerator. Wait for the car to drive out of Chenshui Pavilion Manor. A petite figure suddenly appeared at the gate of courtyard number 1. It was Yu Tingting who went out to purchase things. However, in addition to the supermarket shopping bag, she was also holding a package against the wind. It seemed like he had been hiding at the door for a long time. He walked out only after seeing Yi Feng leave. Her fair face flushed a little, and she looked at the package in her hand and pursed her red lips nervously. After entering the villa, Tao Bai was cleaning up the table when she saw Yu Tingting coming in with a package. She asked curiously, Tingting, what did you buy? No, nothing. Yu Tingting's beautiful watery eyes were a little evasive. She walked up the stairs with her white silk legs. Tao, I'm going upstairs to clean up the bedroom, you go ahead. After saying that, he ran up to the second floor with a dong 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 sound. After arriving at my bedroom, I immediately closed the door and locked it. I pressed my back against the cold door, my heart pounding. She carefully opened the package with her delicate hands. A light blue maid outfit fell to the ground. After putting it on, Yu Tingting stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself with a shy expression. This maid outfit is a waist cinching style that can perfectly show off your figure. And a large area of the back is exposed, which saves a lot of fabric. When you wear it, it's so eye-catching. It's even hotter than the pink maid outfit Tao Bai wears. It's very tempting. I wonder if Brother Yi will like it. Yu Tingting whispered through her cherry lips. Boom boom boom. Yi Feng drove the Hongqi S1 and sped through the bustling streets of Haicheng. 10 minutes later, they arrived outside Jinsha Hospital. Open the car door. Get out of the car, walk into the hospital, and take the elevator to the 18th floor. He found Jiang Yu's mother's ward with ease. He put his hand on the door handle, ready to push the door open. Suddenly, a heated argument was heard in the ward. Wang Tang, you are shameless. I will not agree to such an excessive request. Hear Jiang Yu's cold voice. Yifeng raised his eyebrows. I don't know what kind of plane they are on. Just when I was wondering, a young man's voice was heard again. Ha, Jiangyu, you should think carefully. My second uncle is the chief surgeon of Jinsha Hospital. With just a word from me, your mother can be transferred to the VIP ward and all medical expenses will be waived. Of course, the prerequisite is that you become my girlfriend. Otherwise, I will immediately ask the security guards to kick your mother out of the hospital. Bang! The sound of a slap. You stinky bitch, you dare to hit me, I give you face? Angry voice of young people. Then, everything returned to calm. Yifeng sensed something was wrong and immediately pushed the door open. Then he saw a young man in a white suit holding Jiang Yu's wrist tightly, as if he was going to force himself on her in the ward. What the hell? Yifeng raised his eyebrows, and a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Who the hell are you? Can't you see I'm doing something? Get out! Wang Tang glared at Yifeng. We were about to start, but were forcibly stopped. This taste. It's very uncomfortable. Seeing that Yifeng was unmoved, Wang Tang scolded, Boy, did you hear me? I told you to get out and close the door. Yifeng, save me. Jiang Yu's beautiful eyes flashed brightly, and she asked Yifeng for help. No? Wang Tang let go of Jiang Yu's red wrist and glanced at Yifeng. A hint of contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. My second uncle is the director of surgery at Jinsha Hospital, so this is my territory. He hasn't even finished speaking. Yifeng's size 42 foot had already kicked him in the face. A high leg raise. Bang! Wang Tang's figure slid backwards and hit the wall of the ward hard. At this time, his skin was pitch black and the prints of his shoe soles were faintly visible. The nose collapsed, swelled up, and bright red blood came out. He looked incredulous, his eyes as big as bells, staring at Yifeng blankly. You dared to hit me? 3 parts doubt and 7 parts anger. He didn't expect Yifeng to kick him high without saying a word. Burst out amazing power. Even kicking a cow away is no problem. Do you know how much damage this kick caused to a young man in his 20s? Wang Tang climbed up tremblingly, his eyes burning with fire. If looks could kill, Yifeng would have been chopped to pieces. Boy, you dare to fight me on my territory, you are tired of living. Jiang Yu, who was standing aside, was still in shock. Her delicate body was still trembling a little, and only when she looked at Yifeng's gentle and handsome face did her mood calm down a little. She quickly hid behind him, grabbed the corner of his clothes with her jade hands and said, Yifeng, thank you. No need to thank me, this scumbag should be dealt with. Yifeng smiled calmly. He reached out his hand, gently stroked Jiang Yu's soft face, and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Feel the warmth on your face. Jiang Yu's fair face suddenly turned red. Seeing this scene, Wang Tang became furious and stomped his feet wildly. How dare you ignore him? And flirting in front of him? You really treat him like air. Boy, I don't care who you are, but in Jinsha Hospital, which is my territory, if you don't want your limbs to be crippled, kneel down and apologize. Then get out immediately and never contact Jiang Yu again. Wang Tang said gloomily. He naturally saw that Yifeng was dressed gorgeously and was definitely not an ordinary person. He should be the young master of a small family. But he is not bad either, his family has assets worth nearly 100 million. Moreover, his second uncle works at Jinsha Hospital. How can you let others bully your own territory? Chapter 71 If you can cure it, I will call you Grandpa. Bang! As soon as Wang Tang finished speaking, his figure flew backwards. Hit the ground hard. Then, Yifeng's face was stern and he grabbed his collar. He lifted him into the air like a chicken, swung his arm, and threw him out of the ward. You don't see any patience, why are you making such a fuss? This is amazing explosive power. Can you easily throw an adult 7 or 8 meters away? Jiang Yu covered her mouth with her hands, looking a little surprised. Wang Tang, who was lying on the ground, was extremely confused. Before he could react, he had already flown from the ward to the hospital corridor. After I came to my senses, I felt like there was no strength anywhere on my body. It felt like it was falling apart, and the slightest movement caused unbearable pain. Of course, that mouth is still tough. Boy, you really deserve to die. Wait, I'll call for help now. Wang Tang gritted his teeth, took out his cell phone and started calling people. Click into the address book, Find a phone number with the note "Second Uncle" and call it. Hey, second uncle, I was beaten up in the hospital, in the intensive care unit on the 18th floor. Yes, come over here quickly, the other party is very arrogant. A middle-aged man's gloomy voice came from the loudspeaker. You are tired of living. If you dare to start a fight in my place, I will come over now. As expected, if you are not from the same family, you won't enter the same door. Wang Teng's second uncle is not a good guy either. At this moment, Zhang's mother, who was lying on the bed, coughed violently a few times and opened her sick eyes. Mom, you're awake. Zhang's mother is now only half alive and relies on various medical devices to maintain her life. The last time I woke up was the time before. Yeah, cough cough. Zhang's mother just opened her mouth, but before she could finish her words, she coughed heavily again. However, this time, bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Shocking and extremely tragic. The instruments beside the bed showed that Zhang's mother was in very poor health and would not live long. This time she woke up might be the last time. She grabbed Zhang Yu's hand, her eyes full of love. Yeah, take good care of yourself in the future. Mom will always be with you in another way. Obviously, Zhang's mother is very aware of her physical condition. I'm already making arrangements for my funeral. No, Mom, you're going to be fine. Zhang Yu's eyes were moist. But he still forced a smile and held Zhang's mother's hand tightly. I was really reluctant to see her leave. But birth, aging, sickness and death, success, failure and emptiness are the laws of life. No one can stop it, and there is nothing you can do no matter how reluctant you are. Yeah, don't cry. Promise your mother that you will be strong in the future. Suddenly, Zhang's mother's hands dropped and her eyelids slowly closed. Ding ding ding. The instrument nearby made a harsh sound. However, at this moment, the system voice came from Yifeng's mind. Bite. A person related to the host is detected to have a serious illness, and a special reward is obtained, divine medical skills. Each time you use it, you will consume one life modification card. Miracle doctor skills? Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. I asked the system in my mind, what does it do? Divine healing skill can eliminate 99% of currently known diseases. The number of life modification cards consumed increases with the severity of the disease, with a minimum of 1. Looking at the explanation given by the system, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. Then if you catch a cold in the future, you can just use the Miracle Doctor's skills and recover immediately. No, this Miracle Doctor's skill should have a greater effect. For example, treating Zhang Yu's mother's cancer. Thinking of this, Yifeng said, Zhang Yu. Just as she said this, Zhang Yu turned her head away, her fair face wet with tears. Then, she threw herself into Yifeng's arms. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Obviously, her heart had collapsed and she was in urgent need of a warm harbor. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Feeling the soft body in his arms, he said gently, Don't cry first, I may be able to save your mother. Hearing this, Zhang Yu raised her head and pursed her red lips. Yifeng, you don't have to comfort me, I will be strong. She thought Yifeng was worried, and she couldn't help feeling touched. After all, Zhang's mother had esophageal cancer, and it was in the late stage, which was almost a terminal illness. If it is detected early, conservative treatment can be adopted. A complete cure is totally impossible with current medical technology. Yifeng smiled faintly and said softly, I'm not lying to you, I really have a way to cure it. Really? Zhang Yu said hesitantly. She believed Yifeng, but she also believed the diagnosis given by the hospital. But Yifeng had no need to lie to her. Can cancer really be cured? Wait here and let me give it a try. Yifeng patted her back and comforted her. Then, he walked to the bedside and observed Zhang's mother's physical condition. Admittedly, nothing was apparent. After all, he has not yet used his miracle doctor skills and does not know any medical skills at all. System, use the magic of healing. The magic of the doctor has been used. Please put your hand on the patient's forehead. I will then start to detect the lesion and estimate how many life modification cards will be consumed. Yifeng did as he was told and placed his hand on Zhang's mother's forehead. Testing. Condition, advanced esophageal cancer. Difficulty of healing, SSS level. Complete eradication, requires 3 treatments. Each treatment consumes 2 life modification cards. Start the first treatment? Oh shit. Yifeng was slightly shocked. He knew the system was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Even terminal illnesses can be cured. He should have 4 more life modification cards, so without any hesitation, he said to himself, confirmed. The first treatment is in progress, the current progress is 5%, the whole process takes about 3 minutes, please stay within 10 meters of the patient. Otherwise, the treatment will be interrupted and the consumed life modification card will not be refunded. It's worthy of being a system. Just as Yifeng was about to retract his hand, at the door of the ward, a middle-aged man in a white coat appeared, his face full of anger. That's a critically ill patient, what are you doing? Standing behind the middle-aged man was Wang Tang, who spoke in a grim tone. Second uncle, this guy is the one who just beat someone without any reason, and now he's touching a critically ill patient at will. He doesn't follow the hospital's rules and regulations at all. Call security and kick him out. Hearing this, the middle-aged man walked into the ward angrily. Ignoring Jiang Yu's obstruction, he went straight to the bedside. Kid, get out of here. This is a hospital, not a place for you to act wild. If anything goes wrong with the patient, it's all your fault. Wang Shiheng said in a gloomy tone. But the next second, he was frightened by Yifeng's cold eyes and took 3 or 4 steps back. Shut the fuck up, I'm treating my illness. Yifeng's tone exuded a strong chill. For a moment, Wang Shiheng felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his whole body couldn't help but shiver. This young man. How can there be such a strong aura? But when he heard Yifeng say that he was treating an illness, he immediately burst into laughter. Do you have any medical knowledge? She has esophageal cancer, a terminal disease. I have been practicing medicine for more than 10 years, and I only have a 30% chance of controlling the disease. If you can cure her, I will fucking kneel down and call you grandpa. Chapter 72. You must believe in science. Yifeng accepted this grandson. After all, the authority of the system cannot be questioned by anyone. Although it cannot be eradicated in one go, a single treatment can stabilize the condition and save Zhang's mother's life from the hands of death. Just then, another person walked into the ward door. Attending physician Zhao Dihai looked at the chaotic ward and asked with a puzzled look, "What's wrong with your kidney?" Wang Shiheng, who was standing there, sneered and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Dr. Zhao, your patient has been snatched away." This guy is so shameless and boastful that he even claims that he can cure cancer. In my opinion, this old guy is dead. Even if Hua Tuo came, there would be no way to save him. Hearing this, Zhao Dihai was stunned for a second, and then anger appeared on his face. Came to the bedside and questioned. The patient is in a very bad condition. What on earth are you doing? Stop your wrong behavior immediately. It is not difficult to see that Zhao Dihai is really worried about Zhang's mother. As her attending physician, I understand her condition very well. Time is running out, only 10 days or so are left to live. I can't afford any more trouble now. Give me a minute. Yifeng didn't want to explain anymore and spoke in a flat voice. After all, no one would believe the system even if you told them about it. Naturally, there is no need to waste words. 1 minute. You are such a boaster. I want to see how you can revive this old man. Wang Shiheng had a sinister smile on his face. If Zhang's mother died at Yifeng's hands, the hospital could be completely absolved of responsibility. At most, it can be blamed on mismanagement. After subsequent reports by the tabloid media, Yifeng would bear all the responsibility and instantly become a rat crossing the street. Everyone would shout and beat him. No one is dead yet. Wang Shiheng had already thought of a public relations solution. He is indeed a director-level figure. Zhao Dihai wanted to stop it at this time, but was stopped by Wang Shiheng. Because he wanted Yifeng to be the scapegoat. What does the patient's life or death have to do with him? It will be enough as long as the reputation of Jinsha Hospital is preserved. He simply didn't believe that Yifeng could cure a patient with advanced cancer within the next minute. This isn't a fantasy novel, why are you blowing such myths? Not scientific at all. Soon, a minute passed. Bite. The first treatment has been completed, the patient's health is 30%, and 2 life modification cards are consumed. Due to the patient's weak health, please wait 3 days for the second treatment. At this time, Zhang's mother was lying on the bed. The sickly face was regaining its color at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally intermittent breathing gradually began to stabilize, and all functions of the whole body were recovering rapidly and evenly. There are faint signs of awakening. Zhao Dihai and Wang Qiheng, both experienced surgeons with more than 10 years of experience, were stunned when they saw this scene. This is impossible. It goes against scientific common sense. How can a patient with advanced cancer be cured? Wang Qiheng swallowed and said in a surprised tone. Could it be a last gasp? Wang Teng, who was standing aside, mentioned it weakly. It must be like this. A dying person will burst out with strong vitality in a very short period of time, just like an ordinary person. After waking up and making arrangements for his final affairs, his life will quickly fade away. Yes, that must be the case. Wang Qiheng believed that this was the most reasonable explanation. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense at all. At this time, Zhao Dihai came to the bedside, checked the data of the instruments and Zhang's mother's physical condition, and his eyes suddenly widened. He made a surprising discovery. Although Zhang's mother has not fully recovered, her body functions have recovered to 30% of that of a normal person. The cancer cells were effectively contained. Furthermore, there was no sign of continued progression. This also means that Zhang's mother's life can be extended, at least for a few more months. His previous diagnosis was wrong. No. He couldn't have misdiagnosed. At this moment, Zhao Dihai suddenly realized something, turned his head and looked at Yifeng, his face full of excitement. If there is no misdiagnosis, there is only one possibility. Yifeng's medical skills are extremely advanced. How high is it? Far beyond Mount Everest. In front of Yifeng, he was just an elementary school student who had just entered the industry. He had been living a dog's life for half his life. Zhao Dihai took a deep breath and calmed himself down. After my examination, Zhang's mother's health condition has stabilized, and the cancer cells have been contained and are no longer spreading. The patient has met the conditions for transfer out of the intensive care unit and has been moved to a general ward for medical observation. As these words fell, the entire ward fell silent. Wang Qiheng staggered and almost fell. With a look of astonishment, he said, Dr. Zhao, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? She has cancer, a terminal illness. This is impossible. You must have seen it wrong. Hearing this, Zhao Dihai said angrily. Director Wang, are you questioning my experience? Even if I may have misdiagnosed, the data displayed by these instruments will never be wrong. It turns out that the patient has passed the critical period. Although this does not make sense, it did happen and there must be a reason. We must believe in science. Science? Without any surgery, cancer can be controlled with just external treatment by a pair of hands. At this time, you want me to believe in science? Although it was difficult to justify himself, Zhao Dihai still believed that Yifeng must have used some long-lost medical skills. Compared with Western medicine, Chinese medicine is profound and extensive. There are many bones left, and the miraculous skills of killing people have been lost. Well, it must be like this. Uncle, the situation is not good. At this moment, Wang Tang said with a worried look on his face. If Zhang's mother's condition stabilizes, what else can he use to threaten Zhang Yu? Especially, she was saved by another man. Zhang Yu was so moved that she burst into tears, and finally she gave herself to him? Don't worry, I have a plan. After Wang Qiheng calmed down, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. I know what's going on. This guy just got a bargain. In fact, I had already treated the patient before you came, but the effect was not shown at that time. So, the patient's condition has improved, and it's actually all my credit, hee hee. Wang Qiheng looked very proud. He tells lies without any shame. After all, there is no surveillance in the ward, so who can tell for sure? Bah! You're lying. I was in the ward with my mother the whole time. When did you come in? Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu clenched her fists and immediately retorted. It was Yifeng who cured him. You are so shameless. Seeing that he was exposed by Zhang Yu, Wang Qiheng did not panic and spoke in a calm tone. Ms. Zhang, please think carefully. Your mother is still in our hospital and will be under medical observation in the future. So, who cured her? The implication of coercion is self-evident. Wang Qiheng was ecstatic. If he makes a big deal out of this and saves a patient with terminal cancer, it will be a huge boost to his personal resume. Maybe, you will even be awarded the title of Miracle Doctor. Chapter 73, Textbook Level Falling Out, Is This How It Works? Thinking of this, Wang Qiheng couldn't contain his joy. Security was called immediately to prepare to expel Yifeng from the hospital. How can Yi Feng pretend to be cool if he stays here? In response to this, Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. If this incident had not happened, how would he know that there was a scum like Wang Qiheng inside Jinsha Hospital? He is totally unfit to be a doctor who saves the world. Staying in the hospital is also a cancer. Only by getting rid of it quickly can we make people happy. Just at this moment, Yi Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and took a look. It was a call from an unfamiliar number? After answering the call casually, an old man's cautious voice was heard. Hello, are you Mr. Yi Feng? It's me, who is it? Yi Feng said softly. The old man opposite couldn't help but said happily, Mr. Yi, I am Wu Shaoren, the director of Jinsha Hospital Haicheng headquarters. I got the news last night that you acquired all the assets of the hospital. Because it was so late, I didn't dare to call. How long will it take for you to come to the hospital for inspection? We can make preparations. Dean Wu Shaoren? Yi Feng had heard of it. A senior expert in the industry who treats difficult and complicated diseases with superb medical skills. He has been in the profession for more than 30 years and has performed thousands of surgeries, saving many patients' lives. At the same time, he is also a visiting professor at major medical universities in China. He is considered a medical leader of his generation. 3 years ago, he was hired as the dean of Jinsha Hospital Haicheng headquarters. In other words, as long as Wu Shaoren takes action. Even if the king of hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, he can keep you until 5 o'clock. Yi Feng still respected such people and said with a faint smile. I'm in the hospital right now, in the intensive care unit on the 18th floor. Please come over. There are some misunderstandings that need to be explained. What? Yi Feng has come to the hospital? Wu Shaoren was stunned for a moment, then quickly stood up and said, Okay, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment, I'll be down now. I put down my phone, hurriedly left the office, and took the elevator to the 18th floor. I saw a group of nurses gathered at the door of the intensive care unit. President Wu, you are here. When everyone saw Wu Shaoren, they greeted him warmly. At the same time, doubts arose in my mind. In order to avoid causing a sensation, Wu Shaoren generally would not leave his office during the day unless there was an emergency. Why did you come to the intensive care unit today for the first time? What happened in there? Wu Shaoren frowned and asked doubtfully. A young nurse with a ponytail whispered, Director Wu, Director Wang is teaching a charlatan a lesson. The charlatan actually said that he could cure the patient's cancer. Yeah, even though he's very handsome, you can't say anything nonsense. Cancer is a terminal illness and it can't be cured. A nurse wearing a mask next to her nodded. But for some reason, the patient's condition really got better, but it was probably thanks to Director Wang and had nothing to do with that liar. Charlatan? Wu Shaoren was even more puzzled and said in a deep voice, I'll go in and take a look. The crowd automatically made way for each other. At this moment, Wang Qiheng in the ward also saw Wu Shaoren walking in. A smile immediately appeared on his face. President Wu, this is just a charlatan who is swindling people. I didn't expect to alarm you. I will deal with it now. Unexpectedly, Wu Shaoren turned a deaf ear to it. His eyes glanced around the ward and fell on Yi Feng. He knew the rest. The new boss can only be this somewhat handsome young man. He strode over quickly, speaking earnestly. You must be Mr. Yi, I am Wu Shaoren, I am sorry for not coming to meet you in person. After saying that, he took the initiative to hold Yi Feng's hand. This old man. You are in good shape. His wrist was very strong, which was totally unlike what a man in his 70s should have. Take Wu Shaoren's current physical condition as an example. Living another 30 years won't be a problem. This scene shocked everyone inside and outside the ward. Dean Wu was so enthusiastic about a charlatan. Could it be that he really treated the patient? Compared to everyone's doubts, Wang Qiheng and Wang Tong, who were standing there, vaguely sensed that something was wrong. The identity of this young man might not be as simple as they thought. Second uncle, what's going on? Why would Dean Wu treat him? Wang Tang swallowed and said in surprise. Don't panic, I'll take care of it. Wang Qiheng pretended to be calm and asked Wu Shaoren. President Wu, this guy is a charlatan, are you? Before he could finish, Wu Shaoren turned around, his face full of anger. How dare you? Mr. Yi acquired all the assets of Jinsha Hospital yesterday. He is our boss now. Wang Qiheng, how dare you be so disrespectful to Mr. Yi? I'll give you a chance to be honest. Who cured the patient? After hearing what Wu Shaoren said, everyone inside and outside the ward was once again stunned. This handsome young man in front of me. They actually acquired the entire hospital in full? As the top hospital in China, it would be impossible to get it without tens of billions of dollars. Moreover, this is just one hospital at the Haicheng headquarters. Jinsha Hospital has hundreds of branches across the country. If all the assets are added together, even if it is a clearance sale, the funds required are an astronomical figure. Several beautiful female nurses gathered at the door of the ward. Everyone took out their portable mirrors and checked their makeup. In fact, I could tell just now that this handsome guy is not an ordinary person. Sure enough, I guessed it right. Appearance reflects the heart. This guy is so handsome, he must be very kind and loving. You said that he entered the hospital hiding his identity. Was it not to get close to me and have a relationship without material things? All the female nurses cast scorching glances at Yi Feng. I wish I could strip him naked on the spot. Wang Qiheng, who was standing there, said with trembling mouth and a look of horror. This is the new owner of the hospital? His brain was working so fast that he didn't have time to hesitate. Without saying a word, he turned around and accused Wang Tang. How dare you deceive me? I will sever my relationship with you. Then, he said in an innocent tone. Mr. Yi, Dean Wu, I was deceived by a villain and made a mistake without knowing why. It wasn't my intention. Please forgive me this time for all the hard work I've put into the hospital over the years. Wang Tang was confused. He didn't expect Wang Shaoren to be so cold-blooded. When he saw that the situation was not going well, he immediately turned against him. In that case, there is no need for him to continue to be patient. Okay, second uncle, no, you bastard, this is how you play it, right? I'm going to expose all the bad things you've done. President Wu, I am reporting Wang Qiheng under my real name. During his time as the chief of surgery at Jinsha Hospital, he received bribes totaling more than 3 million yuan. He also deceived female patients, using the excuse of curing illnesses to defile them, and then threatened them not to spread the news, otherwise they would be ruined. Not only that, he also took advantage of his position to steal precious Chinese medicinal materials such as ginseng, deer antlers, and snow lotus from the medicine store to replenish his body because he had kidney deficiency and urinary incontinence. Chapter 74, Rolling, a long-lost secret technique of traditional Chinese medicine. You are slandering me. President Wu, please don't believe his slander. I did nothing wrong. He is simply slandering me. Wang Qiheng said with an innocent look on his face. He could admit to all the other things except the last one, urinary incontinence due to kidney deficiency. He would never accept it even if he was beaten to death. After all, this is about a man's dignity. Wang Tang sneered, expecting Wang Qiheng to say that, and immediately retorted. Then do you dare to find these parties and confront them one by one? Whether I am making things up will be clear immediately. Wang Qiheng was immediately speechless. The young nurses outside the ward all covered their mouths, whispering with sarcastic looks in their eyes. As for what they are discussing, you can guess it without saying anything. At this time, Wang Qiheng's face looked pale and yellow. My neck turned red and I felt ashamed. Dean Wu's face was gloomy. He naturally knew that Wang Qiheng was not honest and had problems with his work style. But there has been no substantial evidence. Just turn a blind eye. Now that it has been exposed by his own nephew, he has no choice but to take action. In particular, Wang Qiheng had just offended the new boss. This alone is enough to get him kicked out of the hospital. Wang Qiheng, I am here to inform you as the dean that you are fired. Once the matter is investigated, I will issue a notice to the entire industry. As a doctor, the most important thing is moral character. If you don't even have this, you don't deserve to stay in this profession. Wang Qiheng blinked. She fell to her knees with a thud, hugged Wu Shaoren's trouser legs and cried bitterly, President Wu, I know I was wrong, please let me go this time. I have been in the hospital for so many years, and even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. Seeing that Wu Shaoren was indifferent, Wang Qiheng crawled to Yi Feng again. He complained with tears and snot. Boss Yi, I shouldn't have contradicted you. I deserve to die. You are so generous and you treated me like a fart. Yi Feng's expression was calm as he glanced at Wang Qiheng who was standing at his feet. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let you go? See, things are turning around. Wang Qiheng cowed out like crazy and said repeatedly, as long as Mr. Yi is willing to let me go, I, Wang Qiheng, will follow your lead from now on. In order to keep this job, I humbled myself to the extreme. Unexpectedly, he had just finished speaking. Yi Feng's face turned cold. I let you go? Before you did all these things, did you ever think of letting go? President Wu, you decide. Wu Shaoren bowed deeply and said respectfully, okay. Then he turned around and waved to call a few security guards. They grabbed Wang Qiheng's limbs, carried him out of the hospital, and dumped him casually on the street. At this time, Wang Tang ran to Yi Feng happily, and said with a smile on his face, young Master Yi, then I. Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. I forgot about this guy. The corner of his mouth raised a hint of amusement, and he said nonchalantly, it's rolled. Use rolling? Wang Tang frowned, came to his senses, and nodded. No problem, Mr. Yi. After saying that, Wang Tang bent down. With his hands on the ground, he rolled out of the ward like a ball. Yeah. At this moment, Zhang's mother, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the people in the ward, his face looked a little surprised. Mom, you're awake. This is Director Wu, that is Dr. Zhao, and this one is. When Yi Feng was introduced, Jiang Yu's fair face turned red. I don't know which name to use. After all, there is no relationship between her and Yi Feng. Boyfriend or girlfriend? No. Just ordinary friends? It doesn't seem to be the case. It is true that Yi Feng is very outstanding and kind-hearted, but I am not worthy of him. Jiang Yu still has this self-awareness. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng suddenly stretched out his hand. He put his arm around Jiang Yu's slender waist and smiled harmlessly. Hello, Auntie. I'm Yeye's boyfriend Yi Feng. You can just call me Xiao Feng. Hearing this, Zhang's mother's originally sickly expression suddenly became a little angry. A look of relief appeared on his face. Okay. At this moment, Wu Shaoren's eyes suddenly lit up. He knew Zhang's mother's condition well. She had advanced esophageal cancer and would not live long even with surgery. Moreover, her body was extremely weak and she was not in any condition to undergo surgery. The critical illness notice was issued 3 or 4 times. There is a risk of life at any time. Now, he is alive miraculously. Wu Shaoren has been in the industry for decades and has never encountered such a thing. It can definitely be described as weird. This is no less than growing broken limbs again. It goes against medical common sense. Xiao, was it Mr. Yi who stabilized Jiang's mother's illness? Wu Shaoren asked. Well, Dean, when I came, Mr. Yi was already treating Zhang's mother, so I don't know the specific situation. But after Mr. Yi completed the treatment, Zhang's mother's cancer cells stopped spreading and her body recovered rapidly. It was incredible. Zhao Dihai's tone was slightly surprised. If he were not a staunch materialist. At this point, I'm probably doubting my life. It's too unscientific. Hearing what Zhao Dihai said, Wu Shaoren frowned slightly. He immediately checked Zhang's mother's physical condition. It was exactly the same as what Zhao Dihai said. The patient's condition is stable, he has passed the critical period, and is ready to be transferred out of the intensive care unit. Then he turned around and asked Yi Feng respectfully. Mr. Yi, I'm very curious, what method did you use to stabilize Zhang's mother's condition? Yi Feng smiled indifferently and spoke in a casual tone. I just happened to know a little bit about Chinese medicine, and I just stumbled upon it by accident. It was a fucking accident. Although Yi Feng said it lightly, as if it was a very common thing. But Wu Shaoren didn't believe it at all. Zhang's mother, who was about to step half a foot into the gates of hell, was forcibly pulled back. Just ask yourself, he can't do it. Bite. Host's needs have been detected, special rewards have been activated, Chinese medicine acupuncture and moxibustion techniques, the user manual for the 13 deadly needles has been automatically stored in the system warehouse. User manual for the 13 deadly needles? Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly and opened the system warehouse. Then I saw a book icon appear in the small grid. Although I don't know what it is. But can the things rewarded by the system be bad? That has to be exquisite. Mr. Yi, I have been practicing medicine for half my life, but I have never seen such miraculous medical skills. Can you tell me something? Wu Shaoren's eyes showed anticipation. Okay. Yi Feng now has the hands of a miracle doctor who can cure any disease, so it seems that he does not need the 13 fatal needles. It would be better to give it to Wu Shaoren. Maybe it can play a role in his hands. There is no point in talking anymore. Dean Wu, I have an ancient book here that you can study. Yifeng smiled and took out a medical book with a yellowed cover from his arms. Wu Shaoren took it. When he took a closer look, his expression suddenly became dull. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Dihai on the side was very confused, so he walked over and glanced down at the words on the book cover. He was suddenly stunned and swallowed. Wu, Dean Wu, this is a long-lost secret Chinese medicine technique, the 13 Deadly Needles. Chapter 75. You can do whatever you want, but don't go too far. I see. Wu Shaoren swallowed his saliva, his face full of disbelief. The palm of the hand gently strokes the cover of the ancient book, cherishing it as if it were a treasure. Mr. Yi, this ancient book. Before he could finish his words, Yifeng smiled calmly. I'm giving it to you as a gift. It's useless for me to keep it. After all, Yifeng now has the hands of a miracle doctor rewarded by the system. No matter how powerful these 13 deadly needles are, they are not good enough. Hearing Yifeng say this, Wu Shaoren was overjoyed. If he could master the 13 deadly needles in the ancient books, his medical skills would increase several times and would save more lives. Rumor has it that he has mastered the 13 deadly needles. Even if the king of hell himself comes to claim your life, you have to stand aside. It has the miraculous effect of turning bones into flesh and bringing the dead back to life. This, Mr. Yi, is too valuable. You should take it back. Wu Shaoren calmed himself down and said with some evasiveness. But there was a strong sense of reluctance in his tone. After all, he is a doctor, and this long-lost secret method is worth no less than 10,000 taels of gold. Even so, Wu Shaoren resisted the temptation. As for his character, there is naturally nothing to say. Yifeng shook his head and smiled, then waved his hand and said, Dean Wu, just accept it. This ancient book is of no use to me. It's too hard to even wipe my butt with. If you don't accept it, I can only take it back to use as a table leg. Hearing this, Wu Shaoren was deeply moved. He knew that Yifeng was joking and using this to dispel his concerns. In this case, it is better to obey than to be respectful. Wu Shaoren said respectfully, Thank you very much, Mr. Yi, for the gift of the treasure. I am very grateful. It's not a big deal. I'll give you other secret techniques when I find them later. Yifeng said in a calm tone. After all, there is the magical perfect godly rich system. What if one day, I get rewarded with a lost medical book out of the blue? So, Yifeng didn't take it seriously. Wu Shaoren staggered. This book of 13 deadly needles was enough for him to study for most of his life. Besides? At this moment, Wu Shaoren turned around, handed the ancient book to Zhang Dihai, and spoke earnestly. Xiao Zhang, I have always treated you as my apprentice and I have high hopes for you. I am old now, and I am afraid I am unable to comprehend the profound knowledge in the ancient books. I will give it to you on behalf of Mr. Yi. You must memorize it by heart and absorb all the knowledge in the book. Don't let the 13 deadly needles be lost in our hands. Zhang Dihai was stunned and slightly surprised. President Wu, you. No need to say more. I know your character. If you can master the 13 deadly needles, it will be beneficial to the people of the world. Take it. Wu Shaoren smiled kindly. It's like a respected elder giving earnest instructions to the younger generation. I understand, Dean Wu. I won't let you down. Zhang Dihai couldn't refuse and had to accept it. Then he turned around and said gratefully to Yifeng, Thank you, Mr. Yi. At this time, Zhang's mother was lying on the hospital bed. Holding Jiang Yu's hand, he whispered doubtfully, Yaya, tell me the truth, is Mr. Yi really your boyfriend? Jiang Yu's fair face blushed and she said shyly. Mom, you, just don't worry about it. No one knows a girl better than her mother. Seeing Jiang Yu's expression, Jiang Yu guessed most of what was going on. I stroked her hand gently and comforted her, yeah, it's Mom who has implicated you. Hearing this, Jiang Yu quickly shook her head and said, Mom, it's not what you think. Yifeng is a very nice person. Not only did he cure your illness, but he also cared about me. In short, he is not the kind of person you think. I volunteered. Hearing this, Zhang's mother gently stroked Jiang Yu's face and said with a loving expression, Mom understands, so you should thank Mr. Yi even more. Repay a favor, understand? Jiang Yu lowered her head and timidly agreed, Yes, I understand. At this time, Yifeng came to the bedside, leaned over and smiled. Aunt, your condition has just stabilized. Let Yaya stay in the hospital with you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Unexpectedly, the voice had just fallen. Mother Jiang tossed her body and sat up leaning against the pillow, saying with a kind expression. Xiaofeng, you don't have to worry about me. I know my body condition well, and there's nothing serious. Take Yaya out to play, and spend some time alone together. Don't stay with an old woman like me. The more the mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she became. Zhang's mother likes Yifeng 100% in her heart. Naturally, she didn't want to become a stumbling block in Yifeng and Zhang Yu's love. Yeah, what about you? Yifeng was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect Zhang's mother to be so reasonable. Well, we can leave any time. Zhang Yu's face flushed as she replied in a low voice. Remembered the agreement with Yifeng. For the next month, he was at Yifeng's mercy. But she did it voluntarily and was not threatened in any way. At this moment, Zhang Dihai came over very considerately, checked Zhang's mother's condition, and said with a smile on his face. Mr. Yi, Ms. Jiang, according to my diagnosis, Zhang's mother's physical condition is stable, the cancer cells have been effectively contained, and she is ready to be transferred out of the intensive care unit. I will also arrange for a nurse to provide 24-hour medical observation, so you can leave without worry. I have to say that Zhang Dihai has a very good eyesight. It appeared at the right time. There is a reason why he became the attending physician. Well then, yeah, let's go and spend some time alone together. A hint of amusement appeared on Yifeng's lips. In particular, the pronunciation of his emphasized. Others couldn't hear what she said, but Jiang Yu's delicate body trembled slightly, and she blushed and said, well, okay. Seeing Yifeng was about to leave, Wu Shaoren hurriedly said. Mr. Yi, let me see you off. Then, Wu Shaoren took Yifeng and Jiang Yu to the hospital entrance. This scene was seen by many people, and they all had shocked expressions on their faces. After all, Wu Shaoren, as a medical giant today, is rarely seen in daily life. Many wealthy people want to make an appointment with his expert, but cannot. Now, he actually went downstairs in person with great respect to see the two young men in their early 20s off from the hospital. For a time, Yifeng and Jiang Yu's identities were confusing. It became a hot topic of discussion among the onlookers in the hospital lobby. Who are those two young men? They even made Dean Wu come downstairs to see them off. Rumor has it that even the richest man in Haicheng has to wait in line to make an appointment with Dean Wu. So, what is the identity of that young man? Think carefully. Yifeng left the hospital and took Jiang Yu to the Hongqi S1 parked on the side of the road. He took out the car key and pressed it gently. Ding-dee. The simple unlocking sound. After opening the car door and getting in, Yifeng had just started the sports car. Jiang Yu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, clutched the corner of her clothes nervously with her fair hands and spoke in a somewhat apprehensive tone. Yifeng, where are you taking me? Yifeng turned his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, and glanced at Jiang Yu. Feeling the burning gaze, Jiang Yu's heart tightened. Although she had been prepared for a long time, she still felt a little nervous when it really came to this point. Then, she clenched her little hands into pink fists and blinked her watery eyes. You can do whatever you want, but please don't go too far. Chapter 76, There's no need for this. It's the same even if you turn off the lights. Don't go too far? Yifeng narrowed his eyes and the corners of his mouth became more playful. Like a hungry wolf, looking greedily at the weak and helpless little lamb. I always have the urge to eat it in one bite. Buckle up, you'll know when you get there. Yifeng withdrew his gaze. For driving safety considerations, he gave a light reminder. You'll know when you get there? Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment. But she did it anyway, pulling the seatbelt and tightening it around her huge breasts. After all, there is the next month. She will obey Yifeng's orders. So, naturally, whatever Yifeng said was what it was, and she had no right to choose. After Jiang Yu fastened her seatbelt, Yifeng took a quick look as usual. Good. After not seeing him for a few days, he seems to have grown a little bit bigger. She is indeed a female college student in adolescence. Then, he stepped on the accelerator. The W16 engine of Hongqi S1 roars like a lion awakening. Exuding a strong aura of kingship, he galloped through the bustling streets of Haicheng. Wherever he passed, passers-by stopped to watch. There is no way, this matte black Hongqi S1 is too domineering. It's impossible to keep a low profile. 10 minutes later, the sports car slowly stopped outside a large shopping mall. "We're here, follow me out of the car." Yifeng unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the car door, and said in a calm tone, looking at the shopping mall outside the car window. Jiang Yu frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Yifeng, why did you bring me here?" At this time, Yifeng had already gotten out of the car, stood by the door, and said softly, "Buy you some clothes." "Buy clothes?" After hearing what Yifeng said, Jiang Yu became even more confused. "Shouldn't we go to the hotel now? Or go straight home?" Of course, it depends on Yifeng's preference, whether he likes to be outside or at home. "The last place you should go is the mall." Could it be that? A shameful scene emerged in Jiang Yu's mind. She once browsed the internet and saw couples doing naughty things in fitting rooms in shopping malls. You can't tell that Yifeng looks serious on the surface. But I have this habit in my heart. However, if Yifeng likes this, she can try it. "What are you standing there for? Come in with me." At this time, Yifeng had already walked out 5 or 6 meters. But he found that Jiang Yu was still sitting in the co-pilot seat, motionless, and no one knew what he was doing with the plane. "Oh, here it comes." Jiang Yu came to her senses and quickly agreed. She got out of the car with a blushing face and followed Yifeng. Entering the mall, Yifeng took Jiang Yu to a high-end women's clothing store. Immediately, some female shop assistants in professional suits, with their legs stretched out in flesh-colored stockings and wearing a pair of high-heeled shoes with stilettos, appeared. He walked over with a de sound, bowed slightly, and said with a smile on his face, "Welcome, both of you. It's a pleasure to serve you." As he spoke, his eyes glanced at Yifeng and Jiang Yu. Inadvertently, he saw the Gucci logo on Yifeng's suit and his eyes suddenly lit up. Not only that, he also recognized the watch on Yifeng's wrist as a limited edition of the luxury brand Patek Philippe, which costs hundreds of thousands of RMB. Shock appeared on his face, and he whispered hurriedly into the intercom on his collar, "Both of you, excellent customers, cheer up. Although this women's clothing store is not a luxury brand, it is still a first-tier high-end brand. The clerk's eyesight is naturally not bad. Take out a few of the most expensive dresses in your store." Yifeng didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. He knew that Jiang Yu was a student at the Conservatory of Music. He owns an entertainment company under his name Jala Media. He just received the message. In half an hour, Jala Media will have an interview session for amateurs. So, Yifeng signed her up. But Jiang Yu doesn't know it yet. He brought Jiang Yu to the mall to buy a dress for a job interview. "Yes sir, please wait a moment." The female clerk smiled. From Yifeng's conversation, it can be basically confirmed that he is not short of money. In addition, since he wears Gucci suits and Patek Philippe watches, it is natural to take such high-quality customers seriously. The saleswoman turned around and immediately brought over the 5 most expensive dresses in the store. He placed them in front of Yifeng one by one and said in an earnest tone, "Sir, these are the 5 most expensive dresses in our store. I can guarantee that there is only one of these in Haicheng, and there will definitely be no chance of wearing the same dress as someone else. The prices range from 36,990 to 57,900. Although the prices are cheap, the quality is definitely not low. The fabrics and workmanship are excellent, and the designer is an international top master. It is worth the money. Order now and enjoy a 9.8% discount." The female clerk introduced the products rapidly, afraid that Yifeng would be dissatisfied. Hearing her say this, Yifeng shook his head and smiled. "Not bad, I like them all, but whether I buy them or not depends on what the lady wants." He turned around and asked Jiang Yu, "Which one do you think looks good?" Jiang Yu hesitated and said, Me. Otherwise, should I bring you to the mall to buy clothes for other women? Pick one. It will be very useful later." Yifeng smiled faintly. "Will it be of great use later?" Jiang Yu's face turned red as she looked at the 5 exquisite dresses in front of her, all of which were designed with off-shoulder or backless designs. "Saves a lot of fabric. Even Cook would applaud and praise you for your environmental protection." Although it is a dress, from another angle, it is also a sexy outfit with maximum attack speed. Wearing it will make any man's blood boil. It turns out that Yifeng likes this. Jiang Yu's face flushed red, she pursed her lips and said, "Can I not choose?" "Don't choose?" Yifeng frowned and shook his head. "No, choose one and put it on now, it will be very useful later." He didn't want to tell Jiang Yu about the interview in advance. prepare to give her a surprise. However, when Jiang Yu heard these words, their meaning immediately changed. Will it be of great use later? Is it this big? Anyway, I can't see anything when the lights are turned off. Could it be that Jifeng likes to keep the lights on? Moreover, he even asked her to change it right away, so impatiently. Is it possible to start in the car? After a brainstorm, Jiang Yu's face turned even redder. She opened her red lips and said timidly, I like them all. She wanted to delay time in this way. Prepare yourself mentally. Besides, these dresses are quite expensive, almost equivalent to her living expenses for a year. So, I also want to save some money for Yifeng. It's all the same when the lights are turned off. Clothes and stuff don't matter at all. You have to take them off in the end anyway. Well, it's very economical. Like them all? Yifeng frowned and smiled, okay. He turned around and took out a bank card from his pocket. Pack these 4 pieces. I want them all. I'll wear this white dress now. Cut off the tag and pay with a credit card. The female clerk swallowed and said in surprise. First, sir, are you sure you want to buy all of them? The total value of the 5 items. Wait a minute, let me calculate it. After some calculations, the female clerk said nervously. The total value of the 5 dresses is 237,911 yuan. Chapter 77, Taking Jiang Yu to an interview, can I meet someone I know? More than 200,000 is not too expensive. Yifeng handed over his bank card and said calmly, check out. Okay, Mr. Yi. The shop assistant and felt a surge of joy. Based on the 3% commission, she can get a 4-digit amount for this order. The most important thing is, after getting to know Yifeng, will she still lack performance in the future? Take out the POS machine and complete the payment. Annie handed Yifeng the bank card and a gold card. Sir, this is our store's gold membership card. Show this card to enjoy one-on-one VIP service and a 5% discount on payment. Please keep it. Yifeng reached out to take the card and accidentally touched the back of Annie's hand. Soft and smooth. Really good. I have to say, and could be a store manager. Professional level is one aspect, but appearance also plays a huge factor. Without using a system, just by looking at it with the naked eye, the overall score is above 8.5 points. It just barely caught Yifeng's eye. Feeling Yifeng's gaze, Annie's beautiful eyes flickered, and she pursed her red lips and said, Mr. Yi, do you have any other instructions? Haha, no. Yifeng smiled indifferently. Just then, the fitting room door opened. A pair of snow-white, slender legs walked out, stepping on beige high heels. Annie's fair face was shy. She held down the hem of her skirt a little awkwardly and looked at Yifeng expectantly. Okay, does it look good? It was her first time wearing a dress. So, he seemed very uncomfortable. Yifeng looked up and his eyes lit up slightly when he saw Jiang Yu in a white dress. The identification results given by the system are very accurate. She is indeed a beauty with a beauty score of over 9. Her graceful figure perfectly sets off the dress, with 2 slender white straps hanging on her delicate and rosy collarbone. The swan-like snow-white neck with faintly visible blue veins adds a touch of charm. Her jet-black hair draped over her shoulders, her whole body radiant and bright, like a fairy from the Moon Palace, incredibly beautiful. It's very nice, it's great. Not only that, even An, who was standing nearby, was fascinated by the scene. As a woman, she naturally knew how perfect Jiang Yu's figure was. A trace of envy appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she said sincerely, It's so beautiful, Mr. Yi, this dress seems to be tailor-made for Miss Jiang. Yifeng nodded gently and said lightly, Not bad, it suits you very well. Hearing his praise, Jiang Yu's face showed an irrepressible joy. The white and tender toes were tightly clenched in the high heels. It's not embarrassment, but I feel a little excited. After leaving the mall, Yifeng took Jiang Yu and got into the Hongqi S1. Then, he stepped on the accelerator. The sports car turned into a black shadow, shuttling through the busy streets. After a while, it stopped outside a tall building. Buzz. The residual heat of the exhaust pipe has not dissipated. Jiang Yu looked at the building outside the window with a puzzled look on her face. As a student of the music conservatory, she naturally knew what this place was. Jala Media Haichang headquarters. But why did Yifeng bring her here? Shouldn't we go directly to the hotel? Yifeng, what are we doing here? Jiang Yu's beautiful eyes were full of doubts. Yi Feng turned his head and smiled faintly. How old are you this year? Third year, what's wrong? Jiang Yu became even more confused. That's right. I've contacted the internship company for you. They're holding an interview for amateurs today. Just go in and someone will greet you. Hearing Yi Feng say this, Jiang Yu frowned slightly. He swallowed and said in surprise. Yi Feng, this is Jala Media, one of the top 10 entertainment groups in the country. I'm just a student. Obviously, Jiang Yu has self-awareness. If she were a student, she would be able to pass the interview at Jala Media. Then there is no need for this company to continue operating. Who told you that students can't take part in interviews? Have faith in yourself. I believe in your ability. And it doesn't matter if you don't pass. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Why? Jiang Yu blinked her beautiful eyes. Because Jala Media is a group under my name. Yi Feng spoke in a light tone, pretending to be loud without making any expression. What the hell? Jiang Yu opened her mouth so wide that a whole egg could almost fit in. She knew that Yi Feng was very rich and his identity must be extraordinary. But I never dreamed that he was the boss of Jala Media. For a moment, the voice was trembling. Then Yi Feng smiled softly and said, go for the interview. If you don't have the ability, I'll let you go through the back door. Jiang Yu buried her head and responded in a low voice. But she immediately shook her head, clenched her fists, and made a gesture of effort. Thank you, Yi Feng, I will try my best to participate in the interview. After all, even for Jala Media's amateur interview session, most recent graduates are not eligible to participate. The amateurs they want are not pure amateurs. Instead, he is a half-baked singer who has some experience in the music industry but is not very popular. The company will only provide platform support if there is potential. It's not what outsiders think, that anyone can participate. So, Yi Feng could give him a chance for an interview. Jiang Yu was already very grateful. As for taking the back door or something, actually, it's not impossible. However, after the interview. If you don't pass, it's not too late to leave then. Yi Feng, then I will go in for the interview. Thank you. Jiang Yu's face was red. I still feel a little ashamed. She just thought that Yi Feng bought this dress because he had some special fetish. Come in, I'll wait for you in the car. Yi Feng smiled faintly. After Jiang Yu left, he reclined his seat, turned on the car radio, and lay leisurely in the car listening to music. This Hongqi S1 is not only powerful. The entertainment facilities are also top-notch, with more than 20 speakers in the entire car. The bass is mellow, the mid-range is pure, and the treble is loud. It is especially suitable for listening to music alone in the car. It is worthy of being a top domestic supercar. It feels so good. Boom boom. Just then, someone knocked on the car window. Yi Feng frowned slightly. It's over so soon? Although it's just a formality, there's no need to be so fussy. When I opened my eyes, I found a familiar figure standing outside the car. The woman was bending over and looking at Yi Feng through the car window. A pair of big waves highlight the snow-white ravines. It rises and falls with the breathing, which is particularly eye-catching. The black lace bra is faintly visible. Oh shit. Yi Feng jumped up and straightened up. He rolled down the window and asked in confusion, Xiaoran, why are you here? I'm here for training. Yi Feng, why are you here too? Xiaoran was wearing a black lace dress, the hem of which just covered her thighs, revealing her well-proportioned and beautiful calves. She was wearing a pair of sneakers. Her delicate face was lightly made up and her hair was tied into a ponytail, making her look youthful. Because she hasn't graduated yet, she can only come to Jala Media for training during her spare time. I happen to have no classes in the morning today, so I came here. As soon as I arrived at the company, I saw a black supercar parked outside the door. There is no way Yi Feng's Hongqi S1 is too dazzling. Even if it is parked among a bunch of cars, it will always be the most eye-catching. Xiaoran didn't know much about cars and didn't recognize it at first, but she thought it looked familiar, so she walked over to take a look. When he found out that it was indeed Yi Feng, he couldn't help but feel happy. Can I get in the car? Chapter 78 Xiaoran invites you to a party, Women's Intuition. I came to the company for a meeting, what a coincidence. After Xiaoran got into the car, Yifeng scratched his head and showed a harmless and handsome smile. What a coincidence. A blush appeared on Xiao Ran's fair face. Although I have met Yifeng many times and have been honest with him, I have seen everything I should and shouldn't have seen. In other words, know each other's depth. But when she saw Yifeng again, she was still attracted by his handsome appearance. Especially the gentle smile on the face. Too confusing. I believe any woman would be moved if she saw it. There is no way money feeds people. It can change a person's temperament from the inside out. How are you doing at the company? Yifeng smiled faintly. It's good, it's good. Mr. Hao takes good care of me, and my colleagues are all very kind. This 6 months is a training period, and after I graduate from school, I can officially start work. Xiao Ran said with a grateful tone. She naturally knew that all this was because of Yifeng. Otherwise, as a college student who has not yet graduated, even if she joined Jala Media, she would have to start from the bottom. How could I get the attention of the group president? Moreover, given Xiao Ran's personality, she probably won't have the chance to become famous in her lifetime. Because she was unwilling to accept the unspoken rules. This alone is enough to block her path to debut. Okay then, work hard, and if you have any questions, you can come to me directly. Yifeng said in a soft voice. But his eyes were scanning outside the car, wondering if Jiangyu, that little girl, had finished the interview at this time. After coming out, he ran into Xiao Ran. Isn't that embarrassing? So, he calmly took out his cell phone and sent a message to Hao Wen. Delay for half an hour. On the 11th floor of the building, in a recording studio, an interview for amateur singers is being held. The applicants who came to participate were all internet celebrities with some fame on the online platform. Jiang Yu was also among them. She was sitting in her seat with her pink fists full of sweat. I felt a little bit annoyed. Just then, the studio door opened. Hao Wen, dressed in a professional suit, walked in, looked around at the applicants, and his gaze lingered on Jiang Yu. Then, he smiled. Dear interviewees, I'm so sorry, the equipment is malfunctioning and we are repairing it. Please wait for a while, which should not exceed half an hour. After receiving Yifeng's message, Hao Wen rushed over as soon as possible. Otherwise, an interview of this level would. It's not something the president should worry about at all. The main reason is to take care of Jiang Yu. After seeing her face clearly, Hao Wen was slightly stunned. Another extremely beautiful girl. Because Xiao Ran's appearance last time was quite outstanding, reaching over 90 points, which met the conditions for debut. And Jiang Yu is even better than her. All I can say is that each has its own merits. But what remains unchanged is that they are all top-notch beauties selected from thousands of miles away. Hao Wen couldn't help but admire Yifeng's unique vision. More professional than those scouts. You must be Jiang Yu, I'm Hao Wen, the president of Jala Media. Hao Wen stretched out his hand with a smile. Show your kindness. Hello, Mr. Hao. Jiang Yu was flattered and quickly stood up and bowed slightly. Don't be so nervous, just play your best. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Hao Wen smiled faintly. After all, Yifeng just sent a message to express his attitude. Water is not allowed to be released unless necessary. Having said that. But this unless necessary situation seems very spiritual. As the president of Jala Media, Hao Wen understands the ways of the world. No matter what the outcome is, Jiang Yu must pass the interview. Otherwise, the entire group as senior management might have to undergo a major reshuffle. Even whether she can keep her position as president is another matter. On the other side, inside the Hongqi S1, Xiao Ran shared some private topics between her and her best friend. Yifeng listened with great interest. It turns out that the girl who seems aloof is so cute in private. Just then, Xiao Ran looked at the time. Yifeng, the training is about to start. I'm leaving first. Please drive safely. Then she suddenly remembered something, blinked her beautiful eyes, and said expectantly. By the way, the school will hold a party in a few days. People from the society can be invited to attend. I will also perform on stage. Do you have time to accept the invitation? Xiao Ran spoke with some caution. He seemed very worried that Yifeng would disagree. Party? Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. With a smile on his face, he said, Okay, I don't have anything to do these few days. Just let me know when the time comes. I'll be there whenever you call. Oh, okay, I'll be leaving first then. Xiao Ran was very happy. If Yifeng comes to attend, this party will be of great significance. She will also prepare carefully. But it didn't show. After all, as a girl, you should know how to be reserved. However, just as Xiao Ran unbuckled her seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car, suddenly he stretched his little face in front of Yifeng. The thin pink lips fell on his face. I'll give you a stamp. I'm leaving now. Bye. After saying that, he lowered his head and ran towards the building. After entering the company, she waved her white and tender little hand towards Yifeng from more than 10 meters away. Feel the remaining warmth on your face. Exudes a light aroma. Yifeng shook his head and smiled. This little girl is so rude. It's only right to reciprocate. He ran away before I could even return the favor. Next time, I'll make it up to him. After seeing Xiao Ran off, Yifeng had no worries. So I sat in the car and waited calmly. Go in half an hour. A graceful white figure walked out of the glass door of the building. Jiang Yu's fair face was filled with joy. She walked towards the Hongqi S1 quickly with her delicate legs in off-white high heels. The little hand opened the car door, sat in, and said excitedly, Yifeng, that's great, I passed the interview successfully. She couldn't wait to share the good news with Yifeng. Just like a child who eats candy. Looks particularly happy. Looking at Jiang Yu's innocent appearance, Yifeng smiled faintly. Congratulations, to celebrate, I will take you to a big meal. No, you've already spent a lot of money today, let me treat you instead. Jiang Yu quickly waved her hand and refused. At this moment, Jiang Yu's pink nose twitched and she smelled a light and elegant fragrance in the air. This is a woman's body scent. Every woman's taste is different and this is definitely not hers. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. This means that during the time she was away, there was another woman in the car. And the time is not too short, otherwise no smell will be left. In this regard, women's IQ is comparable to Sherlock Holmes. Her eyelids couldn't help but tremble slightly, but she recovered immediately, calmed down, and smiled faintly. There is a snack street near our school with lots of delicious food. After all, Yifeng is such an outstanding man. How could there be only one woman? She would be very satisfied to receive Yifeng's care, even if it was just a little bit. Bite. Jiang Yu worship value +5, currently 90, reward life modification card X2. A system sound suddenly rang in Yifeng's mind. He nodded slightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Okay, you set up the navigation and we'll go now. Chapter 79, make a sensation in the snack street and get another special item. Haicheng Conservatory of Music, with a snack street nearby. Oh my god. This is a fucking supercar, but what brand is it? I've never seen it before. You are so ignorant, aren't you? You are still a college student. This is a top domestic supercar, the Hongqi S1, and the price is no less than 100 million. Oh my god, driving a supercar worth hundreds of millions to eat at a roadside stall, are rich people so down to earth? Stay away. If you accidentally knock off a little paint, you won't be able to pay for it even if you lose everything. As soon as the Hongqi S1 drove into the snack street, it immediately caused a stir. All the college students who came to consume were shocked. Especially the male students, their eyes were wide open. After all, no boy can resist the temptation of a supercar. Moreover, this Hongqi S1 is limited to 10 units worldwide and is priced at 9 figures. Yifeng didn't expect it to cause such a sensation. After parking the car on the roadside, open the car door and prepare to get out. The eyes of the people around all turned over, wanting to get a glimpse of the car owner's true face. What kind of person can drive a top-level domestic supercar? At this moment, a pair of delicate little feet wearing flesh-colored stockings and beige high heels stretched out from the passenger seat. A tall girl in a pure white dress came down. The black hair swayed in the air with the summer breeze. The male college student's gazes shifted from Hongqi S1 to Jiang Yu. After all, you don't have a car. But you can't miss this beautiful senior sister. Fuck. This is Senior Hua Jiangyue from the Department of Music. How did she get off the car? Is there any need to ask? Senior Jiang has already transformed into a rich young lady. My eyes are filled with tears. I always thought that senior sister Jiang didn't have a boyfriend and was pure and innocent. I didn't expect that she would fall for money and become a plaything of a rich boy. The dress that Senior Jiang is wearing must be very expensive. If I were a woman, I would also choose money. After all, Jiang Yu is beautiful, and as the beauty of the music department, she is quite famous in the school. Her personal relationships have also attracted a lot of attention. She has always been pure and innocent, and doesn't even have a close male friend. Nowadays, just get off the rich boy's car. This is undoubtedly a blow to these male college students who have dreamed of this. The goddess they had been dreaming of was defiled. Just at this moment, the driver's car door opened. Immediately attracts everyone's attention. Who is the rich man who can win over senior sister Jiang Yu? The next second, Yifeng, wearing a handsome black suit, walked out of the car elegantly and gracefully. Coincidentally, a ray of golden sunlight shone through the gaps in the treetops and fell on him. It seems to be covered with a layer of dreamy light and shadow. Yifeng raised his head 45 degrees, with a charming smile on his lips. He looks like an English gentleman who walked out of a movie. Elegant, so elegant. Those male college students who were originally jealous were now speechless. Yifeng is worthy of senior sister Jiang Yu. Wrong. It should be that senior sister Jiang Yu is trying to marry up to Yifeng. After all, based on Yifeng's appearance and personal assets, I'm afraid it would be just one sentence. There are a large number of department and school beauties of the same level as Jiang Yu. Wouldn't they all rush over to lick his ass? At this moment, a tall schoolgirl wearing a black JK pleated skirt came running over with a blushing face. The little hand timidly handed over the phone, and a friend's QR code was displayed on the screen. Big brother, can you add me on WeChat so we can get to know each other? The schoolgirl blinked her beautiful watery eyes and said expectantly. Yifeng smiled faintly and gently put his arm around Jiang Yu's slender waist. I'm sorry, I'm a pure and loyal person. Okay. The schoolgirl left reluctantly. There were quite a few female students at the scene who wanted to add Yifeng on WeChat. But after seeing this scene, they all gave up the idea. He looked at Jiang Yu with either envy or jealousy. Why can she be with a rich boy? Moreover, this rich young man is so principled and so loyal in his relationships. Every little girl has the idea of marrying into a wealthy family. No matter how you look at it, Yifeng is the perfect Prince Charming that the rich and powerful women dream of. In order to avoid being harassed again, Yifeng took Jiang Yu into the snack street. Hidden in the busy streets. Yifeng, do you want to eat grilled cold noodles? There is a snack stand set up by Grandma Yu in front. The food tastes good. I go there often. Jiang Yu said in a thankful tone. She wanted to thank Yifeng, but she didn't have much money and couldn't invite Yifeng to a high-end restaurant. You can only take him to eat snacks that you think are good. However, considering Yifeng's identity, he has probably never eaten at a snack stand. I don't know if I'm used to it. In this regard, Yifeng said. You're worrying too much. A month ago, he was still struggling on the poverty line. For dinner, I am still struggling between choosing bagged or bucket-packed instant noodles. For him, roasted cold noodles is no less than a delicious meal. Although we are rich now, times have changed. But if Jiang Yu invited him, he would naturally not refuse. Okay, it depends on your preference. I have no problem with that. Yifeng smiled faintly. The two came to the snack stand. The boss is an old lady with gray hair on her temples and wrinkles all over her kind face. She has been selling grilled cold noodles on this street for more than 10 years. Thousands of students from music schools have left. Everyone who has eaten here has praised it highly. Even some graduated students drive here specifically to find the same taste. In other words, Grandma Yu is the second goddess in the students' minds, besides Lao Gan Ma. Xiao Ya, you don't have class today? Grandma Yu smiled kindly and glanced at Yifeng beside her. He immediately covered his mouth and laughed. I haven't seen you for a few days. You already have a boyfriend? You're so handsome. I'll treat you guys to free cold noodles today. No thanks, Grandma Yu, I'll give you 2 servings as usual. Jiang Yu took out her mobile phone and scanned the code to pay before Grandma Yu refused. This is exactly what Yifeng hoped for. After all, when the worship value reaches 90, the system will trigger a critical hit reward. Sure enough, Jiang Yu had just entered the password and paid the money. System rebates will follow soon. Bite. Female college student Jiang Yu spent 25 yuan for you, triggering a critical hit reward, and a special item as reward, strength boosting pill. Strength boosting pills? Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. I immediately opened the warehouse panel and saw an icon similar to fruit candy in the small grid. After clicking, a detailed explanation pops up. Strength enhancing pills. After taking them, your strength will be increased by 100 kilograms immediately, and your appearance will not change. This is really Thai pants hot. If you rely on exercise to increase your strength by 100 kilograms, your body will be covered with muscles and you will become a human-shaped beast. Once you become like that, you can no longer attract the opposite sex. But he is a complete homosexual harvester. With this pill, you can increase your strength by 100 kilograms without any changes to your body. It's worthy of being a system. The corners of Yifeng's mouth curled up slightly. It has not been taken out yet, and I plan to study it further after returning home. Chapter 80, Scammers sweep across the snack street, college students dare not speak out. Xiaoyu, handsome boy, your grilled cold noodles are ready, and I'll treat you to these 2 skewers of grilled sausages. Grandma Yu had a kind smile on her face. The grilled cold noodles and grilled sausages were handed out. Thank you, Grandma. Jian Yu smiled faintly and reached out to take it. So he and Yi Feng sat at the small table next to the stall. However, at this moment, at the intersection of the snack street, a large Jinbei pickup truck came speeding. The license plate was white with black letters, and there was a portable police light mounted on the roof. At this moment, the red, blue, and green lights were flashing, and a shrill whistle was sounding. Crack! The car door with the words Urban Management printed on it opened. 4 or 5 sturdy men wearing urban management uniforms got out of the car. But if anyone pays a little attention and takes a closer look, they will find the flaw. It is true that this is the uniform of the urban management staff, but it is worn in a very irregular manner. He was wearing a white shirt with none of the buttons buttoned, and a few greasy chest hairs poked out from the gaps. This alone is not enough to prove that they are fake. But the number on the chest can give a clue. Generally speaking, when driving a bus on a mission like this, the attire must be standardized, and you shouldn't even not put the number on it. From this we can see that they are most likely counterfeits. Yi Feng glanced at it and didn't care. After all, it has nothing to do with him. Besides, the car driven by this group of people was indeed a regular bus. But the clothes they were wearing were definitely not theirs. As for why, he didn't need to delve into it. It is better to have less trouble than more. After eating the grilled cold noodles, Yi Feng took Jiang Yu away. Unexpectedly, the 4 or 5 strong men had clear goals. After getting off the car, they went straight to Grandma Yu, then formed pairs and started to find the stall owners nearby. The big man in the lead had a cigarette dangling from his lips. Bringing a younger brother, he came to Grandma Yu's stall. He picked up the food on the stall with his hands, picked up a skewer of grilled squid at random, and spoke while eating. Grandma Yu, the fumes from your stall are too strong and are affecting the city's appearance. You will be fined 500 yuan. He looks so casual, he doesn't look like he is ready to carry out his mission. It's exactly the same as bandits entering the village. Moreover, the fine was imposed directly without any notice. The QR code for receiving payment seems to be from a personal account. Officer, you have come here 3 times this month and fined me 500 each time. I am a small business and cannot afford the hassle. Please be kind. Grandma Yu's eyes were evasive and she spoke in a helpless tone. Before this group had come 3 times. Every time they imposed fines for disturbing the city appearance, Grandma Yu and nearby stall owners had been blackmailed by them. Can you please help me? Grandma Yu, I'm sorry, the law is not merciful. I know it's not easy for an old lady like you to set up a stall. The original fine was 1,000 yuan, but I was very accommodating. Don't hesitate, just transfer the money. The big man's mouth was full of oil as he ate, and he picked up another skewer, still not satisfied. His face was full of flesh and he had an arrogant smile on his face. Why? Grandma Yu sighed heavily. He picked up his phone, scanned the QR code provided by the burly man next to him, and was about to pay. Wait a minute, I have doubts about your identity, please show me the relevant documents. The strong man in the lead is taller than Chang. He frowned, turned around, and a scornful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't mind your own business, kid. What qualifications do you have to look at my ID? I. The young man who stood up was a student from the nearby music conservatory. He was originally full of ambition and was ready to seek justice for Grandma Yu, but he was frightened and deflated by Gao Yuchang's murderous look. But there are college students everywhere around here, and their legal awareness is still very high. Another little girl immediately said next to him. Citizens have the right to supervise the urban management enforcement. This is a sacred obligation given to us by the law. Therefore, all of us have the right to ask you to show relevant documents. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around were filled with indignation and echoed them. This junior school girl is right. As college students, we must bravely stand up and take on this responsibility. I support my junior sister. Please show your ID immediately, otherwise we will call the reporting hotline. I'm a junior student in the law department. What you said is correct. By the way, can you add me on WeChat so we can discuss legal issues? For a time, these strong men were at the center of public opinion. Brother Gao, the situation doesn't seem good. These college students know the law. Why don't they withdraw? A younger brother next to him said in a worried tone. Retreat? Why retreat? They are just a bunch of unsophisticated young men. What's there to be afraid of? Be tough and act in a proper manner. Gao Yucheng said in a cold voice. Then, he turned around and nonchalantly took out a certificate from his pocket. After opening it, he quickly waved it in front of everyone. Before anyone could see clearly, he quickly put it back into his arms. You see, we are acting according to the law. Don't make a fuss, or we will immediately lock you all up for provoking disturbances. This will leave a criminal record. After Gao Yucheng's threat, the surroundings immediately became quiet. After all, as a college student who has not yet graduated, I'm still worried about having a criminal record. Many companies will conduct a background check before recruiting. If they find a criminal record, no matter how talented the applicant is, they will not consider the applicant. Even if my whole life is ruined. Gao Yucheng had also calculated correctly that this group of college students were afraid of this. Use this to threaten them not to meddle in other people's business. As for whether the certificate he just showed was real or fake, no one cared. See? Just a little bit of intimidation, and they all behaved. Let's continue. Gao Yucheng sneered at his men. Brother Gao is really wise. I admire him very much. Then, several strong men next to them continue to blackmail nearby stall owners. The amount of the fine ranges from 500 yuan to 1,000 yuan. If they pay all of it, they can earn tens of thousands of yuan each time they come. And there is no principle. Too much profit. Grandma Yu, let's put it this way. It's not easy for you. I'll just fine you 300 yuan this time, and I won't fine you again for the next month. It's good to be stronger than a strong man. Take the initiative to reduce the fine for Grandma Yu. Thank you, officer, I will pay it right away. Grandma Yu didn't understand. I thought Gao Yucheng was showing mercy, and his tone was full of gratitude. Gao Yucheng showed a frivolous smile at this scene. Said to the younger brother beside him. Have you learned that you can't catch all the fish at once? You have to learn how to raise fish, take a long-term view, and cast a long line to catch the big fish. I understand. You are worthy of being Brother Gao. The younger brother next to him gave him a thumbs up and expressed his admiration. Just as Grandma Yu entered the payment password, Yi Feng, who was sitting on a small stool nearby, rubbed his stomach and burped. When people are full, they like to meddle in other people's affairs. He stood up and said to Zhang Yu, sit and wait for a moment. I'll take care of something, and then we'll leave. After saying that, he walked towards Grandma Yu and snatched her cell phone. Stop her from entering the password any further. Grandma Yu, you don't have to pay the fine. I will help you get back what you paid before. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Chapter 81 Jiang Yu's schedule. Is there anyone who is not afraid of death? Gao Yucheng frowned and turned around in surprise. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. We are enforcing the law. Law enforcement? Hearing these two words, Yi Feng sneered. What kind of dharma are you adhering to? There was no need for him to waste time, so he said in a calm voice. I'm giving you a chance. Return the money to the stall owner who was blackmailed, and then get out of the snack street. Don't come here again, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Hearing this, Gao Yucheng was stunned for a few seconds. For a moment, Yi Feng's identity could not be determined. After all, he was wearing a designer suit and exuded a noble aura in his every move. He probably isn't a student from a nearby university. Besides, this group of people are not really urban management officers. This uniform and the pickup truck were both secretly taken from his second uncle who worked in the urban management department. The main purpose is to bluff and take advantage of the power of others. The first few blackmail attempts went smoothly. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. I encountered a tough problem today. Boy, are you sure you want to stop us from enforcing the law? Gao Yuqiang spoke in a tense tone. You must not reveal any flaws at this moment, otherwise Yifeng will not be able to make a move. The indignant students around them could beat them to death. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. Are you still pretending? You won't cry until you see the coffin. He was planning to use the life modification card to make Gao Yuqiang turn over a new leaf and become a new man. One of Gao Yuqiang's younger brothers came over and whispered viciously in his ear. Brother Gao, we can't keep arguing with this guy. If the police come, it will be difficult for us to leave. If you ask me, just go all the way and fuck him. Gao Yuqiang thought about it for a moment and felt that there was some truth in it. He took a half step back and said in a deep voice, this kid is defying the law and obstructing law enforcement. Take him back and lock him up. Okay, Captain Gao. I originally wanted to call him Brother Gao, but suddenly realized that there were people around me, so I immediately changed my words. Then he raised his hand and waved. The big men next to him all had murderous looks on their faces and pressed Yifeng step by step. Yifeng raised his eyebrows slightly. In this way, you don't even need to use the life modification card. He does not advocate violence. But for some things, violence is indeed an excellent way to solve problems. Save time, let's all do it together. Yifeng said lightly. Life is precious, and he doesn't want to waste too much time on this group of scum. Too arrogant. Go ahead. Kill him. The leading burly man was completely enraged. He didn't care that so many people were watching him and just started swearing. There is only one goal, to knock Yifeng down. Suddenly, 4 or 5 strong men waved their fists and feet. Like angry bulls, they all rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng, be careful. Zhang Yu, who was standing behind him, had a worried look on her fair face. She had seen Yifeng's skills before at KS Bar. I can only say, it's amazing. But at that time, he was only facing Chen Wuliang. And now, there are 4 burly men opposite. It can be said that Yifeng is at an absolute disadvantage. No one has ever been able to fight off 4 people at the same time, and the difference in their physiques is so huge. If nothing unexpected happened, Yifeng would be knocked to the ground in the next second. Zhang Yu picked up the phone and was ready to dial 120 emergency number. Looking for death. Yifeng's eyes turned cold. He slapped the big man who was rushing in front of him with a sudden slap, knocking him unconscious. His facial muscles were severely deformed due to the huge impact force. His entire head felt as if it had been crushed by a huge truck, like a ball of paste. His eyes were black, and his body was shaking and paralyzed on the ground. Oh my god. Is this guy still a human being? He knocked a big guy unconscious with just one slap. Could it be that he knows martial arts? He must be really good. With such terrifying explosive power, he can easily kill a cow. Handsome, are you interested in taking a female apprentice? I also want to learn martial arts, and we can exchange experiences in depth. Is this serious? The students around, both male and female, turned into fans and cheered loudly. After all, they had long disliked this group of people. Why? Yifeng let out a long sigh. I didn't mean to be pretentious. But God has put the pressure right at his fingertips, so he has no choice but to pretend. Sometimes, being too outstanding can also be a kind of trouble. You're looking for death. The remaining 3 strong men saw their companion being knocked down. He rubbed his hands together, raised his sandbag-sized fist, and hit Yifeng hard. Get out of here, trash. Yifeng acted decisively. He kicked out 3 times as fast as an afterimage. Only 3 rhythmic bang, bang, bang sounds were heard. Except for Gao Yuqiang, all his younger brothers were lying on the ground wailing. F shit. Seeing the scene, Gao Yuqiang was almost scared to death. His legs were weak and trembling, and he looked at Yifeng who was walking towards him with fear in his eyes. You, what are you going to do? Don't come over here. With a plop. Gao Yuqiang landed on his butt, rubbing the ground, and ran backwards. Yifeng arrived like the god of death. She came to his side, raised her size 42 foot, stepped hard on his chest, and said in a flat voice, I want to check your ID. Here you go. Gao Yuqiang quickly took out his ID. Yi Feng took a quick look and threw it out. The document drew a graceful arc in the air and passed over everyone's heads. With a plop, it fell to the ground. Name, Tiga. Height 181 meters. Age, 22,300. Residence, First People's Street, Kingdom of Light. The most fucking bizarre thing is that the ID photo is a picture of Ultraman. This group of guys pretended to be urban management officers to defraud people, but they were unwilling to even get a fake certificate. I bought a toy on Pink Sixie for 5 yuan. Therefore, Pink Sixie bears full responsibility for this wave. Hand over your phone. Yi Feng said softly. Here you go. How could Gao Yuqiang dare to resist? Being stared at by Yi Feng with cold eyes, he felt as if he was falling into an ice cellar. He immediately handed the phone to Yi Feng. After taking it, Yi Feng called the police. Then, he put it next to Gao Yuqiang's ear and said calmly, "Confess yourself and don't make it difficult for me." After doing this, Yi Feng took Jianyu and left the snack street. Because he was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be surrounded by insane female college students. The white legs and breasts are hard to grasp. He is 30 years old. A few minutes later, the Hongqi S1 slowly stopped downstairs of the girls' dormitory of the Conservatory of Music. You stayed in the hospital all night yesterday, go back and rest. We will fulfill our agreement next time. Yi Feng said calmly. Well, thank you, Yi Feng. Jianyu blushed and felt touched. Yi Feng actually still cared about her. People still blame each other. This is my schedule. When I don't have classes, I'm on call. At this time, Jianyu sent her class schedule to Yi Feng via WeChat. Because it is my last year of school, I will soon be facing internship. So the course is very good, you only have to attend 2 classes a week, and they are both additions, so it doesn't matter if you don't show up. It also means Yi Feng can arrange Jianyu at any time and it will. Looking at the rear of the Hongqi S1 leaving, Jianyu was in mixed mood. She liked Yi Feng very much, but she couldn't figure it out. Is it out of gratitude or true love? Chapter 82. Tao by accidentally ate fruit candy and had to adapt. Yeah, am I seeing things? You just got out of the supercar. Your new boyfriend? Just then, 2 girls came out of the girls' dormitory. One of them was petite, wearing a light pink dress and twin ponytails. The big breasts swayed up and down with her brisk steps. Baby-faced giant. Her name is Lin Miaoka, Jiang Yu's roommate. At this moment, a pair of big, watery, bright eyes were full of envy. Supercar? Ha, I've never seen that brand before. It should be a worthless domestically made car. My boyfriend picked up a Maserati yesterday. I'll take you guys out for a ride someday. A woman next to her, wearing a black miniskirt, looked a little disdainful. This person's name is Zhanya, and she is also Jiang Yu's roommate. But her personality is very different from Lin Miaoka's. From freshman year to now, I have had 5 or 6 boyfriends. Without exception, they are all rich young men whose families have some money. Of course, she is also quite good looking. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hooked up with the rich young man. Jianyu blushed and quickly waved her hands, saying, Miaoku, you misunderstood. That is not my boyfriend. What is that? Lin Miaoka asked innocently with curiosity on her young face. Suddenly, a word popped into her little head. Godfather? He quickly took Jianyu's hand and swallowed his saliva. Yeah, you are not being kept by someone outside, are you? No, just an ordinary friend. Jianyu said with a red face. Although her relationship with Yi Feng is no less than being kept. But Yi Feng did not force her to do anything. Moreover, Jianyu didn't want to reveal this kind of thing in front of her friends. I see. Lin Miaoka's beautiful, crystal eyes sparkled with wisdom. He seemed to have guessed something, so he stopped asking. Zhanya, who was standing by, said calmly, being kept is not a shameful thing, and your mother's condition. If you need money, tell me and I'll borrow some from my boyfriend. Jianyu quickly shook her head. No, thank you. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Lin Miaoka held Jianyu's hand, showing a sweet smile, with 2 little canine teeth showing at the corners of her mouth. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go to the playground and walk around. Yeah, come with us. Chunshui Pavilion Manor, courtyard number 1. Yifeng parked the Hongqi S1 in the exclusive parking space. Open the door, get out of the car, and walk into the villa. Brother Yi, you're back so early today. At this time, Tao Bai was doing housework. After hearing the door open, she turned around and saw Yifeng. A happy smile appeared on her fair face. Before, when Yifeng went out, he would not return home until the next night. But I came back early today. With her bare white silk legs, she jumped into Yifeng's arms as lightly as a gust of wind. Standing on tiptoe, she gave a gentle kiss on the face. Brother Yi, what do you want to eat tonight? Tao Tao will make it for you. Ha, it's all fine. I like everything Tao Tao does. It feels so good to have someone waiting for you at home. Yifeng gently rubbed Tao Bai's head. The air is filled with a sweet smell. For some reason, when facing Tao Bai, his tone and movements subconsciously became much gentler. I was afraid of hurting the little girl. 100% admiration value makes Tao Bai very dependent on Yifeng. But the effect is mutual. He influenced Tao Bai silently and attached great importance to him. A little high school physics common sense for everyone. Brother Yi, please sit on the sofa first. Tao Tao will go and prepare dinner. Tao Bai released the jade hands that were hugging Yifeng and walked towards the kitchen with her bare white silk feet. There are slippers though. But Tao Bai knew Yifeng's preferences, so he usually didn't wear shoes at home. It's very thoughtful. Yifeng lay lazily on the sofa and turned on the TV casually. Then open the system warehouse and take out the power boosting pill. Looking at the pill that looks like fruit candy in the palm of my hand. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Now that he possesses Chinese martial arts, he is not lacking in strength. So this thing seems a bit useless. Brother Yi, you come up for a moment. At this moment, a petite figure stood at the corner of the stairs leading to the second floor and shouted timidly to Yifeng. Ting Ting, what's wrong? Yifeng was a little confused. Stand up and walk over. Yu Tingting's fair face flushed a little, and she pursed her red lips and said, You'll know once you get up here. After saying that, he ran to the second floor with a dong 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 sound. Yifeng was a little confused about this. Lift your legs, climb the stairs and walk upstairs. I don't know what this little girl is doing. After arriving on the second floor, Yifeng saw that the bedroom door was ajar, so he pushed it open and asked, What's wrong, Ting Ting? The next second, when Yifeng saw Yu Tingting's clothes clearly. Not including 30. Yi, brother Yi, does it look good? Yu Tingting lowered her head, her graceful body wearing a light blue maid outfit. The skirt was extremely short, just covering the hips. The slender legs are tightly wrapped in a black stocking. The slender straps fit tightly against smooth skin. The small shirt on the upper body is off-shoulder style, and the huge waves create a deep, white cleavage. How deep is it? It's even deeper than the Mariaso Trench. Suddenly, Yifeng's eyes burned with desire. He reached out his hand and hugged Yu Tingting's slender waist, with a hint of playfulness on his lips. Who are you dressing beautifully for? Yu Tingting's white teeth gently shook her red lips, feeling the warmth in her lower abdomen, and said shyly, Show it to Brother Yi. Aha! A delicate cry. Because Yifeng's hand had already reached under the skirt. The 4 elements are empty. Obviously, Yu Tingting was well prepared. Stop for a moment, Brother Yi, Tao Tao is still downstairs. It's okay, Tao Tao is cooking and doesn't know what we are doing. I will be very gentle. Yifeng said with a warm tone. But Yu Tingting lowered her head, pursed her red lips, and felt extremely ashamed. You don't want to? Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. No. Yu Tingting quickly shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with water as she stared at Yifeng lovingly. Her red lips kissed her, and she exhaled a sweet breath. Wait a minute, Brother Yi, use a little more strength. After saying that, she took the initiative to kiss him with her thin pink lips. Everything will come naturally. When love is deep, it becomes stronger. Hey! What is this? Tao Bai looked at the strength-boosting pills placed on the coffee table. After picking it up with his little hands, he said happily. Brother Yi bought some fruit candy. Let Tao Tao taste what it tastes like. After saying that, he put it directly into the pink little mouth. The next second, her pretty brows slightly frowned. It tastes like strawberry. So sweet. It's a bit too sweet and a bit choking. Tao Bai smacked her little mouth, bit the food into pieces, and swallowed it directly into her stomach. Then he turned and went into the kitchen to busy himself preparing dinner for tonight. An hour later. Crack! The bedroom door opens. Yu Tingting frowned, a look of pain appeared on her face, her legs trembled, and she walked towards the bathroom holding onto the wall. Regret, I regret it now. She shouldn't have dressed so seductively. Yi Feng is so strong. Like a violent beast in human form. Tingting, I'm going downstairs first. You clean up and come down to eat. Yi Feng looked radiant with a faint smile on his face. This little girl had no idea of his true strength. He didn't even use half of his strength just now. However, this puts Tingting in a difficult position as she herself has very little experience. I will have to adapt more in the future. Chapter 83. The maid becomes Popeye. Where are my pills? Returning to the main hall, Yi Feng discovered that the strength-enhancing pills that he had placed on the coffee table were missing. Although this prop is useless to him, it is better than nothing. But no matter what, it is a reward from the system. Products produced by the system must be high quality. Disappeared for no reason? Just then, Taobai came over with her bare white silk feet. The pink toes moved restlessly in the thin and transparent stockings, making soft sounds. Brother Yi, what are you looking for? Tao, did you see the fruit candy on the coffee table? Yi Feng scratched the back of his head and asked with a questioning look on his face. Taobai nodded slightly. He lowered his head and swallowed his saliva. Tao couldn't help it just now, so she ate it. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Eat. Yi Feng was so shocked that he was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Although it was an item rewarded by the system, he was not sure if it had any side effects. Therefore, Yi Feng really wanted to hold Taobai's white silk calves. Turn her upside down and shake the strength-enhancing pills out of her stomach. It's very sweet, with a strawberry flavor. After the peach is crushed, it becomes even sweeter and a little greasy. Taobai pouted her cherry lips, looking innocent. She blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Yi Feng mischievously. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, Tao is disobedient, please punish Tao. Yi Feng swallowed his saliva. Tao, do you feel uncomfortable in your body? Accurate? A hint of doubt appeared on Taobai's tender face. Then, as if realizing something, her cheeks flushed. After raising her head, she pursed her red lips and said in a delicate tone, Brother Yi, do you want Tao to feel good? What did you say? But it's too early now, and Tao still has to make dinner. Wait until night, when everyone has rested, Tao will go to Brother Yi's bedroom. Tao will be at your disposal then. Can I? Taobai pleaded in a low voice. Childish face and soft voice. It is hard to imagine that such tempting words came out of her mouth. Contrast. It's really too big. Yi Feng had just finished venting, and his mind was not yet filled with lust. He reached out and gently rubbed Taobai's head. Hearing her say that she was fine, I felt relieved. Tao, I don't mean to blame you. That piece of candy is expired. I'm just worried that you'll get an upset stomach. Hearing this, Taobai's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. The pink corners of her mouth raised with joy. She stood on tiptoe, kissed Yi Feng gently on the lips, and said, Tao is fine, thank you Brother Yi for your concern. You're so good. Go cook. Yi Feng smiled gently. After Taobai entered the kitchen. Yi Feng sat on the sofa in the main hall, picked up his mobile phone and flipped through it casually. Pang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the kitchen. Then, Taobai's scream was heard. Cutting through the air, breaking the tranquility of the villa. Yi Feng stood up, strode towards the kitchen, and asked nervously, Tao, are you okay? Brother Yi. Taobai agreed softly. He walked out holding a casserole that was broken into two halves, his face showing panic. I don't know why, but as soon as I picked up the casserole, it broke. After saying that, Taobai's white and tender hands gently exerted force. The casserole in his hand suddenly broke into pieces all over the floor. Seeing this scene, Taobai couldn't help but be stunned. Even Yi Feng looked stunned. Maybe the strength-boosting pills are taking effect. Directly increasing the strength by 100 kilograms is no joke. Killing a cow with one punch would probably not be a problem. When Wusong fought the tiger, he had to use a stick. But now, Taobai can tear the white tiger apart with his bare hands. This, Brother Yi, what's wrong with me? Taobai's eyes were moist and she looked at Yi Feng helplessly. Just then, she accidentally touched the wall beside her. Crack! Marble walls. A dense spider web is instantly created. Now, Tao Bai is a walking bomb. She was shocked by her own strength. She flung herself towards Yifeng with her white silk legs, and said in a slightly tearful voice, "Brother Yi, Tao won't mutate, will she?" "No, it's no big deal." Yifeng swallowed his saliva. Although he said this, his action of taking a half step back was really real. After all, Yifeng was also a little worried. After being hit by Tao Bai like that, wouldn't his ribs be broken immediately? But he was worrying too much. After obtaining the national arc rewarded by the system, Yifeng's physical fitness far surpassed Tao Bai. "Brother Yi, Tao has turned into Popeye the Sailor, woo woo woo." Tao Bai lay in Yifeng's arms, sobbing. "After all, there is no girl. I hope I have unlimited strength. A strong body is the glory of men. Popeye the fuck." Yifeng almost couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. But looking at the white peach and pear blossoms wet with rain, their pitiful appearance, his soft heart was touched. He reached out and patted her back gently. "Tao, I'm not lying to you. What you just ate wasn't actually candy. It's the latest strength-enhancing pill developed by my group. It can greatly increase a person's strength." In order to ensure rationality, Yifeng told a lie. With the rapid development of technology, this kind of thing might really exist. Besides, Tao Bai's admiration value is 100%. Trust Yifeng unconditionally and don't doubt him. It's still easy to fool. Will Tao always be like this in the future? Tao Bai felt better after hearing what Yifeng said. But there are still some concerns. After all, anything she touches now will break immediately. Yifeng had a kind face, just like an old father. Looking down from above, he gently stroked the tender white face and spoke in a gentle voice. "Tao, you must learn to master this power and turn it into your own ability. With this power, I can not only protect myself, but also Tingting and others. So, this is a good thing, not a bad thing, got it?" Hearing this, Tao Bai raised her head, her beautiful watery eyes sparkling. "Really? Of course it's true. You can always trust Brother Yi." Yifeng smiled calmly and said encouragingly. "Now concentrate and pick up the glass on the coffee table. If it doesn't break, it means you can control this power and use it for your own benefit." "Well, I'll try." Tao Bai took a deep breath and calmed himself down. She stretched out her hand cautiously, and closed her beautiful eyes in fear, afraid of seeing the glass break. But with her efforts to control it, the glass was held in her hand intact. Success! Tao, you will not only be the housekeeper in the future, but also be able to protect the safety of me and Tingting. Yifeng smiled faintly. "Really? That's great. Tao can be Brother Ye's bodyguard from now on." Tao Bai opened her beautiful eyes. Joy appeared on the young face. But because he was too excited, he was not careful and failed to control the strength well. The glass shattered immediately and fell to the ground. Yifeng held his forehead and shook his head, saying softly, "You still need to get used to it, Tao. There are a few boxes of red wine in the storage room. You can practice with them." Chapter 84. What else? Should I go there on my legs? Well, Brother Yi, Tao will work hard. Tao Bai raised her pink fist and made a gesture of effort. If it weren't for Yifeng's encouragement, she would probably have found it difficult to master this powerful force. After all, love is powerful. In the blink of an eye, night fell. After dinner, Yifeng went to bed early. Because I had come here once with Yifeng in the afternoon. Tingting did not disturb Yifeng tonight and lay obediently on her bed in her bedroom. She held a pillow in her arms, her slender white legs tightly clamped together, a sweet smile on her lips, and rubbed it gently. I don't know what sweet dream I'm having. It was late at night and everything was quiet. In the storage room on the third floor of Villa Number 1, the light was on alone. The sound of glass bottles breaking could be heard from time to time in the house. Tao Bai looked at the broken pieces of red wine bottles scattered all over the floor, his fair face filled with sorrow. But when he thought of Yifeng's encouragement, he immediately regained his confidence. She stretched out her tender little white hand and carefully picked up the beer bottle. If nothing unexpected happens, an accident is going to happen. Crack! The next morning. The golden sunlight shines into the bedroom through the window, and falls on Yifeng's face, making him feel warm. In a daze, Yifeng noticed a person squatting at the head of the bed. woke up suddenly. Tao Tao, good morning. Brother Yi, you're awake. Tao Tao has completely regained that power. Tao Bai couldn't wait to share. She stood up excitedly, her pink-made dress swaying, revealing a cute white bear. The young face is full of joy, and there is a faint black circle around the bright eyes. Apparently, the girl had been practicing all night. After mastering the power, he immediately went to Yifeng's bedroom, but found that he was still asleep. Then he squatted at the head of the bed and waited quietly. Yifeng woke up at this time and said it happily. Really? Tao Tao? Yifeng asked with some doubt. Of course, Brother Yi, if you don't believe me, I'll show you. After saying that, Tao Bai picked up a glass of water on the bedside table. He held it in both hands and placed it in front of 36D. She blinked her watery eyes and said happily, Brother Yi, I didn't lie to you, I really got it. Such an innocent look. It's like a little girl who got full marks in the exam and went home to show off her results. In response, Yifeng smiled indifferently. Not bad, thank you for your hard work. Tao Bai shook his head and spoke in a soft voice. It's not hard. From now on, I will be able to protect Brother Yi. No bad guy can bully Brother Yi. Hearing this, Yifeng was amused. This little girl. Really interesting. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, the phone that was charging on the bedside table rang. Yifeng picked it up and took a look at it. There was a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Good morning, Mr. Yi. The 2 sports cars you ordered have been delivered to the property office. Do you need them to be sent over now? The person on the other end of the phone was none other than Nie Xiaoqin. Tao Tao, do you and Ting Ting have driver's licenses? This was indeed Yifeng's negligence. When buying a car, I didn't consider the driver's license issue. Well, Brother Yi, Ting Ting and I took the driver's license test together when we were in school. What's wrong? Ah, that's good. Yifeng smiled indifferently. He said to Nie Xiaoqin on the other end of the phone, send it over and fill it up for me. Okay, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. Half an hour later. The green path outside courtyard number 1. A flatbed truck drove up, carrying 2 cool little sports cars. A pink McLaren sports car and a red Maserati sports car. It has a short body, 2 doors, 2 seats, and automatic transmission. Very suitable for little girls who are not good at driving. At this time, Yifeng brought 2 girls in maid costumes out of the villa and came to the gate of the courtyard. Hello, Mr. Yi, where are these 2 cars parked? Nie Xiaoqin smiled. The scallion-like jade hand inadvertently lifted the loose hair beside the ear, revealing the crystal pink earlobe. With an earnest smile on his face. Just park next to my car. Yifeng said casually. After receiving the order, Nie Xiaoqin immediately arranged for staff to unload the 2 sports cars from the truck. Move to the exclusive parking space in the courtyard and park next to the Hongqi S1. The front yard at the entrance of courtyard number 1 is very large, covering an area of more than 100 square meters. In addition to decorative facilities such as rockery, flowing water, green trees, and red flowers. There are also 5 standard parking spaces, which can accommodate 3 sports cars without feeling crowded at all. If the ground is not enough, there is a spacious underground garage on the first floor underground of the villa, which can accommodate more than 10 cars. Yifeng thought it was troublesome and never used it. Only when there is no room for parking on the ground will we consider an underground garage. Yifeng turned around and whispered to the 2 little ones, Tao Tao, Ting Ting, you can choose between these 2 cars. They will be your exclusive cars from now on. Upon hearing this, Tao Bai and Yu Ting Ting opened their mouths wide. They quickly shook their heads and refused. Brother Yi, no need. We can take the subway or a taxi when we go out. Besides, if it gets hit, it will cost a lot of money to repair it. Obviously, the 2 girls are confident about their driving skills. Very self-aware. Being able to successfully start the sports car is already a victory. If you want to drive away, it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Besides, these 2 super sports cars must have cost Yifeng a lot of money. They don't go out often. Stopping here will only gather dust, which is not worth it. Yifeng doesn't care about money. But driving skills are indeed a problem. After all, it's hard to drive on the road without good driving skills. It is not only dangerous to yourself, but also a hidden danger to pedestrians on the road. At this moment, Nie Xiaoqin was standing aside. A hint of envy appeared in her beautiful eyes. As expected, it's Yifeng. Sports cars are bought in pairs. And he didn't open it himself, but gave it to the little maid at home. She noticed Yifeng's embarrassment and felt happy inside, smiling softly. Mr. Yi, the internal roads of Chunshui Pavilion Manor are all built according to high-standard paved roads, with 2 lanes in both directions. You can let Butler Xiaotao and Miss Tingting practice their driving skills in the manor first. I can arrange for someone to follow the car and provide protection, minimizing the probability of danger. Hearing this, Yifeng nodded slightly, turned around, and said to Nie Xiaoqin, "Thank you very much. No, this is what I should do." Seeing Yifeng's firm attitude, Tao Bai and Yu Tingting had no choice but to choose one each. "Tingting, let's not choose. We'll take turns driving the 2 cars every month. This month, I'll drive the pink sports car and you'll drive the red one." Yu Tingting nodded gently, yes. Because the 2 girls did not recognize the car logos and could only distinguish them by color. Just then, Nie Xiaoqin smiled. "Mr. Yi, the construction progress of Villa 103 will be completed this weekend, and then the soft decoration part will begin. I went to the building materials market several times, but I was still a little unsure. Do you have time now? How about I go there with you in person?" Hearing this, Yifeng pondered for a moment and then agreed directly. The 2 kids will practice their driving skills later. Jian Yu also has classes today. As for the other women, they are all at work. He happens to have nothing to do today. Why not go out for a walk with Nie Xiaoqin? Yifeng turned around and walked towards the Hongqi S1 parked there. When I opened the car door, I found that Nie Xiaoqin didn't follow me. The corner of his eye slightly raised. "Not going? Sit, can I take your car too?" Nie Xiaoqin said with a look of delight on her face. "Otherwise, do you want to walk over there?" Yifeng felt puzzled. This woman is too cautious. Chapter 85, Rongfa Building Materials Market, another magical item. "Tao Tao, Tingting, you should practice driving well in the manor." "Got it, brother Yi. Go early and come back early. Drive safely." The 2 little maids smiled sweetly. She waved her fair little hand at Yifeng. After Nie Xiaoqin got into the car, Yifeng stepped on the accelerator and the Hongqi S1 engine roared. It turned into a ray of black lightning and flew out of Chunshui Pavilion Manor. Half an hour later, the sports car slowly stopped outside a large building materials city. Nie Xiaoqin introduced with a smile. "Mr. Yi, Rongfa Building Materials City is the largest building materials market in Haicheng. It not only sells building materials, but also valuable furniture, high-end lamps, and a series of decoration materials. His boss is Ho Defa, who ranks 98th on the Haicheng Rich List, worth more than 2 billion yuan, and is nicknamed the King of Building Materials." Hearing this, Yifeng nodded slightly. With a net worth of more than 2 billion yuan, he can only barely make it into the top 100 of Haicheng's Rich List. It is not difficult to see that there are still many wealthy people hidden in Haicheng. I don't know how much he would rank based on his net worth. Nie Xiaoqin got out of the car, opened the driver's door on her own initiative, bent her slender waist slightly, and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, please get out of the car." "Thank you very much." Yifeng smiled indifferently. After getting off the car, he and Nie Xiaoqin entered Rongfa Construction City. As soon as the 2 of them entered, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came over after hearing the news and said to Nie Xiaoqin enthusiastically, "Manager Nie, you have come here 3 times this month. Have you decided on the decoration materials?" "Who is this?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yifeng. I noticed that he was dressed well, had a distinguished demeanor, and sounded somewhat cautious. "Ha, manager's son, this is Mr. Yi, the owner of our courtyard number 1. The last few times I came to the building materials market, I was also helping him decorate a newly purchased villa." Hearing what Nie Xiaoqin said, Sun Zhong was slightly stunned. After coming to his senses, he held Yifeng's hand eagerly and nodded. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you the first time you came. After all, to be able to live in Chunshui Pavilion Manor, one's net worth must be at least 1 billion. What's more, Yifeng lives in the most luxurious villa number 1. Then his worth and the strength behind him. It's terrifying when you think about it." Sun Zhong naturally respected such a great man to the utmost. At the same time, I felt a little confused. I have never heard of a person like Yifeng in Haicheng before. "Mr. Yi, let's go to the VIP room to chat. There are so many people outside, I'm afraid it will have a bad influence on you. Sun Zhong smiled warmly. Rich people like these are extremely secretive about their private lives. Don't want to attract too much attention. He still understood this truth. Yifeng nodded slightly and spoke in a calm tone. Then, Sun Zhong took Yifeng and Nie Xiaoqin to a luxurious VIP room. Yifeng just sat down on the soft leather sofa. Immediately, a woman wearing a slit cheongsam came and brought tea and cakes. Sun Zhong sat down stiffly and smiled. Mr. Yi, do you have any requirements for decoration? I can recommend materials. Yifeng smiled indifferently and was about to speak. Nie Xiaoqin, who was standing next to them, spoke first. The materials must be top-notch, the style must be neo-Chinese, elegant and dignified, and we must not use materials that are common on the street. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. I didn't realize that this little girl was quite concerned about it. After all, he had only mentioned it briefly at the time, but she actually remembered it all. Sun Zhong nodded and wrote down all the requirements in his memo. Then he asked, what is the minimum and maximum in terms of budget? Up to 50 million. Nie Xiaoqin said softly. 50 million? After receiving this offer, Sun Zhong was so shocked that he almost slipped off the sofa. Spend 50 million to renovate a villa. Are you fucking kidding? With such a huge sum of money, it would be more than enough to decorate a castle. The villa is much smaller than the castle. He was in awe and had a new understanding of Yifeng's financial resources. 50 million? That was my thought a week ago, but now I have changed my mind. At this moment, Yifeng said lightly. I'm sorry, I spoke too much. Nie Xiaoqin said quickly. Beads of sweat oozed from his snow-white forehead. He actually stole Yifeng's limelight. How could she make such a low-level mistake? I wanted to slap myself a few times. Mr. Yi, what is your latest offer? Sun Zhong looked at Yifeng and asked respectfully. Yifeng smiled faintly and said casually, the minimum is 50 million, and the budget is 200 million. 200 million. At this moment, Sun Zhong couldn't help but be stunned. Even Nie Xiaoqin, who was very familiar with Yifeng, looked surprised. 200 million can buy a row of townhouses. Although it is still not as expensive as the Chunchuwei Pavilion No. 1 courtyard. But you have to know that what is being renovated now is just an ordinary villa, which is no less than transforming a Wuling Hongguang into a Rolls-Royce. Pure waste of money. Could it be that Yifeng's money came from the wind? Mr. Yi, are you sure the budget is 200 million? Sun Zhong swallowed and said in a shocked tone. Ha, of course, I never tell lies. Yifeng smiled faintly. Then, pick up your phone and open online banking. With just a few clicks, 150 million yuan was transferred directly to Nie Xiaoqin's account. Manager Nie, you are fully responsible for this matter. The remaining money from the renovation will be considered as your hard work fee. Byte. Detected that you spent 150 million to renovate the villa, triggered a critical hit reward, and received 2 instant teleportation cards. Teleportation card? Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. What is this thing? System, what does it do? Yifeng asked. Instant teleportation card, use it on people you know, and you can instantly teleport to within 10 meters of them within 100 kilometers. Oh my god. After reading the system introduction, Yifeng was deeply shocked. It's worthy of being a system. Although it's cool, it doesn't seem to have much practical effect. After all, it only takes less than 2 hours to drive 100 kilometers. Unless there is an emergency. Or the other person is taking a shower, so you can enjoy the beautiful scenery. Just then, Sun Zhong suddenly received a call. After the fight, he said to Yifeng with enthusiasm, Mr. Yi, my boss just found out that you are here and told me to keep you here no matter what. He is coming here by car and wants to see you in person. The boss of Rongfa Building Materials City? Yifeng narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. No problem, then I'll wait for him to come. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I'll arrange some programs. Sun Zhong clapped his hands. The door of the VIP room opened and 3 women wearing slit cheongsams walked in. Her figure and appearance are both above 8 points. The slit cheongsam is like 2 door curtains, hanging on the snow-white and graceful skin, looking particularly seductive. Serve Mr. Yi well, do you understand? Okay, manager Sun. The 3 women smiled charmingly and prepared to sit next to Yifeng. Manager's son, that's not necessary. I don't like this. Chapter 86. My cousin invited me to buy a mobile phone and was treated as a scalper. Okay, Mr. Yi. Sun Zhong wiped the sweat from his forehead. I almost ended up doing something bad with good intentions. Yifeng actually doesn't like women. Indeed, Sun Zhong misunderstood Yifeng. He likes it, but he just doesn't like this kind of vulgar rouge and powder. This is equivalent to asking a rich young man who is used to driving a supercar to drive a tractor. I can't muster the slightest interest. 10 minutes later. A middle-aged man in a leather jacket pushed the door open. Which one is Mr. Yi? Sun Zhong hurriedly came forward and introduced him to Ho Defa. Mr. Ho, this is Mr. Yi. When he saw Yifeng sitting on the sofa, his eyes were slightly stunned, and there was a hint of surprise at the corners of his mouth. Too young. At most, he is 25 years old. At such a young age, he lives in courtyard number 1 of Chunshui Pavilion Manor and spends 200 million to renovate his villa. How powerful must the force behind Yifeng be? I can't even imagine it. Mr. Yi, I'm Ho Defa. This is my business card. Please accept it. Don't worry, I will be directly responsible for the materials you need for this renovation, and I will definitely provide the best quality. Ho Defa said respectfully. Although he is ranked 98th on the Haicheng rich list, his net worth is more than 2 billion yuan. But compared with Yifeng, he is nothing. She couldn't put on airs in front of Yifeng. Just compliments. Yifeng took the business card, exchanged contact information with Ho Defa, and prepared to go home. Don't worry about the rest. After all, Nie Xiaoqin handled the whole process. He just had to wait until the end for acceptance. Moreover, given Nie Xiaoqin's admiration for herself, she would definitely not cut corners on the quality of the project. We will also take the initiative to guard against it. Mr. Yi, let me take you there. Seeing Yifeng was about to leave, Ho Defa said earnestly. Then, he sent Yifeng into the Hongqi S1 and watched the back of the car gradually disappear at the end of the road. Ho Defa swallowed his saliva. I'm afraid the sky in Haicheng is going to change. After all, he had never heard of Yifeng. Just based on the capital he showed. Haicheng's rich list is bound to be reshuffled. It's probably not impossible to rank in the top 10. Yi Qingqing? On the wide and prosperous streets of Haicheng, a matte black sports car was speeding. Yifeng held the steering wheel with one hand, humming a little tune leisurely. Just as I was about to go home, the phone on the center console suddenly lit up and a WeChat message popped up. The remarked name is Yi Qingqing. It was Yifeng's cousin who was studying at Haicheng University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Brother, are you free this weekend? My classmates and I are going to the South City Resort and we'd like to invite you to join us. South City Resort. Located in the suburbs of Haicheng, a fully developed scenic area. The environment is beautiful and there are many entertainment facilities. There are more than 10 places to visit, including cableways, rafting caves, amusement parks, zoos, etc. It is only a 2-hour drive from downtown Haicheng. It has become a good place for Haicheng citizens to have fun on weekends. Since it was nothing, Yifeng agreed immediately. Then, he transferred another 3,000 yuan to Yi Qingqing. After all, it is quite expensive for female college students to buy cosmetics, clothes, and bags. Many girls who have just entered college cannot resist the temptation and throw themselves into the arms of rich men, exchanging their youth for money. Well, Yifeng would never allow this to happen to his cousin. Brother, it's too much money. I can't spend so much. I still have the 5,000 you transferred to me last time. Yi Qingqing replied. They have a very good relationship with their cousin Yifeng and grew up together. When I was a child, I slept naked on a bed. Haha, take it. Treat your classmates to a big meal. I'm driving now, so let's not talk about it for now. Yifeng said casually. On the other side, room 302 of the female dormitory of Haicheng University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. A pretty girl is sitting at the desk. She was wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts, revealing her fair and rosy skin, and her hair was tied into a ponytail. Looks youthful and full of energy. Yi Qingqing held the phone in her jade hand and clicked on the voice message sent by Yifeng. A blush appeared on her fair face. Since childhood, Yifeng has always been very fond of him. Although they are not biological sisters, their relationship is closer than that of some biological siblings. She also knew Yifeng's character. The money that is sent out will not be taken back. The little hand taps the screen, types a line of words, and clicks send. Okay, thanks bro. I'll contact you that weekend. See you then. Yi Qingqing didn't spend a cent of the 5,000 yuan that Ji Feng gave her last time. Adding the 3,000 yuan this time and the living expenses given by her family, her savings have exceeded 5 figures. She is a truly wealthy woman. The main reason is that she is quite frugal with money. She only buys ordinary brands of cosmetics and clothes, and the mobile phone she uses is the Xiaomi phone released a few years ago. Cell phone store? Yi Feng was driving the Hongqi S1 with one hand and was preparing to go home. Passing by a newly opened mobile phone store. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly stopped the car. The phone he is currently using is a Huawei phone that was released 3 years ago. At that time, the configuration was pretty good. But now it's a bit not enough. I've been busy recently and haven't had time to change one. Now that I happen to be passing by, I decided to buy a few. After all, he is a wealthy man. You are still using a low-end phone that cost around 2,000 yuan and was released 3 years ago. It's so cheap. Yi Feng walked into the store. Found out that this store just opened. But this brand seems to have released new products recently, so there are quite a few customers inside. No clerk came forward to serve him, so Yi Feng made his choice on his own. What kind of phone is this? Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Attracted by a huge black mobile phone. He doesn't pay much attention to this aspect, but he heard that there is a new folding machine coming out recently. The appearance is very cool, maybe it looks like this. After getting started, he felt it was very refined and the system ran smoothly, which was exactly what he wanted. Hello, how much is this phone? Yi Feng finally caught a female clerk and asked her. Sir, this is the latest Huawei Mate X3, priced at 13,999 yuan, with 12 plus 512G memory. The female clerk introduced everything. Yi Feng nodded slightly. After learning the selling price, he didn't care about the rest. After all, it was his only need to buy a mobile phone. Just WeChat and phone calls. Sir, would you like to buy one? Yi Feng nodded slightly and said lightly. For this configuration, I'll buy one in black and 9 in other colors. Anyway, I'm here. Yi Feng was not just thinking about himself. Taobai, Yu Tingting, Yi Qingqing, Xiaoran, Zhangyu. Well. It's time to change their cell phones. No sir, what are you buying so many mobile phones for? The female clerk swallowed and said in surprise. 10 Huawei Mate X3 units, with a total value of over 6 figures. Do you still ask what the purpose is when buying a mobile phone now? Yi Feng raised his eyebrows and asked questioningly. No, sir, it's like this, because this phone has just been released and there is very little stock, so many scalpers are rushing to buy it and selling it at a higher price, so... The female clerk said in a nervous tone. I see. Yi Feng shook his head and smiled, thinking he was a scalper. He picked up the mobile phone he was using, opened the online banking, and displayed the balance column. I don't think I can make money by reselling mobile phones. The salesgirl glanced over. His mouth immediately opened wide, and he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. If you don't count carefully, you won't even know how much this string of zeros means. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly said. Okay, sir, I'll pick up the goods from the warehouse now. Please wait for a moment. Chapter 87 Uncle Fu comes again, special grade Yishin de Hongpo. Byte. It is detected that you spent 139,900 to buy 10 Huawei Mate X3s, triggering a critical hit reward in getting the Genesis Edition Rolls-Royce Phantom X10. Related procedures have been automatically stored in the system warehouse. After paying the money, the system rebate will arrive as expected. Yi Feng was slightly stunned. Are you kidding me? Buy 10 mobile phones and get 10 Rolls-Royces as a reward. And it's the Genesis version of Phantom. The extended version that people often talk about, the price of a single car reaches 20 million, and 10 cars means 200 million. I can only say, this wave. Yi Feng made a lot of money again. Sir, are you driving here? Let me help you get in the car. The salesgirl smiled. Well, my car is right outside the store. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Feng did not refuse. After saying that, he turned and left. When she came to the Hongqi S1 car, the female clerk's fair face looked a little dazed. I can spend hundreds of thousands to buy a mobile phone. Yifeng definitely isn't short of money. But she didn't expect that he could be so wealthy, owning a supercar. The attitude is obviously more enthusiastic than before. She threw a coquettish glance, quietly lifted up her black skirt, and said softly, "Sir, can you add me on WeChat? If there is any problem with your phone, I can come and solve it." On-site solution? Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. Taking a quick glance at the female clerk, Yifeng saw that her appearance score was around 8.5, which was barely pleasing to his eyes. He smiled calmly and said softly, "Okay, my name is Yifeng." Hearing Yifeng's agreement, the female clerk picked up her phone happily. After scanning the friend's QR code and adding him, she stroked her hair on her forehead with her delicate hand and smiled. "Cheng Jia, you can just call me Jia Jia. Goodbye, Mr. Yi." "Ha, bye." Yifeng got into the car, started the sports car, and drove away from the mobile phone store. Sometimes, you can't find a girlfriend. It's not because you're not good enough, but because you're not rich enough. This is a material world. The yardstick for measuring a man's success is the red banknotes. Natsuki doesn't like money, but every moment that touches Natsuki requires money. Of course, those extremely smart readers will definitely not worry about money. Boom boom boom. The Hongqi S1 is like a black shadow, shuttling through the busy streets. 10 minutes later, we drove into Chenchuwei Pavilion Manor. Returning to the villa, Yifeng found the air unusually quiet. "Are you still practicing driving?" Yifeng muttered. It was a rare moment of peace and quiet, so he lay on the sofa and unpacked his newly bought Huawei Mate X3. I played with it briefly and felt very satisfied. He then inserted the SIM card into the phone and it became his official phone. Ding dong. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the villa door. "Tao, someone is knocking on the door, go see who it is," Yifeng said casually. But no one responded, so I couldn't help but shake my head and smile. He stood up, walked to the door and opened it. "Housekeeper Showdown, Master Yi is at home." Uncle Fu outside the door bowed slightly, then looked up and discovered. The person who opened the door was not Tao Bai, but Yifeng, who quickly apologized. "Mr. Yi, are you home alone?" "Well, Uncle Fu, what do you want?" Yifeng raised his eyebrows. "The last time, Suya, the owner of Villa Number 2, came to visit but left without saying goodbye. Then, there was no movement. I don't know what kind of plane they are on." "Ha, Master Yi, my lady sent this old servant over to invite you to dinner." Uncle Fu had a kind smile on his face. "Have dinner together?" Yifeng was a little confused. He and Suya had never met before, so why should he invite him to dinner? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. But since others kindly invited him, Yifeng did not think much about it and nodded gently. "No problem, I have nothing to do tonight, I will come over later." Hearing this, Uncle Fu quickly waved his hands and explained. "Don't worry, young Master Yi. It's not tonight, it's a dinner party 3 days later. My lady would like to invite you to go with her. It's just a meal, it doesn't matter where you eat." Yifeng said softly, "Okay, when the time comes, come and call me and thank Miss Su for me. Would you like to come in and sit down?" Uncle Fu was originally anxious to go back and report, but faced with Yifeng's invitation, he was embarrassed to refuse. Obedience is worse than respect. "I will go in now." Hiss. I actually agreed. Yifeng was just being polite. There was no choice but to invite Uncle Fu into the house. Although he has been here many times, every time he enters Villa Number 1, Uncle Fu was shocked by the luxurious decoration. After sitting down on the sofa in the main hall, Uncle Fu inquired politely. From Yishao's accent, he doesn't seem to be from Haicheng? He has always been curious about Yifeng's identity. Hence the inquiry. "Well, I came from another place and thought Haicheng had a nice environment, so I stayed here," Yifeng said casually. Sure enough, Uncle Fu's guess was correct. Only the eldest son of a secluded family has such capital. You can settle down in any city you want. After all, with the financial resources of the secluded family. Even if Yifeng gets tired of living in Haicheng, there will be no loss if he moves to another city. At this time, Yifeng came to the wine bar next to the main hall, looked at the various famous wines and teas on the storage shelves, and asked, "Uncle Fu, what do you like to drink?" "No, don't bother. I'll drink whatever Master Yi drinks. The guest should follow the host's wishes," Uncle Fu said with a smile. "All right." Yifeng was about to take a bottle of Romanée Conti. Bite. Based on your current situation, trigger a special reward and get 100 kilograms of special grade Wyashin Dahongpo. Wyashin Dahongpo? Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. I immediately opened the system warehouse and saw a T icon in the small grid. He didn't know what T was, so he didn't know what it was. I couldn't help but mutter, what's so valuable about T? This wave of rewards is a bit lame. Just take out 1 kilogram. Boil water, and after it boils, bring it to the main hall. Uncle Fu, a friend gave me some tea. Please try it and see how it tastes. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Sorry for bothering you. Uncle Fu took the teacup, his nose twitched, and his expression froze slightly. Looking down at the red and clear tea in the cup, his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be? Uncle Fu took a sip without caring about the scalding heat. He was stunned and said, Yi, Master Yi, this can't be Wui Mountain Dahongpo, right? Wait, this taste, long aftertaste, sweet and refreshing, only the special grade has this quality. It is very likely produced from the 1,000-year-old tea tree on the top of Wui Mountain. It is not difficult to see that Uncle Fu was quite knowledgeable about tea. After all, when men get older, they like to tinker with strange things. Some people like wine, some like tea, and some like to stock up on charging heads. Uncle Fu has research on tea? Yi Feng smiled faintly. Half an understanding is not research. But from what I have seen, Master Yi's tea must be produced from the 1,000-year-old tea tree on the top of Wui Mountain. There is only one such tree in the world, and the annual output is less than 5 kilograms. It is very rare. It is sold by the gram in the market, which is about the same as the value of gold. After saying that, Uncle Fu took another big sip. The water didn't feel boiling hot at all. After all, once you drink this stuff, it's one less sip, and if you want to drink again, it's gone. Chapter 88 Woman, I'll show you how powerful you are tonight at the hotel. Uncle Fu likes this kind of tea? Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly and smiled faintly. Young Master Yi smiled. When you get old, you don't have any other hobbies. You only have a special liking for tea. Fu Bo replied. Hearing this, Yi Feng walked towards the bar. He opened the system warehouse, secretly took out 10 kilograms of special grade Wyashin Dahongpo and put it into a plastic bag. After all, he weighs 100 kilograms and doesn't like tea. It's better to just send it away. You can also make a friend. Uncle Fu, my friend gave me a lot. Since you like it so much, I'll give you some. Yi Feng put the plastic bag on the coffee table and said in a flat tone. What? Uncle Fu was suddenly startled. He quickly reached out and opened his pocket. I was immediately struck by her beauty. It was actually filled with top-grade Wyashin Dahongpo. When I weighed it in my hand, it weighed at least 1 kilogram. You know, the top-grade Wyashin Dahongpo is in short supply. It was even hyped up to the same value as gold. This small bag of tea is worth approximately 500,000 renminbi. Yi Feng just gave it to him like that? Yi, Master Yi, it's too precious. Uncle Fu's face turned red, and he didn't know whether he should accept it or not. Although he likes drinking tea very much, this visit was on behalf of Suya. If you accept it, you will owe Yi Feng a favor. But if he didn't accept it, he would feel guilty. He. Seeing Uncle Fu in such an awkward situation, Yi Feng shook his head and smiled. Uncle Fu, it's a good idea to reciprocate. Miss Su gave me a bottle of expensive red wine last time, and these tea leaves are a return gift. God knows, the earth knows, I know, no one else knows. Hearing what Yi Feng said, Uncle Fu nodded and expressed gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yi. However, at this moment, the door of the villa suddenly opened and Tao Bai ran in. Brother Yi, I can already drive a sports car skillfully. Well, now a third person knows. Me too, driving isn't that hard. Yu Tingting also came in. Well, 4 people know. Uncle Fu realized that it was not appropriate to stay here for long, so he stood up and bowed, saying respectfully, Young Master Yi, I will leave first. Goodbye, Uncle Fu. Come visit us often. Yi Feng said politely. Okay, Master Yi. Goodbye. Uncle Fu hurriedly left courtyard number 1 carrying a plastic bag. For some reason, I suddenly felt like a guilty thief. Carrying the heavy bag of tea, I couldn't help but sigh. As expected, he is Master Yi. Time passes by little. Soon, it was nightfall. A vast bright moon hangs in the sky of Chunshui Pavilion Manor, emitting a light as bright as water. A matte black sports car sped out of the manor gate. Inside the car, Yifeng held the steering wheel with one hand. Half an hour ago, he received a WeChat message from Xiaoran. The art performance evening will be held early tonight due to school arrangements. Since Yifeng had promised Xiaoran that he would attend, he would not go back on his word. After packing up simply and changing into a brand new black suit, he drove to Haicheng University. 10 minutes later, the Hongqi S1 slowly stopped in front of the school gate. There stood a graceful figure. Xiaoran waited for a long time. When she saw Yifeng's car, a smile appeared on her fair face and she walked over quickly. Yifeng, you are here. I will take you in. The party is about to start. As soon as Yifeng got out of the car, Xiaoran held his arm. A scent of a young girl's body lingers around my nose. Along with the cool breeze of the summer night, it fills into my mind and is particularly refreshing. Because she was going to perform soon, Xiaoran had already changed into her performance clothes in advance. A pure white ballet costume. She was wearing a tight white bodysuit, which highlighted her slender waist. A very short white lace miniskirt, revealing two slender and well-proportioned legs, tightly wrapped in white pantyhose. Both the feel and the beauty are unparalleled. If you look at it with an appreciative eye, this is high art. Sorry, Yifeng is not a person with noble sentiments. In his eyes, this set of clothes is just a set of sexy outfit with maximum attack speed. With Xiaoran's flexible figure, any kinds of postures can be unlocked. Well, it feels so good. Okay, go in. Yifeng's hand naturally fell on Xiaoran's waist, groping up and down in a very dishonest manner. This delicate touch is absolutely amazing. Standing without chill. Xiaoran's face flushed. But he did not stop her and let Yifeng touch him. Yifeng, don't go on. Let's go to the hotel after the performance. Xiaoran complained in a voice. She had a performance coming up and was afraid that if she continued, she would have to change into a new pair of pantyhose. She stretched out her white and tender little hand and pinched Yifeng's waist. Hiss. Yifeng took a breath of cold air. He leaned close to Xiaoran's ear and smiled playfully. Woman, I'll let you know how powerful I am in the hotel tonight. After saying that, he gently bit her pink earlobe. You can do whatever you want tonight, but you can't do anything rash now. Xiaoran's face flushed. Her heart felt numb and tingling as if she had been electrocuted, and she couldn't help but clamp her snow-white legs together. After a while, the two arrived at the auditorium where the art performance evening was held. The seats on the tiers were already full of people. Most of them are students from Haicheng University. There is also a small group of people, like Yifeng, who are from the society and were invited here. Yifeng, please find a seat. I'm going to the backstage waiting room. By the way, I'm the second to last performer, don't doze off, and remember to applaud when I go on stage. Xiaoran chattered incessantly like a young wife. No problem, I promise to watch the show carefully, you can go now. Yifeng smiled indifferently and agreed readily. After Xiaoran entered the waiting room, he found a random seat, sat down and closed his eyes to meditate. At this moment, an obese young man sat in the empty seat next to Yifeng. He was holding a bag full of snacks. Brother, which department are you from? We are so lucky to meet each other. I'll give you some snacks while we watch. I heard that the beauties from each department will be performing on stage tonight. I wouldn't normally attend, but for the sake of appreciating art, I had to give up late-night study sessions with the teachers on my hard drive. As soon as the young man sat down, he started talking non-stop. Very familiar. Yifeng took a deep breath, calmed himself down, opened his eyes, and spoke softly. I'm here to appreciate art, too. I heard that Xiaoran, the beauty from the dance department, will be performing on stage. Fuck. Brother, we are kindred spirits. The young man smiled obscenely and whispered. Not only that, there are more than a dozen female students from the dance department who are majoring in ballet and are going to go on stage. Their figures and looks are all top-notch. By the way, my name is Hidaheng, what do you call me, brother? The young man took the initiative to extend his hand with an innocent and sincere smile on his face. At this time, Yifeng took a quick look. I noticed that he was wearing branded clothes and must be a rich second generation. But he doesn't have the slightest airs of a dandy. Yifeng. What a nice name. Quite impressive. You must be older than me. I will call you Brother Yi from now on. He Daheng smiled. Yifeng didn't say anything and closed his eyes again. Brother, do you want to drink the fat otaku happy water? I bought 2 bottles and I'll give you one. Brother, would you like some potato chips? Fuck. Big brother, look at the stage, it's Cao Lele from the Department of Finance. Brother, did I disturb your rest? Obviously, this Mr. He is not just good at speaking, but he is very good at speaking. He is a real chatterbox. It's a miracle that he can live this long. Doesn't anyone find him annoying? Will anyone beat him to death? Chapter 89, The Sissy Male Star of Han Country and the Awakening Fairy. Yifeng was not opposed to He Daheng's enthusiasm. Chatting with him occasionally. After all, it is a party held by the school, and the programs presented are all in line with the 24-character core values. It makes people want to doze off. From time to time, you have to applaud. I should have known not to come. However, at this moment, the host, wearing a black evening gown, came on stage, holding the microphone, and spoke with great emotion. Dear students, thanks to the efforts of our school leaders, we have invited Mr. Park Jin-chang, a singer from the country of Korea. She came to our school specially tonight to sing for you. First of all, let me applaud the school leaders for their hard work in bringing the school up to international standards. Please welcome the Korean singer Park Jin-chang again. What the hell? Yifeng raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did China invite a singer from a cold country to its art evening? Is there no one left in the domestic entertainment industry? Just as I was wondering, a young man in a blue suit walked out on the stage. He has a handsome face and dresses more exquisitely than women. He is considered a handsome young man. As soon as Park Jin-chang appeared on the stage, cheers rang out from the seats on the steps below the stage. Many younger students took out glow sticks and waved them in the air, as if they were having a concert. It is not difficult to see that Park Jin-chang is very popular in China. However, Yifeng doesn't pay attention to these things, so he doesn't know. Damn it, if I had known there were Han country sissies, I wouldn't have come here. He Daheng, who was sitting next to him, took a bite of the chicken leg and complained. Obviously, he was also quite dissatisfied with this arrangement. However, Park Jin-chang is extremely popular among female college students. The junior and senior students at the scene all had stars in their beautiful eyes and shouted loudly. Park Jin-chang Appa, so handsome. Appa, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Feeling their enthusiasm, Park Jin-chang on the stage raised a hint of playfulness at the corner of his mouth. He blurted out, thank you everyone, Huaxia's fans are so enthusiastic. Huaxia fans are not only polite, but also so enthusiastic. I am very touched. This trip is worthwhile. I love Huaxia. As these words were spoken, exclamations echoed throughout the auditorium. Those crazy fans are almost overwhelmed by happiness. Oh my god, Park Jin-chang's Chinese is so good. Did he practice it just for us? I am so touched, Park Jin-chang Appa, I will love you forever. Chinese is the most difficult language in the world. Park Jin-chang Appa speaks it so fluently. He must have put in a lot of effort in private. It seems that the flavor of this art performance evening has changed. It seemed like a celebrity meet and greet. Bite. Detect your current situation, trigger special rewards, and get 1 truth card. Truth card? Yifeng asked in doubt, what is the function of the system? Truth card can be used on anyone to make them only speak the truth within 5 minutes. After seeing the system introduction clearly, Yifeng's face showed a hint of amusement. System, use the true heart card on Park Jin-chang. In use. Use successfully. Consume 1 truth card, Park Jin-chang will only speak the truth for 5 minutes. Park Jin-chang on the stage shuddered, as if he was hit by some kind of energy. He shook his head, not noticing any discomfort. There was still a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. Just then, one of his loyal fans stood up. She clenched her fists, mustered up the courage, and asked with a blushing face. Kinjo Appa, are you here for us? Also, your Chinese is so good, you must have practiced for a long time. The question asked by this fangirl was exactly what all the female college students at the scene wanted to ask. Therefore, many crazy girls turned their attention to Park Jin-chang. Anticipation appeared in her beautiful eyes. After all, among this group of crazy fans, Park Jin-chang is the representative of a perfect good man. There is no flaw at all, and it's full of advantages. Even if someone says that Park Jin-chang is not a good person, the fairies will get angry. Even more active than defending her own father. He. Park Jin-chang smiled calmly. Just when I was about to say what I had prepared for a long time, my mouth got out of control. Ah, bastard. What a bunch of stupid, brain-dead pigs. I must have come to China to make money, otherwise who would be willing to come to this rubbish place? Chinese female college students are so stupid. They are much easier to deceive than the college students in the Great Cold Empire. I am really worried about the future of this country. I came to China to make money, so I must learn Chinese. I don't know why they are so moved. It makes me laugh to death, a BA. Suddenly, Park Jin-chang's mouth was like a Gatling gun, spraying the little fairy with bang bang bang. It's like chewing xianmai, you can't stop. The originally bustling auditorium suddenly became deathly silent. Those crazy fans all had dazed expressions on their faces due to their excitement. They stared at each other with eyes wide open, their faces full of disbelief. The perfect Han country oppa in their minds turned out to be such a piece of trash? What's going on? Even the school leaders who attended the party were somewhat angry. In order to get closer to the students, they spent 1 million to invite Park Jin-chang. Now it seems that hiring a pig with this 1 million is 100 times better than hiring him. Go to hell. Han country sissy, go back to your kimchi country. I don't know who shouted this. A black flip-flop flew through the air and hit Park Jin-chang right in the face. Then, the students came to their senses, picked up everything at hand and threw it all onto the stage. A milk teacup, a beverage bottle, a half-eaten hamburger, and a bloody sanitary napkin. I don't know whose general he is, but he is so brave. Park Jin-chang looked embarrassed but shocked. What happened to him? Why did you say everything in your heart? Even though Park Jin-sung is trash, he is a foreigner after all. The school leaders were afraid of attracting international public opinion, so they sent 2 security guards to forcibly escort him out of the school. Finally, a vice president came on stage to apologize in person. The storm finally subsided. In Han country, Park Jin-chang is at best just an 18th tier celebrity. The money he earned in China was dozens of times that of Han country. After this incident, Park Jin-chang's attempt to make money in China was completely stopped. I am afraid that he will also face claims for huge compensation from the brands he endorses. The video was circulated on the internet and immediately sparked heated discussion among netizens. There is a boycott against foreign artists coming to China to make money and acting like bitches. It has indirectly or directly influenced a large number of Han Chinese artists who are active in the domestic entertainment industry. Finally, the country even took action and introduced policies specifically to restrict foreign artists from coming to China to make money. The success and failure are all due to the little fairy. The most terrifying species in the 21st century is undoubtedly the fairy. Well, let us get back to the topic. The evening performance of cultural and artistic performance was held next. Brother Yi, this is so satisfying. I just threw all the snacks I couldn't finish up there. Ha, smash that Han country sissy to death. He Da-heng, who was sitting next to him, said very proudly. Just now, he was the one throwing the most vigorously. After all, this guy brought a bag full of food. Yi Feng shook his head, smiled, and gave a thumbs up. Thumbs up for you. Chapter 90 Titanium Alloy Straight Man He Da-heng, Yi Feng is willing to admit defeat. Dear students, let's applaud and welcome the students majoring in ballet from the dance department to the stage for their performance. The host said in a full voice. Pa 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 pa. He Da-heng clapped vigorously. A pair of small eyes narrowed and looked towards the stage. Brother Yi, here I come. He said excitedly. The red curtain of the stage opened and the lights came on. A dozen graceful girls, wearing white ballet costumes, looked like pure and elegant white swans, so beautiful. Dance to the soft music. The one occupying the C position is naturally the school beauty Xiao Ran. Her delicate figure, illuminated by the bright lights, is so beautiful that it makes people obsessed. For a moment, Yi Feng couldn't help but be fascinated by it. A girl who can dance. It really adds points. Just then, someone noticed Xiao Ran's gaze, which was slightly shy as she stared at the back row of the audience. Who is senior sister Xiao Ran looking at? Someone asked. All of a sudden, all the boys sitting in that area had a collective brain orgasm. Create 3 major illusions in life. They all thought that Xiao Ran was interested in them. Yi, brother Yi, goddess Xiao Ran seems to be looking at you. He Da-hang said in astonishment. He followed Xiao Ran's gaze and saw that she was looking at Yi Feng. Yi Feng smiled indifferently and said softly, "Of course, she's my girlfriend." What? After hearing what Yi Feng said, He Da-hang opened his mouth so wide that an egg could almost fit in it. Then, a thumbs up. It has to be Brother Yi. The tone was full of admiration, without a trace of jealousy. Because he doesn't like Xiao Ran. Although Xiao Ran is very beautiful and has an exceptionally graceful figure. But He Da-hang was not interested in her. Instead, he liked another petite and cute girl majoring in ballet, Feng Yu. At this time, the girl was also on the stage. Although she is not as dazzling as Xiao Ran, in He Da-hang's eyes, she is flawless. Love makes people blind. Who can say for sure? It was not until then that those self-indulgent boys reacted. Xiao Ran didn't look at them anymore, but they all turned their heads and looked at Yi Feng. Hiss. He is worthy of senior sister Xiao Ran. A word involuntarily emerged in everyone's mind: talented man and beautiful woman. Who is this person? Why have I never seen him in school? He looks unfamiliar. He doesn't look like a student. He should be a member of society who was invited here. He is well dressed. I have seen the watch on his wrist online. It is a Patek Philippe worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. What is the relationship between him and senior sister Xiao Ran? Try it, taste it carefully. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, He Da-hang suddenly realized. Brother Yi, aren't you a student? Yi Feng shook his head and smiled, saying lightly, I never said I was a student. He Da-hang slapped his forehead and said with a silly smile, that's right. Then he showed his friend's QR code and said sincerely, Brother Yi, add me as a friend. I'll ask you out to play some other day. I know some fun places in Haicheng. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. He Da-hang looks honest and kind. It feels like I'm the stupid son of a landlord. In fact, he is meticulous and quick-witted. Realizing that Yi Feng was definitely not an ordinary person, he got to know him, both for him and the family behind him. Can bring huge benefits. The He family has quite a bit of influence in Shanghai. It mainly deals in parallel imported luxury cars, with tens of thousands of luxury cars traded each year and annual revenue exceeding 1 billion. The person in power is He Da-hang's father, He Guanyao. He ranks 68th on the Haicheng rich list with a net worth of more than 5 billion yuan. He Da-hang is a true second-generation rich. However, he didn't like to show off and never revealed his family background at school. Even his roommates in the same dormitory didn't know his true identity. Yi Feng smiled indifferently and agreed to his friend's request. Thank you, Brother Yi. He Da-hang quickly changed Yi Feng's nickname to Big Brother. And in the chat interface, send a funny emoticon with squinting eyes and smile. It is not difficult to see that He Da-hang is an interesting fat man. Dear students, the cultural performance has come to an end. Thank you for watching. Please leave in an orderly manner. The stage lights went out instantly. Everyone in the auditorium lined up and left one by one. Yi Feng and He Da-hang also followed the team out of the auditorium. Stand at the door and wait for a while. Xiao Ran came over after removing her makeup, but she was still wearing a white ballet costume. Before Yi Feng could speak, He Da-hang on the side greeted him warmly. Hello, sister-in-law. Xiao Ran was stunned for a moment, and her fair face turned red with embarrassment. The beautiful little feet moved in the white pantyhose. My new friend, He Da-hang, is also from your school. Yi Feng said softly. Sister-in-law, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Da-hang. If you get bullied at school in the future, I, Da-hang He, will be the first to disagree. Don't worry, Brother Yi, I will definitely protect you well. He Da-hang started his chatterbox mode again. He is very familiar with everyone. However, at this moment, another girl in a ballet outfit trotted over, took Xiao Ran's arm, and said softly, Ran, is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome, I'm so envious. After that, she stretched out her fair little hand, smiled sweetly and said, Hello, my name is Feng Yu. He Da-hang was originally in talkative mode. I was speechless in an instant. His little eyes were a little evasive and there was a hint of shyness on his face that only little boys have. Seeing this scene, Yi Feng raised a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Feng Yu has a good appearance, scoring 8.5 points. Because of her dance practice, her figure was extremely slim, with an S shape, which barely caught Yi Feng's eye. But this new little brother of his. It seems that the other party is reigning. Hello, my name is Yi Feng. Then he took a half step back and jokingly said, Tycoon, you have nothing to do tonight, right? What's wrong, brother Yi? Nothing's wrong. He Daheng said with a confused look on his face. At this time, Yi Feng winked at him. Brother Yi, is there sand in your eyes? He Daheng said sincerely. Yi Feng's face was full of black lines. I thought he was a straight man, but compared with Mr. He is nothing. This guy is a complete titanium straight man. Xiaoran, who was standing by, noticed the subtle atmosphere. She covered her cherry lips with her hands and smiled faintly. Xiaoyu, I will stay out with Yi Feng tonight. I won't go back to the dormitory with you. Why don't you let the tycoon take you back? Hearing this, He Daheng suddenly understood. Only then did I understand Yi Feng's good intentions. Scratching the back of his head, he said with a silly smile, I happen to be free, I can send it off. Fan Yu looked at Xiaoran and Yi Feng with a sly smile on his face. You two are moving out? Okay, I'll be leaving first. Fatty, follow me and don't disturb others' sweetness. It can be seen that Fan Yu is a cheerful girl. And he has no aversion to Mr. Ho. Brother Yi, then I. He Daheng stood there blankly. So easy? It was true that he liked Fan Yu very much, but in the past he only dared to look at her secretly and did not dare to approach her and talk to her. Now it's a bit. It went so smoothly. What are you standing there for? Follow me. Chapter 91. You are such a good person, charming little fairy. Xiaoran, let's go too. When watching the show just now, Yi Feng had already made preparations in advance. Book the presidential suite at the Gear Grand Hotel online. The price is 99,999 yuan, which is expensive, but it depends on who you live with. If it's Xiaoran, then it's great value for money. Moreover, after payment is completed, the activation system will give you a 10-fold rebate. It's equivalent to staying one night for free and making a profit of more than 800,000 yuan. You can't spend it all, you can't spend it all. It's very nice and great. Well, wait a minute, Yi Feng, I'll go back to the dormitory to change clothes. Xiaoran blushed. A single man and a single woman go to a hotel so late at night. You can figure out what they are going to do with your toes. Wearing this ballet outfit seems out of place. Replace? Yi Feng shook his head slightly, with a playful look. No, I like this dress. How could he bear to let Xiaoran change such a perfect attack speed suit? She looks beautiful in other clothes though. But it lacks a lot of fun. Well. Yi Feng is a man who understands romance. He stretched out his hand, placed it on Xiaoran's slender waist, and walked towards the Hongqi S1 parked at the school gate. On the other side, from the auditorium to the girls' dormitory, you have to pass through an artificial corridor surrounded by green trees. Fang Yu suddenly stopped and turned around. She stared at Yi Daheng with clear eyes and asked, Fatty, did you often peek at me before? What did you say? Yi Daheng's face turned red. It turns out Fang Yu already knew it. So he didn't hide it and nodded and said, well, you are very beautiful. Hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Fang Yu's face, but he said, don't peek at me anymore, or I'll call the police and have you arrested as a pervert. Ah. Suddenly, Yi Daheng was stunned. Seeing him like a wooden man, Fang Yu smiled with her hands covering her mouth. You can watch it openly. After saying that, he turned around and walked forward. With deliberate carelessness, the delicate little feet in white pantyhose fell to the ground. Hey! Fatty, help me up. Yi Daheng quickly helped her up and asked with concern, are you okay? Fang Yu shook her head and stared at Yi Daheng with her beautiful eyes. It seems to be a bit painful, and it's too late, the infirmary is closed, otherwise. Yi Daheng nodded solemnly. He let go of Fang Yu and carried her on his back, then hurried towards the girls' dormitory. Okay, we're downstairs now. Come down and try to walk a few steps to see if it still hurts. Yi Daheng put Fang Yu down and said seriously. Fang Yu frowned slightly. She took a deep breath and stomped her silk stocking feet. It doesn't hurt anymore. You're such a good person. After saying that, he turned and walked into the dormitory building. Yi Daheng scratched the back of his head with a simple smile on his face. Thank you. For Yi Daheng, being praised by the goddess as a good man is the happiest thing in the world. He was secretly happy even in his dreams. Fang Yu shook her head and smiled, sighed helplessly, and waved her hand at the dormitory door. Okay, it's too late, go back and we'll contact you another day. Buzz. Yifeng drove and brought Xiaoran to Gear Hotel. As soon as I got off the car, a sharp-eyed driver came up to me and took the initiative to open the car door. He bowed deeply and said, "Welcome to the Gear Hotel, please get off the car." Thanks for the tip. Yifeng casually threw the car keys to the boy and took out a stack of money. Take good care of your car and don't let anyone scratch it. Yes, sir, you and miss, please come in, I will help you move your car to the exclusive parking space. The boy's eyes lit up and he said repeatedly. After Yifeng and Xiaoran walked into the hotel. He spat on his hand and counted the stack of bills. Oh my god, the tip is more than 2,000 yuan. He deserves to drive a sports car to pick up girls? Arriving at the front desk, Yifeng picked up the newly purchased Huawei Mate X3, showed the online order, and said softly. Presidential suite, check in now. Okay sir, please wait a moment. The girl at the front desk did not dare to delay and immediately entered her identity information into the system. Afterwards, she walked towards the elevator entrance with her high heels, stopped an elevator, and spoke in a respectful tone. Mr. Yi, let me take you to the room. Following the girl at the front desk, we arrived at the luxurious presidential suite on the top floor of the Gear Hotel. Yifeng was not stingy and casually threw out a stack of banknotes. By the way, there will be no need for room service tomorrow morning. We will probably get up at noon and prepare lunch. No problem sir, everything will be done as requested, I wish you and miss a good night's sleep. After saying that, the girl at the front desk tactfully left the room. And closed the door for Yifeng. After she left, Yifeng put his arms around Xiaoran's slender waist, pressed her down on the sofa, and gently stroked her pink face with his palm. You knew I would come tonight, yet you still dressed so seductively. If you have ulterior motives, let me tell you, you succeeded. I saw that my little thoughts were exposed. Xiaoran's delicate face was as rosy as a sunset glow. Her beautiful eyes were confused, and she pursed her red lips. Yifeng, let's go to the bedroom. He. Yifeng loosened his arms, stood up, took off his black suit, and said lightly. I'm going to take a shower. You go to bed and play with yourself for a while and wait for me to come over. Want to play by yourself first? You listen, what people say. Xiaoran came to the bedroom and lay on the soft big bed. My heart felt like it was electrocuted, tingling and numb. 10 minutes later, the door opened with a creak. Yifeng walked in wearing a bathrobe. Looking at the stunning beauty on the bed, a hint of amusement appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Xiaoran pulled the slender ballet dress straps with her jade hands, ready to take off the clothes. Yifeng shook his head. No, I like this dress. Hearing this, Xiaoran was stunned for a moment. There was a hint of strangeness in her beautiful eyes, and she bit her red lips with her white teeth and sighed softly, pervert. Yifeng frowned, what about taking off half of it? That's also half a pervert. Time passes by little. Soon, it was noon the next day. Yifeng opened his eyes and felt a slight pain in his waist. I was busy until 3 or 4 in the morning last night. There were scattered clothes all over the bed and a faint smell of milk in the air. He lowered his head and looked at Xiaoran who was lying in his arms, still asleep. The pretty face seemed more hydrated than yesterday. Just like a ripe peach, it makes people want to take a bite. Little lazy cat, get up, the sun is shining on your butt. Yifeng said softly. Hearing the noise, Xiaoran opened her sleepy eyes. I saw Yifeng's handsome face with a gentle smile. It was like the warm afternoon sun, making her feel warm in her heart, and her pale pink lips gently fell upon him. Early in the morning. No, who can stand being forcefully kissed right after waking up? Yifeng took a deep breath and suppressed the desire in his heart. Woman, you are committing a crime. Xiaoran smiled coquettishly, licked her red lips with her tongue, and said with seductive eyes, Oh, really? Does Brother Yi want to commit a crime? Oh shit. This soft voice, coupled with the charming face. Can you bear it? Of course I can't stand it. A pair of hands embraced the delicate body, playing with it. Charming little goblin, you didn't eat enough last night, I'll make you obedient. Chapter 92, Teddy Ping, the ace lawyer team apply for battle. It was almost evening. Yifeng took Xiaoran away from Gear Hotel. During this period of time, it is difficult to describe in words what exactly happened. All I can say is, it feels great. At the gate of Haicheng University, the Hongqius one slowly stopped, the door opened, and Xiaoran got out of the car. Her delicate face flushed, and she said reluctantly, Yifeng, I'll go in first. Yes, keep in touch on WeChat. Yifeng smiled indifferently. By the way, Jala Media has signed me up for a dance variety show in half a month. Will you be there then? Variety show? Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. It should be similar to a talent show. Given Xiaoran's dancing level, it would be hard for her not to get good results. Who knows, by using this exposure platform, you can become an instant hit. After all, many of today's popular stars made their debut through talent shows. I guess Hao Wen, the president of Jala Media, is paving the way for Xiaoran's future career. The earlier you enter the public eye, the greater your chances of becoming a hit. No problem. Just send me a message in advance and I will be there to cheer you up. Yifeng gave a gentle smile. Well, drive safely, bye. After Xiaoran left, Yifeng started the sports car and prepared to return to Chenshui Pavilion Manor. However, at this moment, several messages suddenly popped up on the phone. Brother Yi, this is a major breakthrough. My relationship with Fang Yu has taken a step forward. Ha, so happy, Fang Yu invited me to go shopping together tomorrow. Belly laughing expression packed JPG. Even through the screen, Yifeng could see He Daheng's obscene smile. I became interested and asked. Tell me the details of what happened and I'll help you analyze it. He Daheng on the opposite side chuckled and immediately narrated what happened. Brother Yi, this afternoon, I was playing games in the dormitory when I received a message from Fang Yu, asking me to go shopping at the mall tomorrow. I knew then that she must be testing me. So, I turned it down without hesitation, and said that college students should focus on their studies. My image as a top student was established immediately. Brother Yi, how would you rate my operation? After reading what happened sent by He Daheng, the corners of Yifeng's mouth trembled slightly twice. This wave of operations was so showy that it made his scalp tingle. He was unable to comment on it. What was Fang Yu's reaction? Yifeng asked curiously. Hey, he just said I'm a good person. Brother Yi, I sent her home last night. When we got to the dormitory building, she praised me for being a good person. This is the second time today. I feel like it's going to work. He Daheng sent a voice message excitedly. Is this possible? Yifeng swallowed his saliva and frowned. Type a line of words silently. Good luck. Thank you, Brother Yi. If Fang Yu and I become a couple, I will be the first to treat you to a meal. Yifeng sighed. I'm afraid I'll never be able to eat this meal in this lifetime. Just at this time, I passed by a convenience store. Yifeng stopped the car. He walked into the store, opened the cold drink cabinet, and took out a bottle of iced Coke. He casually took out $100 bill and said lightly, Keep the change, please. He turned and left, leaving behind a handsome back. This guy is pretending to be perfect. Bite. It is detected that the host has purchased items of unequal value, which means that he has lost his status as a wealthy man. 100,000 yuan of personal assets will be deducted. Oh my god. System, you idiot. If you spend money recklessly, you will be punished. This bottle of Coke is definitely the most expensive bottle of iced Coke ever, worth 100,100. Done. Yifeng swished wildly and burped. Throw empty bottles into the trash. When I walked towards the Hongqius one parked on the side of the road, I found a middle-aged woman dressed in fancy clothes standing next to the car, holding a brown teddy dog in his arms. With one jump, he ran onto the hood of the Hongqius one. One of its short legs was raised, oozing out a yellowish-brown liquid. It flows along the hood to the ground, emitting a strong smell of urine. Seeing this scene, Yifeng was very upset. I thought a middle-aged woman would handle it. Unexpectedly, she just picked up the teddy dog and said in a reproachful tone, My dear son, you can't pee anywhere, understand? Woof woof. The teddy dog barked twice in his arms, licking the middle-aged woman's cheek with tongue. That's good, baby boy. The middle-aged woman said lovingly. But he ignored the urine on the hood, as if nothing had happened. Standing on the street, seemingly waiting for someone. If it was an accident, Yifeng would naturally not care too much about it. Just help him clean it up. After all, there's no need to fight with a beast. But no matter how you look at it, this middle-aged woman doesn't seem to have any intention of cleaning up. That's another matter. Hey! Turn around, is this what your dog did? Yi Feng's eyes turned cold and he said in a deep voice. The middle-aged woman turned around and looked at Yi Feng. The corner of her mouth raised a trace of disdain, and she said like a shrew, "What does it have to do with you? My baby son didn't pee in your car. Go wherever you want." Obviously, she didn't think that Yi Feng could drive a supercar at such a young age. Hearing the middle-aged woman say this, Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. I was almost laughing out of anger. He took out the car key and pressed it. Ding! The lights of the Hongqi S1 parked on the side of the road flashed twice. This is my fucking car. You have 1 minute to clean up the urine in the car, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Yi Feng said coldly. Is it really his car? The middle-aged woman's face was stunned for a moment. A bit caught off guard. But he immediately calmed down and hugged the teddy dog tightly in his arms. Driving a sports car is a big deal. I've never seen any other brand before. It's worth at most 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. I'll give you 500 yuan and you can clean it up yourself. You really think you're an important person? Am I right, my dear son? The teddy dog looked at Yi Feng fiercely. He bared his teeth at him and let out a low growl. $500? Yi Feng was amused. He just spent 100,000 yuan to buy a bottle of Coke. Would he care about these 500 yuan? Are you kidding me? My car is a Hongqi S1, which costs 200 million yuan and is limited to 10 units worldwide. The piss this beast just shed has corroded the paint. Replacing the original hood will cost at least 7 figures. Pay me 5 million and you can leave. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman was stunned and surprised. How much? You've never seen money before. A broken hood of a no-name car costs 5 million? Why don't you just rob it? You're such a boaster. I'm telling you, I'm not someone you can easily bully. My husband will be here soon, and we'll talk about it then. Bite. Your current situation is detected, triggering a special reward. You can use a life modification card X1 to obtain an Ace Law Firm. Please select whether to use it. Ace Law Firm? Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. Use. Exchange successful. Consume 1 life modification card to obtain Xinqing Law Firm. Within a minute, a phone call came in. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Bai Song, the chief lawyer of Xinqing Law Firm. You have just acquired the firm. What can I do for you? Chapter 93, The Car Emperor is Everywhere, and Ma Sandao Collapses. 10 minutes, in front of Fugui Convenience Store on Runman South Road, I have a dispute that needs to be resolved. What the hell? The new boss had a dispute to resolve, and this just walked right into his trap. Xinqing Law Firm is a benchmark in the industry. It is strong and has a large team of professional and top-notch lawyers. In other words, even if you make a mess of the sky, they all have ways to keep you safe within the legal framework. For other lawyers, what they fear most is not losing the case. Instead, I met the Xinqing Law Firm in court. After all, even if you lose the case, you still have the opportunity to appeal. If you meet them, there will be no chance of winning. Bai Song heard that Yi Feng had a dispute to deal with. I couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Isn't this a great opportunity for him to showcase his professional talents in front of Yi Feng? So he didn't hesitate and said it immediately. Boss Yi, please take a rest. I will be here with my men right away. However, at this moment, a black Mercedes SUV came speeding over. The driver stepped on the brakes, and the tires left long brake marks on the ground. The car door opened and a middle-aged man in a leather jacket got out. His face was full of flesh and he looked fierce. He wore a big gold chain around his thick neck and a gold Rolex watch on his wrist. He exudes a frivolous aura. He almost had "I'm not someone you can mess with" written on his forehead. As soon as he got off the car, he saw the woman crying with the teddy dog in her arms, and couldn't help asking, "What's going on? Whoever dares to bully my woman is tired of living. Everyone in Haicheng knows my name, Ma Sandao. Even dogs would avoid me if they saw me." After saying this, he put his arms around the woman's slender waist and spoke in a domineering tone. "Tell me, who bullied you?" "Brother Ma." The woman looked aggrieved, turned around, pointed at Yifeng and said, "It was this guy. Our precious son just peed next to his car, and he asked me to pay 5 million. Brother Chen, he must think that I'm a weak little girl who's easy to bully, so he asked for so much, woo-woo." Oh my god. Yifeng, who was standing aside, was deeply shocked. If this shrew is considered a weak little girl, then there are no women in the world. She really dared to say it. 5 million? What a joke. You're trying to extort money from me. Ma Sandow didn't know what happened. But he was very sure. What kind of good car could a young man in his early 20s afford? At best, it's a Magotan 380 worth about 200,000 yuan. It's already the peak of life. The dog was just peeing next to you, but they dared to ask for 5 million yuan. Isn't this pure fraud? Besides, even if the teddy dog urinated in the driver's seat, the compensation would not be more than 5 million. How much is a small broken car worth? At this time, the noise also attracted many onlookers. They initially heard that they would have to pay 5 million in compensation. Everyone thought Yifeng was crazy. But when everyone saw the Hongqi S1 parked on the side of the street, they all fell silent. A young man wearing glasses swallowed and said in surprise, "Oh my god. If I'm not mistaken, this is the top domestic supercar Hongqi S1, which is limited to 10 units worldwide and is priced at 200 million renminbi." Of course, there are also voices of doubt. A shabby domestic car can be sold for 200 million? Are you kidding me? How can I say you're stupid? This car is really worth 200 million. If you don't believe me, check it yourself on Baidu. A young man wearing a trendy brand said. The person who was being scolded picked up his phone doubtfully, opened Baidu, and did some searching. Holding the phone with trembling hands. Looking at the picture displayed on the screen, it is exactly the same as the Hongqi S1 parked on the roadside. Limited to 10 units worldwide. Price. As high as 200 million renminbi. Fuck. If it's really worth that much, then 5 million is not too much. After all, for a luxury car of this value, a screw would probably cost hundreds of thousands. People will die if they are compared with others, and goods will be thrown away if they are compared with others. What kind of family is that, driving a car worth 200 million yuan on the road? Damn it, if I'm not careful and scratch the paint, I won't be able to pay for it even if I lose everything. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion at the scene. They all looked at Yifeng in shock. Yifeng was not surprised by everyone's reaction. Because, ever since he became a super rich man, I can't remember how many times I've encountered this kind of situation. People have long been numb. Yifeng turned around and whispered to Ma Sandow. You heard it all, right? My car is worth 200 million yuan. It's not unreasonable to ask you to pay 5 million yuan for replacing the hood. I won't say anything else, just pay the money directly. If it's a few minutes later, by the time my legal team arrives, it won't be as simple as paying the money. As these words fell, the crowded crowd fell into deathly silence. This guy is really rich. There are even private lawyers. No, you. Ma Sandow's arrogance was instantly shattered by a basin of cold water, and he felt very disappointed inside. Although he is worth a lot of money, his total assets are over 100 million. But because of a teddy dog, he lost 5 million. Unacceptable. He turned around and slapped the woman in the face. He looked particularly angry, and shouted, You spendthrift woman, is this the little broken car you mentioned? You've almost ruined my life. The woman covered her swollen face, looking confused. How did she know that Yifeng's car was worth so much money? After all, in the public's impression, domestic cars have always been synonymous with cheapness. Even though the Hongqi S1 has a cool appearance, in her eyes, it is just a cheap and inferior car. If I go back to my hometown to see my mother-in-law, I will probably be beaten out. Ma Sandow took a deep breath. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying more. He quickly took out a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and handed it to Yifeng attentively. Little brother. Bah! Big brother, don't bother with a stupid woman. Can you please reduce the compensation? 5 million is really too much. Before he could finish, Yifeng waved his hand. There is no room for negotiation. 5 million is not a small amount. If you don't want to pay, haha. This is a cold laugh. Suddenly, Ma Sandow felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, with cold sweat running down his back. After all, there are wealthy people who can spend 200 million to buy a top-notch supercar. His net worth would not be less than 10 billion at least. Besides, Yifeng is not very old. This means that the family power behind him is probably so huge that it is unimaginable. Maybe a sneeze can kill you. Thinking of this, Ma Sandao's legs became weak and he couldn't help but tremble. He wished he could cut off all ties with the woman right then and there. Yifeng, he can't afford to offend. However, at this moment, a black Volkswagen Phaeton sedan drove up and stopped steadily in front of the crowd. The car door opened. The first person to walk down was a man in a suit and tie. He was wearing a pair of rimless glasses, his hair was heavily gelled, and his clothes were neat and smart. From the inside out, he exudes the aura of an elite. Then, a pair of slender, snow-white legs, tightly tied in flesh-colored stockings and wearing black high-heeled shoes with red soles, stretched out from the passenger seat. A beautiful urban career lady wearing a women's blazer and a narrow black skirt came down. She has a delicate face, thin lips with lipstick on them, and slightly curled black hair that falls to her waist. Her every move exudes the unique mature charm of a working woman. The man in the suit looked around and his eyes fell on Yifeng. His expression suddenly brightened up and he quickly strode forward. You must be Mr. Yi. Chapter 94 Elite lawyer Su Ruxue is indeed professional. Who are you? Yifeng raised his eyes slightly and asked questioningly. Mr. Yi, I'm Bai Tsong, the chief lawyer of Xinqing law firm. You can just call me Xiao Tsong. Bai Tsong smiled earnestly. He turned slightly to introduce the woman standing next to him. This is Su Ruxue, an elite lawyer at the law firm. She has been in the industry for 3 years and is good at handling civil disputes. She has never lost a case so far. Hearing this, Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Looking at Su Ruxue, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Name, Su Ruxue. Age, 24. Height, 168. Appearance, 90. Worship value, 75. Elite female in the law firm, quick thinking, meticulous, master of law from Peking University or Tsinghua University, a cool female academic, number of base hits, 0, appraisal result, first-hand car. Another fine car that doesn't leak oil, really nice. Boss Yi, let me help you resolve the dispute. Su Ruxue smiled politely and spoke softly. Mr. Yi, don't worry. Xiao Su is professional in civil matters, and I am mainly good at criminal matters, so. Botsong scratched the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Yifeng waved his hand. I originally wanted to tell them that the matter had been settled and they were too late. After all, Ma Sandao was willing to compensate him 5 million. Forgive others when you can. Yifeng didn't want to pursue the matter further. Unexpectedly, Su Ruxue had turned around and walked towards the middle-aged woman standing there. The gentle smile on the fair face disappeared in an instant. Instead, there was an expressionless coldness on his face, and his clear and beautiful eyes sparkled with wisdom. Looking around, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said to the middle-aged woman, when you are standing on the street waiting for the bus, have you ever considered that you are on the driving lane? Pedestrians who rush onto the road without reason and cause traffic accidents should bear full responsibility for the accidents. And why isn't the teddy dog in your arms on a leash? If it gets excited and runs onto the fast lane, it could cause a chain reaction. It is very likely to cause casualties. Can you bear this responsibility? The middle-aged woman's mind was in a mess after being asked a series of questions by Su Ruxue. There is no answer at all. However, at this moment, Su Ruxue noticed the black Mercedes SUV parked in the middle of the road. With a raised eyebrow, she couldn't help but ask, whose car is it? Mine. Ma Sandao was also intimidated by Su Ruxue's aura, and spoke in a nervous tone. Hearing this, Su Ruxue said coldly. You parked your car in the middle of the road. Do you think your life is too long? According to traffic regulations, 6 points will be deducted from your driver's license. If an accident occurs and causes casualties, you will also face criminal penalties. Bai Tsong, who was standing aside, nodded slightly and agreed. More than 1 year, less than 3 years, a series of civil compensation. If someone dies, the minimum sentence is 10 years, and there is no upper limit. Hearing the two of them say this, Ma Sandao swallowed his saliva. Just now it was just losing money. What now? He's been sentenced? It's not that serious. By the way, Mr. Yi, what specific dispute did you have with them? At this time, Su Rushue turned around and said with a smile. What she did just now was just a show of force. On the psychological level, defeat Ma Sandow and the middle-aged woman and firmly grasp the initiative in your own hands. If a person suffers a mental breakdown, he or she will no longer be able to fight back. All you can do is let others do whatever they want. Yifeng smiled faintly. That woman's dog peed on the hood of my car. Su Rushue's beautiful eyes trembled and she stood there in a daze. That's it. It's just a small matter, and we can just send a trainee lawyer to handle it. Her and Bo Tsung's identities. We don't accept cases below 1 million. Normally, we deal with group contract disputes with a market value of hundreds of millions. Bai Tsung, who was standing by, noticed Su Rushue's psychological gap and quickly reminded her, Xiao Su, this is our new boss, be careful with your attitude. No matter how small the boss's matter is, it is still a big deal. As a veteran in the workplace, Bai Tsung understands this very well. Su Rushue came back to her senses, pursed her red lips, and asked, Mr. Yi, how much is your car worth? After getting the accurate selling price, she was confident that she could get the greatest benefit for Yifeng. 200 million RMB. Yifeng said in a calm tone. What? Su Rushue's fair face froze and she stood there in a daze. Like a wooden man, motionless. She could naturally tell that this was a super sports car and was expensive, but she never imagined that it was worth 200 million. Even in Haicheng, where there are many wealthy people, it is still a very impressive car. Only then did she realize it. This dispute was no less low-end than the million-dollar contract cases from large groups that she usually handled. After all, this one car exceeds the total market value of most companies. Horrifying. Su Rushue took a deep breath and calmed herself down. He turned around and said to the middle-aged woman, the root cause of this matter is that you did not manage your pet well. Based on the selling price of our boss's car, we are demanding 3 million renminbi from you. Any questions? 3 million is enough? Ma Sandow looked confused. Just now he was ready to take out 5 million to compensate Yifeng. Unexpectedly, after the other party's lawyer analyzed the situation, he found that there was actually 2 million missing. Admittedly, this is not Su Rushue's fault. Although she has a solid legal background, she is not familiar with supercars. So I don't know the repair price. She thought that 3 million would be enough to repair it. Even this, she still had the courage to say it. At first, she thought that a compensation of a few 100,000 would be enough. Brother, how much money should I pay? Ma Sandow looked at Yifeng and said in a nervous tone. 5 million is not a small amount. You can leave after the transfer. Yifeng picked up his mobile phone and showed his payment account. Ma Sandow didn't dare to delay. He gritted his teeth and immediately transferred 5 million to Yifeng's account. Then, he smiled brightly. Thank you for your magnanimity and for not arguing with me. I will leave first. He turned around and spoke in a deep voice to the middle-aged woman. Why don't you get in the car quickly? Do you still want to make Big Brother angry? Then, just then, the teddy dog in the middle-aged woman's arms barked twice at Ma Sandow. How the hell can you tolerate this? Of course I can't stand it. It was because of this beast that he lost 5 million in vain. Fuck you, get out. Ma Sandow was so angry that he grabbed the teddy dog's neck and kicked it away like a ball. The teddy dog drew a graceful arc in the air and fell heavily on the curb. Lying in a pool of blood, his limbs twitching and gasping for breath. However, he took the middle-aged woman into a black Mercedes SUV and drove away. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. After the two men left, Su Rushue looked uneasy. The beautiful flesh-colored jade feet, in high heels, can carve out a 3-bedroom and a living room. She originally wanted to show off her professional skills. But unexpectedly, it backfired. The compensation that had been agreed upon in advance was cut down by 2 million. Those who don't know clearly might think that she was the lawyer hired by Ma Sandow. So embarrassing. Chapter 95, Su Rushue's admiration value increases, and she meets an old classmate at the car wash. Boss Yi, I'm so sorry, please forgive me. At this time, Bai Tsung hurried forward. He came up to Yifeng and bowed deeply without any excuses. He admitted his mistakes. Looking at the two uneasy people in front of him, Yifeng smiled indifferently. Don't take it to heart, it's not your fault. Besides, Lawyer Su has a good professional level, which I admire very much. Bai Tsung felt relieved and nodded repeatedly. Lawyer Su is a master of law from Peking University and Tsinghua University. He is the most promising new lawyer at Xinqing Law Firm and is well known in the industry. As he was speaking, he noticed Yi Feng's eyes. He looked closely at Su Rushua's graceful figure with a playful smile on his lips. Suddenly, he knew he had misunderstood. It turned out that Yi Feng admired Su Rushua's figure. By the way, you will be in charge of Xinqing Law Firm. I will not interfere with the daily management. You just need to report the revenue to me every 2 months. Yi Feng retracted his gaze and said softly. Yes, thank you Mr. Yi for your trust. Baixong quickly bowed deeply. You guys just go back to work, I'm going home too. Boss Yi, let me see you off. Baixong strode towards the honchiest one, opened the main door, and said respectfully, please get in. Thanks. Yi Feng smiled politely. Just as he was about to get into the car, he suddenly thought of something and turned around. By the way, come to my house in a few days and I'll introduce you to a big business. Currently, Yi Feng has 3 or 4 groups under his name. Replacing their legal department with people from the Xinqing law firm would definitely save a lot of money. Increase revenue and reduce expenditure, and make rational use of existing resources. Yi Feng is serious. Baixong nodded repeatedly and asked, Mr. Yi, what is your specific address? It's Chunshui Pavilion Manor Courtyard number 1. You two should come when the time comes. You don't need to bring anyone else. After saying that, Yi Feng stepped on the accelerator. Boom boom boom. The honchiest one let out a roar like a dragon, and like an arrow shot from a bow, it soared out. Baixong looked at the back of the car gradually disappearing from his sight. He swallowed his saliva and said in a deep voice, Xiao Su, prepare yourself in the next few days. Don't let me down again. Okay, Mr. Bai. Su Rushua pursed her red lips. When I first met Yi Feng, I didn't think there was anything special about him, I just thought he was very handsome. But after a brief contact, she discovered this man. It exudes a mysterious aura at all times. He seduced her and wanted to get to know Yi Feng more deeply. Bite. Elite female lawyer Su Rushua's admiration value +5, currently 80, reward 1,000 yuan for car wash special funds. Note, can only be used for cleaning cars. Yi Feng held the steering wheel with one hand, and suddenly a system voice rang in his mind. The worship value is increased by 5 points? Although it just reached 80, it is already very high as we have only known each other for less than half an hour. If Yi Feng launched a full-scale offensive, he was confident that he could capture Su Rushua within 3 days. But there is no need for that. If feelings are mixed with too much utilitarianism, they become impure, and even if you get it in the end, you will lose interest. From the beginning, it was wrong. It will definitely not lead to a good ending. So, it's better to let nature take its course. Besides, Yi Feng has no shortage of women now. That's even more unnecessary. He's not Teddy Bear, who's always horny. Exclusive funds are valid for 24 hours, please use them as soon as possible, otherwise they will become invalid. The system suddenly reminded. Oh my god. System, you idiot. Yi Feng turned the car around and drove towards the nearest high-end car maintenance shop. Outside the door, there are all kinds of luxury cars parked. Audi, Mercedes-Benz and BMW, the 3 major mainstream luxury brands, all seem sparse and ordinary. There are several Ferrari, Maserati, McLaren and other super sports cars worth millions parked outside. Wash the car and do another maintenance. Yi Feng stopped the car and said to a staff member wearing a baseball cap. The clerk turned around and saw the honchiest one. Even though he was knowledgeable and had washed many supercars, he was still shocked by Yi Feng's car. As someone in the industry, he naturally recognized it. This honchiest one is limited to 10 units worldwide, and the price of each unit is as high as 200 million renminbi. First, sir, are you sure you want to have it cleaned in our shop? Generally speaking, a top supercar like this, you have to go to the exclusive direct-operated store to be maintained and cleaned by experienced craftsmen. Seeing that the clerk had concerns, Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Just a quick wash. My car is insured, so any damage will be on me. Here's a tip for you. After getting out of the car, Yi Feng took out a stack of money. The clerk's eyes widened. After coming to his senses, he smiled eagerly. No problem, boss, please go to the VIP lounge and wait for a while. I'll call you when I'm done. Yi Feng shook his head gently. No need, I'm going out to smoke a cigarette. Okay, then wait 10 minutes and I'll help you clean it now. The clerk picked up a water gun and a wet towel and carefully cleaned the stains on the paint surface of the Honchi S1. I dare not use too much force for fear of leaving marks. Not only did I not make any money, I lost hundreds of thousands. I danced with a carefree expression and relaxed movements. You can't learn that. Yifeng hummed a little tune, took out a soft Zhonghua cigarette, stood at the door of the store, and savored it carefully. However, at this moment, a young man in a blue suit came over. Yifeng casually took out a lighter, thinking he was asking for a light. When he was about to throw it to the young man, he found that he looked familiar. After hesitating for a moment, he asked tentatively, "Tan Chang?" The young man's face was a little uncertain at first, but he heard Yifeng calling his name. Immediately, he showed joy and said, "Yifeng, it's really you. I just thought your back was familiar and thought I had made a mistake. I didn't expect that after so many years of graduation, I would actually run into you at a car wash. Look at the way you're dressed. You must have made a lot of money." Yifeng waved his hand and smiled, "It's okay. By the way, what about your girlfriend whose father is the bank president?" This young man's name is Tan Chang, and he was Yifeng's roommate when he was in college. I started dating a girlfriend when I was in my sophomore year. Not only was she pretty, but her father was the president of a certain industrial and commercial bank. At that time, Yifeng was extremely envious. Unexpectedly, we would meet again at a car wash. I originally thought that Tan Chang would brag about it without hesitation. Unexpectedly, a trace of loneliness flashed across his face, and a smile forced itself out at the corner of his mouth. "Hey! Don't mention that. We are still talking about it. We are planning to get married soon. I will invite you to the wedding. Listen to the tone. Something doesn't seem right." But Yifeng didn't think much about it and joked, "Look at your suit, you must be a business elite." Tan Chang shook his head, smiled and waved his hand. "Thanks to my girlfriend's father's connections, I got a job as a manager in a bank. Although the salary is not high, it's good because I work from 9 to 5, don't have to work overtime, and the benefits are good. By the way, what have you been doing since graduation?" He looked at Yifeng's black suit, although he didn't know what brand it was. "But it gives people the illusion that it is very expensive." I asked with some curiosity. "Busy, just take it one step at a time," Yifeng said casually. After all, they are old classmates, so there is no need to show off in front of Tan Chang. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. After graduation, we all went our separate ways to make a living, and when we met again, the feeling was no longer as pure as it was when we were in school. Chapter 96, Tan Chang is stunned. These two buildings are mine. I really miss the carefree days when I was in school. Tan Chang shook his head, smiled, and sighed softly. In response to this, Yifeng narrowed his eyes, thinking deeply. Based on his experience, only those who are unhappy with their lives will reminisce about the past. I guess Tan Chang must have encountered some bad things recently. But he didn't ask much, after all, they were all adults. It is impolite to get to the bottom of something. Just then, a clerk in work clothes came over and handed Tan Chang a bill. "Sir, your Audi A4L will be serviced tomorrow at noon. You can come and pick it up then." "Thank you. It's a great help." Tan Chang smiled politely. It is not difficult to see that Tan Chang still has some capital. The Audi A4L is not something that an average family can afford. Moreover, he has just graduated for less than 3 years. From this we can see how much help it is to find a capable father-in-law in your life. "Fengzi, how long will it take for your car to be serviced? Give me a ride later. I live in the nearby Haicheng Yunjin community." When saying this, Tan Chang's tone was somewhat proud. Because of Haicheng Yunjin, it is very well known in Haicheng. This is already the ceiling that ordinary working-class people can reach. The average price per square meter is 50,000 yuan, so a small apartment of 100 square meters costs 5 million yuan. Many people cannot earn this much money in their entire lives. Very much worth bragging about. Of course, he still restrained himself in front of Yifeng. The friendship between former classmates is hard-earned. However, Yifeng's face was slightly stunned. He still remembered correctly. Haicheng Yunjin has a total of 5 buildings, Building 1 and Building 2, all of which belong to him. "Xianzi, which building do you live in?" "Building 3, what's wrong?" Tan Chang asked with some doubt. "Very good, Haicheng Yunjin is a nice neighborhood." As a landlord, Yifeng gave a very high evaluation. Then he smiled and said softly, I'm on my way, so I'll take you back. My car should be washed in a few minutes. Thanks. Tan Chang stretched out his hand and patted Yifeng's shoulder. However, at this moment, the clerk wearing a baseball cap strode over and returned the car keys to Yifeng very respectfully. Sir, your car has been cleaned and you can drive away. By the way, this is our store's membership card. You can enjoy a 5% discount on your next purchase. Do you need it? Although I know Yifeng doesn't lack the money. After all, the tip he just gave was more than 1,000. But in order to retain Yifeng as a customer, the clerk still handed over the membership card. Thank you very much. I'll ask you to wash me next time. Yifeng smiled faintly and took the membership card. Ride your bike to the bar, save where you can and spend where you can. Then he said to Tan Chang, Xiangzi, get in the car, I'll take you home. Yes, thank you. Tan Chang turned around and saw the black supercar with water droplets still hanging on it. His face was stunned at first, and then the corners of his mouth trembled. His face was full of astonishment. Feng, brother Feng, you drive this car. Suddenly, the address changed from Fengzi to Fenga. Well, I just bought one and drove it as it was. Yifeng said in a calm voice. Hearing him say this, Tan Chang swallowed his saliva. It took me a long time to calm down from my shock. Is this what you call making do? He initially thought that no matter how well Yifeng was doing, it would be good enough for him to drive a Volkswagen Magotan. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a super sports car. My face couldn't help but feel hot. He even dared to show off in front of Yifeng the house he bought with a 30-year loan. Isn't this simply asking for trouble? Fortunately, Yifeng didn't care too much. Xianzi, what are you standing there for? Get in the car. At this time, Yifeng had already walked to the car door. He turned around and shouted at Tan Chang, who was standing there in a daze. Come. Tan Chang took a deep breath. He adjusted his breathing, carefully opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat. Why does the car smell so good? As soon as Tan Chang got into the car, he smelled a light and elegant fragrance. It's not coming from the car aromatherapy. It is a sweet smell unique to a girl's body. From this, it can be seen that many women must have sat in the passenger seat of this car. Otherwise, it would never leave such a deep taste. Xianzi, sit tight, I'm driving. Yifeng said lightly. If he remembered correctly, Tan Chang was the second man to get into the car. Because the first one is himself. The rest of the time, it's all girls. I can't help but feel a little skeptical. Am I being a little too fickle? Well, no need to delve into it. 10 minutes later, the Hongqi S1 arrived at the gate of Haicheng Engine Community. Brother Feng, just leave me here, I won't bother you anymore. After all, to enter the community, you have to ask the security guard to open the door. It's not easy to turn around in the community, so there is no need to send the car downstairs. Unexpectedly, Yifeng's car just arrived at the door. The camera automatically recognizes the license plate number and the barrier rises slowly. Seeing this scene, Tan Chang was stunned. After coming to his senses, he asked in doubt, Brother Feng, do you also live in Haicheng Yunjin? Yifeng shook his head slightly and explained with a smile. I don't live here, but I own property here. I bought both Building 1 and Building 2 of Haicheng Yunjin, so my license plate information has been entered into the property information database. Indeed, Yifeng had no intention of showing off. He was just stating the facts. After hearing what Yifeng said, Tan Chang was stunned again. My mind is a mess. He had heard of it a long time ago. Buildings 1 and 2 in the community are not for sale to the public. Because they were all bought by a mysterious rich man, they are only rented out to tenants. But he never dreamed of it. This mysterious rich man turned out to be his old classmate, Yifeng. Xianzi, we're downstairs now. I won't go up. I'll invite you out for a drink some other day. The Hongqi S1 is parked downstairs of Building 3. Yifeng held the steering wheel with one hand and smiled faintly. Brother Feng, what kind of family do you have? You drive a supercar and bought 2 buildings at once. Tan Chang said in a shocked tone. When he was in school, he didn't realize that Yifeng was a rich second generation. What family? Yifeng said calmly, an ordinary family. Hearing this, Tan Chang obviously didn't believe it. Is this a normal family? But he did not continue to ask, and said with a sincere smile, "Brother Feng, keep in touch in the future. I will go upstairs first." "Yeah, keep in touch," Yi Feng replied politely. After Tan Chang left, he parked the car 2 buildings downstairs, opened the door and got out. "I haven't contacted that little girl Chen Yu for a long time. I almost forgot." Enter the apartment building and take the elevator to room 702. Boom boom. Knocked on the security door. There was the sound of shoes being taken off and stepped on the floor from inside the house. With a creak, the door opened. "Who is it? Who else could it be?" "Me." Yi Feng raised a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth and looked at the girl who opened the door. Shen Yu is on vacation today and has not gone out all day. She was wearing a light pink home dress that covered her graceful body. The loose chest reveals a large area of snow white and plump spring scenery. "Yi Feng, why are you here?" Chapter 97, visiting Chen Yu's home and attending a friend's party. "What? You have a little secret at home and you don't welcome me over?" Yi Feng raised his eyebrows and joked. "No, I haven't." Shen Yu's fair face flushed slightly. She was just caught off guard by Yi Feng's sudden arrival, and a little happy arose in her heart. "Then, I suddenly realized something." She covered her face and ran to the bathroom, saying to Yi Feng, "Sit down for a moment. I'll go put on some makeup." Although Chen Yu is very beautiful, her appearance score is over 90 points. But no girl is willing to face her beloved boy without makeup. When a woman puts on makeup, it's the same as when a man puts on a suit and tie. It's all about showing your best self to the opposite sex. Yi Feng shook his head and smiled, then walked towards the living room. "Sit on the soft sofa." Looking around, I found that the whole room was decorated by Chen Yu in a very girly way. The walls are covered with pink wallpaper, the sofa cushions are all cute dolls, and the decorative pieces in the cupboards are all little gadgets that only little girls like. For a moment, it was as if I had stepped into a girl's boudoir. Just then, Yi Feng noticed a photo frame on the coffee table. He couldn't help but raise his brows slightly. "When was the photo taken?" The photo frame shows him driving the Hongqi S1 with one hand. He looks particularly handsome wearing a pair of Gucci sunglasses. Yi Feng smiled indifferently and said softly, "Interesting." At this time, the bathroom door opened. Shen Yu put on light makeup, and her delicate and moist face was already stunningly beautiful with just a slight touch of makeup. The pink home clothes were also replaced with a white dress with lace edges. The exposed well-proportioned calves are smooth and delicate. Through the thin white stockings, the pink tender flesh of the legs can be vaguely seen. Really good. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled up slightly. "Did you have meal?" Chen Yu looked at Yi Feng with her beautiful watery eyes and spoke softly. "Not yet. How about I take you out for something to eat?" Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Hearing this, Chen Yu waved her hand and smiled. "It just so happens that I have an appointment with a friend to have a party. Can you go with me?" They all brought their boyfriends. Shen Yu pursed her red lips, and her fair face turned rosy. Before this, she had wanted to invite Yi Feng to join her. But then he thought that Yi Feng might be busy, so he didn't disturb him. Now that he has come. "Friends get together, and everyone brought their boyfriends?" Yi Feng said softly. "Well, they all thought I didn't have a boyfriend, so they wanted to introduce other boys to me." What did you say?" Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. "Have I become the third party?" Seeing Yi Feng's reaction, Shen Yu burst out laughing and came up to him. She stretched out her tender little white hands and hugged Yi Feng's neck. "You're lying. You're the only one in my heart. I don't care about anyone else." A pair of clear and bright eyes, full of water. The thin cherry lips, flushed red, gently fell on Yi Feng's face. Looking at the beautiful face so close, Yi Feng stretched out his hand, hugged the sweet body, and pretended to be angry and said, "How dare you tease me, I will punish you." "Then how is brother Yi going to punish me?" Chen Yu's eyes were as soft as butter, and her tone was full of temptation. She stuck out her little tongue and licked the tender cherry lips. Bai Nen grabbed Yi Feng's wrist and gently placed it on his body, separated by a thin layer of fabric. I could feel Chen Yu's naughty heartbeat. "Brother Yi, please check if Yeye is sick. This place has always been very big." "Oh shit." Yi Feng swallowed his saliva. Why didn't he realize before that Chen Yu was so attractive? Is it because it hasn't been moisturized for too long? Admittedly, Yifeng was to blame for this matter. After all, there are too many beauties around him now, and even a body of iron can't handle it. When you are young, you don't know the value of essence. When you are old, you miss your sister and shed tears in vain. A hint of amusement appeared on Yifeng's lips. Let me take a look. This may be a disease and needs to be treated. How to treat it specifically? The process is too advanced to be shown here. Please use your imagination, dear audience. All in all, the treatment lasted 2 hours, and when it was over, night fell. A bright and clear moon hangs in the sky above Haicheng Yanjin, emitting a clear and cool light. Yifeng brought Chenyu down and got into the Hongqi S1. Yifeng, this is the restaurant. Chenyu set up the navigation and said in a sweet voice. Little Lucky Western Restaurant? Yifeng took a quick look and saw a mid-range Western restaurant with a rating of 4.6, which was pretty decent. The main target group is white-collar women with petty bourgeois taste. Compared with the Michelin 3-star Benin Street 13 Chinese restaurant. Well, there is absolutely no comparison. Not in the same dimension. Fasten your seatbelts, I'm ready to drive. For driving safety reasons, Yifeng reminded softly. Oh, Yifeng, let's go. Chenyu pulled the seatbelt with her small hands and tied it around her chest. Then, Yifeng stepped on the accelerator. The W16 twin-turbocharged engine roars, exuding a domineering aura. The cars on the road gave way one after another, allowing for smooth travel. Soon, we arrived at number 776 Renmin South Road, outside Shaoxingyun Western Restaurant. It was night, and the store sign was decorated with colorful lights. The interior of the store was simple and elegant, and soft classical music was playing. The atmosphere and style created are very high-end. Otherwise, how can we attract petty white-collar workers? Just as Yifeng expected, most of the customers in the store were young girls in their 20s. Yifeng and Chenyu walked into the store. Immediately, a waiter in a tuxedo came over and said with a smile, "Welcome, do you have a reservation?" "No, but my friend is here, let me see." Chenyu stood on tiptoe and looked around the dining area. At this time, a woman in a black dress sitting at the dining table by the window waved to Chenyu. Yeah, here. Chenyu smiled and said, "That's my friend." "Okay, you too, call me anytime if you need anything." The waiter turned and left. "Yifeng, let's go over there." Chenyu took Yifeng's arm and walked towards the dining table. Yeah, who is this handsome guy?" The woman sitting opposite, in a black dress, glanced at Yifeng. A hint of doubt flashed across her beautiful eyes. As Chenyu's best friend, she had never heard that Chenyu had found a boyfriend recently. Besides, this young man is so handsome. Way better than his boyfriend. "Xinxin, this is my boyfriend, Yifeng." Chenyu smiled faintly. Then he turned around and introduced to Yifeng, "This is Wang Xin, my best friend and colleague in my previous job." Yifeng nodded slightly and glanced around. He looked good, barely pleasing to the eye, and said with a polite smile, "Hello, just call me Yifeng." "Hello." Wang Xin's fair face turned slightly red, and her beautiful eyes looked at Yifeng shyly. "By the way, where's your boyfriend?" Chenyu asked doubtfully. "Don't mention it. He's working overtime at the company. He recently joined Jala Media." Yifeng, who was sitting next to him, raised his eyebrows slightly. "Why does this company name look so familiar? It seems I have heard of it somewhere. Oh my god. Isn't this the company under his name? Excuse me, what is your boyfriend's main responsibility at Jala Media?" Chapter 98 Lu Lily's fake rich second-generation boyfriend. Human Resources Director, Yifeng, do you also want to join Jala Media? I can ask my boyfriend to help. I will help you for Yeye's sake. With Yifeng's good looks, he attended the interview session for amateurs at Jala Media. Even without using any backdoor, you can easily pass the interview. What's more, her boyfriend is the director of the Human Resources Department. You can have a green light all the way. As long as Yifeng wants to join the company, it's just a matter of words. No, thank you for your kindness. Yifeng smiled indifferently. I don't intend to reveal my identity. After all, she is Chenyu's friend, so there is no need to show off in front of her. Okay. Wang Xin looked somewhat disappointed. At this moment, she picked up her phone, checked the time, and muttered, "Why hasn't Lily come yet?" Yeah, I'm telling you in advance that Lily has a new boyfriend. Don't be surprised when you meet her later. Hearing this, Chen Yu's fair face was a little surprised. Shocked. What? Lily changed her boyfriend again? If I remember correctly, this is her 5th boyfriend this year. Wang Xian sighed slightly and said. Yes, the 5th one. I heard that boy is a returnee from overseas. His family is wealthy. He always invites Lily to dinner at a high-end Michelin restaurant. To be honest, I'm a little envious. Chen Yu smiled faintly and hugged Yifeng's arm affectionately. It doesn't matter whether you have money or not, as long as you are good to your partner, that's enough. Ah, that's right. Wang Xian said with a smile. Just then, outside the Little Lucky Western restaurant, a Mustang muscle car slowly stopped, the door opened, and a couple got out. Honey, my friend is here, let's go in. The woman was wearing a blue dress and her appearance was around 80 points, which made her a beauty. Is this a place to eat? It's too low end. The man shook his head, his tone full of disgust. Then he stretched out his hand, stroked the woman's face, and said gently, as long as I accompany you, it's okay in a low-end restaurant. Well, thank you. They walked into the restaurant hand in hand. At this time, Wang Xian also noticed the two people walking towards the store door and waved their hands in the air. Jia Jia, Yu, and I are here. The man looked up. His eyes suddenly lit up, and a hint of amusement appeared at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was attracted by Wang Xian's appearance. He is a typical scumbag who eats from the bowl and keeps his eyes on the pot. Yeah, Xin, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Cheng Shan. Wang Xian covered his mouth and smiled. Hurry up and take a seat. We're waiting for you to come over and prepare the food. After they sat down, Lu Lily then introduced to Cheng Shan, dear, these two are my best friends, Chen Yu and Wang Xian. Cheng Shan's gaze shifted from Wang Xian to Chen Yu. His expression was slightly stunned. Then, a gleam of fiery fire burst out from deep within his eyes. Although Wang Xian and Lu Lily are good-looking, they stand out among ordinary people. But compared with Chen Yu, she is not on the same level at all. He grinned and spoke in a condescending tone. This is my first time to come to such a low-end restaurant. Usually, I take Lily to Michelin restaurants. You know the Chinese restaurant at 13 Benin Street, right? I know the owner there very well. We're close friends. If you guys want to go there for a meal, just ask me. Yifeng didn't want to get involved. After dinner, he took Xinyu away and went home to explore the mysteries of life. But after hearing what Cheng Shan said, he suddenly became interested. Oh? Are you familiar with the owner of the Chinese restaurant at 13 Benin Street? If Yifeng remembered correctly, he is the owner of the Chinese restaurant at 13 Benin Street. Ha, of course, I'm not bragging, we've been good friends for 5 or 6 years. Cheng Shan didn't feel embarrassed at all and kept talking nonsense. By the way, who is this? Lu Lily looked puzzled. I forgot to introduce him. He is my boyfriend. His name is Yifeng. Chen Yu smiled. Boyfriend? After learning Yifeng's identity, a hint of resentment flashed in Cheng Shan's eyes. It was gone in an instant, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Brother, what do you do? I have a lot of friends in society, maybe I can help you find some good jobs. These words were obviously spoken for Yifeng's sake, in order to bring them closer. In fact, they have been competing with each other secretly, invisibly belittling Yifeng. At the same time, it also indirectly demonstrates one's strength. I have to say, Cheng Shan is very good at pretending. Moreover, he pretended so seamlessly that no one had a chance to refute. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be defeated at this point. But is Yifeng an ordinary person? He smiled faintly and said softly, unemployed vagrant. Just 4 words interrupted Cheng Shan's attempt to continue showing off. He was visibly stunned. Realized that Yifeng was definitely an opponent worthy of attention. It's not easy. Cheng Shan muttered to himself. However, at this moment, Lu Lily picked up her handbag and said with a bit of boasting in her tone. Yeah, Xin, this is the Hermes bag Cheng Shan bought for me. The price is 68,988. I didn't want it at first, but he insisted on buying it, so I had no choice but to accept it. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Shan couldn't help but feel ecstatic. I'm worried that I can't find an opportunity to show off. He chuckled and said nonchalantly, "It's only tens of thousands of dollars, not precious. I earned it back in a few hours. Lily, I'll give you another six-figure package next time." These words made Wang Xin feel envious. Her boyfriend is the director of human resources at Jella Media. But I am reluctant to give a 5-digit package. Not to mention 6-figure luxury goods. Shen Yu didn't react much. After all, the last time Yifeng gave her a watch, it was worth more than 300,000 yuan. I usually don't want to wear it. I'm afraid it will break and I don't have the money to repair it. Therefore, a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars would not cause any shock to her. No response? Noticing Chen Yu's expression was calm, Zhang Shan frowned slightly. Some are confused about the situation. In his heart, there is no woman who doesn't worship money. If so, it just means you didn't give enough. In the face of absolute money, any pure and cold goddess would have to kneel down and sing conquer. Did you buy it from a store? Yifeng narrowed his eyes and asked softly. Because he found that this bag seemed, as if, not authentic. Although Yifeng doesn't know much about luxury goods. But with more exposure, my eyes and ears have become more sensitive, and I still have some vision. At first glance, this bag looks like that. But if you look closely, you can still tell that the fabric and workmanship are both of very poor quality. If Hermes bags were of this quality, it would not be long before it went bankrupt. And Shang Shan was wearing a Gucci suit. Yifeng has the most say. Last time he bought more than 10 Gucci suits at one time and is very familiar with their workmanship. I can only say, it's fake at first glance. Wearing fake goods and giving fake goods as gifts, this guy has bad intentions. Hearing Yifeng's questioning, Zhang Shan felt a little uneasy. But he still pretended to be calm. Of course, given my status, I wouldn't buy fake goods as gifts. Chapter 99 Yifeng is questioned, beware of telecommunications fraud. The best way to deal with doubts is to face them. Zhang Shan didn't believe that Yifeng could tell the truth from the false. After all, what he bought was a high imitation. Unless you take it to a counter for testing, it is difficult to judge with the naked eye. Yifeng chuckled and said lightly. According to my judgment, your bag is most likely fake. It's only a few hundred yuan at most, not even a high-end imitation. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the three little girls froze. Shen Yu naturally believed Yifeng. Her admiration value reached over 90, and she trusted Yifeng unconditionally. Besides, given Yifeng's identity, there is no need for him to tell lies. Wang Xian was skeptical. After all, she had seen Cheng Shan's Mustang muscle car several times. A rich second generation who drives a sports car shouldn't give fake goods as a gift. But after a brief contact, Yifeng doesn't seem to be lying. As for Lu Lily, she didn't believe what Yifeng said at all. She has been completely deceived by Chang Shan. Trapped in a vortex of lies, unable to extricate oneself. Yeah, your boyfriend is going too far. You can't afford luxury goods yourself, so you say that the luxury goods given by others are fake. You are too jealous. Lu Lily crossed her arms and spoke in a gloomy tone. The relaxed and joyful atmosphere of friends gathering together was shattered. Suddenly, the place became dead silent, with a hint of awkwardness in the air. Yifeng shook his head and smiled. Honest advice hurts, he was just speaking the truth. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. If it was someone else, Yifeng wouldn't care. He gave this reminder out of kindness because Lu Lily was Chun Yu's best friend. Don't be fooled by the fake rich second-generation scumbag. But it seems that it doesn't work. A woman who is caught in the whirlpool of love has an IQ equivalent to that of a 3-year-old child. As we all know, a 3-year-old child has no IQ. Well, that's true. Brother, please stop slandering me. This bag is a limited edition of Hermes. I spent more than 60,000 yuan on it. What evidence do you have to prove it's fake? If you can't afford it yourself, don't talk nonsense. It's too cheap. Chang Shan retorted bluntly. He didn't believe that Yifeng could prove the truth. Even if it could be proven, Lu Lily would not believe it. Because this woman has long been convinced of her identity as a rich second generation. A hint of coldness flashed across Yifeng's eyes. Prove? That's something only the weak would do. When arguing with others, the strong will never fall into the trap of self-affirmation. We must seize the initiative. Yifeng sneered and said, You just said that you are very familiar with the owner of the restaurant at number 13 Benning Street. How do you prove it? Hearing this, Chang Shan said nonchalantly. Do I need to prove this? We've been good friends for 5 or 6 years. I can call him over with just one phone call. Having said that, Chang Shan picked up his cell phone and made a call in a pretentious manner. After a few seconds, he put it down again. I almost forgot, my best friend went abroad a few days ago, and I couldn't get through on the phone. In a few days, I'll take you to the restaurant at 13, Benning Street for a high-end meal. You won't need to prove it then. And by the way, open the eyes of some people who have never seen the world. When saying this, Chang Shan's tone was a little sarcastic. Lu Lily quickly hugged his arm and said affectionately, Dear, don't be angry. Others did it unintentionally. Don't take it to heart. Otherwise, I'll be heartbroken. Chang Shan reached out and gently rubbed Lu Lily's head. That's so good. I don't need to be angry with such a person. Both of them expressed contempt for Yi Feng in their words. Even Wang Xin, who was sitting next to him. There was a hint of disgust in her beautiful eyes. She didn't realize that Yi Feng was such a jealous man. I was thinking to myself that I had to find a time. Have a heart-to-heart talk with Cheng Yu in private. This hypocritical man is not worth associating with. It is better to separate as soon as possible. Yi Feng shook his head and smiled. There was not a single ripple in my heart. Given his status, he wouldn't be affected by such a small matter. Turning his head, he said calmly, Cheng Yu, tell this fake rich second generation who was the owner of the Chinese restaurant at number 13 Benning Street. Who was the boss? Cheng Yu blinked her beautiful eyes, her face looking a little confused. After all, the last time Yi Feng took Cheng Yu, they went to the Chinese restaurant at number 13 Benning Street for dinner. It was more than a month ago. So, Cheng Yu forgot the name of the restaurant and only knew that it was very high-end. His brain briefly froze when Yi Feng asked him this question out of the blue. After coming to her senses, her beautiful eyes sparkled with light, and she quickly said, Oh, right, isn't the Chinese restaurant at 13 Benning Street your business? We had dinner together last time, I almost forgot. As these words fell, the three little girls all looked at Yi Feng. After coming to her senses, Lu Lily said in a complaining tone. Yeah, even though Yi Feng is your boyfriend, you don't have to defend him like this. Number 13 Benin Street Chinese restaurant is a Michelin 3-star restaurant worth hundreds of millions. It's too much. Obviously, Lu Lily didn't believe Yi Feng. After all, if he were the owner of the Chinese restaurant at 13 Benin Street, he would not come to a low-end place like Little Lucky Western Restaurant to eat. Wang Xin, who was sitting next to him, shook his head slightly and tried to smooth things over. Yeah, we are all good sisters. There is no need to lie to us. Seeing that the two did not believe it, Cheng Yu said anxiously. Xin, Lily, what I said is true. Yi Feng is really the owner of the Chinese restaurant at number 13 Benning Street. He took me to dinner a month ago, and everyone there called him boss when they saw him. At this time, Chang Shan laughed out loud. I was amused by Cheng Yu's innocent look. If you call him boss, does that mean he is really the boss? After all, some high-end restaurants call customers boss in order to make them feel at home. Yi Feng is very good at deceiving little girls. His skills are even better than his. Chang Shan picked up the phone and sneered, How about this, I'll call the Chinese restaurant at number 13 Benning Street now and ask them if they know Yi Feng. Yi Feng, do you dare? What a clown. Yi Feng said nonchalantly, Whatever. Seeing Yi Feng's indifferent look, Chang Shan was stunned for a moment. Could it really be the boss? Having said this, there is no point in saying more. Chang Shan gritted his teeth and dialed the reservation number of the Chinese restaurant at number 13 Benning Street. After ringing for a while, the call was connected. Hello, this is the Chinese restaurant at 13 Benin Street. How can I help you? The sweet voice of the receptionist came from the speaker. Hello, I want to ask, is your boss called Yi Feng? Chang Shan said immediately. Sir, I'm sorry, as far as I know, our boss's last name is not Yi, and I can't disclose the rest. We would like to remind you to be vigilant against telecommunications fraud. Is there anything else we can help you with? Hearing this, Chang Shan laughed out loud. The corners of his mouth were stretched to his ears. Did you hear that, Yi Feng? You are not the owner of the Chinese restaurant at 13 Benning Street at all. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? It's making me laugh to death. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He whispered, Ask your supervisor Xiao Chang to come over. Admittedly, he was a little angry now. The employees didn't even know their boss. I don't know what this guy Xiao Chang is doing. The on-the-job training was so poor. Chapter 100, The Fully Insured Truck Teaches the Scumbag a Lesson. Xiaohong, what happened to your kidney? Just then, a man's voice came from the speaker. Manager Xiao, a customer called and asked if our boss's name is Yifeng. I'm not sure, so I'll just say no. What? Xiao Chang's eyes suddenly opened wide. He hurried over, snatched the phone, and said in a reproachful tone, Xiaohong, why didn't you inform me about this? Then, he asked Cheng Shan on the other end of the phone. Hello, I'm Xiao Chang, the manager of the Chinese restaurant at number 13 Benning Street. What can I do for our boss? These words floated into the ears of several people from the loudspeaker. Cheng Shan's arms were shaking with shock, and he could barely hold the phone. His face was filled with shock. Wang Xin and Lu Lily also looked stunned. Yi Feng. He is really the owner of the Chinese restaurant at 13 Benning Street. Only Chan Yu had a calm expression. After all, she had expected this result. He whispered, Xin, Lily, listen, I didn't lie to you. At this time, Yi Feng said lightly from a distance. Manager Xiao, how do you train employees? You don't even know the boss's name. Do you really think I don't exist? The originally calm tone floated into Xiao Chang's mind. It was like a bolt from the blue. He shuddered and said in a trembling voice, Yi, Mr. Yi, it's all a misunderstanding. This is our new intern. He has only been employed for 2 days, so he has not had time to do any employee training yet. Of course, I have an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. Please forgive me, Mr. Yi. The manager of the Chinese restaurant at number 13 Benning Street was so humble in front of Yi Feng. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Chang would be facing a multi-millionaire. I didn't take it seriously. After all, who among those who can eat at the restaurant at 13 Benning Street is not worth tens of millions? Moreover, you have to queue up and make an appointment. Otherwise, don't even think about setting foot in the restaurant. Yi Feng said softly, Xiao Chang, the restaurant will not be open for the next few days. I will give you 3 days to train all the employees. I will let you off the hook this time. If there is a problem again next time, you can resign on your own. Hearing this, Xiao Chang nodded repeatedly and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Okay, Mr. Yi. Then he said cautiously, Boss Yi, do you have any other instructions? No. Yi Feng said lightly. Only after getting an accurate answer did Xiao Chang dare to hang up the phone. Little Lucky Restaurant, a dining table by the window. The atmosphere was surprisingly quiet. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Cheng Shan swallowed and stared at Yi Feng in a daze. Yi Feng, no, Master Yi, I was wrong just now. You are so magnanimous and treat me like a piece of shit. After knowing Yi Feng's true identity, Cheng Shan no longer dared to pretend. He is a scumbag who is a fraud. There is not even a 5-digit amount in the bank card. With good looks and sweet words, he cheated ignorant girls of their money and their sex. Unexpectedly, I lost to Yi Feng today. Cheng Shan, aren't you a rich second generation? Although Yi Feng is very rich, there is no need for you to do this. At this point, no matter how stupid Lu Lily was, she realized that something was wrong. He asked angrily, hands on his hips. Cheng Shan looked panicked. She wanted to cry but had no tears. She glanced at Yi Feng, smiled bitterly and said, I'm not a rich second generation. I'm just a liar. Master Yi is right. The bag I gave you is fake. It's not Hermes at all. I bought it online for 250 yuan. So, where's your Mustang? Lu Lily still didn't give up and held on to one last glimmer of hope. I rented it. It costs 500 yuan a day. Every time I see you, I will rent a car first. Under Yi Feng's half-smiley gaze, Cheng Shan confessed everything. He was worried that he would continue to show off at this time. I'm afraid I don't even know how I died in the end. You. Lu Lily's mentality collapsed. She thought she had found a good home. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a blatant scumbag. Lying on the table and crying loudly. The cold gazes of Wang Xin and Shen Yu stabbed at Cheng Shan like knives. Well, Mr. Yi, you guys continue eating. I'll be leaving first. Cheng Shan realized that it was not advisable to stay here for long. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. Get ready to run away. You scumbag, you are not allowed to leave. You must compensate Lily. At this time, the two girls were ready to stop Xiao Chang. Yifeng waved his hand and said calmly, let him leave. Chen Yu and Wang Xian were stunned. He turned his head and looked at Yifeng with a blank face. Why are you speaking for the scumbag at this time? Thank you, Mr. Yi. Chang Shan didn't dare to stay any longer, so he stood up and walked out of the restaurant. Looking at his back, a hint of coldness flashed across Yifeng's eyes. He didn't intend to let Chang Shan go like this. However, Yifeng planned to uphold justice in another more covert way. System. Use the life modification card to modify Chang Shan's life. He was crossing the road and was hit by a fully insured truck, leaving his lower body paralyzed. In progress. Changed successfully. The target character Chang Shan will be permanently paralyzed from the waist down in 10 seconds due to a car accident. He cannot be cured. It's really unlucky. Chang Shan left the restaurant with a trace of resentment on his face. I cursed Yifeng 100 times in my heart. If it weren't for Yifeng, based on Lu Lily's intelligence, his lies would probably never have been exposed. When you get tired of playing with it, just kick it away. Originally, I was planning to take Lu Lily to the hotel after dinner tonight for my first at-bat. The more Chang Shan thought about it, the angrier he became. Without noticing, I had walked into the middle of the busy street. Just then, a light truck loaded with goods drove up. Ding ding! A shrill horn sounded. The driver stood up and stepped on the brakes, and the tires rubbed against the ground, producing thick white smoke. But I still can't stop. The powerful inertia directly knocked Chang Shan 5 or 6 meters away. Like a kite with a broken string, it draws a beautiful arc in the air. With a pa-chi sound, it fell to the ground from mid-air. The lower half of his body turned into a pool of mud. For some reason, Chang Shan did not faint. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead and his eyes were as big as bells. Looking at his bloody legs, he wailed madly. Ah! My legs! The quiet night streets suddenly became lively. Chen Yu and others were sitting by the window in the Little Lucky Western restaurant. I just happened to witness the scene through the floor-to-ceiling window. They all swallowed their saliva. Retribution. Is it coming a little too fast? Lu Lily clenched her fists and said with a look of satisfaction, you scumbag, you deserve to be hit by a car. Why don't you call an emergency number for Chang Shan? My phone just ran out of battery, I can't help you. And the instigator of all this. Yifeng was sitting with his legs crossed. He picked up a cup of coffee on the table and took a sip leisurely. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There is no need to show mercy to a scum like Chang Shan. Wrong? What's wrong with that? Yifeng not only felt that he had done nothing wrong, but he thought he had done a good thing. To help the ignorant girl avoid a potential disaster. He does good deeds without leaving his name, please call him Lay F. Chapter 101, The $10 billion Hotel Earns Money, The Waitress's Thoughts. It's a huge loss. Forgot to let Chang Shan pay the bill before leaving. After this happened, the three little girls were in no mood to continue eating. Especially Lu Lily, her eyes were red from crying. I thought I had found a rich second-generation man, but I didn't expect him to be a complete scumbag. Her eyes were red, and she said gratefully, thank you, Yifeng. Thinking about how she had just asked Yifeng not to meddle in other people's business, she felt ashamed. Yifeng smiled faintly, you're welcome. At this time, Wang Xian, who was sitting aside, had beautiful eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. If Yifeng was the owner of the Chinese restaurant at 13, Benning Street, that means his personal assets are conservatively estimated to be over 100 million. Besides, Yifeng is still so young. Then how powerful must the family strength behind him be? It's terrifying when you think about it. If I could be with Yifeng, wouldn't that be the same as marrying into a wealthy family? This is every woman's ultimate dream. In front of money, love is shit. Friendship. That's not even worth mentioning. Yifeng, since you are Yeya's boyfriend, we are all friends. Can I add you on WeChat? A hint of cunning appeared on Wang Xian's lips. Yifeng, I'll add you on WeChat too. Lu Lily also spoke. Chen Yu, who was sitting next to him, picked up her phone and said, don't bother me. I'll just return Yifeng's WeChat to you guys. After saying that, he tapped the screen with his little hand and started operating. After receiving Yifeng's business card, the two little girls immediately added him as a friend. Wang Xin smiled and said, yeah, it's getting late. Lily and I will leave first. We will get together again some other time. Yifeng, bye, see you next time. The two men stood up, waved to Yifeng, and turned away. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and watched the two people leaving. Interesting. Wang Xin and Lu Lily, although not as pretty as Chunyu. But his overall appearance is above 85 points, which is a rare gem among ordinary people. It can barely meet Yifeng's minimum requirements. However, these two people are Chenyu's best friends, and if they were to take action against them, isn't it a bit? Yifeng shook his head and didn't think about it too much. What is meant to come will come. If someone shouldn't have come, there's nothing we can do about it. I can only accept it calmly. Yifeng, are you going home tonight? At this time, Chenyu blushed and spoke softly. Do you want to go home? Yifeng smiled indifferently. Give the choice to Chenyu. Then don't go back. It's troublesome to pack up. I only have one set of sheets. Chenyu thought for a moment and said with a blushing face. Hearing this, Yifeng nodded slightly. Okay, I'll take you to the hotel. 10 minutes later, downstairs of Gear Hotel. A matte black supercar slowly drove over. The boy standing at the door was absent-minded at first, but his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the Hongqi S1. It's that rich boy again. Last time, Yifeng was generous and gave more than 2,000 tips. Therefore, the driver was deeply impressed by him. The impression of this car is even deeper. He hurried forward, and before the car stopped, he bowed deeply, took the initiative to open the car door, and said respectfully, Sir, welcome to the Gear Hotel. Yifeng got out of the car, took out a stack of banknotes as usual, and said in a calm tone. Tip, get me a presidential suite. The boy's face was filled with joy as he spoke repeatedly. Yes, sir, please. Just then, the passenger door opened and Chenyu got out of the car. When the boy saw her, he was slightly stunned. I remember that the last time, the person Yifeng brought was not this lady. Why did he change someone so quickly? Moreover, the appearance is not inferior. He is indeed a rich young man who drives a supercar. After receiving the tip, the driver complimented him. Thank you, sir. You are so generous. I wish you were our boss. Hearing this, Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Looking up at the towering gel hotel, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. System, how many life modification cards do you need to redeem the Gear Hotel? After all, you have to book a room every time you come, which is quite troublesome. If you become the owner of the Gear Hotel, that will save a lot of trouble in the future. Although there was one less rebate, Yifeng didn't care about the money now. What's more, Gear Hotel is the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Haicheng. Put it in your pocket and it can bring in a steady stream of income. Even if the system fails in the future, I can live the rest of my life without worries about food and clothing thanks to this industry. Calculating. To redeem Gerda Hotel, you will consume 2 life modification cards. You currently have 2. Please select whether to redeem. Well. Yifeng thought for a moment. Exchange. Byte. Exchange successful, consumption life modification card X2, purchases in progress and will end in about 12 hours. At that time, the relevant information will be automatically stored in the system warehouse. It didn't take effect immediately, and I had to wait 12 hours. Yifeng was a little surprised. On second thought, Gear Hotel is different from other groups in that it is a real industry. Moreover, as the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Haicheng, it is very well known. If it suddenly changes ownership, it will cause too much of a sensation. By then, it would be hard for Yifeng not to become famous. Therefore, it is not unreasonable for the system to do this. 12 hours is not too long, just enough to get through tonight. When he wakes up tomorrow morning, this luxury hotel worth tens of billions will belong to him, Yifeng. Yifeng, let's go in. Seeing Yifeng standing there with a silly smile, Chenyu frowned slightly. I don't know what he is thinking. Ahem. Yifeng coughed tactically, calmed himself down, and smiled calmly. Well, let's go in. After saying that, he put his arms around Chenyu's slender waist. Because the car boy had already booked a room for Yifeng. Then I walked straight through the lobby and took the elevator to the top floor of the hotel. The waitress in a professional suit opened the door of a luxurious presidential suite and said with a smile, "Sir, I wish you a pleasant stay. If you need anything, please feel free to let us know." "Thank you, you can go out now," Yi Feng said lightly. Then, something suddenly occurred to me. "By the way, we don't need room service tomorrow morning, so don't wake us up." The waitress was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Chen Yu next to him and immediately understood. Tonight is for them. It is destined to be a sleepless night. Nodding slightly, he smiled and said, "Okay, sir, I understand. Is there anything else you want to tell me?" "No more, thank you." The waitress turned and left the room and went to the corridor. He patted his chest with his little hands and his heart was beating rapidly. Yi Feng's handsome face appeared in my mind. Indeed, this was the first time she met such a young and wealthy man. Generally speaking, guests staying in the presidential suite are mostly middle-aged people. After all, only when you reach a certain age, only then will we have capital and financial resources. Moreover, those middle-aged wealthy people look decent, but they are not honest. When he sees a pretty waitress, he will make some excessive requests. This disgusted her greatly. But if it was Yi Feng, that would be a different matter. No money required. Chapter 102, Cars Need Regular Maintenance, Dear Hotel Manager Songshi. Yi Feng, it hurts. Where does it hurt? My whole body aches. Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. This doesn't make sense. Indeed, the car needs to be used frequently, otherwise it will not be stored for too long. What's more, if the car is left for a long time, it might be secretly driven away by someone else, which would be counterproductive. Time passes by little. Soon, it was noon of the next day. A ray of golden sunlight shines into the luxurious presidential suite through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Yi Feng opened his sleepy eyes. He picked up his phone, checked the time, and his face suddenly lit up with joy. 12 hours have passed. At some point, a thick purchase contract appeared in the system warehouse. Yi Feng's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. When you wake up, you will get a 5-star hotel with a production value of tens of billions. Who understands the feeling of having a great harvest? It feels so good. Yi Feng, what's wrong with you? At this time, Chen Yu also woke up. Seeing Yi Feng sitting up straight with a bright smile on his face, she frowned slightly, a little confused. What happened? Make him happy like a child. Nothing much. Get up. I'll take you to the Sky restaurant for dinner and then send you home. Yi Feng calmed down and smiled indifferently. Okay. Turn your head away. I'm going to get dressed. Chen Yu's rosy face was a little shy and she said it very embarrassedly. Turn around? Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. We were honest with each other last night, is there any need for that? Isn't this superfluous and unnecessary? But looking at Chen Yu's shy eyes, Yi Feng shook his head and smiled. Just obey the little girl. He stood up and walked towards the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower, you get dressed, and then we'll go get lunch. Wait for Yi Feng to walk into the bathroom. Chen Yu just crawled out of the bed, her soft and tender body completely naked, her snow-white skin tinged with pink. It's like a natural work of art, worthy of being collected forever. Just as Chen Yu was getting dressed, Yi Feng's cell phone, which had been placed on the bedside table, suddenly rang. She picked it up and took a look at it. The note was 3 crazy. After hesitating for a moment, click the connect button. Brother, Sanfeng is here to pay his respects to you. Zheng Sanfeng on the other end of the phone laughed and said, my new bar is opening, and I want to invite you to come over and hang out. I wonder if you have time. Why is there no sound? Zheng Sanfeng was stunned for a moment, and asked tentatively, brother. Hello, Yi Feng is taking a shower. Chen Yu replied. Hearing this, Zheng Sanfeng's eyes rolled and he said quickly. Hello, sister-in-law. When Big Brother finishes his shower, please tell him that the KS Bar branch at number 688 Yechen Road has opened. I invite Big Brother to come over tonight. If sister-in-law is free, you can come over too, hee hee. Chen Yu felt a little embarrassed when Zhang Sanfeng kept calling her sister-in-law. She pursed her red lips and said calmly, well, I will tell you Feng, do you have anything else to say? No more, sister-in-law, I wish you and brother happiness. Zhang Sanfeng is a frank person. Just say whatever you want to say, very directly and straightforwardly. A few minutes later. The bathroom door opened and Yi Feng walked out. He had changed into a black suit and asked Shenyu, who called just now. What's the matter? A guy named Sanfeng said that a branch of the bar is opening and he invites you to come over to play in the evening. Shenyu replied truthfully. Hearing this, Yi Feng smiled faintly. I didn't realize that this rough guy Zhang Sanfeng is quite business-minded. I haven't seen you for a few days and you've opened a branch. I had nothing to do in the evening, so I went over to show my support. Bite. Shenyu's worship value +5, currently 95, reward life modification card X2. The sudden promotion caught Yi Feng off guard. I guess Shenyu was very satisfied with last night's performance. Therefore, the worship value will be further improved. If it happens again, will the worship value reach 100 directly? I'm really looking forward to it. Yi Feng, I'm done packing, let's go eat. Shenyu smiled. Well, I'll take you home after dinner. Hearing this, Shenyu quickly waved her hand and said, No need. I'll go straight to work later. You don't have to take me there. If your colleagues see you driving, it won't be good. After all, Shenyu is an extremely low-key person in life. I don't want to cause too much trouble because of Yi Feng. Hearing this, Yi Feng smiled faintly. Okay, then you can take a taxi later. Then, Yi Feng and Shenyu took the elevator to the Sky Restaurant of Gear Hotel. Because it is the presidential suite, the most distinguished guest. As soon as we entered the door, we were warmly welcomed. Sir and madam, I will take you to the best viewing spot in the restaurant. Please follow me. A male waiter smiled. Then, we came to a large floor-to-ceiling window, where the white curtain swayed in the summer breeze. Outside the window is the bustling city skyline of Haicheng. A few kilometers away, the mother river that runs through Haicheng is in full view, like a winding dragon, extremely magnificent. The scenery alone is worth the price of admission. There is a reason why the Gear Hotel is expensive. After ordering, Yi Feng handed the menu to the waiter and said with a faint smile, No need for wine, we still have to drive later. Okay sir, you and miss will wait for a moment. The waiter bowed deeply and walked away. Yi Feng, I've made you spend money again. Shenyu said with a blushing face. He. Yi Feng chuckled, staring at Shenyu's beautiful face, and spoke in a gentle voice. I would be willing to spend any amount of money to have lunch with a beautiful woman like you. Shenyu felt very embarrassed by the praise. But in my heart, I still felt happy. Although I know Yi Feng is just trying to make me happy. But no woman will refuse someone she likes saying romantic words to her. Although this is awkward. But Shenyu didn't feel awkward. On the contrary, she found it extremely romantic. As I said, a woman who falls in love has an IQ that is roughly equal to a duck egg. After a while, all the dishes were served. The waiter said respectfully, Enjoy your meal, both of you. Call me anytime if you have any instructions. Yi Feng was just about to start eating. The cell phone on the table suddenly rang. Unknown caller? Yi Feng hesitated for a moment and chose to hang up. He can't let harassing phone calls break this wonderful atmosphere as he is having lunch with a beautiful woman. But unexpectedly, the phone rang again right after. Yi Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After answering the call, he said, What's the matter? Just tell me. The tone was very gloomy. After all, no one wants to be disturbed while eating. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned when he heard Yi Feng's tone. Then, a woman's anxious voice was heard. Hello Mr. Yi, I am Song Shi, the manager of Gear Hotel. You have acquired the hotel in full. I took the liberty of calling to ask what arrangements you have for the hotel. Song Shi, the manager of Gear Hotel? Come to the Sky Restaurant in half an hour. I'll be waiting for you here. Chapter 103, Luxury Box, Meat or Vegetarian? Okay Mr. Yi, I understand. Song Shi put down his phone, a hint of confusion appearing on his face. Why let her go to the Sky Restaurant? And it was half an hour later. The new boss's working style is really hard to understand. But she didn't think much about it. As a subordinate, the most important quality is loyalty, and she would naturally obey the boss's orders unconditionally. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 minutes passed. Shenyu was full and prepared to leave. Yi Feng, I'll be leaving first. See you next time. How about I give you a ride? Yi Feng smiled faintly. No, I can just take a taxi myself. After saying that, Chen Yu turned and left. Yifeng picked up his cell phone and checked the time. Almost half an hour had passed. He dialed Song Shi's number, and after waiting for a moment, the call was connected. Come straight over now. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll be right up. In the supervisor's office at the Gear Hotel. The woman in a professional suit sitting at the solid wood desk put down the phone next to her ear and stood up. The slender and well-proportioned legs are tightly wrapped in high-end black stockings, which perfectly shape the legs. The delicate and slender little feet were wearing a pair of black high-heeled shoes with red soles. Both his appearance and figure are enough to make women jealous. This woman is Song Shi, the manager of Gear Hotel. As soon as she finished talking to Yifeng on the phone, she immediately got up and left the office, walking hurriedly towards the elevator in her high heels. After a while, Song Shi arrived at the Sky restaurant. When the employees saw her, they all said respectfully, "Good afternoon, Manager Song." Song Shi smiled politely and nodded. But his eyes scanned the restaurant and found the window seat that Yifeng mentioned on the phone. Her beautiful eyes were slightly startled. She pursed her red lips and looked at Yifeng, who was sitting by the window. Coincidentally, a ray of golden sunlight shone through the gaps in the clouds and onto Yifeng, covering him with a layer of dreamy halo. Yifeng, dressed in a neat black suit, exudes pure handsomeness. It exudes a noble atmosphere from the inside out. Is this the feeling of oppression coming from the super rich? Song Shi was stunned for a moment. After coming to her senses, a faint blush appeared on her fair and delicate face. When they were talking on the phone just now, judging from Yifeng's voice, she knew that the other party was very young. But I didn't expect that he was so young. Seems to be the same age as her. Moreover, he is extremely good-looking and handsome. There are only two words to describe him: perfect. Song Shi calmed down with a smile on his face. She walked towards the window with her long legs in black stockings. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Song Shi, the manager of Gear Hotel." Yifeng turned his head and glanced at Song Shi. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Name, Song Shi. Age, 24. Height, 168. Appearance, 85. Worship value, 80. Long-legged, busty lady with a royal temperament, calm and steady personality, current manager of Gear Hotel, number of base hits, 1, appraisal result, second-hand car. Yifeng raised his eyebrows slightly. It's not a first-hand car. On second thought, that's right, it's not possible to be so lucky that I can come across a fine new car every time. Do you have a boyfriend? Then he asked directly. Yes, but my boyfriend is working abroad, so please rest assured, Mr. Yi, I won't delay my work because of emotional problems, and I won't have children in the next 3 years. Song Shi replied truthfully. Hearing her say this, Yifeng's mouth corners raised. No wonder she only got on base once, it turns out her boyfriend is working abroad. Leaving such a beautiful girlfriend alone in an empty room. I really don't know how to cherish. Suddenly, a bold idea emerged in Yifeng's mind. Yi, Mr. Yi? Seeing Yifeng didn't reply. Song Shi's heart tightened. After all, women are at a disadvantage in the workplace due to inherent reasons. Some companies don't even have a single woman in the powerful departments. And she was able to become the manager of the Gear Hotel because of her extraordinary talents. But now, the new boss seems very unhappy with her. Boss Yi, I can prove my ability through my actual actions. You worry too much. Yifeng chuckled. He said casually, you are still in full charge of the hotel. I won't interfere too much. Just report the revenue to me regularly. By the way, the best presidential suite in the hotel is not open to the public. Keep it for me. Hearing this, Song Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The corner of his mouth raised a smile, and he quickly said, Okay, Mr. Yi. After explaining the matter, Yifeng did not return to Chenshui Pavilion Manor. Instead, he went to the presidential suite and stayed there until sunset, and only left the hotel around 8 o'clock in the evening. Drive to number 688 Yechen Road, the newly opened branch of KS Bar. At this time, the entrance of the bar was filled with various luxury cars. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi. The lowest selling price is no less than 300,000. It is not difficult to see that Zhang Sanfeng has some influence in Haicheng. At least in his circle, his reputation is very loud. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people coming to celebrate the opening of a new store. However, Yifeng S. Hongqi S1 had just arrived at the door of the bar. It immediately overshadowed all the luxury cars around. Even those sports cars worth millions can hardly compete with it. Yifeng had just stopped the car. A young man with dyed yellow hair strode over, opened the car door very respectfully, and said with a smile on his face, "Young Master Yi, Brother Sanfeng asked me to wait for you here. He is entertaining guests and cannot come here. Let me say sorry for you. I'll come see you later." Hearing this, Yifeng nodded slightly and got out of the car. He straightened his straight black suit and said in a casual tone, "I understand. Take me in." "Okay, please follow me, Mr. Yi." The yellow-haired young man bent down slightly, stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. After entering the bar, Yifeng was taken into a luxurious box. The room had already been furnished. There was a plate of cut fruit, melon seeds, drinks, and alcohol on the coffee table. "Young Master Yi, please take a rest. I will go and inform Brother Sanfeng," the yellow-haired young man said respectfully. Yifeng didn't tense up and sat on the soft scarlet leather sofa. I grabbed a handful of melon seeds. It wasn't long before the yellow-haired young man left. The door of the box was pushed open. Several women dressed hotly walked in, wearing tight black suspender skirts, revealing their white thighs. They sat down next to Yifeng, opened their seductive red lips, and spoke in a charming voice. "Master Yi, Brother Sanfeng arranged for us to come and accompany you." As he spoke, a pair of white little hands stroked Yifeng's chest. Faced with this situation, Yifeng shook his head and smiled, "Since we are here to have fun. Of course, there is no need to pretend to be a gentleman. As the saying goes, to die under the peony flowers is to be a romantic ghost." Yifeng's big hands have already climbed onto the woman's hips. Hugging her on both sides, I felt so happy. "Is this meat or vegetarian?" Yifeng asked a pretty woman next to him. "Ha, Master Yi is so straightforward. It depends on how much the customer can pay." The woman chuckled. "If it's Master Yi, then there's no need for money. Brother Sanfeng has told me to serve you well." Chapter 104 Ultraman, Ba. The Qinglong gang is attacking. It seems that Zhang Sanfeng's bar is not very formal. On second thought, that's right, there are no formal bars nowadays. And, KS Bar, in a sense, it's already quite formal. At least mark the prices clearly and don't fool consumers. Some unscrupulous bars charge vegetarian prices for meat dishes. You pay for a private car but end up getting on a bus. This behavior is so hateful and should be firmly resisted. Can't disrupt the market. Yifeng did not do anything out of the ordinary. It's not that I don't want to, but I'm worried about contracting some disease. But after all, other people rely on this to survive. Yifeng was not stingy. He took out a stack of money from his wallet and threw it on the coffee table. It was roughly estimated that there was more than 10,000 yuan. "Let's share the tip for you guys." Yifeng chuckled. The eyes of the four girls in the private room suddenly lit up. They didn't do anything and yet they can get thousands of dollars. In addition to gratitude, he also admired Yifeng in his heart. After getting the money that belonged to him, he kept saying to Yifeng, "Thank you, Master Yi. How about this, all of us sisters will toast you a glass." After saying that, the four girls opened a bottle of beer and drank it straight away. Gurgle gurgle. In an instant, a standard 580 milliliters bottle of beer was empty. As hostesses, beer is equivalent to boiled water to them. Baijiu is a drink with a slight flavor. So there is no burden at all. In response, Yifeng shook his head and smiled. People laugh at the poor but not at prostitutes. They must have their own reasons for having to do this job. Well, it must be like this. Just at this moment, the box door was pushed open again. The voice arrives before the person arrives. "Brother Yi, I'm really sorry. There are too many friends on the road today, and I can't greet you the first time." Zhang Sanfeng walked into the box with his two younger brothers. He immediately picked up an unopened beer bottle on the table, hit the bottom of the bottle hard, and with a bang, the bottle cap flew out. "Don't say anything, Brother Yi, I'll drink a bottle as punishment." After saying that, he swirled the liquid into the bottle. After drinking it, he burped and said with a smile, "Brother Yi, how about I drink another bottle?" Yifeng waved his hand and smiled faintly. "No need, Sanfeng, sit down." "Okay, thank you, Brother Yi." Zhang Sanfeng laughed. As soon as he sat down, he said to his two younger brothers, "Hurry up and say hello to Brother Yi." This is my eldest brother. He will also be your eldest brother in the future. Do you understand? The two younger brothers scratched the back of their heads and smiled innocently. Hello, Brother Yi. Yi Feng was not restrained and nodded to them. At this moment, one of the green-haired little brothers received a phone call and his expression suddenly changed. After putting down the phone, he looked at Zhang Sanfeng with shock and spoke. Brother Feng, something terrible has happened. Hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng raised his eyebrows. He said in a gloomy tone, look at what you are saying. You get flustered when something happens. How can you be so decent? Then he smiled at Yi Feng and said, Brother Yi, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I'm your new little brother. No, Brother Feng, something really happened. Wang Hao, the second in command of the Qinglong gang, took advantage of us leaving the main store and broke into the store with a group of people. We were short of manpower and all our things were smashed. The green-haired little brother said with a trembling voice. Hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng was shocked. He stood up suddenly and asked in surprise, where are they now? They are still in the store. They have helped all our people and are teaching them a lesson one by one. The green-haired little brother replied truthfully. Bang! Zhang Sanfeng was so angry that he smashed a beer glass on the coffee table and said with gritted teeth, the bastards of the Qinglong gang are going too far. I was wondering why they were so quiet recently. So they took advantage of tonight to do it. This is too much. Yi Feng, who was sitting next to him, raised his eyebrows slightly. What is the Qinglong gang? Zhang Sanfeng's expression softened and he explained. Brother Yi is our mortal enemy, but he is more powerful than us and has opened 3 large bars in Haicheng. One of them opened right next to our main store. We had a fight last time because they were trying to steal customers, and we have been at odds ever since. Then, he turned around and said to the green-haired brother. Go quickly, gather everyone immediately and take back the place. You dare to smash my store. You are tired of living. Yes, brother. The green-haired little brother received the order and left happily. Zhang Sanfeng turned around and said to Yi Feng, Brother Yi, this happened suddenly. I have to go back to deal with it. I can't continue drinking with you. I'll atone for my sin and invite you next time. Before he could finish, Yi Feng smiled faintly. He stood up, straightened his black suit, and said softly, well, since there's nothing else to do, I'll go too. Brother Yi, you. Zhang Sanfeng was stunned for a moment. Why, you don't trust my skills? Yi Feng asked back. No, I don't dare. It's just that for such a matter, how can I trouble you to go there in person? I can take care of it with my little brother. Zhang Sanfeng said repeatedly. He had seen Yi Feng's skills before, and 10 burly men couldn't get close to him. As for safety, there is no need to worry. Besides, there are more than 10 younger brothers who can protect Yi Feng's safety. But considering Yi Feng's identity, it is better not to go to such occasions. That's great. I'll go take a look at what's going on and help you take back the place. The Qinglong gang will cease to exist tomorrow. Yi Feng's tone was playful. After all, he is his own younger brother, and his place has been taken away. It's really a bit unreasonable for him, as the eldest brother, to come forward. Okay, Brother Yi, please be careful later. I will send my younger brothers to protect your safety. Seeing Yi Feng's resolute attitude, Zhang Sanfeng no longer refused. He turned around and said to another younger brother, Go, call all the brothers, let's have a tough battle tonight. After all, Yi Feng has to go with him, for safety reasons. There is no room for carelessness. Besides, they have deep-seated grudges against the Qinglong gang. Even if it's not resolved now, it will explode one day. Instead of that, it's better to put an end to it tonight. Therefore, Zhang Sanfeng was determined to gather all his brothers together. Fuck him. Brother Yi, let's take a car over there. Well, let's go. Yi Feng said softly. He wanted to go and see what was going on. If possible, it would be okay to help Zhang Sanfeng solve a major problem at the same time. Wait for Yi Feng and Zhang Sanfeng to walk out of the bar. There were more than 10 vans parked at the door, each filled with thugs with colorfully dyed hair. The green-haired young man just now came running over happily. Brother, everyone is here, just waiting for your order, and then we will set out to take back the place. Zhang Sanfeng had a gloomy face and spoke in a cruel tone. Seizing the place is only one of the reasons. Tell the brothers to be prepared and settle the matter with the Qinglong gang tonight. Let them see who was the king of Haicheng's underground entertainment venues. Then, he opened the door of a domineering SUV and said respectfully to Yi Feng, "Brother Yi, please get in the car first. I will explain some things to the brothers." Yi Feng nodded slightly and got into the car. However, at this moment, a system voice suddenly rang in my mind. Byte. Detect your current situation, trigger special rewards, and obtain Leitang International Security Group. Chapter 105, Crazy Brother, I can't contact Brother Dao. Security company? Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly, just when he was confused. The cell phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and took a look. It was an unfamiliar call. After I answered it, a man's voice came from the speaker. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Yi?" "It's me, who are you?" Yi Feng asked doubtfully. The man on the other side was stunned for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Duan Chang, the head of Thunder Security Group. You just acquired the group in full, so I called you specially." "Excuse me, how can I help you?" After all, it is a security group, and the main service it provides is to ensure personal safety. So, Duan Chang thought in his heart, Yi Feng must need protection. Thunder Security Group, as one of the top 10 security companies in the world, is very strong and has provided security services to dignitaries from many countries. Even some leaders of small countries. Because the security level of his own country is not up to standard, he entrusts them to provide protection every time he visits a foreign country. Such a powerful company has a total market value of more than 100 billion yuan. Yi Feng was able to acquire it in full. It means that his personal worth enough to rank at the top of the world's rich list. When Yi Feng heard what Duan Chang said, his eyes narrowed and a hint of amusement appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Do you have any employees in Haicheng? When you want to sleep, someone will bring you a pillow. No matter how powerful the Qinglong gang is, they are just a group of insignificant thugs. The employees of Thunder Security are all retired Special Forces soldiers. One person beating 10 is no problem. It's easy to deal with this group of guys. Yes, we have a branch in Haicheng with about 100 employees. Mr. Yi, you." Before he could finish, Yi Feng smiled indifferently. "That's great. I need to take care of something. Send all the employees to KS Bar within half an hour." Okay. Duan Chang swallowed his saliva and said, "But Mr. Yi, some employees are on vacation, and some employees have gone to other provinces to perform support tasks, so there are only about 60 local employees in Haicheng. What do you think? More than 60? It is equivalent to a reinforced special operations team. That's definitely enough. Send them all here. I'll be waiting for them at the KS Bar." Yi Feng said lightly. "No problem, Mr. Yi, I'll do it right away." In the center of the Pacific Ocean, on an isolated island, stands a majestic building. It is the headquarters of Thunder Security Group. Duan Chang ended the call with Yi Feng and immediately called the person in charge of the Haicheng branch of Leitang Security. "Give the order." After receiving the order, Shirlei, the person in charge of Haicheng, immediately summoned all employees. In the center of Haicheng, from a hidden underground parking lot, more than a dozen black Mercedes-Benz G-classes drove out, forming a huge convoy. Sometimes it is in the shape of a V shape, sometimes in the shape of a straight line. He ran towards KS Bar very proudly. In the leading Mercedes-Benz G, the young man driving the car asked Shirlei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "Team leader, what happened? Why did they ask us to go out in full force? Even if it's protecting foreign dignitaries, you don't need so many people. You know, Thunder Security Group is a non-governmental organization. But the strength of its internal employees is comparable to that of the US Marine Corps. Even fighting alone, he is slightly better. Because they not only learn fighting skills, sanda and boxing, but also master Chinese martial arts. If they really had to fight to the death, the members of the Marine Corps would never be their match. So, even though there are only more than 60 people. But if on the battlefield, the destructive power is no less than that of a regiment." Shirlei, wearing a special combat uniform and a pair of frameless sunglasses, said softly, "The new boss's order, he is in Haicheng now, I don't know the rest." "You don't need to know. Just follow orders and don't ask any more questions." The young man driving the car nodded. I was too talkative. On the other side, Zhang Sanfeng and all his brothers drove a huge convoy of vans. Under the cover of night, we rushed to KS Bar. 10 minutes later, more than a dozen vans slammed on their brakes and stopped outside the KS bar. Yi Feng got out of the car. I found that there was a big hole in the bar sign. The bar door was closed and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Zhang Sanfeng called the green-haired young man and said gloomily, "Bring a group of people to the Qinglong Gang's bar, smash everything you see, and make them pay with blood. I'll bring my men to take the place back." The cuckolded young man nodded, "Don't worry, crazy brother." Then he turned around, immediately called a group of people, and rushed into a bar across the street that was open. "Brother Yi, please don't go in. The scene may be a bit bloody and it may dirty your eyes." Zhang Sanfeng said respectfully. "No, I'll go in and take a look." Yi Feng smiled faintly. After all, people from Thunder Security Group are on their way, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. "Okay, then Brother Yi, follow me closely and I will protect your safety." Then he turned around and said to the remaining brothers, "Brothers, the Qinglong Gang has gone too far. We should put an end to this tonight. What should we do?" The younger brothers raised the weapons in their hands and waved them in the air. The crowd shouted angrily, "Fight back and make the Qinglong Gang disappear." "Brother Feng, please give the order. We can't wait any longer." Zhang Sanfeng gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Listen everyone, don't kill anyone, just break their legs. After the job is done, everyone will get a reward. Capture the leader of the Qinglong Gang, Chen Nan, and reward him 100,000 yuan. Wang Hao, the second in command, will be rewarded 50,000 yuan." When they heard there were rewards, the brothers became even more excited. It is not difficult to see that Zhang Sanfeng still has some leadership skills. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass, and feed it enough, so that the horse will pull you to run wholeheartedly. "Don't say anything, brothers, follow me and rush in to take back the place." Zhang San yelled angrily, kicked open the tightly closed door of the bar, and rushed in first. The rest of the people also seemed to be willing to die. Waving his steel rod, he rushed into the bar. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment before walking slowly into the bar. The entire bar was in a mess. The booths, bar counter, and various entertainment facilities were all smashed to pieces. Only a few dancing lights were lit alone. It was empty and eerily quiet. Zhang Sanfeng rushed in with his men. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Where are the people?" "Brother Crazy, they won't get the news in advance, so just keep it," a younger brother said. Impossible. We came so quickly that they wouldn't get the news at all." "Could it be, there's a spy?" Zhang Sanfeng's eyes sparkled with wisdom. He glanced at all his subordinates and asked in a deep voice, "Who leaked the news?" The younger brothers looked at each other and shook their heads. "Crazy brother, we have always been following you. There is no need for us to be spies." Just at this moment, a white-haired young man raised his cell phone and said in surprise, "Brother Feng, I can't contact Brother Dao." And Brother Dao was the green-haired young man from before. Zhang Sanfeng asked him to take a group of people and go straight to the headquarters of the Qinglong Gang. And this guy didn't refuse at all. I agreed immediately. There is something fishy. Chapter 106. There's a traitor, the arrogant Wang Hao. Oh no, we're ambushed. Just as Zhang San was thinking wildly. Suddenly, hundreds of people rushed out from the hidden corners of the bar from all directions, surrounding Zhang Sanfeng and others. Leading the group was a young man in a white suit. With a cunning smile on his face, he said to Zhang Sanfeng arrogantly, "Zhang Sanfeng, you are in big trouble. If you know what's best for you, just give up the bar and get out of Haicheng. I'll spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel." This person is Wang Hao, the second in command of the Qinglong Gang. The green-haired young man standing next to him was none other than Brother Dao. Obviously, he had been bribed by Wang Hao long ago. He took a group of younger brothers and defected to the Qinglong Gang. Zhang Sanfeng was heartbroken and angrily said, "Daozi, I usually treat you well, why did you betray me?" The green-haired turtle youth sneered. "Brother Feng, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Qinglong Gang is becoming increasingly powerful, and he is the king of the underground entertainment venues in Haicheng. There's an old saying that goes, a man who knows the times is a hero. I'm afraid if I follow you, my life will be in danger. Listen, brothers. If you want to suffer with Brother Feng, continue to stay with him. But if you come to the Qinglong Gang, you will be treated to good food and wine, and there will be a lot of money." This guy not only became a traitor himself, but also instigated others to rebel together. Very hateful. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying more. Zhang Sanfeng took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said to Yifeng, "Brother Yi, when the fight starts, you go first, I'll cover you." In this situation, Zhang Sanfeng was still thinking about himself. Yifeng couldn't help but feel a little moved. He smiled calmly, patted Zhang Sanfeng on the shoulder, and said, "There's no need to leave. I'll help you take back the place and wipe out the forces of the Qinglong gang. Estimate the time. The people from Thunder Security should be here soon." Zhang San was stunned for a moment. Although he knew that Yifeng was very powerful, the Qinglong gang had hundreds of people, and 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. Even if Yifeng could fight 10 alone, it would be better than nothing. "Brother Yi, you." Yifeng waved his hand and interrupted, "Stop talking, let's deal with the people from the Qinglong gang first." Hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng nodded. He turned around and yelled at the green-haired young man, "Daozi, you are a heartless, ungrateful bastard. I will deal with you later." Then he looked at Wang Hao and said in a deep voice, "Wang Hao, come here, I am Zhang Sanfeng, I was not scared. When I was in society, you were not even created yet." Hearing Zhang Sanfeng is shouting, Wang Hao's face instantly fell. "Go! Break one of Zhang Sanfeng's legs and you'll get a reward of 500,000 yuan." Zhang Sanfeng said while gritting his teeth. "Brothers, if we can survive this night safely, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." "Brother Feng, stop talking. Daozi is a traitor. I'm going to kick him a few more times later. Even if I get beaten to a pulp, I will still follow crazy brother. Fuck him." In an instant, the 2 groups started fighting each other, and the scene was in chaos. You punch, I kick, and every move draws blood. But no one cried out in pain. They are all men of steel. Even though Zhang Sanfeng's younger brothers were all very strong, they were soon at a disadvantage as the Qinglong gang had more people. One person has to face attacks from 3 people at the same time. You also have to be on guard against sneak attacks from time to time. Can't hit at all. Zhang Sanfeng's head was cracked by a baseball bat. Blood flowed down his cheeks, and his face looked hideous and bloody. "Brother Yi, the situation is not good. I shouldn't have let you come tonight. Go quickly, I'll cover your departure." At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng was still protecting Yifeng. "Sanfeng, what are you talking about? You are my little brother. If you are bullied, I, as the big brother, will want to run away. If the news gets out, won't others laugh at me?" Yifeng glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist and cursed. "Damn it, why haven't the Thunder Security people arrived yet? Deduct all their salaries." However, at this moment, the door of the bar was kicked open. 2 neat teams of well-trained security personnel rushed in from both sides of the gate. They were all wearing special operations uniforms and worked in perfect harmony. Although there were only about 60 people, they immediately took control of the entire bar. The aura displayed. It is not less than the more than 100 people in the Qinglong gang. Who? Everyone who was fighting was stunned when they saw this scene. Just after the Thunder Security employees took control of the entire situation, a man wearing frameless sunglasses came out, exuding a strong murderous aura. This invisible sense of oppression is definitely not disguised. Instead, it is accumulated slowly through the bloody trials on the real battlefield. Shirlei, general manager of the Haicheng branch of Leitang Security Group. He once served as a training instructor for a special operations brigade of a certain overseas country. He carried out hundreds of dangerous missions, entering and exiting dangerous areas controlled by terrorist organizations as if he were in an uninhabited area. One look from him is enough to scare ordinary people. The number of lives lost in his hands was no less than 3 digits. Of course, they are all extremely vicious international wanted criminals. At this time, Shirlei looked around the bar and his eyes fell on Yifeng. When he came, he received Yifeng's photo and naturally recognized him at a glance. He quickly stepped forward, bowed deeply, and said, "Please forgive me, Mr. Yi, I am late." "Who are you?" Yifeng raised his eyebrows slightly. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Shirlei, the general manager of the Haicheng branch of the Thunder Security Group." After saying that, he took the initiative to extend his hand. Yifeng smiled faintly and held the pair of rough hands covered with calluses. The next second, Shirlei's face was slightly stunned. The strength of Yifeng's arm is not inferior to his at all. It was so vague that it even overshadowed him. Afterwards, he secretly increased his strength, and all of them were easily resolved by Yifeng. The new boss's strength is unfathomable. There's no need to keep trying. It's more important to solve the problem. Yi Feng chuckled. In fact, he only used less than 50% of his strength. But it has reached about 500 kilograms. Killing a cow is not an exaggeration. Therefore, Shirley's strength has far surpassed that of most Special Forces soldiers, and he can be considered a rare and ruthless person. Shirley blushed and said quickly, "Mr. Yi is right to remind me. I am being rude." He felt uneasy. He actually lost control of his emotions for a moment and competed with the new boss in strength. At this moment, Wang Hao also came to his senses. Looking at the Thunder security people pouring in, he said angrily, "Damn it, who are you all? Can't you see that the Qinglong gang is doing something? Get out if you know what's best for you." Hearing this, Shirley turned back suddenly. The cold eyes stabbed at Wang Hao like a knife. For a moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, unable to move, as if he was locked in by a strong murderous aura. "Look, what are you looking at? I'm the second in command of the Qinglong gang. If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes." Chapter 107, The mode is a bit rough tonight, tie it tightly. Dig out your eyes? Good suggestion. There was a hint of coldness in Shirley's eyes. He raised one arm with lightning speed, and with a whoosh, a sharp dagger cut through the air and directly blinded Wang Hao's right eye. The dagger was inserted into the eye socket, and bright red blood gushed out like crazy. Wang Hao didn't react for a moment. When he realized it, the intense pain made him feel like dying, and he stretched out his hand to pull out the dagger. "Brother Wang, you can't pull it out," the younger brother beside him reminded. "Why?" Wang Hao said angrily. "If I remove it now, I will lose too much blood. I'm afraid I'll die before I can get to the hospital." Hearing this, Wang Hao stomped his feet in frustration. He could only endure the pain and said angrily, "Kill them." At this time Yi Feng smiled faintly and whispered to Zhang Sanfeng, "Sanfeng, let your people withdraw." Zhang San was stunned for a moment. "Brother Yi, Wang Hao has a lot of people, so let us do some work as well." "No, they are enough to deal with these hooligans." Shirley, who was standing aside, nodded slightly and explained. "The scene is too chaotic, which is not conducive to our actions. Fists and feet have no eyes. If we hurt your people, it will be bad." When saying this, Shirley's tone was light and flirtatious. "Seems to have the overall situation under control." Zhang Sanfeng hesitated for a moment, but still chose to listen to Yi Feng, and immediately said to his younger brother, "Withdraw, let brother Ye's people go." The younger brothers supported each other, even though they had broken limbs. Almost everyone was injured. When Yi Feng saw this scene, he thought that the hospital under his name would come in handy, and said to Zhang Sanfeng, "Take your people to Jinsha Hospital later and tell them my name directly." "Brother Yi, this." Zhang Sanfeng's face was full of confusion and he was very bewildered. "Jinsha Hospital is my property." Yi Feng didn't explain much. Hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng's face lit up with joy. As expected, it's Brother Yi. If Jinsha Hospital is Yi Feng's property, then if they get hurt again in the future, can't he just take advantage of them? Haicheng's top-level tertiary hospital, what injury can it cure? Yi Feng, who told you that medical treatment is free? Maybe I can charge more if you mention my name. At this time, Shirley looked around at the thugs of the Qinglong gang, raised a hint of contempt at the corner of his mouth, and said in a gloomy voice, "All team members, assume combat stance. We will end this battle in 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Shirley paused, seeming to think that he had overestimated these ruffians. Shorten the battle time to 5 minutes. All the Thunder security men nodded, pulled out daggers from their waists, assumed extremely professional fighting postures, communicated with each other using gestures, and cooperated with each other very well. In just a few seconds, the target person they were responsible for was identified. Then, there was no hesitation. The figure turned into an afterimage, and the dagger in his hand did not cause fatal damage to them, but it just made them lose the ability to move. Just as Yi Feng expected. The scum of the Qinglong gang were completely defenseless in front of the professional security team. Within 3 minutes, they were all lying on the ground, unable to move. On the Thunder security side, no one was injured and they didn't even have time to breathe. It's like a strong adult fighting with a kindergarten kid. The outcome is obvious. No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. There was a dagger stuck in the right eye of the one-eyed dragon Wang Hao, and a deep fear appeared in his only remaining left eye. The people he brought with him are all the elite members of the Qinglong gang. Each one of them is a martial artist. Moreover, their number is twice that of Thunder Security. Why less than 3 minutes? All knocked down? Boss Yi, how do we deal with this person? Before taking action, Shirley gave orders in advance. The others were all knocked down, leaving Wang Hao behind to be dealt with by Yifeng. Yifeng smiled faintly, turned his head to look at Zhang Sanfeng, and said softly, Sanfeng, I'll leave it to you to decide. After all, he and I have no grudges against each other. Thank you, Brother Yi. Zhang Sanfeng was so moved that he burst into tears. He has deep-seated grudges against the Qinglong gang, and also has a big feud with Wang Hao. At this time Yifeng handed him over to himself. How could Zhang Sanfeng not be moved? Tie rocks to his legs and tie them tightly. The wind and waves in the Haichang moat are a bit strong tonight. Don't let him break free. Zhang Sanfeng said coldly. The subordinate standing aside nodded immediately after receiving the order and pressed Wang Hao step by step. This is not Zhang San's madness and cruelty, if there is no Thunder Security. If he was kidnapped, the outcome would probably be even more tragic. Just at this moment, a green-haired young man with a bruised face and nose stood up from the ground with difficulty, a flattering smile on his face. Brother Feng, I know I was wrong. Is it too late for me to surrender to you now? Zhang Sanfeng turned around and saw the green-haired young man. I'm so angry. He went up and kicked him over, then stepped on him and rubbed him hard. Damn it, I forgot about you. Come here, give me the same treatment, throw me into the deep water. Afterwards, Wang Hao and the green-haired young man were put into sacks, tied up like dumplings, and carried into a van by several people, and disappeared into the dark night. The rest of you brothers, come with me to the Qinglong gang's territory and seize their place. Zhang Sanfeng struck while the iron was hot and immediately called over a group of younger brothers. Prepare to take over all entertainment venues of the Qinglong gang in Haichang. The first one is the bar across the street. A young man kicked open the closed door and found that the entire bar was empty and unusually quiet. Brother Feng, Chen Nan saw that the situation was not going well and has already run away with his men. Run away? Zhang Sanfeng was stunned for a moment, then said. Just run away. We have kidnapped all the elite members of the Qinglong gang. They are no longer a threat. This has saved us a lot of trouble. Sanmatsi, Erhuzi, Xiaoliuzi, take a group of people and take over the other entertainment venues of the Qinglong gang. An hour later. All of the Qinglong gang's properties in Haicheng belonged to Zhang Sanfeng. Moreover, when the remaining members of the Qinglong gang heard that their boss had fled overnight and they were leaderless, they all voluntarily surrendered to Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Sanfeng didn't kill them all. After all, we are short of manpower now. Of course, the main persons in charge of these industries are still his younger brothers who have always followed him. So far, Haicheng Underground Entertainment Venue. Almost all of them changed their names and became Zhang Sanfeng. Sanfeng, it's getting late. I'm leaving now. At this time, Yifeng yawned and prepared to go home. Brother Yi, how can this be possible? You have helped me so much, you must stay and attend the celebration banquet. Zhang Sanfeng tried to persuade him to stay. No need, maybe next time, just celebrate. Yifeng waved his hands wildly at Zhang San. All right. Seeing that Yifeng was determined to leave, Zhang Sanfeng didn't say anything more. Everyone sees Brother Yi off. Hundreds of little brothers bent over, and the sound was deafening. Brother Yi, walk slowly. Oh my god. With such a grand scene, if you didn't know better you would have thought they were filming a gang movie. Chapter 108 Sisters Bodyguards, Medical Equipment Exhibition. Boss Yi, what about us? At this time, Shirley walked forward and asked. Yifeng waved his hand and said, retreat. I'll call you next time if I need you. Shirley hesitated for a moment and said, Boss Yi, how about leaving 2 elite soldiers to protect your safety? Yifeng laughed and asked back. Do you think I need it? Shirley lowered his voice and quickly explained, Boss Yi, that's not what I meant. These 2 elite soldiers are very different. They are twin sisters who were abducted when they were young. More than 10 years ago, I accidentally rescued them from human traffickers while on a mission. Then, he was sent to the overseas headquarters of the group to be raised. He has been learning from the world's top special forces and has become extremely skilled. Hearing Shirley say this, Yifeng immediately became interested. His eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth raised with a hint of playfulness. You mean, let them learn from me? Ha, Mr. Yi is very righteous. Sure, Lei complimented. In that case, Yi Feng no longer refused and nodded slightly. Okay, then let them come over. I will definitely train them well. Mr. Yi, they are currently carrying out a secret mission overseas. It will probably take another month. We will contact you then. Sure, Lei replied. No rush, I'll contact you after I return home, you guys can withdraw now. Afterwards, Yi Feng sat in the Hongqi S1 and stepped on the accelerator. Boom boom boom. The sports car turned into a black shadow, shuttling through the dark night. Half an hour later, we returned to Chenshuwei Pavilion Manor. Exclusive parking space outside courtyard number 1. There were 2 sports cars parked on the left and right, with just an empty space in the middle. If Yi Feng wasn't a good driver, he might not have been able to park there. Tao Bai and Yu Tingting, these 2 little girls. If you are not a skilled driver, you can only park 1 parking space away from others to avoid scratching them when parking. Yi Feng parked the car and walked straight into the villa. It is now past 3 in the morning and the 2 girls have fallen into a sweet dream. Yi Feng pushed open the door quietly. I returned to the bedroom and fell asleep immediately. A night in silence. The next morning, Yi Feng was awakened by a rapid phone call. He suppressed his anger, picked up his phone that was charging on the bedside table, and glanced at the incoming call notification. Wu Shouren, president of Jinsha Hospital. Suddenly, half of the anger had subsided. After all, Yi Feng still respected Mr. Wu very much. President Wu, you called me so early, what's the matter? Yi Feng asked. Mr. Yi, I hope I did not disturb your rest. There is something urgent at the hospital, so I called you so suddenly in the morning. Wu Shouren said with an apologetic tone. Ha, I just woke up. What's the important thing? Tell me. Yi Feng smiled and said. It's like this. All branches of Jinsha Hospital across the country are preparing to update their medical equipment in a unified manner. It is expected to cost nearly 1 billion yuan. I can't make up my mind, so I called to ask for your opinion. If we replace all of them with foreign brands, the budget will be higher, about 1.5 billion. In fact, the quality of domestic brands has also caught up in recent years, so I think we can give it a try. Hearing this, Yi Feng raised his eyebrows. What is the difference between foreign and domestic ones? Master Yi, you may not know this. Domestic medical equipment brands started late, and the accuracy of surgery is slightly worse than that of foreign ones. In addition, the service life of the equipment is also 1/3 shorter. But it's cheap and very low maintenance. Wu Shouren explained with a smile. I see. Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, just go abroad, price is not a problem. It's not that he doesn't support domestic products. After all, the precision during surgery concerns the patient's life, so of course we should use the better one. If domestic medical devices reach the same level as foreign ones, Yi Feng would choose domestic products without hesitation. Even though the price is higher than that abroad, I will buy it without any hesitation. At this time, Wu Shouren continued, Young Master Yi, there is a domestic medical device brand holding a trade show tonight, and they have specially arranged a banquet to invite the heads of major domestic hospitals to attend. The banquet will be held at the Sky Restaurant of Gear Hotel in Haicheng. Do you have time? Hearing this, Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly. Coincidentally, he was invited by Miss Suya from Villa Number 2 to attend a banquet in the evening. Just the location of the event is not known yet. So he shook his head and said, Mr. Wu, please attend for me. I don't have time in the evening. Okay, Master Yi, I won't bother you anymore. After putting down the phone, Yi Feng stretched and shouted. Tao Tao, is breakfast ready? No one replied. Yi Feng called out again, Ting Ting, are you up? I called several times but didn't hear any response. Yi Feng walked out of the bedroom with some confusion. After going downstairs, I found a steaming breakfast on the dining table, but the 2 girls were nowhere to be seen. Just then, I saw a note left on the dining table. Brother Yi, Ting Ting and I are going to practice driving outside the manor. Remember to eat breakfast while it's hot. Bye. Yi Feng was ashamed. I didn't expect Tao Bai and Yu Tingting to be so diligent in learning how to drive. But just based on their parking level, Yi Feng prayed secretly that there would not be an accident on the main road. If the car was destroyed, that would be a small matter, but if someone was hit, or if the two of them were injured, that would be terrible. Yi Feng spent the entire morning in worry. Like a worried old father. Lying on the sofa, watching TV absent-mindedly, from time to time looking out the window through the large floor-to-ceiling window. But the two girls didn't come back. What really happened? Yi Feng frowned and muttered to himself. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang rapidly. Yi Feng quickly picked up the phone and found that the caller was Tao Bai, so he answered the call immediately. As soon as the call was connected, I heard Tao Bai crying. Wow, brother Yi, please come here quickly. Ting Ting and I were in a car accident. Oh my god. The thing I was most worried about happened. He asked gently and comfortingly, did you hit anyone? No, I hit a car. My sports car. The front of the car was damaged. I also punched a big hole in the door of another car. They asked me to pay compensation. I wanted 1 million yuan. Hearing this, Yi Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I hope everyone is okay. But why is the car so expensive? 1 million is enough to buy another mainstream luxury brand car. Yi Feng changed his clothes, went out while talking on the phone, got into the honchiest one, and said, Tao, you and Ting Ting, don't worry, I'll be there soon. Okay, brother Yi, come here quickly. After hanging up the phone, Yi Feng stepped on the accelerator. The honchiest one sped out of Chunchuige Manor. Nie Xiaoqin just walked out of the property office door and saw Yi Feng's car and was about to say hello. A sharp wind blew past my ears. With a whoosh, the honchiest one rushed over. What's the hurry? Nie Xiaoqin's pale face was filled with confusion. Then he didn't think any more and turned to walk towards the villa area. The villa that Yi Feng gave her has almost been renovated. From time to time, you have to go to the site to supervise the workers' construction quality. Chapter 109 is too low, how about 2 million? Yi Feng drove to the intersection of Wutong Road. From a distance, I saw a group of people gathered in front. They were whispering to each other and talking a lot, and from time to time there were sounds of exclamations. There was no need to think too much, they must be watching the car accident scene of Tao Bai and Yu Tingting. Because Yi Feng had already heard the soft and tender voice. I'm sorry, I'm not a very skilled driver, but don't worry, I will definitely compensate you for your losses. Then a man's slightly obscene voice was heard. Little sister, if you don't have good driving skills, don't go on the road. Look at your car, it must be a new one you bought recently. The tires are still there, and it's estimated that it has less than 1,000 kilometers. After being crashed into this state, if I sell it later, the price will be greatly reduced. What a pity. Yi Feng pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. In the middle of the road, there were 3 cars with varying degrees of damage. 2 of them were Tao Bai and Yu Tingting's sports cars. The front of a car was damaged, the headlight cover was shattered, and glass shards were scattered all over the ground. A large piece of paint was scratched off the door of another car, apparently caused by friction with the curb. In general, it is not too serious and the beam is not damaged. It can be solved by adding sheet metal and repainting. The repair cost will probably be hundreds of thousands. I hope everyone is okay. Brother Yi, you are here. At this time, Tao Bai and Yu Tingting saw Yi Feng, their beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and they trotted to him, their faces slightly panicked. He buried his little head, ready to face Yi Feng's punishment. Because they did not tell Yi Feng in advance and drove the 2 cars out of Chenshui Pavilion Manor without permission. There was also a car accident. Not only did the car get damaged, but you also had to compensate other people for their losses. Just when the 2 girls were feeling uneasy, Yi Feng smiled gently, stretched out his hands, and gently rubbed the 2 people's heads. It's good that no one is hurt. The car is not worth much. If it's damaged, just buy another one. It's not your fault. These 2 cars are difficult to control. What the hell? The onlookers were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Not expensive? Buy another one. A young man wearing glasses swallowed his saliva and said, he is really rich. If I am not mistaken, the total value of these 2 cars is over 5 million. In his eyes, they are not expensive? Hiss. Not only that, look at that McLaren, the whole car was customized and repainted, it would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and after this crash, the whole car needs to be rebuilt. Wait. 2 men and 1 woman, what is their relationship? They don't look alike, they can't be brother and sister. Blind spot, you found Watson. At this time, the attention of the onlookers shifted from the car to the relationship between Yifeng and the two girls. Girlfriend? It shouldn't be. Why can a person have two girlfriends at the same time, and they get along so well and are like sisters? Suddenly, everyone's CPU exploded. I can't figure it out. At this time, a young man with shifty eyes stood beside a Mercedes-Benz Maybach whose rear end was pushed in, and said to Yifeng, "You must be their brother. Don't say anything. Your sister hit my car." The bare car price of a Mercedes-Benz Maybach is 3.3 million. Is it too much to ask you to pay 1 million? Here's my card number. Transfer the money directly. I have a big business deal to discuss, so I won't waste my time with you. Besides, you don't look like someone who is short of money. You probably won't haggle over 1 million yuan. Did you listen to what people say? Although Yifeng usually spends money lavishly, the tips he gives always start from 4 digits. It's just 1 million, I don't really care about it. But the young man's attitude made him very unhappy. Do you really think his money came from the wind? Totally wrong. You have to bend down to pick up the money blown by the wind, but he doesn't even need to bend down, the system reward is directly deposited into his card. However, this is not a reason for Yifeng to spend money indiscriminately. He glanced at the damaged parts of the two cars and raised his eyebrows. Are you sure you are not trying to scam me? After obtaining God-level driving skills rewarded by the system. With just one look at the accident scene, Yifeng could accurately infer why the two cars had an accident based on the damaged parts. The accuracy rate is as high as 99%. Judging from the situation on the scene. The right rear of the Mercedes-Benz Maybach was damaged, and the entire bumper of the pink sports car driven by Tao Bai, which covered the left headlight, all had varying degrees of damage. This was obviously not caused by a rear-end collision. Then there is only one possibility. This young man with a shifty look drove an 18th-hand Mercedes-Benz Maybach and specifically looked for people to scam on the road. I saw Tao Bai and Yutingting driving a brand new sports car, but their driving skills were not very proficient. Obviously, a newbie who has just started. The perfect target for fraud. He forced his way into another lane and squeezed in, causing Tao Bai's car to hit the back of his car. No matter what, it is the responsibility of the young people. It has nothing to do with Tao Bai. Lose money? Then the young man should pay for Tao Bai's repairs. Boy, don't talk nonsense. I drive a Mercedes-Benz Maybach, the same luxury car as Jack Ma. Would I touch a little girl? You know, I make millions a minute. The time lost in the car accident has caused me heavy losses. I'm asking you to pay 1 million because I'm kind-hearted and I won't argue with a little girl. The young man's face was full of anger and he didn't give Yifeng any chance to interrupt. With just a few words, you can portray yourself as an elite. Driving the same Mercedes-Benz Maybach as Jack Ma, would he really commit fraud for 1 million yuan? That seems to be the reason. He is so successful, there is no need for him to try to scam people. Among the onlookers, a young man dressed in trendy brands started to make a noise. There are no spare parts for imported Mercedes-Benz Maybach in China, so they can only be airlifted to the German headquarters for repair. The air freight costs a lot of money. From this perspective, 1 million yuan in compensation does not seem to be a high amount. What kind of person is this? He has 2 supercars at home, and when they got into an accident, he wasn't even willing to pay for the damages. Yifeng turned his head and stared at the trendy young man who started the commotion. Are you sure you're not his accomplice? What are you talking about? This road is monitored by surveillance cameras. Call the police. The trendy young man took a step back feeling guilty, not daring to argue with Yifeng. If you hear someone saying no to private chat, call the police. The young man with shifty eyes showed a trace of panic on his face. But it was fleeting, and then he waved his hand and said magnanimously, how about this? I won't pay the 1 million, but since I really crashed the car, just pay me 500,000 as a token of my appreciation. Harmony brings wealth. Seeing that your family is well off, you should be doing business. Perhaps there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. 1 million becomes 500,000? This further proves Yifeng's guess. This group of guys is an organized and planned group of fraudsters. Among the onlookers, there must be their accomplices who are responsible for leading the onlookers who are confused. But they met Yifeng. I can only say that you are still too young. 500,000? Ha, that's too low. Let me tell you a number. 2 million. Chapter 110. I'm just showing off, you're really awesome. 2 million? The young man was stunned and asked in surprise, are you really going to pay so much money? In addition to the repair costs, there are other compensations, such as psychological damages, totaling 2 million. Yi Feng said lightly. Okay then, brother, just transfer the money to this card number. The young man couldn't help but say with joy. I thought I had run into a difficult boss. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a fool. They said they would only compensate 500,000, but they actually increased it to 2 million. I had no choice but to accept it reluctantly. This time, I really made a fortune. Transfer? Yi Feng raised his eyebrows and said, what account transfer? You must be mistaken. I said that you should compensate me 2 million. What the hell? The young man staggered and almost fell to the ground. His face instantly became angry. You've never seen money before. Look carefully, my car is a Mercedes-Benz Maybach, the same luxury car as Jack Ma, limited to 100 units worldwide. Your sister hit me like this, and you still ask me for money? Why don't you go to heaven? Yi Feng cleaned his ears and found that they were almost covered with calluses. Mercedes-Benz Maybach, the same model as Jack Ma? Old news from many years ago. Jack Ma has not ridden this car for a long time. Are you sure this car is the same model as Jack Ma? The corners of Yi Feng's mouth slightly raised, revealing a playful smile. Of course. Everyone in the country knows it. The young man said with great pride. It seems that when driving this car, he is hiking Jack Ma. Yi Feng said no more. Prepare to give this guy a little spiritual shock. I picked up my phone, looked through the address book, clicked on a number ending with 48 and called it. Place of origin, Hangzhou, China. In just a moment, the call was connected. A man's slightly cautious voice came from the other side. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am currently in the United States and will be meeting with the president soon. Time is tight. What can I do for you? It was none other than Jack Ma. He left China last night and arrived in the United States on a private plane. Prepare to hold talks with the president to discuss investment in the United States. Generally speaking, Jack Ma doesn't answer the phone during this period of time. But the secretary said that the person who called was Yi Feng. He did not dare to delay and could only ask the president of the United States to wait for a while and answer Yi Feng's call first. Trump, just 1-6. Yi Feng smiled faintly, turned on the speakerphone, and asked softly. Mr. Ma, is your Mercedes-Benz Maybach still available? Jack Ma's face was full of question marks. Yi Feng called just for this? He was embarrassed and replied, Mr. Yi, I haven't ridden in it for a long time. My current car is a bulletproof Rolls-Royce Phantom. If you want to customize one, I can give you the contact information of the person in charge of Rolls-Royce Greater China. Because it was on speakerphone, Jack Ma's voice came through the loudspeaker. Reached the ears of the onlookers. Bang! At this moment, everyone was blown away. This handsome guy in front of me actually called Jack Ma directly? And judging from Jack Ma's tone, he seemed to have considerable respect for him. Zun de fake do? The most shocking thing was the young man who committed fraud. He never dreamed that Yi Feng actually knew Jack Ma. When his accomplices saw that the situation was not going well, they turned around and ran away without even looking back. What a joke! How could they afford to offend someone whom even Jack Ma respected so much? It's fake, it must be fake, how do you know Jack Ma? The young man who was trying to scam people came to his senses, calmed down, and immediately refuted. I can't believe it at all. However, at this moment, a passerby was watching. I clicked on a global TV live broadcast software and actually found the United States news program, which was broadcasting a press conference live. Title, Mr. President meets with Jack Ma, chairman of the ABA Group. The camera was pointed at a large and luxurious conference room where preparations for a press conference were being made. Jack Ma's thin figure was wearing a black suit. Sitting at the conference table, waiting for the president to arrive. At this time, he was holding a mobile phone and talking to someone. And this person. The passersby looked up and looked at Yi Feng in shock. WOC. Look everyone, this guy is really talking on the phone with Jack Ma in the United States. And Jack Ma actually made the president wait and delayed the press conference by 5 minutes just to talk to him on the phone. Oh my god. I just came out for a walk and I ran into something like this? Everyone looked at the phone screens of passers-by and swallowed their saliva. Then, everyone looked at Yi Feng in astonishment. This young man is really not an ordinary person. Mr. Ma, I wish you a pleasant journey to the United States. I have something to take care of, so I'll hang up now. Okay, Mr. Yi, let's meet at an agreed time after we return home. Yi Feng hung up the phone and put the phone back into his pocket. In the live broadcast on a passerby's mobile phone, Jack Ma put down his phone at the same time and had investment talks with Trump. Seeing this scene, the young man's legs trembled. Unable to stand steadily, he held onto his 18-car Mercedes-Benz Maybach. His face collapsed as he said, "Brother, you are really awesome." He was just talking. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng actually meant it. Don't play with people like this. Yi Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said casually, "Are you going to pay the money or wait for the police to come?" "Brother, I am convinced, completely convinced. Tell me your card number and I will transfer 2 million to you immediately." How dare the young man who commits fraud be so arrogant and domineering? Just take Yi Feng's strength. Maybe, just one fart could kill him dozens of times. I can only blame myself for my bad luck. The 2 million was transferred to Yi Feng's account in an orderly manner. After receiving the money, Yi Feng sneered. "I'll teach you a lesson this time. Don't let me run into you in Haicheng again. Go away." "Yes, brother, I will buy a plane ticket and leave Haicheng soon, and I will never dare to scam people again." The young man felt relieved. He drove his 18-hand Mercedes-Benz Maybach and left Haicheng in disgrace. Yi Feng looked at the time. The dinner will start in half an hour. Uncle Fu, the butler of Villa Number 2, also sent the venue over, and Yi Feng received it. I couldn't help but look stunned. The Sky Restaurant of Gear Hotel? Isn't this the venue for the dinner that President Wu is going to attend? Or is it the same dinner party? Medical equipment trade show? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, shook his head and smiled. Why didn't he think of it sooner? The Su family's business is medical devices. Anno Medical Group, one of the top 10 medical device brands in the country. Jinsha Hospital is going to upgrade its equipment recently, so it's a good opportunity to go over and take a look. If feasible, support a domestic brand and at the same time get closer to Miss Su. Killing two birds with one stone, isn't that wonderful? Tao, Ting, I have something to do, so I won't take you home. I have already contacted the repair shop for these two cars. They will come and tow them away. You can just take a taxi back. Yi Feng smiled calmly. Okay, brother Yi, be careful. The two girls waved their hands and smiled. You're so good. I'll take you to buy a new car in a few days. Yi Feng suddenly remembered. The last time I met He Daheng, a young man from a wealthy family, his family seemed to be engaged in parallel import of luxury cars. It shouldn't be a problem to get two sports cars at a friendly price. Chapter 111. Is she that fairy? It is located downstairs of the 33-story Gear Hotel. The originally spacious outdoor parking lot was filled with various luxury cars, and looking around, none of the cars were worth less than 1 million. It was obvious that those who came to this dinner were all wealthy and powerful people in Haicheng. At the entrance of the hotel, there is a huge signboard with large gold-plated characters printed on it. Anno Medical Equipment Group Trade Fair. Standing next to the display board was a capable old man in a black suit. He was Uncle Fu, the butler of Villa Number 2. He was smiling all the time, welcoming the guests to the dinner. Turning my head, I was suddenly attracted by a black supercar that was slowly stopping. His face suddenly lit up, he straightened his clothes, and quickly strode forward and said to Yi Feng, who got out of the car, "Young Master Yi, you are here. The dinner will be held at the rooftop restaurant of the Gear Hotel. I will take you up there." Uncle Fu was quite surprised at Yi Feng's arrival. The value of this trade fair has suddenly increased by several levels. Yi Feng waved his hand and smiled. "No need, Uncle Fu, you continue to entertain the guests. I am more familiar with the Gear Hotel, so go up by yourself." "That's fine. I'll send a message to the young lady, and she will greet you personally when you go up," Uncle Fu said respectfully. Then he bent down slightly and made a gesture of invitation. Yi Feng walked into the hotel. At this time, Song Shi was maintaining order in the hall. When he saw him come in, he was about to go forward to greet him. Yi Feng shook his head and said softly, "I'm here to attend the dinner of Anno Medical Devices Group. I don't want to attract too much attention." Please make arrangements so that my identity is not exposed to the employees. Songju was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and after coming to his senses, he nodded repeatedly and said, I understand. Mr. Yi, please enter the elevator. Yi Feng took the elevator to the Sky restaurant. As soon as he arrived outside the restaurant, he saw a woman in a black evening dress standing at the door. Her skin is as white as snow, her figure is graceful, and her slightly curled hair is draped over her shoulders. The slender and well-proportioned legs are wearing a pair of silver white high heels. This back view alone instantly attracted the attention of Yi Feng, the LSP, no, the gentleman. Don't be a back killer. Yi Feng muttered to himself. Some women have such stunning back views that they seem not to be from this world. But when he turned around, he looked like the reincarnation of Zhang Fei, scaring away thousands of soldiers and horses, and his ugliness was irresistible. At this moment, the woman in the black dress seemed to guess what Yi Feng was thinking. The figure slowly turned around. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, wanting to see how stunning it was, but when he saw the woman's face clearly, his face suddenly changed and he was stunned. It's her. It's her. Yi Feng would recognize this charming, fairy-like face even if it turned into gray. The woman who took his first time in the hotel. Yi Feng gritted his teeth. He had done nothing and didn't even feel anything, but his precious first time was taken away from him. This has always been a regret in his heart. During this period, Yi Feng has been trying to find this woman. But with a population of 20 million in Haicheng, finding a woman is easier said than done, like looking for a needle in a haystack. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Fairy, we meet again. But the woman didn't seem too surprised when she saw Yi Feng. After all, she was waiting for Yi Feng here. The fiery red lips raised a playful smile, and with slender legs and high heels, she slowly walked towards Yi Feng, stretched out her slender jade hand, and smiled, little brother, we meet again. Little brother? Yi Feng felt angry. You can say he is okay, but you can never say his brother is small. This is a great shame for men. I forgot to introduce myself. I live next to you, Miss Suya from courtyard number 2. Uncle Fu should have told you about Master Yi. What the hell? Yi Feng felt a severe shock in his heart. The woman he had been looking for so hard actually lived next door to him. A month ago, Yi Feng was held hostage by this woman, but now, he wants to wash away the shame. This woman who took away his virginity can only belong to him in this life. A pair of strong hands embraced the woman's delicate body covered by the black dress, held her tightly in his arms, and said as he looked at her beautiful and charming face. Woman, you left in a hurry the day without even leaving your name. Do you know how much effort I put into finding you? Suya pursed her red lips slightly, her beautiful eyes a little evasive. She was also drunk that day, and when she woke up she found a strange man lying next to her bed. There was a dull stabbing pain in my lower abdomen. I still remember the madness of last night, and it seemed that she was the one who took the initiative. I was regretting it at first, but then I found that Yi Feng had a handsome appearance, a standard handsome guy. It seems as if, probably, she doesn't suffer any loss. But Yi Feng was dressed in ordinary clothes, so he should be just an ordinary person. Maybe we won't be in touch in the future. After all, they are people from two different worlds. That's why Suya left so freely. Unexpectedly, when I visited him that day, I accidentally discovered that the owner of Villa number 1 was actually Yi Feng. Suya was startled. There is no such coincidence in the world. Feeling uneasy, she hurriedly left Villa number 1. After returning home, Suya calmed down and felt that this seemed to be an opportunity arranged by God. After all, although I don't know Yi Feng's identity, but based on the strength he has demonstrated, he has far surpassed the Su family. If Annual Medical Equipment Group can get Yi Feng's help, it will surely go further. At this time, all the guests who came to the banquet stood at the door, looking at the two people hugging each other with shocked expressions. Who is that young man? I haven't heard that Miss Su has a boyfriend. Considering Miss Su's wealth, it seems that there is no young man from a noble family in Haicheng who can match this young man. I'm not sure. This is my first time seeing him. But judging by the way the young man is dressed, he should be the second generation of a certain family. There's something interesting to watch. Chen Feng, the son of Kanga Hospital, has long admired Miss Su. Today he is attending the banquet and is preparing to place a large order to please Miss Su. If Miss Su already has a boyfriend, this big order will definitely fall through. Hearing the discussions, Suya's pretty face flushed slightly and she spoke in a soft voice. Young Master Yi, there are many people here, and they are all important figures in Haicheng. Please give me some face, okay? This demon actually has moments of giving in. So cool. Yifeng has been waiting for this moment for a long time. He wants to take back the dignity of men. After the dinner, come with me to the presidential suite. If you agree, I'll let you go. If you don't agree, I'll carry you to the presidential suite right now. Yifeng was extremely domineering. Suya frowned slightly. This man has indeed become different from before. But she felt a sense of submission in her heart, which forced Suya to nod in agreement. After the dinner, follow Master Yi. Chapter 112. I can handle calling me Chen Xiao. Okay, I'll let you go for now. Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth. He released his arm from around Suya's waist and said with a smile, Miss Su, I wish you a successful trade fair tonight. Anno Medical Equipment Group is the protagonist of tonight. In front of so many people, Yifeng naturally gave Suya enough face. Anyway, after the banquet is over and we go to the hotel room, we will still have plenty of time to deal with this witch. Suya pursed her red lips, a hint of gratitude appearing in her beautiful eyes. Then he invited Yifeng into the Sky Restaurant. Mr. Yi, please enter the restaurant. Afterwards, Yifeng was taken to a dining table at the front of the banquet hall. The most important location in the entire restaurant. Suya was also sitting at this table, but she was entertaining guests and did not come alone. The other people sitting at this table. They are all the main persons in charge of major hospital chains in Haicheng and other provinces. The total assets must be at least 10 billion, and the branches must be spread all over the country. After all, they are the main customers of Anno Medical Group. Everyone looked puzzled at Yifeng's arrival. Logically speaking, they should know everyone who has some power in this circle. Even if they can't remember their names, they must have met them a few times. People without power cannot even sit at this table. But no one knew Yifeng. I secretly guessed his identity. It is almost certain that he is the second generation of some aristocratic family. Otherwise, you would not enjoy such high treatment. Yifeng's face was calm with a slight smile on his lips. I don't want to have any intersection with them. After waiting for the banquet to end, he took Suya to the presidential suite to regain the face he had lost. My dear friend, I don't know you. May I ask who your father is? But they don't think so. Attending this banquet is ostensibly a meal, but it is also a good place to make friends. Yifeng is relatively young and can be seen as the second ancestor of the world at first glance. So, just ask him who his father is. Yifeng's identity can be basically confirmed. Everyone's eyes turned to Yifeng, exuding strong curiosity. Sorry, it's inconvenient to disclose. Yifeng smiled faintly and refused. I am being abrupt. The old man who asked the question did not ask any more questions. Since Yifeng doesn't want to reveal it, there are two possibilities. One is that the family is weak and they are embarrassed to speak it out. It's because the family is extremely powerful, and Yifeng is a low-key person and doesn't want to show off. Everyone here is a smart person, so naturally they won't dig into the details. Too much talk leads to mistakes. If you accidentally offend a big family, the loss will outweigh the gain. At this moment, Suya, dressed in a black evening dress, stepped onto a temporary platform in the restaurant and stood in front of a huge LED screen. A smile appeared on her pretty face, and her voice was gentle and full. We welcome you to take time out of your busy schedule to attend the Anno Medical Equipment Group exhibition. We have recently developed several new medical devices, which have basically caught up with international brands in terms of technology, but the price is only 75% of similar products. Please read the introduction below. You can watch while you eat. The huge LDE screen behind Suya lit up. 5 or 6 newly developed medical device products were displayed in turn, with detailed parameters and improved components. In the end, compared with similar international brands, the parameters are basically the same or even exceed by 10%. And the price is only 75%. A quarter cheaper. A large number of people attending the dinner were from the industry, and after watching the video, they all expressed admiration. Yes, Anno Medical is indeed a top medical company in China. It can be seen that they have put a lot of effort into technology research and development. The price is only 75% of that of international brands, but the overall performance is 10% higher. It seems that domestic medical device brands are going to rise. Of course, there are also some people who are pessimistic. These are just paper parameters. How effective they are in actual use remains to be verified. Domestic medical devices have only been developed for a few years. How could it be possible to catch up with foreign countries so quickly? I'm skeptical anyway. There are many different opinions, but generally speaking, there are more praises. After all, foreign brands dominate the medical device industry and their prices are very expensive. The cost was $50,000, but the selling price was as high as $500,000. It has increased tenfold. Moreover, you have to buy it, because this thing is related to the precision during surgery. Now domestic brands have replaced foreign brands and the price has been reduced by a quarter. This is undoubtedly a good thing for the entire industry. Suya smiled and said, "Please don't jump to conclusions. I'm just inviting you to dinner tonight. If you are interested in our new products, you can discuss it with our group in private." Suya walked off the stage and the dance troupe came on stage and began their performance. The dinner officially began in a pleasant and relaxed atmosphere. "Miss Su, I have reserved a seat for you and invite you to dine with me." At this time, one of the young men in white who was sitting at the same table with Yifeng waved to Suya, who was walking off the stage, with an enthusiastic expression. "Invite her to an empty seat next to you." Suya's gaze turned towards the table, and a smile appeared on her delicate face. She walked towards me in high heels, making a tapping sound. The young man in white couldn't help but feel delighted, and said quickly, "Thank you, Miss Su, for your honor. I am very happy." Unexpectedly, after Suya came over, she sat directly next to Yifeng and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, I've been waiting for a long time." He paid no attention to the young man in white. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became subtle. The other people at the table all had expressions of anticipation. The young man in white was none other than Chen Feng, the son of Kangda Hospital. The strength of Kangda Hospital is second only to Jinsha Hospital, with assets approaching 90 billion yuan and annual turnover reaching 10 billion yuan. Therefore, this Chen Feng is an out-and-out rich second generation. He has admired Suya for a long time. "I am attending the banquet tonight and I am also preparing to place a large order with Annual Group in order to win Suya's favor." Unexpectedly, Suya ignored him directly. Then he turned and greeted another pretty boy with a smile. In front of so many people, where would Chen Feng put his face as the young master of Kangda Hospital? The smile on his face froze and he looked at Yifeng with gloomy eyes. After a quick glance, he found that he was well dressed and should be a rich second generation, so he started to ask, "Brother, what business does your family do?" The implication is that if the deal is too small, don't overestimate your own abilities and compete with him for the woman. The smell of gunpowder is strong. The rest of the people also turned their eyes to Yifeng. After all, they were also very curious about Yifeng's background. It can make the noble and cold Suya show a rare enthusiasm. Yifeng looked at Chen Feng with contempt and asked Suya, "Who is this guy?" Hearing Yifeng say this, Chen Feng became angry. He is a famous young man in Haicheng, but there are still people who don't know him. Is this Yifeng actually hanging out in Haicheng? Without waiting for Suya to answer, Chen Feng said gloomily, "My father is the chairman of Kangda Hospital, with assets of nearly 100 billion. I wonder if your family has such strong capital." "My name is Chen Feng. Of course, if you want to get to know me, you can call me Master Chen. I can handle it." Chapter 113, Giving You a Chance is Useless. "Miss Su, I came here today to place a 200 million yuan order with your group. But your current attitude makes me feel very embarrassed. I have to reconsider which medical company I should give this large order to. As the private hospital in Haicheng second only to Jinsha Hospital, Kangda Hospital spends more than 1 billion yuan every year on updating and maintaining medical equipment. Recently, Kangda Hospital is also preparing to eliminate a batch of old equipment and purchase a batch of new equipment." At first, Chen Feng's father did not consider domestic brands. Because their hospital has always used foreign brands, the quality are well known. Besides, Kangda Hospital is not short of money, so naturally they will use whichever one is better. But after Chen Feng's strong persuasion, his father agreed to let him attend the exhibition of Annual Medical Equipment Group tonight. If the overall quality of domestic brands catches up with foreign brands, an order worth 200 million yuan can be placed with Annual Medical Group right at the trade fair. More will be added later. Until the headquarters of Kangda Hospital and all its branches were completely replaced with domestically produced medical equipment. In other words, this is a long-term business and the total transaction volume will not be less than 10 billion. It is precisely because of this that Chen Feng has enough confidence. 10 billion, but still can't win a woman? Then Chen Feng might as well just run into a wall and die. Suya looked distressed, with her brows furrowed. As a woman, she doesn't like Chen Feng at all, but she is the chairman of annual medical group and cannot make any decision based solely on her own preferences. We must put the overall situation first and consider the interests of the group's future development. The order from Kangda Hospital is going to fail. It's bound to cause gossip, and when she returns to the company, she might be impeached by the board of directors immediately. Chen Feng saw that Suya was in trouble. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of playfulness. Sure enough, in front of 10 billion, any pure and innocent woman would have to surrender. So cool. Then, Chen Feng's gaze fell on Yifeng, exuding a hint of viciousness, and said in a deep voice. Ms. Su, you don't have to be so embarrassed. Kangda Hospital will establish a long-term cooperative relationship with Anno Medical Group, but I have one condition. Kick this guy out. I don't want to see him again. When everyone saw this scene, they all smiled meaningfully. They don't want to get involved and just sit back and watch the show. Suya was stunned for a moment, looking at Yifeng who was sitting next to her. She pursed her red lips slightly, a hint of determination flashing in her beautiful eyes. For Yifeng, it would be better not to have this order. What's more, she really doesn't like Chen Feng. If we give in now and agree to his request, he will definitely make more excessive demands in the future. This undoubtedly caught the weak spot. Just when Suya made up her mind and was about to reject Chen Feng, a nonchalant voice appeared. Are you done? Yifeng's expression was calm, his eyes flashed with a hint of depth, and he said bluntly. Just get out of here when you're done talking. You can still walk out before I get angry. To be honest, Yifeng never took Chen Feng seriously from the beginning to the end. Because given his status, he is at least of the same generation as his father. A little second-generation rich kid. He didn't take it seriously at all. You're looking for death. When Chen Feng heard Yifeng's words, anger rose in his heart. As the prince of Kangda Hospital, he was always surrounded by people and treated as an honored guest wherever he went. But now, Yifeng looked down on him. For Chen Feng, this is a great shame. If he doesn't save his face, he will become a laughingstock. Chen Feng suddenly stood up, picked up a wine bottle on the table and threw it at Yifeng. When Songshi, the supervisor standing next to the restaurant, saw this scene, his heart tightened and he was about to rush over with the security guards. But I saw a shocking scene. Yifeng raised his hand and grabbed the wine bottle that was flying towards him at high speed and held it firmly in his hand. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Can this fucking be caught? Even if you were lucky enough to catch it, the force of the bottle hitting you can still dislocate your arm. But no matter how you look at it, Yifeng doesn't look like anything is wrong. His face remained calm, and even his expression did not change. It seemed that this was a very common thing for him. The most surprised person was undoubtedly Chen Feng. He did not expect that Yifeng could grab the wine bottle out of thin air. Before he could come to his senses, a hint of coldness flashed across Yifeng's eyes. He threw the bottle in his hand at Chen Feng. It's useless to give you a chance, clown, get out. Chen Feng was nowhere near Yifeng's skills, and he couldn't even dodge in time. With a bang, his head was cut open. Blood was running down his cheeks, and he looked miserable. The broken glass from the wine bottle was embedded in his face, leaving numerous small wounds. This face is considered ruined. Ah! You dared to attack me! Chen Feng screamed heartbreakingly. Seeing this, everyone swallowed their saliva. Yifeng looked at the gentle and elegant man and was shocked by his cruel attack. He couldn't help but feel frightened. At this moment, a woman in a business suit came running over, panting, "Bossy, I'm so sorry, I'm late and scared you." Songshi was afraid that if he didn't show up at this time, he would be in big trouble. Although Yifeng had previously instructed not to reveal his identity, Songshi had been in the Sky Restaurant, watching every move. If something happens, he can rush here at the first time. When everyone saw Songshi, they were all stunned. This is Manager Song of the Gear Hotel. She actually calls herself a subordinate. Does that mean that the Gear Hotel belongs to this young man? The identity of the owner of the Gear Hotel has always been a mystery. He is quite mysterious and has never appeared in public. I didn't expect that he is so young. Wait. He's already the owner of a 5-star hotel at such a young age. How powerful must the family behind him be? Try it carefully. At this moment everyone suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder Yi Feng dared to teach Chen Feng, the second-generation rich man, a lesson. The power behind him is no worse than that of the Chen family. You, who are you? Chen Feng couldn't help but said with shock on his face. Only then did he suddenly realize that it was no wonder that Suya was so enthusiastic about Yi Feng. Just at this time, an old man in a Zhongshan suit came over. Everyone in the Sky restaurant was familiar with this old man. Because he is Wu Shaoren, the dean of Jinsha Hospital, who is very well known in the industry and can be regarded as a medical leader of his generation. What puzzled everyone was why Wu Shaoren walked straight towards Yi Feng. The next second, Wu Shaoren smiled. Boss Yi, why are you here too? A few days ago, Wu Shaoren contacted Yi Feng and invited him to the banquet. But at that time, Yi Feng rejected him. Wu Shaoren was a little surprised that he appeared at the banquet again. President Wu, I was invited by Miss Su and I was not aware that it was the same banquet. Ah, I see. What do you think of Anno Medical Group's products, Mr. Yi? Wu Shaoren asked. Chapter 114, Meeting Tan Chang by chance in the hotel lobby, preparing for a wedding? Well, President Wu, let's give the hospital's orders to Anno Medical Group. Yi Feng turned around and continued speaking to Suya. Suya, Jinsha Hospital is my property. We need to replace a batch of equipment recently, with a budget of about 1 billion yuan. Please arrange for the person in charge of your company to contact Dean Wu. As these words fell, the Sky restaurant fell silent. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It was as if everyone had pressed the mute button, staring at Yi Feng in a daze. He is not only the owner of the Gear Hotel, but also the owner of the Jinsha Hospital? At such a young age, he already has assets worth hundreds of billions. This is a fucking successful person. A middle-aged man in a black suit swallowed his saliva and said with emotion, I originally thought I was already a rich man, but compared with Master Yi, I am an out-and-out poor man. Add 10,086. Suya looked slightly dazed. She naturally knew that Yi Feng's identity was extraordinary, but she did not expect that the boss of Jinsha Hospital was actually him. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for cooperation? By this time, Chen Feng was already frightened out of his wits. My legs felt weak, my mentality was on the verge of collapse, and my body felt a little dizzy. With Yi Feng's status and position, even his father would have to admit defeat. And he actually dared. As a rich second generation, Chen Feng is crazy, but he is not stupid. Although Yi Feng had just hit him, it did not affect Chen Feng's kindness to him at all. As long as it can offset Yi Feng's anger, Chen Feng would accept being beaten by him again. Young Master Yi, I am blind and ignorant. The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. I dared to offend you. Please do not bear grudges. Please do not take it to heart. I'm going to get out now. Miss Su is yours from now on. I won't dare to touch her again. Since everyone else has taken the initiative to admit their mistakes, Yi Feng is ready to let it go. He waved his hand and called Chen Feng over. She patted his forehead with her hand and said playfully, Go back and ask your father to call me and apologize in person. Understood. Thank you for your mercy, Master Yi. I will leave now. Chen Feng didn't dare to stay any longer and slipped away in disgrace. When everyone saw this, they all had an expression of gloating. The arrogant Chen Feng hit a wall today and was defeated. He didn't dare to fight back after being beaten. He is as cowardly as a grandson. So cool. Suya immediately called the company's sales manager to discuss the specific details of the order with Wu Shaoren. Thank you, Master Yi. Then, Suya said with gratitude. Thank you? A verbal thank you is worthless. Yi Feng stretched out his hand and hugged Suya's delicate body in front of everyone. Yi Feng wants to make up for all the things he didn't have the chance to experience before today. He had been preparing for this moment for a long time. Turning around, he asked Songshi, Is the presidential suite still available? Songshi nodded gently and smiled, Mr. Yi, we have reserved a presidential suite for you, and you can move in at any time. Hearing this, Yi Feng placed one hand on Suya's waist and the other under her thigh. He picked her up and took her away, leaving a back view to everyone in the Sky restaurant. Is this so urgent? Ahem. Master Yi is indeed a man of temperament. An old man with gray hair on his temples, who looked old but not old at heart, said, I wish I had young Master Yi's physique. Suya lay in Yi Feng's arms. Not only did she not resist, but she wrapped her slender hands around his neck. She said to him tenderly, Young Master Yi, be gentle later. I'm afraid you can't handle it. This little devil is so coquettish. 2 hours later, a young man with a sad face walked into the lobby on the first floor of Gear Hotel. He looked up and asked tentatively, "Hello, I would like to ask, how much would it cost to hold a wedding in the Sky Restaurant?" When the front desk staff heard this, they smiled and said, "Sir, do you want to book the whole place? Private the whole place?" The young man was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. "I mean, if we book the whole place, how much would it cost?" The staff explained patiently. "Sir, that depends on the specific time you use it. If you book the whole place, the Sky Restaurant charges by time. The minimum is 3 hours, and the price is 88,888 yuan. Secondly, the entire morning charge is 159,999 yuan, and the afternoon charge is slightly more expensive, 1,999,999 yuan. Of course, these do not include food and beverage fees, but only the venue usage fee. As for dining expenses, there are also different levels." When the young man heard that the venue usage fee was more than 80,000 yuan for 3 hours, he was a little stunned. As for what the staff member said next, he didn't listen at all. "Sir, how long will your wedding take? Can you add me on WeChat?" the staff said enthusiastically. Forget it." The young man left a very lonely sentence, turned around and was about to leave. The elevator door opened and Yi Feng walked out leisurely. I felt a sense of relief in my heart. After the battle, Suya put on her clothes and left first. Something happened in the company and she hurried back to deal with it. Yi Feng calmly put on his clothes, took a shower, and went downstairs to prepare to return to Chenshui Pavilion Manor. After seeing the young man turn around and leave from the front desk, he raised his eyes slightly and couldn't help but ask, "Tan Chang?" When Tan Chang heard someone calling him, he turned around with a puzzled look on his face. He also didn't remember that he had any friends who could stay at the Gel Hotel. Seeing that it was Yi Feng, a smile appeared on his face. "Yi Feng, why are you here too? Could it be that you work at the Gear Hotel?" Before Yi Feng could speak, a staff member beside him said, "Mr. Yi is the owner of our hotel." "What? Yi Feng is the owner of Gerda Hotel?" Tan Chang was stunned on the spot. "I was shocked to the extreme. It was no less than if your best friend suddenly told you one day that he was not an ordinary person, but had a father who was the richest man in the world." Yi Feng, are you really the owner of Gear Hotel?" Tan Chang swallowed his saliva. Yi Feng shook his head and smiled. "I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but my strength doesn't allow it." He nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Well, it's just a small hotel, not worth much. By the way, what are you doing in the hotel? Did you listen to what people say?" The 5-star luxury hotel was actually a cheap little guesthouse in Yi Feng's words. "Mr. Yi, these gentlemen want to rent out the Sky Restaurant for their wedding and have just asked for the specific price." The staff member smiled. Hearing this, Yi Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. "When I met Tan Chang before, I heard him mention that he was going to get married soon. In this case, there is no place more luxurious than a Sky Restaurant for holding a wedding. Of course, the price is naturally very expensive." Tan Chang scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled bitterly. "Brother Yi, I'm just asking. I haven't made a decision yet. If you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I'll go back and discuss it with my girlfriend." Seeing this, Yi Feng naturally realized that Tan Chang really wanted to hold the wedding in the Sky Restaurant. After all, you only get married once in your life, and everyone wants it to be of a higher quality. "But I am short of money and cannot come up with that much. The venue usage fee alone is over 100,000 yuan, not including food and beverage expenses. It is difficult for ordinary working class people to afford it. Xianzi, are you free? Come with me to have a drink over there." Chapter 115, Tan Chang is excited, and 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms are used as wedding cars. "Brother Yi, you." Tan Chang's face was excited. He didn't expect Yi Feng to be so approachable. Many people become a different person after they become rich and they can't wait to cut off ties with their previous friends. The reason is very simple. One is the fear of borrowing money. Once you lend money, it is basically like throwing meat buns at a dog, which is gone and will never come back. The second reason is that they are afraid of lowering their own value. After all, they are now rich, so why should they keep in touch with their previous poor relatives? But Yi Feng, as the owner of a 5-star hotel, was humble and still treated his friend well. Tan Chang was excited and felt a little touched. Okay, brother Yi, but there's no night market nearby, otherwise we can eat and drink at the same time. Hearing this, Yi Feng waved his hand and said, that's not easy. The hotel has a chef, so barbecue should be no problem. Then he called the lobby manager and ordered, ask the chef of the Sky restaurant to grill some skewers and bring them over, and also bring 2 bottles of beer, preferably cold ones. The lobby manager looked embarrassed. The chefs of the Sky restaurant are all state banquet level chefs. He was actually asked to do the barbecue. This is easy to solve, but as a 5-star hotel, the Gerda Hotel has all kinds of alcohol, but no beer. Boss Yi, is wine okay? Okay, go get it. Then, Yi Feng and Tan Chang sat in the rest area next to the lobby on the first floor. 10 minutes later, a large plate of sizzling lamb skewers was brought over, and the hall manager took out 2 bottles of Lafite wine from the wine cellar and was about to pour them into the wine glasses. Yi Feng smiled faintly, you go down, we drink from the bottle. Eating grilled skewers with wine glasses, Yi Feng felt that the scene was inappropriate. Okay, Mr. Yi, enjoy your meal. Call me if you have any other instructions. The lobby manager said with shame. After taking a few sips of Lafite wine, Yi Feng saw that Tan Chang's face had turned slightly red, and couldn't help but ask with a smile. Xianzi, tell me, what bad things have happened to you recently? The last time he saw Tan Chang, Yi Feng noticed that he was not in a good condition. If you really encounter any problems that cannot be solved, as an old classmate, Yi Feng can help solve them. Tan Chang sighed slightly and looked at Yi Feng. Brother Yi, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, so I'll just tell you. I got a job in the bank thanks to my father-in-law's connections. I also bought my Audi A4L with a 5-year loan. The house I live in now was also provided by my father-in-law, so my status at home is very low and I have to listen to my girlfriend in everything. Every day after work, I have to do laundry, cooking, and housework for her. Sometimes I wonder if I am still a man. There is no difference between me and a nanny. After saying that, Tan Chang took another big sip from the red wine bottle. After swallowing it, he shook his head and said, I'm getting married soon, so I'm going to show off and regain all the dignity I lost before. The higher the venue for the wedding, the better. I thought of the Sky restaurant at the Gear Hotel, so I came over after get off work to ask how much it would cost. I didn't expect it to be so expensive. After listening to what Tan Chang said, Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled. So that's what happened. Xianzi, since I have met you, I will help you once. When will your wedding be held? You can use the Sky restaurant for free. Upon hearing this, Tan Chang froze in shock with his hand holding the bottle of red wine in the air. No, brother Yi, this is not good. It's no big deal. This hotel is mine. You can use the restaurant if you want. You'll only use it for 1 day during the wedding anyway. It won't stop me from making money. The Sky restaurant's daily turnover is currently around 1 million. Considering Yi Feng's current worth, he really doesn't take it seriously. But for Tan Chang, the meaning is quite different. It is the key to whether he can hold his head high and regain his manliness. Brother Yi, I really don't know how to thank you. Tan Chang was so excited that he almost cried. He glanced at the bottle in his hand and gritted his teeth and said, I'll spin one for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Chang started blowing into the red wine bottle. Gurgle gurgle. Suddenly, a bottle of Lafite red wine worth 130,000 yuan was finished. Hiss. This wine tastes really good. I haven't had such a refreshing drink in a long time. Yi Feng smiled, waved to the hall manager, and asked him to bring another bottle. Tan Chang scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Brother Yi, let me treat you to this meal. I'll pay for it later. The lobby manager who brought the wine chuckled and explained. Sir, the bottle of wine you just drank is Lafite wine, which costs 130,000 yuan. The value of these mutton skewers is inestimable. The lamb is imported from the highest quality and is sold at a price of 200 million per pound. The chef who makes the lamb kebabs is the head chef of the Sky restaurant, Jacasco, who was once the executive chef of the Intercontinental Hotel and a 7-star Michelin chef. Puff. Tan Chang shuddered and the red wine he had just drunk suddenly spurted out. My goodness, he just made 130,000 in one go? Yi Feng's eyes darkened. Manager Hao, please go down. Yes, Mr. Yi, I am sorry for talking too much. The lobby manager immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. Xianzi, why are you saying this? You can eat in my hotel for free. By the way, are you ready for the wedding car? Yi Feng suddenly remembered that a long time ago, the system rewarded him with 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. But it was of no use to me, so I left it at the 4S store and didn't take it back. Tan Chang came back to his senses and smiled. Well, I have already negotiated with the rental company for the wedding car, Audi A8. The rental fee is 2,000 yuan. I directly rented 10 cars, and they gave me a 2% discount. Audi A8? Yi Feng curled his lips and said calmly, what do you think of the Rolls-Royce Phantom? Brother Yi, what do you mean? Tan Chang said with a puzzled look on his face. Last month I bought 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, but they have been parked in the underground garage without being driven. Why don't I use them as your wedding car? This shouldn't be a bad sign, right? Yi Feng explained softly. What the hell? Tan Chang almost slipped off the sofa. Are you kidding me? 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. As far as he knows, the lowest-end Phantom costs 10 million, while the high-end one costs as much as 16 million. If Yi Feng's 10 cars were all high-end Phantoms, that would be 160 million. With such a grand ceremony, they are almost reaching the sky and standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Brother Yi, are there really so many Phantoms? Tan Chang swallowed his saliva. It's not that he doubted it, it was just too shocking. Oh, by the way, if you want to lead the car, you can use the Hongqi S1 that I'm driving now, and I can also take advantage of your wedding celebration. Brother Yi, don't say anything, I toast you. Tan Chang pretended to pick up the bottle of red wine and prepared to drink it all. But suddenly I realized that this bottle of red wine cost 130,000, and I couldn't bring myself to drink it for a moment. Okay Chenzi, let's eat the skewers and talk while we eat. Chapter 116 Another relationship, there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. An hour later. Yi Feng and Tan Chang had almost finished eating and prepared to leave. Brother Yi, I will go home first. I will invite you to be the witness on the wedding day. Tan Chang stood up, his body a little shaky. In this situation, Yi Feng was very worried that something might happen to him on the road, so he called a hotel staff member and drove Tan Chang's Audi A4L to take him home. When leaving, Yi Feng suddenly asked, Shanzi, where is the bank where you work? Gongsan Yushu Road branch. Brother Yi, why are you asking this? Nothing, just go home. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Looking at Tan Chang's leaving back, Yi Feng was thinking in his mind. Although holding a lavish wedding could help Tan Chang regain his face in the short term, it was of no avail and he still couldn't hold his head up at home. A man's dignity comes from a decent job. Only if you achieve success in your career can you live a happy life. Thinking of this, Yi Feng sighed softly. I will help him to the end. I will go to the bank where Tan Chang works early tomorrow morning to deposit some money to help him boost his performance. At least he managed to become a junior manager in a department. This is all Yi Feng can do, the rest depends on Tan Chang's own luck. Mr. Yi, are you going home tonight or just resting in the hotel? At this time, the lobby manager came over and asked. Here it is. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Feng didn't want to move, so he stayed in the presidential suite of the hotel for the night. The next morning. After Yi Feng got up, he went to the Sky restaurant to have breakfast. Then he went downstairs, got into the Hongqi S1, and drove to the ICBC Yushu Road branch. After parking the car, Yi Feng walked straight into the bank. I took a number, lined up, and came to the counter. I said to the staff, hello, I want to buy a financial product. The rate of return doesn't need to be too high, but stability is the most important thing. The lady at the counter nodded and smiled. Okay, sir, what's your budget? 100 million. Yi Feng said lightly. Sir, how much? The lady at the front desk thought she was hallucinating and asked again. Yi Feng smiled and said softly, 100 million yuan. After getting the accurate answer, the receptionist took a look at Yi Feng and saw that he was wearing branded clothes and did not seem to be lying. He quickly stood up and spoke incoherently. Yes, sir, but your funds are too much, I don't have the authority to receive you. Please wait a moment and take a rest in the VIP lounge. I will call our manager to come and personally recommend financial products to you. Afterwards, Yi Feng was taken to a luxurious reception room. Just sat on the soft sofa. The receptionist in a uniform brought us tea and some exquisite pastries. Sir, please wait and rest. I will go and inform the manager. After saying that, she walked away with a click sound on her snow-white legs in extremely thin flesh-colored stockings and high heels. Yi Feng was drinking tea. I accidentally heard a noise outside the reception room and the slightly angry voice of a middle-aged man. Tan Chang, don't you want to do this anymore? You're 1 minute late for work, and you think the bank is owned by your family. Don't think that just because your father-in-law is the former president of the bank, you can ignore your job. The bank's rules and regulations treat everyone equally. Tan Chang? Yifeng raised his eyebrows, stood up, opened the blinds of the reception room, and looked out through the glass wall. I saw a group of bank staff gathered in the corridor outside. There was an obese middle-aged man scolding a young employee. The person who was scolded was none other than Tan Chang. When he was having a barbecue with Yifeng last night, he was so excited that he accidentally drank 2 bottles of Lafite red wine. After returning home, he fell into a deep sleep. My head was still dizzy this morning, but I still got up and went to work. After arriving at the bank, I was still 1 minute late and was caught by the department manager. Manager Zhou, this was purely an accident. It won't happen again. Please calm down, Tan Chang said in a very humble manner. Although his father-in-law was a former bank president, he did not play a big role. The brother-in-law of the department manager in front of him, Zhou Hao, is the current vice president of the bank. This is a real relationship. As a relative of Tan Chang, Zhou Hao often made things difficult for Tan Chang and tried to kick him out of the bank. This is just like there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. This bank only allows him to be a related client. Ultimately, it's because Tan Chang's background is not strong enough. Otherwise, Zhou Hao would not dare to be so arrogant. How about this? I'll deduct 500 yuan from your salary as a punishment, is that okay? Zhou Hao said with a proud look on his face. He did this to show other employees who the real connections were. In front of him, Tan Chang was nothing but a being to be manipulated. This prestige was established in an instant. No problem, just do as Manager Zhou says. I have nothing to say. Tan Chang suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Just at this moment, the lady at the counter came to Zhou Hao. Manager Zhou, a big customer came to the bank and wants to buy a 100 million yuan financial product. I'm not sure what to do, so I came to you. After hearing what she said, Zhou Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Although there are many wealthy people in Haicheng, it is rare to find super rich people who buy financial products worth 100 million yuan at one time. And, if we can get this order, he will also be commended by the headquarters, and maybe even promoted to president, replacing his brother-in-law. Quick, take me to the lounge, Zhou Hao said excitedly. He said that when he got up this morning, his left eyelid kept twitching. It turned out that a noble person had come. Seeing this scene, Yifeng raised a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Pretending nothing had happened, he sat back on the sofa and waited for Zhou Hao to arrive. A few minutes later, the door to the reception room was pushed open. Zhou Hao, wearing a black suit and with a slicked back hair, walked into the room with an eager smile on his face. He said to Yifeng, I am Zhou Hao, the manager of the bank. May I ask your name, sir? Your surname is Yi. Yifeng said softly. At this time, Zhou Hao secretly glanced at Yifeng. He was wearing branded clothes and half of a watch was exposed on his wrist. It seemed to be a high-end brand Patek Philippe. It is basically certain that he is not short of money. Therefore, the smile on his face became even brighter. After sitting down, he asked, Mr. Yi, I heard from our employees that you want to buy a 100 million yuan financial product? Yifeng nodded slightly and said casually. Well, I have billions of dollars in other banks, but I don't think it's safe to keep it in one bank, so I'll take out 100 million, buy financial products, and deposit them in your bank. The income doesn't need to be too high, just stable. When Zhou Hao heard this, his face suddenly froze. Oh my god, is this a noble person? It's clearly the god of wealth. Although he felt that Yifeng's words were definitely exaggerated, it did not stop him from really taking out 100 million. Okay, Mr. Yi, let me recommend you a few funds with very stable and sustained returns. This is also a special wealth management product of our bank, which can basically avoid losses within 5 years. Yifeng smiled faintly, okay. Then, Zhou Hao took out an iPad and introduced several financial products to Yifeng in detail. The risk of loss is basically zero, and the returns are naturally very low. It is only 30% higher than current deposits. Mr. Yi, what do you think of this financial product? Zhou Hao asked with a smile. Well, it's not bad. Let's take it, Yifeng said lightly. Okay, then Mr. Yi, let's sign the agreement now. The sooner you buy, the sooner you can get the benefits. After you purchase a 100 million yuan wealth management product, you will automatically be upgraded to a 5-star customer of our bank. You will receive special gifts from our bank during festivals and enjoy a series of privileged services in your daily life. Chapter 117. My brother-in-law is the vice president of the bank. Mr. Yi, what payment method do you choose? Zhou Hao asked with a smile on his face, the glorious scene of himself becoming a bank president already appearing in his mind. As long as we get Yi Feng's order, everything is possible. I don't need your service. Please get me someone else. I have a friend who works at your bank. Please ask him to come over. But unexpectedly, the next second, Yi Feng's light voice was heard. Zhou Hao was stunned, like a wooden man. His chance to become the bank president just flew away like that? Mr. Yi, in fact, the service is the same for everyone. As a manager, my professional level is better than that of ordinary employees, so I will continue to serve you. After coming to his senses, Zhou Hao hurriedly said. Oh? Yi Feng glanced at him, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. You will not be a manager soon. Then he turned to the receptionist standing nearby and said, You, go call Tan Chang over. He's my friend. Oh, and tell your president to come see me within 10 minutes. After saying this, Yi Feng closed his eyes and rested. The lady at the front desk was stunned for a moment, and all the bank employees knew about it. Tan Chang has a feud with manager Zhou Hao. If he calls Tan Chang over at this time, wouldn't he offend the manager? She was just a small teller and really didn't dare to do that. Seeing that the lady at the front desk did not move, Yi Feng opened his eyes with some displeasure and said in a deep voice, Does your bank not want this business anymore? Go and call Tan Chang and the president over right now. I'll give you 10 minutes. Hearing Yi Feng's unquestionable tone, the receptionist was startled and nodded repeatedly. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll go and call him. After saying that, she hurried away in her high heels. Zhou Hao, who was sitting nearby, felt as if someone had kicked his head, and his mind was in a mess. The billionaire in front of him was actually Tan Chang's friend? What kind of joke is this? Why didn't Tan Chang tell you earlier that he had a friend like this? At this time, Zhou Hao realized the seriousness of the matter, and said to Yi Feng with a forced smile, Mr. Yi, to be honest, there are some misunderstandings between your friend Tan Chang and me, but don't worry, I will resolve it as soon as possible. I won't stay any longer. I'll leave first. After saying that, Zhou Hao prepared to slip away. Still want to be a bank president? It's good enough to keep the manager position. At this time, Yi Feng opened his eyes and said softly, Manager Zhou, don't be in a hurry to leave. How can we have a business worth 100 million without the presence of a leader? Just stay here. It won't be too late to leave until Tan Chang and the president come. Zhou Hao felt very uncomfortable when he heard this, but he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if Yi Feng is magnanimous and doesn't argue with him? A few minutes later, the door of the reception room was pushed open. Hello, I am salesman Tan Chang. Tan Chang walked in, looking somewhat confused. When did he get a friend with hundreds of millions in savings? But when he saw Yi Feng sitting on the sofa, his face suddenly lit up and he quickly said, Yi Feng, Mr. Yi, I'm happy to serve you. But then he saw Zhou Hao, who was sitting next to him, and his face suddenly became gloomy. This guy is also. Zhou Hao saw Tan Chang coming in and forced a smile on his face. Xiao Tan, serve Mr. Yi well. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. By the way, I deducted 500 yuan from your fine for being late today. After careful consideration, I felt that it was a bit too harsh, so I have waived it. I hope you don't take it to heart. Hearing this, Tan Chang smiled awkwardly and said, Manager Zhou, I definitely won't take it to heart. Why don't you stay here and guide me in my business? Zhou Hao quickly waved his hand. No, that's not necessary. You and Mr. Yi are friends, so I won't bother you anymore. Just as he was about to run away, the door of the reception room was pushed open again. The receptionist came in and said, Mr. Yi, President Jean learned that you want to buy a 100 million yuan financial product, so he came to serve you personally. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a black suit walked in. Jean Jinlai looked around the reception room and immediately saw Tan Chang, Zhou Hao, and Yi Feng sitting on the sofa. His face was slightly stunned, and after coming to his senses, he smiled cordially, Mr. Yi, I am the President Jean Jinlai. I am honored that you chose our bank. After all, if you buy a financial product worth 100 million yuan, no matter which bank you put it in, you are definitely a big customer. Yi Feng nodded slightly and said to Jinjun, President Jean, I have only 2 requests for this 100 million to be deposited in your bank. Mr. Yi, please tell me, don't mention 2, I will promise you all 10. Jean Jinlai said with a smile on his face. First, promote my friend Tan Chang to manager. After all, he introduced me here. Is this request not too much? Upon hearing this, Jean Jinlai nodded quickly. Of course, according to bank regulations, if the transaction amount reaches more than 10 million, you can be promoted to manager. There is no problem at all. I will report to the headquarters later. Then, he looked at Tan Chang with approval and said, Little Tan is a handsome young man. He may be able to take over my position in the future. Ha, Mr. Yi, what is your second request? There was a flash of coldness in Yi Feng's eyes as he stared at Zhou Hao. Fire this guy, and I hope he's never hired again by your bank. Yi Feng knew that Zhou Hao's brother-in-law was the vice president of a bank and had a wide network of connections. After being fired from this bank, he immediately switched to another bank and continued to work as a manager. That's why this request was made. Jean Jinlai was stunned when he heard this, then came to his senses. As the bank president, he naturally knew that there was a feud between Zhou Hao and Tan Chang. And Yi Feng is Tan Chang's friend, so it's not surprising that he did this. President Jean, my brother-in-law is the vice president. You must consider this carefully. Zhou Hao looked bitter and immediately brought up his brother-in-law who was the vice president of the bank. Vice president? What the hell? If the head office knew that he had lost Yi Feng, a big client, his position as bank president would be in jeopardy. Therefore, Jean Jinlai did not hesitate at all and nodded immediately, saying, Mr. Yi, no problem. This guy Zhou Hao, relying on his brother-in-law being the vice president, has been doing whatever he wants. I have long disliked him. I will report him to the headquarters and block his personal information. He will never be hired again. Blacklist, never hire again? After hearing these words, Zhou Hao felt like a frost-bitten eggplant. Then, he was kicked out of the bank by several security guards. Tan Chang replaced Zhou Hao and became the bank manager. And, there is the relationship with Yi Feng. As long as Jean Jinlai is transferred or retires early, he will most likely be the next bank president. After the transaction of 100 million financial products is completed, Yi Feng stood up from the sofa and said calmly, then I won't stay any longer. Jean Jinlai hurriedly said, Xiao Tan, quickly send Mr. Yi off. Chapter 118 Another villa renovation completed. Brother Yi, you have helped me so much, I really don't know how to thank you. Tan Chang's face was moved and he almost cried. Do you know that melodramatic scene where a 6-foot-tall man looks at you with a pitiful look? The corners of Yi Feng's mouth trembled slightly twice, and he patted his shoulder. Hey! It's not a big deal. I just need to save some money and you happen to work in a bank. So, I'm leaving now. Remember to treat me to your wedding some other day. Yes, of course. Take care, Brother Yi. Tan Chang took the initiative to help Yi Feng open the car door and said with gratitude. He naturally knew in his heart that Yi Feng said this so that he would not have too heavy a psychological burden. In addition to gratitude, I feel more admiration. I guess there is no one else except Yi Feng who hasn't forgotten his friends even after becoming rich. Yi Feng got into the car and drove away. When passing an intersection, slowly stop the car and wait for the red light to pass. The cell phone rang at this time. Yi Feng, hello? Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Sun Chang, the manager of the Sino-Ocean Automobile Sales Center. The 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms you ordered from our store have all arrived one after another. Excuse me for calling. How long ago will you pick up the car? The top-of-the-line version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom is worth 16 million yuan per unit. Moreover, there is no stock in the country. If you order it, you will have to wait for half a month for it to be shipped from the foreign factory to China by cruise ship. So, after waiting for such a long time, these 10 Rolls-Royces finally arrived in Haicheng. But what shocked Sun Chang was that Yi Feng spent 160 million yuan and had not asked any questions during this period. It seems like after buying it, I have completely forgotten about it. This made him a little uneasy. As soon as the 10 cars arrived at the store, he did not dare to delay and immediately called Yi Feng to ask how to deal with these cars. Yi Feng raised his eyes slightly and smiled faintly. Manager Sun, my friend is getting married. I'll give you his phone number and let him use it as a wedding car first. When Sun Chung heard this, his face suddenly froze. Are you kidding me? After buying the new car, he didn't drive it himself, but instead let his friend use it as a wedding car. Sun Chang, are you still short of friends? By the way, please help me get a car license today, and then send it to Chenshui Pavilion Manor. The property management staff will contact you. Yi Feng suddenly remembered. I had promised my sister Yi Qingqing that I would take her to a holiday resort in the suburbs. Counting the days, it's tomorrow. Yi Qingqing should also bring her best friend along. His Hongqi S1 is cool, but it's not enough to attract people. Moreover, the road surface in the suburbs is complicated, and it may not be suitable to drive a supercar. Driving a sports car for long-distance travel is also a torture. After a few hours, your back and waist will ache and the riding experience is extremely bad. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is just right, with spacious space and comfortable seats, and you won't feel tired no matter how long you drive it. Okay, Mr. Yi, do you have any other instructions? Not yet. That's it for now. I'm hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Yi Feng edited a text message with Tan Chang's phone number and sent it to Sun Chang. The red light time just ended. Yi Feng stepped on the accelerator, and the Hongqi S1 rushed out with a whoosh, shuttling through the busy road. After more than 10 minutes, we slowly drove into Chenshui Pavilion Manor. At this moment, a woman in a business suit walked out of the property office at the gate of the manor. Nie Xiaoqin had been standing at the door, waiting for Yi Feng to come back. After seeing his car, she walked quickly towards him in high heels, fearing that Yi Feng would step on the accelerator again and run away. Mr. Yi, you are finally back. Yi Feng stopped the car and said with a smile, Manager Nie, what's the matter? Nie Xiaoqin brushed a few strands of hair from her snow-white forehead and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, the decoration of the villa you gave me before has entered the final stage. Do you have time now? You can visit the site and make suggestions for revisions before the engineering team leaves. Hearing her say this, Yi Feng felt a chill in his heart. I lost. I almost forgot that he also bought a big villa, mainly because he was too busy recently. Okay, get in the car, I'll go take a look. Okay, Mr. Yi. Nie Xiaoqin opened the car door, held down the edge of her skirt with her fair hands, and sat in the passenger seat. Her slender flesh-colored legs were placed diagonally on the seat, and she was wearing a pair of plain high-heeled shoes, which was particularly eye-catching. Mr. Yi, I'm seated. Let's go. Nie Xiaoqin smiled. A few minutes later, the Hongqi S1 stopped outside a villa that had just been renovated. Yi Feng and Nie Xiaoqin got out of the car and walked into the entrance garden. A 1-meter-high white wooden fence encloses an open space of nearly 100 square meters. In order to avoid appearing depressing, green vines are entwined around the fence, with purple-red flowers blooming. The open space is planted with carefully trimmed grass, some low bushes and precious flowers, and an automatic watering device. At this time, fine small water droplets are spraying out. The sunlight projected down, and after a series of physical reactions, it actually formed a small rainbow. On the right side of the open space is a lush maple tree. Under its cool shade, you can avoid the scorching sun, and a swing is thoughtfully built. An exquisite garden with a rural pastoral style, magnificent and beautiful. Mr. Yi, what do you think of this entrance garden? A hint of anticipation appeared in Nie Xiaoqin's beautiful eyes. Yi Feng nodded slightly and smiled, not bad, whoever designed it was thoughtful. I'm not being polite, Yi Feng really thinks it's good. If you are tired of the steel and concrete city, entering this garden will make you feel as if you are in the suburban fields, and your mood will relax. I designed it. I took a course in landscape design in college, so I have a certain foundation. I was worried that Mr. Yi would not be satisfied, but now I am relieved. Nie Xiaoqin said with an embarrassed smile. You're worrying too much. I'm very satisfied. Yi Feng chuckled. Mr. Yi, let's go take a look inside the villa. I hired a professional designer to design the interior decoration, which will surely make you more satisfied. Nie Xiaoqin led Yi Feng through the garden and into the villa. Yi Feng took a quick look and found that the style of villa number 1 was completely different from the one he lived in now. This suite is warm and bright, with large areas of warm-colored solid wood and large floor-to-ceiling windows that let in bright sunlight. Sitting on the sofa in the main hall, you can see the beautiful garden outside the window. Villa number 1, as the king of Chenshui lofts, adopts a Chinese retro design, giving people a very stable feeling. Apart from that, the layout of the villas is pretty much the same. The first floor is the main hall, dining room, kitchen, and a nanny's room. The second floor is a few bedrooms, a small side hall, and a study. The third floor has a utility room, a cloakroom, and a laundry room. The reason why villa number 1 is expensive is because of its gimmick. the living experience is actually pretty much the same. Many properties with high housing prices now are the result of speculation. Mr. Yi, do you think there are any places that need to be modified? Please let me know and I will ask the engineering team to make the modifications immediately. Nie Xiaoqin asked. Yifeng shook his head slightly, looked down at Nie Xiaoqin's delicate face, and asked, as long as you are satisfied, I don't live here. Chapter 119, A Monster Like Man, Working Overtime. By the way, I'll give you the key to the room for safekeeping. If you help me clean the house regularly, I'll pay you. Of course, if you want to live here, it's not a problem. I don't have to hire a nanny to look after you. Yifeng bought this villa mainly to be prepared for any eventuality. In case villa number 1 is not big enough one day, there is still a second place to live. Hearing Yifeng say this, Nie Xiaoqin's heart tightened. This villa is worth 50 million yuan, and with the later decoration, the total value has exceeded 100 million yuan. Even if it is put on a second-hand website for trading, it can still be sold for 80 million. The fact that Yifeng actually asked her to look after the child was enough to show that he trusted him very much. And she could also live in a luxurious villa, so she was extremely excited. He nodded repeatedly and said, Mr. Yi, I will move into the villa tomorrow and help you take care of it. Well, let's go up to the second floor bedroom and see the decor. Yifeng quickly climbed the stairs and headed for the second floor. Nie Xiaoqin was stunned for a moment, looking at Yifeng's back, a blush appearing on her fair face. What's good about the bedroom? Could it be that? I hope it's what I think. Nie Xiaoqin's snow-white chest rose and fell. After calming down, she followed Yifeng in high heels. Afterwards, we went to the second floor. Yifeng casually pushed open a door, took a quick look at the decoration, smiled faintly and said, not bad, I'm very satisfied. After waiting for a while, there was no response from Nie Xiaoqin. Manager Nie. A look of doubt appeared on his face and he turned to look at Nie Xiaoqin behind him. She took off her black suit with her fair and clean hands, slowly unbuttoned her tight white shirt, looked at Yifeng shyly, pursed her red lips and said, Mr. Yi, I understand what you mean. What the hell? Yifeng was a little confused. He really just wanted to come up and take a look at the decoration of the bedroom, but was obviously misunderstood by Nie Xiaoqin. Why don't you put your clothes on before talking? Yifeng swallowed his saliva, and a fire of desire rose in his lower abdomen. Who can stand a gorgeous lady in a top-notch OL uniform taking off her clothes in front of you? After hearing what Yifeng said, Nie Xiaoqin hesitated. She also realized that she might have misunderstood Yifeng, but her clothes were already half taken off and she couldn't put them back on. Besides, Nie Xiaoqin also saw Yifeng's desire from his eyes. I don't look bad, so I do have some confidence. It is better to take advantage of this opportunity and make the matter a fait accompli. Thinking of this, Nie Xiaoqin no longer hesitated. She kicked off her high heels with her beautiful silk stockings, revealing a pair of smooth, snow-white legs, and slowly walked towards Yifeng. Naturally, the fair little hands were not idle, and were constantly unbuttoning the shirt. Suddenly, the tight white shirt had slipped off her shoulders, revealing her white skin as soft as jade, which was magnificent. Mr. Yi, Xiaoqin volunteered. After saying this, her beautiful red lips fell on Yifeng's lips. Yifeng was still in a daze until he felt the warmth and softness on his lips. After he came to his senses, he was extremely shocked. Was he kissed forcibly? Looking at Nie Xiaoqin's beautiful face so close to him, Yifeng could no longer bear it and climbed up her soft and smooth waist with his hands. The feeling of holding it in one hand is absolutely amazing. After a long time, their lips parted. Yifeng raised a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth, stretched out his hand to lift Nie Xiaoqin's chin, and said to him jokingly, Woman, you are playing with fire. As a man, you naturally have to keep the initiative firmly in your own hands. Nie Xiaoqin's eyes were as charming as butter, her breath was as fragrant as orchids, she pursed her red lips delicately, stared straight at Yifeng, and said softly, What do you want to do? WOC. Ahem, pay attention, this is a verb. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Yifeng came out of the villa and got into the car. If he hadn't been home for 2 days, Yifeng would have stayed here tonight. Go back and check on those 2 little girls. A few minutes later, Yifeng parked his car in the exclusive parking space of Villa Number 1. Last time, because of a car accident, the 2 sports cars were taken to the repair shop. Although the damage was not serious and could be fixed by sheet metal repair and painting, an accident had occurred after all. Yifeng didn't want to go through all the trouble, so he just sold it to the owner of the repair shop as a used car. The price was naturally very affordable, and the owner of the repair shop was also quite generous and transferred the money in cash immediately. After all, after he repaired it, whether he drove it himself or sold it, he got a great deal. Yifeng was planning to find Mr. He and order 2 brand new sports cars when he had time. The main character is a rich and willful person. After entering the villa, Yifeng changed his shoes and walked into the main hall. He vaguely heard the discussion of 2 girls. Tata, brother Yi hasn't been back for 2 days. Maybe he's angry with us because of the car accident. I don't know either. I hope not. Brother Yi has always been very gentle. But you haven't come back for 2 days, Tao. Brother Yi loves you the most. You should contact him. Seeing this, Yifeng shook his head and smiled. There were 2 lovely girls at home who were worried about him. It seemed that he could not spend the night outside casually in the future. Tao, Ting, what are you doing? At this time, Yifeng pretended that he heard nothing, lowered his steps and walked towards the sofa until he came behind the 2 girls. Then he stretched out his hands and gently stroked their heads. Tao Bai and Yu Ting were stunned and quickly turned around. When they saw Yifeng, they couldn't help but smile sweetly. Brother Yi, you're back. Ting and I really missed you. We thought you were mad at us and wouldn't come back. The girl's smile disappeared, she lowered her head, and spoke timidly and aggrievedly. His eyes were moist and slightly red, and he looked like a crybaby. Yifeng sat on the sofa with a stern face, pretending to be gloomy and said, Well, I am very angry, Ting, Tao. Hearing Yifeng's tone, the 2 girls shuddered. Standing in front of Yifeng, she moved her snow-white legs uneasily, with her head buried low, ready to face Yifeng's punishment. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. The next second, Yifeng raised a smile and changed the subject. Do you know why I am angry? Why? Tao Bai and Yu Ting raised their heads, their moist eyes filled with confusion. Because you guys miss Brother Yi so much, am I that bad? Even if something terrible happens, I won't be angry with you, because you are much more important to me than usual. Do you understand? Yifeng stretched out his hand and gently stroked the 2 girls' pink cheeks. Hearing this, Tao Bai and Yu Ting's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and their originally aggrieved faces suddenly showed joy. They rushed forward and hugged Yifeng's hands. The soft touch squeezed Yifeng in the middle. This ecstatic touch made Yifeng shudder. I almost couldn't control myself, and a burning desire rose in my heart. Bite. Detecting the host's needs, triggering special rewards, the enhanced version of the golden gun, and obtaining the title, A Monster Like Man. Awesome class. Yifeng swallowed his saliva. It seemed that he would have to work overtime again tonight. Chapter 120 Going to Haicheng University, Yi Qingqing's classmate. The next morning, Yifeng climbed out of bed, went to the cloakroom, and changed into a custom-made suit. When I came to the mirror, I was stunned. Oh my god, who is that handsome guy in there? After tidying up his hair, he prepared to go out to Haicheng University. Brother Yi, are you going out again? Tao Bai had already gotten up and was about to go to the kitchen to make breakfast. When she saw Yifeng coming downstairs, she asked with her cherry lips pouting. Well, go out and do something, Tao, take care of the house. Yifeng smiled gently. I know, Brother Yi, go early and come back early. Ting and I will miss you. You're so good. By the way, you and Ting can choose a car online. I'll take you to buy it in a few days. Price is not a problem. Just like it. Yifeng reached out and rubbed Tao Bai's little head. No need. Ting and I don't plan to drive anymore. Tao Bai quickly waved her hands and refused. The last car accident left them with a huge shadow. Hearing this, Yifeng couldn't help but frown and comforted him. Choose one, and then I will teach you how to drive myself. Will Brother Yi teach you personally? Tao Bai blinked her watery eyes and said with joy. That's no problem. Ting and I will choose one later. Afterwards, Yifeng left the villa and took bus number 11 to the property office. There was an extended sedan parked at the gate, but it was covered with a black car cover, so it was unclear what kind of car it was. When Nia Xiaoqin saw Yifeng coming, she stepped on her high heels and hurriedly went to greet him. Mr. Yi, you are here. The scene of yesterday afternoon appeared in my mind, and a blush appeared on my fair face. Mr. Yi, the car you ordered has been delivered. It's this one. I was afraid it would be scratched by the naughty children in the manor, so I covered it with a car cover. How soon will you be leaving? Yifeng smiled calmly. Now, I need to use this car to do something. Oh, okay, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. I'll ask someone to help you take down the car cover. Afterwards, Nie Xiaoqin called a few security guards and lifted the car cover. An extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom in matte black appeared in front of everyone. The rugged air intake grille, the bowl-sized exhaust holes, and the domineering special edition wheels all exude a noble aura. Sure enough, as a wealthy person, you may not drive a Rolls-Royce, but you can't live without one. Because it is a symbol of identity. In terms of style, Rolls-Royce has a deep understanding of its customers' psychology, especially when driving on the main road and the statue of the flying goddess slowly rises. 16 million is already worth the money. What other bicycle do you want? What's more, the system rewarded Yifeng with 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms at one time, and Yifeng didn't spend a penny. It feels so good. The security guards standing next to the car were shocked when they saw this brand new luxury car. Because they all knew Yifeng and knew that he was currently driving a limited edition Hongqi S1 Supercar, whose value was difficult to estimate. Now I'm buying a stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom. He is worthy of being the rich man living in courtyard number 1. It's really extraordinary arrogance. Mr. Yi, these are the car keys. Nie Xiaoqin took out the car keys and handed them over. When Yifeng took over, he inevitably touched Nie Xiaoqin's smooth little hand, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised a little arc. Manager Nie, I am very satisfied with your performance. I hope to have time to have an in-depth discussion with you. The security guards nearby naturally didn't understand the meaning of it and didn't take it seriously. But Nie Xiaoqin's face suddenly turned red. He nodded gently and said timidly, I will definitely satisfy Mr. Ye's needs when I have time some other day. Yifeng opened the car door and got in. Although the interior quality is slightly lower than that of Hongqi S1, it is already very luxurious. After all, the prices here, we can't ask for too much, it's enough to be able to drive and run. And this is a new car and has never been driven by anyone. Well, Yifeng likes driving a first-hand car. Especially the freshness and urgency of driving for the first time. It's like exploring a mysterious cave that no one has ever set foot in, enough to make one's blood boil. Mr. Yi, take care. Several security guards bowed deeply and said in unison. Boom boom boom. The extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, although it looks big, can run 0-100 km/h in less than 4 seconds, mainly because it is equipped with a powerful V12 engine. Yifeng stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out like a wild horse. Gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. There's new news. On the bustling streets of Haicheng, Yifeng held the steering wheel with one hand and weaved through the traffic. Suddenly I noticed that I had received a new message on WeChat. I opened it and saw that it was a voice message from my sister Lin Qingyu. Brother! Are you here yet? My classmates and I have been waiting at the school gate for 5 minutes. Come over quickly. Yifeng shook his head and smiled. This little girl is still as impulsive as she was when she was little. She can't continue like this or she won't be able to find a boyfriend. And it has been a long time since anyone dared to talk to Yifeng like this. Anyone who sees him has to respectfully address him as Mr. Yi. Sure enough, no matter how well you do outside or how high your net worth is, in the eyes of your family, you will always be an ordinary person. I'm here. It will probably take another 10 minutes. You and your classmates go have a cup of milk tea first. I'll pay later. Yifeng replied. Oh, I got it, brother. My classmates and I will wait for you at the milk tea shop opposite the school gate. In front of Haicheng University. Yi Qingqing put down the phone and said to the two girls beside him, Jejia, my brother will be here in a while, let's go across the street and have a cup of milk tea first. It's okay, let's go to the milk tea shop and wait for a while, let's go. Jiang Wanwan said with a faint smile. Qingqing, what kind of car does your brother drive? Can it accommodate the 4 of us? At this time, Wang Jia said with some concern. Before Yi Qingqing could reply, the only boy among the 4 people showed disdain on his face and said nonchalantly, I guess the top price of a Magotan 380 is over 200,000 yuan. It's a torture to take such a low-end car on a long journey. Then he shook his head and sighed, if my BMW X5 hadn't been sent in for maintenance recently, I would have driven it out. The riding experience would have been so comfortable. After these words were spoken, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Because Yi Qingqing, she really didn't know what car Yifeng would drive over. Jian Wanwan stretched out her small hand and pinched Feng Bo's waist hard, saying angrily, Feng Bo, if you can't speak, don't speak. No one thinks you are dumb. I didn't want to bring you out in the first place. Then he said to Yi Qingqing, I'm sorry Qingqing, Fangbo is just like that. Don't bother with him. Let's go drink milk tea and ignore him. Obviously, Jiang Wenwen and Fangbo are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Fangbo's family should have some money, and he often drives his father's BMW X5 around the campus, so he is naturally very proud. Yi gently waved her hands and smiled, it's okay. In fact, I don't know what car my brother will drive over, but it should be big enough for us. Let's go drink some milk tea first. If there really aren't enough seats, just pool some money together and rent a car. Chapter 121 The reason why Yi Qingqing didn't grow tall. About 10 minutes later. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked outside a Mishui Ice City restaurant opposite Haicheng University. It was Saturday and many students were walking out of school. When they saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked on the street, their faces were shocked and surprise flashed in their eyes. Who drives such a nice car to our school? Ha, do you even need to guess? It must be a rich boy trying to seduce a schoolgirl. If anyone is willing, they will take the bait. It's really fucking good to be rich. I don't know if I can drive this car after I graduate. I'm really envious. Drive? Are you kidding? Is a Rolls-Royce Phantom meant to be driven? The truly wealthy sit in the back seat. At this time, Yi Feng rolled down the car window, one hand dangling on the car door, his cold face expressionless, and wearing a pair of Gucci sunglasses. Coincidentally, a ray of golden sunlight shone through the gap between the treetops and shone on Yi Feng's head. It's like being coated with a layer of dreamy halo. The senior and junior students passing by glanced over, their beautiful eyes twinkling with stars, and stamped their feet excitedly. What a handsome young man, just like the domineering CEO in a Mary Sue novel. Yeah, it seems like I know him. The luxury car is secondary. The main thing is that I like making friends. No, sisters, I'm going to fall, someone go and get me a WeChat account. Haha, you? Even if there's no mirror, there's always urine. The most important thing in life is to know yourself. You fucking. Yi Feng had a blank expression on his face and sighed softly. Being too handsome is also a kind of trouble. Who understands this kind of pain? At this time, a schoolgirl in a JK skirt came to the door, lowered her head, a hint of shyness appeared in her eyes, and said timidly, Hello handsome brother, can you add me on WeChat? Yi Feng glanced at her, a gentle smile appeared on his lips, and naturally he did not refuse. She showed the WeChat QR code openly, and after adding successfully, she said to the schoolgirl in the JK skirt, Little sister, remember to recommend your girlfriends to me. I will treat you to milk tea when I have time. I know, handsome brother, bye. The schoolgirl in the JK skirt blushed and ran away like a rabbit with her phone in her hand. Yi Feng looked at her back as she fled in panic, shook his head and smiled. He is not a scumbag, but he wants to give a warm home to all the beautiful girls in the world. Such a feat is enough to make anyone cry. He really made me cry. Hey, Qingqing, bring your friends out. I'm on the street, and you can see my car when you go out. At this time, Yi Feng picked up his mobile phone, called Yi Qingqing, and informed them to come out. Oh okay bro. Yi Qingqing agreed obediently and said to her companions. Jia, Wenwen, my brother is here, let's go out. But there's still a cup of milk tea that hasn't been made yet. I ordered it especially for your brother. Wang Jia reminded. Hey. It's not a big deal. Just let Fangbo wait here. Let's go out and meet your brother. Jiang Wenwen smiled and said, Qingqing, you are very beautiful, so your brother must be very handsome too. I am really looking forward to what he looks like. Yes, Qingqing, tell me what your brother looks like? The two girls blinked and asked Yi Qingqing curiously. My brother? Yi gently covered her mouth and smiled, waved her hands and said, it's not good looking, just like an ugly monster. When you see it later, don't be scared. Okay, let's get out of here. The three girls left the store holding their cups of milk tea and looked around the street, but did not see Yi Feng. Yi Qingqing took out her cell phone and was about to make a call to ask. Jiang Wenwen swallowed her saliva and said anxiously, Qingqing, your brother wouldn't be driving this car, right? Because there is only one car parked in front of the milk tea shop, which is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Although they didn't know much about cars, they recognized the flying goddess statue on the hood of the car and the double R logo engraved on the wheel hub. It was a genuine Rolls-Royce. No, that's impossible. My brother shouldn't be that rich. Yi Qingqing was also a little confused. Although Yifeng had transferred 5,000 yuan to her before, she also knew that Yifeng had made some money from his recent business venture. But Rolls-Royce, I've only seen it in movies before. Ching, is that your brother? At this moment, the door of the Rolls-Royce opened and a handsome young man in a black suit walked out. Yi turned her head gently to look, and her fair face suddenly froze. Who else could it be if not her brother? At this time, Yifeng had already come up to the group of people. He glanced at the other two girls except Yi Qingqing, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Pink and watery. They are two of the best. Hello, my name is Yifeng, Qingqing's brother. You can just call me Brother Yi. As he spoke, Yifeng reached out his hand and rubbed Yi Qingqing's head. Won't you introduce your friend to me? Yi shook his head gently and patted Yifeng's hand. Brother, I'm not a kid anymore, don't touch my head like that. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. Taking a look at Yi Qingqing, he was stunned. She had indeed grown a lot. You will always be a child in my eyes. Yifeng continued to pat Yi Qingqing's head a few times and laughed. I remember that when she was a child, Yifeng liked to tease Yi Qingqing like this. In the end, her height just exceeded 1.6 meters and she stopped growing. Yi Qingqing cried with red eyes, it's all your fault for hitting my head. Now I can't grow taller, you bad guy. In the end, I cried so hard that I couldn't stop. Yifeng was helpless and had no choice. That afternoon, he kept letting Yi pat his head gently until he stopped being sad. These are my two best friends, Wang Jia and Jiang Wenwen. Then he said to the two girls, this is the bad guy, Yifeng, who has been bullying me since I was a child. I can't grow tall because of him. Wang Jia and Jiang Wenwen looked a little embarrassed. Qingqing, you and your brother have a really good relationship. Jiang Wenwen smiled, covering her mouth. Then she waved her little hand and greeted Yifeng. Hello, Brother Yi, my name is Jiang Wenwen, Qingqing's best friend. Yifeng smiled and nodded, hello. However, Wang Jia, who was standing next to the two of them, had a slightly blushing fair face and stared at Yifeng evasively, not daring to look him in the face. Hello, Brother Yi, my name is Wang Jia, you can just call me Jia Jia. His tone was very shy and timid. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly, noticing that something was wrong with her condition, but he didn't take it seriously, and smiled and said, hello. Then he turned around and said to the three girls, get in the car. I just stopped by the supermarket to buy some snacks. If you are bored, you can eat some snacks to kill time. After all, a holiday villa in the suburbs is still some distance away from the urban area of Haicheng. If you drive, it takes about an hour and a half. Brother, don't worry, we still have one person. At this time, Yi said gently. Is there another person? Yifeng was stunned for a moment, and when he was wondering, he heard the voice of a young man. Why don't we rent a car? I'm really not used to driving a low-end car. Of course, I'll pay for the rental, and you just enjoy it. Chapter 122 Yi Qingqing, what kind of family do you belong to? Brother Yi, this is my boyfriend Fong Bo, don't mind him. He has always been like this. He is actually not a bad person. Jiang Wenwen waved her hands, looking embarrassed, and explained to Yifeng. Yifeng smiled faintly and didn't take it to heart at all. Given his current status, he wouldn't get angry with such a young man. After all, everyone was young and full of energy, so it was understandable. He smiled and said, now that everyone is here, let's get in the car. We're ready to go. Seeing that he was being ignored, Fong Bo's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure. Let me see, what car are you driving, Brother Yi? After saying that, he turned his head and looked towards the street. When he saw the Rolls-Royce bathed in the sun, its paint gleaming brightly, he stood there in a daze. I originally thought that it was already amazing that Yifeng could drive a Magotan 380 worth more than 200,000 yuan. After all, he had heard before that Yi Qingqing's brother was just an ordinary office worker in Haicheng, with a monthly salary of just over 5,000 yuan. What nice car can you afford? Fong Bo couldn't help but said, Yi, Brother Yi, do you usually drive? Shock, incomparable shock. The three girls standing nearby were confused, because although they knew about Rolls-Royce, they didn't know how much it cost, so they were not as shocked as Fong Bo. Seeing his big reaction, Jiang Wenwen felt a little embarrassed and said, Fong Bo, it's just a car, why do you have such a big reaction? I should have known not to bring you out. Fong Bo turned around and asked, yes, do you know the price of this car? How much? Jiang Wenwen asked. In her opinion, no matter how expensive this car is, it will not exceed 1 million. After all, its appearance is so ugly that few girls like it. Fong Bo took a deep breath and spoke slowly. If I'm not mistaken, this is not an ordinary Rolls-Royce, but a Rolls-Royce Genesis edition. The top-end model is priced at 16 million yuan, and there are no cars available in China. If you want to buy it, you need to place an order, then send it to a foreign factory for assembly and production, and finally ship it back. The cost of this trip plus the price of the car. If you want to buy this car, you need to pay about 18 million in cash. Obviously, Fong Bo knows a little about cars and accurately told the price of the car. 18 million? After hearing this, the three little girls were all so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Is this tire made of gold, or is this exhaust pipe made of gold? How can a car be sold at such a high price? And Yi Feng also bought one. Qingqing, tell me the truth, what does your family do? Yes, Qingqing, you are not a rich lady, are you? You have kept it a secret from us for so long, do you still consider us your friends? Zhang Wanwan and Wang Jiao looked at Yi Qingqing in surprise. Who would buy a luxury car worth 18 million? It must be a top chaebol family. So, it's no wonder they think this way. However, Yi Qingqing's expression was equally dazed. What kind of family she comes from, don't you know it yourself? An ordinary family striving for a well-off life, not even middle class. Could it be that her family has always been rich, but she was just kept in the dark? Suddenly, the plot of a stupid novel emerged in my mind. Miss, the 3-year period has expired, and the master has asked me to take you home. Yi gently shook his head and asked Yi Feng, brother, how do you have so much money? No. You didn't do anything shady, did you? Hearing this, Yi Feng shook his head and smiled. He stretched out his hand and flicked Yi Qingqing's forehead, giving her a slap on the head, and explained with a smile, I made some money from starting a business. Didn't I tell you last time? Okay, don't think too much. It's getting late. Get in the car. We're ready to go. After hearing what Yi Feng said, Yi Qingqing didn't ask any more questions. She still trusts her brother very much and believes he will not do anything illegal. After opening the car door, the three little girls sat in the back seat and were immediately stunned by the luxurious interior. This is not a car, it's clearly a moving palace. Because it is an extended version, the space inside the car is very large. The second row of seats can be completely folded down to become a reclining chair, and it also has a series of functions such as heating and massage. The seat alone is worth $100,000. In addition, there is a small freezer, which Yi Feng has filled with drinks and some entertainment facilities. The front row looks a bit more ordinary. After all, the boss sits in the back seat, and the front seat is reserved for the driver. Brother Yi, I'm sorry for offending you just now. I was rude, please bear with me. Fong Bo scratched the back of his head and said with a smile. He lost all his arrogance and dared not show off in front of Yi Feng anymore. Because this car is worth half of his family's assets. His father's BMW X5 is almost like a toy car compared to this car. He can probably exchange it for another one with just one tire. By the way, Brother Yi, do you want milk tea? I forgot to give you the milk tea I bought you just now. Fong Bo showed an honest smile and looked at the Rolls-Royce Phantom with a hint of heat in his eyes. Seeing this, Yi Feng took the milk tea, smiled faintly and said, think it through? Fong Bo quickly shook his head, but looking at Yi Feng's deep eyes, he smiled embarrassedly and nodded, I have never driven such an expensive car, I don't know what it feels like to drive. Take the car keys. You drive over there and I'll drive back. It's automatic, so it's not difficult to get started. Yi Feng didn't say much and threw the car keys to Fong Bo. Then he opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Fong Bo was still a little confused. He was stunned for a moment, looking at the car keys in his hand, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. He hurriedly sat in the driving seat, stroking the steering wheel wrapped in top-quality calfskin, unable to let it go. Then he started the car and lightly stepped on the gas. Boom boom! The V12 engine roared, and the car rushed out. Oh my god! Brother Yi, this is awesome, it's worthy of being a Rolls-Royce. This power can beat many supercars in seconds. Yi Feng smiled and didn't reply. Jiang Wenwen, who was sitting in the back seat of the car, complained, Fong Bo, can you drive properly? Our lives are in your hands. What if there is an accident? I'm sorry Wenwen, I was wrong. I was too excited to drive this car. Apparently, Fong Bo still has tracheitis and obeys Jiang Wenwen in everything. Yi Qingqing leaned against the car window, looking at the scenery passing by, and said happily, "One, Judge, we haven't come out to play for a long time, we must have a good time this time." "Well, there is a hotel in the resort. We can stay overnight there and have 2 more days of fun. We are about to graduate anyway, and skipping classes is not a strict rule." Zhang Wenwen nodded slightly in agreement. "Don't you think so, Jia? By the way, Jia, why haven't you said anything since just now?" Yi Qingqing suddenly turned her head and asked Wang Jia, who was sitting in the middle seat. "Hey! Why is your face so red? Are you sick?" No, thank you for your concern, I just feel a little uncomfortable." Wang Jia quickly waved her hands and glanced at Yifeng, who was sitting in the passenger seat with a twinkle in her eyes, as if she was hiding something in her heart. This scene was naturally captured keenly by Yifeng. Although he closed his eyes, he received the national arc reward from the system. With his powerful perception, he could detect any slight movement within a 2-meter radius, and a hint of amusement appeared on the corner of his mouth. This little girl is quite interesting. Chapter 123: The Rules of Longting Villa. More than an hour later, Fang Bo drove out of the highway from the diversion gate and turned into a rural asphalt road. The navigation prompts that the destination is half an hour away. The 3 girls in the back seat of the car were already drowsy and looked very bored lying on their seats. Fang Bo no longer had the initial interest and drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly. Yifeng sat in the passenger seat and closed his eyes to rest. After spending half an hour quietly, a beautiful scenic area appeared in the distance ahead. It was our destination, Longting Resort. The entire hill was bought by Longting Group. It has been developed greatly and has built hotels, restaurants, amusement parks, hot springs, cable cars, rafting waterways, and a series of entertainment facilities. The tourist experience is excellent and it is close enough to Haicheng, so it attracted many citizens as soon as it opened. It has become a good place for Haicheng people to go on a short weekend trip. The Longting Group behind it is very powerful, with total assets approaching 500 billion yuan, making it the #1 real estate group in Haicheng. Even in the whole country, it can be ranked among the top 10. With the successful experience of Longting Villa in the suburbs of Haicheng, Longting Group struck while the iron was hot. Dozens of similar holiday villas have been built in the suburbs of major cities across the country, 5 of which are currently in operation, with very good revenue benefits. They even shouted a slogan that in the next 10 years, they would build 100 high-end holiday resorts across the country to become the Chinese version of Disneyland. All I can say is that the ambition is very high. Of course, they also have the capital. "Brother Yi, the 3 little beauties are here." Fang Bo turned left and right and parked the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the parking lot. Even though it was Friday and it was not yet the weekend, there were still a lot of tourists visiting. It could be seen from the parking lot utilization rate that almost half of the area was already full. Among them are luxury brands such as Bentley, Mercedes-Benz S-Class, BMW, and Audi. I believe that tomorrow, as the weekend is approaching, more people will come. Because Yi Qingqing and her friends had already purchased the tickets online in advance. After getting off the car, Yifeng and his companions walked directly to the gate of the villa, but found that there was already a long queue there. Looking ahead, there were at least 100 people. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. How long will it take to complete this task? But Yifeng discovered that there was a small door next to the main gate, and people walked in from there from time to time, without having to queue up in a long line. At first, Yifeng thought it was the employee passage. But the more I looked at it, the more something seemed wrong. How could an employee wear a designer suit and a limited edition Vacheron Constantin watch? The employees of Longting Group shouldn't be that rich. Fang Bo, who was standing behind Yifeng, saw his confusion and explained with a smile, "Brother Yi, that is the VIP channel. Only tourists who have purchased high-end tickets are eligible to enter without queuing." After listening to what Fang Bo said, Yifeng roughly understood it. There are 3 types of tickets for Longting Villa: low-level, mid-level, and high-level, priced at 1,888 yuan, 5,888 yuan, and 18,888 yuan respectively. The low-level and mid-level games are sold in unlimited quantities and include similar activities. However, the mid-level ticket includes an additional hotel voucher, which allows you to stay in a high-end hotel in the villa for 1 night for free, while the low-level package does not include this. The premium tickets, which have doubled in price, not only allow guests to stay in the executive suites of the high-end hotel, but also come with 3 dining coupons that can be used in any restaurant in the villa. If the amount is less than 1,000 yuan, the bill will be waived. At the same time, you don't need to queue up with ordinary tourists to enter the villa. However, Yi Qingqing and her companions were students and did not have much savings, so they purchased ordinary tickets. In that case, we can only continue to queue slowly. About half an hour passed. Yi Feng and his companions finally came to the front of the line, and it was their turn to check their tickets. Yi opened his phone gently, showed the receipt of purchase, and said with a smile, "Hello, here are the tickets for the 5 of us." The person in charge of ticket checking was an obese middle-aged woman with a 3-layer swimming ring around her belly. She glanced at the purchase receipt with a stern face, then pointed at the bags carried by the 3 little girls and asked, "What's in it? Take it out and check it. You are not allowed to bring your own food into the manor. It will affect the environment of the manor." Hearing this, the 3 little girls frowned and questioned, "Why? There was no relevant reminder when we bought the tickets online? And the low-level tickets don't include food. What will we eat if we get hungry?" Their small bags were filled with some snacks and the essential drinking water. Because when they were browsing the travel guide, they noticed that the things sold in the manor were extremely expensive. A bottle of mineral water cost 18 yuan, but only 2 yuan outside. A hamburger set costs 188 yuan, and an adult needs to eat 2 to be barely full. This is none of our business. If you bring your own food, you cannot enter the villa. This is the rule. Let me check it. The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes and spoke in a very perfunctory tone. The main reason is that Yi Qingqing and her companions are too young, and they bought low-level tickets. They look like college students who have not yet entered society. I have no power and influence, so I don't take it seriously at all. The 3 little girls had no choice but to hand over their small backpacks. The middle-aged woman roughly unzipped the backpack and turned it upside down, and the contents inside fell onto the table. A few packs of snacks, mineral water, and some cosmetics. These are fine and won't break. But Wang Jia's backpack, which contained a mirrorless camera, slipped off the table with a click and fell to the ground. The lens was broken and the camera body was badly damaged, almost to the point of being scrapped. How can you be so careless? I just bought a camera and I haven't used it once. Wang Jia picked up the camera with a look of heartache, checked it, and found that it could no longer be turned on. The middle-aged woman looked impatient and said nonchalantly, "You can't bring these foods and mineral water in. I'll keep them for you temporarily. You can get them from the security room at the entrance when you leave the villa. As for this camera, since you didn't declare that there was a camera in your backpack in advance, I was just doing a normal safety check. Now that it's damaged, it's not entirely my fault. Please write an application yourself and we will compensate you half of the money within 30 working days." Wang Jia naturally didn't want to hear this solution. Before she could speak, Yi Qingqing, who was standing beside her, crossed her arms and said in an angry tone, "You are bullying me. My best friend's new camera was broken by you, but you only paid half of the money. Why? We must be given a reasonable solution, otherwise we will not go in." Hearing this, the middle-aged woman's eyes darkened and she said bluntly, "You guys want to cause trouble?" Then, he turned around and yelled, "Security, security, come here quickly, someone is causing trouble." Several security guards came over after hearing the news, weapons in hand, and said fiercely, "If you want to enter the villa, you must abide by the rules." Chapter 124, 66% of Longtung Group's shares, encounter with rich young man He Daheng. Seeing this, the 3 little girls took a step back, fear appearing on their faces. Especially Wang Jia, holding the broken camera in her hand, with a look of aggrieved look on her face, her eyes wet, and she was about to cry. Fang Bo swallowed his saliva, took Zheng Wenwen's hand, and said softly, "This is someone else's territory, don't be so arrogant, just let it go." "Jia Jia, how much is your camera? I'll give you one when we get back." Obviously, although Fang Bo's family has some money, he is a very timid person and does not want to cause any more trouble. He even had to pay out of his own pocket to compensate Wang Jia for his losses. Yi Feng was deeply shocked by this. "I can't figure it out." "Fang Bo, you don't have to pay, I want them to pay. I spent more than 6,000 yuan to buy this camera, and I have never used it once. This is too much." At this moment, a middle-aged man in a black suit came out. He seemed to be a small leader and asked, "What happened here?" "Manager Huang, you are here." These tourists did not follow the manor's regulations and planned to bring their own food into the manor. After I found out, they made trouble and accidentally damaged their cameras. I have promised to compensate them half of the money, but they are still not satisfied. You can handle it. The woman made up her mind, the villain made the first complaint, distorted the facts, and portrayed herself as an innocent victim. And after saying this, she also threw a coquettish glance at the middle-aged man. It seems that the two of them have an unclear relationship in private. Seeing this scene, Yifeng raised his eyebrows. Manager Huang has really strong tastes. How could he be so willing to buy such stuff? To put it bluntly, he wouldn't even accept it even if I gave it to him. Huang Guangda coughed twice and said seriously, I already know what happened. Let me pay 75% of the damaged camera on behalf of the manor. After all, you are also at fault. As for this food, it is clearly stipulated that you cannot bring it in, so we will keep it for the time being and return it to you when you leave the manor. Is this a feasible solution? Fang Bo winked at Wang Jia and said softly, Jia, that's enough. This is someone else's territory. It's already very good to be able to compensate 75%. I'll give you the rest of the money later. Let's go to the manor first. There's no need to get angry when we go out to play. Yi Qingqing and Jiang Wenwen also thought it made sense, and nodded, Jia, why don't we just leave it like this? Don't let this affect your mood for vacation. After hearing what the three people said, Wang Jia nodded slightly and was ready to agree to this plan. Well, I just consider myself unlucky. However, before he could finish his words, the damaged camera in his hand was taken away by Yifeng. He stood in front of Wang Jia, glanced at Huang Guangda, and said calmly, 75% compensation? I am not very satisfied with this result. I want 3 times the compensation. If you can't make a decision, go call your leader. I'll give you 10 minutes. After these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Wang Jia looked up at Yifeng's broad back, feeling full of security. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly and she pursed her red lips. A warm current flows in my heart. Bite. Wang Jia's worship value plus 10, obtain special props, life modification card X2. Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. He got 2 life modification cards just like that? System, what is Wang Jia's current admiration value? Name, Wang Jia. Age, 21. Height, 166 centimeters. Appearance, 85. Worship value, 80. Hiss. 80% of the worship value. It seems that this little girl is really interested in him, and the corners of his mouth can't help but rise slightly. He immediately asked, System, how many life modification cards do I need to change Longteng Group to my name? Calculating. To redeem Longteng Group, you need 5 life modification cards. You currently hold 3 life modification cards and 1 space teleport card. 5 cards? It is worthy of being a top group with total assets approaching 500 billion. It seems that it cannot be exchanged. However, at this moment, the system gave another reminder. You can use Life Modification Card X3 to exchange for 61% of Longteng Group's shares and become the largest shareholder. Holding more than 50% of the shares of a listed group is enough to control the entire group. In other words, become a veritable big boss behind the scenes. Yifeng did not hesitate at all and said directly, System, use 3 life modification cards to exchange for 61% of Longteng Group's shares. After all, this group is developing rapidly and has the potential to become the #1 real estate giant in China. It would not be a problem for the stock price to gain 20% in the next 10 years. Yifeng's 61% stake is worth approximately 300 billion renminbi. Not bad, some profit. Exchange in progress. Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging and triggering a hidden reward. An additional 5% of Longteng Group shares will be given. You currently hold 66% of the group's shares. An extra 5%? It's worthy of being called a system, it's really cool. If there weren't other people around, Yifeng would have laughed himself to death. Looking at Huang Guangda in front of him at this time, his eyes were full of contempt. Didn't you hear what I said? Call your leader over in 10 minutes, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Who are you? Huang Guangda was confused. Although Yifeng is young, the aura he displays is more powerful than that of some business tycoons. Faintly, he actually felt a trace of fear in his heart. Yifeng smiled faintly and said righteously, I am an ordinary consumer. Can I meet your leader? Ordinary consumers? Huang Guangda came back to his senses and said gloomily, Security, put this kid and his companions on the blacklist and never allow them to enter Longteng Villa. I felt angry too. In front of so many people, he was actually frightened by a young man. Did he not care about his dignity? Then he waved his hand impatiently. Go back to where you came from. You can't enter Longting Villa. You have been blacklisted. Huh? Still not leaving? Security, drive them away immediately. Huang Guangda saw that Jifeng was unmoved and sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, several security guards rubbed their hands and walked over with murderous looks on their faces. Brother, let's leave quickly. I thought Longting Villa was fun, but I didn't expect it to be like this. I'm so disappointed. Forget it, let's go to Disneyland. Although food is not allowed there, the service attitude is excellent. Fong Bo came over and advised in a low voice. Brother Yi, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Longting Group is too powerful to be offended by. Let's go. Yifeng raised his eyebrows, and a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. It's not us who should leave, but these two guys. Just as Yifeng was about to reveal his identity, a young man's surprised voice came from the VIP entrance not far away. Damn it! Brother, I actually met you here, what a fate! Yifeng turned his head and saw a fat young man with a simple smile on his face. He was stunned. He Da Hang? Chapter 125 Zhang Tao, the person in charge of Longting Villa. Hey, I'm your big brother. What are you doing in Longting Villa? He Da Hang scratched the back of his head and asked in a daze. Behind him, there was a little girl in a white dress. Yifeng glanced at her and his face was slightly stunned. Because that was none other than Xiao Ran's best friend Fang Yu. Hi. Brother Yi, nice to see you again. Fang Yu waved her little hands and smiled shyly, seeming a little embarrassed. Originally, she and He Da Hang took advantage of the weekend to come to Longting Villa for vacation, and they didn't even tell Xiao Ran, but unexpectedly, they ran into Yifeng at the door. There is a sense of panic as if a little secret has been exposed. Brother, who are these three? At this time, He Da Hang noticed several people behind Yifeng and asked in confusion. Yifeng smiled and said calmly, my sister Yi Qingqing and her friends are planning to go to Longting Villa for vacation. Hearing this, He Da Hang smiled warmly. That's great, let's go play together, Brother Yi, I have a few extra premium tickets, and we can stay in the high-end hotel in Longting Villa for free tonight. The person in charge of Longting Villa ordered a limited edition Ferrari Supercar from my family a few days ago and gave my dad more than 10 high-end tickets. I took them all. By the way, big brother, why are you all standing at the gate? Aren't you going in? At this time, He Da Hang asked with some confusion. We also want to go in, but we were blocked by Longting Villa. Yifeng spoke lightly. He was just about to reveal his identity as the big boss behind Longting Villa, but now that he has met Mr. He, it seems that he can solve the problem without revealing his identity. After all, once his identity was exposed, it would be difficult for him to explain to Yi Qingqing. It will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. The impact was too strong. After hearing what Yifeng said, He Da Hang's originally honest smile suddenly turned gloomy. Turning around, he looked at the middle-aged woman and Huang Daguang and asked coldly, who gave you the right to block my brother? Call your person in charge, Zhang Tao, over here. If he doesn't want to offend the He family, let my eldest brother in immediately. I'll just say this once. If Zhang Tao doesn't come over within 10 minutes, you will bear the consequences yourself. At this moment, He Da Hang seemed like a different person. He exudes the frivolous air of a dandy young man. Because his family is the largest parallel car importer in Haicheng, they order tens of thousands of high-end luxury cars from overseas every year and ship them to China, with an annual turnover of over 10 billion yuan. The total assets of the He family are more than 100 billion yuan, and all of them are transferable cash deposits. Its strength is even stronger than some internet companies whose market value has doubled. Their market value is all hyped up, but the more than 100 billion controlled by the He family are all real assets that can be controlled at any time. Although He Da Hang usually looks like a peaceful otaku, he can be very scary when he gets angry. Huang Guangda and the middle-aged woman who were standing there couldn't help but feel frightened when they heard what He Da Hang said. I'm afraid I really provoked the wrong person this time. The person in charge of Longting Villa is Zhang Tao mentioned by He Da Hang. But ordinary people have no way of knowing this news. Even among their internal employees, few know Zhang Tao's name. And He Da Hang could actually say it accurately, and from his tone, it seems that Zhang Tao still has something to ask of their family. The most terrifying thing is that He Da Hang actually calls Yifeng big brother and his attitude is so respectful. So what is Yifeng's identity? If he had money, why would he buy a low-level ticket? This obviously doesn't make sense. Suddenly, Huang Guangda and the middle-aged woman's CPUs burned out. Don't you understand? Call your person in charge, Zhang Tao, right now. My patience is limited. Seeing that the two were unmoved, He Daheng said in a gloomy tone. After he finished speaking, he turned around, smiled at Yi Feng and said, Brother Yi, wait a moment, let me handle this matter. Yi Feng nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Huang Guangda hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet, and said to He Daheng, can you meet Mr. Zhang whenever you want? If you have the guts, contact him yourself, don't bully me. Hearing him say this, He Daheng's face suddenly darkened. Without further explanation, he picked up his phone, opened the address book, found a phone number and dialed it. Mr. He, what's the matter? Boss Zhang, your employees are so arrogant that they even dared to put my eldest brother on the blacklist and forbid him from entering the villa. Do they want to put me on the blacklist too? Zhang Tao on the other side was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, Mr. He, what happened? Come to the entrance of the villa and take a look yourself. After saying that, He Daheng hung up the phone. In the office, Zhang Tao held the hung-up phone in a daze. He had just received news from the Longting Group headquarters that the company's equity structure had undergone major changes and a mysterious boss had directly acquired 66% of the shares. Become the big boss behind the entire group. The top management at the headquarters is still studying and discussing this matter, and will issue a notice to all employees tonight to officially announce the matter. As for the information of this big boss behind the scenes, except for a few key senior leaders, no one else knows it. Everything is subject to the notice issued tonight. Although Zhang Tao was shocked, he didn't care too much. After all, with his status, this kind of thing is not something he should worry about. As for the new boss, I will probably never get in touch with him unless he is transferred to the headquarters. I really want to see what kind of boss he is. 66% of the shares are worth more than 300 billion. He is really bold. Zhang Tao shook his head, stopped thinking about it, stood up and left the office, and walked quickly towards the entrance of the villa. He ordered a limited edition Ferrari Supercar from Ho yesterday. So naturally, he paid special attention to Yi Daheng and rushed to meet him. A few minutes later, he arrived at the gate of the villa and saw a large group of people gathered there. They looked particularly puzzled and did not rush over immediately. Instead, he called an employee to learn the whole story. I was suddenly furious. He hurried over and said respectfully to Mr. He, I'm really sorry. I didn't discipline my employees well enough and made you angry. Then he turned around and yelled at Huang Daguang, you must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. You even dared to stop Yi Xiao's people. Apologize immediately and pay 10 times the amount for the damaged camera. I'll deduct it from your salary. As for you, pack up and leave, you useless piece of shit with no vision. The middle-aged woman was stunned and looked to Huang Guangda for help. Manager Huang, But Huang Guangda himself was in a difficult situation and could not save himself. He immediately said, didn't you hear what Mr. Zhang said? Get out of here right now. Chapter 126 Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Huang Guangda, you despicable villain, what did you say in bed last night? Promote me to team leader. Okay, now you're not recognizing me after pulling up your pants, I'm going to fight you. The middle-aged woman rolled up her sleeves, revealing her strong arms, and pounced on Huang Guangda like a fat pig. You, don't come over here, I'm warning you. Huang Guangda shuddered with fear. In terms of physique, neither of them was as strong as the middle-aged woman, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. I'm going to fight you, you scumbag who won't recognize me even if I put my pants on. The middle-aged woman's long nails scratched Huang Guangda's face several times and tore his clothes, causing chaos at the scene. Seeing this scene, Yi Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone present gasped, with shock on their faces. Huang Guangda's taste is extremely strong. Even with the lights off. But this figure is really not commendable. What is the difference between it and a piece of refined pork belly? Zhang Tao's face was gloomy. He immediately called several security guards to separate the two men, and then asked Huang Guangda, what's going on? Huang Guangda, tell the truth. Mr. Zhang, let me explain. It's not what you think. Before he could finish, the middle-aged woman next to him put her hands on her hips and spoke to Zhang Tao. I'm not working here anymore, so I'll just tell you everything. Boss Zhang, Huang Guangda relies on his position as a manager to often make advances towards some female employees and have affairs with them. As far as I know, there are 3 women in our company who have slept with him. You must punish him severely. Hearing what the middle-aged woman said, Huang Guangda insisted. Mr. Zhang, she's talking nonsense. This thing never happened. It's slander. She's slandering me. I'm talking nonsense? The middle-aged woman sneered, picked up her phone, and played a video in front of everyone. The content is set in a hotel suite, the protagonists are a middle-aged woman and Huang Guangda, and blushing noises are heard from time to time. The most important thing is that the video is only 3 minutes long. Moreover, it also includes the time to take off clothes. Didn't expect that, Huang Guangda? I was afraid you wouldn't admit it, so I recorded a video. Let's see how you deny it now. You. Huang Guangda's face turned red, and he was unable to defend himself in the face of irrefutable evidence. The people around them laughed out loud and whispered. I didn't realize that Manager Huang was actually a fast boy. He couldn't even last 3 minutes. A quick battle, a quick decision, a blitzkrieg, ha 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 ha. Yi Qingqing and the others covered their eyes and quickly turned around, with a blush on their faces. Is this something that children can watch? Zhang Tao was also slightly distracted. After he came to his senses, he coughed softly and said, I have a general understanding of the matter. Please turn off the video first. The picture is so disgusting that it doesn't arouse any desire, but makes me want to vomit. Huang Guangda, you abused your power for personal gain and had promiscuous relationships with men and women. On behalf of the headquarters, I will expel you immediately. Well, you can pack up and leave with her. Although Huang Guangda still wanted to continue to argue, the video evidence was there. Zhang Tao waved and called a few security guards, who kicked him and the middle-aged woman out of Longting Villa. It's finally quiet. Mr. He, I am very sorry about this matter. To express my apology, you and your friends will be exempt from all the bills for consumption in the manor this time. Whether you're staying in a hotel or dining at a restaurant, you don't have to pay. Do you accept this compensation plan? Zhang Tao said sincerely. I can't make the decision on this matter, Brother Yi, what do you think? He Daheng turned around and asked Yi Feng. There's no need for a free bill. We will pay what we owe, mainly the damaged camera. I hope you'll fulfill your promise and pay 10 times the compensation. Yi Feng waved his hand and said lightly. Mainly Longton Group, now it is its own industry. It makes little difference whether the bill is waived or not. You are just putting money from one pocket into another, and you will also lose the rebate reward. Besides, Tycoon He is very wealthy and will definitely spend money in the manor. If the bill is waived, this part of the profit will be lost. Well, Yi Feng is serious about making money. No problem. How about this? I will transfer 10 times the compensation to this lady now. Zhang Tao took out his mobile phone and immediately transferred more than 60,000 yuan, 10 times the compensation, to Wang Jia in front of everyone. Miss, I'm so sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of our employees. No, you don't need to. Wang Jia waved her hands and said a little embarrassedly. Originally, she only intended to recover her losses, that is, compensation at the original price. But at Yi Feng's request, he directly received 10 times the compensation. More than 60,000 yuan. For a college student like her who hasn't even graduated yet, this is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. She can buy a lot of beautiful little skirts. Bite. Wang Jia's worship value +5, currently 85, reward life modification card X2. Brother Yi, thank you. Wang Jia's face flushed and she said to Yi Feng. You're welcome. You deserve it. Yi Feng smiled faintly. So cool. The life modification cards that were just used were replenished, and more than 300 billion was earned. You can't spend it all, you can't spend it all. Brother Yi, Feng Yu, and I will follow you. It will be more lively with more people. I will cover all the expenses. He Dazhuang said with a smile. Yes, sure. Yi Feng turned his head and glanced at Feng Yu who was standing next to him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It seems that He Dazhuang and Feng Yu's relationship has improved rapidly, and they are even going on vacation alone. If a girl is willing to meet you alone, it means that she has accepted you from the bottom of her heart and is willing to have anything happen with you. If He Dazhuang seized the opportunity. Isn't love here? However, at this moment, Yi Feng vaguely sensed something was wrong. Why was Feng Yu's eyes evasive when he looked at him? There seems to be a hint of strange feelings. Although it was fleeting, he still captured it keenly. Could it be that? It's terrifying when you think about it. Yi Feng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He hoped that he was just overthinking it. Fat brother, my name is Feng Bo, nice to meet you. Zhang Wanwen, Feng Bo's girlfriend. My name is Yi Qingqing, Yi Feng's sister. By the way, Fatty, is Sister Yu your girlfriend? Yi blinked slightly and asked curiously. He Daheng's face suddenly turned red, and he scratched the back of his head and smiled embarrassedly. It shouldn't be. Well, we are classmates, not boyfriend and girlfriend, don't get me wrong. After Feng Yu finished speaking, she secretly glanced at Yi Feng. This is very meaningful. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. After they got to know each other, they entered the manor. Chapter 127 Wang Jia's Fear of Heights. Look, there is a swan. There are many places to play in Longting Villa, besides the indispensable playground. There are also outdoor activities such as hot springs, cable cars, rafting, caves, and even a zoo with hundreds of precious wild animals. For the little girls who have lived in the city for a long time, these are things they cannot experience in normal times. Yi Feng smiled faintly. You want to play that? Let's go to the cave. We can explore underground. It's so exciting. Feng Bo suggested. But as soon as he said it, Zhang Wanwen rejected it. What's so fun about the cave? It's not suitable for us girls. Let's go to the zoo first. Yi gently shook his head. There is also a zoo in Haicheng City. The environment here is so good. Why don't we take the cable car to see the scenery first? We don't have to walk all the time. It's so tiring. Jia, what do you think? Wang Jia nodded gently and said, you can take the cable car first, take a few photos, check in, and post them on WeChat Moments. Feng Yu didn't have much objection, and she glanced at Yi Feng from time to time. As for Kunar.com, it doesn't seem to be important. And he Daheng naturally also listens to Yi Feng. Okay, let's go take the cable car first. It's still early, so we can enjoy the rest of the activities slowly. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Afterwards, they came to the ticket window of the sightseeing cable car. After waiting in line for a few minutes, he Daheng bought 7 tickets, each costing 156 yuan, for a total of 1,092 yuan. After getting the tickets, several little girls said they wanted to transfer the money to Yi Daheng. Fat brother, it's not good to spend too much of your money. Open the payment code and we will transfer it to you. Yeah, we saved a month's worth of money in advance for this trip. Yi Daheng waved his hand and smiled. Hey! This little money is not worth mentioning. You are all brother Ye's friends, which means you are also my friends. Don't take it to heart. I will pay for this purchase. Bite. Yi Daheng spent 1,092 yuan for you, triggering a 10-fold rebate, and received 10,920 yuan. The system sound that suddenly popped up in his mind made Yi Feng lose his mind for a moment. Is Mr. He's spending on other people also counted on himself? On second thought, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. After all, if he hadn't met Yi Daheng, he would have paid for Yi Qingqing and the others' trip. Therefore, the system charged this expense to Yi Feng. Well. Reasonable, very reasonable. Several young girls still felt a little awkward. After all, they had just known Mr. Yi for less than an hour, and they must have felt uncomfortable spending so much money from others. Seeing this, Yi Feng shook his head and smiled, saying softly, don't worry, the tycoon's family is rich. From what I know, the assets should be close to 100 billion. You want to spend him out of money, but it's not that easy. As soon as the voice fell, several little girls heard it and their eyes widened. This fat guy with a simple and honest appearance is actually a real rich second generation? From the outside, you can't tell at all. Because the clothes Yi Daheng wore were light luxury custom-made ones without any brand logos, but in fact the sweatshirt he was wearing was worth 6 figures. It looks exactly the same as the one I bought on Pink Sixy for dozens of dollars. Feng Bo was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Before today, he had not met Yi Feng and Yi Daheng. He was extremely arrogant and thought that his family was already wealthy. But compared with them, am I rich? These two words have nothing to do with him. My mentality has also changed quietly. There are always people better than you. I have lost my previous frivolity and have gradually become more stable and mature. Compared to Brother Yi, it's nothing. Yi Daheng scratched the back of his head and said with a smile. Okay, let's go take the cable car. There seems to be a high-end restaurant on the top of the mountain. We can dine there tonight. Yi Feng said lightly. I was informed by the staff only when I arrived at the sightseeing cable car boarding point. For safety reasons, only 2 people can sit in a carriage, and there are 7 people in their group. Well. Yi Qingqing thought for a moment and said, Wenwen, let's sit together. Let Jie sit with my brother, sister you sit with Fatty, and Feng Bo. Zhang Wenwen took Yi Qingqing's hand and said lightly. Let him take one by himself, and let's go. Feng Bo swallowed his saliva and wanted to say something, but Zhang Wenwen gave him a cold look and he immediately swallowed back the words. He scratched his head and smiled, I'm sitting alone, feeling comfortable. After Yi Qingqing and Zhang Wenwen got on the cable car, He Daheng and Feng Yu followed closely behind. By the third car. Wang Jia stood by the car door and said in a somewhat uneasy tone, Brother Yi, I forgot to tell you just now that I am afraid of heights. Fear of heights? Yi Feng frowned and said with a smile, just close your eyes and don't look out the window. A staff member nearby consoled her, Madam, please rest assured that the cable car is regularly inspected and maintained, and it runs smoothly. There will be no danger. The whole journey took about 10 minutes. I chatted with the gentleman in the carriage and it went by very quickly. Hearing this, Wang Jia nodded slightly, her fists clenched with sweat, and she walked into the carriage trembling with fear. Wait until everyone leaves on the cable car. As Feng Bo walked towards the carriage, the staff couldn't help but cast strange looks at him. Well, I like to be alone, quiet and free, I'm going up. Feng Bo appears cheerful on the surface, but he is actually very miserable inside. Who doesn't want to enjoy the scenery with their girlfriend while riding a cable car? I won't say any more. It will only bring tears if I say more. The sightseeing cable car shuttles above the lush green forest, and sometimes passes by towering trees, making the treetops seem within reach. The morning mist has not yet completely dissipated, and the sun is shining with golden light. Projected into the clouds, it flashes with dreamy light, and the scenery is breathtakingly beautiful. Wang Jia, who was sitting next to Yi Feng, clenched her fists and closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look out the window. She would occasionally ask, Brother Yi, are we there yet? Not yet. Just 1 minute has passed. Yi Feng shook his head and smiled. Acrophobia is mainly a psychological effect. As long as you overcome the inner obstacles, the symptoms will naturally disappear. Just when the cable car was halfway through its run, Yi Feng suddenly pointed out the window and exclaimed. Jia, look! What a big swan! Swan? Wang Jia suddenly opened his eyes and looked out the window. He looked left and right, but he didn't see the swan anywhere. He couldn't help but wonder, Brother Yi, where is the swan? Did it fly away? Yi Feng laughed and said lightly. There are no swans. I was just kidding. Now you are not afraid of heights anymore, right? Hearing this, Wang Jia was stunned for a moment. She really didn't feel the fear she had at the beginning. She stood up, walked to the car window, and looked at the vast forest 100 meters below. Although I am still a little nervous, it is normal and everyone will feel scared. She took a step back and said happily, I'm really not afraid of heights anymore. Thank you, Brother Yi. Yi Feng smiled and said softly. It's okay. You overcame it yourself. Don't be afraid when you encounter difficulties. Face it bravely. Yes, I remember that. A blush appeared on Wang Jia's face. Unconsciously, the relationship between the two became much closer. Chapter 128 Changing the Weather, Wang Jia's Thoughts. The weather was not good and it started to drizzle. Crystal clear raindrops slid down the glass skylight, and a gorgeous rainbow appeared in the sky not far away. But before the tourists on the sightseeing cable car could take out their mobile phones to take pictures, a strong wind blew through the forest, and the cable car suspended in the air swayed left and right. It was forced to stop in mid-air and was in danger of falling at any time. Wenwen, I'm so scared, woo woo woo. Qingqing, stop crying, I'm scared too. The two girls, Jiang Wenwen and Yi Qingqing, hugged each other tightly, trembling all over. The shaking of He Daheng's carriage seemed to be less severe, after all, He Daheng's tonnage was there. Feng Yu clenched her fists tightly, looking worried. No, nothing will go wrong, right? He Daheng glanced out the window. The strong wind was still blowing. Although he was panicking, he still pretended to be calm and said, Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Feng Yu's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. All of a sudden, another strong wind blew through the forest, accompanied by tiny raindrops, madly hitting the panoramic skylight of the sightseeing cable car. Ah! Brother Yi, I'm going to fall. Wang Jia had just overcome his fear of heights, and after experiencing this kind of thing again, he was shaking all over and suddenly he went whoosh. Like a little kitten, it jumped into Yi Feng's arms. Brother Yi, I don't want to die so early. I don't have a boyfriend, I haven't traveled abroad, and there are still many things I haven't experienced, woo. Wang Jia lay on Yi Feng's chest, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. Obviously, he was extremely scared. This. Hearing Wang Jia's crying, Yi Feng shook his head and smiled, patting her on the back and comforting her. Normally, don't worry. This situation was taken into consideration when the cable car was designed. Once the wind passes, everything will be fine. Although he said this, Yi Feng was not sure whether the steel cables spanning several kilometers could withstand the ravages of strong winds. If we can't bear it, we're all done. They are now at a height of more than 100 meters. If they fall down, I'm afraid they won't be able to leave with a complete body. The scenes in the other cable cars were similar. Everyone's faces were pale and they were waiting anxiously. At this moment, the car speakers made a sound. Please do not panic, tourists. Due to sudden strong winds, the cable car was forced to stop midway. Once the wind speed decreases, it will be opened as soon as possible to allow them to land safely. But the wind was getting stronger and stronger, with no sign of stopping. The rain also changed from a drizzle to bean-sized raindrops, which hit the panoramic sunroof with a loud noise, as terrifying as the end of the world. Yi Feng frowned and felt something soft in his arms. Reach out and squeeze. It will also deform. Brother Yi, you touched my thing. Wang Jia in his arms blushed and spoke in a timid voice. Yi Feng coughed awkwardly. He didn't realize that this girl had quite a lot of capital. He said softly, I'm sorry. It's okay, Brother Yi, will we be safe? Wang Jia raised her head, her rosy eyes staring at Yi Feng charmingly. Should. Yi Feng swallowed calmly, the girl's faint body fragrance lingering at his nose. Xiao Yafeng couldn't help feeling a little agitated. Brother Yi, what is so hard? Wang Jia asked in confusion. Ki, don't worry, the cable car will be moving soon. Yi Feng said quickly. Bite. Wang Jia's worship value +5, currently 90, reward life modification card X2. A system voice suddenly came from his mind, and Yi Feng was stunned. Yes, he is a man with a system, and he immediately asked, System, how many life modification cards are needed to change the weather? Since it can change a person's destiny, then the weather should, probably, not be a problem, right? Calculating. Depending on the range, changing the weather of 100 square kilometers requires one life modification card. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. 100 square kilometers, and only one life modification card is needed? Isn't it a bit too powerful? The entire scenic area of Longting Villa is less than 100 square kilometers. Thinking of this, Yi Feng did not hesitate and said directly, System, use the life modification card to change the weather of Longting Villa. From now until 12 o'clock tomorrow night, it will remain sunny. In progress? Change successfully. Consume one life change card, and the weather will remain clear within 100 kilometers of Longting Villa. In an instant, a ray of golden sunlight penetrated the originally dark cloudy sky, and the dark rain clouds retreated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The howling wind in the forest disappeared in an instant, and the forest became extremely quiet. When the sunlight shone on the raindrops in the sky, a series of chemical reactions occurred, and a huge rainbow appeared that spanned the entire Longting Villa. It was colorful and extremely spectacular. It looks even more magnificent when viewed from the sightseeing cable car in the air. Sure enough, the scenery after the storm is always the most beautiful. Okay, it's all right now. Yi Feng smiled faintly and patted Wang Jia's back in his arms. I'm afraid that after a while, he won't be able to control himself. Wang Jia slowly opened her eyes and looked at the beautiful rainbow outside the window. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly and flashed with light, it's so beautiful. The next second, she suddenly realized that she was still lying in Yi Feng's arms. Her little face suddenly turned red, and she quickly stood up and sat next to Yi Feng, burying her head, her white toes tightly digging into the soles of her shoes. Thinking back on my actions just now, I feel so ashamed. Brother Yi, could you please not tell Qingqing and the others about what just happened? Wang Jia blinked her watery eyes and spoke in a pleading tone. Yifeng smiled and said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't tell." At this time, the voice of the staff was heard on the radio. "Dear tourists, the weather has returned to normal and the cable car will restart in 1 minute. Please hold on tight. We deeply apologize for this emergency. Delicious meals have been prepared for everyone in the high-end restaurant at the top of the mountain. You can enjoy them for free after you get off the bus." A few minutes later, the restarted cable car finally slowly reached the top of the mountain. Zhang Tao, who was waiting there anxiously, hurried forward and said to Yi Daheng with an apologetic look on his face, "Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. I deeply apologize for this sudden situation." Then he said to Yifeng and the others, "I'm sorry to have frightened you all." Yi Daheng waved his hand and said calmly, "It doesn't matter to me. The main thing is that the wind can't blow me away." Then he turned around and asked Yifeng, "Brother Yi, are you okay?" "No, it was a rare experience." Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and joked. Hearing him say this, Wang Jia's face turned red, she was so embarrassed. "What's fun on the top of the mountain?" Yifeng asked. "Young Master Yi, there is a horse farm, a zoo, an outdoor natural hot spring, and a golf course on the top of the mountain," Zhang Tao said with a respectful expression. He also realized at this time that Yifeng was the backbone of this group of people, and Yi Daheng respected Yifeng very much. But what is Yifeng's identity? There was no need for Zhang Tao to know. After all, even Yi Daheng called him Big Brother, so how could his status be bad? "Master Yi, I think we can let the ladies go to the restaurant to eat something to calm down. I have already prepared a table of sumptuous dishes in advance." Chapter 129 Golf Mastery Skills. "What do you think?" Yifeng turned around and asked the little girls. "Well, I'm a little hungry, let's go eat something. I was almost scared to death just now, and I urgently need to eat something to calm down." Just as everyone was getting ready to go to the high-end restaurant, the cable car that Fang Bo was riding finally shakily reached the end. The door opened, and Fang Bo's face was pale. He walked out holding the doorframe, his legs still trembling a little. "My stomach was churning and I vomited it all out. One, are you okay? It was so scary just now. I thought it was the end of the world." Jiang Wenwen held her forehead and shook her head, looking disgusted and not wanting to say more. He took Yi Qingqing's hand and turned away. "Wenwen, wait for me, don't walk so fast." Afterwards, everyone came to the Sky Restaurant on the top of the mountain. Many of the tourists who had been frightened just now were now dining in the restaurant. In order to express his apology, Zhang Tao directly arranged a luxurious treasure chest for Yifeng and others. The table was already filled with delicious food. The chef of this high-end restaurant on the top of the mountain is not as good as the state banquet chef at the Sky Restaurant of the Gear Hotel, but his level is also among the best in the industry. The meal was delicious and appetizing. Yi Daheng chuckled and said, "Brother Yi, you are in for a treat. Everyone, please take a seat. I can't wait to start eating." The first thing the little girls did after they sat down was to take out their mobile phones to take pictures. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, they all finished taking pictures. Jiang Wenwen smiled a little embarrassedly. "Sorry, I delayed your meal." "Don't delay. Good food is never too late. Let's eat now." Yi Daheng shook his head and smiled. Although there were a lot of dishes on the table, there were 7 of them and they were able to finish most of it, so there was no waste. After eating and drinking, everyone lay down on their chairs, rubbing their stomachs and feeling satisfied. Just then, a man in chef's uniform walked in with a bottle of high-end red wine in his hand and bowed respectfully to everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the restaurant's head chef, Tang Foreign. To express my apologies, I have specially brought out my treasured wine. Please enjoy it." After saying this, he uncorked the red wine and poured a glass for everyone himself. Yi Daheng smelled the aroma of red wine, frowned slightly, and said in surprise, "Chef Tang, if I'm not mistaken, this is Lafite red wine produced in 1982. Haha, Mr. He is very knowledgeable. I admire him." The 1982 Lafite red wine is the best Lafite red wine in recent years because of the excellent climatic conditions, suitable rainfall, and temperature that year. After calculation, it was found that the Lafite estate produced a total of 100,000 bottles of Lafite red wine that year. Today, more than 30 years have passed. China consumes more than 100,000 bottles of 1982 Lafite every year, mainly because there are too many fakes on the market. It is estimated that there are no more than 3,000 bottles of 1982 Lafite left in the world. And they are all locked in the collector's safe and will not be taken out easily. This is enough to show Tang Foreign's sincerity. Although Yifeng didn't know much about wine, he still took a sip. Well, he really couldn't appreciate it. If there were a bottle of ice cola and a bottle of 1982 Lafite in front of him, Yifeng would choose the ice cola without hesitation. That stuff tastes so good when you drink it. Master Yi, are you satisfied with today's dishes? Just at this time, Tang Furen came to Yifeng, bowed slightly, and asked with a smile. Do you know him? Yifeng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Young Master Yi, you may not know that the chef of the Chinese restaurant at number 13 Benning Street is from the same school as me. According to seniority, he should be my senior brother. The last time I went to the Chinese restaurant at number 13 Benin Street to exchange experiences, I ran into Master Yi by accident, but Master Yi didn't pay much attention to me at that time. Hearing him say this, Yifeng smiled faintly. I was wondering why the taste of this food is so familiar, as if I have eaten it somewhere before. It turns out that we are from the same school. Tang Furen nodded and asked Yifeng. Master Yi, who do you think is better at cooking, me or my junior brother? This question stumped Yifeng. Because he felt that they were all very good, and if he had to rank them, he might not be able to tell the difference. He smiled and said softly, if the Chinese restaurant at 13 Benin Street is going to open a branch, I will definitely invite you to be the head chef. Hearing this, Tang Furen smiled heartily and did not ask any more questions. I already know the answer in my heart. Then I won't bother you anymore. Please take your time to rest. Yifeng and others stayed in the restaurant for half an hour, then got up and prepared to leave to see the scenery on the top of the mountain. Where are we going to play next? Yi asked, blinking slightly. Let's soak in the hot springs. I've never soaked in a natural hot spring before. It must be very comfortable. It's still so early, we should wait until night to go to the hot springs, so forget it now. Several little girls were chattering. After discussing for a while, there was still no definite conclusion. At this moment, Hidaheng pointed to a vast flat grassland not far away and said, how about going to the golf course to play some golf? It's a good time to exercise and then go to the hot springs later. Brother Yi, what do you think? Play golf? Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. He had never come into contact with such a thing before and was a little curious. Then he nodded and said, well, let's do some exercise first, and then go to the hot springs. Xingxing, what do you think? Yi blinked her beautiful eyes and said, but we don't know how to play golf. It looks difficult, it must be difficult to hit such a small ball into the hole. How about going over and playing? At this time, Hidaheng smiled and patted his chest and said, Fat brother knows how to do it. It's easy to get started. I can teach you in 10 minutes. It doesn't matter if you can't get in. The important thing is to participate. After all, golf is an aristocratic sport, and if you don't have a few acres of land at home, you really don't have the money to play it. There is a dedicated golf course in downtown Haicheng, but it costs 3,000 yuan per hour, so it is really inaccessible to most people. Hidaheng, who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, although not proficient in it, is still familiar with it. After all, he has a golf course in his backyard. By the way, Brother Yi, I know without even thinking about it that your golf skills must be very impressive. Hidaheng asked with a smile. Bite. The host's situation is detected, triggering special rewards, golf mastery level skills. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand and said calmly, I only know a little bit. Hee, then Brother Yi, let's have a competition later. Show your true strength. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Hidaheng said with a smile. After all, he has been playing golf since he was 8 years old, so he has some confidence. Yifeng nodded gently and said, well, no problem. Yi at the side blinked slightly and asked curiously. Brother, when did you learn to play golf? I just learned it recently. Let's go to the court. Chapter 130, Beginner, but torturing you shouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, Hidaheng pondered in his heart. You have to be more considerate of Yifeng later. You can't let him lose face in front of so many people. Afterwards, they came to the golf course. I spent more than $1,000, rented 7 sets of golf clubs, and started practicing on the beginner's course. The rules of the primary field are very simple. There is a hole 5 meters away, and you can score as long as you hit the ball into it. Several little girls stood outside the white line, waving their clubs. I swung the ball more than 10 times in a row but failed to make the shot. It looks simple, but in practice it really tests one's predictive ability. Although I couldn't get in, I still had a lot of fun playing. From time to time, the sounds of girls laughing and playing could be heard. Not far away, a young man in a sports shirt was attracted by the girls' laughter. He turned his head and looked over, his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god, they are all top-notch. The young man raised an evil smile. After all, Yi Qingqing and the others all have an appearance score of over 85 points, and they are all college students who have not yet graduated. They are full of youthful aura and are particularly eye-catching. Especially after exercise, a few strands of hair are soaked with sweat and stained on the snow-white forehead, making her look even more beautiful and lovely. Fat brother, you can fight, show us. Zhang Wenwen said to Yi Daheng. All the girls turned their heads and looked at Yi Daheng and said, Yeah, fatty, this is too difficult. Can you really get in? Show us how the masters play. Yi Daheng scratched the back of his head, smiled and said, Okay, then I'll give it a try. I haven't played for a long time. Then he came to the white line, gripped the club tightly with both hands, predicted the trajectory of the ball, and swung the club out suddenly. Bang! The golf ball turned into a small white dot and flew out, hitting the hole exactly. Oh my god! Fatty, you are so awesome. Brother Fatty, please teach us how to get in. Just as the girls were marveling at this, a mocking voice was heard from a young man. It's a low-level area. What's there to be proud of with a distance of 5 meters? With this level of difficulty, I can kick the ball in even with my eyes closed. Yi Daheng frowned, looked back, and his face suddenly darkened. Xiaolu, why are you here too? Why can't I be here? My father owns 5% of Longting Villa, so I can come whenever I want. But you, Mr. He, why don't you just stay at home and sell cars instead of coming here? The young man named Xiaolu turned his head, waved to the little girls and smiled. Hello, pretty girls. My name is Xiaolu. If you want to learn how to play golf, I can teach you for free. I have obtained an intermediate golf qualification certificate, which is much better than some half-baked ones. If you are not proficient in something yourself, then don't mislead others, and don't be ashamed of it. Yi Daheng's face suddenly darkened. His good temper is only towards his friends, not towards outsiders. Who is this guy? At this time Yi Feng raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Brother Yi, this guy is called Xiaolu. His father is the president of Yida Investment Group. There are many large groups in Haicheng, and his family has shares. The assets are about 120 billion. He has a bad reputation among the rich kids because he likes to show off and no one really likes him. If his father wasn't the CEO of Yida Group, he would have been beaten to death immediately. Yi Daheng explained. Hearing this, Yi Feng nodded slightly, with a hint of amusement on the corner of his mouth. He can't stop people from showing off, but he can't tolerate it if they show off themselves. He has always been the only one who shows off. So, you're a pretty good golfer? Yi Feng said lightly. Of course, I am a certified intermediate golfer. I still have a 50% hit rate at a distance of 100 meters. Tell me if that's amazing. Xiaolu said without any modesty. Although he didn't know who Yi Feng was, since he was with Yi Daheng, he should be a rich young man. There are so many rich young men in Haicheng, it's impossible for him to remember them all, so he didn't take them seriously. Intermediate player? Ha, I thought you were a champion. If you don't have the ability, why are you pretending to be so cool? Go somewhere else. Yi Feng said sarcastically. Xiaolu was slightly stunned, looked at Yi Feng carefully, and then asked, What level are you? No level, beginner, but I have no problem torturing you. Xiaolu was almost furious after getting such an answer from Yi Feng. It's not easy to get angry in front of so many little girls. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said, Do you dare to compete with me? Those who lose should leave the court immediately because they don't deserve to be here. Yi Feng said calmly, The bet is too simple, I'm not interested. Okay, good boy, what do you want to bet? I will accompany you to the end. Xiaolu said angrily. A trace of coldness flashed across Yi Feng's eyes. He looked at Xiaolu and said softly, The loser kneels down and kowtows 3 times, calling me grandpa 3 times. Do you dare? Suddenly, not only Xiaolu was confused, but Yi Daheng and others were also slightly stunned. The stakes are high enough. Brother Yi, let's forget it. Although Xiaolu is not a good person, he is really good at playing golf. Yi Daheng lowered his voice and reminded quickly. Although he didn't know Yi Feng's level, he was definitely not as good as Xiaolu. After all, the latter was a genuine intermediate player. Tycoon, please move a little. Yifeng said softly. What's wrong? He Daheng looked confused. It's preventing me from showing off. This. He Daheng was ashamed. Seeing that Yifeng had made up his mind, he stopped trying to stop him. At worst, if he lost later, he would come forward to mediate the matter. Although Xiaolu was arrogant and domineering, he didn't dare to really break up with him. Okay, it's a deal, kid, you will pay the price for underestimating the enemy. Xiaolu said in a gloomy tone. Naturally, he didn't think Yifeng could beat him. After all, looking at Yifeng's appearance, he had only touched a golf club a few times. If this novice among novices could beat him. He didn't want to live anymore, so he just jumped off the top of the mountain. How do you want to compete? The distance is 100 meters, each person has 10 shots, whoever scores the most goals wins, how about that? Yifeng said softly. No problem, and I'll go on stage first, so you can prepare for a while. Shaola said confidently. At this time, Yi Qingqing's face was full of worry, and she complained to Yifeng, brother, what are you thinking? How dare you compete with him? Didn't you hear what Fatty said? He is an intermediate player. I just checked. To obtain the intermediate golfer's qualification certificate, you must maintain a minimum goal rate of 50% at a distance of 100 meters. Yifeng reached out and rubbed Yi Qingqing's little head. Don't you trust your brother? You guys should just watch from the sidelines. Oh, why don't you listen to my advice? I'm ignoring you. Yi pouted her cherry lips and said angrily. Wang Jia, who was standing nearby, tugged at the corner of Yi Qingqing's clothes and comforted her. Qingqing, don't be angry. I believe that brother Yi must have considered it carefully before making this decision. We just need to watch quietly from the sidelines. Brother Yi will definitely win against Xiao Lu. Chapter 131, Amazing Golf Skills. Look here, kid, what is football skill? Xiao Lu is full of confidence. After swinging the club to the white line, he predicted the direction of the golf ball for a moment, and then swung the club hard. Bang! The golf ball flew out and landed perfectly in the hole next to the small red flag 100 meters away. The staff standing nearby said with excitement. Mr. Xiao, it's hit. Because the Xiao family holds 5% of the shares of Longting Villa and often comes to the villa to eat and drink for free, the staff are very familiar with him. Xiaolo raised a scornful expression on his face and said complacently. Don't be scared, kid. This is only the first shot. There are 9 more shots to come. I will use all my strength. Yi Feng frowned. Without paying any attention to him, Xiangyi said gently, Qingqing, go to the vending machine next to you and buy me a bottle of iced Coke. I'm a little thirsty. Being ignored? Xiao Li's eyes darkened. Good boy, you're still in the mood to drink Coke. Let's see if you can still drink it later. He continued to swing the club. Second shot, hit. Third shot, hit. Fourth shot, hit. After 10 strokes, a total of 7 strokes were scored. Xiaolu was quite satisfied with this result. After all, his level was 50% goal rate, and this one has reached 70%. If it increases by 10%, it will reach 80%. You can get the title of senior golfer. It seems that all these days of training have not been in vain, my skills have improved a lot. Haha kid, if you want to admit defeat, it's not too late. I will be merciful and you don't have to call me grandpa, just call me dad. Xiaolu said bluntly with a joking smile on his face. You. Xiaolu, don't go too far. He Daheng said in a deep voice. Be prepared to put an end to this unfair competition. He also thought that even if Yifeng knew how to play golf, he would never be able to score 7 strokes, which is the level of a professional golfer. What? Are you going back on your promise so soon? He Daheng, this new friend you just met is not a very good person. Shaola said sarcastically. You only got 7 out of 10, are you proud of that? At this moment, Yifeng spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Shaola laughed out loud. Boy, what qualifications do you have to question me? Given your level, I'm afraid you won't be able to hit it in 1 stroke. Why don't you admit defeat as soon as possible to avoid embarrassment? Yifeng didn't explain much. He picked up a golf club and stood behind the white line. With a swing of the club, the golf ball turned into a small white dot and flew through the air, hitting the hole exactly 100 meters away. This series of actions was completed neatly and without any delay. Everyone present was stunned. Yifeng is so good at playing golf. Especially Xiao Lo, as an insider, he could naturally see that Yifeng's level was not simple, only higher than his. I couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Could it be that? A bad premonition arose spontaneously. Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and hit 5 shots in a row without stopping. Bang! Bang bang! Without exception, all hit the hole accurately. Oh shit! Seeing this scene, Xiao Lo staggered. He would definitely lose if he continued like this. However, at this moment, I don't know if God was against Yifeng, but a gust of wind suddenly blew. You know, a difficult sport like golf is very dependent on the weather. Any slight breeze will affect the goal. Xiao Li's mouth couldn't help but stretch up to his ears. God help me! It is impossible to hit the hole 100 meters away when it is windy. Unless Yifeng is a god. Otherwise, no matter how great your skills are, it would be impossible to do it. Brother Yi, the wind is blowing. Why don't we stop for a while and wait until the wind passes before continuing? Xiao Dahang reminded hurriedly. Yifeng raised his eyebrows, looked at the weather, and couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. It seems that God is not happy with me. Then he continued swinging the club. Bang! The golf ball turned into a small white, drew a graceful arc in the air, and flew straight towards the hole in the distance. Xiao Li's originally tense expression suddenly relaxed. This ball is definitely not going to go in. He laughed and said, "Boy, do you think you are the king of football? If I can score this, I'll just wash my hair upside down." Yifeng smiled faintly and didn't explain further. I saw that the golf ball, which was originally flying rapidly in the air, actually began to spin slightly. A gust of wind blew, and the ball fell to the ground and spun in a circle. Then, it fell directly into the hole. What the hell? When everyone saw this scene, their faces became dull again. Xiao Li's expression was as embarrassed as if his own mother had died. Can this guy get in? Coincidence. It must be a coincidence, kid. You won't be so lucky next time. Yifeng turned a deaf ear and continued swinging the club. There was no pause. Swish swish swish. The last few shots were swung one after another, against the wind, and all of them fell into the hole accurately. 10 shots, all hit. Others who were practicing on the golf course were also attracted at this moment. All of them were attracted. At first, they didn't believe it either. Yifeng was able to hit the ball into the hole even when the wind was blowing. But it turned out that they underestimated Yifeng's strength. The onlookers couldn't help but clap their hands and applaud, and were not stingy with their words of praise. Awesome! You can even score this, handsome boy. How did you do it? Depending on the effect of the wind, this predictive ability is too strong, so terrifying. Handsome guy, are you interested in taking me as your disciple? I want to be your disciple. I've played golf for more than 10 years, and I've never seen such a great shot. Just when everyone was amazed, Xiao Lo found the right opportunity, scratched the back of his head, and laughed. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You guys can have fun. Having said that, he prepared to slip away. Dahang's burly figure immediately blocked his way and said with a chuckle, Mr. Xiao, you want to leave now? Have you forgotten something? Where is the promise you made just now? Xiao Lo was stunned when he heard this, and said with a smile, Master He, you didn't think that we were really competing just now, did you? Master Yi and I were just sparring in a friendly way. The bets and other things were just casually said and cannot be counted. Besides, even if Master Yi loses, I won't pursue it any further. Even if the mountains don't move, the water will. Haicheng is such a small place. If you look up, you may not see it. If you look down, you may see it. There will always be a time when we will run into each other in the future. Isn't that what you mean? Master Yi, please don't hurt the harmony among us. Dahang was speechless. Xiao Lu was really shameless. Yifeng shook his head and said lightly, Fulfill your promise just now, otherwise you can't leave. Hearing Yifeng say this, Xiao Lu immediately became furious and stomped his feet. Give you face? I own 5% of the shares of Longting Manor. I can come and go as I please. But as for you, I can chase you away with just a word from you. Chapter 132, Rebellious Son, why don't you kneel down? Who the hell are you? How dare you challenge me? Yifeng narrowed his eyes, looking at it playfully. Your family owns 5% of Longting Manor's shares? How about this, give me all your family shares, then kneel down and call me daddy 3 times, and I will let you walk out upright. You really want to do this, but you just feel embarrassed. It's okay. You can give it a try. I will show you what it means to make your wish come true. WTF? After hearing what Yifeng said, Xiao Li's face was stunned and confused. He originally thought that he was arrogant enough. But compared with Yifeng, he is not qualified at all. Security. Security. Get these guys out. I don't want to see them again. Xiao Lu was furious. How can you allow others to bully you on your own territory? The words fell. 4 or 5 burly men surrounded them, with murderous looks on their faces, ready to force Yifeng and the others out. Several little girls gathered together, shivering. Obviously, they were all frightened. They had never encountered such a situation before, and for a moment, they stood behind Yifeng, at a loss as to what to do. He Daheng's burly body blocked Yifeng's way and said with a worried look on his face. Brother Yi, the situation is not good. This is Xiao Li's territory. The best strategy is to run away. You take Fang Yu and the others and leave first. I'll hold on here. No matter how arrogant Xiao Lu is, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Yifeng raised his eyebrows and said lightly. Don't panic, Tycoon. Why? He Daheng was puzzled. Because I own 66% of Longting Villa. In other words, this is my property. Yifeng said softly. Hearing this, Xiao Daheng was a little confused. Longting Villa is Brother Ye's property? Although he knew that Yifeng was very rich, he didn't know what he did specifically. My heart was so shocked. Just then, Zhang Tao, wearing a black suit, walked over quickly. Seeing Yifeng and others surrounded by security guards, his face suddenly changed and beads of sweat as big as beans slid down his forehead. Oh no. He just received an email from headquarters. Notice regarding Mr. Yifeng's acquisition of 66% of the Group's shares. At first, Zhang Tao didn't care. After all, there are 1.4 billion people in China, and there are many people with the same name and surname. But when he saw the photo on the notice, he was stunned for a moment. Isn't this young and handsome face the Yifeng I met before? Suddenly, a conclusion popped into my mind. The new boss disguised himself as a tourist and went on a secret visit to investigate the situation of the villa. Combined with Yifeng's previous actions. Then it all makes sense. I felt relieved in my heart that I didn't offend Yifeng. Then he hurried to the top of the mountain and went to the restaurant to look for Yifeng, but he was told that Yifeng and others were on the golf course. He did not dare to delay and hurried over to find him. Then, I saw the scene today. The new boss was surrounded by several security guards. What are you doing? Zhang Tao shouted angrily. When Xiaolu saw Zhang Tao coming, he smiled and said, Manager Zhang, you came at the right time. These people have offended me just now. Put them on the blacklist and kick them out. Xiaolu firmly believed that Zhang Tao came just to see him. After all, his family owns a 5% stake in Longting Villa. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tao simply ignored Xiao Lu. He walked straight to Yifeng, bowed 90 degrees, and said hurriedly, Yi, Mr. Yi, I just learned of your identity. I have been negligent before. Please forgive me. What the hell? Everyone present was startled. Zhang Tao actually called Yifeng Mr. Yi. The smile on Xiao Li's face froze, and he asked in confusion, Manager Zhang, what's going on? Mr. Yi acquired 66% of the shares of Longting Group earlier today. He also owns 80% of the shares of Longting Villa. Xiao Lu, you are so bold that you dare to disrespect Mr. Yi. Zhang Tao turned around and questioned Xiao Lu. When those ferocious security guards saw that the situation was not right, they collectively took a half step back, looking as if it was none of their business. Are you kidding? Knowing that Yifeng was the largest shareholder of the group, he still took action against him. All I can say is, I don't want to live anymore. He is the big boss of Longting Group? Xiao Lu's eyes widened. He stood there in a daze, his face full of disbelief. In front of the powerful Longting Group, the Xiao family is not worth mentioning at all. Yifeng didn't say much nonsense. He turned to Zhang Tao and said, Manager Zhang, call Xiao Li's father and ask him to transfer the 5% of the shares he holds to me free of charge. Otherwise, it will be difficult for Xiao Lu to leave Longting Villa today. Yes. I'll do it right away. Zhang Tao picked up the phone and immediately called Xiao Li's father, Xiao Tiancheng. A moment later, the call was connected. Manager Zhang, what's the matter? A middle-aged man's voice came from the loudspeaker. Chairman Xiao, you have raised a great son. What do you mean, Manager Zhang? Xiao Tiancheng asked in a deep voice. Zhang Tao briefly recounted the incident, then sneered, Chairman Xiao, our new boss now wants you to transfer the 5% stake in Longting Villa you hold for free. Otherwise, it will be difficult for Master Xiao to leave the villa. Xiao Tiancheng on the opposite side was stunned. Someone actually managed to acquire 66% of Longting Group's shares. Their family is in the investment business, so they are extremely concerned about the share price of Longting Group. 66% of the shares are worth more than 200 billion yuan. Who on earth has such courage and means? Just imagine, even the Xiao family can't do it. As an old hand, Xiao Tiancheng immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. His eldest son might have offended a terrifying business tycoon. Manager Zhang, please give the phone to Mr. Yi. I want to apologize to him in person. Wu Tiancheng said nervously. Mr. Yi, Wu Tiancheng called and he is going to apologize to you in person. Yi Feng took it and said casually, I am Yi Feng. Wu Tiancheng, who was standing opposite him, looked slightly surprised when he heard Yi Feng's voice. So young? I felt even more frightened. After all, he acquired 66% of the shares of Longting Group at such a young age. How terrifying must the family power behind Yi Feng be? But, the Yi family? He has been in the business world for decades, but it seems that no one has ever heard of it. Could it be that? A shocking thought popped into Wu Tiancheng's mind. He did not dare to delay and said repeatedly, Master Yi, I did not discipline my son strictly and made you angry. Please forgive me. I will transfer 5% of Longting Villa's shares to you free of charge later. I beg you to let my son live. Hearing Wu Tiancheng's humble words, Yi Feng smiled faintly and said, Okay, I won't pursue it any further. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your kindness. Please turn on the speakerphone. Yi Feng did as he was told and turned on the hands-free function. The next second, Wu Tiancheng's angry shout came from the loudspeaker. Rebellious son. Kneel down and apologize to Master Yi. If he doesn't forgive you, I will consider you as my son. Dad, you. Shaola stood there in a daze. What are you talking about? Do what I say right now. Why did you pick on Master Yi when you can pick on anyone else? Kneel down. Chapter 133 Choosing a Swimsuit. Thump. Hearing his father's angry roar, Shaola dared not hesitate. Without saying a word, he bent his knees and knelt on the ground. Begged Yi Feng for mercy. Master Yi, I was blind and the flood washed away the Dragon King temple. You were magnanimous and treated me like a fart. The tone was extremely humble. He was completely different from the arrogant and domineering person he had just been. Master Yi, I beg you to forgive my son. I will discipline him strictly when he returns home. At this time Xiao Tiancheng also pleaded. Although Yi Feng knew that Xiao Li's apology was not intentional. The main reason is that he is afraid that his father will get angry. But Yi Feng didn't care. After all, he just wanted to dampen Xiao Li's arrogance. Then he waved his hand and said lightly. For your father's sake, I'll let you go this time. Next time you see me, you should know what to do. Yes, thank you, Master Yi. Next time I see you, I will definitely go around you. Shaola said hurriedly. Okay, get lost. Yi Feng said impatiently. Hearing Yi Feng's agreement, Shaola hurriedly stood up, not daring to stay for a moment, and ran away in shame like a rabbit. Brother, when did you become so rich? At this time, Yi blinked gently and said in a surprised tone. The previous Rolls-Royce Phantom was already beyond her understanding. Nowadays, Yi Feng actually owns 66% of the shares of Haicheng South No. 1 Real Estate Group. That must be a huge sum of money. For a moment, Yi Qingqing couldn't understand her brother. Even, it feels a little strange. Is this still the person she grew up with? Yi Feng reached out his hand, patted Yi Qingqing's little head gently, and smiled gently. It's not that I'm rich, I just have a lot of properties. It's hard to explain in a few words. I'll explain it to you later when I have time. Yi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. No more questions. Since Yi Feng doesn't want to say it, he must have his reasons. Zhang Tao, who was waiting on the side, bowed slightly and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, where are you and the ladies going to go next? I'll send security to follow you and ensure your safety. Yifeng waved his hand and said lightly. There's no need for security guards. It's getting late. Let's go to the hot springs. Check the time, it's 6:30 in the evening. At this time, it is so pleasant to enjoy the summer breeze and soak in the hot springs. Okay, Master Yi, please move over with the ladies. I will take you there. Zhang Tao smiled. You don't have to follow us. Just like before, we can just have fun on our own. After all, there was someone following him, and not only Yi Qingqing and the others, even Yifeng felt weird. When you go out to play, you naturally need to relax. There is no need to follow so many rules and regulations. After hearing what Yifeng said, Zhang Tao was stunned. Then he nodded and said, I understand. I won't bother you anymore. I'll take my leave. I couldn't help but feel emotional. This new boss is really not an ordinary person. If it were someone else, after acquiring 66% of Longting Group as shares, they would immediately announce it to the whole world so that everyone would know. At the very least, we have to hold a press conference. And Yifeng acted as if nothing had happened and did not reveal his identity even when he came to Longting Manor. It seems as if the acquisition was not of a giant group. Instead, I bought a cabbage, which was sparse and ordinary. But to be on the safe side, after Zhang Tao left, he still sent several security guards to secretly protect the safety of Yifeng and his group. If anything happened to the new boss in the manor, he would be blamed. This responsibility is definitely not something he can bear. Although the security guards had changed into casual clothes, Yifeng still easily spotted them because there would be 4 or 5 grown men gathered together to vacation at Longting Manor. Compared with normal tourists, it stands out too much. However, Yifeng didn't say much. As long as it didn't affect them, it was fine. After all, this is also Zhang Tao's responsibility. I was also thinking about giving him a raise. At this time, Yifeng and his group also arrived at the hot spring on the top of the mountain. Several people did not bring swimsuits, but there was a place selling swimsuits and swimming trunks at the entrance and exit of the hot spring. The faces of several little girls turned slightly red as they were choosing. Because the swimsuits sold there are very cool in style, which is very suitable for the summer atmosphere. Fan Yu chose a thin black swimsuit, which made her look very seductive. Wang Jia and Jiang Wenwen each chose a swimsuit with strawberry and bear patterns, which looked very cute. Yi Qingqing's face flushed slightly. She held up a swimsuit with a bunny pattern on it and asked Yifeng. Brother, what do you think of this one? Yifeng took a quick glance and found it was a bikini, and shook his head slightly. No, it's too revealing. You're still a child. As he spoke, he found a tight swimsuit from the children's section and said with a faint smile, this one is very good. From top to bottom, it can be covered tightly. Then he said to Wang Jia and Jiang Wenwen, why don't you also change to this style? The 2 little girls waved their hands and refused. Brother Yi, forget it, just let Qingqing wear it alone. Looking at that very childish swimsuit, Yi Qingqing shook her head like a rattle. No, brother, I want to wear this one. Do you have any appreciation level? Yours is completely covered up in that one. It's not pretty at all. Yifeng said calmly, safe. The tone was unquestionable and there was no room for negotiation. After all, there are quite a lot of people in the hot spring, and you can't guarantee there will be some perverts. Yifeng has no control over other people, but he is responsible for Yi Qingqing's safety. Be a qualified brother. Whoa, brother, you are a bully. I will ignore you. Yi rubbed her eyes gently and cried. Even so, Yifeng did not give in. In the end, Wang Jia and Jiang Wenwen had no choice but to accompany Yi Qingqing and put on very conservative swimsuits together. Okay, Qingqing, stop crying. Brother Yi is doing this for our own good. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this style of swimsuit. It's very comfortable to wear. Let's go take a hot spring bath. Afterwards, Yifeng and the other 2 men just put on some flowery shorts and went out. But I found that there was a crowd of people rushing in the hot spring just now. At this time, a separate area had been cleared, and petals were still floating on the water, as if it had been specially reserved for Yifeng and others. Without thinking too much, you can tell that it was Zhang Tao who did it. Yifeng shook his head and smiled, without saying much. The group slowly entered the hot spring and were wrapped in the warm water, all the fatigue of the day disappeared. So comfortable. After soaking for a while, Yifeng and the other 2 men felt that it was boring. He stood up from the hot spring, went to the lounge chair on the shore, and just lay down. Someone brought a few bottles of champagne and some cakes and fruits and placed them on the small table next to the lounge chair. It is very comfortable to enjoy the leisurely summer evening breeze and drink a little wine. Hidaheng couldn't help but chuckled and said, "Brother Yi, I can't change my life any more than I can afford." Chapter 134, Underwater Actions. Ha, that's right. Yi Feng lay on the recliner wantonly, but before he could finish his words, several little girls in the hot spring gathered together and whispered to each other. Then they turned their heads and poured water on Yi Feng with their little hands. With a snap, Yi Feng became a drowned rat. Suddenly, the relaxed and happy voice of a little girl was heard. "Brother Yi, come down and play with us. It's so boring to be up there, it's so much fun down there." "Yeah, there's a lot of water down there. It's fun to play with." Yi Feng raised his eyebrows. "I always feel that there seems to be something a little wrong with these words." Looking at the girls playing and frolicking, Yi Feng raised a smile. With a plop, leaping into the hot spring from the air, stirring up crystal waves. "Who of you splashed me just now?" Several little girls huddled together and shook their heads. "No, it's not me." "Neither did I, Brother Yi." "You must be mistaken. No one splashed water on you." Yes, how could we splash you?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the girls held up the water and poured it towards Yi Feng. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly scooped up a large ball of water in his hands and splashed it at the girls. Water balls crashed down from the sky. Bang! All the women were hit directly. Yi Feng took advantage of the victory and continued to scoop up several large balls of water and splash them at them. Although several little girls also fought back. But the little hands holding the water were completely different from Yi Feng's. "Ah! Run! I can't take it anymore, Brother Yi, there's too much water, it's so strong, stop now." Everyone immediately scattered and fled to the edge of the swimming pool. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth rose slightly. Take the opportunity to continue pouring water on them. Hidaheng and Fongbo, who were lying on the shore, shook their heads and smiled, and did not get involved. Call. Yi Feng was so tired that he was sweating profusely. He stopped only when the girls begged for mercy in unison, leaning against the edge of the hot spring, enjoying the comfort brought by the warm water wrapping around his body. And several little girls also gathered around. "Thank you, brother. We had a great time today." Yi blinked gently and said with a joyful tone. "It's okay. With me here, you will always be happy like this in the future." Yi Feng said with a faint smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng noticed that something was a little bit wrong. Under the water, his thigh was touched by something soft. At first he didn't take it seriously, thinking someone had touched it accidentally. So I moved slightly. A moment later, the soft thing followed. This seems very wrong." He looked around and saw Yi Qingqing on one side and the little girl Wang Jia on the other. On the opposite side were Fang Yu and Jiang Wenwen. "It is possible to stretch your feet over." Yi Qingqing is naturally eliminated first, so who are the remaining three girls? While Yi Feng was thinking, another little foot stretched out and teased the inside of Yi Feng's thigh. This is definitely not unintentional. But what surprised Yi Feng was why there were two. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Yi Qingqing noticed that Yi Feng's face looked a little strange and asked. "No, nothing," Yi Feng said casually. He glanced at the faces of the other three little girls and found nothing unusual, so he couldn't tell who the owners of the 2 feet were. At this moment, a bold idea came into his mind. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He calmly reached a hand into the hot spring and suddenly caught a delicate little foot. The other foot quickly stretched back. He quickly checked the faces of the girls. He noticed that Wang Jia, who was next to him, had a slightly dazed look on her pink face. "That's right. But whose foot will it be?" She looked meaningfully at Jiang Wenwen and Fang Yu opposite her. If it was Fang Yu, it would be fine, but if it was Jiang Wenwen, then there would be big problems. Her boyfriend was still lying on a lounge chair on the shore. This is a bit too daring. Before he could confirm whose the other foot belonged to, his hand in the water was tightly held by someone. When he turned around, he found that Wang Jia's cheeks were flushed and he was looking at him pleadingly. Yi Feng smiled and silently let go of his hand. Wang Jia quickly retracted her feet, but the next second, a hand grabbed her waist and reached into her thin swimsuit. Her face was slightly stunned and she looked up at Yifeng. There was a look of confusion in her beautiful eyes. Yifeng smiled and hushed him softly. Then he played with it quietly without saying anything. Jia, are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so red? At this moment, Yi turned his head gently and asked Wang Jia, his face full of concern. This really stunned Yifeng and Wang Jia. I dare not move at all. It would be wrong for Yifeng to retract his hand, and it would be wrong not to retract his hand. No, the hot spring is a little hot. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Wang Jia said quickly. Hearing this, Yi Qingqing narrowed her eyes, as if she had noticed something. A sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I see, Jia, you must feel uncomfortable sitting with my brother. Don't think so. Although my brother is ugly, he is kind-hearted and a good man. Puff. Yi Feng's heart was bleeding. Is there anyone who says this about his brother's sister? Since Yi Qingqing didn't notice, Yi Feng became bolder and started kneading her. Aha! Wang Jia suddenly groaned. All the girls turned their heads and looked at Wang Jia in confusion, asking with concern, Jia, are you really okay? No, I just got burned. Jiang Wenwen and Yi Qingqing didn't think much about it, but a meaningful smile appeared in Feng Yu's eyes. Seems to have noticed something. Half an hour later. A staff member in a black suit came to the hot spring and said respectfully, Boss Yi, ladies, it's getting late. Manager Zhang has prepared a dinner at the hotel. Please go and have dinner. Yifeng smiled faintly and asked the girls. Are you all done soaking? Why don't you go eat something first, then go to bed and continue playing tomorrow? Everyone nodded and prepared to stand up from the hot spring. Only then did Yifeng retract his hand calmly. You can't tell, but this little girl has quite a bit of capital. It feels so good. Yifeng and his group left the hot spring and, under the guidance of the staff, came to a luxurious hotel on the top of the mountain. A table full of delicious food has been set in the restaurant. Zhang Tao came over and said respectfully, Boss Yi, I have prepared 7 luxurious suites. You can go and rest directly after dinner. Yifeng nodded and said. Okay, thank you for your help. No, it's all my duty. You and the other ladies can enjoy your meal. I won't disturb you. Zhang Tao turned and left. Chapter 135 Final chapter end. After dinner, Yifeng and his group went to the open-air observation deck on the top floor of the hotel. There will be a magnificent fireworks show at Tinglong Villa tonight, which is undoubtedly the best spot for sightseeing. Zhang Tao had cleared out the tourists in advance, and this place was only open to Yifeng and others. After waiting for half an hour, the dark sky was suddenly transformed into a dreamy picture by the fireworks shooting up into the sky. The colorful flames reflected in the eyes of several little girls. Wow! It's so beautiful. Several little girls stood in front of the guardrail, their beautiful eyes shining with excitement. The little skirt swayed from side to side, revealing her slender, snow-white legs. At this time, Fang Bo calmly placed his hand on Jiang Wenwen's shoulder, ready to hug her in his arms. Jiang Wenwen's face flashed with a hint of coldness, and she turned her head to stare at Fang Bo. You're not honest again. This beautiful environment, I can't help myself, Wenwen. Fang Bo laughed and quickly let go of his hand. Although the two were a couple, Fang Bo was very submissive to Jiang Wenwen and they barely held her hand. Seeing this scene, Yifeng shook his head and smiled. However, at this moment, he realized that his hand was held by a pair of soft and innocent little hands. I thought it was Yi Qingqing, so I didn't refuse. But when I felt carefully, it seemed, probably, not Yi Qingqing's hand. I couldn't help but look down and swallowed my saliva. He noticed that Wang Jia's fair face was flushed and she was holding his hand tightly. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he said, Brother Yi, I like you very much. Can you come to my room tonight? Oh shit. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked around and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to this side, as everyone's attention was focused on the fireworks show in the sky. It would be so embarrassing if Yi Qingqing saw it. Well, you are still young and don't understand what love is. Yifeng persuaded. Hearing this, Wang Jia lowered his head, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. But he immediately raised his head again, puffed out his chest, and said a little aggrievedly, I am not small, don't believe ye, brother Yi, feel it. Can you feel this? How about just feeling it? It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Just when Yi Feng was in a dilemma, a light voice came. Brother, what are you doing? Why are you holding Wang Jia's hand? Yi gently covered her mouth and said in surprise. Everyone turned their heads. An obscene smile that all men understand appeared on Yi Daheng's face, and he silently gave Yi Feng a thumbs up. Yi Qingqing put her hands on her hips, covered her mouth, and said angrily, Okay, brother, you dare to flirt with my classmate. Qingqing, you misunderstood. My hand just cramped. Brother Yi, please help me massage it. Wang Jiao waved his hands quickly. Hearing this, Yi Qingqing narrowed her eyes, thinking deeply, then smiled and said, So that's how it is. Yi Qingqing held her face with both hands and looked at the sky with joy. Brother, thank you, we are so happy today. Yi Feng reached out his hand, gently rubbed her little head, and smiled gently. With brother around, you will always be happy. The full text is over. P.S. Guys, the income from reading this is too low, only $12 a day. I really don't have the motivation to continue writing, sorry. I have just opened 2 books, one of which is about doomsday, extreme cold disaster, goddess confined in the shelter. If you are interested, you can check out the homepage. The other book is also about super rich people. I changed my account to write it. Xiao Potato June, a trillionaire, a school beauty with black stockings, becomes a bootlicker. I update 4,000 words a day, please support me. Goodbye. Over.